In the empty, dilapidated hall, the man supported his forehead with one hand, his face contorted with pain. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary college student, but due to a car accident, he was transported to this world. Unfamiliar memories flooded my mind like a tidal wave. Tianjin City, the city lord. Ivet transmigrated, and I'm a city lord. Shenmu was dumbfounded. His soul had transmigrated to another world, and he had actually inherited a dilapidated city right from the start. Before he could even process this absurd premise, a blood-soaked armored warrior burst through the door and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the city lord, all 3 battalions of the city guard have defected, and Deputy City Lord Shun Nan has already led his troops to attack. Please flee immediately, City Lord. His uncle, Shun Nan, was the Deputy City Lord of Tianjin City, wielding considerable military power. The original owner of this body was so frightened upon hearing news of the rebellion that he died on the spot. Shenmu, having just transmigrated, has taken on this doomed mess. Don't call me City Lord. I won't be this damned City Lord. Shenmu's face turned green. The story begins with a rebellion. The eldest uncle has rebelled, and now the entire city is eyeing the position of City Lord, waiting to drag him out and chop him up. Shenmu slumped to the ground, tears welling in his eyes. The rebel army had already surrounded the City Lord's mansion. He had no way to escape. God, save me. Host survival instinct detected. Supreme main city system activating. Binding conditions met. The sudden mechanical voice startled Shenmu. A system? As a seasoned bookworm, he was instantly overjoyed. System binding successful. Binding conditions. Assume the position of City Lord and elevate Tianjin City to a supreme main city within 5 years. Shenmu Smilla froze instantly. The supreme main city? That was the highest title, signifying unification of all cities and subjugation of the world. This has only happened once in 10,000 years. But the Tianjin City in his hands is just a bottom-tier, level 3 small city. 5 years? Forget unifying the world. Even becoming a level 2 city is an impossible task. Are you kidding me? I'm not taking it. Let whoever wants to be the city lord have it. The host has agreed and cannot go back on his word. Punishment for mission failure. 5 years from now, you will be completely annihilated, body and soul. Shenmu was utterly stunned. This system was a complete ripoff. Just as he was about to explode, the guard's tearful voice burst in from outside. Lord, Shen Nan has reached the gate. Run! With rebels demanding his life from the front and the system pressing him from behind, Shenmu gritted his teeth, stomped his foot hard, and thought, better to live a wretched life than die. So what if I'm a city lord? Due to the host's acceptance conditions, the countdown has begun. The countdown ends on November 29th, 4 years later. To help the host overcome this difficulty, a newbie gift pack is being awarded. Open it now. Activate. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Meridian Tempering Pill. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Eye of Insight. This series of actions left Shenmu quite bewildered. What are all these things? The Eye of Insight can view information about any person and item. After use, you can check the effects of the Meridian Tempering Pill yourself, the system explained. Shenmu crushed a pair of crystal beads, and a golden light flashed in his eyes, disappearing in an instant. Then, Shenmu looked at the pill in his hand, and an interface appeared before his eyes. Meridian Tempering Pill. After use, strength will be randomly increased by 1 to 5 levels. Each person is limited to 1 pill. Taking more than 1 pill will have no effect. It can only be used within the Meridian Tempering realm. Shenmu was so surprised that he couldn't speak. The Huangji world mainly cultivates by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, absorbing the spiritual energy into the body, and then condensing it into spiritual power. Opening 1 meridian in the body with spiritual power is the first level of meridian tempering. Opening all 10 martial arts meridians in the body is the 10th level of meridian tempering. The time required to advance to each realm varies from person to person, but it's never too short. Yet, this meridian tempering pill can instantly boost one's strength. When the host uses the meridian tempering pill, he possesses the privilege of being unaffected by random attributes. The system announced with another pleasant surprise. In this way, Shun Mu could directly advance 5 realms after consuming the meridian tempering pill. Without a word, Shun Mu immediately swallowed the meridian tempering pill. A warm current flowed through his body, and he instantly felt his strength increase significantly. With a thought, a virtual interface appeared before Shenmu's eyes. Name: Shenmu. Race: human. Gender: male. Age: 16. Realm: 9th level of meridian tempering. Identity: City Lord of Tianxin City. When he first transmigrated, this body was only at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. Now it has reached the 9th level. Just then, the sound of clashing weapons rang out from outside. Mission issued. Main mission: if you want your city to become stronger, you must eliminate internal troubles. Please take immediate action to quell the chaos in Tianxin City. Task reward: free construction of the Xiantian Tower. Task penalty: random negative status effect, duration random. Supreme main city quest countdown shortened by 30 days. Holy crap, this punishment is outrageous. Making Tianxin City a supreme main city within 5 years was already incredibly difficult. And now that they can't even complete the task, they're shortening the time. Who knows, Shenmu might not even live 5 years. He suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. System, do you have any humanity left? How could you set such a punishment? If you don't get out soon, your men will all be killed, the system warned calmly. Shenmu was furious, but what could he do when he was under someone else's roof? The sound of the door opening was very soft, but it instantly silenced the originally noisy and chaotic environment filled with the clash of weapons. Shenmu slowly walked out of the main hall, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The scene was horrific. Is this the cruelty of another world? Lord, why aren't you leaving yet? A burly old man, along with the remaining guards, slowly shielded Shenmu in the center. According to his memories, Dongbua was a confidant of Shunyu, Shunmu's father, and had always been loyal to the Shun family. He and Shunyu were both among the 2 Soul Fusion Stage Source Masters in Tianxin City. The Soul Fusion Stage is a level beyond the Meridian Tempering Realm. The Soul Fusion Stage is divided into 3 minor realms: Ascension, Subtlety, and Peak. When a martial artist reaches the 10th level of Meridian Tempering, they can activate the spiritual energy in their 10 martial arts meridians and condense a martial arts source at their brow. Martial sources can communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. It can also condense spiritual power to form a tangible attack form for combat. After reaching the Soul Fusion stage, they're no longer called martial artists, but Source Masters. Although there's only 1 level difference between the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm and the Soul Fusion Realm. The difference in strength is like heaven and earth. 10 warriors at the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm might not be able to defeat a single expert who has just entered the Soul Fusion Realm. The middle-aged man in the green robe opposite him sneered. Escape? What good will it do? Shenmu looked at the middle-aged man in the green robe. The speaker was none other than his uncle, Shun Nan. A sharp glint flashed in Shenmu's eyes. Why is uncle plotting a rebellion? Shenyu has brought Tianxin City to this state. His crimes are unforgivable. Yet he dares to pass the position to you. Shun Nan sneered. Does a piece of trash like you deserve to be the city lord? Shenyu insisted on passing the position of city lord to his son, which, in the eyes of others, was entirely out of selfishness. Everyone knew that Shun Mu was a notorious playboy in Tianxin City. He disliked cultivation and spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun. He was over 16 years old when he barely reached the 4th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm, not even as good as many children from ordinary families. Letting such a piece of trash rule Tianxin City is a joke. After Shenyu's death, if it weren't for Dongbua protecting him, Shenmu would probably have been torn to pieces long ago. Shenmu felt bitter. The actions of the previous owner are now being used as a scapegoat for Shenmu. Since it was my father who appointed me, then I am the rightful city lord, Shenmu said disdainfully. When did it become your place to interfere? When Shenyu was alive, he didn't really take Shunnan seriously. Although he gave him the title of deputy city lord, he didn't grant him much real power. Because of this, Shennan was always unhappy, but Shunyu was very powerful, so he had to endure it. Unexpectedly, Even a piece of trash dared to speak to him like that. Shen Nan's face darkened, and he said to a masked man beside him, "Senior, I'll leave Dongbua to you. I'll handle this kid." The masked man nodded, his spiritual energy surging forth and circulating throughout his body. He was at the soul fusion stage again. Those at the meridian tempering stage could only use spiritual energy to nourish their meridians and bodies. They couldn't control it for attacks. The ability to release spiritual energy outside the body is a hallmark of a soul fusion stage expert. Immediately, the masked man brandished his longsword, aiming directly at Dongbua. "Protect the city lord." The masked man launched the attack, forcing Dongbua to fight back, as no one else present could rival him. Shen Nan's face hardened with ruthlessness. With Shun Mu dead, he could rightfully ascend to the position of city lord. Zhang Wei, kill him. Seeing that Shun Nan had already decided to kill, the guards quickly stood in front of Shun Mu, fully alert. Behind Shen Nan, a burly man who was 9 feet tall stepped out. "Vice City Lord, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I, Chen Song, can easily defeat him." Another martial artist behind Shun Nan volunteered. Chen Song possessed the strength of the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. Dealing with Shun Mu was more than enough for him. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Zhang Wei, go." Shen Nan remained unmoved. After hearing this, Chen Song didn't speak again, but he wasn't angry. His eyes were filled with pity as he looked at Shen Mu. He understood Shun Nan's meaning. If he were to intervene, Shun Mu would certainly die, but at least he wouldn't suffer too much. Zhang Wei, however, was different. Not only was he stronger, but he was also extremely monstrous, and his methods were the most cruel. Almost everyone who fought Zhang Wei died a gruesome death. Those who provoked Zhang Wei would have all their bones broken while they were still alive, and then die in agony. Just thinking about it is terrifying. "Commander Zhang, play with him a little longer. Don't let him die too quickly." The group shouted excitedly, seemingly not taking Shenmu seriously at all. Shenmu was speechless. Did these people really think he was an easy target? Besides Shun Nan, who was at the 10th level of the Qi refining realm, who else on the scene could truly threaten Shenmu? "Shen Nan, if you have the guts, come at me. Don't touch my city lord." Seeing Zhang Wei make a move, Dongbua was extremely anxious. Hearing this, the masked man became even more ruthless, giving Dongbua no chance to save him. Seeing Zhang Wei closing in, the guards gripped their weapons tightly, focusing intently on their defenses. As fellow guards of Tianxin City, Zhang Wei's name was legendary to them. Although they knew they were no match for him, they could not retreat even a step. Protecting Shen Mu was their duty. "Zhang Wei, if you want to touch the city lord, you'll have to get over us first," the guard shouted, mustering their courage. Zhang Wei glanced sideways and said contemptuously, "You few dare to block my way?" Having said that, he assumed a horse stance, clenched his fists, and was about to attack. "Wait!" Zhang Wei sneered. "Now you know you're scared? Too late." Shen Mu raised an eyebrow. "What a joke. You think you can make me afraid?" Shen Mu lightly rubbed his fingers together, a forced smile on his face. "I just want to know, why did you betray me?" Zhang Wei was the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the City Guard, possessing the strength of the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. He was originally loyal to Shen Mu. However, unexpectedly, when Shen Nan rebelled, he seized the opportunity to switch sides, severely damaging one battalion and instantly turning the tide in Shen Nan's favor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei was taken aback, then sneered repeatedly. "A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on. After the old city lord dies, I will naturally choose a deputy city lord. Do you think I would continue to follow a piece of trash like you?" Zhang Wei had just surrendered to Shun Nan and was worried about where to make a name for himself. If he could offer up Shen Mu's head, he would surely be rewarded again, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to command an army. "Very good, Shen Mu laughed angrily. I'm very satisfied with this answer. I can reward you with a complete corpse." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then burst into earth-shattering laughter. "Vice City Lord, has he gone mad with fear?" The crowd couldn't help but mock. Even the guards protecting Shun Mu couldn't help but laugh and cry. This city lord was truly a character. "Lord, he's a martial artist at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. The guards hurriedly tried to stop him. "I know what I'm doing," Shenmue said calmly, looking at everyone. For some reason, the guards suddenly sensed an undeniable aura emanating from Shenmue and instinctively made way for him. Shenmue slowly walked up to Zhang Wei. "You ungrateful wretch. Today I'll take your dog's life to atone for the souls of those who died unjustly." Zhang Wei's face grew cold, and he swiftly delivered a punch. A cold glint flashed in Shenmue's eyes. Shenmue neither dodged nor retreated, but instead countered with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, and Zhang Wei's arm cracked with a loud thud. The force of the impact then shattered his entire arm, splattering blood everywhere. Zhang Wei's agonizing screams sent chills down everyone's spines. How could this be? Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. He couldn't even withstand one move. Shen Nan was even more incredulous. Zhang Wei's eyes were bloodshot. Enduring the pain of his severed arm, he raised his other arm and threw another punch. Shenmue didn't take the punch head-on. Instead, he leaped to Zhang Wei's side and delivered a powerful punch to his ribs. The sound of ribs breaking was clearly audible. Before Zhang Wei could even scream, Shenmue pushed off the ground with both feet and leaped into the air. He stomped on Zhang Wei's back, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, raising a cloud of dust as he fell. Immediately afterward, a pool of blood slowly flowed out, staining the ground red. Shenmue glanced at Zhang Wei, who was already dead, his face full of contempt. "Traitor, this is what happens to you." Betrayal itself is a small matter, but the fact that so many people lost their lives because of Zhang Wei's defection is absolutely unforgivable. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and the place was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Of the city guards was actually killed by Shenmue in just a few moves. Shenmue was secretly delighted, not expecting that he could defeat Zhang Wei so easily. Under the effects of the meridian tempering pill, Shenmue clearly felt his meridians greatly strengthened. Although he was only at the 9th level of the meridian tempering realm, his true strength was already comparable to that of a 10th level meridian tempering realm martial artist. Impossible. Shen Nan was speechless with shock. Zhang Wei was at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Apart from Donghua, the masked man, and Shen Nan, he was the strongest among them. How could he be so easily defeated by Shenmue, this good-for-nothing, in just a few moves? Could it be that Shenmue, like Shen Nan, has also reached the 10th level of the Qi refining realm? But he's only 16. Those who were just mocking Shenmue now felt it was all a bit unreal. The slap in the face came too quickly. Shenmue gently rubbed his fingers and looked at everyone, saying, "You should all come at me together." He was at the 9th level of cultivation, but possessed the strength of the 10th level. Even Shen Nan couldn't threaten him now, and those city guards were like clay chickens and earthenware dogs. What's more, Shenmue also has a system. Shen Nan's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth inwardly. "Don't be so arrogant. Beat me first." After saying that, Shen Nan took a few leaps, and in a few breaths, he covered a distance of nearly 10 zhang and appeared in front of Shenmue. A punch came immediately. Although he was verbally provocative, Shenmue did not dare to underestimate this third strongest person in Tianqin City and his uncle, who was at the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm. He quickly clenched his fist and exchanged a punch with Shen Nan. Their fists collided, and both were knocked back, their strength surprisingly even. Once their strength was verified, Shen Nan was secretly shocked. How could this kid have become so powerful overnight? Shenmue's current strength is no match for Shen Nan. The masked man is also tied up by Donghua and can't spare any more attacks. Is he destined to lose today? If he can't kill Shenmue, even killing everyone in the City Lord's mansion would be meaningless. Shenmue smiled knowingly. What? Still not convinced? Shen Nan clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and suppressed his anger. "I miscalculated today," Shen Nan said, his face full of resentment. "But don't be too happy yet. In 2 days, I will make you obediently hand over the position of City Lord." Shen Nan thought that the important matter was settled today, but he did not expect that the most inconspicuous Shenmue would ruin his plan. Even though he was unwilling, he had to retreat now. After all, this operation was illegitimate to begin with, and since he couldn't kill Shenmue, there was no point in continuing. It was better to go back and plan further. Shenan's eyes were bloodshot as he said bitterly, "Senior, let's go." The masked man slowly withdrew his spiritual energy and nodded. Shunan's departure took 2 city guard battalions with him, severely weakening Tianjin City after this battle. Is undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the already weak Tianjin City. If this matter is not handled properly, Tianjin City may not be far from destruction. Watching the departing figures of the crowd, Shenmu clenched his fists. With a thought, an interface appeared before Shenmu. Name, Heiha. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 78. Realm, soul fusion stage, ascending realm. Martial source, none. Identity, elder of Qing Shuang City. Shunin definitely has powerful backers. Otherwise, he alone wouldn't be able to control the masked man. After all, that's a soul fusion level expert. A typical level 3 city would have at least 3 soul fusion level source masters. Tianjin City, placing it at the bottom of the rankings among the many level 3 cities. After Shun Yu's death, Tianjin City was constantly at risk of being divided and annexed by other cities. In the battle domain, the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest are the unspoken rules. As long as it doesn't affect the overall situation, the domain lord won't interfere with things like the big fish swallowing the small fish. And this Azure Frost City is one of the many third-tier cities, possessing 3 soul fusion stage source masters. 2 days later is the grand ceremony for Shenmu's ascension to the throne as the new city lord, and many guests will be attending. Shennan, of all times, chose this day. It seems he doesn't want Shenmu to have an easy time. Thinking of what Shennan had said before leaving, Shenmu felt a headache coming on. If the other side were to come out in full force, how would Tianjin City cope? City Lord, Dongbua said, hesitantly, seeing Shenmu's worried expression. Shenmu knew what he wanted to ask. Dongbua, I'll explain today's events to you when I have the chance. Let's deal with the rest first. Treat the wounded as soon as possible. Send more compensation to the families of the fallen, and properly comfort them. Just then, the system voice sounded in Shenmu's ear. Mission complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the right to build the Xiantian Tower for free. Shenmu asked in confusion, what exactly is the Xiantian Tower? Once it's completed, the host will naturally be aware of it, the system replied. Do you wish to build it? If so, please select a location. Shenmu pondered for a moment, then said, I'll build it in the West City. The Western City is close to the Broken Sky Mountains and has always been sparsely populated, with a vast area, making it ideal for construction. Construction complete. Huh, so fast? Shenmu asked in surprise. The system replied, the first construction has the privilege of immediate completion. Please go and check. Half an hour later, looking at the towering 9-story pagoda before him, Shenmu was deeply shocked. Even the skyscrapers of his past life couldn't compare to this Xiantian Tower. Please check the Xiantian Tower information, host. Before Shenmu could reply, an interface appeared before him. Mysterious Heaven Tower, Level 1. Upgrade requirements. 3 players must clear the first floor. It has 9 floors in total, each featuring realistic battle scenarios. Each clear grants generous rewards, and it can be challenged repeatedly. First floor completion reward. 5% chance to awaken any attribute martial source. Those who have already awakened a martial source without an attribute will have it directly replaced by an attribute martial source. Second floor completion reward. Unlocks the second level of the Xiantian Tower. When a martial artist dies inside the Xiantian Tower, they will be automatically moved outside. While not in mortal danger, they will experience real pain. There is no time limit for completing the challenge. Players can choose to quit midway, but their attempts will be reset to 0. Chapter 5, Talent Value. Shenmu was astonished upon seeing the completion reward. Martial sources are divided into 2 types, those without attributes and those with attributes. Common attributes include metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At the same cultivation level, those with attribute-based martial sources can often easily crush those without. Within the Imperial world, over 90% of source masters are without attribute, while those with attribute are less than 10%. Becoming an attribute source master depends primarily on one's own talent, and can also be awakened through rare natural treasures, but the probability is less than 1%. However, the Shintian Tower actually give a 5% chance to awaken an attribute martial source, and the rewards can be obtained repeatedly. This means that after multiple challenges, it's almost equivalent to a 100% awakening. Thinking of this, Shun Mu was deeply shocked. More importantly, even those who have awakened a non-attribute martial source have the opportunity to acquire an attribute martial source. Under normal circumstances, a martial source can only be awakened once, and once a non-attribute martial source is awakened, it cannot be changed for the rest of one's life. The Shintian Tower, however, defied the odds and provided a second chance for awakening, with an almost 100% success rate. System, this is insane, Shenmu exclaimed in surprise. With just the first level reward, a large number of attribute source masters could be cultivated. At that point, it would be difficult for Tianxin City not to rise to prominence. Reminding the host, the Shintian Tower is level 1, and you can only enter 3 times per day. Cherish every opportunity. The system's words were like cold water, instantly extinguishing Shun Mu's hopes. There's a limit to the number of entries. Shen Mu looked miserable, wondering if his plan to mass-produce attribute source masters was going to fall through. Host, don't worry. Each time the tower upgrades, the base number of entries is multiplied by the tower's level, which equals the daily entry limit, the system explained. Shenmu quickly counted on his fingers, taking a while to realize how unreasonable it was. But I like it. Would you like to go in and give it a try, host? Of course. The Shintian Tower wasn't dark inside. Before him lay a green forest. He could also hear the roars of wild beasts and the sound of flowing water. So realistic, could it be a spatial treasure? Shamu wondered to himself. A single pagoda could give rise to such a vast world. It must have utilized the laws of space. Host, you can understand it this way. Realistic battle scenes will unfold here, the system replied. Just then, a deep, beastly roar resounded, and Shunmu immediately tensed up. The grass rustled in the distance. Host, it's a blue nether tiger. It hasn't awakened its martial source yet, and it's at the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm, the system reminded. Blue nether tigers absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to cultivate and become spirit beasts after awakening their martial source. From the grass, a dark blue tiger leaped out, its green eyes fixed on Shunmu, its body arched into a pouncing posture. Awakening his martial source, he could only engage in hand-to-hand combat. Fighting a beast man like this was practically asking for trouble. The azure tiger roared and leaped forward. Shunmu quickly dodged, the sand and gravel on the ground shattering under its claws. Its speed made Shunmu secretly wary. If a blow landed on his chest, several of his ribs would likely break. The azure tiger missed its target and immediately turned to pounce again. Unable to dodge in time, Shunmu was knocked to the ground, his chest slashed open by its claws, the excruciating pain causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Enduring the pain, Shenmu punched the azure tiger in the neck. Roar! The tiger howled in pain, blood splattering and instantly staining Shenmu's clothes red. The azure tiger glared at Shenmu and pounced again. Shenmu's vision went black, and when he awoke, he was outside the Xiantian Tower. He looked around, still shaken, and said, "That beast is really strong." The system explained, at the same cultivation level, the beast race is far stronger than the human race. Although it cannot compare to a soul fusion stage expert, it is still difficult to deal with someone at the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering stage. Shenmu sighed, knowing he would need to break through again to clear the level. He glanced at his body unintentionally and saw that his wounds had healed and he felt no pain. My injury. The host was never injured. The Xiantian Tower affects the brain's nerves, causing people to truly experience pain and hallucinations. The system prompted again with delight. The system voice rang out, "Mission issued. Main quest, to revitalize Tianxin City. It's not enough to simply strengthen your own power. You must also expand your influence." Zhuowen, the young master of the Zhuo family, with a talent value of 85, returned to Tianxin City after his sect was destroyed and intends to seek refuge with Qin Shuang City. The host must stop him and recruit him. Quest reward. Faith system unlocked. Task penalty, random negative status. The countdown to the supreme main city mission is shortened by 15 days. Every time Shenmue saw the penalty, he rolled his eyes. Qingshuang City wants to poach our talent? Dream on. He asked, how is talent value defined? Above 90 is a top genius. Above 80 is a genius. And below 70 is a waste. Shenmue checked his personal information and exclaimed in surprise, why don't I have any talent points? With this system's help, even a pig can become a powerful being. What use are talent points to you? Host, the system replied. Shenmue was stunned. It feels like you're insulting me. Chapter 6, Zwollen. Evening, City Lord's mansion. Dongbua suddenly arrived. City Lord, I have something to report. The patrol guards in the West City reported that a fog suddenly rose in a certain area of the West City, and those who tried to approach were blocked by an inexplicable force. I suspect that a demonic beast is at work. Some demonic beasts can indeed exhale clouds and mist and even restrict human movement, which is why Dongbua made this judgment. Demonic beasts? Shenmue wondered. How could demonic beasts suddenly appear? The system reminded him, Host, that is the Xian Tian Tower. This system has specially separated it with restrictions to prevent people from getting close. Shenmue then remembered that the Xiantian Pagoda was located in the West City. He quickly reassured Dongbua, don't be nervous. It's a pagoda that I commissioned to be built. It's under a restriction, and no one can approach it without my permission. Dongbua asked in confusion, I manage city affairs, and the construction of this tower is such a big undertaking. How come I haven't received any news? It will be completed in a few hours. You probably haven't received it yet. Shenmue could only exaggerate. After all, no one would believe that the Xiantian Tower was completed in a single breath. What? How many hours? Which craftsman built it? Dongua's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. That was my father's old friend, not an ordinary craftsman. He can control the earth element, so the house was built very quickly. Dongbua, please don't ask. Shenmue really couldn't make up any more stories. Dongbua believed him and exclaimed in surprise, so the old city lord has such a powerful friend. If possible, please introduce me to him tomorrow. Shenmue could only continue to lie. This senior has an eccentric temperament, comes and goes without a trace, and doesn't like to meet people. Meeting him depends on fate. That's a pity, Dongbua said, his face full of disappointment. He then reported, today's events caused quite a commotion, and the people were terrified. To avoid trouble, I have blocked the news of Shun Nan's rebellion, claiming to the outside world that we were hunting down foreign enemies. I have also sent people to appease the masses, and now everything is fine. Shenmue nodded. Yes, well done. Dongbua was about to take his leave when Shenmue suddenly smiled and said, Dongbua, you should still call me young master as before, so it won't feel awkward. Dongbua was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement and left. Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he should explain things to Dongbua properly after these few days were over. Early the next morning, Shenmue headed straight for the Zhua family. A genius like Zhua shouldn't be allowed to fall into Qingshuang City's lap. But as he passed the Sun and Moon Tower, the system suddenly notified him that Zwollen was inside. Shenmue walked in with some skepticism and saw a handsome young man in a purple outfit talking to a waiter in the main hall. The young man asked in confusion, There's no music to listen to today? Why? The waiter replied, Young Master Zwollen, you may not know this, but the old city lord passed away recently, and all entertainment activities are prohibited in the city. What a disappointment. Never mind, just bring me a pot of tea. Zwollen walked upstairs in disappointment. Just as the waiter was about to go to the kitchen, he saw Shenmue standing in front of the door, saying in a sarcastic tone, Oh, isn't this the city lord? What brings you here? Not only were Shun Nan and others dissatisfied, but the entire city's residents also disliked Shenmue. Shenmue had caused Tianxin City to fall from the middle of the third-tier main cities to the bottom, with its prosperity greatly reduced, commerce stagnating, and people leaving. Before his death, he even passed the position of city lord to this incompetent son. No one believed that Shenmue could manage Tianxin City well. Shenmue glanced at the waiter and said irritably, Tornado. The waiter was taken aback. Although he didn't dare to talk back, his face still showed his dissatisfaction. Shenmue smiled bitterly to himself. Even a waiter dared to act like this. This city lord really had no dignity. He said, Just give me his pot of tea. The waiter was reluctant, but dared not disobey. After all, Shun Mu was the city lord, not someone nobody like him could afford to offend. There were only a few people on the second floor. Shinmu walked over and sat down opposite Zuo-Wan, casually pushing the tea towards him. Zuo-Wan asked in confusion, "And who are you?" Shinmu smiled slightly. "A listener of music. I just heard that you've also come to listen to music." Zuo-Wan looked disappointed. "Alas, I've been away from home for nearly 10 years. I wanted to relive the joys of my childhood, but my wish has ultimately failed. Sun and Moon's Journey from the Sun and Moon Pavilion is a unique treasure of Tianqin City. Even though Tianqin City is declining, this melody is still talked about by many." Shinmu deliberately said, "Since my friend has already returned home, why the rush?" Zuowen sighed again. "I'll be heading to Qing Shuang City soon, and I don't know when I'll be back. Besides, given Tianqin City's current state, how long it can hold out is a question. Why go to Qing Shuang City?" Zuowen frowned. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information." Shinmu said meaningfully, "Is it to find a backer? Or to avenge your sect?" Zuowen immediately stood up. "What do you mean by that, sir?" He wasn't angry, but surprised. He had never told anyone except his family about the destruction of his sect. So how did this white-robed youth know? Shinmu looked at him calmly. "You don't need to know how I found out, just answer my question." After hesitating for a long time, Zuowen said in a deep voice, "The enmity between sects is irreconcilable. I must rely on the power of Qing Shuang City." Zuowen slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Shinmu's eyes flickered slightly. This Zuowen was indeed loyal and righteous. He then said seriously, "If you want to become stronger, you don't necessarily have to go to Qing Shuang City. Tian Xian City can give you all of this too." Zuowen was stunned for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 7. The Law of True Fragrance. Shen Mu Kropka, Lord of Tianqin City. Yesterday, his father had told Zuo-Wan that the old city lord had passed away, and the new city lord, Shun Mu, would soon ascend the throne. Shen Mu smiled slightly, tacitly acknowledging the news. Upon learning his identity, Zuo-Wan was not pleased. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone says that after the old city lord died, Tianqin City's strength plummeted, and it is no longer comparable to Qing City. Where does the city lord get the confidence to make such a promise to me? If someone hadn't lived away from home since childhood and didn't know Shinmu's past, he probably wouldn't have said much to him. After all, who would believe a useless city lord?" Shinmu didn't explain, but simply got up and walked outside. "Where does your confidence come from? Come with me, and you'll naturally know." Zuowen frowned, hesitant, but ultimately his curiosity prevailed, and he followed. Half an hour later, Zuowen gazed at the 9-story pagoda before him, his face showing the same shock as Shun Mu's had shown before. Shen Mu smiled smugly. "This is called the Xiantian Tower. It has 9 floors and can simulate real battle scenes inside, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy and allowing cultivation to improve rapidly in battle." Zuowen looked amazed. Shen Mu continued, "The reward for clearing the first level is a 5% chance to awaken any attribute martial source, and you can repeat the level." "What? That's impossible." Zuowen's first reaction was not surprise, but disbelief. If rewards can be obtained repeatedly, wouldn't that be equivalent to a 100% chance of awakening an attribute martial source? This is beyond his comprehension. Probably no one in the entire Huangji world could do it, otherwise attribute source masters wouldn't be so rare. Shen Mu dropped another bombshell. "Why would I lie to you? Besides, time inside the tower is 12 times slower than in reality. 1 day of cultivation inside is only 1 hour outside." This time difference was just told to him by the system, with the aim of increasing his chances of recruiting Zuowen. Shen Mu was equally shocked when he first heard this, but he knew the system wouldn't lie to him. Zuowen, however, sneered, "This is getting more and more outrageous. I thought that although Tianqin City had declined, it still had some principles. I never expected that it would rely on deceiving people to survive. I really learned something new." After saying that, he turned to leave. He didn't believe a single word Shen Mu said. "Wait," Zuowen said impatiently. "Don't waste your breath. I'm not stupid." Shen Mu coaxed. "Since you're already here, don't you want to give it a try?" Zuowen was taken aback. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he sneered, "Fine, I'll see how you take back your boast." 3 hours later, the gates of the Xiantian Tower slowly opened. Zuowen walked out excitedly. "Lord City Lord, I want to join Tianxin City." Shenmu's lips curled up. Indeed, no one could escape through its smells so good phenomenon. "Oh, you don't think I'm a liar anymore?" Zuowen said awkwardly. "How could you be a liar, sir? It was just my petty mind." At this moment, he was filled with relief, glad that he hadn't pretended to leave earlier. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Before entering the Xiantian Tower, he was already at the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm. Normally, it would take him at least 3 to 5 months to break through. But now, after only 3 days of cultivation inside the tower, which amounted to only 3 hours outside, he directly advanced to the Soul Fusion Realm. The accelerated cultivation was real, and the attribute martial source reward was naturally genuine as well. Although he failed to awaken his elemental martial source this time, Zuowen was already full of confidence for the future. Tianxin City may seem to have declined, but it actually harbors such a profound foundation. Indeed, even a broken ship has 3 nails. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Shenmu's mind stirred, and he checked Zuowen's information. Name, Zuowen. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 18. Talent value, 85. Realm, Soul Fusion Stage Ascension Realm. Martial source, none. Identity, young master of the Zuo family. Shenmu nodded in satisfaction. Soul Fusion Stage, not bad. Zuowen was surprised. "How did you know, sir?" Shenmu simply smiled slightly, offering no explanation. Zuowen thought for a moment, then understood. If he could even produce something as extraordinary as the Xiantian Tower, then any miracle that might happen to Shenmu seemed perfectly normal. Shenmu then secretly asked the system, a genius with a talent value as high as 85, how come he still hasn't awakened an attribute martial source? The system replied, "No one is guaranteed to awaken an attribute martial source. Even with a full talent value, there is still a chance of failure. It's just that the higher the talent, the higher the success rate." Shenmu then gained a more direct understanding of the extraordinary power of the Xiantian Tower. Coming to his senses, he said solemnly, "If you are willing, you will join my ranks from today onwards. As for your position, we will determine that later." Although Zuowen was from Tianxin City, ordinary citizens and subordinates were completely different concepts. Zuowen's expression was serious. "I, Zuowen, swear on my soul." But before he could finish speaking, Shenmu interrupted him. "You joined because you trust me, and naturally I trust you too. There's no need for a soul oath. Mutual trust is enough. The soul oath is a rule of the imperial world. The sworn person must fulfill the oath, or their soul will dissipate. Few are willing to use it unless absolutely necessary. Although the oath guarantees Zuowen's loyalty, Shenmu understands that an oath can only bind a person, not their heart. It's better to win people over with virtue than to lure them with benefits. "Mutual trust," Zuowen murmured, a glint in his eyes. He bowed respectfully. "Yes, your majesty, I will do my utmost to assist you." If he had joined before only because of a Xiantian Tower, now he was truly impressed by Shenmu's character. With such magnanimity, coupled with the Xiantian Tower, the resurgence of Tianxin City was only a matter of time. Shenmu smiled slightly. "Call me young master from now on." "Yes, young master," Zuowen replied respectfully. "Congratulations, host, mission complete. The faith system has been activated, and the faith shop function is now open. Please check it out yourself." The system voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 8, The Trust Shop. Shenmu quickly checked the details. Trust system, belonging to Tianxin City. As long as the loyalty value reaches the corresponding standard, the host can obtain trust points. Specifically, the points are divided as follows. Hatred deducts 100 points, dislike deducts 10 points, favorability deducts 10 points, trust deducts 100 points, respect deducts 500 points, gratitude deducts 1,000 points, and loyalty deducts 10,000 points. Shenmu opened the faith shop, which currently only had 3 items. Awakening Source Grass. Taken when awakening a martial source, it increases the chance of awakening an attribute martial source by 1%. Price, 5,000 credit points. Spirit Restoration Tablet. Held in the mouth, it instantly restores half of one's spiritual power and increases the speed of spiritual power recovery and injury healing by 5 times. Price: 500 credit points. Invincible Talisman. Forms a light shield upon use, capable of withstanding 1 fatal attack. Disappears after 3 seconds. Can be used 3 times per person per day. Price: 1,000 credit points. Looking at these items, Shenmu's eyes immediately burned with fervor. Any one of these items, if taken to the continent, would likely drive countless people mad. System: how many credit points do I have now? Shenmu asked in his mind. Zhuo Wen's favorability has increased to the gratitude stage, rewarding the host with 1,000 credit points. You currently have 1,000 credit points remaining. Shenmu was secretly delighted. It seemed that his strategy of winning people over with virtue and feigning indifference had indeed worked. Someone had just joined, and his loyalty had already reached the gratitude stage, not far from being a die-hard loyalist. However, he quickly asked in confusion, with so many people in Tianjin City, why is it that only Zhuo Wen has loyalty points? The system replied, those who are loyal to Tianjin City are counted after the loyalty system is activated. Then I've suffered a huge loss, Shenmu muttered. The system said calmly, apart from Dongbua and a few others, almost everyone in the city is dissatisfied with the host. If we include the past, the host's current balance is most likely negative. Are you sure you suffer a huge loss? Shenmu was stunned, feeling as if he had been reborn. The system continued. If the host is not satisfied, this system can include the loyalty points accumulated previously. Before it could finish speaking, Shenmu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped it, feeling guilty. No, I'm very satisfied, extremely satisfied. Knowing when to stop is the wise thing to do. 1,000 faith points may seem like a lot, but of the 3 items, he can only afford the rejuvenating tablets and the invincible talisman. The system notification reads, the faith shop refreshes its inventory every 10 days. Items already refreshed will remain permanently. This way, the store will only have more and more items, which is a good thing. Shenmu hesitated for a long time, but ultimately didn't buy anything. Since the goods wouldn't disappear, there was no need to rush. Coming back to his senses, he said to Zhuo Wen, let's go back. Zhuo Wen was wondering why his young master had suddenly become lost in thought, his eyes sometimes shining and sometimes looking worried, but he didn't dare to ask any questions. Hearing Shenmu speak, Zhuo Wen quickly said, young master, if it's convenient, please come to my house as a guest, so that my whole family can properly thank you for your kindness. In this martial world, Shenmu had given him the opportunity to become stronger, which was a great favor to Zhuo Wen. Seeing Zhuo Wen's sincere eyes, Shenmu couldn't refuse. Very well. Half an hour later, at the gate of the Zhuo residence. Father should be in the main hall. Young master, please follow me. Shenmu followed Zhuo Wen to the main hall of the Zhuo family. Inside, 2 middle-aged men were drinking tea and conversing. Zhuo Wen stepped forward and said to one of the men, dressed in plain clothes, Father, this is Lord Shenmu, the Lord of Tianjin City. Bow, Patriarch Zhuo. I am Shenmu. It is a pleasure to meet you. After a brief moment of surprise, the middle-aged man in plain robes slowly stood up and said indifferently, I am Zhuo Shang. May I ask what brings you here, City Lord Shen? If it were Shenyu, Zhuo Shang would have given him some face. But he really didn't have a good impression of Shenmu, a notorious playboy in Tianjin City. Shenmu noticed his coldness, but still smiled slightly. It's nothing, just informing Patriarch Zhuo that your son has joined my ranks, and from now on we are all family. What? Before Zhuo Shang could speak, another middle-aged man beside him slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Nonsense! How could a genius like Zhuo Wen join your Tianjin City? Shenmu looked at Zhuo Shang. May I ask who this gentleman is? Zhuo Shang introduced. This is Lord Chun Li, the commander of the Qing Shuang City Guards. He has come specifically to escort us to Qing Shuang City. He emphasized the name Qing Shuang City, clearly warning Shenmu not to act recklessly. In recent years, Tianjin City's commerce has declined, and even the Zhuo family, a prominent business family, has not fared well. Now that Zhuo Wen has gained favor with Qing Shuang City, the Zhuo family finally has the opportunity to develop there. Zhuoshang absolutely does not want Shenmu to ruin this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shenmu gently rubbed his fingers, looking at Chunli meaningfully. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Why can't Zhuo join my Tianxin city? Chunli scoffed. Tianxin city's military and commerce have been declining for many years, and it's been barely surviving since Shenyu's death. What good intentions do you have in letting Zhuo join at this time? Zhuoshang panicked upon hearing this. The Zhuo family had finally produced a genius. They couldn't afford to ruin his future. He hurriedly asked, "Wonder, have you really joined Tianxin City?" Zhuo nodded. "That's right." Zhuoshang was immediately exasperated. "You fool!" Chunli looked at Shenmu and sneered. "Patriarch Zhuo, there's no need to be angry. It seems that young Master Zhuo was misled by a villain, which is why he made this decision. The villain he was referring to was naturally Shenmu." Shenmu narrowed his eyes slightly. "I have a bad temper. If you upset me, you might not be able to bear the consequences." Chunli sneered. "I'd like to see what a piece of trash like you can do to me." In his opinion, apart from Dongbua, no one in Tianxin City could threaten him. But he had come in a hurry and had no idea that Shenmu was no longer at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. So Shang quickly tried to smooth things over. "Lord Shun, let's talk this out." He didn't want the two of them to fight in the Zhuo family compound. After all, the Zhuo family was just a minor clan, and they could easily be implicated. Shenmu glanced at Zhuoshang, then smiled and said, "I'll give the Zhuo family head face." Zhuoshang's expression softened slightly, but Shenmu's next words made his legs go weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. "For the sake of the Zhuo family head, you can get lost, or I'll break your legs," Shenmu said calmly. Chapter 9. Cut out his tongue. Chun-Li's eyes blazed with fury as he said menacingly, "Are you sure you want to be my enemy?" Shenmu retorted sharply, "What are you? You dare to be my enemy." "Insolence!" Chun-Li roared and suddenly threw a punch at Shenmu. He was at the 10th level of the Qi refining realm, just one step away from the soul fusion realm. Zhuoshang quickly turned his head away, not daring to look, as if he could already see Shenmu's bloodied and mangled end. The next moment, a scream rang out. Zhuoshang shuddered, inwardly sighing at his youthful arrogance. But when he turned to look, he was instantly horrified. Shenmu was unharmed, while Chun-Li's legs were broken, and he was rolling on the ground howling in pain. What shocked Zhuoshang even more was that Zhuo, who stood in front of Shenmu, was surrounded by surging spiritual energy, exuding an imposing aura. The ability to release spiritual energy was a sign of entering the soul fusion stage. Zhuo coldly said, "Who gave you the guts to disrespect the young master?" For Zhuo, harming Shenmu was tantamount to harming him. Without Shenmu, he would have no chance to enter the Xiantian Tower, not to mention that he had already been genuinely impressed by Shenmu. Zhuoshang's voice trembled with excitement. "Wonder, you've reached the soul fusion stage?" Zhuo nodded excitedly. "Yes, father, it's all thanks to young master." "Young master? Him?" Zhuoshang looked at Shenmu, his heart filled with turmoil. Just yesterday, Zhuo had said that it would take at least some time before he could break through to the soul fusion stage. He never expected that in just a short while, Shenmu would have already become a soul fusion stage expert, all because of Shenmu. What Zhuoshang found even more unacceptable was that Zhuo, who had always been arrogant and haughty, was now willingly calling Shenmu young master. This supposedly useless and incompetent city lord actually possessed such abilities? Shenmu looked at Chun-Li and said mockingly, "I told you long ago that you couldn't bear the responsibility, but you wouldn't believe me. I'll spare your life for now, but if you dare to set foot in Tianxin City again, I'll kill you without mercy." Chun-Li's face was contorted with rage, wishing he could grind Shenmu to dust, yet he dared not utter a word of it. At this moment, two attendants rushed in. "Lord Chun, what has happened?" Chun-Li, through gritted teeth, accused, "The Zhuo family has betrayed us, disregarding Qing Shuang City's favor, and even colluded with the Lord of Tianxin City to commit this heinous act against me." Zhuoshang's expression changed. It was his own son who had made the move, and he had no way to defend himself. Shenmu sneered, "If you don't want to leave, then stay." Although Chun-Li was unwilling, he could only return to Qing Shuang City first and then make further plans. Two attendants found a stretcher, preparing to carry him away. Before leaving, Chun-Li threatened, "You just wait. It won't be long before I grind you to dust." Shenmu's eyes turned cold. "Enough. Cut out his tongue." "Yes." Zhuo nodded. "Shenli panika instantly." "No, take me away." In the evening, at the dinner table, Shenmu frowned when he saw Zhuo Shang staring blankly into space. "Master Zhuo, please eat." He felt awkward taking any food if the host didn't start eating. Zhuo Shang snapped out of his reverie and quickly replied, "Yes, I'll eat." Madame Zhuo remained silent. Only Zhuo wanted to laugh, but dared not. He had never seen his father so embarrassed before. Shenmu asked calmly, "Does Patriarch Zhuo have something on his mind?" Zhuo Shang hesitated, then said, "I'm fine." Recalling everything that had happened during the day, Zhuo Shang was still sweating profusely. Chun-Li was a martial artist at the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm, yet he was crippled by Shenmu's single sentence. He truly couldn't see through this young man before him. Shenmu smiled nonchalantly. "If Patriarch Zhuo doesn't mind, I'll address you as Uncle Zhuo. We're all family, so feel free to speak your mind." Zhuo Shang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why was Lord Shen so impulsive today?" Before Shenmu could speak, Zhuo said, "Father, young master did not act impulsively, but intentionally." Zhuo Shang was taken aback. Zhuo continued his analysis. "If I'm not mistaken, the young master never intended for Chun-Li to leave safely in the first place, so he deliberately provoked him. Crippled a martial artist who could step into the soul fusion stage at any time, which would reduce the pressure on Tianjin City." Shenmu smiled without speaking, tacitly agreeing. Since a fight to the death was inevitable, eliminating one more enemy meant one less threat. Zhuo Shang's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood that Shenmu's apparent recklessness was actually the result of careful planning. He picked up a piece of braised pork and continued eating. Zhuo Shang grew increasingly alarmed. If what Zhuo said was true, this young man was far more complex than he appeared. He had previously thought Shenmu was just a young and impetuous fool. Now it seemed the other party had clearly been planning this all along. Courageous and resourceful, decisive in killing, yet not indiscriminate, this boy's character was anything but simple. Everyone in Tianjin City knew that Shenmu disliked cultivation, spending his days in taverns and brothels. At such a young age, he was utterly useless and even became a negative example for many when educating their children. Could it be that he was just pretending all along? Thinking this, Zhuo Shang looked at Shenmu again, his gaze completely changing. After a long silence, he asked, "What is Lord Shen's opinion on the matter of Qin Shuang City?" Shenmu's eyes sharpened. "I have no opinion. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Since Qin Shuang City dared to offend my Tianjin City, they must pay the price." Zhuo Shang was still worried. "But they have 3 soul fusion stage cultivators, and the city lord is extremely powerful. Now the Zhuo family and Tianjin City are in the same boat. Their fates are intertwined." He couldn't help but worry. Shenmu took a sip of tea and said, "Uncle Zhuo, don't worry, things aren't that bad." Zhuo Shang was skeptical. "Really?" Shenmu didn't answer, but just continued eating. "This food is really good." Seeing this, Zhuo Shang didn't press further and could only pray that Shenmu's calmness meant he really had something to rely on. Chapter 10, The Enthronement Ceremony. Midnight, the hour of Z, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Pop! With a clear, crisp sound, Shenmu finally broke through the last shackle of his martial arts meridian and successfully advanced to the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm. Shenmu underwent several days of grueling combat trials within the tower, slaying over 100 wild beasts. After each battle, he continuously attempted to communicate with his spiritual energy to break through the shackles, finally achieving a breakthrough at the last moment. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm. You are rewarded with the privilege of 100 awakening of any attribute martial source." Shenmu was overjoyed and eagerly said, "Let's begin immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, countless tiny, transparent white specks of light, emitting a chilling aura, suddenly appeared around Shenmu and rapidly seeped into his limbs and bones. Then these points of light began to slowly converge upwards from every corner of his body, eventually forming a nail-sized ball of light between Shunmu's eyebrows. The system voice rang in Shunmu's ears. "Congratulations, host. You have awakened the attribute martial source Ice." It's Ice. Attribute martial sources are divided into 3 tiers: common, rare, and supreme, with Ice being one of the rare martial sources. Ice originates from the water element, but it far surpasses the water element in both control and attack power. Therefore, water is just a common element, while Ice is much rarer. I never expected to be so lucky. Condense. Shenmu looked at a tree not far away, let out a low shout, and continuously used his martial energy to communicate with the ice elements in the world and gather them towards it. Sizzle. A thick layer of ice quickly formed on the surface of the tree trunk. Boom! With a thought, Shenmu forced the ice element to squeeze into the tree trunk with all his might. The trunk immediately shattered into pieces along with the ice layer, and the crown, losing its support, crashed to the ground. Shenmu exclaimed in delight. Amazing! Even when he was at the Tempering Meridian realm, he could only barely break a tree with his full strength. Unexpectedly, after awakening the ice attribute martial source and stepping into the soul fusion stage, he was able to easily break a large tree trunk in half by manipulating ice elements from a distance. Shenmu suddenly felt very excited about how strong he would become after mastering the ice-type awakening skill. The Xiantian Pagoda slowly opened. Zuan came out first and waited silently outside. Upon seeing Shenmu emerge, Zuan immediately went to greet him. "Young master, did you find anything?" Shenmu felt inexplicably smug, and a thought popped into his head. Sizzle. Centered on Shenmu's feet, a layer of solid ice quickly covered the ground. Zuan instinctively took several steps back, stammering, This is ice attribute." Seeing Shenmu nod, Zuan was overjoyed. "Congratulations, young master, on becoming a rare attribute source master." A 16-year-old elemental master is probably a rare find in the entire battle domain. And with such a rare element, ice. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. He had originally wanted to show off his gains, but after seeing how monstrous Shenmu was, he was too embarrassed to say it. However, Zuan was not jealous. On the contrary, he was very happy. Only if Shenmu became strong could Tianxin City go further. Shenmu remained silent, gazing at the starry sky. Tomorrow is the coronation ceremony, and a major battle is probably inevitable. The next day, early morning, although the old city lord had already left a will ordering Shenmu to succeed him, the succession ceremony had not been held publicly, so Shenmu could not be considered the city lord in the true sense. Today's enthronement ceremony will be held at the Shiha altar in Tianxin City, where sacrifices, the Fengshan ceremony, and all other grand events are specially held. The Shiha altar was bustling with activity early in the morning. The servants preparing for the grand ceremony and the common people who came early to reserve spots and join in the fun completely surrounded the Shiha altar. The heads of all the noble families belonging to Tianxin City, as well as guests from the outer city who had a past relationship with Shunyu. Regardless of whether they came voluntarily or not, and regardless of their motives, they all showed up. Even though Tianxin City is not what it used to be, it is still a respectable level 3 city. Furthermore, with the old city lord gone and the new city lord taking over, the absence of those who should have come inevitably draws criticism. Lord Xiaofeng of Eagle City has arrived. Patriarch Lan Changyu has arrived in Tianxin City. Patriarch Chun Xinghe has arrived in Jiyuan City. The Zhua family head, Zhua Shang, has arrived in Tianxin City. The sharp voice of the guard echoed throughout the entire Shiha altar. A lean, middle-aged man in fine clothes strode towards Shenmu. "Nephew, you're a little late." Shenmu's mind raced, and he began to check the information. Name, Xiaofeng. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 40. Realm, ascending to the soul fusion stage. Martial origin, no attribute. Talent value, 76. Identity, Lord of Eagle City. This middle-aged man was Shunyu's best friend during his lifetime, Xiaofeng, the city lord of Eagle City. He also attended Shunyu's funeral some time ago. Moreover, Xiaofeng's daughter was a childhood sweetheart, and they grew up together since they were little. The bond between the two families is incredibly strong. It's not too late. Shen Mu stood up from the main seat, cupped his hands in a polite gesture, and said, "Uncle Xiao, please have a seat." He then pointed to the seat next to the head of the table and said to everyone, "Everyone, please sit down." Above the east side of the Shiha altar, there's also a cloud platform. The cloud platform was where the city lord and distinguished guests sat, essentially a grandstand from which they could observe the entire Shiha altar. Below the 9-tiered staircase lies the main altar, which occupies an area hundreds of times larger than the cloud platform. Then, everyone was guided by the servants to their designated seats. A whole row of seats became empty next to Shen Mu. These positions should have belonged to Shun Nan, as well as the various elder ministers of Tianxin City and the commanders of the various military camps. However, when Shun Mu ascended to the throne, none of the elders, except for Donghua, supported him. The commander of the 3rd Battalion, Zhang Wei, is dead. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Qin Quan, has followed Shen Nan. The commander of the 1st Battalion is none other than Donghua. Shen Mu is practically all alone now. Once most of the people had arrived and the site was ready, Donghua Chao, Shen Mu nodded and loudly announced, "I hereby declare the succession ceremony officially open." After he finished speaking, the scene fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the gimbal. The passing of City Lord Shen Yu due to illness is truly a misfortune for Tianxin City, Donghua announced slowly. Before his death, he passed the position of City Lord to his only son, Shen Mu, appointing him as the 66th City Lord of Tianxin City. I disagree. Suddenly, a rebuttal came from afar, immediately causing a commotion. Soon after, a procession of several hundred people marched in, and the people quickly made way for them. The person in the lead was none other than Shun Nan. Behind him were a middle-aged man in a purple robe, a burly man, and an old man with a white beard. Shen Mu's gaze sharpened. What was bound to happen had finally arrived. Isn't that Elder Luo Cheng and Heihe from Qin Shuang City? Why is Shun Nan appearing with people from Qin Shuang City? Those who recognized the burly man and the white-bearded old man exclaimed in surprise, immediately sparking a discussion. Anyone familiar with Tianxin City knows that the two cities have a long history of discord. Seeing Shun Nan appear with the people of Qin Shuang City at this moment is truly unbelievable. Reaching the center of the main altar, Shun Nan cupped his hands in greeting to the crowd and said, "I have come here today to ask you all to be my witnesses." Chapter 11, Public Wrath. Shen Nan, how dare you disrupt the ceremony? Donghua pointed at Shun Nan and said angrily, "Snort, Shen Yu is incompetent. Not only has he brought Tianxin City to this state." Shen Nan sneered. On his deathbed, he even insisted on passing the position of City Lord to Shen Mu, an act that has plunged the people into misery. "I am saving Tianxin City and its people. How can you say I am disrupting the ceremony?" Shun Nan deliberately dragged the people of Tianxin City into the mix, giving his ambitions a respectable reason. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, the people below immediately began to discuss it. Seeing this, Shen Nan was overjoyed and continued, "Everyone knows that Shun Mu is a pleasure-seeking, immoral, and dissolute young master in Tianxin City. How can such a good-for-nothing be worthy of leading Tianxin City?" These words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire of the already heated public opinion. That's right. How can Shun Mu be the city lord? Our lives are already difficult enough. If Shun Mu becomes the city lord, how will we survive? The people knew in their hearts that Shun Mu, with his pleasure-seeking and irresponsible character, was simply not suitable to be a leader. Whether a city prospers or not is closely related to the leadership ability of its lord. If a city fails to prosper, its commerce will naturally stagnate as well. This will only create a vicious cycle, leaving people with fewer and fewer sources of income and making life increasingly difficult. Shen Mu, I made you the city lord, but Shen Yu insisted on his own way. However, such behavior will only harm Tianxin City. Shen Nani said righteously, "If you truly care about Tianxin City and its people, you should voluntarily give up the position of city lord and let someone with virtue take it." His actions undoubtedly placed Shen Mu on a moral high ground. If Shenmu agrees, then he can achieve his goal without bloodshed. If Shenmu does not agree, he will inevitably incur public wrath, offend the people, and ultimately be branded as someone who is greedy for power and does not prioritize the overall situation. That's truly killing two birds with one stone. Now that things have come to this, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shenmu has no choice but to respond. He looked at Shun Nan and slowly said, "The virtuous one, are you? You don't need to worry about that. As long as you're willing to give up your position as city lord, someone will naturally take your place." Shun Nan said impatiently, "The position of city lord naturally belongs to him. As long as Shenmu agrees to give it up, he will pretend to be fair and let the elders recommend him. Most of these elders have already submitted, so it doesn't matter if there are some who don't like him. After all, the elders disliked Shenmu more than the two of them. I can accept anyone as the city lord, but not you, Shun Nan." Shenmu smiled knowingly. "As long as you swear you won't be the city lord, I'll give up on that too." Young master, upon hearing this, Dongbo was extremely anxious, fearing that Shenmu would be tricked. Shenmu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be nervous. Because Shun Nan would never give up this opportunity, he was certain of it. Sure enough, Shun Nan's expression immediately turned ugly after hearing these words. He went to such great lengths just to become the city lord and rule the city. How could I possibly agree to Shenmu's request so easily? Since you are so stubborn, then I have nothing more to say." Shun Nan turned to the crowd and said, "As you all have seen, Shenmu has long been blinded by greed, and for the sake of power, he doesn't care about your lives at all." These words once again aroused public outrage. The system suddenly prompted. Due to the host incurring public wrath, the people's loyalty has dropped to the level of resentment, resulting in a deduction of 100,000 trust points. The current balance is minus 99,000 points. Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Shenmu slammed his fist on the table in disbelief. Credit points are hard-earned, and now they've turned into a negative number. How many people would I need to recruit to pay off this 99,000 debt? At this point, even if Shun Nan, the instigator, were to be reduced to ashes, it would still be difficult to quell Shenmu's hatred. But this was no time to think about that. Shenmu quickly asked the system, "What should I do? I don't want to be in debt." Mission issued. Main mission. Use every means to regain the trust of the people and make up for the lost credibility points. Task rewards. Loyalty token, 1,000 faith points. Task penalty, random negative status effect. Supreme city system countdown shortened by 60 days. Shorten it by 2 months? Are you even letting people live? Upon seeing the mission details, Shenmu felt like dying. If someone were to interview you at this moment, how do you feel about accepting the position of city lord? Shenmu, the person involved. I regret it now. I regret it so much. I really don't know what I'm trying to achieve by taking on this mess. No matter where you are, people's hearts are easily swayed, simply because most people cannot distinguish right from wrong and believe whatever they hear. Faced with overwhelming public opinion and condemnation, Donghua and Shenmu both looked rather grim. The one thing you absolutely cannot afford to offend in this world is the wrath of the people. As the lord of a city, you can say that you rise and fall because of the people. Many city lords were rebelled against, driven out, or even killed because they incurred the wrath of the people. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. This truth remains unchanged throughout the ages. What's more, they're directly deducting integrity points now. Who can stand that? Having no other choice, Shenmu quickly clarified, "Everyone, please don't be swayed by Shun Nan's instigation. Perhaps I did act a little immature before, but when my father fell seriously ill and entrusted me with the heavy responsibility of Tianjin City, I grew up overnight and was determined to correct my past mistakes and dedicate myself to the well-being of the people of Tianjin City from now on. I, Shenmu, swear before all of you today, with my very soul, that I will dedicate myself to governing the city with utmost diligence and effort, leading Tianjin City to prosperity, or I will perish, my soul vanishing." At this point, in order to win back the hearts of the people, Shenmu had no choice but to go all out. Otherwise, if Shun Nan's treacherous scheme succeeds, then I will be finished, and Tianjin City will be finished too. After hearing Shun Mu's oath, many people present couldn't help but feel compassion. Human nature is inherently good, and most people are kind of heart. They don't really want to push Shun Mu, a 16-year-old boy, too hard. Seeing this, Shun Mu was secretly delighted. It seemed that things had taken a turn for the better. Chapter 12. Reversal of Public Opinion. Shun Mu then changed the subject, pointing the finger at Shun Nan. But my uncle, disregarding family ties, harbored ambitions to seize power after my father's death. He pointed at Shun Nan, his face full of grief. Seeing this, Shun Nan was completely dumbfounded. He had just been in control of public opinion. But how did the situation completely reverse in an instant, and Shun Mu took the initiative instead? Nonsense. You are clearly immoral and unfit to be the city lord. Shun Nan retorted, I'm doing this all for Tianxin City, for the sake of its people. At times like these, it is essential to secure the moral high ground, where you risk utter defeat. Since you're full of righteousness, why did you rebel a couple of days ago, causing countless city guards to lose their lives? Shun Mu sneered, you treat human life like dirt, only caring about your own selfish interests. Although the rebellion 2 days ago caused a lot of commotion, most people did not understand the truth because Donghua deliberately concealed it. Upon hearing Shun Mu's words, everyone finally understood that it was actually Shun Nan who had rebelled that day. As a family member, if you really want to be the city lord, you could just tell me directly. Do you think I would refuse you? Upon hearing this, Shun Nan nearly fainted from anger. Are you sure you'll get it to me? But why did you raise an army in rebellion, causing your brothers to turn against each other? Shun Mu said with a face full of grief and despair. For your ambition, how many parents have lost their sons? How many wives have lost their husbands? How many children have lost their fathers? How can you face these fallen heroes? The 3 questions strike at the soul, each word piercing the heart. This was not only directed at Shun Nan, but also deeply shocked everyone present. At this moment, everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Even if Shun Nan didn't want Shun Mu to become the city lord, he could have directly voiced his opposition. It wouldn't be unreasonable to even elect the city lord through a general referendum. Why launch a rebellion that has caused the deaths of so many innocent soldiers? Many of these civilians were victims of the rebellion, and one of their relatives was a member of the city guard who died in the battle that day. Shun Mu's remarks immediately ignited their anger, and they pointed at Shun Nan and cursed him. Some of them, who were carrying vegetable baskets, even threw eggs and vegetable leaves at Shun Nan. You audacious scoundrel! How dare you disrespect the deputy city lord? Seeing Shun Nan being attacked, his guards drew their swords and threatened the people. Insolence! Shun Mu roared. As the army of Tianxin City, your weapons are only to be pointed at external enemies. Who gave you permission to point your blades at innocent civilians? Upon hearing this, the people were indignant, but they couldn't help but feel a sense of goodwill toward Shun Mu. The people immediately felt that compared to Shun Nan, Shun Mu's past actions were utterly insignificant. Stop it, all of you! Seeing the crowd's anger rising, Shun Nan quickly explained, everyone, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't be misled by Shun Mu. Misunderstanding? Tell me where the misunderstanding is. Exactly. Didn't you start the rebellion? Give me back my son's life. Even if he was to die in battle, he should have died a worthy death. I never imagined that he would die at the hands of his own people because of your selfishness. Snap! As soon as he finished speaking, a rotten egg flew out of nowhere and hit Shun Nan squarely in the face. Shun Nan's face was gloomy, and his face was twitching constantly, clearly on the verge of exploding. But he dared not vent his anger on the people, so he could only take it out on Shun Mu. Shun Mu, even if you can bewitch the people, there are always those who see through things. After saying that, he clapped his hands heavily a few times, and a dozen or so people of different ages walked in from outside. Shun Mu narrowed his eyes. These people were the elders of Tianxin City, who held a pivotal position in the city. Shun Mu, you are simply incapable of managing Tianxin City. Don't be so stubborn and end up harming yourself and others. That's right. We only did it out of respect for the city lord back then. Now that the city lord is gone, we cannot let Tianxin City be ruined in your hands. The two highest-ranking elders in Tianjin City expressed their opinions one after another, and the other elders echoed their sentiments upon seeing this. "Are you trying to rebel?" Donghua glared and questioned angrily. Donghua was, after all, the strongest person in Tianjin City. When he got angry, the elders were all somewhat frightened and dared not say another word. Shunnin mustered his courage and said, "You are nothing but a servant of the Shun family. When did it become your place to point fingers?" Back then, when the Donghua family was being hunted down by their enemies, it was Xinyu who rescued them and offered his help. From then on, they recognized Xinyu as their master. However, Xinyu never regarded him as a servant. Although Donghua was furious at Shunnan's words, he could not refute them. "Donghua is not a servant of my Shin family. He is the commander of the 1st Battalion of my Tianjin City. Furthermore, as the city lord, I hereby order that effective today, Donghua be appointed as the deputy city lord of Tianjin City." He looked directly at Shunnan and spoke slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing this, Donghua was filled with excitement, but not because he was excited about becoming the deputy city lord, but because Shun Mu had given him enough respect. "Shun Mu, how dare you?" Shunnan said angrily. "You actually dare to call yourself the city lord. Do you really think the elders and the people don't exist?" Just as the elders were about to echo their sentiments, the people suddenly rallied in support. "We do not object to Shun Mu becoming the city lord. Yes, a prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. Since he is determined to mend his ways, we should give him a chance. Shunnan is absolutely despicable. We must not let him become the city lord." They clearly disliked Shunnan more than Shun Mu. Upon witnessing this scene, Shunnan and the other elders nearly fainted. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The people's loyalty has been raised to the favorable level, and you have gained 100,000 faith points. After offsetting the negative value, your current balance is 1,000. Reward: 1 loyalty token and 1,000 integrity points." Upon hearing this, Shinmu was overjoyed, never expecting to win back the people's loyalty so easily. He instantly understood a principle. It is easy to please the common people, but it is also easy to offend them. We need to be more careful in our actions going forward, especially ensuring our public image doesn't collapse. The change in public attitudes instantly put Shunnan and his team in a dilemma. Shenmu. Chapter 13, The Blood-Soaked Spear. Shunnan now wishes he could tear Shenmu to pieces. From the beginning, he thought his plan was perfect, but he never expected to overlook Shenmu's move. Who would have thought that a seemingly useless person at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm would not only soar to the 10th level, but also turn the tide and completely reverse public opinion, putting him in a dilemma. Shenmu glanced at the elders, and finally his gaze fell on Shunnan. The title of City Lord of Tianjin City has always been hereditary. Even if you disagree, what can you do about it? Shenmu sneered. Who are you to tell me what to do? The elders' faces immediately turned ashen, and they couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. The reason they dared to be so bold and openly oppose Shenmu's ascension to the throne was simply because they knew he was easy to bully and couldn't cause any trouble. But now things seem a little off. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Shenmu ignored Shunnan and the others and said to Donghua, "The ceremony will continue." Shunnan's expression suddenly changed. He realized that if things continued like this, Shenmu might really be able to ascend to the throne smoothly. He wanted to stop it, but found himself powerless to do anything about it. Donghua nodded and continued to announce loudly, "Today, with the entire city united as one, Shenmu, the 66th City Lord of Tianjin City, will ascend the throne in August of the 36,563 years of the Huangji calendar. The ceremony is complete." As soon as he finished speaking, deafening applause and cheers erupted throughout the Shiha altar. Shunnan and the others turned deathly pale instantly. All their efforts had been in vain at this moment. Mission issued. Main quest: kill Shunnan, the instigator of the rebellion, and seek justice for those who died unjustly in the rebellion to appease public anger. Task reward: special attribute popular support. Task penalty: random negative status effect, Supreme City Quest countdown shortened by 30 days. Killing Shun Nan is imperative, and now there's even a reward for killing him. An unexpected bonus. Donghua, capture Shun Nan and behead him to appease his spirit. Yes, young master. With that, Donghua drew his long sword, and his spiritual power surged forth instantly. Seeing that things were going wrong, the middle-aged man in purple robes behind Shun then spoke up to defuse the situation, saying, Shenmu, don't be so unreasonable. He didn't care whether Shun Nan lived or died, but Qing Shuangqing did. Without Shun Nan, Qing Shuang City would not be able to rightfully control Tian Xian City, so he cannot be harmed. Shenmu raised an eyebrow and began to examine the information of the middle-aged man in purple robes. Name, Chen Feng. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 48. Realm, ascending to the soul fusion stage. Martial origin, no attribute. Talent value, 76. Identity, Grand Elder of Qing Shuang City. I thought he was some kind of expert, but what's with this soul fusion stage ascension realm guy acting all high and mighty? Shenmu glared at him and hissed. Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours to interfere in matters of Tianxin City? Kid, do you even know who you're talking to? The middle-aged man in the purple robe frowned, his face full of threat. He is now the Grand Elder of Qing Shuang City, and everyone treats him with utmost respect. I don't care who you are. This Tianxin City is my territory. Shenmu waved his sleeve and replied without any politeness. If you're a dragon, coil up. If you're a dog, wag your tail. If you dare to bare your teeth, I'll break them. Chen Feng was furious, but seeing the large number of people present, he had to calm down in order not to incite public outrage. He then changed the subject, saying, I can ignore what happened in Tianxin City, but today Chen Feng, will seek justice for my brother. Chen Feng's face was gloomy, and his hatred was evident in his expression. Chen Feng? Could it be Chen Feng, the bloodthirsty spear? Upon hearing this name, some commoners and those seated on the cloud platform were quite surprised. Chen Feng, the weeping blood spear, is a renowned figure. His spear skills are unparalleled. In one battle, he single-handedly defeated 2 opponents of the same level and slaughtered 3,000 lives. That battle was filled with cries of agony and rivers of blood, hence the name Blood-Weeping Spear. He rarely appears in the public eye, so it's unexpected that he would show up here today. And judging from his tone, he's here for revenge. Glancing at Chen Feng, Shenmu said nonchalantly, And who is your brother anyway? You broke my brother's legs, cut out his tongue, and you still pretend you don't know him. Seeing Shenmu's attitude, Chen Feng's eyes turned red, and he wished he could eat Shenmu's bones and flesh. Oh, so that clueless guy is your brother. He's just like you, so self-important. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Shenmu suddenly remembered that he had crippled a man named Chun-Li a couple of days ago. I hope your skills are as impressive as your words. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Without saying a word, a silver spear suddenly appeared in his hand as a point of light flashed. A spatial item. Shenmu's eyes lit up. As long as spatial laws are entered, everything can become a spatial item, most of which have storage functions. Moreover, each spatial item is quite valuable. The middle-aged man in purple robes was not seen carrying any weapons when he arrived, but now a long spear has appeared out of thin air in his hand, indicating that he must possess some kind of spatial item. The middle-aged man in purple robes sharpened his eyes and charged straight at the cloud platform with his spear, his target being Shenmu. Mission issued. Main quest. Outer City warriors have invaded, disregarding the dignity of Tianxin City. The host is now ordered to kill Chen Feng and defend honor. Task reward. Random ice-type awakening skill. Task penalty. The countdown to the Supreme City quest is shortened by 30 days. Seeing the middle-aged man in purple robes make a move, Donghua was shocked and furious. How dare you? Donghua dodged down from the Shiha altar and engaged Chen Feng in fierce combat. He absolutely cannot let Chen Feng rush onto the cloud platform. Otherwise, Shenmu's life will be in danger. Old man, your opponents are us. Luo Cheng and Heiha acted simultaneously, restraining Donghua and clearing the way for Chen Feng. 2 more soul fusion stage cultivators. 3 Soul Fusion Stage Source Masters have actually come to Qing Shuang City this time. If we include the City Lord, wouldn't Qing Shuang City then have 4 Soul Fusion Stage Cultivators? Thinking of this, the people couldn't help but panic. The enemy city was powerful, which was not a good thing for Tianxin City. The heads of various families on the cloud platform, as well as the guests from the outer city, all fell silent, lost in thought. After getting rid of Donghua, Chun Feng rushed towards the cloud platform again. Before he could even reach the platform, a young man in a tight-fitting outfit appeared and blocked his path again, swinging his long sword and forcing Chun Feng to fight back. Soul Fusion Stage? There are Soul Fusion Stage Origin Masters in Heavenly Heart City. Chapter 14, Basic Awakening Skills. Everyone was surprised again. They thought that after Shun Yu's death, only Donghua was left in Tianxin City at the Soul Fusion Stage. They never expected that another Soul Fusion Stage would appear today, and it was a young man. Chun Feng tentatively asked, "Are you Zuowen?" Zuowen remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. Chun Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He had heard that the person who crippled his younger brother was Zuowen. Although Zuowen was acting on Shun Mu's orders, in Chun Feng's eyes, Zuowen was also a murderer and deserved to die. "You will pay with your life for hurting my brother." Chun Feng raised his spear again, his spiritual power bursting out from his body and converging on the spear shaft. The spear tip, carrying a 10-foot-long sharpness, thrust towards Zuowen. Seeing this, Zuowen quickly raised his sword to parry, not daring to be careless towards Chun Feng. After all, he had only just entered the Soul Fusion Stage, while the other party had been in the Soul Fusion Stage for several years. Whether it was combat experience or the depth of spiritual power, the other party was far superior to him. The battle between those at the Soul Fusion Stage was so powerful that it spread in all directions. The aftershocks of their spiritual energy created dust and strong winds wherever they went. Shun Mu stood calmly with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the situation on the field. After fighting for dozens of rounds, Chun Feng gripped the end of the spear tightly with both hands and used all his strength to sweep the spear horizontally towards Zuowen. Seeing this, Zuowen quickly gripped his sword with both hands to block the attack. Clang! As the two weapons clashed, their spiritual energy exploded like cannonballs, the aftershocks sending Zuowen back several steps. "Are you alright?" "It's alright, it can't hurt me." Zuowen turned his head and smiled slightly. He couldn't appear too useless in front of the young master. "Nothing wrong," Chun Feng sneered. "I'm afraid most of your spiritual energy has been depleted. A source master who has just entered the Soul Fusion Stage cannot compare to someone who has broken through for a long time in terms of the depth of spiritual power." Although Zuowen fought Chun Feng for dozens of rounds, he never gained the upper hand, and his spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted. Once Zuowen's spiritual energy is exhausted, the attack will be defeated on its own. "Zuowen, come up here." Although Zuowen was puzzled, he did not hesitate and turned around to walk onto the cloud platform again. "Put this in your mouth." Shun Mu took out something, and Zuowen immediately took it and put it in his mouth without thinking. He knew that the young master must have had his reasons for saying that. The moment he put it in his mouth, Zuowen felt his spiritual energy instantly recover by half. Although he hadn't returned to his peak, he was almost there. Moreover, the recovery of his spiritual energy seemed to be accelerating several times over, and the pain was rapidly disappearing. "Young master, what is this?" Shun Mu said with a hint of smugness. "A powerful pill. Actually, these are the rejuvenating tablets from Cine Store. They have the effect of quickly restoring spiritual power and healing injuries. They are simply a great treasure for making you strong, durable, and even more courageous in battle. A powerful pill. It truly lives up to its name." Zuowen exclaimed with delight. Seeing Shun Mu and the other man talking back and forth, completely ignoring him, Chun Feng became even angrier. "Finish your last words? Then go die." After saying that, Chun Feng raised his gun again and charged towards Yantai. Zuowen quickly flashed and reappeared in front of Chun Feng. His activities must be confined to the Shiha altar. He must not be allowed to set foot on the Yuntai terrace. Although Zuowen was not worried about Shun Mu's safety, it was a subordinate's duty to fulfill. After the two fought for several more rounds, Chun Feng felt increasingly uneasy. Logically, after such a long period of consumption, Zhuo Wen's spiritual energy should be nearly exhausted. But now, Zhuo Wen's external spiritual energy is surging and churning, showing no signs of depletion. This is really unusual. Could it be that there was something wrong with the food Shenmu gave him just now? Thinking of this, Chun Feng felt uneasy. After much thought, there was no other way but to resolve this quickly. Today I will make sure you are reduced to ashes. Chun Feng roared, his eyes flashing with cold light. Awakening skill, Zhenyuan spear. Then a white mark appeared between his eyebrows, and his spiritual power flowed like starlight, gradually gathering on the spear in his hand, causing the spear to shine brightly. Basic awakening skill. A soul fusion stage source master can communicate with heaven and earth through martial source and comprehend awakening skills related to their own attributes. Each time an awakening skill is used, the martial source mark between the eyebrows will display a different color depending on the level of the awakening skill. Awakening skills are divided into 5 levels, corresponding to basic white, advanced blue, legendary purple, extraordinary red, and unrivaled gold. The white martial origin mark appearing between Chun Feng's eyebrows indicates that he is currently using a basic awakening skill. While awakening skills are powerful, they also consume a great deal of spiritual energy. If Zhuo Wen hadn't posed such a significant threat, he wouldn't have used his awakening skill so easily. The spiritual energy surged and gathered, causing a howling wind that made Chun Feng's purple robe flutter loudly. At this moment, he was like a god of war, and everyone seemed to vaguely see the invincible fighting spirit he had shown when he killed 3,000 people. This attack will drain all of its spiritual power. It's either success or death. After the attack, he will be depleted of spiritual energy and his combat power will be greatly reduced, so this attack must kill Zhuo Wen. Let's see how you block this attack. Prepare to die. As Chun Feng swung his spear, a giant phantom spear made of spiritual energy shot out, flying towards Zhuo Wen's location like a giant cannonball. Chun Feng's strength far surpasses that of ordinary soul fusion stage ascension realm cultivators. For Zhuo Wen, who has just entered the soul fusion stage and has not yet comprehended his awakening skill, this move is probably hard to withstand. Just as Shenmu was about to step in to help, he heard Zhuo Wen shout angrily, "Awakening skill, light and shadow sword." Instantly, the surging spiritual energy outside Zhuo Wen's body rapidly converged towards the long sword, instantly condensing a phantom of a long sword in front of him. Then, 1 became 2, 2 became 3, and 3 10-foot-long light swords appeared in the air. How was this possible? Chun Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Zhuo Wen pointed his longsword forward and shouted, sending 3 lightsabers hurtling towards the spear phantom with lightning speed. Boom! The 2 basic awakening skills collided, producing a deafening roar, and, at the same time, dazzling lights splashed everywhere, making it impossible to look directly at them. Those who are weak and vulnerable will even suffer temporary blindness. After a few breaths, the light gradually faded. The scene was one of utter devastation. The lingering power of the surging spiritual energy had shattered and destroyed most of the objects on sight. Shenmu was shocked. This power was no less than that of the small bombs in his previous life, and might even be stronger. Moreover, this is an awakening skill composed of pure spiritual energy without any attribute. If it were an attribute awakening skill, how strong would it be? Thump! Thump! Stade! Zhuo Wen was knocked back several steps, and the floor tiles beneath his feet cracked one after another. Although he was not injured, the aftershocks made his whole body ache. Shenmu's eyes lit up, and he laughed. "You're pretty good, kid. When did you comprehend your awakened skill?" Chapter 15. The treacherous nature of the human heart. Awakening skills are not so easy to master. Zhuo Wengang had only recently entered the soul fusion stage, yet had already mastered a basic awakening skill, demonstrating his undeniable talent. "Just yesterday, I wanted to show off to the young master," Zhuo Wen said with a wry smile. "But compared to the young master, I'm really nothing." After comprehending this skill in the Xian Tian Tower yesterday, he wanted to take the opportunity to ask Shenmu for praise, But when he learned that Shun Mu had awakened his attribute martial source, he was too embarrassed to ask again. Compared to it, it's nothing. When Shen Feng saw Zuowen use his awakened skill, he couldn't believe it at all. According to the information, Zuowen probably only broke through to the soul fusion stage a few days ago. The fact that he was able to comprehend the awakening skill in such a short time is beyond Chun Feng's comprehension. You have to know how much suffering he endured to finally master the Jinyuan spear technique. They actually blocked it. Everyone present was stunned. They thought Zuowen would surely fall to the awakened skill, but they didn't expect that even Chun Feng couldn't do anything to him in the end. How can someone so young be so strong? Could it be some old monster in disguise? Everyone thought the same thing. Bring on any other tricks you have. Zuowen gave a slight tremor, and the dust that had settled on his clothes immediately dispersed with the wind. Chun Feng's face was ashen, and he remained silent. The awakened skill had drained all of his spiritual power, and now Chen Feng was no longer able to pose a threat to Zuowen. Once a soul fusion stage cultivator's spiritual energy is depleted, they can only rely on their physical strength to fight back. But how could they possibly defeat Zuowen, whose spiritual energy is still abundant? Luo Cheng and He seem to have suppressed Donghua, but if one of them were to provide support, Donghua would definitely be able to immediately launch a counter-suppression. If Zuowen's spiritual power remains abundant, Qingshuang City will ultimately be the one to lose. The more Chun Feng analyzed the situation, the uglier his expression became. The current situation was indeed unfavorable to him. His only hope now is that Luo Cheng and Heihe can deal with Donghua as soon as possible, and then the three of them can deal with Zuowen together, but that seems unrealistic. Before coming, I thought Donghua would be the toughest nut to crack, but Zuowen suddenly appeared and completely disrupted the plan. Chun Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is heaven determined to destroy me? Send him on his way. Zuowen nodded, his expression cold, gripped his long sword tightly, and slowly walked towards Chun Feng. At this moment, every step he took closer made Chun Feng's heart pound with fear. Chun Feng was in immense pain and struggle, but he knew that if he didn't back down, he would surely die on the spot. Wait, I admit defeat, Chun Feng said through gritted teeth, his face flushed. We were the ones who acted rashly today. We'll leave immediately. Left with no other choice, he had to back down, otherwise he would very likely not have been able to leave Tianxin City today. Luo Cheng and Heihe, who were fighting, were stunned when they heard this. Shun Nan, who had been hiding to the side without saying a word, was even more panicked. So we've already lost? They initially thought that with Chun Feng in charge, taking Tianxin City would be a piece of cake, but who knew? Shen Mu glanced around briefly before finally settling on Chen Feng. Come and go as you please, Shen Mu sneered. Does Tianxin City have no dignity? Chen Feng asked in fear. Then what do you want to do? Shen Nan must die. As for the three of you, I am merciful by nature and will not kill you all. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng and his two companions were overjoyed. Shen Nan was furious and embarrassed. Shen Mu, no matter what, I am still your uncle. Do you really have to be so ruthless? Shen Mu ignored him and smiled slightly. However, only one of you three can live. Discuss among yourselves who will go. You? Upon hearing the second half of the sentence, Chun Feng and the others' expressions suddenly changed drastically, realizing that Shun Mu had no good intentions at all. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. What a brilliant strategy of sowing discord. Shun Mu is ruthless. Everyone's opinion of Shun Mu changed drastically. No one dared to associate the intelligent and ruthless young man in front of them with the good-for-nothing guy from before. Now, whether Chen Feng and his two companions choose to fight each other for this one chance to survive, or join hands and fight back at all costs, they will all inevitably meet a bad end. The only difference is how many people die. I'll check 3 numbers. If you still haven't made a decision after checking, none of you are leaving. Taking the opportunity, Shun Nan added fuel to the fire, saying, Gentlemen, Shun Mu is just using this as a ploy to sow discord. Don't fall for it. Chun Feng's expression changed, and he insisted, Yes, we will never compromise. Heihe quickly agreed. That's right, we'll go together. Luo Cheng remained silent, his eyes resolute. Shen Mu gave a slight sneer and began checking the numbers on his own. 3, 2, 1. Let me leave. Let me go. As soon as Shen Mu finished counting, Chun Feng and He eagerly began to speak. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu couldn't help but smile. Having witnessed the coldness and warmth of human relationships in his previous life, he understood human nature all too well. Shen Nim was dumbfounded. Luo Cheng froze on the spot, staring in shock at his two teammates who had just sworn to live and die together. Then he shook his head with a wry smile, his face full of disappointment. In the face of life, the human heart becomes so ugly. Friendship, stance, dignity, all are worthless. Seeing this, Shen Mu found it amusing and then laughed. Luo Cheng, aren't you going to give it a try? Luo Cheng, looked at his two teammates again and said helplessly, do with them as you please. Now that he had very little spiritual energy left, he couldn't withstand Zhua Wen's light and shadow sword attack at all, so he gave up the idea of escaping. Kill these two treacherous bastards and leave Luo Cheng here. Shen Mu pointed at Chun Feng and He and smiled slightly, but in everyone's eyes, that smile was like a devil. Chapter 16, You Don't Deserve It. Shen Mu, you've gone back on your word. Chun Feng was the first to angrily point at Shen Mu and curse him. He didn't speak, but his face was extremely pale. He had abandoned his dignity just to survive, only to be met with disappointment. I only said I wanted you to discuss it, but the decision is still mine. How can you say I'm going back on my word? Shen Mu looked at the two of them with a mocking expression. Besides, you two are both going to leave. It's hard for me to treat you both equally. In that case, just go die, so I won't have to struggle with this anymore. Luo Cheng stared blankly at Shen Mu, surprised. This is possible? Luo Cheng, He, now we have no choice but to fight with all our might, or we'll both die. Chun Feng looked at the two of them, then pointed at Shen Mu and said. He nodded silently. He had no choice. Luo Cheng, however, scoffed. Do you really think I'm a fool? You really believe his nonsense? He asked anxiously. The three of them already had a slim chance of winning, and if Luo Cheng stood by and watched, their chances of survival would be even greater than their own. Chun Feng chimed in. That's right, this kid is cunning and can't be trusted. Hey, I'm not as shameless as you guys, Shen Mu quickly clarified. Luo Cheng, if you join Tianxin City, I might spare your life. Luo Cheng's eyes kept changing as he looked at the group. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally compromised. Luo Qingyuan, swear by my soul to join Tianxin City. No need for oaths. I trust you. Luo Cheng was interrupted by Shen Mu halfway through his oath. Luo Cheng was immediately stunned. When a general surrenders, a soul contract is normally required. Otherwise, the other party would definitely not feel at ease, but he did not expect Shen Mu to say such a thing. There should be basic trust between people. I think you're a kind and honest person, and you shouldn't be a greedy and cunning person. Shen Mu had never intended to kill him, nor had he ever considered taking him under his command. However, Chun Feng and He's treachery unexpectedly highlighted Luo Cheng's integrity, which stirred Shen Mu's compassion. Trust, Luo Cheng murmured to himself. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had just woken up from a dream. As the city lord, people should trust each other. After speaking, he glanced at Chun Feng and the others. Having lived all these years, he had never truly understood the meaning of those two words. Today, Shen Muji's words were like a sudden awakening, and at this moment, Luo Cheng was completely convinced. He then walked straight past Chun Feng and the others, walked up to Shen Mu, bowed, and then stood silently behind Shen Mu. The system notified. Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng's integrity value has risen to the gratitude stage. You are rewarded with 1,000 integrity points. This tactic of winning people's hearts is truly effective every time. Although Luo Cheng was not afraid of death, no one wanted to die. Furthermore, after witnessing his two comrades in arms betray him without hesitation, Luo Cheng finally understood that everyone has to look out for themselves. How dare you betray the city lord, betray Qin Shuang City? Chun Feng and He were immediately enraged and said angrily, My relationship with Si Yang is merely one of cooperation. I am not his servant, nor have I done anything to harm him. How can you accuse me of betrayal? Luo Cheng remained expressionless and replied calmly. A wise bird chooses a good tree to perch on. I'm simply making a better choice. Faced with Luo Cheng's response, Chen Feng and He were speechless. Luo Cheng was indeed only invited back by Si Yang to oversee Qing Shuang City. They never established a master-servant relationship. Enough with the nonsense. Let's send them on their way. Zuowen nodded, and his spiritual power surged forth again, condensing on the longsword. In just a short while, his spiritual power was restored to almost half of its original value. Young Master's power pill is indeed amazing. Zuowen was pleasantly surprised. Wait, Lord Shun, I, Heiha, am also a soul fusion realm expert, and I am willing to serve Tianxin City. Just as Zuowen was about to make a move, Heihe's expression changed, and he quickly spoke up. Chen Feng was extremely anxious. Heiha, you're shameless. The people of Tianxin City were left speechless, both amused and exasperated by this comical scene. But in order to survive, Heiha seems to have abandoned even his dignity. Chen Feng, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Heiha sneered. Although I've been somewhat impolite in coming here today, I have never done anything to wrong Lord Shen. Yet you dare to try to kill Lord Shun, which is truly heinous. Heiha narrowed his eyes and criticized without any politeness. He then turned around, shamelessly fawning over Shen Mu, and said, Lord Shun, after joining Tianxin City, I will certainly do my best and never betray you. You don't deserve it. Shen Mu, his face full of disdain, directly attacked. Heiha suddenly changed color. Old man from Heiha, how does it feel to offer your warm face to someone who doesn't appreciate it? Isn't it great? Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Heiha get the short end of the stick, he finally felt relieved. Heiha's face turned ashen, and he asked unwillingly, My strength is about the same as Luo Cheng's, so why can Luo Cheng join, but I am not worthy? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Logically speaking, anyone would be eager to have a soul fusion stage expert voluntarily surrender, but Shenmu actually refused. No. Shenmu's expression suddenly changed, turning sinister. If I'm not mistaken, you are the masked man who assisted Shun Nan in the rebellion that day, and whose hands are stained with the blood of my Tianxin City soldiers. Chapter 17, I advise you to surrender. Upon hearing this, Dongbo was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically. So it was you. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Don't make false accusations. I've never done such a thing. Heiha quickly retorted that admitting it now would be tantamount to courting death. Do you dare swear on your soul? Upon hearing that he had to take an oath, Heiha immediately chickened out. Seeing this, who could possibly not understand the truth? Immediately, the people of Tianxin City shouted, Kill him! Countless people had bloodshot eyes, for it was this white-bearded old man who had caused the deaths of their loved ones. Heiha, use your life to pay for the fallen soldiers. Seeing the crowd's fervor, Dongbo raised his sword again and thrust it at Heiha. Shenmu said lightly, Let's finish this quickly. Zuowen understood, and then brandished his long sword, aiming straight for Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng's spiritual power had not recovered much, and he was no match for Zuowen. In battles between soul fusion stage cultivators, spiritual power is paramount. If spiritual power is depleted, physical strength alone is insufficient to unleash one's full potential. In just a few rounds, Chen Feng was completely suppressed. Zuowen attacked with deadly moves. If no miracle occurred, Chen Feng would surely die. Clang! Zuowen swung his sword with all his might, and although Chen Feng blocked with his spear, he was still knocked back several steps. Puff! After barely managing to stand, Chen Feng felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zuowen pressed his advantage, gathering spiritual energy once more into his longsword and thrusting it upwards. Sizzle! Chen Feng couldn't dodge in time, and one of his arms was severed in an instant, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The pain of losing his arm caused Chen Feng to stumble and fall to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They never expected that the renowned blood-stained spear would be forced to this point, but no one stepped forward to plead for mercy. With Tianjin City now in a powerful position, who dares to cross them? Zuowen slightly raised his longsword. With just one more strike, Chen Feng would surely die. Stop! Just as Zuowen Jian was about to sever Chen Feng's head, he was interrupted by a loud shout, and his longsword stopped abruptly an inch away from Chen Feng's throat. Chen Feng had already closed his eyes, awaiting death, but suddenly heard a cry for help, and his heart was filled with joy. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned around and saw a burly, middle-aged man in a golden robe standing there, his brows furrowed and his face full of anger. Lord of Qing Shuang City, Xiyang. Someone immediately recognized the middle-aged man in the golden robe. The people unconsciously made way for him, and Xiyang strode to the center of the Shiha altar, slowly surveying his surroundings. He then looked at Zuowen and said, "Stop immediately, or you will face the consequences." Chen Feng was someone he had worked hard to recruit. He absolutely couldn't let him die like this. Zuowen raised his head slightly, glanced at him, and remained silent. Then he turned to look at Shun Mu on the platform. "Young master, kill." In an instant, Zuowen swung his longsword, and a huge human head flew up, blood splattering 3 feet high. Chen Feng was decapitated and died. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Reward: Advanced Awakening Skill, Ice Shadow Lotus. Apart from the system's voice, the scene was completely silent. Not only were the people stunned, but even Xiyang looked incredulous. Finally regaining his senses, Xiyang roared in fury, "You're courting death." Without saying a word, a bronze-colored broadsword suddenly appeared in his hand, and his spiritual power surged forth, gradually gathering on the broadsword. With a push of his toes, he easily leaped into the air, raising his broadsword high and slashing down at Zuowen. Zuowen's eyes sharpened, and he quickly raised his longsword to meet the attack. Clang! Having taken the hit head-on, Zuowen's face turned deathly pale. The immense force from the sword pressed his entire body downwards, almost causing him to kneel down. This aura has it reached the subtle realm of the soul fusion stage. Xiyang has broken through. Seeing that Zuowen was no match for them in a single move, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. So weak. Having said that, Xiyang swung his sword again, sweeping it towards Zuowen. Zuowen Jian held his sword across his chest to block the attack. Bang! Although he managed to block it, Zuowen was still thrown 3 meters away by the residual force and fell directly to the ground, blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. In just 2 moves, Zuowen was completely unable to defend himself. Although he was no longer at his peak after a series of battles with Chen Feng, he would undoubtedly lose to Xiyang even if he were at his peak. The situation seemed to be one-sided, but Xiyang's appearance instantly reversed everything. Everyone fell silent. Even the strongest, Zuowen, was no match for him. Who else on the scene could defeat him? Upon seeing Xiyang appear, he was overjoyed. He knew that not only would he not die today, but he could also avenge his previous humiliation. Lord Xiyang, Shun Mu is a menace. He must not be allowed to live. Shun Nin bluntly stated, and that Luo Cheng, he actually betrayed you in Qing Shuang City. Shun Nan, who had been hiding and not daring to make a sound, became arrogant as soon as he saw Xiyang arrive. Shun Nan, look at you, acting like a lackey. You're a disgrace to the Shun family. Seeing this, Donghua could no longer fail to understand that Shun Nan had not only betrayed the Shun family, but had also sided with Tianjin City's mortal enemy. People couldn't help but point fingers at Shun Nan. After all, no one likes a traitor, especially since Shun Nan was from the city lord's lineage. He didn't even care about his dignity and defected to Qing Shuang City. Faced with public opinion, Shun Nan's face darkened, and he wished he could sew Donghwa's mouth shut. Luo Cheng, I have treated you well, but I never expected you to do such a treacherous thing. Xiyang narrowed his eyes and said, if you repent and turn back from your wrong path, I can forgive and forget. Shen Mu smiled slightly and turned his head. Luo Cheng, you still have a choice. If you really want to go back, I won't make things difficult for you. The situation is now very clear. Xiyang, with his soul fusion stage and subtle realm strength, swept the field. Even if Tianqin City gathered all its strength, it would have no chance of winning. One at the microscopic realm is enough to fight against several at the ascendant realm without being at a disadvantage. Anyone with eyes can see that if Luo Cheng continues to stand on Shen Mu's side, his fate will be extremely miserable. This was undoubtedly a life or death choice. To go back and forth like this is the act of a petty person. I, Luo Cheng, may not be a hero, but I will not be a petty person. Luo Cheng answered without any hesitation, his gaze firm. Shen Mu's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "Great. Very good. I hope you won't regret it." Si Yang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he smiled sinisterly. Shen Mu patted Luo Cheng on the shoulder. "You'll see just how right this choice was." Luo Cheng took Shen Mu's words as a joke and didn't take them to heart. Under these circumstances, he didn't believe Shen Mu could turn the tide. Upon hearing this, everyone scoffed, thinking that Shen Mu was just terrified and talking nonsense. And you? Luo Cheng was out of the running, so Si Yang looked at Zhuowen. In fact, he had been optimistic about Zhuowen from the beginning, but he didn't expect Shen Mu to intercept him halfway. "Me?" Zhuowen was stunned, then said seriously, "I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the young master, and you may live a few more years." Chapter 18. Choice is more important than effort. Haha, very well. Siyang Laogid angrily. Since you want to die, then I'll send you on your way. Zhuowen was filled with resentment. He had spoken the truth. If it weren't for the fact that Si Yang had once appreciated him, he would never have given him a way out. But to my surprise, my good intentions were met with ingratitude. They deserve to die. Shen Mu, you crippled my commander and killed my elder. I will settle this score with you. Si Yang's eyes were vicious as he said, "Today, you and everyone connected to you will die." The heads of various noble families and the guests from the outer city immediately became serious. They knew in their hearts that it was time to choose sides, and immediately everyone began to distance themselves from Tianqin City. "Lord Xiang, I have no connection with Shen Mu." "Me too. No one intends to be an enemy of Qing Shuang City. From this day forward, my Lan family will have no further connection with Tianqin City." Even the head of the Lan family, the number one family in Tianqin City, hurriedly expressed his stance, saying that between offending Shen Mu and his life was of course more important. Moreover, everyone believed that Shen Mu probably wouldn't survive until today. Si Yang's wrath is not something everyone can withstand, especially since he has broken through his cultivation level and will surely elevate the overall strength of Qing Shuang City to a new level in the future. Even if you can't befriend them at this point, you absolutely must not offend them. Everyone present was shrewd. How could they not understand this principle? You are all treacherous and greedy people. How could my old city lord have treated you so well when he was alive? Seeing these people turn against him at the crucial moment, Dongbo was furious. Still trying to be brave even now? You're practically asking for death. A wise man submits to circumstances. Now that Shen Yu is dead and Tianqin City is on the verge of collapse, what is there to be so stubborn about? Seeing Si Yang's assertiveness, everyone's tone changed, and their desire to curry favor became obvious. Although Shen Mu possessed some cleverness, in the face of absolute strength, any schemes and tricks were utterly futile. No one would be foolish enough to think that Shen Mu could stand up to Si Yang. When faced with self-interest, everyone reveals their ugly side. With Tianqin City weakened and Qing Shuang City rising, everyone has made their own choices. Shen Mu watched this scene with great interest, without saying a word. "Lord Xiao, why don't you say anything?" Si Yang threatened. "Aren't you afraid of being caught in the crossfire?" Xiao Feng smiled bitterly, never expecting that he would ultimately be unable to remain uninvolved. He glanced at Shen Mu, then at Si Yang. Eagle City only wants to live a peaceful life and has no intention of getting involved, Xiao Feng said apologetically. "Nephew, I'm sorry." This statement was enough to show his attitude. Although he did not intend to be an enemy of Tianqin City, he would not help Tianqin City in the future. "Lord Xiao, please reconsider. We are not without a chance of victory if we join forces." Seeing Xiao Feng's attempt to distance himself, Dongbua was furious. If even Xiaofeng could remain neutral, Tianqin City would be in grave danger. Xiaofeng also longed to protect Shenmu and Tianqin City. The problem is that Xiyang has now entered the soul, fusion, and subtle realm, which is something he simply cannot contend with. Although Xiaofeng is also the lord of a level 3 main city, his overall strength is not much stronger than that of Tianqin City. Moreover, Qingshuang City seems to be developing rapidly, and it's hard to guarantee that more soul fusion level experts won't emerge in the future. When that time comes, Eagle City will have to be buried with Heavenly Hearts City. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiaofeng had no choice but to give in. Although he had some connection with Shunyu, how could he give up his city for the sake of friendship? Donghua, please forgive Xiaofeng's incompetence. Old man, don't make things difficult for City Lord Xiao. Do you want others to be buried with your Tianqin City? Donghua wanted to continue trying to dissuade him, but Xiyang snorted coldly. You, old man, don't be so ungrateful. Seeing this, Shun Nan chimed in angrily. If you want to die, fine, but do you want to drag others down with you? Donghua was furious and about to defend himself when Shenmu spoke up. All right, Donghua, our Tianqin City doesn't need outside help. Since they don't know what's good for them, there's no need to force them. Ha ha, what a joke. Should we stand on your side? Everyone burst into laughter, looking at Shunmu as if he were a fool. The onlookers were also tense. Could it be that they had just gained a new city lord, and now he was about to be gone again? Even now, although Shunmu still speaks arrogantly and shows no sign of backing down, no one believed that he has something to rely on and is just making a show of it. Even Xiaofeng couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. How come he never noticed before that his nephew had some mental issues? How could an old fox like Xiyang be fooled by a few words of feigned profundity? I just want to advise everyone that choice is more important than effort. Just don't regret the choices you make. Shamu smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, yes, choice is more important than effort, and Frost City is undoubtedly the best choice. Although everyone scoffed at Shenmu, they wholeheartedly agreed with his words. Anyone with eyes can see that the current situation is one-sided, and Shenmu's attempt to turn the tide is nothing short of wishful thinking. Seeing everyone's attitude, Xiyang nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Zhuowen again and asked leisurely, Xiyang values talent, so I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to submit? Zhuowen rolled his eyes, exasperated, and said, Idiot! You won't believe me when I tell you to surrender. You can't even understand a good word. Just wait to die. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Xiyang said angrily. He gave him chances time and time again, but Zhuowen not only didn't cherish them, but also kept verbally humiliating him. Did he really think Zhuowen had no temper? Xiyang had no more patience to argue with him. His spiritual power rapidly condensed on the long sword like a tide, creating ripples of energy. Even though he didn't use his awakened skill, everyone could sense that the power of this attack was no weaker than the awakened skill used by a powerhouse at the Ascension Realm. In his current state, Zhuowen is simply no match for him. Mission issued. Chapter 19. No more pretense. Let's lay our hands out. The system voice sounded again. Main quest. Xiyang, the lord of Qingshuang City, secretly instigated Shun Nan to launch a war, causing turmoil in Tianqin City. The host is now ordered to kill him as a warning to others. Task reward, triumph token. Task penalty, random negative status effect. The countdown to the Supreme City quest is shortened by 30 days. Alas, a young genius died young because he chose the wrong master. What a pity. Some people can cause a lot of harm. While everyone felt sorry for Zhuowen, they also subtly criticized Shenmu. When Wonder saw that her son was in deep danger, Zhuoshang was extremely anxious. However, Shenmu stopped him and said in a voice that only Zhuoshang could hear, Don't worry, I guarantee Zhuowen will be fine. Zhuoshang's eyes flickered, but in the end he chose to believe Shenmu. With a sweep of Xiyang's blade, a blade of light several meters long, carrying immense power, slashed towards Zhuowen. Wherever it passed, it caused the wind to howl. For the injured Zhuowen, this blow was unavoidable, but he remained calm and showed no panic. Bang! Just when everyone thought the blade was about to tear Zhuowen apart, several semi-transparent white walls suddenly materialized around him, emanating a chilling aura. The blade struck the ice wall, instantly sending up countless shattered crystals like glass fragments. Then, the white wall crumbled, turning into dust and dissipating into the air. Si Yang's pupils contracted, and he was shocked, constantly looking around. May I ask which expert has made this move? Please show yourself. Seeing Si Yang like this, everyone present was completely bewildered. What exactly is this white wall that caused Si Yang to lose his composure like this? Seeing Zwollen unharmed in Si Yang's attitude, everyone was secretly alarmed. Could it be that Tianxin City really had a backup plan? Zwollen hunched over and struggled to his feet. He ignored the others, turned around, and slowly bowed to Shun Mu. Thank you for saving me, young master. Shenmu nodded. Okay, let's come back first. If it weren't for the fulling tablets, Zwollen would probably have difficulty even moving, let alone standing up. As soon as he finished speaking, Donghua quickly stepped forward to support him and strode towards the cloud platform. Donghua was completely baffled by this suddenly appearing soul fusion stage youth. When did Tianxin City have such a person? However, he also understood that this was not the time to dwell on this, and he could only ask Shenmu for an answer later. Could there really be a powerful figure in Tianxin City? The fact that everyone completely overlooked the possibility that Shun Mu possessed such strength only meant that there were still powerful figures hiding in the shadows in Tianxin City. Senior, please show yourself. Si Yang secretly observed Shen Mu. His biggest worry was that this powerful figure had a powerful background. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to obtain that thing. Or perhaps this powerful figure helped Tianxin City for that thing. Thinking of this, Si Yang's expression grew even more unpleasant. Lord City Lord, what is this? Seeing Si Yang's politeness, Heiha was filled with doubt. Si Yang gritted his teeth and said word by word, if I'm not mistaken, it was an attribute source master who made the move just now. What? An attribute source master? After hearing this, Heiha was dumbfounded. Not only him, but everyone present was equally astonished. For them, the attribute source master was like an insurmountable mountain. Even if they're both at the soul fusion stage, attribute source masters are definitely countless times more difficult to deal with than non-attribute source masters. Not only can attribute source masters challenge opponents of higher levels, but most importantly, every attribute source master is a target that major powers are vying to recruit. Offending an attribute source master is like stirring up a hornet's nest. You might face repercussions from countless powerful forces. This is not something that an ordinary family or city can provoke. Moreover, every attribute source master is a gifted individual. No one dares to underestimate even the weakest attribute source master, for they may one day grow into a figure to be revered. Everyone understands that if an attribute master were to help Tianxin City today, Qingshuang City would likely return empty-handed. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. The attribute source master is me. Seeing that no one had guessed correctly, Shenmu felt bored and simply admitted it. You? Everyone rolled their eyes. If they weren't wary of the person behind Shenmu, they probably would have already started mocking him. A mere kid who hasn't even grown his first hair is pretending to be an attribute source master. If he were really an attribute source master, why would Tianxin City be ranked at the bottom? I am Si Yang, the Lord of Qingshuang City. I humbly request that you appear and meet me, Senior. Si Yang ignored Shenmu and shouted loudly in all directions again. Shenmu was extremely frustrated. Why did no one believe anything he said? Was he really that untrustworthy? Whom do you look down on? Shenmu slowly raised his hand, and specks of white light flowed and condensed. A chill swept by, and a layer of ice slowly formed beneath Shenmu's feet. On the cloud platform, everyone couldn't help but shiver and stood up. Shenmu is truly an attribute source master. Moreover, it's a rare attribute that transcends the 5 elements, the ice attribute. They initially seemed unconcerned, but upon seeing this scene, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 20, Ice Attribute Source Master. Ice Attribute Source Masters are extremely rare, and each one is an exceptionally talented individual. It's unexpected that Shenmu is actually one. The most surprised person was Donghua. Ever since Shun Yu died, Shenmu seemed to have become a different person. He thought he had overestimated this young master, but he didn't expect that he had underestimated him. Then, both surprised and delighted, he exclaimed, "Truly, heaven blesses the Shun family, and heaven blesses Tianxin City. Young master is a noble attribute source master. The resurgence of Tianxin City is just around the corner." Luo Chang clenched his fists excitedly. Shenmu's word from earlier kept replaying in his mind. Yes, this choice was the right one. This is impossible. On the other hand, the most unbelievable person was not Si Yang, but Shun Nan. He should have been the eldest son of the Shun family and the rightful lord of Tianxin City. But because Shun Yu was exceptionally talented, his father ultimately passed the position of lord to him. For so many years, Shun Nan has been unwilling to be outdone. He thought he could get back at Shun Yu after Shun Yu's death, but who knew that even Shun Yu's son was so monstrous, which made him feel desperate. This feeling was worse than death. Why are there such big differences between people from the same lineage? Si Yang was also very conflicted and tentatively asked, "How does Lord Shun intend to handle this matter?" Si Yang had initially thought he could easily crush Shen Mu, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to be cautious. "You don't need to test me. I just broke through recently and have no background." Shen Mu smiled wickedly and provocatively said, "If you don't kill me today, you will surely destroy your Azure Frost City one day." He wasn't worried about losing to Si Yang at all. His only concern was that if Si Yang got scared and ran away, the mission would be ruined. Si Yang's expression gradually darkened as he silently plotted in his mind. After a long silence, he spoke again. "Since the hatred cannot be resolved, then let's settle this with a fight to the death. In any case, Shen Mu must be eliminated. Otherwise, the consequences of allowing an attribute source master to grow up will be unimaginable." Everyone couldn't help but sigh that Shen Mu was too impulsive. Although the attribute source master can challenge opponents of higher levels, he has only recently broken through and probably hasn't even mastered the awakening skill yet. So, defeating Si Yang will likely be difficult. Moreover, as the city lord, Si Yang has a strong foundation and must have many tricks up his sleeve, so Shen Mu is at a disadvantage no matter what. Shen Mu's expression gradually turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You instigated Shun Nan to launch a rebellion and disrupt the order of Tianxin City. Today, you will pay the price. Condense." Without further ado, Shen Mu let out a low shout, and instantly a cold wind howled, and ice elements rapidly condensed from all directions. Sizzle. Frost instantly rose from Si Yang's feet, rapidly condensing from his legs up his body. If he didn't break free in time, he might turn into an ice sculpture. Then, Shen Mu moved, and in just 2 breaths, he covered several feet and appeared in front of Si Yang. With his 5 fingers clenched together, exuding a chilling aura, he threw a punch at Si Yang's face. Break! Si Yang activated his martial source, causing his external spiritual energy to rapidly circulate, expand, and explode. The impact shattered the ice on his body, and he quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Shen Mu's punch. After breaking through the attack, Si Yang frowned, secretly alarmed. The power of attribute source masters is terrifying. He had only just entered the soul fusion stage, yet he could already pose a threat to someone like me who was only at the microscopic realm. His combat power had jumped an entire level. "You dodged pretty fast." Shen Mu's expression turned cold, and then, using his arm as a pivot, he swept his fist across the room once more. Si Yang raised his sword to his chest, taking the blow head-on. Clang! Then, Si Yang turned his blade, forcing Shen Mu to withdraw his fist. He then held the blade with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade once more, and slashed at Shen Mu with all his might. "Take this! Condense!" Shen Mu let out a loud shout, and his arms instantly solidified into a layer of solid ice, like an ice armor, as he crossed his fist to withstand the blow. Clang! Under the force of the blade, the ice shattered instantly, and the remaining force forced Shen Mu back 3 steps, causing his arm to go numb. Not having weapons is a real disadvantage. Shen Mu couldn't help but smile wryly. It was really foolish to fight weapons head-on with one's own body. Having gained the upper hand, Si Yang leaped forward swiftly and slashed at the enemy again with his knife. "Getting too big for your britches?" Having said that, Shen Mu didn't try to resist. He moved and took 3 steps back again, shouting, "Freeze me!" At this moment, Si Yang's entire body quickly froze as he leaped into the air. His expression changed instantly. With no foothold in midair, breaking through the ice layer would be several times more difficult. However, if he did not break through the ice on his body, he would sink rapidly and fall to the ground. While they might not get injured, they'd certainly lose face. Break! Siyang quickly withdrew his attack and mobilized his spiritual power to break through the ice layer on his body just before landing, managing to land firmly on his feet. Even if there was no loss, it also meant that Shen Mu dodged a move. Seeing this, Shen Mu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but curse himself for being stupid. He could have been a mage who attacked from a distance, so why did he choose to fight melee like a warrior? Siyang was furious, but he was helpless. This elementalist is indeed troublesome. After weighing the pros and cons, Siyang decided to end the battle quickly. If things continued like this, he would be worn down to death by Shen Mu. Awakening skill, Mountain Crash. With a furious shout from Siyang, a white martial source mark appeared between his eyebrows, and spiritual energy rapidly gathered on his broadsword, generating a dazzling blade light. Awakening skill. If you were allowed to grow a few more years, you might truly become a threat to me. Siyang's smile funny shed. But today you must die. Siyang roared, gripped the knife with both hands, and with a burst of strength from his arms, unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of light that swept across with terrifying force. Rise! Shen Mu let out a low shout, and a wall of ice rose from the ground, attempting to block the blade's advance. Bang! The two collided with a deafening roar. The blade's light shattered the ice wall with overwhelming force. Although its light dimmed slightly, it still hurtled towards Shen Mu with the power to break through everything. I'm afraid Shen Mu won't be able to withstand it. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. With equal strength, whether or not one has mastered an awakened skill will be the key to victory. Rise again. Shen Mu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly manipulated the ice element to condense an ice wall once more, but this time it wasn't one side, but 3. Bang! 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 After the 3 ice walls shattered one after another, the blade's aura still remained, but after several rounds of attrition, its power was much weaker than when it was first formed. At this moment, the blade's edge was less than half a zhang away from Shen Mu. Chapter 21. Advanced Awakening Skills. Condense. Shen Mu quickly conjured another 10-foot-tall ice shield, which successfully blocked the attack. Clang! As the two collided, the blade's light vanished the instant the ice shield shattered, revealing Shen Mu, whose face was slightly pale. These consecutive attacks depleted more than half of his spiritual energy. If Shen Mu were not an attribute source master, his spiritual power would probably be exhausted by now, and he would not be able to withstand Si Yang's attack at all. They actually blocked it. Attribute source masters are indeed powerful. Everyone was quite surprised, as they had all thought that even if Shen Mu could withstand this attack, he would be seriously injured if not killed. To my surprise, they were completely unharmed. Si Yang's expression was very unpleasant. He realized that he had underestimated Shen Mu. Even if you're an attribute source master, it still won't change the outcome. Take another one of my moves. Siyang sneered, his spiritual power surging and gathering once again, the martial source mark between his eyebrows shining brightly. Awakening skill, Berserk Blade Intent. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful sword intent erupted from Siyang's body, as if he himself were a sword. Siyang has actually mastered 2 awakening techniques. Even though everyone knows that reaching the soul fusion stage gives one the chance to comprehend an awakening skill, actually comprehending it is not an easy task. There are absolutely no shortcuts to mastering awakened skills. It all depends on one's own efforts and talent. Some soul fusion stage cultivators never comprehend an awakening skill in their entire lives, but Siyang, who has only been at the soul fusion stage for less than 10 years, has already comprehended 2. Although this Berserk Blade Intent is also a beginner-level awakening skill, its power is several times stronger than the previous Mountain Crushing Strike, and its strength is naturally not small. This is the awakening skill I comprehended when I broke through to the subtle realm. As the first soul to perish under its influence, you should feel honored. Si Yang's face was filled with a sinister and resolute expression. This time, he was determined to make Shenmu die without a chance of survival. Having said that, the vast sword intent emanating from his body gradually condensed into a phantom image of a great sword 3 zhang tall, which then slowly merged with Si Yang. The phantom emitted a blinding light that completely engulfed Si Yang's body. At this moment, only a large sword could be seen on the scene, and Si Yang was nowhere to be seen. Man and sword become one. Rumor has it that an awakened skill that combines human skill with physical ability will be much more powerful than a regular awakened skill. Can Shenmu withstand it? Xiao Feng frowned and exclaimed in surprise. Even if he wanted to lend a helping hand now, it would be useless because this move would probably be difficult for even a typical soul fusion stage microscopic realm source master to withstand. He would only be adding another corpse to the mix. Everyone knew that Si Yang was powerful, but no one expected him to be this powerful. The awakening technique that grants such power upon breaking through to the microscopic realm, combined with the realm's level, creates an incredibly terrifying destructive force. Go to hell! With a loud shout, the phantom of the great sword swept horizontally, its blade pointing directly at Shenmu, slashing towards him with overwhelming force. Si Yang, man and blade as one, is determined to tear Shenmu apart. Young master! Seeing this, Dongbo wanted to help, but Zuin stopped him, saying, "Don't worry, the young master will be fine. They really don't know their own limitations." Upon hearing Zhuo Wen's words, everyone scoffed. Zhuo glanced at the crowd, snorted coldly, and said nothing. Although he didn't know what tricks the young master had up his sleeve, his intuition told him that Si Yang's move wouldn't threaten the young master. Dongbo wasn't as calm as Zhuo. Looking at the unfamiliar young man, he asked again, "Are you sure?" Zhuo glanced at Dongbo and said seriously, "I'm sure, and even if you make a move, you can't block this attack." Dongbo was taken aback, then couldn't help but smile wryly. Yes, if Shenmu can't stop it, what can his intervention change? In the blink of an eye, the blade's light was less than 10 feet away from Shenmu, but Shenmu still did not react. Is this kid scared out of his wits? I think they know they're no match for the enemy and are just waiting to die. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. At the critical moment, Shenmu's eyes sharpened, and he shouted in a low voice, "Awakening skill, Ice Shadow Lotus." What? Blue. Advanced awakening skill. In the arena, the martial origin mark between Shenmu's eyebrows suddenly glowed blue, and countless ice elements condensed in front of him, gradually forming a giant ice lotus. Clang! The blade pierced the heart of the ice lotus, but could not penetrate even an inch. This ice shadow lotus was the reward for killing Chen Feng and completing the mission. Shenmu thought he would randomly get a basic awakening skill, but it turned out to be a rare advanced awakening skill. Impossible. You only broke through to the next level a short time ago. How could you have already mastered an advanced awakening skill? Si Yang's incredulous voice came from within the phantom of the great sword. Even for attribute masters, mastering advanced awakening skills is not an easy task. Moreover, mastering such an advanced awakening skill requires a great deal of time and extremely high talent. Neither can be lacking. Most attribute masters are already quite remarkable if they can comprehend a high-level awakening skill before the age of 100. If one can grasp this before the age of 50, then one is truly exceptionally gifted. But Si Yang had never heard of anyone who, at the tender age of 16, had comprehended an advanced awakening skill, and one with attributes at that. Awakening skills with elemental attributes, and those without, are not even in the same league. Comprehending the former is probably 100 times, or even 1,000 times, more difficult than comprehending the latter. If it weren't for this, Si Yang and the others wouldn't be so incredulous. It's impossible for you, but nothing is impossible for me. Shenmu smiled coldly, then shouted again in a low voice, "Ice Lotus, merge!" Immediately, the crystal-clear petals of the ice lotus began to rapidly close inward, attempting to envelop the illusory image of the greatsword within them. Ice Shadow Lotus is an awakening skill that combines offense and defense. At this moment, the illusory image of the greatsword is Si Yang's true form. If he were absorbed into the ice lotus, the ice element would freeze him instantly, then completely destroy his internal structure, and finally his entire body would disintegrate into the world along with the ice element. The stronger you are, the more ice lotuses you can unleash. With Shun Mu's current strength, he can only release one flower, which is more than enough to deal with Si Yang. Seeing the ice lotus close, Si Yang became anxious. He quickly dispelled the illusory image of the great sword and transformed into his real body. Then, he leaped backward several feet at an extremely fast speed to stabilize himself. That was close. Si Yang's face was covered in a fine layer of sweat, and his whole body was soaked. Recalling the bone-chilling cold of the ice lotus, Si Yang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If he had been a moment slower, he would have surely turned into ice shards and disappeared into the world. Shun Mu actually blocked it again. This amazing young man has surprised everyone time and time again. Every time it seemed like a sure victory, the situation would turn around again and again. Could it be that Shun Mu is truly Si Yang's nemesis? Heiha and Shun then also looked very grim. Donghua, on the other hand, was overjoyed and gave Zhuowen a thumbs up, his face flushed with excitement. "You're lucky you ran fast," Shun Mu said with slight regret. "You're right. We're now locked in a life-or-death struggle. If we don't kill you today, you'll surely become a scourge in the future." Si Yang's face turned cold, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. This Shun Mu had to be killed. Otherwise, once he grew up, he would cause endless trouble. "You forced me to do this." Si Yang looked pained, as if he was struggling with something inside. "Is there another plan?" Those who had previously sided with Qing Shuang City were once again filled with hope. Chapter 22, Custom Functions. Then, Si Yang seemed to have made up his mind, and a stone talisman the size of a token appeared in his hand. This array talisman contains the full power of a peak soul fusion realm expert, forcing me to use this move. "You deserve to die." Si Yang looked at Shun Mu and said resentfully. This was his most precious possession, and he would never have given it up if Shun Mu hadn't posed such a great threat. It's actually a formation talisman. In the world of Huangji, there's a special profession called Array Talisman Master. They can carve formations into stones of special materials and then completely seal a certain awakened skill within them. When the user crushes the array symbol, they can unleash the awakening skill contained within. Simply put, even a child with no physical strength could easily kill a soul fusion level source master with this array talisman, let alone when Si Yang uses it. Now, if Si Yang crushes the array talisman in his hand, Shun Mu and others will face a full force attack from a peak soul fusion realm expert. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Today, first a soul fusion stage master at the subtle realm appeared, then an attribute master appeared, and now a rare item, the array symbol, has arrived. In just half a day, the shock they received was probably more than they had in their entire lives. Although Shun Mu didn't know much about the formation talismans, he had heard of them. Furthermore, based on feedback from others, he knew that things were not so simple. He had no idea what the peak soul fusion realm was like, and it was unknown whether he could block it after using his strongest awakened skill, Ice Shadow Lotus. Just as he was fretting, the system voice suddenly sounded. Due to a life-threatening situation for the host, the custom system has been activated. Please check the details yourself. Custom system? Then, with a thought, an interface appeared before Shun Mu's eyes. Custom system. The host can make any request in exchange for loyalty points, but the system has the right to refuse. Shun Mu tentatively asked, "Then can you also ask me to kill Si Yang directly?" "Can? Really?" Shun Mu exclaimed with joy. The system poured cold water on the situation, stating, "Kill Si Yang price, 5,000 credit points." "What? It's so expensive." Shun Mu was filled with despair. He knew that he had only earned 2,000 credit points by recruiting Zhuowen and Luo Cheng, but killing Si Yang would cost 5,000, which was simply not enough to cover the cost. What if we block the attack of the Array Talisman? With no hope of killing Si Yang, Shun Mu had no choice but to settle for second best. 1,500 faith points. This is robbery. Does the host think that his life is not worth this price? Shun Mu admitted that he had been persuaded by the system once again. "You shouldn't have messed with me." Although Siyang was reluctant to give up the array talisman, killing Shenmu would obviously bring him greater benefits, so he decided to go all out. Whether I live or die is another matter, but you must die. Shenmu rubbed his fingers, his heart filled with anger. If Siyang uses the array talisman, he will also have to spend 1,500 credit points. Shenmu's mood was not much better than Siyang's at this moment. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned again, thinking that Shenmu must have gone mad. At this point, they still dare to shout? Do they want to die even faster? You still dare to spout nonsense even when you're about to die. Siyang said ferociously, I'll let you experience the power of this extreme fireball. Click. Siyang tightened his grip, and the array talisman cracked instantly. Then, fire elements rapidly gathered, turning the entire city lord's mansion red. When the fire element condensed in the city lord's mansion, the others, though not the targets of the attack, were still affected by the heat of the fire element, and immediately felt their whole bodies burning hot, followed by profuse sweating. Gradually, a giant red fireball condensed in the sky, its oppressive force startling even Shenmu. Is this the full-force attack of a peak soul fusion stage origin master? An attack of this magnitude is simply too much for a soul fusion stage master to withstand. With such power, Shenmu will surely die. The crowd reaffirmed that although Shenmu had created many miracles today, no one, not even an attribute source master, was confident that he could survive an attack that crossed 2 levels. The people were also very nervous and secretly prayed for Shenmu. Although no one liked him before, he has now turned over a new leaf, and everyone's opinion of him as the city lord has changed. Besides, this is a battle between Tianxin City and Qingshuang City, and the people naturally hope that Shenmu will win this battle. Goto fel Shenmu. Siyang's expression was sinister as he gritted his teeth and said, because of Shenmu alone, he suffered heavy losses. He even used up his most precious array symbols. You can imagine how angry Siyang was. He couldn't quell his hatred without killing Shenmu. In the blink of an eye, the fireball in the air was complete and hurtled straight toward Shenmu. With such a large fireball and such a wide attack range, Shenmu had no choice but to take it head-on. Customizable feature, block fireballs. Faith points deducted, shield generated. As soon as the system finished speaking, a transparent shield appeared around Shenmu's entire body, surrounding him from all 360 degrees. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, scattering countless sparks, turning the area where Shenmu stood into a sea of fire. I hope the young master is all right this time, too. Donghua turned his head urgently and asked Zwon. Zwon was taken aback, then smiled wryly and said, I don't know either. Chapter 23. Call me Grandpa. He should have had full confidence in Shenmu, but the moment he saw the extreme fireball, he suddenly began to feel uncertain. Can he really survive an attack that crosses 2 levels? Nephew. Xiao Feng felt ashamed and helpless as he watched this scene. He was always proud of his strength, but he never thought that he would not even be able to protect his friend's son at the critical moment. Shin Nan, beaming with excitement, quickly flattered, this is what happens when you oppose my Qingshuang City. Heiha echoed this sentiment. Now that Shenmu is dead, it's time to send you on your way. Siyang turned his gaze to Donghua Zwin and the others, and said with a cold smile, Pa, you're the one who's dead. Your whole family is dead. Donghua, abandoning his usual serious and composed demeanor, started cursing like a shrew. Heiha roared angrily, you old bastard, you're asking for death. Siyang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he gave a mocking smile. If Shenmu isn't dead, then I'm his grandson. How could a mere youth who had just entered the soul fusion realm survive a full force attack from a peak soul fusion realm source master? What a joke. Then you're going to be calling me Grandpa from now on. Suddenly, the flames gradually dissipated. A young man in white robes emerged from them, a smile playing on his lips. Who else could it be but Shenmu? Young master. Donghua and Zwon were overjoyed. This is impossible. Upon seeing that Shenmu was still alive, Siyang's expression changed drastically. This extremely hot fireball burned for more than a dozen breaths. Even if it didn't kill Shenmu, it would have burned him to death. How could they possibly survive unharmed? After a brief moment of shock, the people cheered. On the cloud platform, everyone was silent. Shenmue had brought too many surprises today, and they all felt somewhat numb. Grandson, I told you. Nothing is impossible for me, Shenmue said smugly. Who told me I have the protagonist's halo? Looking at Si Yang's ugly face, as if he had swallowed a fly. Shenmue even wanted to laugh out loud. This feeling was just too damn awesome. Si Yang panicked a little. How did you do that? It's very simple, just do this. Si Yang immediately pricked up his ears, afraid of missing a single word. Halfway through a sentence, Shenmue's lips suddenly curled up, and he teased, Call me Grandpa, and I'll tell you. You're dreaming. Si Yang, who had been looking serious, was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then became furious. This was just a joke. You're asking for it. We don't need a grandson like that. Shenmue's expression suddenly changed. Grandpa will personally send you to hell today. The two were already locked in a life-or-death struggle, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Si Yang's face turned ashen. He was truly at his wit's end, having exhausted all his trump cards, yet still unable to harm Shenmue in the slightest. He suddenly wondered if showing up today was a mistake. If we don't find a solution soon, we'll surely die here today. Lord Shenmue, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, Si Yang said, feigning weakness. You're unharmed now, so why don't we just drop the matter here? After much deliberation, Si Yang had no choice but to bow his head. Between dignity and life, the latter was of course more important. These words surprised everyone again. If even Si Yang had given in, it could only mean that he was truly out of options. Qingshuang City arrived with unstoppable momentum, but ultimately returned defeated. Tianqing City has made a comeback time and time again, and Shenmue has proven that he was not bragging. Is Tianqing City really going to rise again? Upon realizing this, everyone was terrified. Those who had just sided with Qingshuang City and Moktian Xin City were now even more terrified. If Shenmue were to settle scores later, these people would undoubtedly be the first to be punished. Even Si Yang had to bow his head, so what are they? Nobody thinks they can be stronger than Si Yang. You think you could just give up like that? Shenmue said sternly. If apologies were enough, what would be the point of fists? Si Yang frowned. Then what do you want? If you and Heiha commit suicide here, I can spare Qingshuang City. Shenmue crossed his arms and spoke casually, as if he were talking about something insignificant. You, Shenmue, leave yourself some leeway, or it won't do you any good. Si Yang threatened him with a grim expression. If he hadn't used up all his resources and spiritual energy, he wouldn't have had to be so humble. But to my surprise, Shenmue still didn't appreciate it. Damn it, Si Yang, you instigated Shun Nan to launch a rebellion and even came to cause trouble before my enthronement ceremony. If I don't show my power today, do you really think I'm a pushover? Shenmue, unable to contain himself any longer, retorted angrily. Since you're unwilling to commit suicide, then I'll help you. Ice elements then gathered once more in Shenmue's hand, Ice Shadow Lotus. With a wave of his hand, Shenmue caused a fierce wind to howl and a chilling atmosphere to permeate the entire Shiha altar. Ice elements gathered wildly beneath Si Yang's feet, and an ice lotus instantly rose from the ground, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, ready to swallow Si Yang whole. Si Yang's expression changed drastically, and another array talisman appeared in his hand. Not good. Chapter 24, Negative Status. Click. The array symbol snapped instantly, and a pair of pale white, semi-transparent wings suddenly appeared behind Si Yang, with spiritual energy circulating rapidly on them, as if they were made of wind. Wind-type awakening skill, Wings of Gale. Shenmue, this isn't over between us. Prepare for my endless revenge. Si Yang's eyes widened in fury. Then he flapped his wings and instantly rose into the sky. As soon as Shenmue saw the wings appear, he knew that Si Yang was definitely going to run away. System, quickly use the custom function to stop him. Insufficient balance. After using the custom function to block the extreme fireball, I only have 1,000 faith points left. How can I afford to pay now? What about pay later? No credit available. Shenmue could only watch helplessly as Si Yang disappeared into the sky, utterly speechless. With the help of a wind-type awakened skill, he couldn't catch up even if he rode a horse. I thought Siyong had run out of tricks and was doomed to die today, but I never expected him to have this trick up his sleeve. Man proposes, God disposes. The scene was completely silent, and those on the platform were even more terrified. Meanwhile, Heiha and Shunan were also stunned. They never dreamed that Shun Mu would turn the tide and leave Siyong helpless. Even more unexpectedly, Siyong simply ran away, completely disregarding their lives. The system said, failed to kill Siyong. Mission failed. The countdown to the Supreme City mission has been shortened by 1 month. The countdown is now on October 27th, 4 years later. Random negative status. Pain. Location. Lower body. Duration. 1 day. Holy crap. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Shin Mu was terrified. Just as he was asking the system to make an exception, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his lower body, causing Shun Mu to break out in a cold sweat. Punishment is a pain in the ass? Are you serious? Although the pain wasn't fatal, it was still quite unbearable. How was I going to get through this day? The system said bluntly, this system keeps its word. Since the host failed to complete the task, punishment is due, and there is no room for discussion. This crisp and decisive reply infuriated Shun Mu to the point of almost vomiting blood. He couldn't curse in public, much less use wudong. Otherwise, he would be in an even more unbearable situation. Only men can understand this kind of pain. Just then, Heiha begged for mercy. Lord Shun, I beg you to spare my life. I will do anything for you. Heiha was no longer arrogant. Recalling what he had just done, he really wanted to slap himself twice. Mu'er, I'm still your uncle. You wouldn't kill me, would you? Seeing Heiha plead for mercy, Shunin quickly tried to get on his good side. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to give in order to save his life. Shinmu was already in a terrible mood, and being interrupted by the two of them only fueled his anger. I told you, you don't deserve it. With a wave of his hand, Shenmu instantly gathered ice elements on Heiha's body. Before Heiha could react, he was turned into an ice sculpture, with only his head exposed to the air. Don't want. Heiha pleaded desperately, truly feeling a chill from the bottom of his heart. As a dignified soul fusion stage source master, he was completely powerless to resist Shenmu. Shenmu remained completely unmoved. With a swift movement, he appeared before Heiha in just 2 breaths. Click! He grabbed Heiha's head with both hands and twisted it directly to the right. Uft! With another pull, Shenmu ripped out Heiha's head, along with some strips that looked like either trachea or intestines. Blood spurted more than a foot high, splattering all over Shinnan's face. Shenmu casually tossed his head aside and coldly laughed. Those who offend my heavenly heart city will be punished. Heiha's hands were stained with the blood of the soldiers of Tianxin City. Even though he was a soul fusion stage source master, Shun Mu had to kill him. Otherwise, how could he explain himself to the people of Tianxin City? Besides, this old man is utterly shameless. Keeping him around will only bring trouble. It's better to send him to his death. Just as Shin Mu had predicted, the moment Heiha was killed, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. Shin Mu could sense that the way they looked at him had changed. Upon witnessing Heiha's instant death, Shun Nan was terrified and his face was filled with disbelief. Then his knees buckled and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Mu'er, don't kill me. I'm your only family. For the first time, Shinan felt so close to death. The feeling was suffocating. A puddle of water had appeared at his feet sometime earlier. Shenmu glanced at it and frowned. He was so arrogant when he was shouting, but I never expected him to be so cowardly. As the deputy city lord, you not only fail to bring benefits to Tianxin City, but you also collude with foreign enemies and rebel. Shenmu said angrily, today you cannot be allowed to live. Both morally and logically, Shunin must die, not only for himself, but also to appease the people's anger. It was my fault. Shunin hurriedly begged Shenmu for mercy. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything you ask. Regardless, it's better to live a miserable life than to die. Even if I can't become the city lord, it's still better than being dead. Seeing Shan Nan in such a state, everyone felt incredibly conflicted. Living is impossible. Shenmu sneered. But if you commit suicide, I might consider giving you a complete corpse as a final act of kindness between us. When he wanted to kill his own nephew and seize power, why didn't he think of family ties? Such a person, who disregards family ties and is disloyal and unjust, will only bring harm to the world if left alive. He would be better off dead. Upon hearing this, Shun Nan was stunned for a moment. Then a flash of resentment appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly stood up and ran outside. Unrepentant. With a wave of his right hand, Shun Mu unleashed a torrent of ice elements that converged upon Shun Nan, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. Shun Nan's face turned deathly pale, his heart utterly devastated, knowing that he was doomed. The traitor Shun Nan has been captured. He colluded with foreign enemies, instigated a rebellion, and caused the innocent deaths of thousands of city guards. What do you all think should be done with him? Shun Mu faced the people and asked loudly. Kill him. The people were emotional and shouted in unison. Shun Nan, you'll die a horrible death. An ice spike pierced Shun Nan's head in an instant, and then his entire head exploded, leaving a layer of blood mist. Guards, give him a proper burial. No matter what, he was a relative of the previous incarnation. If he hadn't committed a heinous crime and incurred public wrath, it wouldn't have been unreasonable to spare his life. Pity. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission and are rewarded with a special attribute. Popular support. Chapter 25. You are all fools. Popular support. Loyalty to Tianxin City increases double with each increase in loyalty value. All players' sense of belonging to Tianxin City increases by 20, and the chance of betrayal decreases by 20. Very strong. Extremely strong. This was Shenmu's only thought after reading it. The power of this attribute may not be apparent now, but when Tianxin City develops to a certain extent, this attribute will definitely elevate the overall condition and strength of Tianxin City to a new level. Whether it's the doubling of loyalty or the increase in sense of belonging and betrayal rate, both have indirectly provided Tianxin City with a lot of security. Shenmu was quite satisfied with the reward. At this moment, Shenmu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have been rewarded with a token when he completed the task, but he was arguing with Shun Nan at the time and hadn't had time to look at it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a silver metal token about the size of a playing card. Loyalty token. After use, it can raise the loyalty of any person who is loyal to the host to the deadly loyal stage. After reading the details, Shenmu was overjoyed. Die-hard loyalty is the highest level of loyalty. Once you reach this level, you will never betray someone for life. Who can be used on? After thinking it over, Shenmu decided to put it away for now and use it when the time was right. Good steel should be used where it is most needed. After putting away the loyalty token, Shenmu turned his gaze to the guards who had come with Shun Nan. The guards looked terrified, their legs trembling. Shenmu frowned and shouted sternly, "Do you all know your mistake?" Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of people knelt down one after another, their heads pressed tightly to the ground, not daring to raise them, and shouted, "Lord City Lord, we know we were wrong." These people were all soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the City Guard. Since Shun Nan's rebellion, they have gone astray. Where are the others? The 2 City Guard battalions together have a total of over 10,000 soldiers, but there are only a few hundred now, which is why Shenmu asked this question. After hesitating for a long time, one of them raised his head and said to Shenmu, reporting to the city lord, "The rest of the soldiers are waiting for orders outside the city." Shun Nan truly deserved to die, Shenmu said with a cold laugh. It seems he was prepared all along. If I hadn't turned the tide today, we probably would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. Considering you were merely following orders, and given that Tianxin City is currently in dire need of manpower, I will spare your lives. Shenmu said, "However, while you may be spared the death penalty, you will not escape punishment. All soldiers will be punished with 3 years' salary, and their military rank will be reduced to the lowest level. Any objections?" "We dare not. Thank you for your forgiveness, City Lord." All the soldiers said in unison, and then immediately kowtowed in salute. With the charge of rebellion against them, being spared death was already a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune, so how could anyone dare to object? Luo Cheng. Here. Luo Cheng responded from the cloud platform. "Pass on my order. Have the soldiers outside the city surrender immediately, or they will be killed without mercy. Yes, I will obey the city lord's orders. Luo Cheng's eyes lit up. This was his first mission after surrendering, and he had to do it well. With Luo Cheng, a soul fusion level origin master, as a deterrent, those soldiers would not dare to resist. Then, Shunmu looked at the crowd of people and said, "Gentlemen, from today onwards, I will boldly take on the responsibility of this city and hope to live up to your expectations." After saying this, Shunmu bowed deeply. This move undoubtedly increased the people's goodwill towards Shunmu. Although only a very small portion of the people in Tianjin City came to watch the ceremony today, it is believed that soon the entire city's residents will have a different opinion of Shunmu. We believe in the city lord. Tens of thousands of people bowed to Shunmu at the same time, a truly spectacular scene. Although he was forced to become the city lord, he was in a position to fulfill his duties and could not neglect his responsibilities or shirk them simply because he was unwilling or resentful. Looking at everyone, Shunmu felt a surge of excitement. But he knew this was just the beginning. Managing a city was no easy task. Disperse. Shunmu waved his hand, then turned and walked towards the cloud platform. The people bowed again and began to disperse. On the cloud platform, "Lord Shun, I must apologize to you. Yes, it was our ignorance. Please forgive us, Lord Shun." Everyone quickly apologized to Shunmu. What surprised the most today was not Tianjin City's comeback victory, but Shunmu's extraordinary talent. If he hadn't died, the rise of Tianjin City would have been only a matter of time. If not now, when? You are indeed foolish. Lord Shun is a young and talented man. How can he be compared to that Si Yang? At this moment, a fat middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue robe walked up to Shunmu and flattered him. "Pa, Lan Changyu, have you no shame? You were quite the sarcastic and arrogant one just now." That's right. Who was it that just said the Lan family had no further connection with Tianjin City? Upon hearing this, Lan Changyu blushed and retorted, "My reason for doing this was actually to take the opportunity to mislead Si Yang and make him underestimate his opponent, thus helping Lord Shun to win easily." Shameless. Although Lan Changyu knew that his words would provoke public outrage, he had no other choice. As the head of a prominent family in Tianjin City, he had just mistakenly chosen the wrong side in his confusion. If he does not obtain Shunmu's forgiveness, Tianjin City will not tolerate him at all. With a thick skin, Lan Changyu gave Shunmu an awkward smile and said, "From now on, the Lan family will follow Lord Shun's lead. The direction you point is the battlefield for the Lan family. Lord Shun, we are the same." Fearing being outshone by Lan Changyu, everyone quickly spoke in unison. With Shunmu's talent, he will probably become a powerful figure in a few years. If one can get on the good side of this powerful figure, it will be a good thing for both one's self and one's family. Seeing this, Shunmu found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. I remember reminding everyone earlier that choice is more important than effort, but it seems that none of you took it seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone blushed and fell silent. Shunmu said calmly, "I won't make things difficult for anyone, but we have different paths, so let's just wish each other well from now on." Everyone present was a shrewd person. How could they not understand the meaning behind it? Although everyone was filled with regret, they were fortunate that Shunmu did not pursue their transgressions and criticisms. Therefore, everyone wisely took their leave. After everyone had left, Lan Changyu cautiously asked, "Lord Shun, what about me?" Chapter 26, Shunmu's Worries. Shunmu's gaze sharpened, and he said sternly, "Get out. If you dare to tarnish the reputation of my Heavenly Heart City again, don't blame me for being impolite." Of all these people, Shunmu hated Lan Changyu the most. As a citizen of Tianjin City, he actually sided with Qingshuang City. If Shunmu hadn't wanted to avoid gossip, he would have severely punished Lan Changyu. After being disliked by Shunmu, Lan Changyu knew that the Lan family would not have an easy time in Tianjin City in the future. But being able to save his life was already a blessing, so how could he dare to refute it? Yes, for now on the Lan family will definitely stick to its position and put Tianjin City first. Lan Changyu was sweating profusely, and after speaking, he carefully retreated. At this moment, Apart from the people of Tianjin City, only Xiao Feng remained as an outsider. His expression was complicated as he walked up to Shun Mu and said, "Nephew, about today's events." Shun Mu rubbed his fingers and said expressionlessly, "Lord Xiao, I understand your difficulties and I won't blame you." Upon hearing Shun Mu change his address from Uncle Xiao to City Lord Xiao, Xiao Feng paused for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, "Then between us, Lord Zhao's visit is already done right by my father. From now on, we are neither friends nor enemies. Shamu has always been fair and just, and his love and hate are clear. It's only natural for Xiao Feng to think of himself, and Shenmu doesn't blame him. However, the two were destined not to become friends, because he wanted help in times of need, not something to add to someone's success. How could Xiao Feng not understand the meaning behind it? Although he felt regret, he couldn't express it, and could only slowly nod. In that case, I'll take my leave. Until we meet again. Xiao Feng knew in his heart that he and Tianjin City were likely to become estranged from now on. After Xiao Feng left, Dongbua couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, only Shenmu, Dongbua, Zuowen, and Zuoshang were on the cloud platform. Shenmu looked at Zuoshang and smiled. "Uncle Zua, is this ending acceptable?" Zuoshang was taken aback for a moment, then cupped his hands and said with a wry smile, "The city lord has truly broadened my horizons today. I admire you." Although Shenmu told him to relax yesterday, how could he truly put his mind at ease? Especially when he saw Si Yang appear, his heart was practically in his throat. It almost jumped out. However, he did not expect that Shenmu would actually turn the tide all by himself. At this moment, Dongbua seemed to remember something, looked at Zuowen, and asked, "Young master, who is this?" The sudden appearance of a soul fusion-level expert left Dongbua both bewildered and overjoyed. He knew that this genius boy must be related to the young master. "Dongbua, he is Zuowen, the son of the Zhuo family head." Upon hearing this, Dongbua was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. He had received news of Zuowen's return to the city a couple of days ago and knew that he was a young genius. However, he was too busy to handle everything and planned to visit Zuowen after the ceremony to see if he could recruit him. But unexpectedly, the young master won her over first. But the message said he was only at the 10th level of the Qi refining realm. How could he? "Come with me tonight and you'll find out. Now, let's deal with the city guard camp first." "Young master, why are you walking with your legs tucked together?" "My legs feel a little numb." Evening, in front of the Xiantian pagoda, Shenmu said to Dongbua, "Dongbua, the reason why Zuowen was able to break through to the soul fusion stage in such a short time is because of the pagoda I mentioned to you last time. Zuowen, tell Dongbua and Luo Cheng about the Xiantian pagoda." "Yes, young master." As Zuowen recounted the story with great enthusiasm, Dongbua and Luo Cheng were left speechless. If they hadn't believed Shenmu wouldn't lie, and if Zuowen hadn't given them such a firm guarantee, neither of them would have dared to believe it. "Young master, this Xiantian pagoda." Shenmu knew what Dongbua wanted to ask, but it was really difficult to explain, so he could only say, "Dongbua, I can't tell you about the origin of the Xiantian Tower for the time being. I can only tell you that the reason I awakened my attribute martial source is closely related to the Xiantian Tower." Upon hearing this, Dongbua could only nod. The most important thing now was to become stronger and protect Tianjin City. Whether he knew about other things or not didn't matter. He believed that Shenmu wouldn't do anything reckless. With a wave of his hand, Shenmu caused the clouds and mist to vanish instantly, revealing a 9-story pagoda before everyone. Upon seeing the Xiantian pagoda, Dongbua and Luo Cheng showed the same shock as Zuowen before. Seeing this scene, Zuowen was also deeply moved. If he hadn't actually tried it, he would never have believed that such a bizarre thing existed in the world. With a thought, Shenmu slowly opened the gates of the Xiantian Tower. "You have 3 more chances today. Go in now." Without hesitation, the group entered the Xiantian Tower with anticipation and excitement. 2 hours later, the 3 of them were moved out of the Xiantian pagoda one after another. As soon as Dongbua and Luo Cheng came out, they exclaimed in unison, "Young master, this Xiantian pagoda is truly a treasure." After entering, They realized that what Zuowen said was true. With the Xintian Tower, their strength could improve at an astonishing rate. Shenmu then glanced at the two people's information. Although neither of them had awakened their attribute martial source, their strength should have improved considerably. At this moment, the system voice sounded, "Congratulations, host. For people have cleared the first level and met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade?" Shenmu excitedly replied, "Yes. The upgrade will take 6 hours and require 5,000 low-grade spirit crystals. So many. Spirit crystals are the universal currency of the royal level world, and they also contain a large amount of spiritual power. So martial artists with strength of soul fusion level or above can use them to absorb and achieve their cultivation goals. Spirit crystals are divided into 4 grades: top grade, high grade, medium grade, and low grade. A single low-grade spirit crystal is enough for an average family to live on for a month, but upgrading the Xintian Tower costs 5,000 spirit crystals, which is really a ripoff. Donghua, how much working capital does the City Lord's mansion have now? Donghua is not only the commander of a battalion, but also the deputy City Lord. He knows this better than anyone. Although Donghua was puzzled, he answered truthfully, "At most, I still have about 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals." "What's wrong? How long can 50,000 spirit crystals keep Tianxin City running? If there is no war or large-scale consumption, it will last at most 6 months. Upon hearing this, Shenmu felt completely overwhelmed. Although he had obtained Chun Feng's spatial item, the Black Rock Ring, after killing Chun Feng, and found 1,000 spirit crystals inside, he was still in a predicament. But this is undoubtedly a drop in the ocean for Tianxin City. Now, Shenmu's real concern is no longer about the 5,000 spirit crystals, but about the economic problems of the entire Tianxin City. As Tianxin City gradually declines, its population flow decreases rapidly, and its prosperity drops sharply. Some businesses have basically come to a standstill. The City Lord's mansion originally relied on taxes and certain business commissions to maintain itself. But nowadays, people can't even afford to live comfortably. So where would they get the money to pay taxes? Not to mention the commercial commissions. Actually, host, there's no need to worry. If you want to make money, there's a way. Shenmu was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Chapter 27, Spirit Crystal Mine. "What do you mean, really?" Donghua and the others asked in unison. It's all right. In his moment of joy, Shenmu forgot that there were other people around him. Immediately, Shenmu asked the system in his mind, "What method? Tell me quickly." In the Tongtian Valley of the Broken Sky Mountains, there's a place that has been nurtured for millions of years and has produced a spirit crystal vein. As long as the host mines it, economic matters will naturally no longer be a problem. Shenmu was overjoyed and exclaimed, "It's actually a spirit crystal mine." Spirit crystal veins are where spirit crystals are produced, and they are treasures to any power. The outer perimeter of the Duantian Mountains belongs to the territory of Tianxin City, while Tongtian Valley is located at the junction of the outer perimeter and the depths of the Duantian Mountains, and can also be considered to be within the territory of Tianxin City. The system said, "The reason why Qin Shuang City helped Shun, Nan, and interfere in the internal affairs of Tianxin City is precisely for this spirit crystal mine." Shenmu was startled and immediately asked, "How did Qin Shuang City know?" Someone once entered the Broken Sky Mountains and accidentally discovered the location of the mineral vein. This news reached Si Yang's ears. Shenmu frowned deeply. What if they beat us to it? Won't. According to the system, Shenmu learned that the person from last time had accidentally entered the Broken Sky Mountain range through another entrance while being chased. If he hadn't been lucky enough, he would never have been able to escape the numerous crises and reach Tongtian Valley. This kind of success cannot be replicated. The safest entrance to the Broken Sky Mountains will always be Tianxin City. Hearing this, Shenmu's tension eased slightly. This also shows that it is virtually impossible for Qin Shuang City to mine the veins through other entrances and overcome numerous dangers. The only way is to control Tianxin City and then enter from there. No wonder Si Yang was willing to help shun Nancy's power. It turns out he had this in mind. In that case, I will arrange for mining tomorrow. Since others already know about this, It's safest to start mining as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications. Mission issued. Main quest. For Tianjin City to develop. The economy is of paramount importance. The host is hereby ordered to gather manpower, go to Tongtian Valley to defeat the guardian spirit beast, and mine spirit ore. Task reward. Upgrade access to the City Lord's mansion is unlocked. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. The countdown to the Supreme City quest is shortened by 15 days. Shenmu was traumatized by the punishment for this mission. His testicles were still hurting. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let the mission fail. Immediately, Shenmu noticed the mission details and asked in surprise, "There's a guardian beast guarding the valley? What's its strength?" This spirit beast is the king of Tongtian Valley, with strength at the minor realm of the soul fusion stage. Although the host can fight beyond his level, beasts are stronger than humans at the same level, so we must not be careless. Shenmu fell in a deep thought. "Young master, what's going on?" Seeing Shenmu suddenly lose his mind, Donghua and Luo Cheng were both completely baffled. "It's all right. Young master often does this." Zuan was all too familiar with this situation. Coming to his senses, Shenmu said to the others, "Donghua, send out the order first thing tomorrow morning to gather about 100 people with some strength. Tell them that they will be paid to be assigned work. Also, you guys get ready. We're heading to the Broken Sky Mountains tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Donghua and the others asked in surprise, "Why go to the Broken Sky Mountains?" Everyone in Tianjin City knows that the Duantian Mountains are extremely dangerous. It is filled with poisonous insects and miasma, and even more powerful monsters roam freely. Anyone who is not strong enough to enter it is simply courting death. Although Tianjin City borders the outer edge of the Broken Sky mountain range, no one has ever dared to set foot there easily. Furthermore, demonic beasts rarely appear in human territory. Otherwise, they would surely invite a massacre by humans. Shenmu smiled slightly and said, "You'll find out later. Meet at the City Lord's mansion first thing tomorrow morning." The next day, before noon, Donghua then gathered 120 people with the strength of the 3rd to 5th level of the Qi refining realm in the City Lord's mansion. "Young master, the men you requested have been gathered." Shenmu nodded, slowly stood up from his seat, and walked to the front of everyone. "The reason I've gathered everyone here today is to assign some work," Shenmu said. "However, it's on a voluntary basis. You don't have to go if you don't want to. Lord of the city, please give your orders." After the enthronement ceremony, the people no longer harbor much hostility toward Shenmu, so they speak to him more politely. This matter needs to be kept secret, but the reward is generous. Each person will receive 10 low-grade spirit crystals as compensation each month. What? 10 spirit crystals? I want to go. Money moves people's hearts, and upon hearing that the reward was so generous, everyone rushed to express their opinions. For an average person, earning 1 low-grade spirit crystal a month is already quite good. 10 low-grade spirit crystals is indeed an astronomical reward. All right, but before you set off, you must swear an oath by your souls that you will not reveal this mission to anyone, including your family. Shenmu said, "Although there is no great danger in this mission, accidents can happen at any time. If you are afraid, you can turn around and leave now." "We are not afraid." The crowd shouted in unison, their voices deafening, and not one of them backed down. Then, each of them swore an oath by their souls to keep all the details of this operation a secret. "Very well. I, the City Lord, also swear by my soul that if you unfortunately die in the line of duty, the City Lord's mansion will provide your family with a consolation payment of 20 low-grade spirit crystals, and as long as Tianjin City exists, your whole family will be guaranteed a worry-free life." Shenmu looked at everyone and made his promise again. "What? Is this real?" Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. "I, the City Lord, swear on my soul. How could I possibly lie?" "Thank you, City Lord. We will certainly go through fire and water for Tianjin City." Everyone excitedly clasped their hands in a fist and made a promise. Most of the people present were heads of their families, with elderly parents and young children to support. Now that Shenmu has offered such benefits, it has undoubtedly relieved their worries, and everyone is truly grateful. "Congratulations, host. The loyalty of the 120 people before you has been raised to the favor level. You have gained 1,200 trust points. The system voice rang in Shenmu's ears. Cool. Shenmu felt a surge of satisfaction. This tactic of winning people's hearts had indeed proven effective time and again. Compared to spirit crystals, faith points are clearly more important. With a mineral vein, Tianqin City will no longer lack spirit crystals, but credit points are not easily obtained. Shenmu surely understands which is more important. Donghua, this trip will take at least a few days. You will stay in Tianqin City to oversee the overall situation. I have opened the Xiantian Tower to you, giving you 3 opportunities a day. You must make the most of it. This time, Shenmu only planned to take Zuo and Luo Cheng with him, since Tianqin City could not be left unmanaged. Yes, young master. Shenmu nodded. Everyone go home and rest. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Chapter 28. Earth Attribute Source Master. Nighttime, outside the Xiantian Pagoda. What did you learn? Shenmu asked Zuo and Luo Cheng, who came out of the Xiantian Pagoda one after the other. Zuo replied excitedly, My strength has improved significantly again. Luo Cheng then knelt down on one knee in front of Shenmu, clasped his hands in a fist, and said, Thank you for your guidance, young master. Seeing this, Shenmu was completely bewildered. What's going on? Then, Luo Cheng slowly stood up, and with a soft shout, wisps of pale yellow elements quickly gathered around him. This is Earth Element. Shenmu and Zuo were both taken aback, then exclaimed with delight. Luo Cheng, you've awakened your Earth Elemental Martial Source. With a thought, Shenmu saw Luo Cheng's information appear before him. Name, Luo Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 37. Wu Yuan, Earth. Realm, ascending to the Soul Fusion stage. Talent value, 75. Identity, warrior of Tianqin City. Really, I thought Zuo would be the first to awaken his martial attribute, but it turned out that Luo Cheng, who had just joined, was the first to awaken it. Luo Cheng originally awakened a non-attribute martial source, but this time it was directly replaced with an Earth attribute martial source. Luo Cheng nodded excitedly. This is all thanks to the Xiantian Tower. Thank you, young master, for giving me this opportunity. He was extremely excited. If it weren't for Shenmu, he probably would have remained a non-attribute source master for the rest of his life. Now that his Earth attribute has awakened, both his strength and his net worth have skyrocketed. Zuo looked at Luo Cheng with envy, but there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Don't rush. Becoming an attribute source master is only a matter of time. Shenmu patted Zuo on the shoulder and smiled. Zuo was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Shenmu understood that as a genius, he had joined Tianqin City earlier, but had not yet awakened his attribute martial source, while Luo Cheng had awakened it first. Naturally, he felt somewhat resentful, but he had no ill intentions. Shenmu smiled and said, We're setting off tomorrow. Luo Cheng's awakening of the Earth element is a real lifesaver. It seems things will be much easier this time. Zuo and Luo Cheng nodded simultaneously and said, Yes. Early the next morning. Set off. Shenmu led the 120 civilians he had gathered the day before, along with 50 city guards, in a grand procession toward the West City. The outer entrance of the Broken Sky Mountains is right next to the western city of Tianqin City, so everyone entered from the western city. According to Donghua, the entrance is about 100 miles from Tongtian Valley, and it would probably take a whole day just to get there, not even counting the trouble that might be encountered along the way. Before entering, Shenmu emphasized again, the Broken Sky Mountains are overrun by beastmen. Although the outer areas are mostly inhabited by weak beasts that have not yet condensed their martial source, we must not be careless. The crowd responded, Yes. Zuo and all soldiers, watch your surroundings. Luo Cheng, cover the rear. The people gathered this time all possessed some strength. Those who had cultivated their skills have physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, making them able to mine faster and more easily. This is also why Shenmu doesn't recruit ordinary people. If they were ordinary people who had never cultivated, it would probably be more than enough to recruit them with just one low-grade spirit jade. These people are precious treasures. We absolutely cannot afford to lose them. Zhuo and Luo Cheng responded, "Yes, young master." Evening. Throughout the day, they encountered many wild beasts, but the strongest among them was only at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, and they were easily dealt with by the group. "Young master, we estimate we are still 30 miles from Tongtian Valley. Shall we continue?" Shenmu looked up at the sky and then said, "It's getting late, so it's probably not a good time to continue. Let's rest here and set off again at dawn." At this time, even if they continued on their journey, they would still arrive at Tongtian Valley in the middle of the night, which would be extremely inconvenient for their operation. Moreover, traveling at night is always inconvenient, so it's better to get plenty of rest and set off in the early morning. "Yes, young master." Zhuo turned around. "It's getting late. Let's rest here and set off again tomorrow morning." Shenmu opened the black rock ring and took out more than a dozen tents, which everyone helped set up. There were quite a few items to carry this time, but thankfully we had the black rock ring. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for everyone to carry them, and the trip would definitely have been lengthened. After setting up the tents, everyone lit a fire and roasted the wild animals they had hunted during the day. Shenmu smiled slightly, then ignored them and found a big tree to lean against, looking up at the sky. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Shenmu's thoughts began to wander. How did I end up in this strange world? Several days have passed since his rebirth, but he still feels like it was all a dream. So real, yet so unreal. What is the origin of this system? How is it possible to see the moon in this world? Everything was shrouded in mystery. He had asked the system this question before, but was met with silence. Shenmu had no choice but to give up. "Young master, try my roasted wolf leg." At this moment, Zhuo walked over carrying a huge beast leg, interrupting Shenmu's thoughts. Taking the wolf leg, Shenmu looked at Zhuo and said, "Tomorrow might be a fierce battle. Are you afraid?" Zhuo shook his head. "I'm not afraid." When he first heard that he was going to deal with a soul fusion level beast, he was indeed a little surprised, but he was never afraid. "Why?" A glint of light flashed in Zhuo's eyes, and he said confidently, "Because the young master is here, anyone who comes will die." Shenmu chuckled instantly. "You trust me that much?" "Young master is someone who can create miracles. I firmly believe that." Zhuo spoke with a firm tone, seemingly more confident in Shenmu than in himself. Shenmu looked at him quietly, then unconsciously smiled. "That's right. Those who obey me prosper. Those who defy me perish. Being forced to become the city lord, I don't know if the outcome will be good or bad, but living well in the present is the most important thing. So why think too much?" Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang occurred, and even the ground shook slightly. Shenmu stood up instantly, looking around warily. "What's going on?" Chapter 29. The Beast Tide. Roar. Then, various animal roars echoed through the mountains. Boom boom tilde. The ground trembled slightly again, as if it were an earthquake. The group, who had been eating, drinking, and joking, immediately became alert and on guard. Luo Cheng walked over anxiously and said, "Young master, I've experienced this before. It might be a beast tide." "What a beast tide!" Shenmu and Zhuo's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Everyone is familiar with beast tides, although few people have experienced them, but they often hear people mention them. Animal hordes are generally divided into those with a specific purpose and those without. The former are prepared and mostly involve organized attacks on a specific target. The latter is mostly due to unforeseen events within the beast race, which frightens the lower-level beasts into scattering and fleeing. It's an instinctive reaction. Zhuo asked in confusion, "But why is there a beast tide?" They actually encountered a beast tide that they haven't seen in years. How unlucky are they? No matter the reason, stay alert. Shenmu looked at Luo Cheng. Earth attribute defense is extremely strong. You're responsible for protecting everyone. Luo Cheng nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, young master." Shenmu shouted to the crowd, "Everyone gather together. The weak should be in the middle, and the strong should be on the outside. Don't make any rash moves." Then, spiritual energy surged throughout his body, ice elements gathered, and he focused intently on guard. Rumble. The deafening sound grew closer, and everyone's hearts tightened. A dozen or so breaths later, the first beast appeared 500 meters away from the group, charging towards them with all its might. This is a wolf-like, dog-like, black-furred beast with eerie green eyes. Blackwood Jackal, at the 5th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm. Then, several more beast shadows appeared behind the Blackwood Jackal. Kokoro, Blue Ghost Tiger, Shatarenbul. Their strength is basically around the 5th level of the Chi Refining Realm, which is not very high. Condense. With a wave of his hand, Shunmu rapidly solidified ice elements, instantly freezing the beasts into ice sculptures. Then, more beast shadows appear behind the beasts. But this time it wasn't just 3 or 5, but at least 100 of them rushing towards Shunmu and the others at the same time. Luo Cheng shouted, "Earth element, gather!" Instantly, yellow earth elements rapidly gathered in front of everyone, forming a huge stone wall made of rocks. Bang! 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 The wild beasts charged at the stone wall like they didn't care about their lives, many of them already bleeding from their heads, but they still wouldn't stop. Seeing this, Shinmu couldn't help but wonder, could it really be coming for us? Wrong. Shinmu looked around and suddenly noticed that, apart from the wild beasts constantly crashing into the stone wall directly in front of him, the beasts from other directions completely ignored Shinmu and the others and continued running forward. If they were truly heading this way, the beasts from other directions should have surrounded them. Ice gather. Then, Shinmu used ice element again to freeze all the flowers, grass, and trees dozens of meters away from the stone wall in front of him. At this time, every blade of grass and every flower was like an ice spike. Any wild beast that ran across it was left with numerous wounds, some even having their bodies pierced by the solid ice. Gradually, the beast tide began to split up, bypassing the frozen area. Seeing that the beast tide had bypassed their location and was rushing into the distance, Zwolwon and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Cheng said, "Young master, these wild beasts don't seem to have come for us." Shinmu narrowed his eyes and slowly looked into the distance. That means something big must have happened ahead, which is why these wild beasts are so frightened that they're running away in a panic. The closest place to here is Tongtian Valley. Could it be? At this point, Luo Cheng looked at Shunmu with a heavy expression. Shunmu frowned and fell silent. Whether to continue or not was a question. What if there's a danger ahead that I cannot stop? Zwolwon seemed to see through Shunmu's thoughts and said firmly, "Young master, we'll listen to you." Shinmu glanced at Zwolwon, then silently asked in his mind, "System, what's going on up ahead?" The system replied, "Judging from the aura, there seems to be a battle between spirit beasts 30 miles ahead. 30 miles is truly a valley that leads to the heavens. What level of strength? Approaching the peak of the soul fusion stage." After hearing this, Shunmu breathed a sigh of relief. If he gets close, then he's still at the soul fusion stage, in the subtle realm, which I can still handle. Shunmu turned around and said to everyone, "Everyone, eat and drink your fill as soon as possible. Once the beast tide has passed, we will set off immediately for Tongtian Valley." We had originally planned to let them rest for the night before continuing their journey, but now it seems we have to change our plans and head to Tongtian Valley as soon as possible to see what's going on and make some preparations. The dawn sunlight gradually pierced through the shade of the towering trees, shining upon the earth. After a night of trekking through mountains and rivers, Shunmu and his companions finally arrived at their destination, Tongtian Valley. The mountains here soar into the clouds, forming an almost 90-degree right angle with the valley floor, hence the name Tongtian, meaning reaching the heavens. The valley is filled with countless exotic flowers and herbs, and flocks of birds and animals. The entire valley is permeated with a faint floral fragrance, as if it were a fairyland on earth. Shinmu asked, "System, where's the mine located?" "It's near that spirit beast's lair." "Where is that spirit beast?" Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed through the valley. "Okay, now we know without even asking." Shinmu then turned to the group and said, "We have entered the territory of the spirit beasts. Everyone be careful. Do not make any rash moves without my orders." Everyone nodded. As they went deeper, the roars of the beasts grew louder and louder, almost deafening them. "Zwolwon, you and the others wait here," Shinmu said to the group. Luo Chung and I will go and take a look. These people wouldn't be of any help even if they went with us, so it's safer for them to stay where they are." Upon hearing this, Zuan hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Shen Mu and Luo Chung crossed a mountain and stood on the summit, looking down. What appeared before us was a deep valley, at the bottom of which was a winding stream. In the very center, there's a naturally formed rock platform, where two giant beasts are tearing at each other, their bodies covered in blood. Chapter 30, The Purple-Winged, Cloud-Piercing Eagle. Shen Mu and Luo Chung quietly approached the two beasts. Upon seeing one of the giant black-spotted pythons, Shen Mu had an idea and began to check the information. Name, Black Spirit. Gender, male. Age, 58. True form, Blackwater bloodthirsty python. Bloodline, ordinary. Martial origin, no attribute. Realm, soul fusion stage, entering the subtle realm. Talent value, 78. Identity, Broken Sky Beast Clan. Then, Shenmu looked at another large bird with purple wings and light blue feathers all over its body. Name, Zisu. Gender, mother. Age, 52. Main body, purple-winged, cloud-piercing eagle. Bloodline, ordinary. Martial origin, no attribute. Realm, soul fusion stage, entering the subtle realm. Talent value, 78. Identity, King of Tongtian Valley. The purple-winged, cloud-piercing eagle was Shun Mu's target for this trip. What is bloodline? Shun Mu asked in confusion, as this was the first time he had ever heard of it. The beast race can not only awaken martial sources, but also has the concept of bloodlines. The system replied, the bloodline levels are specifically divided into 4 levels. Ordinary level, Beast King level, Beast Lord level, and Ancient Alien Species. The higher the level, the stronger the growth ability. Shamu was secretly surprised. At this moment, the battle between the two beasts had reached a fever pitch. The purple-winged cloud-piercing eagle was a flying spirit beast and should have had a huge advantage. For some reason, she chose to fight the giant python on the ground, and even when she flew up, she only fluttered around the python in the low air. Losing her advantage, she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Several bloody holes had been bitten through her wings by the giant python's teeth, and blood was flowing out. If this continues, we may lose even the ability to fly. When that happens, we will be at the mercy of others. Shamu was instantly at a loss and hurriedly asked, System, what do we do now? The original purpose of this trip was to defeat the purple-winged cloud-piercing eagle and then mine the vein. But now, for some unknown reason, another giant beast has appeared, and the situation has suddenly become complicated. The system replied, both of these giant beasts are difficult to deal with. Appearing rashly now may alert them. The host should observe the situation first. Shin Moon nodded slowly, believing that the best approach is to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. While Shunmu was talking, the two beasts began to tear at each other. The wings of the cloud-piercing eagle were once again pierced by the giant python, and the giant python was also pierced by the cloud-piercing eagle's giant beak, leaving a fist-sized hole in its body, from which blood flowed freely. The giant python, in pain, roared and lashed its long tail at the cloud-piercing eagle. Snap! The cloud-piercing eagle was thrown 3 zhang away and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Zisu, accept your fate. You dare to offend my king. There will be no place for you in the Broken Sky Mountains. The giant python stared at the cloud-piercing eagle and suddenly spoke in human language. Once a wild beast awakens its martial source through cultivation and enters the soul fusion stage, it will be able to speak. He's a traitor. He doesn't deserve to be king. The cloud-piercing eagle roared with hatred in its eyes. If he wants to go in, he'll have to kill me, Zisu, first. The giant python suddenly sneered, stubborn to the end. Then I'll grant your wish. Having said that, the giant python's aura suddenly surged. Peak of the soul fusion realm. How is that possible? Sensing that overwhelming aura, the purple-winged cloud-piercing eagle exclaimed in disbelief. Although the giant python black spirit was slightly stronger than himself, it was still only at the microscopic realm. How could it suddenly advance to a higher realm? The king's secret technique is truly wondrous. Zisu, prepare to die. The giant python chuckled coldly. Awakening technique, meteor light strike. Immediately, a white mark appeared on the giant python's head, and spiritual energy rapidly gathered together, forming long beams of light in the air. If these beams of light were to fall, they would probably turn the cloud-piercing eagle into a beehive. The cloud-piercing eagle was already severely injured and had lost its ability to fly, so it was virtually impossible for it to dodge. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded. "Host, do you want to use the custom function to help the purple-winged cloud-piercing eagle block this attack?" "Why?" Shenmue asked in confusion. "Isn't the goal this time to defeat the purple-winged cloud-piercing eagle? Now that the giant python is helping with the work, isn't that just the most convenient thing to do?" The system mysteriously said. Saving it would be more beneficial for the host. After listening, Shenmue had some doubts, but he still chose to trust the system's judgment and nodded, saying, "Use it." Sisu, D. The light spikes completely solidified and, with a loud roar from the giant python, rained down from the sky, piercing towards the location of the cloud-piercing eagle. The cloud-piercing eagle couldn't block this attack at all. Even if she doesn't die, she will inevitably lose her ability to fight, and won't she still be at the mercy of others? As the light spikes drew ever closer, the cloud-piercing eagle's eyes were filled with despair. She couldn't help but glance back at the cave not far behind her, murmuring, "I did my best." Then, the cloud-piercing eagle closed its eyes and awaited death. Boom! 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 The cloud-piercing eagle shuddered, but then she was very surprised because she didn't feel any pain at all. Puzzled, she quickly opened her eyes and saw a bright, transparent barrier that had appeared in front of her. The light spikes were blocked by the barrier and didn't penetrate at all. What is that? Seeing that the awakening skill was blocked by an unknown thing and gradually dissipated, the giant python stared in disbelief and exclaimed. Although the cloud-piercing eagle had doubts, it understood that this was an opportunity not to be missed and that it should not hesitate. It struggled to spread its wings, using its last bit of strength, awakening skill, shaking light spirit blade. After saying that, the cloud-piercing eagle flapped its wings continuously, and spiritual energy condensed into a small vortex, which then gradually solidified into a light blade several meters long within the vortex. As the cloud-piercing eagle flapped its wings, the wounds on its feathers continued to tear open, and blood was blown by the wind, scattering everywhere and staining the ground red. Despite the pain, the cloud-piercing eagle's eyes were bloodshot. "Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me." Then, with all its might, it flapped its wings forward, and the light blade swept towards the giant python at an extremely fast speed. Since the meteor spirit thorn had drained the giant python of its last bit of spiritual power, and it was already severely injured, it had no other choice but to use its physical body to resist. Thinking that the final blow would bring victory, the giant python was inexplicably blocked, and he wanted to curse QTM in his heart. Clang! The light blade struck the giant python, making a sound similar to the collision of metal against its scales. However, the seemingly hard scales could not withstand the sharpness of the light blade. The light blade cut straight into the flesh, leaving a wound nearly half a meter deep in the middle of the giant python's body. If it went any deeper, it might have been able to cut the giant python in half. Roar! The giant python spewed blood from its mouth and roared mournfully at the sky. Bang! After a few breaths, it could no longer support its enormous body and collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The cloud-piercing eagle, exhausted, slowly collapsed, barely clinging to life. Both sides suffer heavy losses. Though you have severely injured me, I will not die. The giant python lying on the ground stared directly at the cloud-piercing eagle and laughed bitterly. The king's secret technique will allow my injuries to gradually heal, and in the end, you will still lose. Chapter 31, Moonwood Elixir. The cloud-piercing eagle's eyes revealed resentment and anger, but it no longer had the strength to refute. She can't kill you, but I can. Shenmue walked out from a short distance away with a smile on his face, followed by Luo Cheng. The giant python looked over, its pupils shrinking instantly. Human, when did you get here? Shenmue was in high spirits and laughed. Me? I've been here for ages. He thought he was in for a fierce battle, but he never expected to encounter a situation where the snipe and the clam were fighting. So he, the fisherman, was just waiting to reap the benefits. Then, as if realizing something, the giant python exclaimed in shock. Could it be that you blocked that attack for Zissou just now? Shenmue ignored him and instead looked at the cloud-piercing eagle, which could die at any moment, and asked, "Are you willing to submit to me?" Just now, the system suddenly issued another task. Side quest: subdue the cloud-piercing eagle and uncover the secret behind it. Task reward: Moonwood Elixir. Unlocks the right to purchase Moonwood Elixir. Task penalty: random negative status effect. Supreme City quest shortened by 10 days. The system also said that as long as she was willing to submit, there was a way to save her, which dispelled Shenmue's concerns. The purple-winged, cloud-piercing eagle slightly opened its eyes, glanced at Shenmue, and then closed them again without saying a word. Shenmue wasn't angry. He smiled slightly and said, "You're probably thinking, why would I say something like that to a dying beast, right?" The cloud-piercing eagle did not respond. "However, if you submit, I can save your life and help you kill this black snake. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the cloud-piercing eagle opened its eyes instantly and stared straight at Shenmue. "Real? Nonsense. Do you expect me to be a submissive corpse?" The cloud-piercing eagle was instantly moved. Although she didn't know whether what the young man said was true or false, she had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. "Very well, I surrender. I, Zissou, swear by my soul." Shenmue did not stop her from taking the oath, as he did not know much about the beastmen. "In my past life, it was said that beasts were hard to tame. I wonder what the temperament of the beasts in this other world is like. If we cannot control their lives and deaths, they will betray us, and we will suffer heavy losses. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and obtaining 1 bottle of Moonwood Elixir. You have also unlocked the right to purchase Moonwood Elixir from the trustworthy shop." Shenmue opened the Cine store and indeed found an extra item. Moonwood Elixir can compensate for all one's own deficiencies, unlimited use. Price: 1,000 credit points / bottle. Make up for all the flaws? What does that mean? If you're injured, I can help you heal. If you're poisoned, I can help you detoxify. If you lack talent, I can help you improve it. This is called making up for deficiencies, the system explained slowly. After hearing this, Shenmue was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Moonwood Elixir is fucking insane. This time, Shenmue didn't complain about the high price because the Moonwood Elixir was completely worth the price and even far exceeded its value. Holding the bottle of Moonwood Spirit Elixir as a reward, Shenmue looked at the cloud-piercing eagle and asked, "System, how much should I give her? Given her injuries, she needs the whole bottle. Although it's a bit extravagant, we had no other choice. Furthermore, given that the cloud-piercing eagle was still alive and in a state of imminent death, it was already a stroke of luck that it was saved." Shenmue squatted down in front of the cloud-piercing eagle. Compared to her enormous body, Shenmue looked like a child standing in front of a giant. Even her beak was bigger than Shenmue's body. Then he poured the entire bottle of Moonwood Spirit liquid directly into its mouth. The cloud-piercing eagle's eyes lit up. It could feel its vitality recovering. Its physical wounds were healing at a visible speed. "Thank you, Master. Call me Young Master." "Thank you, Young Master." Then, Shenmue stood up and slowly walked to the giant python. Ice elements gathered, and an ice spike instantly solidified. Upon seeing this, the giant python and the cloud-piercing eagle's pupils shrank immediately, and they exclaimed in surprise, "An attribute source master." Although they were beastmen, they knew the status of attribute source masters among humans. Upon seeing this, the giant python was terrified and hurriedly said, "My lord, I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life." Shenmue said, "You're not worthy." "Why?" "Too ugly." Shenmue disliked these soft-bodied, legless animals the most, and besides, he had already promised to fly through the clouds, so he couldn't go back on his word. "No matter who you are, anyone who dares to kill a member of my Broken Sky Beast clan will bear the king's wrath. You'd better think carefully." When begging for mercy failed, the giant python immediately threatened viciously. You talk too much nonsense. With a thought, Shenmue sent the ice spike flying toward the giant python at incredible speed. Uft! It pierced right through the giant python's skull. With a scream, blood gushed from the giant python's mouth, and its pupils gradually dilated. He never dreamed that he would die at the hands of a human. Upon seeing the giant python dead, the cloud-piercing eagle visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Cheng, let Zhuo Wen and the others come over. Luo Cheng nodded and walked back the way he came. Afterwards, Shenmue found a place to sit down on the ground and looked at the cloud-piercing eagle, saying, "Tell me, what's inside the cave?" "How did you know?" A sharp glint flashed in the cloud-piercing eagle's eyes. Although its beastly face was expressionless, Shenmue could sense its wariness. Shenmue said calmly, "I have my own way." Of course, that's what the system said. That's why the system allowed Shenmue to save the cloud-piercing eagle. The cloud-piercing eagle was stunned for a moment, then felt somewhat helpless. She had already submitted to Shenmue, so what was there to hide? Inside the cave is a beast egg, the son of the former beast king of the Broken Sky Mountains, which has not yet hatched. Shenmue's gaze sharpened slightly as he asked, "What happened?" Chapter 32, Unknown Species. I have a past relationship with a beast of the royal family. That day, he came to me with the little prince and said that a new beast king in the clan was plotting to usurp the throne and was currently chasing it. He asked me to take it away. The cloud-piercing eagle smiled bitterly, but then the pursuers arrived. At that time, he killed most of the enemies by self-destruction, leaving only Black Spirit himself. Upon hearing this, Shenmue asked in confusion, why would they send someone like Black Spirit to hunt down the little prince? It's not that I look down on Hei Ling, but the strongest of the beast race can't possibly be just at the soul fusion stage. If this cub is important, the beastmen would surely send a powerful figure, or even the new beast king himself, to be on the safe side, right? If it weren't for the powerful figure who placed a restriction deep within the Broken Sky Mountains back then, Zisu said, the new beast king would probably have already led his entire clan to hunt down the little prince. A restriction? Hearing this, Shenmue became puzzled. 1,000 years ago, the beast race of the Broken Sky Mountains attempted to invade Tianxin City, thereby opening the entrance to the human realm. In this critical moment, the patriarch of the Shun family summoned a powerful expert who drove the beast race back into the depths of the Broken Sky Mountains and erected a barrier at the boundary with the outer area. Only beast race members below the soul fusion stage could pass through the barrier. The system explained slowly. Shenmue then understood why Tianxin City, despite being backed by the Broken Sky Mountain range, could remain so peaceful. It was all thanks to this restriction. Shenmue looked at the cloud-piercing eagle and asked, "How are your injuries?" The cloud-piercing eagle was taken aback, then tentatively moved its body. It seems to have recovered quite a bit. It can move now. Then, the cloud-piercing eagle exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Congratulations, host. The loyalty value of the cloud-piercing eagle has risen to the gratitude stage, and you have gained 1,000 loyalty points. Shenmue couldn't help but beam with joy. It seems that the Moonwood Spirit Liquid is really powerful. It was able to restore his mobility in such a short time despite such severe injuries. Take me to see it. The cloud-piercing eagle knew what Shenmue was referring to. Yes. A man and a beast slowly walked into a cave on the edge of the mountain. The cave was not dark at this time. On the contrary, it was faintly lit, enough for people to see the scene clearly. Upon entering the cave, the first thing that catches the eye is a pile of spirit crystals the size of a small mountain. Shenmue's eyes immediately lit up with gold. At a quick glance, he estimated there were probably tens of thousands of them. The faint light inside the cave was emitted by this spirit stone. At the very top of the pile of spirit stones was a grayish-white beast egg, about the size of 2 or 3 human heads. At this moment, the beast egg was placed in the pile of spirit stones. The spirit stones emitted specks of spiritual energy that gathered towards the beast egg and were then absorbed by it. Shenmue had a thought and checked the information on the beast egg. Unhatched animal eggs. Species unknown, currently incubating. What does this mean? Shenmue asked in surprise. The system replied, "This egg has mutated. The species after hatching cannot be determined." Is that even possible? Shouldn't one inherit their parents' bloodline? Normally that is true, but if some beast men obtain a certain opportunity before birth, they are very likely to mutate on their parents' original bloodline and become a completely new bloodline. So, it's even more powerful now. Upon hearing this, Shenmu's eyes lit up immediately. Not necessarily. It's also possible that their bloodline is worse than their parents. When will it hatch? The system said. It's hard to say, but if the host uses half a bottle of moonwood spirit liquid to water it, it can accelerate its hatching speed and greatly benefit it. Although he felt a little sorry for the loss of the loyalty points, Shenmu ultimately didn't hesitate to spend them. I bought another bottle of moonwood elixir and poured half of it onto the beast egg. The moment the spiritual liquid touched the eggshell, it was immediately absorbed. Afterward, the beast egg emitted a faint white light and trembled slightly, as if it liked it very much. Although the cloud-piercing eagle did not know Shenmu's intentions, it understood that this move would be beneficial and harmless to the little prince. Then, the beast egg emitted a wisp of grayish-white light, circled around Shenmu once, and then quickly burrowed into his body. This is the soul imprint it differentiated, indicating that the life within the beast egg has recognized you, the system said. Only after the system explained it did Shenmu understand. It turns out that every life can differentiate into a soul imprint, which can be attached to someone else or an object. In this way, even if the two are separated by thousands of miles, they will still have a spiritual connection. After listening, Shenmu was secretly surprised. At that moment, the voices of Zhuo and others could be heard outside the cave. Let's go out and take a look first, Shenmu said to the cloud-piercing eagle, and then walked straight outside. Young master, I heard you've already resolved it. Zhuo was overjoyed to see Shenmu emerge from the cave. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly saw the tall figure behind Shenmu and swallowed hard. Seeing the varying reactions from the crowd, Shenmu smiled slightly and introduced, she is Zisu, the queen of Tongtian Valley. From now on, you can all call her Elder Zisu. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shenmu took out all the tools for mining the vein from the Black Rock Ring. Zhuo, you lead everyone and start digging about a mile ahead. Then, pointing to the giant python that was dead beyond any doubt, he said to Luo Cheng, take all the useful parts off this python. Leave the snake meat for everyone to eat. As a spirit beast, this giant python must have already condensed its beast core, which is the essence of the spirit beast. Besides these, snake skin, snake gallbladder, and snake blood are all extremely valuable. Even eating snake meat can improve one's strength, so it must not be wasted. Yes, young master. Yes, Lord City Lord. Then, following Shenmu's orders, everyone began to act. Seeing the giant python's carcass being dismembered, Zisu felt a pang of pity. Although the two were enemies, they were still of the same clan, so she couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Seeing through Zisu's thoughts, Shenmu smiled slightly and said, the law of the world is that the strong prey on the weak. If you are the one who dies, he will devour you alive. Zisu was taken aback for a moment. Then a glint flashed in her eyes, as if she had figured it out. Zisu stopped dwelling on it and changed the subject, saying, by the way, is young master the city lord? Upon hearing this, Shenmu nodded in agreement. Who was the lord of the city? Tianxin City. Zisu was taken aback, then asked with delight, I wonder if young master would be willing to take the little prince back to Tianxin City. Chapter 33. Purple Essence Breakthrough. Shenmu asked, are you afraid that the new Beast King will be detrimental to him? Zisa nodded. That was exactly what she meant. If it could reach human territory, I believe even the Beast King's minions would not dare to act rashly. Although humans and beastmen often disagree, there are also many examples in the royal level world of beastmen submitting to humans and living as companions. So this request is not unreasonable. Shenmu seemed to be deep in thought. Actually, I think it's better for it to stay with you, since it's a beastman after all. Firstly, Shenmu didn't know how to take care of it, and secondly, he didn't have time to take care of it. Keeping it by Zisu's side was far better than keeping it by his side. But Zisu hesitated before speaking. I know what you're worried about. Shenmu handed the remaining half bottle of spiritual liquid to Zisu, saying, "This spiritual liquid contains a large amount of spiritual power, which I believe will help you break through. This restriction can only limit spirit beasts at the soul fusion stage and above." Zisu worried that if the new Beast King sent out another spirit beast at the peak of the soul fusion stage, she would definitely be no match for it. The little prince will surely be in danger again. But if we can make another breakthrough, then all the problems will be solved. The bottle of spiritual liquid not only healed her injuries, but also significantly improved her cultivation level. Now that a breakthrough is imminent, drinking another half bottle of spiritual liquid will surely break through the shackles and allow me to reach the peak realm. After the spiritual liquid entered her stomach, Zisu's aura began to rise steadily, taking more than 10 breaths to stabilize. Even Shenmu, who was standing next to him, felt a faint pressure from this aura, and his breathing became somewhat difficult. Its mere aura was enough to make a soul fusion stage ascendant attribute Source Master feel trembling, as expected of someone at the peak of the soul fusion stage. After her cultivation level stabilized, Zisu said with a face full of gratitude, "Thank you, young master. Zisu is willing to go through fire and water for you." This expression of gratitude was absolutely heartfelt. Shenmu not only saved her life, but also helped her improve her cultivation level. Such kindness was truly difficult to repay. Although she was a beastman, she still valued loyalty and righteousness. Shenmu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. "I believe that even if the new Beast King sends more men, they won't be able to threaten you. If you really can't fight back, just take the little prince and come to Tianxin City to find me." Yes. In fact, Shenmu could have taken her and the little prince back to Tianxin City, but if Zisu lost her deterrent power here, there would definitely be many low-level monsters causing trouble for the mining team. Therefore, Shenmu decided to let her stay here for the time being. The system voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest of mining spirit crystal veins. You are rewarded with upgrade privileges for the City Lord's Mansion. The first upgrade is free. Would you like to upgrade now?" Shenmu thought about it and chose to refuse. It's better to wait until after you return to upgrade. At this moment, Zwollen rushed over from a distance, shouting as he walked, "Young master, there really is a spirit crystal vein, and it doesn't look like a small one." Upon hearing this, Shenmu was also very excited. "Let's go and take a look." At the entrance to the spirit crystal mine, in less than an hour, a tunnel 20 meters deep has been dug out, and at the deepest part of the wall, 3 or 5 low-grade spirit crystals are embedded, emitting a faint light. The deeper you go underground, the more spirit crystals you find. The fact that you've already found traces of spirit crystals after digging only 20 meters proves that this mine is definitely not a small one. We've really struck gold this time. Shenmu was secretly delighted. As Shenmu emerged from the mine, he glanced at the crowd. "Everyone, please bear with us for a while. I will gradually increase the manpower later, and then you can take turns resting and going home to visit your families." Shenmu said solemnly, "Your monthly salary will be sent to your homes on time, so please rest assured." The crowd exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, City Lord. We will do our utmost." Shenmu nodded in satisfaction. "If there's anything you can't handle, you can go to the cave to find Elder Zisu." Shenmu looked at Zisu. "You'll be guarding this place for now, so please take good care of it." Zisu said in a flustered manner, "Young master, you are too kind. This is Zisu's duty." Shenmu nodded, then said to Zhuo Wenluoqing, "Let's head back to the city while it's still early." Zhuo Wen and the other man nodded in agreement. Chapter 34. The Might of the Ancient City. It wasn't until noon the next day that the group returned to Tianxin City. I thought it would take at least 3 to 5 days to get back, but it only took 2 days, which saved a lot of time. As soon as he returned to the city, Zhuo plunged into the Xiantian Pagoda. After this trip, Zhuo became even more aware of his own inadequacy and wished he could awaken his elemental martial source immediately. Shenmu knew what he was thinking, so he didn't stop him. Since there was nothing to worry about for the time being, Shenmu let Luo Cheng enter the Xiantian Tower as well. Now that they were both at the peak of Tianxin City's combat power, the stronger they were, the more secure Tianxin City would be. Shenmu returned to the city Lord's Mansion alone. After dismissing the servants, he said to the system, "Upgrade the city, Lord's mansion. Upgrade to begin. Upgrade time. Half an hour." Immediately afterwards, the city lord's mansion was shrouded in a layer of mist. Half an hour later, the city lord's mansion had been upgraded. At this moment, the appearance of the city lord's mansion has been completely renewed from top to bottom and inside to outside. It has not only become more magnificent, but also has an indescribable feeling. Majesty. That's right, it's authority. Shamu thought for a long time before realizing what this feeling was. The upgraded city lord's mansion looks even more majestic, inspiring awe in anyone who sees it. Congratulations, host. The city lord's mansion has been upgraded, and the reputation system has been activated. Please check the details yourself. Reputation system. To become a supreme main city, one must be renowned throughout the world and revered by all cities. The city lord's mansion can only be upgraded when a reputation reaches the corresponding stage. The reputation system is divided into several levels, including emerging talent, rising fame, renowned, famous throughout the world, spiritual leader, and supreme authority. Each time a reputation level is increased, the city lord's mansion can be upgraded. After upgrading, the city expansion authority is granted and special rewards are also obtained. Reputation points are measured in living beings. As long as Tianjin City leaves an impression on any intelligent being, it can be converted into reputation points. Except for Tianjin City residents. The ranks and reputation values correspond as follows. Emerging talent, 10,000. Rising fame, 1 million. Renown, 10 million. Famous throughout the world, 1 billion. Spiritual leader, 100 billion. Unrivaled, 1 trillion. Current reputation value, 0. The city lord's mansion undergoes its first upgrade, unlocking a unique special attribute. Ancient city's prestige, which increases the influence and attractiveness of Tianjin City within a 10-mile radius, increasing the likelihood of creatures willingly surrendering, can be upgraded along with the city lord's mansion. When Tianjin City's inhabitants fight within the city, their strength increases by 1 minor realm, can be upgraded along with the city lord's mansion. After reading the last sentence, Shun Mu was dumbfounded. Anyone from Tianjin City whose strength increases by 1 minor realm when a battle occurs within the city will immediately be fought. Does this mean that when someone at the soul fusion stage, ascending realm, is in battle, they will directly transform into the soul fusion stage, entering the subtle realm? In addition to the characteristics of attribute source masters, wouldn't they be able to go toe-to-toe with experts at the peak of the soul fusion stage? Moreover, it can be upgraded accordingly. If the city lord's mansion reaches the maximum level, wouldn't it be able to advance 5 minor realms at once? Is there any humanity left? Shamu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The power attribute of this ancient city was simply amazing. Anyone who dared to cause trouble in Tianjin City in the future would be courting death. After upgrading the city lord's mansion, Shenmu also upgraded the Xiantian Tower. Previously, there was concern about the spirit jade, but now that there's a mine, the spirit jade is no longer a problem. The next morning, Shenmu arrived in front of the Xiantian Tower. After the upgrade was completed, the rewards for clearing the second level were unlocked, and Shenmu couldn't wait to check the information about the Xiantian Tower. Xiantian Tower. Level 2. Upgrade requirement. Clear the second level with 6 players. It consists of 9 levels, each featuring a real-world battle scenario. Each successful completion of a level grants generous rewards and can be challenged repeatedly. First floor completion reward. 5 chance to awaken any attribute martial source. Those who have already awakened a non-attribute martial source will directly obtain an attribute martial source. Those who already possess an attribute martial source will randomly learn any related attribute awakening skill. Rewards for clearing the second level. 8 chance to awaken any awakening skill related to your own attribute. Each enemy defeated on the second level has a chance to drop 1 Jin Yuan pill. Jin Yuan Dan. After taking it, one's cultivation level can be improved, with a small chance of directly breaking through a small realm. There are no restrictions on its use, but it can only be used by those at the soul fusion stage. Chapter 35, Bailey Ping. Shenmu was once again taken aback, drooling all over the floor. Simply put, This Jin Yuan Dan is similar in effect to the Chui Mai Dan that I had taken before. It can improve one's cultivation level after consumption, and there is even a small chance of breaking through directly. Most importantly, there are no restrictions on the amount you can take. In other words, as long as one is still at the soul fusion stage, one can consume it indefinitely until one breaks through to a higher level than the soul fusion stage. If you're lucky, wouldn't eating just 3 pills be enough to break through from the initial soul fusion stage to above the soul fusion stage? Shenmu asked impatiently, "System, just how small is this probability?" The system replied, "The higher the rank, the lower the probability. There's no way to verify the specifics. It all depends on luck." Hearing this, Shenmu was once again greatly disappointed. Asking was as good as not asking at all. Luck is the most elusive thing. Good luck is 100, bad luck is 0. Shenmu shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it. He changed the subject, asking, "What privileges do I have on the second floor?" Since he obtained the privilege of 100 attribute martial source upon first clear, Shenmu understood that as the protagonist, he would have a privilege for each level. The system replied, "Upon your first successful completion of the level, you will be guaranteed to learn an attribute-related awakening skill. Upon your first kill, you will be guaranteed to receive a random number of advancement pills." Shenmu exclaimed in surprise, "Random quantity? Does that mean it might be a lot at once?" "That's possible. Take me inside." After killing the first spirit beast, 3 white, pearl-sized pills suddenly appeared on the ground. Shenmu was overjoyed. These were undoubtedly Jin Yuan pills, and he had actually obtained 3 at once. He was really lucky. Without saying a word, Shenmu swallowed a Jin Yuan pill and immediately felt a warm sensation throughout his body, with a slight increase in his spiritual power. Not upgraded, Shenmu swallowed the second one, but still failed to advance in his cultivation level. It hasn't been upgraded again. Looking at the last Jin Yuan pill in his hand, Shenmu silently prayed before swallowing it. Glug! After a few breaths, apart from slight increase in spiritual power, there was still no movement. Shenmu was immediately furious. Damn it, the odds are too small. Do I have to eat it to advance in my cultivation level? The system casually remarked, "Maybe it's just your bad luck." Shenmu was suddenly speechless. 2 hours later, Shenmu was kicked out of the Xiantian Tower by a peak soul fusion stage spirit beast. Apart from the 3 Jin Yuan pills obtained at the beginning, Shenmu killed dozens of spirit beasts afterward, but only 1 dropped, which is really not a good chance. Most importantly, that one still didn't allow Shenmu to break through directly. Mission issued. Shenmu was taken aback, then checked the mission. Main quest. The ancient city's might has attracted an unparalleled genius to the host. This young man is Bailey Ping, the young master of the Bailey family in Jiyuan City, with a talent value of 90. Please go to the Sun and Moon Tower as soon as possible to recruit him. Task reward. Construction rights for the Wintian Pavilion. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. The countdown to the Supreme City quest is shortened by 30 days. Shenmu was shocked and exclaimed, "Talent value of 90? One, with a talent value of 85, has already entered the soul fusion stage at the age of 18. What does a talent value of 90 mean?" Thinking of this, Shenmu didn't say a word and hurriedly headed towards the Sun and Moon Pavilion. Half an hour later, Shenmu stood panting in front of the Sun and Moon Tower. He had rushed all the way, afraid that Bailey Ping would leave. Shenmu took 3 steps at a time, crossed the hall, and went up to the second floor. City Lord. The few guests who were drinking tea and wine on the second floor immediately stood up and bowed when they saw Shenmu. Seeing this, Shenmu waved his hand, signaling them not to make a fuss. He couldn't help but look around, and finally his gaze settled on a seat by the window. At that table sat a gray-clad boy of similar age and an elderly man in plain clothes, seemingly arguing about something. Shenmu approached silently and heard the boy say helplessly, "Senior you are really not suitable to be my master. Please give up." At this moment, the old man said urgently, "Am I a dignified soul fusion stage attribute source master, not worthy to be the master of a mere meridian tempering stage cultivator like you?" Shenmu immediately had an idea and began to check the old man's information. Name, Qing. Race, human. Age, 105. Realm, soul fusion stage, entering the subtle realm. Wu Yuan, fire. Talent value, 83. Identity, patriarch of the He family in Juyuan City, junior forging master. After reading it, Shenmu's eyes lit up. This old man was not only a fire attribute source master, but also a beginner weapon forger. Chapter 36, The Bet. Weapon forger is one of the royal level world professions. They are skilled at forging weapons, and the beginner level is the first level of a weapon forger, capable of turning ordinary weapons into spiritual weapons. A spiritual weapon is a weapon that can automatically absorb and draw upon spiritual energy, thereby reducing the spiritual energy consumption of the source master. There is also a small chance that a spirit will be born. If a spirit is born, the power of this artifact will increase significantly, and it may even gain growth potential. In this martial world, possessing a good spiritual weapon is crucial for every source master, thus elevating the status of weapon forgers. Normally, a junior weapon forger status is no lower than that of a peak soul fusion realm origin master. Even so, he still doesn't deserve to be Bailey Ping's master. After all, geniuses with a talent value of 90 are not only rare in Zhan Yuan domain, but probably not even in the entire Emperor-level world. Shenmu smiled slightly and walked towards the two of them. You are indeed not worthy. Upon hearing this, He Qing slammed his fist on the table and stood up angrily, shouting, "Where did this brat come from, daring to speak to an old man like that?" This loud shout once again drew the attention of everyone on the second floor. Who is this old man, daring to speak to the city lord like that? He Qing raised an eyebrow and said, "You're Xinyu's son?" Shenmu nodded, admitting it directly. "If your father were alive, he would probably have to show me some respect, let alone a mere brat like you who dares to disrespect an old man like me." He Qing glared and puffed out his beard, clearly showing how angry he was. With his status as an attribute source master and a junior weapon forger, he was not afraid of any level 3 main city lord, let alone the weakest one in a level 3 main city. Shenmu wasn't angry. He explained, "Senior, I didn't mean to be rude. I was just telling the truth. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Shenmu's words seemed respectful and polite, but He Qing saw them as mockery and provocation. Not only did he say he was unworthy to be Bailey Ping's master, but he also stated that this was the truth, which was nothing short of provocation. He was a dignified soul fusion rank attribute source master, someone even a level 2 city lord would treat with utmost respect. How dare a level 3 city lord speak to him like that? "Kid, I think you're tired of living." Seeing that things were escalating, Bailey Ping quickly went to Shenmu's side and whispered, "City Lord Shun, you should apologize right away. He is not someone to be trifled with." Bailey Ping knew He Qing's fiery temper all too well. Shenmu said without any hesitation, "I'm just stating the facts, and I believe you feel the same way, don't you think?" "You?" Bailey Ping was speechless. He didn't want a stronger master, but at the same time, he didn't want to offend He Qing. That is why he has always politely declined. But this ungrateful brat actually exposed the truth, which is tantamount to dragging himself down with him. "Bailey Ping, your thinking is correct." Shenmu explained, "Besides, I didn't mean to harm you. If you want to get rid of him, you have to make things clear." Shenmu knew exactly what Bailey Ping was thinking. Since he couldn't speak up, he would take on the role of the bad guy himself. After listening, just as Bailey Ping was about to ask him how he knew his name, He Qing interrupted him. "Nonsense. I am an attribute source master, with strength comparable to the peak of the soul fusion stage, and I am also a beginner weapon forger. How could I not be worthy of being your master? Although you are quite strong and hold a high position, Brother Bailey is an unparalleled genius. I'm afraid you won't be able to teach him well." Shenmu did not back down and said solemnly, "How dare you insult me? I'll teach you a lesson." After saying that, He Qing's spiritual power surged, and fire elements gathered from all around, making the entire sun and moon tower seem to be in a furnace. Seeing that He Qing was about to make a move, Bailey Ping was startled and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Senior, he means no harm. Please show mercy. This whole thing started because of him. How could he just stand by and watch Shenmu die?" This He Qing was immediately caught in a dilemma. If he stopped, he couldn't swallow his anger, but if he fought back, it would be tantamount to disrespecting Bailey Ping. What should we do? At this moment, Shun Mu smiled wickedly and said, Senior, how about we make a bet? Hearing this, He Qing and Bailey Ping were both taken aback, wondering what Shun Mu was up to. This humble one dares to challenge you to a duel, Senior. If you can defeat me, I will accept whatever punishment you may give me. But if you cannot defeat me, please do not make things difficult for Bailey Ping. What do you say? Upon hearing this, He Qing and Bailey Ping were stunned again. Then, He Qing couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh uncontrollably. Absolutely not. Lord Shun, Senior, he is an attribute source master, and his combat strength is no weaker than a peak soul fusion realm expert. Are you sure you're not joking about fighting him? Bailey Ping knew that Shun Mu was doing it for his own good, and he was very grateful. But considering Shun Mu's similar age, how strong could he possibly be? He didn't want Shun Mu to go and die. Shun Mu glanced at Bailey Ping, then looked thoughtful. Seeing this, Bailey Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. The kid had finally come to his senses. But then, Shun Mu said to Bailey Ping very seriously, I'm not joking. Chapter 37. He Qing's Shock. Upon hearing this, Bailey Ping nearly went berserk and was about to continue trying to dissuade him when He Qing suddenly said, Whatever you say. He Qing Bin was still thinking about how to resolve this matter, but since Shun Mu had delivered himself to his doorstep, why not take advantage of it? Shun Mu nodded and said, This place is not suitable for a martial arts competition. Please follow me, Senior. After saying that, Shun Mu went downstairs and walked outside, with He Qing following closely behind. You? Bailey Ping was completely bewildered and could only sigh in the end, reluctantly following along. A few minutes later, in front of the City Lord's mansion. The reason for choosing to hold the competition in front of the City Lord's mansion is mainly because it is located in the middle of the city and under the watchful eyes of everyone. The deterrent effect is the best. Shun Mu slowly stopped and turned to He Qing, saying, Senior, this is fine. Please enlighten me. He Qing glanced at the crowd around him and said with a disdainful look, Since you insist on doing things your own way, then I will teach you how to respect your elders on behalf of your father. Shun Mu wasn't angry and smiled. That depends on whether you have the ability, Senior. After saying that, specks of cold light gathered on Shun Mu's body, and then, centered on his feet, a layer of solid ice began to rapidly form on the ground. Ice Attribute Source Master. Upon seeing this, He Qing and Bailey Ping's expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed in unison. They originally thought that Shun Mu, at his age, was at most at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi refining realm. But they never dreamed that Shun Mu had awakened his martial source, entered the soul fusion stage, and possessed a rare attribute martial source, ice. I must admit, you did surprise me, but defeating me with your initial soul fusion stage strength is not enough. He Qing abandoned his initial disdain and instead spoke with a serious expression. At his age and with his strength, Shun Mu is indeed qualified to fight him. The ancient city's might attribute only increases strength, not realm. Therefore, even though Shun Mu already possesses strength comparable to He Qing, he is still seen as a soul fusion stage ascension realm cultivator by outsiders. Really? Then you'd better watch closely. Awakening skill, Ice Shadow Lotus. Shun Mu didn't hold back and immediately used his awakened skill. He understood that if he wanted to defeat He Qing, he had to act quickly. Otherwise, the longer he dragged it out, the less hope he had. Advanced Awakening Skill. Upon seeing the gradually bluish mark between Shun Mu's eyebrows, He Qing and Bailey Ping's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What kind of monster is Shun Mu? He awakened his elemental martial source at such a young age. He even comprehended an advanced awakening skill that others might never be able to grasp in their entire lives. Shun Mu opened and closed his palms, and ice elements instantly gathered in his hands. As he moved his palms forward, an ice lotus instantly formed under He Qing's feet. Feeling an overwhelming chill, He Qing was startled and leaped to the side. Seeing that he was out of the range of the ice lotus's attack, He Qing was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he noticed another ice lotus blooming beneath his feet. The lotus leaves closed with lightning speed, and He Qing had no time to dodge. Awakening skill, flame shield. Before anyone could see the awakened skill being generated, He Qing was already enveloped in the closed ice lotus and became motionless. The scene fell silent for a moment, and after a few breaths, various exclamations erupted. Lord Shun is actually this strong. Could it be that even a peak soul fusion level expert was easily defeated? Although many people know that Shun Mu is quite strong after the enthronement ceremony, He Qing is no ordinary strongman. Bailey Ping finally recovered from his shock and asked in a trembling voice, Lord Shun, Senior He? Don't worry, you won't die. Bang! As soon as Shun Mu finished speaking, the ice lotus shattered into pieces, and a figure walked out from it. Who else could it be but He Qing? He Qing's face was now grim, and he was no longer as composed as before. He looked at Shun Mu and said in a deep voice, You've been hiding your strength? This kid has indeed only recently entered the soul fusion stage. Liar! If you weren't hiding your strength, even if you, with your elemental master level, could challenge opponents of higher levels, you couldn't possibly threaten me by 2 levels. He Qing naturally didn't believe it. He had never seen a monster that could be challenged 2 levels above him. Believe it or not, if you insist on thinking I'm hiding my strength, that's fine too. After all, we're comparing strength, not cultivation level. Shun Mu smiled slightly and said calmly that he did not want to explain too much, and it did not matter what He Qing thought. Upon hearing this, He Qing once again fell into deep self-doubt. The other party was clearly only at the soul fusion stage, so how could he challenge him 2 levels higher? Shun Mu interrupted He Qing's train of thought and asked, Senior, shall we continue? This. He Qing really didn't know how to answer. With Shun Mu's strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to beat me. But how easy would it be for me to defeat him? Even if he tries his best, he can only manage a draw. But if we admit that we can't win, losing face is a small matter. We can't keep arguing with Bailey Ping, which is a big deal. He had always wanted to take Bailey Ping as his disciple, but he never expected that Shun Mu would force him to this point. Thinking of this, He Qing felt extremely unwilling. But then, as if he had just thought of something, his eyes lit up and he said, Boy, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Shun Mu was stunned. Had this old man gone mad? He actually wanted to take him as his disciple. Shun Mu then bowed to He Qing. He Qing immediately beamed with joy, thinking that Shun Mu had already agreed and was about to call his disciple when Shun Mu then said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but to be honest, you are not worthy. Chapter 38, Deception. He Qing suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, an urge to vomit blood. If you're not convinced, the duel can continue. If you're convinced, please do not bother Bailey Ping again. Perhaps feeling that wasn't hurtful enough, Shun Mu added another blow. You got guts, kid. He Qing was truly on the verge of tears, unable to win a fight or an argument. Seeing He Qing back down, Bailey Ping was overjoyed and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord Shun. He thought it was just a farce, but who would have thought that the young man in front of him would actually help him out of the predicament? You can imagine how Bailey Ping felt at this moment. Bailey Ping was excited at the thought of finally getting rid of He Qing. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, please feel free to go ahead. After saying that, Shun Mu turned around and walked back to the city lord's mansion. Seeing this, Bailey Ping became very anxious and hurriedly asked, If I may ask, may I know who Lord Shin's teacher is? Bailey Ping would never believe that Shun Mu didn't have a great master. No master could achieve such success at this age. Whose intelligence are you insulting? Hearing Bailey Ping say this, He Qing was also stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. Yeah, how could a monster like that not have a master? No wonder I wanted to take Shun Mu as my disciple. He looked so disdainful. There must be an old monster behind him who is far superior to me in both strength and status. Thinking of this, He Qing's mindset suddenly became much more balanced. Just as Shun Mu was about to speak, Zhuo Wen and Luo Chung suddenly arrived from afar. Young master, we heard that someone is causing trouble in Tianxin City. Upon arriving in front of Shun Mu, the two looked around warily. Shun Mu pointed at He Qing and said calmly, Yes, I fought with him. Who are you, daring to act so presumptuously in Tianxin City? Zhuo and Luo Cheng frowned, their spiritual power surging forth, and countless earth elements frantically gathered towards Luo Cheng. Two soul fusion stage cultivators, and the other one is an attribute source master. Upon seeing Luo Cheng, He Qing and Bailey Ping were once again taken aback. I've heard that Tianxin City is the weakest of the three-tier main cities. How can there be so many soul fusion stage cultivators, and two of them are even attribute source masters? When did attribute source masters become so common? Normally, attribute source masters wouldn't bother staying in a level 3 city. They only appear in cities of level 2 or higher, and not every level 2 city will have an attribute source master. Thinking of this, He Qing and Bailey Ping simultaneously had the same thought. Tianxin City must have a very complicated background. Shen Mu waved his hand to stop the two, saying, "It was all a misunderstanding. It's all over now." Upon hearing this, Zhuo and Luo Cheng withdrew their spiritual energy and ceased their battle. Shen Mu looked at Bailey Ping and replied, "I have no master." "Impossible," He Qing and Bailey Ping said in unison. Shen Mu glanced at the excited He Qing and couldn't help but find it amusing. "This old man is quite interesting." Bailey Ping asked again. Without the guidance of a renowned teacher, how could Lord Shun have achieved such accomplishments before even reaching adulthood? Those who are not from Tianxin City have no right to know. After saying that, Shen Mu lifted his foot again and slowly walked towards the mansion. After hearing this, Bailey Ping fell in a deep thought. Then his eyes lit up and he suddenly realized, "Lord Shun, I want to join Tianxin City." Upon hearing this, Shen Mu, who was carrying Bailey Ping inside, couldn't help but smile. The tactic of feigning indifference to lure someone in is indeed very effective. Shen Mu understood as soon as he met Bailey Ping that such a genius must be arrogant. He didn't even look down on people like He Qing, so why should he be given a second glance? That's why Shen Mu deliberately provoked He Qing and started the martial arts competition, using his strength to tell Bailey Ping that joining Tianxin City would be entirely beneficial to him. Shen Mu turned around and smiled. "Welcome to the team. Congratulations, host. You have completed Bailey Ping's recruitment mission. Your reward is the right to build the Wentian Pavilion. Do you wish to build it? Put up. Construction time. 3 hours. Construction cost. 500 low-grade spirit jades. Please select a construction location." "This time it's cheap," Shen Mu replied. "It's still the West City. Under construction. Mission issued. Side quest. In a main city, the weapon forging pavilion is indispensable. The host is now ordered to recruit the junior weapon forging master, He Qing, into his ranks. Task rewards: 1 Xian grade spiritual weapon, optional, and 1 random Xian grade spiritual weapon forging manual. Task penalty: random negative status effect. The countdown to the Supreme City quest is shortened by 15 days. Upon seeing this task, Shen Mu immediately felt a headache coming on. This old man wasn't as easily fooled as Bailey Ping. "Bailey Ping, come with me to a place." Then, Shen Mu looked at He Qing. "If you are willing to join my Tianxin City, I will welcome you with open arms." He Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. This seemed familiar. "Boy, you think you're someone important? You won't get me to join you so easily. I just mentioned it casually. Come or don't come if you want." "You?" He Qing's temper flared again, and he said, "You brat, how dare you talk to me like that?" Shen Mu ignored him and walked towards the West City on his own, with Zhuo, Luo Cheng, and Bailey Ping following closely behind. He Qing was left alone on the spot, his face turning ashen. Along the way, Zhuo excitedly told Bailey Ping about the wonders of the Shantian Tower, adding his own awe upon arrival, while Luo Cheng echoed his sentiments. In a short while, Bailey Ping gained a better understanding of Tianxin City. Nearly half an hour later, the group finally arrived in front of the Shantian Pagoda. Looking at the 9-story pagoda before him, Bailey Ping was still deeply moved, even though he had been mentally prepared. Shen Mu said, "Without further ado, you should experience it for yourself." Bailey Ping nodded and walked into the Shantian Tower with an excited expression. Upon seeing the Shantian Tower close, Shen Mu said loudly, Senior, isn't it rather impolite to eavesdrop on our conversation? Chapter 39, Monster's Den. Zuo-Wun and Luo Cheng were taken aback upon hearing this, and then became wary of their surroundings. A few breaths later, a figure slowly emerged from behind a building in the distance. Who else could it be but He Qing? He Qing looked embarrassed, but still pretended to be righteous and said, I was not eavesdropping. I just didn't want Bailey Ping to fall for your tricks. Oh, you're so sure I'm lying? Shenmu turned around and looked at He Qing with a half-smile. In fact, Shenmu had known for a long time that He Qing had been following him, but he wanted to let him hear about the Xiantian Tower, so he didn't expose him too early. Although the matter of the Xiantian Tower should not be known to outsiders, He Qing was no outsider because Shenmu had no intention of letting him off easily. Shenmu didn't believe that anyone in this world could remain unmoved after knowing the characteristics of the Xiantian Tower. He Qing was destined to be tied to the treacherous ship that was Tianxin City. Recalling Zuo-Wun's description of the Xiantian Pagoda, He Qing scoffed. There's no such monstrous thing in the world. I'd rather die than believe it. Seeing that he was being questioned, Zuo-Wun said unhappily, Old man, that's because you're ignorant. How dare you be so disrespectful to an old man like me? Believe me or not, I'll teach you a lesson. After being repeatedly contradicted, one can imagine the anger He Qing felt. Luo Cheng stepped forward and said, Senior, questioning Zuo-Wun is the same as questioning the young master. If you continue to argue unreasonably, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh, I like to see how impolite you are. He Qing laughed angrily. Although Luo Cheng was also an attribute source master, he was only at the initial stage of soul fusion. It was one thing for Shenmu to bully him, but could Luo Cheng be such a monstrous talent? In that case, please enlighten me, Senior. Luo Cheng knew he couldn't win, but he showed no sign of backing down. He could question anyone, but not Shenmu. Awakening skill, ground thrust. Luo Cheng shouted, and a white martial source mark appeared between his eyebrows, with earth elements gathering wildly. Shenmu was slightly surprised. Luo Cheng had actually mastered the earth attribute awakening skill so quickly. Boom, 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 tilde. The ground shook, and a cone-shaped rock suddenly burst out from under He Qing. He Qing was startled and quickly dodged to the side. But just as He Qing landed, and before he could even steady himself, another rock appeared on the ground. The speed was far beyond He Qing's imagination. Awakening skill, Flame Shield. Using the same trick again, a red flame shield appeared on He Qing's body. Bang! Rocks piercing from the ground collided with the light shield. As the rocks shattered, He Qing was thrown several meters away. How is that possible? He Qing was deeply shocked. At this moment, Luo Cheng was also full of doubts. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to force He Qing to such a point, since both of them were attribute source masters, and He Qing was even a level higher than Luo Cheng. It's strange that I've managed to catch He Qing off guard. However, he had no time to think further and continued to manipulate the ground spike to stab at He Qing. Bang! 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 He Qing smashed several rocks in succession, but did not harm him in the slightest. After He Qing began his habitual thrusting attacks, he stopped defending in a sorry state and gradually began to take the initiative. Luo Cheng's awakened skill is a continuous output type awakened skill, which can be used continuously as long as there is enough spiritual power. However, he had only just entered the soul fusion stage, so after manipulating the earth element to form more than 10 earth spikes, his spiritual power was almost depleted. Left with no other choice, Luo Cheng had to put away his awakened skill. Out of spiritual power? Watch me. Finally, Luo Cheng withdrew his attack. He Qing formed hand seals, and fire elements quickly gathered together. Awakening skill, Extreme Flame Serpent. Instantly, all the fire elements in the world gathered together, transforming into a giant fire serpent several meters long, which, under He Qing's control, began to fight Luo Cheng. Fortunately, Luo Cheng was an earth attribute source master known for his defense. Otherwise, he would have suffered an even greater loss. After dozens of rounds, the two sides remained locked in a stalemate. Although Luo Cheng was being pressured, he persevered and did not lose. Upon seeing this situation, He Qing became extremely anxious. What nightmare today? Is Tianxin City a monster's den? Why are all the monsters so troublesome? Not only was Shun Mu superior to him, but even Luo Cheng could rival him. He Qing felt utterly humiliated. Fire Serpent explode. In his emotional turmoil, He Qing could no longer care about anything else. The Fire Serpent began to expand violently, threatening to burst open at any moment. Seeing this, Shun Mu was about to step in to help, but Luo Cheng said, "Young master, there's no need to intervene. I can handle this. Gather." With a loud shout, the earth elementals around Luo Cheng spun continuously, then gathered around a single point to form a rock shield several feet high. Bang! The fire snake exploded, raising a cloud of dust. Its power was probably no different from that of TNT. Shen Mu frowned, focusing on the center of the battlefield. When the smoke cleared and the dust settled, a large crater several meters deep appeared in the field. Shen Mu quickly stepped forward to check and saw that Luo Cheng was dressed in tattered clothes and had many wounds on his limbs. "How are your injuries?" "Young master, it's all right." Shen Mu breathed a sigh of relief, then waved his hand, and an ice pillar slowly lifted Luo Cheng from the pit to the ground. He Qing was stunned to see Luo Cheng, who was bruised but otherwise unharmed. "They're all right." Shen Mu ignored him, casually gathered ice elements into a cup, bought a bottle of Moonwood Spirit liquid from Cine Store, poured out a few drops, and handed it to Luo Cheng. "Drink it." Luo Cheng took the cup and swallowed the spiritual liquid without saying a word. His injuries then began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The group exclaimed in surprise, "A miraculous healing medicine?" Seeing that Luo Cheng was unharmed, Shen Mu turned his head and said with a gloomy face, "Senior, you use such a ruthless method. Do you think that there is no one in Tianxin City who can do this?" Chapter 40, The Soul Dream Flute. If it weren't for the ancient city's power attribute boosting Luo Cheng's strength, he would probably be seriously injured or even dead today. No matter what, Luo Cheng is one of our own people, so He Qing's actions are far too disrespectful. He Qing, somewhat frightened and embarrassed, said, "I was too excited, but I had no intention of killing him." He Qing lost control in his haste because he saw that he had fought this junior for dozens of rounds without being able to defeat him. Now his spiritual energy is almost depleted, and if Shun Mu makes another move, he will definitely not come out on top. "Young master, I don't think the senior meant it, so let's just let it go." Luo Cheng knew that Shun Mu wanted to bring He Qing into Tianxin City, so he gave him a way out. Seeing this, He Qing was filled with gratitude. Since Luo Cheng has spoken, then let's leave it at that. Recalling what had just happened, Luo Cheng asked in confusion, "Young master, I suddenly felt that my strength had greatly increased. Why is that?" All people of Tianxin City will automatically have their strength increased by 1 level when fighting within Tianxin City. Shamu didn't hide anything and answered directly. Several people exclaimed in unison, "Is that so?" He Qing suddenly realized and said, "So that's why you were able to fight me to a draw?" Shen Mu nodded. He Qing gasped. What kind of place was this Tianxin City? How could it be so heaven-defying? Could the Xiantian Tower they were talking about be real? The sheer volume of information was overwhelming for He Qing. At this moment, the gate of the Xiantian Pagoda opened, and Bailey Ping's figure was moved out of the pagoda. Bailey Ping rushed to Shen Mu's side, his face full of excitement, and said, "City Lord Shun, this Xiantian Tower is truly invincible. It actually allowed me to break through again in such a short time." Before Shen Mu could answer, He Qing exclaimed in shock again, "Wasn't your last breakthrough a month ago? You've only been inside for an hour, and you've already broken through again?" Bailey Ping looked at Shen Mu in confusion and asked, "An hour? But I've been inside for a whole day." Shen Mu explained, "The time inside the Xiantian Tower is 12 times that outside. In other words, 1 day inside is equivalent to 1 hour outside." He Qing and Bailey Ping stared in disbelief. What? There's such a thing. In just half a day, they encountered things that seemed unbelievable, yet everything was real. When said apologetically, "I forgot to tell you." Shamu had a thought and began to check Bailey Ping's information. Name, Bailey Ping. Gender, male. Age, 16. Wu Yuan. Realm, 10th level of Meridian Tempering. Talent value, 90. Identity, martial artist of Tianjin City, young master of the Bailey family in Jiyuan City. Shenmu looked at Bailey Ping and smiled. I believe it won't be long before you awaken your martial origin and step into the soul fusion stage. Bailey Ping nodded excitedly and said, Thank you, City Lord. Call me young master. Yes. Congratulations, host. Bailey Ping's loyalty has reached the reverent stage. You are rewarded with 500 faith points. After hearing what the system said, Shenmu was taken aback. How come Bailey Ping's loyalty value only reached the reverent level? Geniuses are often arrogant and find it hard to genuinely win people over. The higher their talent level, the harder it is to increase their loyalty. Shenmu couldn't help but smile wryly. If he hadn't intimidated him at the beginning, and with the Xiantian Tower involved, it probably wouldn't have been easy to keep him here. Well, having some hair doesn't mean you're bald, and 500 is better than nothing. While everyone else was talking, He Qing was completely left out, and at that moment he was struggling internally. Although he couldn't believe it, Bailey Ping proved it to him with facts. He Qing didn't believe that Bailey Ping would act with Shenmu to deceive him. In the beginning, besides valuing Bailey Ping's talent, he valued his character even more. Therefore, he was torn between whether or not to humble himself and beg Shenmu to let him join Tianjin City. Recalling his earlier refusal of Shenmu's invitation, He Qing couldn't help but feel regret. If you're given a way out but refuse to take it, who can you blame? Shenmu glanced at He Qing, suppressing a laugh, and asked, Senior, are you now willing to join my Heavenly Heart City? He Qing didn't react for a moment, then, overjoyed, I'm willing. He learned all the information about the Xiantian Tower from Zuowan, and now it has been confirmed by Bailey Ping. How could a source master not be tempted by such a heaven-defying existence? Enhancing one's strength not only leads to a higher status, but also extends one's lifespan. No one would complain about living too long. In this martial world, becoming stronger is the only desire in everyone's heart. Congratulations, host. Your loyalty has reached the gratitude stage. You are rewarded with 1,000 integrity points. Shenmu smiled excitedly. He had given him a way out, and sure enough, he had gained a lot. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest and successfully recruited He Qing. The reward is a Xuanji spiritual weapon, Jingwei, sword, forging manual, and one Xuanji spiritual weapon of your choice. Please make your selection. Immediately, an interface appeared before Shenmu's eyes. There are 3 windows, and each window contains a different weapon. There is a silver longsword, a blue jade bead, and a purple wooden staff. Jade Void Sword. Grade Mystic. Amplification. Spirit power consumption is reduced by 20 when using Awakening skill. Phantom Sea Pearl. Grade Mystic. Amplification. Water attribute Awakening skill power increased by 15. Purple Brilliant Staff. Grade Mystic. Amplification. Spiritual energy recovery speed increased by 20. Weapons are divided into ordinary weapons and spiritual weapons. Ordinary weapons do not provide any enhancement for source masters, but spiritual weapons can. Weapons with spiritual qualities are classified into 4 levels: Yellow, Mysterious, Earth, and Heaven. He Qing is currently a junior weapon forger and can only forge yellow-grade spiritual weapons. The 3 weapons in front of them are all Xin-level spiritual weapons, which are even higher than Huang-level spiritual weapons. The system reminded the user, if the host does not find a weapon they like, they can skip it, and the weapon will be refreshed continuously. Oh, you can do that? Let's skip that then. These weapons are decent, but none of them are the type that Shenmu likes. Weapons are important in terms of power and effectiveness, but you also have to like them first, otherwise they will never feel comfortable to use. Then, a flash of light appeared on screen, and 3 more weapons appeared. Shenmu shook his head in disappointment. Skip it. Whoosh. Jump over. Whoosh. Jump over. After refreshing the page countless times, a grayish-white jade flute caught Shenmu's attention. Soul Dream Flute. Grade Mystic. Amplification. Soul power increased by 20. Chapter 41. Spiritual Cuisine Across the World. The stronger one's soul power, the stronger one's perception of spiritual power and elements, which amplifies both the speed of one's own spiritual power recovery and the power of awakened skills. Upon seeing this, Shenmu's eyes lit up. This magical artifact was impeccable in both appearance and function. Shenmu was very interested in various musical instruments in his previous life. Even though I'm not a professional, I tinker with research in my spare time, and this jade flute is undoubtedly the best choice. Shenmu said to the system, "I want it." Immediately, the Soul Dream flute appeared directly in Shenmu's black rock ring. When Shenmu came to his senses, he saw the strange expressions on everyone's faces and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The group exchanged glances, and finally Zhuowen said, "Young master, there's something I'm not sure if I should say." Shenmu, puzzled, replied, "Speak your mind." Zhuowen looked at everyone again, then mustered his courage and asked, "Do you have some kind of mental problem?" "What do you mean?" Shenmu was taken aback and barely suppressed the urge to beat up Zhuowen before asking, "We've noticed you've been spacing out several times. Sometimes your eyes are shining, sometimes you're frowning." Upon hearing this, Shenmu instantly realized that he had been so focused on communicating with the system and choosing weapons that he had forgotten they were still nearby. Shenmu then looked distressed and aggrieved. "You don't understand. As the lord of this city, I worry about whether the people have enough to eat and wear, while at the same time, I feel gratified about the future of Tianxin City." Zhuowen and the others were stunned for a moment, then bowed to Shenmu in unison, their faces full of admiration, saying, "The people are truly fortunate to have a city lord like you, young master." Having finally managed to dodge the question, Shenmu quickly changed the subject. "Luo Cheng, when did you comprehend your awakened skill?" Luo Cheng said, "Last night." "Not bad." Shenmu pointed to the Xiantian Tower. "You four still have 5 chances today. Go in and come to the city lord's mansion to find me after you come out." Everyone nodded excitedly in agreement, especially Bailey Ping and He Qing, who had just joined and were full of anticipation for the Xiantian Pagoda. After everyone went inside, Shenmu walked towards the side of the Xiantian Tower. "Just now, the system notified me that the Wentian Pavilion has been completed and Shenmu is going to take a look." After traveling about a mile, Shenmu saw a very impressive building with red bricks and green tiles, carved eaves, and 2 giant stone bee sculptures in front of the gate. If they weren't standing there motionless, Shenmu would have thought they were real living beings. This building must be the Wentian Pavilion. Shenmu slowly pushed open the door, and a voice suddenly rang in his ears. To become the supreme ruler, one needs the assistance of a Qilin. With extraordinary talent, one can even challenge the heavens. The meaning of this sentence was not difficult to understand. It seemed that the Wentian Pavilion was related to geniuses. Just one sentence was enough to make Shenmu's blood boil. After saying that, the voice never appeared again. Shenmu began to examine the interior of the Wentian Pavilion. The entire space was empty, except for a huge jade plate standing in the middle. Shenmu had an idea and started checking the building information. Wentian Pavilion. To achieve the supreme main city, one must have talented people to assist. Wentian Pavilion focuses on searching for talented people from all over the world. Current level, level 1. Upgrade requirements, 2 peerless geniuses with a talent value of 90 or higher. Each time you level up, a random related attribute will be added to any building in the city. This attribute will not be added to buildings that already have attributes. The current level of Wentian Pavilion is level 1, and it has 1 opportunity to add attributes. Shenmu asked with practiced ease, "System, what privileges do I have?" The system replied, "On your first attempt, the host can choose to attach attributes. Would you like to use them now?" "A choice? That's great. Use." "Congratulations, host." The additional building this time is the Sun and Moon Tower. Please select the additional attributes. An interface then appeared before Shenmu's eyes. Hearing this, Shenmu was slightly disappointed. He had hoped that the City Lord's mansion or the Xiantian Tower would be attached, but he did not expect that a restaurant would be attached instead. However, Shenmu understood that he had no choice, so he put aside his disappointment and looked at the 3 options on the interface. Food is heaven. Increases the spiritual power of the produced spiritual food by 20. Captivating. Enhance the building's appeal to living beings. Spiritual cuisine world. All spiritual dishes have a 20 chance of being upgraded by 1 level. Shenmu's eyes lit up. All 3 attributes were undoubtedly quite good. In the world of emperors, there is a special kind of chef called the spirit chef. The term spiritual chef refers to someone whose food contains a large amount of spiritual power and elemental energy, which is highly beneficial to one's cultivation after consumption. This first attribute, as long as it is produced by the sun and moon pavilion, increases the spiritual power value of all spiritual dishes by 20, which is very practical. The second attribute directly enhances the sun and moon tower's attractiveness to all living beings, which is a significant benefit to Tianjin City's commerce. The third attribute is that the spiritual food produced by Sun and Moon Pavilion has a 20 chance of being upgraded by 1 level, which is simply heaven-defying. Only one of the 3 options? You can only choose one of the 3. Shenmu couldn't help but sigh. If he could, he would have liked to add everything. Although all 3 attributes are quite good, the most extraordinary one is undoubtedly spiritual cuisine under heaven, which can directly raise the level of spiritual cuisine. It is probably something that no one in the imperial world except the system can do. Shenmu gritted his teeth and said, I choose Ling Shan Tianxia. Attachment successful. Mission issued. Chapter 42, The Jade Disc of Heaven. Main quest. As the #1 restaurant in Tianjin City and the future #1 restaurant in the world, Rila must have the most outstanding spiritual chefs in charge. The host is now ordered to recruit at least 1 genius spiritual chef with a talent value of 80 or above. Task rewards: 1 plate of high-grade spiritual food with relevant attributes, and 1 random high-grade spiritual food recipe book. Task penalty: random negative status effect. The countdown to the Supreme City quest is shortened by 30 days. Upon seeing this mission, Shenmu cried. Spiritual chefs are already rare, and those with such high talent are even rarer. Finding one is no easy task. And even if they were found, why would anyone join Tianjin City? Wasn't this mission destined to fail? Recalling that cruel punishment, Shenmu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. System, this task is too demanding. Where am I supposed to find a spirit chef? The J plate in front of you can help you. After listening, Shenmu's gaze couldn't help but shift to the J plate he had seen when he first entered. There was only this one item in the entire Wentian Pavilion. What else could the system be referring to if not it? Then, Shenmu walked to the jade plate and with a thought began to examine the information on the jade plate. Asking the Heavens Jade Plate. Each time it is used, the host can say the profession of the talent they want to find and will receive random information about the talent. Cooldown time, 15 days. Upon reading it, Shenmu was overjoyed and said to the jade plate, Find the spirit chef. As soon as the words were spoken, the jade plate began to emit a faint glow. A few breaths later, the voice that Shenmu had heard when he entered the room sounded again. 2 days later, Kang City, the beginner spirit chef tasting competition. After saying that, the mysterious voice disappeared again. Why is Kang City allowed to host a spirit food tasting event when both are level 3 cities? In his memory, Shinyu once said that Tianjin City was not qualified to host a spiritual cuisine tasting event, but he did not say why. The system replied, even among the 3 tiers of main cities, there are varying levels of strength. Each tier has its own ranking list, updated annually, based on factors such as city power, economy, and prosperity. All Tier 3 cities ranked within the top 100 are qualified to host a beginner-level spirit chef tasting event, and Kang City happens to be ranked 100th. I see. Shenmu asked curiously, where does Qin Shuang City rank? 1,992. What about Tianjin City? The 2,333rd. How many level 3 cities are there in the Zhanyuan domain? 2,333. Evening, at the City Lord's Mansion. Shenmu specially asked Donghua to prepare a banquet. After Zhuan and the others came out of the Xintian Tower, they went to the City Lord's Mansion as Shenmu had instructed. Young master, we've been waiting. Shenmu pointed to the banquet and said, well, let's talk while we eat. This. After hearing this, Bailey Ping and the others looked at each other, not daring to make any rash moves. In a world of emperors, there's a clear distinction between the noble and the lowly. Although they were not Shenmu's servants, They were still under his command, and their status was naturally lower. As a subordinate, how could I possibly eat with the city lord? Zhuo was the only one to take his seat, and then he realized that there was no one around him. He quickly turned around and saw that everyone was standing still, not having moved an inch. Zhuo asked in confusion, "Why are you all standing there? Aren't you hungry?" Seeing this, Shenmu smiled slightly and said, "Please sit down. There are no rules here." After a few seconds of stunned silence, Zhuo suddenly realized what was happening, quickly stood up, and pulled the group towards the table. While pulling him, he said, "Young master doesn't have so many rules. Last time he ate with me and my parents at my house, so what are you afraid of?" Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances again before slowly sitting down. When Shenmu introduced Bailey Ping and He Qing to Donghua, Donghua was very surprised. He did not expect that even a renowned attribute source master like He Qing would be willing to join Tianqin City. He was overjoyed. Shenmu raised his wine glass and said to everyone, "Since you are all from Tianqin City, you are like my family. From now on, there's no need to be so formal. Let me toast you first." After saying that, Shenmu drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone quickly raised their glasses and said in unison, "To the young master." They then drank it all in one gulp. Apart from Zhuo, the others had only recently joined Tianqin City and were not very familiar with Shenmu's temperament, so they dared not be too presumptuous. I never expected Shenmu to be so approachable. That's quite rare. Shenmu glanced at everyone. Then his gaze fell on He Qing. "Elder He, if I have offended you in any way today, please don't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, He Qing was taken aback, then said somewhat awkwardly, "It was my rudeness. I was unaware that you, young master, were such a young genius. I am truly ashamed. That's the truth." He Qing was completely speechless after being defeated by Shenmu today. Having lived for so many years, when has he ever truly been convinced by a younger generation? Only Shenmu has this ability. Shenmu nodded. He then addressed the crowd, saying, "It is my honor that you are all willing to join Tianqin City. I hereby guarantee that I will give you all a promising future and live up to your trust." After saying that, Shenmu raised his cup again and drank it all in one gulp. The others followed closely behind. Next, Tianqin City needs to enter a phase of rapid development. Shenmu looked at Donghua. Donghua will continue to be responsible for managing the city's internal affairs. Donghua nodded and accepted the order. Managing the city was something he was already very familiar with, but Tianqin City might enter a phase of rapid development in the future, so his responsibilities would not be light. "I'll build a weapon forging pavilion later." Shenmu's gaze shifted to He Qing. "How about Elder He take charge of it? I will obey your orders." He Qing cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and said solemnly. Shenmu nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Zhuo, Luo, Cheng, and Bailey Ping. "You three are pending. Arrangements will be made when the time comes." The three responded, "Yes. I need to go to Kang City early tomorrow morning to take care of some business. Elder He and Luo Cheng will come with me," Shenmu instructed. "You and Donghua will stay in Tianqin City. The Xintian Tower is open to you, and each of you can enter twice a day." Zhuo and Bailey Ping were initially disappointed when they heard that they wouldn't be included on the trip. But upon hearing that the number of times he could enter the Xintian Tower each day had increased, he immediately beamed with joy and no longer felt resentful. Let's set off first thing tomorrow morning. Chapter 43, Kang City. The next morning, Donghua prepared a carriage, but it was not pulled by an ordinary horse, but by a wild beast called the green-scaled horn horse. This beast is docile and not very aggressive, but it is very fast. Therefore, they are often tamed to pull carts and are the most common mounts in the world of Huangji. Tianqin City is not very far from Kang City. We set off in the morning and arrived at our destination in the evening. Looking at the towering and majestic city walls, Shenmu was somewhat moved. Compared to it, Tianqin City is worlds apart. Its height and thickness alone put it in a completely different league. When Shenmu saw the three large characters of Kang City, he was even more shocked. These words emitted a faint glow in the darkness, and their light could be seen even from miles away from the city gate. More importantly, it exudes a special aura that gives people a faint sense of oppression. Is there anything special about these 3 words? Shenmu asked, turning his head. Lord of the city, you may not know this, but the 3 characters Kang City were written with the bones of a peak stage soul fusion realm spirit beast as a brush and its blood as ink. He Ching said solemnly. Spirit beast blood gives people a faint sense of oppression that lasts for a long time. Upon hearing this, both Shenmu and Luo Cheng were startled. What a grand gesture! Not only are spirit beasts of this level extremely rare, but their blood is also a precious commodity. Normally, the value of a spirit beast blood is at least tens of thousands of spirit crystals, and the higher the cultivation level, the more its value increases. The blood of a peak soul fusion realm spirit beast is so rare that it cannot be bought for less than 100,000 to 200,000 spirit crystals, and even then, it is priceless. It's estimated that just writing these 3 characters would have consumed all the blood of a spirit beast. In other words, the mere mention of Kang City is worth no less than 100,000 spirit crystals. At this moment, Shenmu only had 2 words in his mind. That's fucking arrogant. This city, ranking among the top 100 out of thousands of level 3 cities, is indeed extraordinary. Even Kang City is so arrogant, Shenmu really can't imagine how awesome the number 1 ranked level 3 main city, or even level 2 main city, really is. After expressing their feelings, the group moved towards the city. They were stopped as soon as they reached the city gate. The city guards glanced at them and said indifferently, Where are you from? What are you doing here? Seeing that the group was dressed in ordinary clothes and did not look like high-ranking officials, the city guards naturally did not pay too much attention to them. People from Tianxin City, here on business, Shenmu replied calmly. What do you need me for? Spirit chef tasting event. Are you a spirit chef? Shenmu frowned slightly, suppressing his impatience, and replied, No. If you're not a spirit chef, why are you here to participate in the spirit chef tasting event? The city guard sneered. Or are you here to cause trouble? Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng immediately retorted angrily. Insolence. Clang. Upon hearing this, the city guards immediately drew their swords and pointed them at Shenmu and his companions. At the same time, the other city guards also drew their swords one after another, looking at Shenmu and his group with wary expressions. Is this how you treat your guests in Kang City? Shenmu sneered. Of course we respect our guests, the city guard said with a disdainful look. But judging from your behavior, you're acting suspiciously. You don't seem like good people. You're asking for it. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng was furious and wanted to teach this ungrateful fellow a lesson. Stop! A middle-aged city guard clad in armor slowly walked out of the city. Commander Zhang. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, all the city guards bowed and greeted him. Commander Zhang nodded slightly, then looked at the onlookers around him, then at Shenmu and the others and asked, What happened? Reporting to Commander Zhang, I noticed these men acting suspiciously and trying to sneak into the city, so I stopped them to question them. The city guard's eyes flashed, and he said, Who knew they would actually attack? Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng roared angrily. Damn it, you're taking this out of context. It was clearly the city guards who were rude first, and it was only after they tried to take action that they started it. But in his mouth, it became a deliberate provocation. How could Luo Cheng not be furious? Oh, who exactly are you people, and what is your purpose in entering the city? Commander Zhang narrowed his eyes. If you can't explain yourself clearly, don't blame me for being impolite. The commander was clearly protecting his own people, thus directing all the criticism at Shenmu's side. Shenmu smiled slightly, not angry at all, and said, We are here for the spirit chef tasting event and have no ill intentions. What kind of tasting event is it if the chef isn't a spirit chef? The city guard retorted. Did I say I was going to participate? Shenmu's expression darkened slightly. Are you saying I can't even take a look? Or is it that your Kang City divides people into different classes and ordinary people are not allowed to enter the city? After hearing this, the people passing by all started talking about it. Because Kang City never refuses entry to ordinary people. Sometimes some procedures are required, but there has never been any instance of refusing guests. After all, no matter how large a city is, it cannot close itself off from the world. Otherwise, its economy and prosperity would never be able to improve. Nonsense, Commander Zhang shouted angrily. Our Kang City treats all its people equally, without any distinction between different classes. Although it's common for people to flatter the powerful and belittle the weak, he understood that the city guards stopped the group simply to take advantage of the situation. He, as the leader, also benefited from the advantages his subordinates gained, which is why he turned a blind eye to it. But Commander Zhang dared not admit it at this moment, for doing so would surely incur the wrath of the masses. He can't afford to take that responsibility. Chapter 44, Conflict. Commander, I think he's just spreading rumors, and his motives are definitely not pure. Commander Zhang suddenly realized what was happening and roared. You scoundrels, how dare you cause trouble in my Kang City? Seize them. Having said that, the city guards drew their swords and approached Shenmu and his companions step by step, intending to capture them. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences, Luo Cheng said with a gloomy face. Although he followed Shenmu's lead after joining Tianxin City, he was still an elder of Qingxuan City before that. Everyone treated him with utmost respect, yet these few lackeys dared to be disrespectful to him. Ridiculous. Do you really think you're some big shot? Commander Zhang sneered. Take him down. If he dares to resist, kill him without mercy. Yes, you've got guts. After saying that, Luo Cheng's spiritual power surged out, and earth elements quickly gathered around him, causing dust to fly everywhere. Upon seeing this, Commander Zhang's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in fear, "An attribute source master!" He immediately screamed, "Stop it, all of you!" After speaking, Commander Zhang turned pale, walked tremblingly to Luo Cheng, and knelt down with a thud. My lord, I was blind and did not recognize you. I did not know you were an attribute source master. Please forgive my ignorance. Commander Zhang slapped himself as he spoke. The city guard who had started the trouble earlier was terrified when he saw this scene. He immediately knelt down and started slapping himself, just like Commander Zhang. Attribute source masters are extraordinary figures. Even those who have just entered the soul fusion stage are not to be underestimated. Currently, the entire Kang City doesn't have a single attribute source master. The city lord has always wanted to recruit an attribute source master to Kang City, but he never expected to offend one today. Thinking of this, Commander Zhang felt like dying. If the city lord finds out, he will likely be held responsible. Seeing how timid and subservient they were, Luo Cheng instantly lost interest in lecturing them. Now may we go in? Of course. Startled, Commander Zhang stammered, Please come in, sir. Then he looked at Shun Mu and He Qing and said politely, Please come in, gentlemen. In Commander Zhang's view, these two men were either Luo Cheng's servants or his friends. But regardless of their identities, none of them are people he can afford to offend. But to everyone's surprise, Luo Cheng quietly stepped back half a body length behind Shenmu and said, Young master, please come in. Shenmu nodded and started walking into the city. Zhang and his men were instantly petrified. It wasn't until they had been inside the city for quite some time that he came to his senses. Quickly, informed the city lord. Commander Zhang gave orders to the city guards, and then he himself walked and ran into the city. As he passed the city guard who was still kneeling on the ground, Commander Zhang suddenly stopped. You bastard, you almost killed me. He then kicked him 3 meters away, yelling, This isn't over yet. I'll settle the score with you when I have some free time. Then Commander Zhang quickly took small, quick steps and ran towards the city. The city guard, who had been kicked away, struggled to his feet with great difficulty. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said with a tearful expression, How was I supposed to know he was an attribute source master? Originally, I just wanted to make things difficult for these people and take the opportunity to skim some money, but who knew I would run into such a tough opponent? Walking through the city, looking at the bustling streets and crowds, Shun Mu was deeply moved. The top 100 tier 3 main cities are indeed extraordinary. Whether it's the flow of people or the level of prosperity, they are far beyond what Tianxin City can match. If we were to use the analogy from the previous life, Kang City would undoubtedly be like a first-class city, while Tianxin City would simply be a small county town. Arriving at an inn, Shun Mu and his companions booked 3 private rooms, intending to spend the night there and wait for the spirit chef tasting event to begin the next day. After settling their luggage, the group found a window seat on the second floor, ordered a few side dishes, and a pot of wine. They ate and chatted at the same time. As Luo Chung cracked open a peanut and stuffed it into his mouth, he asked, "Young master, are you really here for the spirit chef tasting event?" Shen Mu nodded. Could it be that the young master is going to take the exam for the spirit chef? Luo Chung asked tentatively. Shen Mu smiled and retorted, "Do you think I, your young master, have that ability?" "Have." Shen Mu was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but look at He Qing. "Yes, there really is." He Qing nodded seriously. "I don't even believe it myself. So where do you get your confidence from?" Shen Mu laughed. "I'm not here to take the exam, but to recruit." Although Shen Mu is not an insecure person, he is not so arrogant as to think he can do anything. Becoming a master chef isn't just about having high talent. You also need to have knowledge of cooking and creative ideas. After all, spiritual cuisine pursues not only efficacy, but also taste. Good cooking skills can also maximize the effects of spiritual food. The two complement each other and are indispensable. Upon hearing this, Luo Chung and He Qing nodded in unison. But they still had unwavering faith in Shen Mu's abilities, because in their eyes, Shen Mu was an omnipotent being, so what was a mere spirit chef? Perhaps it was because of the spirit chef tasting event that the number of people in Kang City was no less than before. Kang City is now truly a melting pot of all sorts of people. Chapter 45, The Spirit Chef Tasting Event. Kang City, City Lord's Mansion. What? Say that again. A middle-aged, overweight man in a blue robe slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his face showing a mixture of surprise and anger. "Lord City Master, I must say that an attribute source master has arrived in Kang City." A middle-aged man in armor knelt on the ground and answered tremblingly. This person was none other than Commander Zhang of the City Guards, who had just clashed with Shen Mu and the others. The fat man in the blue robe frowned, his expression authoritative without being angry. "Not that line, the next one. He just had a conflict with my subordinate." After saying this, Commander Zhang hurriedly knelt down, not daring to look directly at the person above him. Bang! "You bastard!" The fat man in the blue robe slammed his fist on the table again, shouting angrily, "Don't you know that you can't just mess with attribute source masters?" "It was my mistake. Please forgive me, Lord City Lord." After saying this, Commander Zhang quickly kowtowed several times and said in a trembling voice. Commander Zhang was suffering in silence, but he had no way to express it. In a moment of confusion, he might have endangered his life. Thinking about his foolish behavior, he wanted to slap himself a few times. Where did they come from? Where are they from? Oh, right, they said they're from Tianxin City. Commander Zhang replied. The fat man in the blue robe was puzzled and asked uncertainly, Tianxin City? He knew that Tianxin City was the worst of the three-level main cities. So how could it have an attribute source master? Your subordinate dares not speak falsely, Commander Zhang said, trembling with fear. What are they doing here? They said they came to attend the Lingchu Spirit Chef tasting event. The fat man in the blue robe pondered for a moment and then ordered, send someone to keep a close eye on them, but make sure they aren't discovered. Lord City Lord, I have another matter to report. Commander Zhang was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Spit it out, the fat man in the blue robe said impatiently. Yes. Commander Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I initially thought the attribute source master was the leader among them, but when we entered the city, that attribute source master actually addressed another white-robed youth as young master, and his demeanor was extremely respectful. What? Upon hearing this, the fat man in the blue robe changed his expression drastically once again. This news shocked him even more than Commander Zhang offending an attribute source master. What does it mean that an attribute master would address a young boy as young master? The city of Kang awoke to a commotion early the next morning. Today is a special day for Kang City, as the triennial Spirit Chef tasting event will be held at the Kang City Martial Arts Arena. Only the most powerful cities are qualified to host such a grand event, and the people are proud of it. On this day, anyone from the surrounding cities who aspires to become a Spirit Chef can participate in this grand event, provided they meet the basic requirements. Winning this competition will not only bring you rich rewards, but also make you famous, attracting powerful cities or clans to join your ranks. When that time comes, one's status and position will surely rise accordingly, something every spiritual chef dreams of. Because most spirit chefs are basically in a state of individual cultivation, the resources they spend on cultivation alone are already a huge amount. However, once you join a city or clan, you will no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. Just focus on your cultivation. Early in the morning, after finishing breakfast, Shunmu and his group leisurely followed the crowd to the martial arts arena. Many people who enjoy watching exciting events are unwilling to miss such a grand occasion. They all brought their families and headed to the training ground. "Young master, there are so many people," Luo Cheng said excitedly. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of people. Having lived in a level 3 main city for so long, he rarely saw such a large scene, so it was no wonder he was so surprised. Shinmu curled his lips slightly, thinking to himself, compared to the spring festival travel rush, this is nothing. However, with so many people, it will probably be difficult to witness the exciting part of the competition. We need to think of a solution. As Shinmu was deep in thought, hoping to come up with a solution, an old man dressed in gray suddenly walked over from a distance, bowed to Shinmu, and said, "Sir, as instructed by the city lord, please follow me into the arena to watch the match." City lord? Shinmu was full of doubt. He must be referring to the city lord of Kang City, but he had never met him before. How could the city lord know him? Then, Shinmu looked at Luo Cheng and asked, "You know him?" Luo Cheng quickly shook his head. He looked at He Qing again, and He Qing quickly shook his head. "That's strange. Could it be that I have such great charm that the city lord has long admired me? How does your city lord know me?" The old man in gray smiled and said, "My subordinates were blind to your greatness at the city gate earlier. Please forgive them, sir." Upon hearing this, Shinmu suddenly understood. Without further ado, Shunmu said, "Please lead the way." Chapter 46, Zhong Tian. I was just planning to find a way in, but now that the opportunity has come knocking, how can I refuse? Although we don't know what the Lord of Kang City's purpose is, we can't worry about that now. We should just complete the mission as soon as possible. As they approached the entrance to the competition venue, the officer on duty was none other than Commander Zhang, whom they had met the day before. He had been looking gloomy, but as soon as he saw Shunmu and the others, he immediately beamed and greeted them. He bowed to Shunmu and the others, saying, "I was confused yesterday. Please forgive me, gentlemen." "That's enough," Shunmu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Commander Zhang immediately beamed with joy and bowed again. "Thank you, sir." Although Luo Cheng didn't speak, Commander Zhang understood that Shunmu was the leader among them, and as long as Shinmu spoke, the matter would be over. The old man in gray said, "Please come in." Shinmu nodded and stepped inside. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind him. Shinmu turned around and saw a young man in his early 30s looking anxious. He said to Commander Zhang, "I was indeed late today due to an accident. Please make an exception for me, sir." "No. The competition rules state that contestants are not allowed to enter after the designated time. If you want to participate, come back in 3 years." "What? 3 years?" the young man exclaimed excitedly. "I've been preparing for this competition for almost 10 years. Please give me a chance, considering how hard I've worked." Mission issued. Side quest. Help Chef Zhong Tian successfully participate in the competition. Task reward. 1 plate of first-grade spiritual food. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City Quest countdown shortened by 10 days. Zhong Tian? Who is Zhong Tian? Upon seeing this task, Shinmu was completely baffled. Could it be? Shinmu's gaze shifted to the young man in front of him, and a thought crossed his mind. Name, Zhong Tian. Gender, male. Race, human. Age, 32. Realm, ascending to the soul fusion stage. Martial origin, no attribute. Talent value, 82. Identity, citizen of Bitian City. After reading it, Shinmu's eyes lit up. He had been thinking about how to find a mission target, but he didn't expect to find it so easily. Immediately, Shinmu spoke up. "Commander Zhang, could you do me the favor and let this brother in?" Upon hearing this, Commander Zhang was about to reprimand who dared to make demands of him, but when he turned around and saw that it was Shun Mu, he immediately shrank back, looking embarrassed. He couldn't help but look to the old man in gray for help. The old man in gray turned around and said to Shun Mu, "Since you've spoken, sir, we must give you this courtesy. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and receiving 1 plate of beginner spiritual cuisine, Kung Pao chicken." Upon hearing this, Zhong Tian was stunned for a long time, then overjoyed. He thanked Commander Zhang and ran to Shun Mu in a few quick steps. He bowed and said with a face full of gratitude, "My name is Zhong Tian. May I ask how this gentleman is addressed?" "My name is Shun Mu. Thank you for your help, Lord Shun. I will remember this kindness forever." Zhong Tian bowed again and said solemnly, "If it weren't for Shun Mu, he probably would have had to wait another 3 years. Time is extremely precious to everyone, and who would want to waste it if they could save it? Besides, 3 years is a long time, and no one knows what will happen during that time. Missing this opportunity could be a huge loss." "It was nothing, no need to thank me." Shun Mu smiled and said, "Please go in quickly. It might not be good if we are late." Upon hearing this, Zhong Tian bowed again. "Very well. If there is an opportunity, I will have another meeting with you, sir." Shun Mu nodded, watching Zhong Tian's departing figure, and smiled slightly. "There are plenty of opportunities. Once I set my sights on someone, they won't escape." Following the gray-robed elder, Shun Mu and his companions slowly entered the arena. The training ground is enormous, with a circular arena in the center that is 1 meter high and 100 meters in diameter, as well as nearly 10,000 spectator seats. It is even more spacious than some famous stadiums in my previous life. Most competitions or events in the city are usually held in the martial arts arena. In addition, a viewing platform with dozens of individual seats was set up in the center of the audience seating area. Without a doubt, this must be the legendary judges panel. At the top of the platform sat 3 enormous thrones. In the center sat a stout man in a blue robe, to his left an elderly man with a white beard, and to his right a middle-aged man in a golden robe. Upon seeing Shun Mu and his group arrive, the fat man in the blue robe smiled and nodded at Shun Mu. Shun Mu was taken aback. Then a thought struck him. Name, Ji Long. Gender, male. Age, 56. Talent value, 78. Realm, Peak of Soul Fusion Stage. Martial origin, no attribute. Identity, Lord of Kang City. So this is the Lord of Kang City. Out of politeness, Shun Mu nodded slightly in response. Suddenly, the man on the right stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock and anger, and exclaimed, "Shun Mu, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Shun Mu glanced over and frowned immediately. This person looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Shun Mu was taken aback. "Isn't that Si Yang?" Immediately, Shun Mu sneered, "I can come if I want. It's none of your business." "You? I haven't settled the score with you for what happened last time, and you've actually delivered yourself to my doorstep." "Very well," Si Yang said with a sinister smile. He had planned to settle accounts with Shun Mu in Tianxin City after this grand event, but he never expected to run into him here. What a small world. Does City Lord Ji Long know this young man? Si Yang asked the fat man in blue robes. Ji Long glanced at Shun Mu and pondered. "We wouldn't say we're acquaintances. This boy has a grudge against me. If it weren't for the City Lord's acquaintance, I would have had to take action." Chapter 47, Threat. As Si Yang spoke, he looked at Shun Mu with a gloomy expression. Ji Long said meaningfully, "Do they have any elemental source masters over there?" "I knew it all along, but so what? I'll kill them anyway," Si Yang said with a cold laugh. "Since we've already made enemies, there's no room for reconciliation. If we don't eliminate Shun Mu completely, we'll be the ones to suffer once he grows up." Upon hearing this, Ji Long gave Si Yang a deep look and fell silent. Normally, Ji Long wouldn't have taken a city lord like Si Yang, who was ranked over 1,000th, seriously. But because Si Yang might have that city behind him, Ji Long was being so polite to him. Seeing that Si Yang didn't even put attribute source masters in his eyes deepened his suspicions. Seeing that Ji Long did not object, Si Yang was about to get up and make a move, but Ji Long immediately stopped him. "City Lord Si, give me some face. How about we resolve this matter after the grand event?" Jilong's actions were intended to buy time. Firstly, it was indeed inappropriate to make a move before the grand event. Secondly, he had no idea of Shun Mu's true identity. Although Si Yang's actions had nothing to do with him, if this young man had an extraordinary background and then died in Kang City, he would also be held responsible. Upon hearing this, Si Yang hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "All right, I'll give you that face. Kid, I'll let you live a little longer. Once the grand event is over, that's when you'll die." Si Yang suppressed his anger and threatened. After hearing this, Shun Mu didn't react, but Luo Cheng was the first to object. "Si Yang, I advise you to show some respect to my young master. Don't forget how you fled in such a sorry state that day." Upon hearing Luo Cheng's words, everyone's expressions varied, especially Ji Long, who was extremely surprised. "Luo Cheng, you traitor, how dare you speak? Today, not only will Shinmu die, but you won't escape either," Si Yang said angrily. He felt extremely resentful that the source masters he had painstakingly recruited had now betrayed him and were now showing utmost respect to Shinmu. Moreover, he lost face completely on the day of the ceremony, and Luo Cheng is now saying it in front of everyone, which is undoubtedly a slap in the face to him. I didn't expect the hatred between the two sides to be so deep, and it seems that Si Yang has even suffered a loss at the hands of these people. This situation made Ji Long even more unsure of Shun Mu's true intentions. Luo Cheng wanted to argue further, but Shun Mu stopped him directly. "Young master, can you really tolerate this?" "Luo Cheng, don't get too excited. Shen Mu sneered. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back?" Luo Cheng was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Oh, I understand. Presumptuous. Shen Mu, how dare you call me a dog?" After realizing what was happening, Si Yang's eyes blazed with anger. Who is this young man? He actually dares to offend the city lord of Xi'an. He's probably a spoiled brat from some wealthy family. His youthful arrogance will come at a price. Seeing how sharp Shin Mu's words were, everyone present couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. Although they were all prominent figures, they would never dare to provoke Si Yang so easily. They never expected that this greenhorn would be so bold as to go against Si Yang. "I didn't name names. If you take it personally, then there's nothing I can do." Shin Mu smiled faintly, his expression subtle. "You?" Si Yang was speechless and couldn't refute a single word. "Kid, don't try to be clever with your words. I hope you won't be kneeling down begging for mercy later." Shin Mu ignored his shouts, found a seat, and began to rest with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Si Yang was even more furious, but he also knew that this was not the time to lash out. He suppressed his anger and was determined to kill Shin Mu. Jilong glanced at Si Yang, then looked at Shin Mu's back, lost in thought. "I'm your host, Wang Fugue. Welcome to this culinary tasting event. Due to the large number of attendees, the city has specially set up light and shadow projection screens outside the venue to ensure that those unable to enter can watch the event in real time." An elderly man dressed in a black and red robe stood in the center of the competition field and announced loudly. Projection is a technique used by array masters to inscribe projection arrays on certain special materials. By using spirit crystals as an energy source, the real-time situation of a certain place can be projected onto a light and shadow projection screen. To put it simply, it's like a live broadcast on television in my previous life. With this, even people who can't watch the game up close can follow it in real time through a huge projection screen, which is quite user-friendly. However, the amount of spirit crystals required to project this match would likely be astronomical. Only a city like Kang City can afford to spend so much. As the match began, Shin Mu slowly opened his eyes. The viewing platform is the closest to the competition venue, only about 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, away, and offers a clear view of everything inside the venue. At this moment, the center of the arena had been set up with dozens of stoves and a huge storage container on it, containing all kinds of spiritual food ingredients. Without further ado, please welcome the contestants to the stage. Chapter 48, Generous Rewards. With a single sentence from the host, the grand event officially began. The entire audience was excited. Both judges and audience members wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. Dozens of people slowly walked onto the stage from the side, all with excited faces, some even waving to the crowd. Now, each contestant, please introduce yourselves in turn. My name is Lu Jian, and I come from Liang City. My name is Jiang Ping, and I come from Zilong City. My name is Zhong Tian, and I come from Biyuan City. Upon seeing Zhong Tian, Shen Mu's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Now that all 65 contestants have been introduced, I will announce the competition rules. The host addressed the crowd. All materials needed for this competition will be provided by Kang City. You may gather the materials yourselves. The competition will last 3 hours, and each person will have the opportunity to prepare 3 spiritual dishes. The winner will be the one with the highest quality spiritual dishes. If the quality is the same, the one with the most dishes will win. If the number of dishes is the same, the one who finishes in the shortest time will win. Does everyone understand? Clear. The reason for setting 3 dishes is to showcase the true skill of the spiritual chef. After all, even the most skilled spiritual chef cannot guarantee that every dish will meet the standards of spiritual cuisine. Therefore, a chef who can prepare more spiritual dishes in 3 chances is considered to be stronger. Now, let's announce the competition prizes. Upon hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word. The rewards for this competition are generous. Those who place 4th through 10th will have the opportunity to become disciples of Master Kai Sheng, receive a beginner-level spiritual food recipe book, and be awarded a beginner spiritual chef badge. The host announced emphatically. What? He can actually become a disciple of Master Kai Sheng. And there's also a beginner's spiritual diet recipe. Everyone was overjoyed and began to discuss it animatedly. Spiritual recipes are something spiritual chefs need most, just as martial artists cannot do without martial arts manuals. With a recipe for a spiritual dish, a spiritual chef has a certain chance of learning how to make a spiritual dish from it, and may even use it as a basis to create a completely new spiritual dish. Kai Sheng, on the other hand, is an intermediate-level spirit chef, though his skills may not be considered top-tier among intermediate-level spirit chefs. But in the eyes of ordinary people, he is an unapproachable figure. Becoming his disciple, even a nominal disciple, is the wish of countless chefs. Unexpectedly, this is the reward for the chef tasting event, and it's only for the 4th to 10th place winners. How generous will the rewards be for the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place winners? In addition to the 3rd place winner, 1 mind-concentrating pill will be awarded, the host announced again. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up again. Only alchemists can refine pills, and this concentration pill is the lowest grade of yellow rank pill. Even a beginner-level pill can calm the mind and enhance spiritual power. Whether taken while comprehending recipes or preparing spiritual meals, it can effectively increase the success rate. The runner-up will receive an additional 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals on top of that. Although spirit crystals have no direct effect on the spirit chef profession, they're not only money that can be used to buy recipes, but also to be absorbed to improve one's cultivation. Once one's cultivation level increases, preparing spiritual food will naturally become much easier. Overall, spirit crystals are also very useful. Finally, the champion's reward is, on top of that, a junior deacon badge awarded by the Spirit Food Association. The referee dropped another bombshell. Everyone was stunned after hearing about the champion's reward, and drool dripped down their faces. The Spirit Cuisine Association is a major organization in the imperial world, primarily responsible for managing all spirit chefs. Once a chef passes a formal competition or obtains certification, they can choose to join the Spiritual Cuisine Association, but they will only be ordinary members and will have limited rights. But deacons are different. Once a chef has a deacon badge, he is no longer an ordinary member of the congregation, but a member of the management. Therefore, their rights have also been greatly enhanced, the most practical of which is that deacons can view all the spiritual food recipes designated by the association for free. It's important to know that for ordinary chefs to get the opportunity to learn recipes, they either have to buy them themselves, learn from a master, or create their own. But each of these methods is more difficult than the last. Becoming a deacon allows one to view a portion of the spiritual food recipes at will, unconditionally, and for free. How could anyone not be tempted? Thinking of this, Everyone clenched their fists slightly, their eyes burning with passion and determination, and they secretly resolved to fight hard for the championship. The rules and rewards have all been announced. Do you all understand? Clear. In that case, I hereby declare the start of the match. Chapter 49, Disciple of Gurong. At the host's command, dozens of chefs immediately sprang into action, vying to select ingredients from the giant container. Each spiritual chef specializes in a different style of spiritual cuisine. Some are good at vegetarian dishes, while others are good at meat dishes, and still others are good at staple foods. Regardless of the type, as long as the culinary skills are superb, the spiritual food's power can be brought to its fullest potential. After spending a short time selecting the ingredients, everyone raced against time to get to cooking. Shinmu watched with great curiosity, as it was the first time he had ever witnessed the preparation of spiritual food in person. The reason why spirit chefs are so rare is that the minimum requirement for entry is to reach the soul fusion stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to release spiritual energy, control the preparation of spiritual dishes, or integrate with spiritual dishes. A dish can become a sacred meal not only because of the ingredients themselves. The chef's understanding of ingredients, comprehension and application of methods, and subtle control of heat using spiritual power all play a crucial role. For example, the meat of a fire attribute spirit beast cannot be cooked together with water attribute, ice attribute, or other similar ingredients. Otherwise, with conflicting attributes, it would not only be difficult to make a spiritual dish, but it would also easily lead to the destruction of the ingredients. At the same time, controlling the heat and manipulating spiritual energy to blend with the dishes are also key to making high-quality spiritual food. Of course, this is just the simplest theory. Whether a dish can be considered a spiritual meal involves a great deal of profound knowledge. In short, it's not difficult to make a dish, but to imbue it with spirit and turn it into a spiritual meal is not as simple as it seems. Who do you all think is the best? Ji Long asked with a chuckle. Those seated on the viewing platform were almost all prominent figures. Ji Long also wanted to take this opportunity to make more contacts and exchanges, which would be beneficial to the future development of Kang City. Personally, I think Lu Jian from Liang City is quite good. He's a rising star in the world of spirit chefs, and many seniors have praised him. Jiang Ping from Zilong City is also quite good. I heard that he once made a spirit chef who had been in the business for nearly 100 years admit defeat. I think it's Yi Yun from Kaoshan City. The Yi family of Kaoshan City is a family of master chefs, and Yi Yun will definitely surpass his predecessors. Everyone present expressed their opinions and voiced their views. Upon hearing this, Ji Long specifically asked, City Lord Si, what do you think? Of course I favor Xue Tong. Si Yang looked at the girl in the purple and blue gauze robe in the arena, his eyes filled with a hint of longing. Ji Long's gaze also shifted to Xue Tong, and he asked in confusion, does this girl have some extraordinary talent? Ji Long had reviewed the information of all the contestants beforehand. He also remembered this girl, but the information did not show anything special about her. So why was Si Yang so optimistic about her? I heard that she once received guidance from Master Gu Rong. What? Master Gu Rong's disciple? Having received guidance shouldn't make one a formal disciple, right? Even without considering his personal disciples, he is still more than capable of surpassing ordinary spirit chefs. Before Si Yang could finish speaking, his words stirred up a huge wave of discussion. Gu Rong is one of the few high-level spiritual chefs in Zhan Yuan domain. She can make top-quality spiritual dishes from ordinary ingredients, with effects comparable to rare and precious herbs. Even setting aside Gu Rong, many of her disciples are renowned spiritual chefs in the Zhan Yuan domain. If Xue Tong has truly received guidance from Gu Rong, his future achievements will likely be quite remarkable. After finally calming down, Ji Long tentatively asked, is City Lord Si's target this time Xue Tong? That's right. Although he knew that Si Yang had come with a purpose, he still didn't know who Si Yang's real target was. Hearing him admit it himself, Ji Long was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected someone like Xue Tong to appear this time. If what he said is true, then Xue Tong certainly cannot be given up so easily. After all, he is the lord of the city. If he could have a highly skilled chef, it would bring great benefits to Kang City. Previously, Jilong had been quite polite because of Si Yang's powerful background. But when it comes to his own interests, he doesn't care about many things, even if the main city behind Si Yang is very strong. If that's the case, why doesn't City Lord Si say it out loud? Wouldn't it be better to recruit them silently? To be honest, if Si Yang hadn't said it himself, probably no one would have noticed that Xue Tong was anything special. After all, she was far too ordinary among all the spirit chefs. But now that Si Yang is openly and honestly stating its advantages, isn't that just creating more competitors for itself? Upon hearing this, Si Yang smiled wryly and said, "Can we really keep it a secret?" He longed to quietly recruit Xue Tong into his ranks. But how could gold remain unseen forever? When she reveals her true abilities in the competition, she won't be able to hide them anymore. So it makes no difference whether you say it sooner or later. After hearing Si Yang's words, everyone fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Jilong turned his gaze to Shun Mu, who had been sitting quietly without speaking, and after a moment of thought, said, "I wonder who young Master Shin favors?" After that, everyone's eyes fell on the white-robed youth who had remained silent. Shin Mu slowly stood up, turned to Jilong, and said, "I think Zhong Tian is quite good." Chapter 50, I feel Zhong Tian can win the championship. Zhong Tian, Jilong asked, his face full of questions. He didn't seem to recognize the name. So Jilong looked at the gray-robed old man standing to the side and asked, "Is Zhong Tian also one of the contestants this time?" The old man in gray bowed to Jilong and said, "Reporting to the city lord, Zhong Tian is indeed one of the contestants this time, but he has no background and no achievements. His overall strength ranks last among them." After saying this, the old man in gray even pointed out where Zhong Tian was, so that everyone would know who he was. Jilong scrutinized the man in his early 30s several times, but couldn't discern anything special about him. He then asked, "Young Master Shun, what ranking do you think Zhong Tian can achieve?" "Champion." Shin Mu smiled slightly, full of confidence. "What utter arrogance!" Si Yang immediately retorted, "What merit or ability does Zhong Tian have to covet the championship throne?" Even without mentioning Xue Tong, Lu Jian, Jiang Ping, and the others alone are enough to crush him in the dust. That's right, with their overall strength at the bottom, even if they make a comeback, they can't possibly go straight for the championship. I'm afraid he has no idea about the strength of Xue Tong, Lu Jian, and the others, which is why he's spouting such nonsense and pretending to know what he doesn't. Upon hearing Shin Mu's words, everyone present couldn't help but scoff. When I first saw him standing against Si Yang, I thought he was a young and knowledgeable man, but I never expected him to be so ignorant. Shin Mu stood quietly, unaffected by these dissents, simply gazing at Jilong as if waiting for him to ask a question. Jilong's expression was subtle as he asked, "Young Master Shun, what is your basis for believing that Zhong Tian can win the championship?" "Feel." What the hell is this feeling? How could it be a feeling? It must be what the system said. When he first heard it, Shin Mu was also completely confused. Although Shin Mu thought Zhong Tian was good, he didn't think he had the qualifications to win the championship. After all, there were many talented people present, while he was too ordinary. Even if someone has high talent and can achieve great things in the future, they're unlikely to impress others in the present. After hearing Shin Mu's words, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Even Jilong had a look of bewilderment, as if he was both laughing and crying. "Feeling? I still feel like I'm the strongest person on the continent." Siang finally managed to suppress his laughter and sneered. "Shin Mu, there's a limit to ignorance. You've really disgraced your father, Shinyu." "Shinyu? Is this boy Shinyu's son?" Everyone was taken aback by Si Yang's words, including Jilong. At first, when Commander Zhang said they came from Tianxin City, Jilong didn't believe him. How could Tianxin City, a third-tier main city with the lowest strength, have an attribute source master? But now that Si Yang has said this, does Shinmu really come from Tianxin City? And he's the current city lord? Shinyu was a remarkable figure in his youth. So how could he have such an ignorant son? Everyone thought the same thing. But Shinmu didn't take Si Yang's mockery to heart at all. The competition isn't over yet, and it's still unknown who is ignorant. Despite his doubts, Shinmu understood that the system's words couldn't be baseless. Perhaps this seemingly unremarkable Zhong Tian could one day make a name for himself. What a joke. If he wins the championship, I'll pluck this head off and let you kick it like a ball. Si Yang said with a face full of disdain. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Si Yang's words were somewhat exaggerated, no one thought there was anything wrong with them. If Zhong Tian can really overcome all obstacles and win the championship, that would be truly unbelievable. In previous years, there might have been some possibility, but this year, not only are there rising stars in the spiritual chef world such as Lu Jian and Jiang Ping, but Xue Tong, who claims to be a disciple of Gu Rong, has also appeared out of nowhere. In addition, the prizes for this competition are so generous that no one will easily hand over the championship. Under these circumstances, the unknown Zhong Tian had no chance of making a comeback and becoming the champion. How about we take a gamble? Shen Mu said with a slight smile. The smile seemed harmless, but for some reason, Luo Cheng and He Qing, who were standing nearby, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Luo Cheng, in particular, felt that the young master's smile seemed familiar. Siyang Frowened, failing Somohat Uniasi. Although he acted as if he looked down on Shen Mu, he never dared to underestimate him in his heart. Recalling the misfortune he suffered on the day of the ceremony, Si Yang still felt lingering fear. If I hadn't underestimated Shen Mu that day, I wouldn't have ended up losing both my wife and my army. I don't want to bet. Don't be nervous. It's just for fun. A little gambling is harmless. Shen Mu smiled. Even so, Si Yang dared not relax in the slightest. The method is simple. Bet on who wins or loses. Shen Mu looked at everyone. You can all participate. Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to try. Shen Mu took out the Moonwood Spirit liquid from last time, which he had only used a few drops of, and said to everyone, "This is a holy medicine for healing. As long as there is still a breath left, it can cure all diseases." In reality, the effects of Moonwood Elixir go far beyond healing. But since they can't win, why bother explaining too much? Bullshit. There's no such thing as a miracle drug in the world. Even if it existed, how could I possibly let you have it? The crowd clearly didn't believe it. Even pills made by alchemists wouldn't have such effects, let alone just a bottle of unknown stuff. Shen Mu had anticipated that no one would believe him, so he took out a dagger from his black rock ring and slashed his arm. Sizzle. A deep wound, exposing the bone, began to bleed profusely. Upon seeing this, everyone reacted with varying expressions. Shen Mu opened the bottle cap and dripped a drop of Moonwood Spirit liquid onto the wound. The Moonwood Spirit liquid immediately emitted a faint glow upon contact with flesh and blood. The wound then healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was speechless with surprise. In just over 10 breaths, Shen Mu's arm wound was completely healed, the scars faded, and new skin grew back, as if he had never been injured. This is truly a miraculous healing medicine. Chapter 51, Fishing in Troubled Waters. At this moment, who wouldn't believe it? Everyone stared at the Moonwood Spirit liquid with burning eyes, like hungry wolves. Is this bet acceptable? Shen Mu asked. Great. That's fantastic. Young Master Shun, tell me quickly how to bet. After witnessing the wondrous uses of the Moonwood Spirit liquid, everyone was eager to possess it. If they hadn't had some reservations, they probably would have directly tried to snatch it. A single drop of this elixir can heal wounds rapidly, if one possessed a whole bottle. In the world of emperors, strength is paramount, so fights are inevitable. In the midst of battle, injuries are inevitable, and even life-threatening situations may arise. Possessing this Moonwood Spirit liquid would undoubtedly provide an extra layer of protection for one's life. Who wouldn't want that? It's very simple. Each of you present what you consider to be of the highest value for me to examine. If I deem it acceptable, you will have the chance to win this bottle of healing elixir from me. Immediately, everyone had their own thoughts and quickly took out an item and handed it to Shen Mu. Let me remind you, everyone only has one chance. If I don't approve of the stakes, you'll lose your chance to compete. So you'd better bring out your best stuff and don't try to take advantage of the situation with cheap goods. Shen Mu glanced around at what everyone was holding and sneered. Since we've decided to get something for nothing, let's do something ruthless, otherwise how can we face these fools? Upon hearing this, several people quickly took back what they were holding and replaced it with another item. Seeing this, Luo Chung and He Qing couldn't help but exchange a wry smile. These people were blinded by greed and were smugly pleased with themselves, thinking they were about to make a great profit. But what they didn't know was that if they were to fight against someone as shrewd as Shen Mu, they might lose so badly that they wouldn't even have pants to wear. Please introduce yourselves. Young Master Shun. This is a yellow-grade pill called the heart-clearing pill. After taking it, it can eliminate inner demons, allowing your cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. Shenmu nodded. Okay, next one. Young Master Shun. This is the glazed 8 treasures robe, a yellow-gray defensive treasure. Once worn, it will make you impervious to swords and spears, and immune to water and fire. Okay, next. Young Master Shun. This is my family's most treasured artifact. Although its effects are unknown, legend has it that it was left to me by my great-great-grandfather on his deathbed. He was a peak soul fusion realm expert, so this treasure must have a remarkable origin. However, my family has never been able to decipher its secrets. What do you think? Shen Mu frowned, staring at the black fragment in the man's hand, and a thought flashed through his mind. Fragment of the yellow-grade spiritual weapon Ancient Cloud Sword. Its predecessor was a part of the Ancient Cloud Sword, a spirit-grade weapon, which became useless after it was broken. After reading it, Shen Mu's face darkened, and he said, "Not approved." Upon hearing this, the man was both anxious and furious. This is a treasure of my clan. Why won't it pass? This is a fragment of a yellow-grade spiritual artifact, utterly useless. If you didn't know, then I'll let your family off the hook. Shenmu narrowed his eyes. If you're deliberately trying to fool me, then I wish you a son without a mistress. You? After hearing this, the man turned pale, as if his thoughts had been exposed. He wanted to argue, but in the end he was speechless. Seeing this, everyone understood, and each harbored their own thoughts. Shenmu didn't bother to argue. Next. A few minutes later, everyone had finished introducing their bets. Apart from one person trying to take advantage of the situation, the others had brought out pretty good items. Since it was a free lunch, Shen Mu couldn't be too picky. And you? Shen Mu looked at Si Yong and said with a wicked smile. Snort. Si Yong naturally couldn't let Shen Mu look down on him. After letting out a cold snort, he took out an item. This is an array talisman containing the full force of a peak soul fusion realm expert's attack. Before Si Yong could speak, Shen Mu interrupted him. I don't want this thing. Perhaps before, Shen Mu thought this array was somewhat useful. But ever since He Qing, who is comparable to the peak of the soul fusion realm, came to my side, I suddenly felt that this one-time array talisman was not very valuable. Why should I? This is priceless. If I give you this and a magical artifact, which do you want? Shen Mu asked in return. Si Yong was speechless. In terms of power and burst, this array is naturally stronger, but is ultimately a one-time use item. Once it's used up, it's gone. If forced to choose between the spiritual weapon and the magical artifact, most people would definitely choose the magical artifact. If we compare array symbols to bombs, then magical weapons are like guns. Bombs are incredibly powerful, but guns are ultimately more practical. Others are willing to take out a magical artifact. Shen Mu pointed at the glass 8 treasure robe and said, You, a city lord, are you not even as good as the head of a noble family? Shen Mu mocked without any politeness. Logically speaking, aristocratic families rely on cities for survival. If the head of an aristocratic family in a third-level main city can produce a treasure of higher value than the city lord, Si Yang's face is indeed somewhat embarrassed. I can always just get another one. Seeing the strange looks from everyone, even the thick-skinned Si Yang couldn't help but blush. I've said it before, everyone only gets one chance. Shen Mu, are you afraid to gamble? So you're deliberately causing trouble. Upon hearing this, Si Yang immediately became anxious and deliberately spoke to provoke Shen Mu. He wasn't about to let this win-win deal slip by. If the stakes were ordinary, it wouldn't be a problem, but Shen Mu has brought out a holy medicine for healing, which makes Si Yang extremely envious. In addition, the combined stakes of everyone involved are quite high. If he wins, he will undoubtedly become rich overnight. Chapter 52, Buy One Get One Free. Shen Mu smiled maliciously. Giving you another chance is not out of the question. but you have to put up 2 bets. Why should I? Siyang shouted angrily, his face full of excitement. Shenmu, why are you always going against me? I can't stand to see you doing well. So what? Shenmu urged. Are you going to play or not? Stop dawdling and wasting everyone's time. Everyone wants Shenmu's bottle of healing medicine, so the initiative is entirely in his hands. Even if Siyang doesn't agree, it won't make a difference. Thinking of this, Siyang felt like dying. After much deliberation, he could only take out 2 items. His face contorted with pain, and he said through gritted teeth, "This is the yellow-grade spiritual weapon, the formation-breaking spear, and the yellow-grade pill, the blood-chi pill. Is that all right?" Looking at the 2 treasures, Shenmu smiled with satisfaction and nodded. You could have just brought them out earlier. Why insist on a buy-1-get-1 free offer? Shenmu, don't go too far. Siyang was already heartbroken at the thought of taking out 2 treasures in a row, but Shenmu's constant mockery made him turn green with rage. Don't be angry. Didn't you say Zhong Tian definitely wouldn't win the championship? Shenmu comforted him. If that's the case, why are you worried about not making a profit? That's true. Upon hearing this, Siyang suddenly understood. But there was something odd about hearing those words from Shenmu. Before he could even process what was happening, Jilong chimed in. Young Master Shen, how about we join in too? Of course. Then Jilong and the white-bearded old man, sitting to his left, each took out a magical artifact as a wager. In the end, everyone except an old woman in a black robe who refused to participate joined the betting group. In that case, let's start placing bets. Shenmu said seriously. I'm betting on Xue Tong. Siyang quickly stated his position. Both of them were very clear about their stance, but the others began to hesitate. Many people initially favored Lu Jian, Jiang Ping, and others, but after learning that Xue Tong had received guidance from Gurong, they all felt that Xue Tong was more likely to win the championship. But the thought of Shenmu's previous confidence made everyone doubt themselves. Zhong Tian was indeed playing dumb to outmaneuver others, ultimately emerging as a dark horse and leaving everyone else in the dust. Or is Shenmu simply ignorant? Seeing that everyone was hesitant, Jilong suddenly turned to the white-bearded old man on his left who hadn't spoken and asked, Master Kai, what do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, Master Kai Sheng is right here. As the only intermediate-level spirit chef in Kang City, he naturally has a discerning eye. 9 out of 10 people he favors will win the championship. Therefore, everyone immediately perked up their ears to listen to Kai Sheng's opinion. The admiring gazes from the crowd pleased Kai Sheng greatly, and he confidently declared, I believe Xue Tong has a higher chance of winning the championship. Kai Sheng initially thought Lu Jian had a high chance of winning the championship, but after Xue Tong suddenly appeared, he changed his mind. After all, no one dares to underestimate a top-tier chef. I'm betting on Xue Tong. Me too. You can't go wrong by listening to Master Kai. After hearing Kai Sheng's words, everyone who was still hesitant made up their minds. After all, in terms of qualifications, no one present could compare with Kai Sheng. Having been a spiritual chef for so many years and in charge of the Spiritual Cuisine Association for so many years, his eyesight must be excellent. If that's the case, then I'll bet on Xue Tong too. After seeing everyone make their decision, Ji Long stopped hesitating. He still trusted Kai Sheng. In the end, apart from a handful of people who beat Lu Jian and Jiang Ping, everyone else beat Xue Tong. Have you all decided? Seeing the firm looks in everyone's eyes, Shenmu said, All right, I'll still bet on Zhong Tian. Seeing Shenmu's confidence, Kai Sheng felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although he didn't care whether Shenmu won or lost, since he'd already said he favored Xue Tong, Shenmu still insisted that an unknown Zhong Tian could win the championship, which was a slap in his face. In Kai Sheng's mind, Shenmu's behavior was nothing more than questioning his judgment. Could some greenhorn possibly know more about spirit cooking than I, a mid-level spirit chef? Then, Kai Sheng said sarcastically, I hope young Master Shen won't regret his decision in the end. Regret? Shenmu looked at Kai Sheng and said, word by word, Shenmu, never regret what I do. Besides, do you think you've already won? Ignorant. How dare you question Master Kai? Do you think you know more about culinary arts than Master Kai? Upon hearing this, everyone laughed, and said that they thought Shun Mu was completely ignorant. Not only that, he was also extremely arrogant. Ignorant yet arrogant. In reality, he was just a fool. Hearing what everyone said, Shun Mu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why is young Master Shin laughing? The crowd looked grim and asked. Shun Mu finally caught his breath. I think you're all more ignorant than I am. Everyone is betting on the same person. Even if you win, each of you will probably only get 1 or 2 drops of the healing medicine. If it were me, I would definitely bet on the most unexpected one. That way, if I lose, I would only lose 1 treasure, but if I win, I can earn everyone's treasures. But do you think I'm just taking a chance? Shen Mu sneered. Just wait and see. Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat surprised, but after a closer look, their expressions turned grim. Yes, this deal seems a bit redundant. If it weren't for winning the whole bottle of healing elixir, why would they get involved? Could it be for just 1 or 2 drops of that miraculous healing medicine? That would probably only be enough to treat minor injuries. It wouldn't be sufficient for fatal wounds. But they risk losing a treasure for it. But now that the choice has been made, there's no room for regret. Regardless of whether others liked it or not, Shen Mu turned around and sat down, focusing intently on the match. Even a drop or 2 is a win, better than young Master Shen losing the entire bottle of sacred medicine. Kai Shang said with a cold laugh. Hearing this, everyone's expressions softened slightly. However, Shen Mu didn't care at all. No matter what Kai Shang said, he still believed that the system wouldn't betray him. Words are useless. The one who laughs last laughs best. Shen Mu replied calmly. Chapter 53, Making Only One Dish. Unlike alchemy, the preparation of spiritual food requires a long time. Normally, it only takes about an hour to prepare a typical spiritual dish. While everyone was placing their bets, the competition had entered a heated phase, and most people were about to finish the first course. Look, Lu Jian is about to finish the first dish. As someone exclaimed in surprise, the scene immediately erupted in cheers. Inside the room, Lu Jian was covered in sweat, controlling his spiritual power to complete the final cooking process. The entire stone cauldron emitted a faint light and continuously released steam. The first dish is almost finished, but I don't know how good it will become. With the last bit of spiritual energy injected by Lu Jian, the dish was officially completed. He then immediately picked up the stone pot, put the food inside into a container, and put the lid on. The container used in the competition was made by a talisman master, and the array inscribed on it ensures that the dishes will not cool down or change in taste, no matter how long they are left out. In other words, no matter how long the dish has been cooked, it will taste exactly the same as when it was fresh out of the oven. Once this process was completed, Lu Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at everyone present and couldn't help but smile, then began cooking the second dish again. It seems that Lu Jian's first dish was of good quality. A keen observer could discern a clue in Lu Jian's relaxed and confident demeanor. Look, Shui Tong is almost finished. After Lu Jian, Shui Tong finished the first dish and immediately began preparing the second dish. Then, Jiang Ping, Yi Yun, and the others finished one by one and began preparing the second dish. Zhong Tan, however, was busy preparing the first dish and showed no sign of finishing it. Shen Mu, I think you've made the wrong bet. Xiang Re thought that Zhong Tian can't even cook a single dish. How can he compete with others? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions varied. Yeah, is he really that much weaker? Almost all the contestants present have now entered the preparation and cooking process for the second dish, except for Zhong Tian, who has not yet completed the first dish. Master Kai, what do you think? Jilong asked Kai Shang for his opinion. Those who can participate in the competition are all quite skilled. They shouldn't be unable to complete a single dish after spending so much time on it. Kai Shang said with a strange expression, Unless what? Everyone's ears perked up, staring intently at Kai Shang, their curiosity piqued. Unless he only intends to cook one dish. After a long silence, Kai Shang slowly said, What? Has he gone mad? While a normal spiritual meal can be prepared within an hour, some special spiritual meals may require a lot of time. But since they're here to compete, anyone who's not stupid will definitely choose to cook dishes that don't take much time and that they're confident about. No one would choose to cook some time-consuming dishes because by the time you've finished one, others may have already finished 2 or 3. When the quality is the same, the one with more quantity will naturally win. Shenmu ignored everyone else and stared intently at Zhong Tian. Interesting. Time passed slowly, and soon another hour had gone by. Most of the people had already finished the second dish and were moving on to the third. But Zhong Tian still hasn't finished. Is he really planning to only cook one dish? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that he thinks he's not as skilled as others and has simply given up on himself? Yang sneered. I initially thought Zhong Tian was somewhat threatening, but now I see he's nothing to worry about. Idiot, Shenmu replied. Who are you cursing? Yang slammed his hand on the table and stood up, pointing at Shenmu. Who should be cursing? Shenmu said with a look of disgust. Throughout the whole match, you were the one who talked the most, babbling like a woman, giving me a headache. Shenmu, you're asking for death. With that, Yang was about to make a move. Lord Si, calm down. Let's talk after the competition. Ji Long quickly stopped him. The game is at a crucial moment, and this move could disrupt the order on site and cause unnecessary trouble. Seeing Ji Long say this, Yang could only forcefully suppress his anger again, glared at Shenmu, and sat down unwillingly. Shenmu ignored him and continued watching the game. I'm done. After a series of smooth and fluid maneuvers, Lu Jian loudly announced that he was ending the match. I didn't expect Lu Jian to be the first to finish. I just wonder about the quality. The man who was pressing Lu Jiansheng was so excited that his palms were sweating slightly. In this kind of betting game, everyone is in the same boat as the contestants. Their fortunes are intertwined, and their losses are shared. Not long after, I'm done. Jiang Ping slowly withdrew his spiritual power. I'm done. Shui Tong followed closely behind. I'm done. Gradually, everyone in the room finished cooking, leaving only Zhong Tian, who was still preparing the first dish. With tens of thousands of people in the audience and countless others watching from outside, he was truly the center of attention. At this moment, Zhong Tian was also a little nervous, and many fine beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. But he wasn't worried. He was excited. Nearly half an hour later, Zhong Tian finally slowly withdrew his spiritual power, looked up and smiled. I'm done. Chapter 54, Fragrance Spreads for Miles. After realizing what was happening, the host announced loudly, the last contestant has finished cooking, and the competition is over. A round of applause and cheers immediately erupted from the crowd. Now, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Please welcome our chief judge, Master Kai Sheng, and our deputy judge, Lord Ji Longcheng, to speak. Ji Long gestured to Kai Sheng to proceed. Kai Sheng nodded, stood up, and said, Everyone has worked hard. Please present your dishes in the order they were completed so that we can judge them. Immediately, Ji Long said, Lu Jian, you go first. Lu Jian was filled with excitement and quickly opened his first dish. This dish is called Purple Gold Bear Paw. It is made with purple wood vine, golden elixir leaves, and the paw of the spirit beast Black Treasure Bear. Consuming it can nourish the meridians in the body and accelerate cultivation. Lu Jian lifted the lid of the container, and specks of spiritual energy rippled and undulated like starlight, while a fragrance filled the air. Both the purple vine and the golden elm leaf are precious medicinal and edible plants. Although they are not considered rare and precious materials, they are still quite valuable. Combined with spirit beast meat and careful preparation, this dish will be very beneficial to people. It smells so good. Even the stands, nearly 100 meters away from the stadium, were completely immersed in the aroma. Not only that, even those outside who couldn't get in smelled an enchanting fragrance. Everyone felt refreshed and their appetite greatly improved. The aroma is so strong it can be smelled for miles around. It seems this dish has reached the level of a spiritual cuisine. Not bad. Kai Sheng nodded slightly, satisfied. Different levels of spiritual cuisine have different characteristics. And the characteristic of first-grade spiritual cuisine is that its fragrance can be smelled for miles. It's no exaggeration to say that the aroma of this spiritual food can be faintly smelled within 10 miles. Upon hearing the praise, Lu Jian was immediately delighted. He then lifted the lid of the second dish and said, This is a snake soup made with fragrant tea seeds, green flame bamboo heart, and the spirit beast magma snake. It is called green flame snake soup. Yes, the fragrant tea seeds can enhance soul power, while the azure flame bamboo heart is of the fire element. Combined with the fire-type spirit beast magma serpent, this dish is most suitable for fire tribute source masters and those who want to enhance their soul power. After hearing the introduction, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although elixirs also have many amplifying effects, they are, after all, medicines have some degree of toxicity. Consuming too many elixirs is not only harmful to the body, but may also affect one's martial arts foundation, thus limiting the future achievements of a martial arts practitioner. Unlike other foods, spiritual food not only has many benefits, but also has no side effects. That alone is enough to make it inferior to elixirs. In the world of Huangji, the popularity of spirit chefs surpasses that of alchemists. Yes, it has already reached the level of spiritual cuisine. Kaixing nodded in approval. Although he received approval, Lu Jian showed no joy on his face. He nervously lifted the lid of the last dish. This third dish is called rice-fried green wudong fish, made with purple spirit rice, spirit beast fat, and green wudong fish. It can nourish the meridians and enhance one's resistance to attacks. However, the effects are quite good. Kaixing nodded and said, but it's a pity that it doesn't contain enough spiritual energy, so it hasn't reached the level of a first-grade spiritual food. Lu Jian's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded with a look of disappointment. Even though he was prepared, he still couldn't help feeling sad. Don't be discouraged. It's already quite remarkable that you were able to prepare 2 spiritual dishes in such a short time. Besides, you're still so young. As long as you work hard, your future achievements will certainly not be lower than mine. Kaixing comforted him. After listening, Lu Jian's expression finally softened, and he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. Although I failed 1 round, it's definitely not a bad result. The results of those who came after have not yet been announced, and it remains to be seen whether anyone will be able to surpass them. Even if he doesn't win a championship, Lu Jian feels that he should have no problem getting into the top 3. With this in mind, Lu Jian gradually calmed down and began to regain his former confidence. Lu Jian's score, 2 spiritual dishes. Kaixing looked at the next person. Jiang Ping, it's your turn. Jiang Ping nodded and opened his first dish. These are 7-colored dumplings. They are made with 7 different medicinal herbs and animal meat. Eating them can increase soul power, enhance spiritual power, and improve cultivation speed. Not bad. It has reached the level of spiritual food. Kaixing note appeloving. This is braised lion's head meatballs, made from a portion of the head of a flame spirit lion and luoli grass. It hasn't reached the level of spiritual food yet. Kaixing shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian's eyes lit up. Among all the competitors, he valued Jiang Ping the most. He only regarded him as his biggest rival, so he was happiest when Jiang Ping made a mistake. When both dishes fail, Jiang Ping either draws with himself or loses. Lu Jian suddenly felt that winning the championship was not impossible for him. This is the third dish. Jiang Ping has prepared 2 first-grade spiritual dishes, temporarily tying with Lu Jian. We will determine the winner after the initial selection. Kaixing announced. Everyone was slightly surprised, not expecting that the 2 geniuses would actually fight to a draw. Now it all depends on Xue Tong's performance. Otherwise, the championship could very well be decided between the 2 of them. Next up, Xue Tong. The woman in the purple-blue robe didn't waste any time and immediately opened the first dish. Chapter 55, I have objections. This is Bajixian, made with 8 kinds of fresh flowers, herbs, animal meat, and fish. It can enhance one's spiritual power and has the effect of detoxification and healing. Xue Tong introduced with a hint of pride. A colorful dish appeared before everyone. The food is mixed together like an ordinary home-cooked dish, which looks very appetizing. The aroma of the mixed flavors from different foods makes one even more eager to try it. Not bad. It has reached the level of a first-grade spiritual food. Kaixing praised with a smile. Xue Tong was delighted by the praise, and she was very confident in her abilities. Then, she opened the second dish. This is called moonlight cold noodles. It is made with spiritual spring water and fresh fish from the extreme ice land as the soup base, and spiritual lilies, which can only be produced in places rich in spiritual energy, as the ingredients. It is extremely beneficial to ice attribute source masters and can quickly restore spiritual energy. As soon as the container lid was opened, a pleasant fragrance wafted out. This is a dish that emits a faint white light. After the light dissipates, you can see that the noodles inside are of uniform thickness and length. The broth is clear and fragrant. Although it doesn't have the mouth-watering rich flavors of meat and fish, its unique, light taste is also very captivating. Excellent. Another spiritual dish, Kaisheng announced. Everyone was secretly delighted. Shui Tong was indeed extraordinary. She had already tied with Lu Jian and Jiang Ping after just 2 dishes. As long as there are no surprises with the last dish, the championship title would probably be hers for the taking. Immediately, everyone became interested and focused all their attention on a third dish. When Shui Tong opened the container, a plate of golden animal bones was revealed to everyone. The plate was also decorated with slices of red fruit, and the bones were sprinkled with an unknown green powder. This is called scorching golden bone. The red scorching fruit can enhance the elemental perception of fire-type source masters. The green wood sand leaf, ground into powder and combined with the beast bones of the wind-riding ox, can achieve the effect of awakening spirits. Shui Tong smiled smugly and introduced it. What? Spirit awakening? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. A person who has a weak perception of spiritual energy and is unable to cultivate. One can enhance their spiritual perception through certain methods, thereby achieving the goal of cultivation. This is to awaken the spirit. Spiritual food that can bring about spiritual awakening is rare. I never expected that Shui Tong could actually make it. Even Kaisheng was surprised when he thought of this. To achieve this, one needs not only a deep understanding of the ingredients. It also requires talent. Not every spiritual chef can create or learn to make spiritual dishes with spiritual awakening effects. 100 spiritual awakening? Kaisheng asked, his teeth chattering. Of course not. There's only a small chance of achieving the spirit awakening effect. Shui Tong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even her master couldn't achieve 100 spiritual awakening. Upon hearing this, Kaisheng cursed himself for being foolish. Even if Shui Tong was incredibly strong, she couldn't possibly have done this. Very good. This dish has surpassed ordinary first-grade spiritual dishes. I hereby declare Shui Tong's achievement this time. 3 spiritual dishes. Kaisheng announced excitedly. Seeing this, Lu Jian and Jiang Ping clenched their fists tightly into their flesh. Shocked and disappointed, Shui Tong won the championship with 3 spiritual dishes, surpassing them. The 2 of them can only compete for 2nd and 3rd place now. Lu Jian told himself that even if he couldn't win the championship, he had to at least get the runner-up position. He absolutely couldn't lose to Jiang Ping. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Those who had bet on Shui Tong to win were overjoyed. The girl had indeed not disappointed them. Siyang couldn't resist adding a sarcastic remark. Shenmu, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this miraculous healing medicine of yours. Ha ha. Everyone agreed. Although the amount each person received was not much when divided equally, it was still better than losing, right? Don't speak too soon. Shenmu replied calmly without even turning his head. What? Are you planning to turn the tide? Siyang sneered at Zhong Tian only has 1 dish. Even if he makes a spiritual feast, so what? In the end, the one with the most dishes wins. That's right, young Master Shun. You're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? Seeing that Shenmu wouldn't shed a tear until he was faced with a coffin, everyone became wary, worried that he might try to renege on his promise. Shenmu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was too lazy to argue with them. The result was the best response. Next, Kaisheng once again judged the scores of the remaining chefs one by one. Although some people made spiritual dishes, they only made 1, which even Lu Jian and Jiang Ping could not surpass, let alone Shui Tong. Everyone present understood that the top 3 candidates had probably already been decided, and there would be no further surprises. Nearly half an hour later, all the dozens of chefs in the room had finished judging their scores. leaving only Zhong Tian. The audience had already stopped paying attention, but the judges in the stands were all focused on the final result, the key to victory or defeat. The last one is Zhong Tian. Zhong Tian nodded, lifted the lid, and said, "This spiritual dish of mine is called Brocade 8 Treasures Soup. It uses dozens of ingredients and is cooked for 3 hours. Please take a look, Master Kai. Dozens of kinds. Kai Seng Thou Win." This was the first time he had ever heard of a dish using so many ingredients at the same time. Wasn't this just a random stew? A spirit chef can be so casual, and it took a full 3 hours? Previously, Kai Sheng disliked Zhong Tian because of Shun Mu, but now he dislikes Zhong Tian from the bottom of his heart. However, due to the rules, he still carefully examined the pot of soup that was bubbling with heat and exuding a faint spiritual energy. It has indeed reached the level of spiritual cuisine. Kai Sheng was somewhat puzzled, not understanding how he had managed to blend dozens of ingredients together. Logically speaking, the more ingredients you add, the harder it is to succeed in making a spiritual meal, since there are also attribute conflicts between foods. Maybe I was just lucky. Kai Sheng didn't bother to think much and immediately announced, "I hereby declare that the champion is Xue Tong, and the runner-up in third place will be decided between Lu Jian and Jiang Ping. Does anyone have any objections?" After saying that, everyone looked at each other and smiled, then shook their heads. It was obvious that Xue Tong had outshone everyone with her 3 spiritual dishes, while Lu Jian and Jiang Ping had also far surpassed the others with their 2 spiritual dishes. Although Zhong Tian prepared a spiritual dish, he only made 1, which meant he lost in terms of quantity, and the outcome was already clear. I object. Chapter 56, The State of Destiny. Everyone looked toward Shin Mu, following the sound. Kai Sheng could not hide his displeasure and said, "Does young Master Shun have any brilliant ideas?" To Kai Sheng, Shin Mu was nothing but an amateur who dared to question his decisions time and time again. Was he not treating him like a human being? If I remember correctly, there are also higher and lower ranks within each level of spiritual cuisine, right? Shin Mu looked directly at Kai Sheng and said firmly. Kai Sheng frowned. That's right, each level of spiritual food is divided into 3 sublevels: low, medium, and high. The spiritual dishes prepared by Lu Jian and Jiang Ping only have various amplification effects, and are therefore classified as low-grade, first-class spiritual dishes. Besides its amplifying effect, Xue Tong's blazing golden bone also possesses a special attribute, awakening spirit, thus classifying it as a mid-grade low-level spiritual food. Am I correct, young man? Shin Mu gently rubbed his fingers as he began to speak. Upon hearing this, Kai Sheng was filled with surprise. Even some novice spirit chefs might not be able to know the intricacies of it. But how could Shin Mu, who seemed to be a complete novice, know so much about this subject? You're right, but doesn't that just prove that Xue Tong is the undisputed champion? Kai Sheng, barely suppressing his impatience, asked. Xue Tong is indeed good, but Zhong Tian is even more outstanding. Shin Mu turned to Zhong Tian and said, "Tell everyone what the effects of your 8 treasures brocade soup are." Zhong Tian was so engrossed in preparing the spiritual food that he didn't even notice that Shun Mu was also there. Upon hearing Shun Mu speak, Zhong Tian was overjoyed, but also deeply shocked. Could it be that he has figured out the secret to this spiritual dish? Just as Kai Sheng announced the results, he wanted to explain the dish, but Shun Mu interrupted him. My dish does indeed look quite ordinary. Normally, very few spiritual chefs can combine dozens of ingredients into a single dish. Because each ingredient has different properties, putting them together can easily cause conflicts between their properties. If you make a spiritual dish in this way, the effect will be greatly reduced, or it will be completely destroyed. If he hadn't had a miraculous encounter, he wouldn't have been able to master this technique that allows so many ingredients to blend together. Moreover, this cooking method will not only not reduce the effectiveness, but will also complement each other, making the effectiveness double. Normally, no one should be able to figure out the trick. Judging from Lord Shin's tone, he seems to know a great deal about this. But as shocking as it was, the current situation left him no time to think. Coming to his senses, Zhong Tian cupped his hands in a respectful gesture toward Shin Mu. Reporting to my lord. After consuming this spiritual dish, not only can it permanently nourish the meridians and amplify the soul's power, but it can also double the speed of spiritual power recovery, healing ability, and strength amplification in a short period of time. What? He's that strong? Everyone was startled. The effect of nourishing the meridians to increase spiritual power and amplify the power of the soul was already extraordinary. Unexpectedly, it can simultaneously double a person's spiritual energy recovery speed, healing ability, and strength boost in a short period of time. If you had a bowl of soup before a battle, wouldn't you be invincible among those of the same level? How long is this short time? Someone asked impatiently. One day, Zhong Tian said with a hint of pride, even if a normal spiritual food provides a temporary boost, it will disappear within a few hours at most. It's already quite remarkable that my 8 treasures soup can provide a boost for a whole day. Upon hearing this answer, everyone's eyes lit up. Even if it has good effects, it can only be considered a first-grade, mid-level spiritual food at most. Kaixing pondered for a moment and said, he can compete with Lu Jian and the other two, but compared to Xuetong, he is still inferior. Although Kaixing was somewhat surprised, he ultimately concluded that Zhong Tian could not make a comeback. After all, Xuetong had 2 low-grade spirit dishes in addition to 1 intermediate-grade first-class spirit dish. Shenmu looked at Zhong Tian and said seriously, you're probably not finished speaking yet, are you? The seemingly random remark left everyone puzzled. Zhong Tian's expression had already changed drastically, and he said with even greater admiration, my lord truly has discerning eyes. That's right, in addition to the effects I just mentioned, my spiritual dish also has another ability, a small chance to put someone into a state of destiny. What did you say? A destiny state? Kaixing and the others thought they had misheard and quickly asked again to confirm. Zhong Tian nodded, indicating that they hadn't misheard. Even Kaixing was astonished. The so-called destined state refers to a state in which a person's soul enters a certain cultivation state through opportunity or sudden enlightenment. For example, enlightenment, harmony between man and nature, etc. Entering these special states can significantly increase a person's cultivation speed and talent comprehension ability in a short period of time. Throughout history, many talented individuals have entered a state of destiny, breaking through numerous bottlenecks and gaining immense strength overnight. Or take the opportunity to create rare recipes, elixirs, weapon manuals, or comprehend advanced awakening skills and other miracles. Although Zhong Tian said it was only a small chance, even a 1 in 10,000 chance is enough to drive people crazy. If the powerful were to find out, they would surely go to any lengths to obtain it. Kaixing's face turned red, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally managed to ask, is this spiritual dish for sale? Chapter 57, I'm not convinced. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, then rushed to Zhong Tian and said, is it for sale? I want to buy it. It seems they've all forgotten about the bet and are only thinking about keeping this divine dish for themselves. Shenmu coughed lightly and said, Master Kai, logically speaking, Zhong Tian's spiritual dish has already surpassed everyone else's, hasn't it? Kaixing was taken aback for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassedly, indeed, it allows one to enter the heavenly mandate state. Even if this spiritual food doesn't reach the level of a top-grade spiritual food, it's almost there. It should be classified as a low-grade, high-level spiritual food. Although it's just a difference in grade, several low-grade, mid-level spiritual dishes probably can't compare to one low-grade, high-level spiritual dish. That champion! Reminded by Shenmu, Kaixing was filled with shame. He wasn't unaware that quality could be further subdivided, but when he saw Zhong Tian's stew, he prejudged it as something that couldn't possibly be high-quality spiritual food. After all, even he would find it difficult to mix dozens of ingredients in one pot at the same time without diminishing their effectiveness. In his view, it was already a miracle that a stew could barely reach the quality of spiritual dish, and he dared not even think about it being a high-quality spiritual dish, which is why he made a misjudgment. As the president of a branch of the Spiritual Cuisine Association and a senior spiritual chef with decades of experience, he made this mistake he should never have made. At this moment, Kaixing wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He wasn't a bad person at heart, but he was a bit arrogant, which is why he thought Shenmue was deliberately making things difficult for him. But now it seems that he was indeed looking down on people. Master Kai, there's no need to blame yourself. No one expected Zhong Tian to be able to defy common sense and create a miracle. Yes, but I'm truly ashamed. Shenmue's timely offer of a way out made Kai Sheng feel grateful to him. I hereby announce that the champion of this culinary tasting competition is Zhong Tian. The runner-up is Xue Tong. The third place is Jiang Ping, and the 4th to 10th places are Lu Jian. Kai Sheng's expression brightened, and he announced loudly, Lu Jian and Jiang Ping are roughly equal in strength. However, comparing the two spiritual dishes of the same quality, Kai Sheng still believed that the spiritual dish made by Jiang Ping was more effective. Therefore, it is placed third, while Lu Jian is placed 4th. Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised. First up are Ji Long, Si Yang, and the others who bet on Xue Tong to win the championship. He was completely stunned when he heard that Zhong Tian had become the final champion. Lu Jian was completely stunned. He muttered to himself in disbelief. How is this possible? How can I not even make it into the top 3? He boasts of his exceptional talent, and those who know him consider him a rising star in the world of culinary arts. Jiang Ping came to the competition full of confidence, hoping to win a championship. But to my surprise, in the end, we couldn't even make it into the top 3, let alone the championship. Besides, there was another person who was also very unhappy, and that was Xue Tong, who won the runner-up. After receiving guidance from Master Gurong, she thought that no one could compete with her in this competition. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tian appeared out of nowhere and snatched the championship away. This was completely unacceptable to her. She didn't want people to say that as a disciple of Gurong, she couldn't even win a championship. It's a small matter if she loses face, but the master's face cannot be lost. Thinking of this, Xue Tong became furious and said, I refuse to accept this. I want to have another match with Zhong Tian. Yes, we disagree. The speakers were not the contestants, but Si Yang and his group who had bet on Xue Tong to win. The crowd, recovering from their shock, felt deeply aggrieved. They were all prepared to win Shenmue's bottle of healing elixir, but the situation took a dramatic turn the next second. Not only did they fail to win the elixir, they also had to pay out of their own pockets for the treasure. Instantly, everyone's faces turned so gloomy they were almost dripping with water. The result was made under the watchful eyes of everyone. So how can you object? Seeing the crowd protest, Shenmue smiled sarcastically. Furthermore, even if you're not satisfied, you have no right to make Zhong Tian compete again unless he is willing. Shenmue looked at Zhong Tian. What do you think? Lord Shun is right. I won fair and square. Why shouldn't I receive honor and reward? Zhong Tian said angrily, Does the prestigious Kang City have to resort to underhanded tactics? Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless. Jilong, in particular, did not want Kang City to be disgraced because of this, otherwise it would dare to develop in his Kang City in the future. Our Kang City is fair and just, and we will never engage in any underhanded dealings. Since Master Kai Sheng believes that Zhong Tian should be the champion this time, our Kang City will certainly agree. Jilong quickly explained, I want to have another match with you. Seeing that no one would help him anymore, Xue Tong's face turned angry, and she pointed directly at Zhong Tian. I refuse, Zhong Tian said speechlessly. Why should I compete with you again after already winning? Just because you're not convinced? Xue Tong gritted her teeth, too angry to speak. She had never suffered such injustice in her life, and tears welled up in her eyes as if she were about to burst into tears. Seeing this, Shenmue couldn't help but shake his head. She must be a little princess who has been spoiled by her family since she was a child. Otherwise, how could she not even be able to withstand this kind of blow? Lord Kai, let's present the awards, Shenmue reminded him. Chapter 58, Winning the Championship. Kai Sheng couldn't help but glance at Jilong. After receiving approval, he announced loudly, Now we will begin awarding the prizes. The 4th to 10th place winners will receive a beginner's spiritual cuisine recipe book, a beginner's spiritual chef badge, and the option to become my disciple. Is there anyone who would be unwilling? Everyone agreed. What a joke. Kai Sheng is at least a mid-level spirit chef. Who would be stupid enough to refuse? Even Lu Jian's bad mood was greatly relieved at this moment because he could become Master Kai's disciple. Immediately afterwards, people from Kang City presented thick books of spiritual food recipes and gray-white badges, distributing them to everyone. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, Master Kai. After receiving their awards, everyone said in unison. Kaixing nodded and continued. Jiang Ping, you won 3rd place in this competition with an outstanding performance. The reward is a beginner-level spiritual food recipe book, a beginner-level spiritual chef badge, a mind concentration pill, and you can also become my disciple. Are you willing? Jiang Ping immediately expressed his gratitude, saying respectfully, this disciple is willing to pay respects to Master. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord and Master. Kaixing nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Ping has quite a bit of talent. Although he can't compare to Xue Tong and Zhong Tian, he is still considered one of the best among the younger generation. Ji Long's mood gradually calmed down, regardless of whether he won or lost the bet. The next key point is how to keep all these talented chefs in Kang City. After Jiang Ping received the award, Kaixing looked at Xue Tong, who looked aggrieved. Somewhat cautiously, he asked, Xue Tong, you won 2nd place this time with an outstanding performance. The reward is a beginner-level spirit food recipe book, a beginner-level spirit chef badge, a spirit concentrating pill, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and more. Kaixing hesitated for several seconds before asking, is Miss Xue a disciple of Master Gurong? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up their ears, waiting for Xue Tong's reply. Xue Tong wiped away her tears and sneered at Zhong Tian, saying, I am Master's disciple. Xue Tong was filled with complex emotions. Being Gu Rong's disciple was something he was very proud of. But now I've been defeated by an ordinary spirit chef. How shameful. It really is true. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Xue Tong admit it. Becoming a disciple of a high-level spiritual chef is no easy feat, even for a nominal disciple. If we can recruit Xue Tong, we will not only gain a genius chef, but also have the opportunity to get involved with Master Gurong. Everyone on the viewing platform was shrewd. How could they not understand this principle? In that case, I will no longer mention taking on disciples. Kaixing said, looking embarrassed. Although there is no limit to the number of masters in the emperor-level world, he is not confident enough to compare himself with Gurong. To share a teaching position with a powerful person is nothing but inviting humiliation. After that, he stopped worrying and turned his attention directly to Zhong Tian. Zhong Tian has won the championship with the best performance. He is awarded a beginner's cookbook, a beginner spirit chef badge, a spirit concentrating pill, 10,000 low-grade spirit jades, and a beginner deacon badge. Wow. Upon hearing this series of awards, everyone in the stands, including the audience, couldn't help but cast envious and jealous glances. And, would you be willing to become my disciple? Kaixing asked hopefully. Although Zhong Tian was the one he initially least favored, he unexpectedly turned out to be a dark horse and achieved a stunning reversal. In addition, his amazing cooking methods immediately piqued Kaixing's interest. Master Kai's kindness is appreciated by Zhong Tian. Zhong Tian replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. However, I already have a master, so it is inconvenient for me to take on another master. After hearing this, Kaixing was stunned for a moment, then secretly sighed. Just as I thought. Even he doesn't know the cooking techniques, so how could Zhong Tian, a novice spirit chef, know them? This can only mean that there is an extremely powerful spiritual chef behind him. May I know your master's name? Zhong Tian bowed respectfully and said, my master instructed me that it is not convenient to reveal my name. Seeing that Zhong Tian was unwilling to tell him, Kaixing could not hide his disappointment again and did not ask any further questions. He turned to Ji Long and said, City Lord, the rewards have been distributed. Ji Long nodded and was about to get up to say something when Shun Mu spoke first. Everyone, according to the bet, you have lost. Please pay your bets. Chapter 59. Recruitment Conditions. After Shun Mu's reminder, everyone's faces turned grim and they began to hesitate. I thought I would win this game without any surprises, but an amazing reversal happened in the end. How did Zhong Tian, an unknown figure, rise to become the champion? At this moment, the one with the worst expression was Si Yang. He not only had to lose 2 treasures, but he also lost face. What? Are you all planning to renege on your promise? Shenmue asked calmly when no one spoke, but a hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face. For some reason, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being watched by a raging flood or a ferocious beast. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ji Long chuckled first and said, "How could that be? A bet is a bet, and this is my wager." Immediately, he took out the magical weapon from his storage bag and handed it to Shenmue. Shenmue stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of taking it. At this moment, Luo Cheng slowly walked out from behind Shenmue, took the spiritual weapon from Ji Long's hand, and then stood back behind Shenmue. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned slightly angry. They felt that Shenmue was being too pretentious, not even giving face to City Lord Ji. But Ji Long's eyelids twitched, and he was secretly alarmed. As far as he knew, Luo Cheng was an attribute source master. Normally, even if an attribute source master joins a certain faction, they will only be treated as an honored guest. But now, Luo Cheng is like a servant in front of Shenmue. Moreover, Ji Long didn't see a trace of impatience on Luo Cheng's face at all. This only proves that Luo Cheng did it willingly. Just who is Shenmue that he could make an attribute source master willingly serve as a servant? Lord Ji is indeed straightforward. What about you all? Shenmue smiled slightly and looked at everyone. Ji Long had already accepted his loss, so how could they dare to deny it? Then, one by one, reluctantly, they took out the bets they had agreed to, and Luo Cheng accepted them one by one. And you too. Upon hearing this, Si Yang's face turned ashen. He reluctantly took out the 2 treasures and said, "Shenmue, you won't be smug for long. If you can't handle the game, don't play. Losing and still spouting threats. Aren't you ashamed?" Shenmue didn't tolerate him at all, and his words were full of sarcasm and no politeness whatsoever. "You?" Fearing the 2 might start fighting, Ji Long quickly changed the subject. He extended an olive branch to the spirit chefs, saying, "All right, now that the competition is over, we should move on to the next stage. Gentlemen, Kang City has always been respectful of talent, and anyone who is interested is welcome to join. I, Ji Long, guarantee that I will provide you with the most abundant resources to support your research and advancement to higher levels." Upon hearing this, some of the spirit chefs who did not belong to any faction were overjoyed. Besides proving themselves, they had an even more important purpose in participating in the competition. Find a good faction to join. After all, for a spiritual chef, the resources used for research and cultivation are very important if they want to go further on this path. They usually focus on studying spiritual food. There's simply no time or energy to earn so many resources. Therefore, the best solution is to join a faction and have that faction provide resources for you. The crowd, who were initially distressed about the stakes, immediately perked up upon hearing this. They were all heads of various powerful families, and some were even city lords. They hadn't come here just to watch the show. If 1 or 2 spirit chefs can be recruited back, it will be of great benefit to one's own faction. If a faction can acquire a spirit chef, the spirit dishes he makes alone are enough to cultivate a group of talents, and his role is in no way inferior to that of an alchemist. Even if a diet does not meet the standards of spiritual food, it can still be beneficial to cultivation, only its effects will be slightly weaker. Seeing everyone's impatient expressions, Ji Long didn't beat around the bush. "Since you have all come to my Kang City, you're giving me Ji face. Today, we can compete fairly. As for who the spirit chefs choose in the end, that is entirely up to them. What do you say?" Ji Long wasn't worried at all that these people would pose a threat to him. The only one who could threaten him was Si Yang. As long as he can recruit the top-ranked chefs, it won't matter if the lower-ranked ones are left to these family heads. After all, if you're eating meat, you should at least share some soup with everyone else, right? Upon hearing this, all the family heads bowed and praised Ji Long for his magnanimity. "Guests are welcome. Please go ahead." Ji Long gestured to the crowd. "In that case, we won't stand on ceremony." Then, one by one, they presented their recruitment conditions to the spirit chefs, hoping to attract them to join them voluntarily. "By joining my Chun family, you will receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a beginner-level spirit food recipe book every year. Furthermore, All the ingredients needed for research and practice will be provided by my Chun family. Those who rank within the top 20 in this competition will be eligible for additional benefits. Joining my Sun family will grant you 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and a beginner-level spirit food recipe book annually. All ingredients will be provided by my Sun family, but you must be a spirit chef ranked in the top 20 of this competition. The basic requirements are similar, but the treatment received by chefs of different ranks varies. Lord Siang, it's your turn, Jilong said politely, his expression subtle. Chapter 60, So Shameless. Siang cleared his throat and solemnly said, as long as you are willing to join my Qing Shuang city, I will provide you with ample cultivation resources. Chefs who rank below 20th in this competition will receive 1,500 low-grade spirit crystals and 2 beginner-level spirit food recipes annually, with ingredients provided by Qing Shuang City. This caused an uproar. These conditions are significantly higher than those of the previous applicants. The mere 2 beginner spiritual diet recipe books each year are enough to drive spiritual chefs crazy. Seeing the enthusiastic response from the crowd, Siyang, beaming with pride, continued, if the 4th to 20th place joins, they will receive 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals and 3 beginner-level spirit food recipes each year. The 3rd place winner received 3,000 low-grade spirit crystals and 4 beginner-level spirit food recipes. The runner-up joins, receiving 4,000 low-grade spirit crystals and 5 spirit food recipes. The champion joins, receiving 5,000 low-grade spirit crystals and 8 beginner-level spirit food recipes. Siyang dropped another bombshell, a condition that completely crushed everyone else in the lead. In previous spirit chef tasting events, the prizes for winning the championship were mostly around 3,000 low-grade spirit crystals and 5 spirit food recipes. But this year it almost doubled. The faces of those who had made the demands were all extremely grim. Siyang's actions will undoubtedly make their mission fruitless. But when they thought about the possibility that he might have a powerful background, they all dared not speak out against him. Upon hearing these conditions, Ji Long's face darkened. He originally planned to offer Zhong Tian 3,000 low-grade spirit crystals and 5 beginner-level spirit food recipes. But now Siyang has raised the bar to this extent. Now he either has to add more conditions or he has to abstain from the competition altogether. This put Ji Long in a dilemma. If it were a previous champion, he wouldn't mind doing Siyang a favor, considering Siyang's background. This year, not only did Xue Tong have a very powerful background, but Zhong Tian, who was able to make high-grade, first-grade spiritual food, also emerged. Ji Long was truly unwilling to simply hand them over like that. After all, these 2 people alone could potentially cultivate a group of high-level martial artists at the Tempering Meridian Realm, or even Origin Masters at the Soul Fusion Realm, for Kang City. For a level 3 city, every Soul Fusion Stage Source Master is extremely precious. After saying that, Siyang pretended to be polite and said to Ji Long, City Lord Ji, please. Although Ji Long was seething with hatred inside, he still smiled nonchalantly and said, Young Master Shun hasn't made his decision yet, so Young Master Shun, you go first. What resources could a city like Tianxin, which is at the bottom of the power rankings, possibly have? Siyang sneered at, letting the spirit chef join will only ruin his future. Everyone had heard about the current state of Tianxin City, and some even believed that Tianxin City was now less powerful than a slightly larger family. Shen Mu completely ignored him. I'm only interested in Zhong Tian. I don't plan to recruit the others. You definitely won't regret choosing Tianxin City. You want to recruit them, but others aren't willing to go. Exactly. If you don't have the ability, just admit it. Stop pretending. I'm afraid even the lowest ranked chef wouldn't be willing to go. So how can we expect to recruit the champion? After hearing Shun Mu's words, everyone scoffed. Not only those on the viewing platform, but even the spirit chefs shared this idea. Moreover, the speaker may not have meant anything by it, but the listener may have taken it to heart. Even some of the less-ranked chefs felt uneasy after hearing Shun Mu's words. Does even a bottom-ranked, level 3 main city have the right to look down on itself? No. He must be afraid that even if he openly recruited, no one would go, so he's trying to save face. Upon realizing this, everyone nodded in agreement. believing that this was the truth. Zhong Tian didn't speak, but bowed to Shen Mu. After Shen Mu finished expressing his opinion, Ji Long continued. In that case, let me tell you about the benefits offered by Kang City. Upon hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word. 21 or above spirit chefs will receive 1,500 spirit crystals and 2 beginner cookbooks. Those ranked 4 to 20 will receive 2,000 spirit crystals and 3 beginner cookbooks. The third place winner receives 3,000 spirit crystals and 4 beginner cookbooks. The runner-up received 4,500 spirit crystals and 5 beginner recipe books. The champion will receive 6,000 spirit crystals and 10 beginner-level cookbooks. Throughout the entire process, Ji Long gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. These basic spiritual food recipes alone would cost an astronomical sum. But in order to outdo Si Yang, Ji Long had to do it, no matter how painful it was. Everyone thought that Si Yang's offer was already extremely high. Unexpectedly, Ji Long also went all out and offered an even higher condition. The chefs were overjoyed. These conditions were undoubtedly a great temptation for them, and it has far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Si Yang's expression also changed. He didn't expect Ji Long to refuse to back down. Lord Ji, may I say something? Si Yang asket bolitali. Upon hearing this, Ji Long frowned, having a bad feeling. He could vaguely sense that Si Yang was about to use a powerful move. But how could he refuse when Si Yang asked him in public? Lord Si Yang, please speak freely, Ji Long said with a forced smile. Si Yang nodded and said to himself, I'll just add one more thing. Qingshuang City and Beiyin City have a good relationship. After hearing this, everyone's expressions varied, especially Ji Long, whose face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. Shameless. That's absolutely shameless. Chapter 61, I choose Lord Shenmu. Beiyin City is a level 2 city with very strong capabilities. Moreover, Beiyin City has many intermediate level spirit chefs, each of whom is no weaker than Kaishang, and some are even better. Siang has brought Beiyin City out for 2 reasons. Firstly, neither Ji Long nor the city lords and family heads dared to openly compete with him anymore. Secondly, given that the conditions offered by him and Ji Long were not significantly different, the spirit chefs would naturally prefer him. After all, with the support of the Northern Rock City, the Azure Frost City clearly has a brighter future. It's possible that in a few years, Qing Shuang City's strength will gradually approach, or even surpass, Songhe City's. In addition, many of the spirit chefs have not joined any faction and have never had a master. If one could become an apprentice of one of the intermediate-level spirit chefs in North Rock City, one would definitely gain tremendous benefits. Therefore, very few people could refuse the conditions offered by Siyang. As expected, out of the 65 contestants, 17 of the spirit chefs did not belong to any faction. Surprisingly, 7 of them chose to join Si Yang's Qing Shuang City. If it weren't for the fact that most of the top 10 chefs had become Kaisheng's apprentices and were too embarrassed to join other factions, they will probably choose Qing Shuang City as well. With so many skilled chefs joining, Qing Shuang City will become much stronger overnight. After all, a spirit chef is not only a spirit chef, but also a soul fusion stage source master. It's likely that after this, Qing Shuang City's overall strength ranking will rise significantly. This situation infuriated Ji Long and the other family heads. But when Ji Long saw that Zhong Tian and Shui Tong had not made a choice, hope was rekindled in his heart. If these 2 can stay in Kang City, what does it matter if everyone else is abandoned? If these 2 can be recruited, it's equivalent to keeping all the top 10 in Kang City, which is a huge profit. Siang felt the same way. When he saw that Zhong Tian and Shui Tong had not chosen him, he was extremely surprised and anxious. What's the use of having more rabble if we can't get our hands on these 2? He would trade all the chefs in exchange for these 2. Siang had assumed that with such conditions, the 2 would definitely choose without hesitation. To his surprise, the result far exceeded his expectations. Why aren't you 2 saying anything? Ji Long asked impatiently. Before Zhong Tian could speak, Shui Tong interrupted him. She looked at Zhong Tian with a resentful expression and said, Wherever he goes, I'll go. Huh? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged knowing glances. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Shui Tong realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to defeat him. I can't let my master down." Although Shui Tong was unconvinced by Zhong Tian, she had to admit that Zhong Tian was indeed stronger than her. With Zhong Tian's skill in mixing dozens of ingredients together, the spiritual dishes he made not only did not lose much of their effectiveness, but he could also unlock the cooking skills of the Destiny State. She had already conceded defeat, but admitting it doesn't change the fact that she's still resentful. As a disciple of Gu Rong, how could she easily admit defeat to someone? From the moment the results were announced, Zhong Qian became her inner demon. If this inner demon cannot be overcome, she will probably be unable to make any further progress on the path of spiritual cooking. The cultivation of spiritual chefs and martial arts is actually the same. The key is one's state of mind. If inner demons exist, the efficacy of the spiritual food prepared in the future will likely be greatly reduced. Moreover, learning and creating spiritual food will be particularly difficult. Therefore, defeating Zhong Tian and overcoming one's inner demons is imperative. Zhong Tian was speechless. "Are you ever going to stop? It's not over yet. I admit, you're better than me, okay." Zhong Tian really didn't want to argue with her, so he directly gave in. Upon hearing this, Shui Tong was not pleased at all. On the contrary, she became even more furious. "You're insulting me." Shui Tong's eyes instantly turned red. "I don't need your feigned surrender. I'm going to defeat you with my own hands and make you admit defeat wholeheartedly." Seeing Shui Tong like this, Zhong Tian immediately felt overwhelmed. He has a rather withdrawn personality, and because he is always engrossed in researching recipes, he rarely comes into contact with women. Shui Tong's crying and fussing left Zhong Tian at a loss. Seeing the situation, everyone had different thoughts. Both Xiyang and Jilong's eyes lit up. If Zhong Tian can be recruited, then Shui Tong will naturally be unable to escape as well. This buy-one-get-one free deal is such a great value. Jilong hurriedly spoke up to persuade them. "Please don't be angry, both of you. If you can join Kang City, I, Jilong, guarantee that I will give you a fair chance to compete." "How about it?" "Yes, so does my Qing Shuang City." Xiyang interjected. Upon hearing Xiyang speak, Jilong became wary. These two people are crucial. He can't let Xiyang gain the upper hand. "I've already made up my mind." Upon hearing this, Xiyang and Jilong's hearts clenched. Victory or defeat hinged on this moment. "I choose Lord Shinmu." Chapter 62. When did I ever say I wanted you? After hearing this, the scene fell silent. No one could react for a moment. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of recruiting spirit chefs. Your reward is a superior spirit dish, iced lotus seed soup, and a superior spirit recipe." "Congratulations, host. Zhong Tian's loyalty has reached the gratitude stage. You are rewarded with 1,000 loyalty points." The sound was like heavenly music, immersing Shunmu in joy that he could not extricate himself. After finally regaining his senses, Jilong asked uncertainly, "Could you say that again?" "I choose Lord Shinmu." Zhong Tian did not hesitate and repeated it again. "Holy crap, are you kidding me?" Xiyang couldn't hold back and started swearing. Even Shui Tong was completely bewildered and said angrily, "Even if you want to force me to leave, there's no need to choose a bottom-tier level 3 main city." This girl is a bit ungrateful. So what if she's at the bottom? Does being at the bottom mean you don't deserve a choice? Shenmu, his face full of displeasure, said, "Miss Shui, it's Zhong Tian's business to choose my Tianxin city. When did it become your place to interfere?" "You?" Shui Tong was, after all, a lady from a respectable family, and with her status as a disciple of Gu Rong, who wouldn't show her some deference. She found it hard to accept that even a down-on-his-luck city lord dared to speak to her like that. "Your Tianxin city is already at the bottom. What future can you give him?" Shui Tong retorted, her face full of displeasure. "What I can give him is our business. What does it have to do with you? Are you his mother or his wife? Aren't you being a bit too nosy?" Although Shinmu was a loser in his previous life, he was not a simp. He won't tolerate this kind of unreasonable woman. Hearing this, Shui Tong blushed deeply, feeling both ashamed and indignant. She wanted to argue, but couldn't find a reason. In the end, all she could do was grit her teeth and say to Zhong Tian, "Don't think that I'll be afraid just because you're doing this. No matter what, I will follow you until I defeat you." Then, Shui Tong said with great resentment, "I also choose Tianxin City." Knowing that Zhong Tian was deliberately making things difficult for her, her extremely competitive spirit wouldn't allow her to back down even a little. Upon hearing this, Si Yang, Ji Long, and everyone else were dumbfounded. They went to great lengths to win him over, but in the end, it was Shun Mu who benefited without promising any conditions. "Are you kidding me? Aren't you two being too hasty?" Si Yang advised. "How about you reconsider? Yes, this concerns your future." At this moment, Ji Long no longer cared about Shun Mu's feelings and spoke directly, seemingly implying something. "Thank you for your kindness, both city lords, but my mind is made up." Zhong Tian cupped his hands slightly in response. The two were speechless. Seeing Zhong Tian's determination, Shui Tong retorted, "Me too." After hearing this, Si Yang and Ji Long were both extremely embarrassed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they really wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. Ji Long, in particular, went to great lengths to organize a spiritual chef competition. The goal is to inject some fresh blood into Kang City. Who would have thought that in the end, she would be the one to benefit a young man she had just met? "Wait." Shen Mu looked at Shui Tong, his face full of mockery, and said, "When did I say I wanted you?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned once again. Ji Long and Si Yang were even more incredulous. Was this even human language? A brilliant chef has volunteered to join your bottom-ranked level 3 main city. Not only are you not grateful, but you also dare to act arrogantly? Si Yang realized what was happening and quickly said, "Miss Shui Tong, such an ignorant person doesn't know what's good for him. Come to my Qing city, and I, Si Yang, guarantee you the best resources to help you quickly surpass Zhong Tian. My Kang City is the same. Why should I go to Tianxin City to suffer?" Ji Long retorted, not to be outdone. He couldn't care less about Shun Mu's identity right now. Recruiting Shui Tong was the priority. After the two of them explained, Shui Tong finally realized what was going on. He then said angrily, "Shen Mu, what do you mean? Am I not worthy to enter your Tianxin City?" She had never been disliked like this before in her entire life. First Zhong Tian, then Shun Mu. How can she maintain a balance? I've said from the beginning that I'm only interested in Zhong Tian. Everyone heard that, didn't they? But Shui Tong didn't care about any of that. As soon as she heard Shen Mu was about to refuse, she immediately started acting like a rogue. "I don't care. Wherever Zhong Tian goes, I'll go." She's going all out today. Her image is already ruined, so why does she care about acting like a rogue? What if I disagree? Then I'll cry for you. This situation left Shen Mu somewhat at a loss. A rogue isn't scary, but when a woman acts like a rogue, it's something else entirely. Indeed, it is true that only petty men and women are difficult to deal with. The ancients were right. Seeing Shun Mu's troubled expression, Ji Long and Si Yang felt even more resentful. The person we've been trying so hard to recruit, and you look at him with such disgust? Where is justice in this world? It wasn't that Shun Mu was showing off. He genuinely didn't want to recruit Shui Tong into Tianxin City. It's not just because Shui Tong's personality is too unruly. More importantly, Shen Mu had absolutely no idea how to get along with women. As a straight man, I was disliked by many women in my past life. It's not because they're ugly, but because they don't know how to lick, a euphemism for flattery. Chapter 63, 3 Rules. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let Shui Tong join. After all, she is a spirit chef. And she's a genius chef. Moreover, accepting her would undoubtedly be tantamount to getting involved with Gu Rong. This is absolutely beneficial and harmless to Tianxin City. Thinking of this, Shen Mu gradually felt relieved. "Zhong Tian, what do you think?" Zhong Tian was taken aback when faced with Shun Mu's question. "It is up to Lord Shun to decide." Shen Mu nodded and looked at Shui Tong, saying, "Letting you join isn't out of the question." Upon hearing this, Shui Tong was immediately overjoyed. "However, we must agree on 3 rules. If you cannot abide by them, then please leave. Before Shui Tong could speak, Si Yang said with a face full of indignation, Shenmu, Miss Shui's willingness to join is already a huge favor to you. How dare you make demands? Did I beg her to come? If she doesn't agree, she can always choose someone else. Shenmu raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, But what's it to you? Mind your own business. You? Xiang clenched his fist tightly, his face turning red with anger. Shui Tong was also very uncomfortable, but she could only suppress her anger and say, Tell me your conditions first. First, once you enter Tianxin City, everything must be done according to the rules. You must not act recklessly or make trouble. Can? Shui Tong immediately nodded in agreement, indicating that the request was not excessive. Second, you must not interfere with any of Zhong Tian's actions or decisions. Even if you want to win against him, the method must be reasonable, and you must not resort to unreasonable arguments. This rule was undoubtedly established to reduce Zhong Tian's troubles. Otherwise, if Shui Tong were to cause trouble every day, wouldn't he be driven crazy by it? Sure enough, after listening, Zhong Tian gave him a grateful look. Shui Tong glanced at the two of them, then gritted her teeth secretly. Fine. To join Tianxin City, and to achieve her goal, she must endure. Shenmu nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Third, you must obey any order I give you and must not disobey. Upon hearing this, Shui Tong instinctively covered her chest with both hands, her face full of vigilance. For some reason, Shenmu's smile seemed extremely lewd to her, like a creepy old man with ill intentions. I don't agree. What if you ask me to do something bad? Am I supposed to agree to it? Seeing Shui Tong's expression, Shenmu was stunned for a long time before he could roll his eyes. To be honest, Shui Tong is indeed quite beautiful, and the flowing purple-blue gauze robe adds to her ethereal charm. But Shenmu had no feelings for her whatsoever. He even disliked women who were headstrong and carefree. Don't worry, I have absolutely no interest in a woman like you. Shenmu said, What I ask you to do won't violate any morals, otherwise you can simply refuse. Upon hearing this, Shui Tong breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a surge of anger. What do you mean you have absolutely no interest in a woman like me? This girl has a great figure, with a curvaceous bust and buttocks, and is as beautiful as an angel. What's missing? Any woman would feel indignant and resentful when she hears a man say he's not interested in her. But she only dared to mutter these words to herself and never dared to say them in public. Shenmu had no idea she had so much inner monologue. Seeing that Shui Tong was relatively well-behaved, he reluctantly agreed to take her into Tianxin City. Host, please be aware that Shui Tong's loyalty level is currently in the dislike phase. 10 loyalty points will be deducted. Upon hearing this, Shenmu felt a headache coming on again. Now that this matter is settled, please excuse me for taking my leave. Shenmu cupped his hands towards Ji Long. City Lord Ji, thank you for your help. Farewell. This thank you is naturally because Ji Long had made it easy for him to enter. Otherwise, it would probably take quite a bit of effort to recruit Zhong Tian. Ji Long was now filled with regret. If he had another chance, he would never have let Shenmu in, even if it meant dying. He painstakingly organized this competition, but it ended up benefiting Shenmu and Si Yang. How could he possibly remain calm? Just as Ji Long was feeling resentful and helpless, Si Yang suddenly launched an attack. Shenmu, this isn't over between us yet. Upon hearing this, Ji Long's eyes lit up. If the two of them were to compete, he would definitely be the one to benefit in the end. Shenmu was about to call Zhong Tian and Shui Tong to leave. Seeing that Si Yang was going to stop him, he immediately looked displeased. Don't think I wouldn't dare kill you. I just don't want to sully the land of Kang City. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. Haha, Shenmu, you were lucky last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. Si Yang looked at the old woman in black who had remained silent. Senior, please help me kill this boy. The old woman in black did not answer, but slowly stood up from her seat. He coughed lightly twice, and his spiritual energy surged forth instantly. Soul Fusion Stage, Peak Realm. Chapter 64, The Old Woman in Black. Everyone was startled by the aura emanating from the old woman. In a typical level 3 main city, people with this kind of strength are extremely rare. Shen Mu frowned slightly, and with a thought, he began to check the old woman's information. Name, Peng Xiao. Race, human. Gender, female. Age, 68. Talent value, 75. Realm, peak of soul fusion stage. Martial origin, no attribute. Identity, warrior of North Rock City. People from Bayan City, a level 2 city. Shen Mu was surprised. The aura emanating from this old woman was very strong. At the same time, Jilong was also slightly alarmed. He already knew that the old woman was one of Si Yang's people, and even he couldn't see through her true strength. I just had a vague feeling that they would be difficult to deal with. But now that I see it, I'm afraid I'm not even sure I can beat her. Shen Mu, today I will make sure you die a horrible death to avenge my past humiliation. Xiang looked at Ji Long. City Lord Ji, now that the competition is over, is it all right for me to make my move? This is a matter of your own grudges. Please proceed. Is he capable of stopping it? If even this old woman can't beat him, who else in Kang City can stop her? Besides, Shen Mu's life or death has nothing to do with him. He was just worried that Shen Mu might have some kind of background and might affect Kang City. But now things have developed beyond his control. Even with Shen Mu's powerful background, he couldn't stop Si Yang from wanting to kill him. Therefore, Ji Long simply stopped caring. Fine. Si Yang said with a sinister expression, Senior, kill Shen Mu. The old woman still didn't answer, but instead pushed off with her legs and instantly jumped to a spot not far in front of Shen Mu. Then he raised his purplish-black cane and struck at Shen Mu's head. The attack was so swift that it even created a gust of wind. Spiritual energy covered the head of the cane, carrying an astonishing force, as if it wanted to shatter Shen Mu's head. Many people instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear watching this bloody scene. What? Just as the cane was about 2 fists away from Shen Mu, an old, aged hand grasped the scepter directly with its bare hands, preventing it from getting any closer. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw an elderly man in plain clothes appear beside Shen Mu, his entire body surging with spiritual energy, exuding an imposing aura. Everyone was extremely surprised. They all recognized the old man as one of the servants following behind Shen Mu. But he hasn't said a word since entering the training ground. Everyone initially thought he was just an ordinary servant, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Unexpectedly, he was able to catch the old woman's attack with his bare hands. This shows that his strength is no less than that of the old woman. Even the old woman herself was surprised. How could such a powerful source master appear in an ordinary level 3 main city? This old woman is Peng Xiao. May I ask who you are? The old woman spoke slowly, her voice hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against an object, which sent chills down one's spine. A nobody, not worth mentioning. He Qing's eyes gradually sharpened. But you can't touch my young master. That one look instilled fear in many of those present. Now no one dares to treat him as an ordinary old man anymore. Jilong was even more shocked. He had thought that Luo Cheng was the strongest among them, but he never expected that the old man who hadn't spoken all this time was the real powerhouse. This made him doubt Shen Mu's identity again. Who is this person who can make an attribute source master and a peak soul fusion stage expert willingly become a subordinate? This is outrageous. Si Yang's expression was even more unpleasant. He couldn't understand how Shen Mu could have such a powerful person by his side. Then I'll have to see your skills. Peng Xiao withdrew his scepter and raised it again to strike, but this time his target was not Shen Mu, but He Qing. Why don't he go down and fight? That's exactly what I was thinking. The two of them leaped from the stands directly to the center of the ring. Seeing this, the other chefs quickly ran off the stage to make room for the two. Fortunately, the equipment had been removed, allowing the two to unleash their skills without any worries. Bang, bang, bang. After several rounds, He Qing gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and was constantly being suppressed. Could this old man not be at the peak of the soul fusion stage? A sense of doubt arose in everyone's hearts. Just as they were racking their brains trying to figure it out, He Qing suddenly unleashed his spiritual power and punched Peng Xiao away. He then took out a giant red ruler from his spatial ring. This is his magical weapon, the flame-devouring ruler. Even when he faced Shenmue, he never used a weapon. But he dared not be careless towards this old woman. Subsequently, the spiritual energy in his body became more and more active, and a fiery red energy was rapidly gathering around He Qing from all directions. In the blink of an eye, He Qing felt as if he were bathed in flames, with heat waves rolling around him within 3 feet. Fire Attribute Source Master. Chapter 65, shocking the entire audience. First update. Upon seeing He Qing surrounded by fire elements, everyone exclaimed in unison. Tianqin City actually has 2 Attribute Source Masters. Jilong and Si Yang were even more panicked. No wonder this old man was able to block the opponent with his Soul Fusion Stage microscopic realm strength. He was actually an Attribute Source Master. Everyone finally understood. At this moment, the battle between the two was not only witnessed by the dozens of people on the viewing platform. It was not just the nearly 10,000 spectators inside the arena, but also the countless ordinary people watching via projection outside the arena. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that a cooking competition would turn into a martial arts contest. Moreover, a rare Attribute Source Master has actually appeared in Kang City. Attribute Source Master. Faced with the overwhelming momentum of He Qing, Peng Xiu was now truly at a loss. As a martial artist from the second-tier main city of Beiyin, she had seen Attribute Source Masters before. Each of them was someone she could not reach, and He Qing was not as powerful as the Attribute Source Master she had met. But this title alone already puts her under immense pressure. At this moment, Peng Xiu gradually began to have second thoughts. "Sir, how about we have a proper talk?" Upon hearing this, Si Yang's face grew even uglier. If even Peng Xiu backed down, what face would he have left? I thought this time I would definitely make sure Shenmue never returned. But to everyone's surprise, He Qing, who was just as strong as Peng Xiu, or even stronger, suddenly appeared. Although Peng Xiu's cultivation level is 1 level higher than He Qing's, it is perfectly normal for an Attribute Source Master to challenge someone of a higher level. Si Yang still vividly remembers the scene of Shenmue overwhelming him despite being of a much higher level. Hearing her words, He Qing did not answer, but simply glanced at Shenmue. "Talk." "Sure." Shenmue then looked at Si Yang and said, "Kill Si Yang, and I'll let you go." After hearing this, Peng Xiu and Si Yang almost cursed at each other. Unwilling? "Elder He, suppress her, Luo Cheng, and I will handle Si Yang." He Qing nodded, and a raging fire ignited on the flame-devouring ruler, branding it like a piece of red-hot steel. He leaped forward and engaged Peng Xiu in combat once again. Shenmue slowly looked at Si Yang and sneered. "I hope your luck will be as good as last time." Si Yang panicked completely. His only support was Peng Xiu, but now she was completely controlled by He Qing. With his own strength, he was no match for Shenmue. Moreover, Luo Cheng was right there beside him. "Superior." After saying that, Shenmue and Luo Cheng simultaneously activated their spiritual power, and the ice and earth elements in the world gathered towards them respectively. Another Attribute Source Master? Seeing this, everyone was so frightened that they stammered. Tianqin City actually has 3 Attribute Source Masters? When Jilong and Si Yang saw this scene, their legs suddenly felt weak. They all knew that there were Attribute Source Masters in Tianqin City. However, Si Yang refers to Shenmue, while Jilong refers to Luo Cheng. When they saw He Qing unleash his power, they were surprised to discover that Tianqin City actually had 2 Attribute Source Masters. But now that these 3 have revealed their strength, Jilong and Si Yang are shocked to realize that these 3 are actually all Attribute Source Masters. It's like a dream. When did Attribute Source Masters become so worthless? What surprised Si Yang the most was when Luo Cheng became an Attribute Source Master. He knew this former subordinate all too well. Luo Cheng was clearly a Source Master without any attributes. Could it be that he had been hiding it so well before? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. In just a few breaths, Si Yang was filled with countless thoughts. He considered countless possibilities, but ultimately could only conclude that Luo Cheng had lied to him. A swift and decisive victory. After saying that, Shun Mu took the lead and used ice elements to seal the ground, which then spread towards Si Yang. Luo Chang followed closely behind, his earth element instantly forming a rock armor, which condensed into a black stone longsword in his hand. Seeing the two men attacking him, Si Yang was terrified and quickly whispered something to Jilong. As he listened, Jilong's expression kept changing. Just as Shun Mu and his companion were about to reach Si Yang, Jilong suddenly attacked, sending them flying several meters away. Another peak soul fusion stage cultivator. Shun Mu stared at Jilong, his face grim. City Lord Ji, what do you mean by this? He didn't know what Si Yang said that made Jilong, who had been watching from the sidelines, take a stand. Young Master Shun, if you do not surrender, do not blame this city lord for offending you. Jilong narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Chapter 66. Fighting our way out of Kang City. Second update. Upon hearing this, Shenmu had no choice but to weigh the options. Regardless of how Si Yang persuaded Jilong, given his peak soul fusion realm strength, if he were to actually make a move, neither he nor Luo Chang would stand a chance. To expect him to surrender without resistance? What a joke. System, what should I do? Shenmu thought to himself. The host still has enough credit points, which can temporarily raise the host's strength to the peak of the soul fusion stage. But the duration can only be maintained for half an hour. Is this the only way? No, but the other methods would require the host to pay a much higher price. Shenmu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. That was over 3,000 faith points. But what does it matter compared to life? If he is unwilling to give up these loyalty points, once he falls into Si Yang's hands, he will basically face certain death. Jilong, are you sure you want to get involved in this? Shenmu slowly rubbed his fingers, his brows furrowed as he asked. He didn't consider Jilong an enemy at all. In fact, he even had some goodwill towards him. I never expected him to be so ungrateful. If he insists on taking action, from this day forward, the two of them and their two cities will be locked in a life-or-death struggle. After listening, a hint of hesitation flashed in Jilong's eyes, but remembering what Si Yang had said, his resolve hardened once again. Young Master Shun, please don't make things difficult for me. Very good. Shenmu turned to He Qing in the arena and said, protect Zhong Tian and Xue Tong, and fight your way out. Yes, young master. Do you think you still have a chance to get out? Si Yang sneered, looking at Shenmu as if he were already dead. I admit, you're quite lucky, but we have a long road ahead of us. Shenmu said these words through gritted teeth. No one can understand the resentment of having Si Yang escaped danger once or twice. System, initiate the operation. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenmu's aura suddenly surged, soaring all the way to the peak of the subtle realm. He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the peak realm, because he was originally an attribute source master, capable of fighting beyond his level. Therefore, his strength at this moment is no weaker than Jilong's at the peak. Shenmu knew that Jilong was no match for him at this time, but unfortunately, there was a time limit to the improvement of strength. Otherwise, he would definitely tear these two apart. How was that possible? Seeing Shenmu's aura suddenly rise to a level that even he himself found alarming, Jilong was speechless with fright. Is Shenmu a monster? How could someone who's only 20 years old possess such terrifying strength? At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Was it the right choice to antagonize such a genius? At this moment, Xiang was no less surprised than Jilong, but he was more clear-headed. Lord Ji, when I saw him a few days ago, he was still in the early stages of soul fusion. It's impossible for him to have broken through so quickly. He must have used some secret technique to temporarily boost his strength. As long as we stall him until the effect of his technique wears off, we can definitely kill him. Since we've already offended them, we should go all the way and not be soft-hearted. Xiang anxiously Adfi said. Yes, you're right. Jilong gradually came to his senses from the shock. Since I have already offended him, if I cannot kill him, he will surely take revenge on me when he grows up. Thinking of this, Jilong hardened his heart. Without hesitation, a magical weapon appeared in his hand, and he thrust it towards Shenmu. While signaling He Qing and the others to retreat, Shenmue manipulated the ice element to resist Ji-Long's attack. Seeing this, Xiang also activated his spiritual power to join the battle. Although he was only at the soul fusion stage, the microscopic realm, and couldn't pose much of a threat to Shenmue, as long as he could cause some interference, that would be enough. Shenmue never expected to encounter this situation on his trip. One wrong move, and you could face utter ruin. Try to escape? Not so easy, Ji-Long shouted. All forces of Kang City, do everything in your power to stop Shenmue from escaping. At the command, all the city guards maintaining order in the area immediately sprang into action. Furthermore, a group of Soul Fusion rank Origin Masters from Kang City took action to block Shenmue and his companions. It truly lives up to its reputation as a top 100 tier 3 main city. There are nearly 10 Soul Fusion stage experts alone, not even counting the newly joined spirit chefs. Awakening skill, Ice Shadow Lotus. Upon seeing the blue light emanating from the mark between Shenmue's eyebrows, Ji-Long felt a chill run down his spine and panicked somewhat. Just how many secrets does this young man hold? At such a young age, not only is he incredibly strong, but he has also mastered an advanced awakening technique. This child must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will surely become a great threat in the future. As Shenmue activated his spiritual power, nearly half of the training ground was frozen, making it look like an ice cave. Sizzle. 5 ice lotuses bloomed in response, each attempting to devour Ji-Long and the others. Visit the bookshelves and comment section, and all you business owners will surely make a fortune. Chapter 67, The Chase, 3rd update. What should have been a wonderful culinary tasting event turned into a battle royale. All the onlookers, both inside and outside the arena, panicked and hurriedly scattered to their homes, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Shenmue knew that the Ice Lotus could only trap Ji-Long and the others for a short time, but not for too long. When Qing Luo Chang charged into the martial arts arena, the outside was already completely surrounded by city guards. Charge out. Shenmue took out the Soul Dream Flute from the Black Rock Ring and said coldly. Then, Shenmue slowly began to play the flute. The sound was melodious and clear. Ice elements converged, fused, and solidified wildly amidst the music. A layer of frost immediately formed on the bodies of nearly 10,000 city guards, and their movements became sluggish and stiff. This was the first time Shenmue had used a magical artifact, and he hadn't expected the effect to be so terrifying. Within a few breaths, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was frozen solid, as if we had instantly entered the Ice Age. That's a real-life crowd control skill. The only drawback is that spiritual energy is consumed extremely quickly. Fortunately, the 20 increase in soul power significantly boosted the speed of spiritual energy recovery. Moreover, it makes communicating with the ice element much smoother. Putting down the Soul Dream Flute, Shenmue took out the Moonwood Spirit Liquid, took a sip, and said to everyone, "Don't linger in the battle. Our goal is to break out of Kang City." "Yes, young master." They led Zhong Tian and Shui Tong and rushed towards the city gate. The once bustling streets became deserted as soon as the war broke out. Only the footsteps and shouts of the city guards filled the entire city. "Shenmue, you can't escape." Before anyone knew it, Ji-Long and the others caught up with them. Seeing this, Shenmue was extremely anxious. His strength improvement has a time limit. Once the time limit expires, his life will be in danger. Mission issued. Main mission. Destroy at least one building and escape Kang City. Task reward. 1 soul fusion pill and 1 triumph token. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City Quest countdown shortened by 60 days. After reading the mission, Shenmue couldn't help but complain. It's already a miracle that we can escape now, let alone destroy buildings. Are you crazy? The host must find a way to complete the mission. What method? Using the reputation system to open the reputation shop might be able to help you. Reputation shop? Shenmue remembered that the reputation system was activated after the City Lord's mansion was upgraded last time. However, to upgrade, people outside of Tianqin City need to know about it and remember Tianqin City. Each living being corresponds to 1 reputation point. Once the host reaches the first level and begins to distinguish themselves, the reputation shop will be unlocked. Upon hearing this, Shenmu fled while falling into deep thought. To gain prestige, the people of Kang City must know that Tianxin City exists. In fact, more than 10,000 people had already noticed Shenmu and his group in the training ground, since attribute source masters are rare animals. You can't see them all the time. They simply didn't know which faction Shenmu and his group belonged to. Thinking of this, Shenmu suddenly had an idea. He said to the crowd, "Follow me." Immediately, Shenmu suddenly turned around and stopped running towards the city gate, instead heading towards the center of the city. Ji Long and the others were stunned when they saw this. When he realized what was happening, he knew something was wrong. That's the direction of the bustling city center. Shenmu's actions were definitely not well-intentioned. After a long run, Shenmu and his companions appeared in the bustling city center, panting heavily, more than 10 minutes later. Although the crowds who had gathered to watch the spectacle outside the training ground had already scattered and fled, the news had not yet spread throughout the entire Kang City. Therefore, the people in the bustling city were completely unaware of what was happening inside the martial arts arena. In the bustling city center of Kang City stands a massive building filled with sculptures of the city's past rulers. Every year during festivals such as the Spring Festival, Kang City holds grand celebrations to commemorate ancestors, spread their deeds, and pay homage to sculptures. It can be said that this place is of paramount importance to Kang City. Without saying a word, Shenmu headed straight for the building. Ji Long was startled when he saw this from afar. "Shenmu, if you dare to destroy the sculptures in my Kang City, I will grind you to dust." Chapter 68, Reputation Shop, 4th Update. If anything were to happen to this building, not only would he be letting down the previous city lords, but the anger and public opinion of the people alone would likely throw Kang City into chaos. "Are you threatening me?" Shenmu stood under a sculpture, looking directly at Ji Long. This Ji Long hesitated. "Young Master Shen, if you show mercy, I can talk to Si Yang and save your life." Shenmu rolled his eyes at him, ignored him, and shouted loudly to the crowd. "I am Shenmu, the Lord of Tianxin City. I came to Kang City today to participate in the Spirit Chef tasting event." Who would have thought that Ji Long would collude with Si Yang, the Lord of Qingshuang City, to plot against me? Is this how Kang City treats its guests? As the people watched Shenmu and his companions enveloped in various elements, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Tianxin City? They actually have 3 elemental masters? Although most people did not know what had happened, they had great admiration and awe for the 3 attribute source masters, Shenmu, Luo Cheng, and He Qing. In the eyes of ordinary people, attribute source masters are godlike beings. Gentlemen, Tianxin City has always been law-abiding, but we never expected to be so humiliated this time. I, Shenmu, hereby declare that from this day forward, Tianxin City and Kang City shall be sworn enemies. Has the city lord gone mad? How dare he provoke an attribute source master? Yes. Hearing that public opinion was gradually leaning towards Shenmu, Ji Long felt extremely anxious. As Shenmu spoke, he kept an eye on the reputation system. His words undoubtedly left a deep impression on the people present. Plus 1,253. Plus 2,589. Plus 5,364. Congratulations, host. Your reputation points have reached 10,000, and your reputation level has been raised to emerging talent. The reputation shop is now unlocked. You can also upgrade the city lord's mansion. Would you like to upgrade now? No upgrade for now. They're in the midst of a crisis right now. They have no time to worry about this. Reaching 10,000 reputation points means that 10,000 people already know and remember the name Tianxin City. Shenmu quickly opened the reputation shop and began to check it out. Reputation shop. Phoenix Soaring Fire Spell. Fire type array symbol contains the strongest awakening skill of a spirit realm ascension expert. Price, 5,000 reputation. Teleportation spell. Spatial array can teleport up to 10 units 20 miles in a specific direction. Price, 8,000 reputation. Meridian Tempering Pill. After consumption, it can randomly raise 1 to 5 minor realms. Limited to 1 pill per person, and only usable by those in the Meridian Tempering realm. Price, 200 reputation points. Note, the system refreshes every 10 days, and the items refreshed each time will remain permanently. After looking at these 3 items, Shenmu's eyes lit up, and he drooled with desire. He had already taken the meridian tempering pill before, so let's leave that aside for now. These 2 array symbols alone are abnormal enough. The spirit rank mentioned in the Phoenix Soaring Fire Curse is a level that comes after the Soul Fusion rank. The so-called spiritual connection means that the martial source has been completely integrated into the body, and the 10 martial meridians have been nurtured and strengthened. Communicating and activating spiritual energy will become much easier. Their strength is incomparable to that of the Soul Fusion stage. Normally, spirit masters only exist in the top-ranked Tier 3 or Tier 2 main cities. Cities like Kang City and Qingshuang City simply cannot retain spirit rank source masters. In just a short while, my reputation points have risen to 15,000, enough to buy any item here. Suddenly, Shenmu felt much more confident. Jilong, I'm giving you one last chance. If you can kill Si Yang and let us leave, then our grudges will be wiped clean. Shenmu gave a cold laugh. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Shenmu, you're dreaming. Si Yang roared. If you surrender, I might leave you with a whole corpse. Jilong remained silent, clearly hesitant. Now he is in a dilemma. He can't afford to offend Si Yang, and he is also afraid of angering Shenmu. If Shenmu were to directly destroy the statues of these past city lords, he would inevitably become the target of public criticism. Even if we kill Shenmu, it won't be enough for him to atone for his crime. Since you won't learn your lesson until you see the coffin, don't blame me. Shenmu originally didn't want to destroy the building. After all, it was the faith of Kang City. But now that we've been forced into this situation, what are we still worried about? If someone wants to kill you, are you still going to talk about benevolence and righteousness? If you don't show your strength, will people really think you're a pushover? Besides, destroying the buildings in Kang City is also a task assigned by the system, and completing the task is the priority. With this in mind, Shenmu gritted his teeth and spent 13,000 reputation points to buy the 2 array symbols. Without saying a word, he crushed the teleportation array talisman. Instantly, the space in front of Shenmu distorted, and spiritual energy, like a sharp blade, tore open a black crack about 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. This is... Si Yang and Ji Long's eyelids twitched, and they exclaimed in surprise. The law of space. Oh no, they're trying to escape. Chapter 69, Phoenix Soaring Fire Curse, 5th update. Anyone with a bit of knowledge knows that, in addition to creating spatial storage and arrays, the laws of space also have the function of teleportation. Although they hadn't experienced it themselves, they had heard about it. Basically, without extremely strong strength and mastery of spatial laws, it is impossible to create such an array. Seeing that things were not going well, Si Yang and Ji Long hurriedly tried to stop them. But it was too late. You guys go in first, Shenmu said to He Qing and the others. After everyone entered the spatial passage, Shenmu gave the 2 approaching figures a wicked smile. Ji Long, Si Yang, I will remember this grudge. After saying that, Shenmu stepped directly into the spatial passage. But before leaving, he crushed another array talisman in his hand without hesitation. Once he had fully entered, the spatial passage disappeared. Then, spiritual energy gathered wildly in the sky, and red fire elements dyed half the sky red. The fire element gradually condensed into a giant red bird, which kept flapping its wings and circling. Waves of heat pounded the ground, frightening the people who took refuge in nearby buildings, afraid to show their faces. This is awakening skill. Ji Long and Si Yang stared at the giant bird in the sky, their legs trembling with fear. Its aura exerted immense pressure on the 2 of them. If the other party hadn't just been a phantom, the 2 of them probably would have collapsed to the ground and lost control of their bladder and bowels. After a few breaths, when all the fire elements gathered and condensed on the giant bird, it instantly transformed into a ball of flame, raining down on the buildings below. No! Ji Long was terrified when he saw this. Boom! The Phoenix Fire Curse fell into the building below like an atomic bomb. It instantly sparked a shower of sparks, mixed with some dust. After several dozen breaths, when the flames died down and the dust settled, everywhere you look, there is devastation. Where are the sculptures anymore? They have all been reduced to dust by the Phoenix Fire curse. If Siyang hadn't pulled Ji Long away at the crucial moment, he probably would have been affected as well. Looking at the scene before him, which resembled the aftermath of a catastrophe, Ji Long trembled all over. He didn't know whether he felt grief or regret, but he felt like crying but couldn't. Although no one was injured or killed, the statues of the city lords of all generations were reduced to ashes. He will become a laughing stock in the history of Kang City, and will be infamous for eternity. Thinking back to Shun Mu, Ji Long felt both hatred and fear. Through this experience, he gained a new understanding of Shun Mu. Intelligent, decisive, ruthless, and exceptionally talented, and most importantly, likely to have a very powerful background. Otherwise, he won't be able to escape today. After all, both the Phoenix Fire spell and the teleportation technique are extremely rare. It's rare to see even in a level 2 main city, let alone a level 3 main city, and very few people have the ability to obtain it. The fact that Shun Mu has produced such a heaven-defying item means that there is definitely someone behind him, and that person is no ordinary individual. The Phoenix Fire curse alone was far more powerful than the Soul Fusion stage. Ji Long had only ever felt that power from a spirit master. Does a level 2 main city back him up when he's at the spirit realm level? Ji Long suddenly realized what was happening, and his facial expression became somewhat distorted. That's impossible. Siyang shook his head and said, how could Tianxin City, which is at the bottom of the rankings, possibly receive help from a second-level main city? If it were true, Beiyin City should have known long ago, and how could I not know? Hearing this, Ji Long finally felt a little better, but his eyes were still bloodshot as he asked, what you said before, does it still stand? Siyang's eyes flashed. Of course, I'll report to Beiyin City as soon as I get back and help you break through to the spirit rank. Chapter 70, Harvest, 6th Update. Ji Long agreed to stand on Siyang's side precisely because of this condition. He is now at the peak of the Soul Fusion stage. If they can reach the spirit rank, Kang City's overall strength ranking will definitely rise even higher. From a long-term perspective, this has many benefits. Otherwise, why would Ji Long risk making an enemy of a genius like Shun Mu? Shun Mu, you destroyed my ancestors' sculptures. Kang City will never forgive you. Looking at the ruins before him, Ji Long was filled with rage and couldn't help but roar to the sky. His fat face jiggled incessantly, but it didn't look funny at all. On the contrary, his expression was somewhat terrifying. Ji Long was in a terrible mood. He didn't know how to explain things to the people after all this. Shen Mu must die. Why get back this time? I will definitely find a way to get Beiyin City to take action. Siyang's eyes also flashed, and a sinister look appeared on his face. Shen Mu has wronged him time and time again. This grudge must be avenged. The city center was not far from a city gate, and under Shen Mu's control, the teleportation spell directly transported the group to outside the city gate. Looking at the heavily guarded city gate in the distance, Shen Mu spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Damn it. You just wait. Shen Mu suffered heavy losses in this battle. It not only cost me over 3,000 faith points, but also over 10,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward: 1 soul fusion pill and 1 triumph token. Upon hearing this, Shun Mu suddenly remembered that he still had a mission reward. He probed the black rock ring with his soul power to examine the item details. Soul fusion pill. After consumption, it will randomly increase your level by 1 to 2 minor realms. Each person is limited to 1 pill, and it can only be used at the soul fusion stage. Shun Mu's eyes lit up immediately after reading it. This is a good thing. It works in a similar way to the meridian tempering pill. However, Shun Mu does not plan to take it now, because he felt that he would soon be able to enter the mind fusion realm. Take it then, and if you're lucky, you'll break through to the soul fusion stage and enter the spirit communication stage. Even if things don't go well, you can still break through to the peak of the soul fusion stage. Everything should be about cost effectiveness. Prosperity order increases your level by 1 small amount, lasts for half a day, and the effect can be stacked. After reading it, Shenmue was pleasantly surprised again, as this token of prestige had appeared in a previous mission. However, the mission failed because Si-Yong was not killed, so the reward was not obtained. I never expected this order to be so incredibly effective. Although it's a disposable item, it's already quite powerful. Most importantly, the effects can even be stacked. Wouldn't that mean if you used several of them together, you could directly challenge opponents several levels higher? Thinking of this, Shenmue immediately beamed with joy. Thinking about it carefully, this trip to Kang City wasn't a complete loss. They not only obtained many magical artifacts, elixirs, and other treasures through betting. Furthermore, through the mission, you can obtain 2 spiritual meals, a spiritual recipe book, a soul fusion pill, and a victory token. Most importantly, we recruited Zhong Tian and Xue Tong. Speaking of spiritual food, Shenmue suddenly remembered that he hadn't had time to check the 2 portions of spiritual food he had received. Air Bomb Chicken. Level, low grade, first class spiritual food. Consuming this will permanently increase your spiritual power by a small amount. Strength will increase by 50 and soul power by 10, with the effect lasting for 3 hours. Iced Lotus Seed Soup. Level, low-grade superior spiritual food. After consumption, it permanently increases spiritual power by a moderate amount, enhances the elemental perception of water and ice attribute source masters, boosts power, and has a small chance to enter a destiny state. Strength is increased by 80, soul power by 20, wound healing is accelerated, and spiritual power recovery is accelerated. The effects last for 8 hours. The Airburst Chicken has relatively ordinary attributes, but the Iced Lotus Seed Soup has an extremely powerful effect. It can not only increase various abilities and attributes, there's even a chance to enter the destiny state. After finishing reading, Shenmue turned his attention to a thick book again. Hidden Jade Ice Dragon. Level, superior spiritual diet recipe. You can learn the superior spiritual dish, Jadeite Ice Dragon Concealment, and there's also a chance to learn the preparation methods for other types of spiritual dishes. Just by looking at the name, you can tell this dish is definitely not bad. Shenmue didn't look at it carefully, since he wouldn't be able to learn how to make it even if he did. Withdrawing his soul power, Shenmue looked at the people around him and said, "This place is not safe to stay for long. Let's go back to the city first." Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 71. Gaining another abnormal attribute, 7th update. It was already late when everyone returned to Tianxin City. Shenmue directly instructed Donghua to arrange rooms for Zhong Tian and Xue Tong respectively. At first, Xue Tong was a little hesitant. After all, Shenmue and the others were all men, and she was the only woman. Moreover, this was the first time in her life that she had left home to spend the night at someone else's place. Even though she is a soul fusion stage source master, she is still essentially a young girl. Fortunately, there were still maids in the City Lord Mansion. Shenmue immediately arranged 2 maids for her, which made her feel a little more at ease. If this incident hadn't happened so suddenly, Xue Tong would definitely have gone home to pack before coming to Tianxin City to report for duty. But in urgent situations, one must act expediently. There's no other way. After everyone returned to their rooms, Shenmue silently said to the system, "Upgrade the City Lord's mansion." The system had already prompted him to upgrade during the day, but he was in a crisis at the time and had no time to pay attention. Upgrade of the City Lord's mansion has successfully deducted 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals and is currently underway. The upgrade will take 5 hours. Please check it yourself after completion. Immediately, the City Lord's mansion was filled with smoke again, but since it was night, no one noticed. Shenmue yawned and went straight back to his room to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Shenmue woke up, the system's voice rang in his ears. "Congratulations, host. The City Lord's mansion has been upgraded. The ancient city's prestige effect has been enhanced, and you have gained the special attribute, soaring high, and the authority to expand your city." Upon hearing this, Shenmue was overjoyed and instantly came to his senses. Ancient city's prestige increases the influence and attractiveness of Tianxin City within a radius of 100 li, increasing the chances of living beings voluntarily surrendering, can be upgraded along with the City Lord's mansion. When people of Tianxin City fight within the city, their strength increases by 2 minor realms, can be upgraded along with the City Lord's Mansion. The effects of the Level 2 City Lord's Mansion are simply insane. Not only does it increase the city's attractiveness, but fighting within Tianqing City also increases one's strength by 2 minor realms. In other words, with Shun Mu's current strength at the Soul Fusion Stage Ascension Realm, if the fight takes place within Tianqing City, the strength will be raised to the peak of the Soul Fusion Stage. Furthermore, given that he is an attribute source master and can challenge opponents of higher levels, wouldn't he be able to fight against a spirit rank expert? Thinking of this, Shun Mu was overjoyed. This was definitely a major breakthrough. As long as he stays in Tianqing City, and as long as no spirit realm expert appears, no one can threaten him. Filled with excitement, Shun Mu checked the newly added attributes again. Soaring high all items made by Tianqing City have their effectiveness increased by 20. The effect doubles with each upgrade of the City Lord's Mansion. A simple sentence brought Shun Mu great shock and surprise. This means that any item made by someone belonging to Tianqing City and within a building belonging to Tianqing City is eligible. Whether it's elixirs, spiritual food, or spiritual artifacts, their effectiveness will increase by 20 compared to the original level. This effect is absolutely insane. It is important to know that in order to enhance the original effect of an item, it is necessary to rely on a rune master to inscribe a magic array. Moreover, the amplification effect generally does not exceed 20. Few array masters can amplify the effect to more than 20. Not only is it difficult, but the higher the increase rate, the greater the resources and costs required. Few people can afford the price of hiring a talisman master to inscribe a magic array. But after having this special attribute, Tianqing City can obtain an amplification effect that is no less than that of a talisman master's inscribed magic array without paying any price. Moreover, this effect will become stronger as the City Lord's Mansion is upgraded. Based on this theory of doubling the effect, when the City Lord's Mansion is upgraded to the top level, the increase will be as high as 160. That's absolutely inhumane, but I like it. Thinking of this, Shun Mu almost drooled all over the bed. As for the authority to expand the city, Shun Mu was somewhat confused. Expanding a city simply means extending the city walls outwards to increase the area within the city. To be honest, there is still plenty of land in the city, so there is no need to rush to expand. How large will this expansion be? How many spirit crystals will it require? A radius of 10 miles. 50,000 spirit crystals. Upon hearing this, Shun Mu was caught in a dilemma. With funds so scarce right now, where will we get so many spirit crystals to expand? The system seemed to have guessed at Shun Mu's thoughts and said, if the host feels that there is no need to expand for the time being, you can save up the opportunities. We'll expand it again when the City Lord's Mansion gets upgraded next time. These words were exactly what Shun Mu wanted to hear. It's settled then. Chapter 72. Zhong Tian's Thoughts, 8th Update. After getting up, Shun Mu asked Donghua to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. Everyone sat together in a circle. Shun Mu cleared his throat and introduced Zhong Tian and Xue Tong to Zuo Wan, Bailey Ping, and the others. Upon learning that powerful figures had arrived in the city, and that they were 2 spirit chefs, Zuo Wan and Bailey Ping's eyes lit up. The two couldn't wait to introduce themselves. Seeing how harmonious and enthusiastic everyone was, Zhong Tian and Xue Tong's nervousness about the new environment gradually disappeared. After introducing themselves, everyone became familiar with each other. Apart from Xue Tong, who was still a little unaccustomed to the situation, everyone else was chatting enthusiastically. Shun Mu glanced at her and said, Xue Tong, do you want to go home and make some preparations? Xue Tong paused for a moment, then nodded. I have to explain this to my parents. Since witnessing the strength of Tianqing City and Shun Mu's monstrous abilities, Xue Tong's dissatisfaction has been quietly disappearing. After all, which level 3 main city can have such a luxurious lineup of 3 attribute source masters? She couldn't help but wonder if she had actually benefited from misfortune. Shun Mu nodded and then took out the Jade Ice Dragon hidden recipe. He said to the two of them, since you have joined Tianqing City, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. This is a recipe for a superior spiritual diet, which you can take turns studying. What? A recipe for superior spiritual food. Zhong Tian, who was chatting with Wan, was startled, and even Shui Tong looked puzzled. The recipes for top-grade spiritual food are extremely rare. Even intermediate-level spirit chefs crave it, let alone beginner-level spirit chefs like them. Compared to spiritual food, recipes are obviously much rarer. The two couldn't help but stare intently at the cookbook in Shunmu's hand. For a spiritual chef, a recipe is like wine for an alcoholic or smoke for a chain smoker. Absolutely indispensable. I haven't told you the conditions before, but from now on you will receive a stipend of 5,000 low-grade spirit crystals every year. The recipes will also be provided, and the resources for your research and comprehension will be provided by my Heavenly Heart City. Upon hearing this, the two were surprised once again. These conditions are even better than those of Xiyang and Jilong. They decided to join Tianxin City not because of any conditions, but who would complain about having too many benefits. From now on, both of you will become the head chefs of my Sun and Moon Pavilion. The outcome of your competition will directly determine who will be the first and second head chef. Shamu looked at the two of them and smiled maliciously. Since we're going to compete to see who's better, then I'll give you that opportunity. This will not only resolve the conflict between the two, but also allow them to progress together through competition. Upon hearing this, Shui Tong's eyes lit up, but then she asked in confusion, what kind of place is the Sun and Moon Pavilion? The #1 restaurant in Tianxin City. What? A restaurant? Shui Tong exclaimed angrily. Shunmu, you want me to be a chef and cook for you? Is there something wrong? Shunmu looked directly at her and responded calmly. What do you take me for? What do you take the spirit chef for? Shui Tong turned to Zhong Tian and asked, you probably disagree too, right? For them, being a spirit chef is a noble profession, completely different from being a regular chef. To expect her to cook and sell dishes like an ordinary chef is an insult to her status as a disciple of Gu Rong. Zhong Tian glanced at her and said, I'll listen to the city lord. The reason he initially chose to join Tianxin City was simply because he had a good impression of Shenmu. In addition, he discovered that Shunmu could see through the secrets in his spiritual food. Zhong Tian was convinced that this Lord Shun was no ordinary person. Furthermore, his suspicions were further deepened after he met the 3 attribute source masters from Tianxin City. All these factors combined led Zhong Tian to feel awe and reverence for Shenmu. While they wouldn't completely obey Shenmu's every word, they wouldn't question him under normal circumstances. He had a gut feeling that as long as he followed Shenmu, he would definitely be able to stand at the top of the spiritual chef world in the future. Shui Tong was dumbfounded when Zhong Tian agreed without hesitation. You? Chapter 73, Choosing the Head Chef. Shenmu looked at her and said seriously, my Tianxin City will be the #1 city in the world in the future, and the Sun and Moon Pavilion will become the #1 restaurant in the world. Do you think the title of chief chef of the #1 restaurant in the world is not worthy of you? Upon hearing this, Shui Tong was stunned for a long time before finally uttering a sentence. Neuropathy. Returning the title of the #1 city under heaven? Keep dreaming. Now that it's at the bottom of the 3-tier main cities, how dare it dream of becoming the #1 in the world? Shui Tong took Shenmu's words as a joke, so she was particularly unhappy. Shenmu didn't bother to explain further and directly threatened, don't forget the 3 rules. If you really feel wronged, leave now. I won't force you. Upon hearing this, Shui Tong, who was initially indignant, immediately backed down. If she leaves now, what will happen to her inner demons? Am I willing to accept a future where I make no progress? Actually, she had considered joining a more powerful force. Given enough resources, she felt she could quickly defeat Zhong Tian and overcome her inner demons. But upon further reflection, I realized that this simply wouldn't work. She would only truly win if she could defeat Zhong Tian under the same training environment and conditions as him. If she finds a powerful force to join her, even if she defeats Zhong Tian, it can only be said that she benefited from the influence of a powerful force, rather than that her talent was stronger than Zhong Tian's. Thinking of this, Shui Tong muttered in dissatisfaction, Fine, I'll accept it. Why are you being so fierce? Upon hearing this, Shenmu was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. There is really no way to deal with this woman. Since Xue Tong is going home for a few days, let Zhong Tian study this cookbook first. You can discuss how to distribute it after Xue Tong returns. Zhong Tian took the recipe with a delighted expression, stroking it lovingly. His eyes lit up as if he were looking at a beautiful woman, and his lewd smile sent chills down one's spine. Even Xue Tong looked on with longing, which amazed Shen Mu. This recipe is incredibly appealing to spiritual chefs. It seems I need to collect more recipes in the future. With a recipe in hand, wouldn't all the chefs automatically jump into your bowl? Next, Zhuowen gave Zhong Tian and the other person a detailed introduction to Tianxin City, especially the Xiantian Tower. When the two heard about the extraordinary nature of the Xiantian Tower, they were both stunned. It's important to understand that they're not only spirit chefs, but also soul fusion stage source masters, so they naturally crave strength. Their strength not only extends their lifespan, but also greatly helps them in preparing spiritual cuisine. However, now there are 8 of them in total. Himself, Dongbua, He Qingzun, Luocheng, Beiliping, Zhongtian, and Xuedong. The Xiantian Tower is currently at level 2, and there are only 6 opportunities to enter each day. Therefore, a rotation system must be used, with 2 people taking turns each day and not being allowed to enter the Xiantian Tower. Shen Mu immediately felt a sense of urgency. Unbeknownst to them, the Tianxin City team had grown quite large. If we want Tianxin City to thrive, both its hardware and software must keep up. However, the Xiantian Tower needs 6 people to pass through the 2nd level to be upgraded again. In other words, at least 6 people at the peak of the Soul Fusion stage are needed, and we are still quite far from our goal. Also, the Sun and Moon Tower has a special attribute. Upon hearing this, everyone craned their necks and pricked up their ears to listen. The spiritual food produced by the Sun and Moon Pavilion has a 20 chance of being upgraded by 1 level. What? Small level? Zhong Tian and the other person quickly confirmed. Shen Mu shook his head. A major level. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tian and Xue Tong were completely stunned and remained speechless for a long time. What does this mean? Raising a level is equivalent to turning a low-grade spiritual dish into a high-grade spiritual dish. Not only will the spiritual power and various effects be greatly enhanced, but new effects may even appear directly. How is this possible? Completely baffled, Xue Tong couldn't help but ask. This was something she had never heard of or seen before. In addition, everything produced in Tianxin City, whether it's pills, spiritual food, or spiritual artifacts, will have its efficacy increased by 20. What? This time, not only Zhong Tian and Xue Tong, but everyone else was also taken aback. He Qing, in particular, as a weapon forger, understood even more what a 20 increase in effectiveness meant. Young master, how could such an attribute appear? Everyone asked curiously. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on doing your jobs well. Shen Mu did not explain. Even if I explain, they won't believe me. So why bother? At this moment, Zhong Tian became even more convinced of his inner thoughts. Joining Tianxin City was indeed the right choice. Such abnormal attribute enhancements can, on the one hand, increase their popularity in the world of spirit chefs. On the other hand, a higher success rate in producing spiritual food would be a great help to Tianxin City. Although Xue Tong didn't say anything more, she felt very complicated inside. She had only known this young man for less than 2 days, yet it already brought her so many surprises and shocks. She couldn't help but wonder if Tianxin City was truly the worst of the worst. You guys, show them around Tianxin City later. Dongbua and I have some things to take care of. Shen Mu looked at Zhuowen Luo and the others and said, Don't worry, young master. Chapter 74, Acquiring the Sun and Moon Pavilion, 2nd update. After breakfast, Shen Mu, accompanied by Dongbua, appeared directly at the Sun and Moon Pavilion. Upon seeing Shen Mu arrive, the waiter immediately came forward. Lord City Lord, please come in. Since the last grand ceremony, the people's attitude towards Shen Mu has been quietly changing. The waiter, who had been unfriendly to her last time, had now completely changed his attitude. Shen Mu was very pleased. Please inform your manager that Shen Mu has something to discuss. Shen Mu nodded and said politely, Okay, just a moment. After saying that, the waiter dashed into the back room. Within 2 minutes, a portly, obese, middle-aged man strode in with small, quick steps and said with a laugh, "The city lord and the deputy city lord have graced us with their presence. We are so sorry for not welcoming you sooner." This man is none other than Tang Pongzi, the owner of Ryuulu. "Mr. Tang, please don't be shy, have a seat." "What?" Fatty Tang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly opposite Shinmu. Seeing this, Shinmu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I've come here to discuss a business deal with Boss Tang." Upon hearing this, Fatty Tang's eyes lit up. "Oh, what kind of business?" As a businessman, he has no reason to refuse anything that is beneficial to him. "How old is this sun and moon tower?" Shinmu did not directly state the details of the business deal, but instead asked a question. Fatty Tang was clearly taken aback, then said, "Sun and Moon Tower is the foundation of my ancestors' business, which has been around for over 300 years. This is a true century-old brand." Back then, Ryu Tower was quite well known in the surrounding main cities. In particular, his original composition, The Journey of the Sun and Moon, is so captivating that it leaves a lasting impression. However, in recent years, as Tianjin City has gradually declined, the flow of people has decreased and its prosperity has been lost. The Sun and Moon Tower also became deserted. Now it's no different from any other tavern in a city. "Does Mr. Tang want to restore the glory of Ryu Tower?" Shinmu asked casually, taking a sip of tea. Upon hearing this, Fatty Tang's expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, "Of course I want to. I dream about it. If the Sun and Moon Pavilion truly falls into decline under his leadership, he will likely have no face to face his ancestors after his death. He constantly thinks about restoring the Sun and Moon Tower to its former glory." But they also understood that as long as Tianjin City's decline continued, the chances of success were slim. "What does the city lord intend?" "To be honest, since I took office, I have devoted myself to the development of Tianjin City every day, racking my brains. Thanks to divine intervention, the decline of Tianjin City has taken a turn for the better. Therefore, I plan to regroup and implement a major reform." Shinmu's eyes gleamed, and his expression was slightly excited. Even Fatty Tang was moved and excited by these words. "If you need to go to any of my places, please give the order, City Lord." Here's the important part. There is indeed a need to go to Boss Tang's place. "Please speak, City Lord." Fatty Tang said respectfully, "This City Lord intends to acquire your Sun and Moon Pavilion. What do you think?" Before Shun Mu could finish speaking, Fatty Tang was startled and decisively refused. "Impossible. If it were anything else, I, Tang, would not hesitate to do so. But the Sun and Moon Pavilion is the foundation of my Tang family, and the result of the hard work of several generations of my ancestors. I would never sell it." Shinmu was prepared for Tang Pongzi's reaction. He then waved his hand and said, "Mr. Tang, don't get excited. This city lord has no intention of seizing other people's businesses. I simply intend to cooperate." After listening, Fatty Tang forced himself to calm down and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What does the city lord mean?" "After acquiring the Sun and Moon Pavilion, it no longer belongs to you, but also to Tianjin City," Shinmu said. "Tianjin City has a responsibility to support it, but the subsequent profits will be shared between Tianjin City and Boss Tang." Fatty Tang finally understood. Shinmu wanted to invest. From then on, Rilu was essentially owned by two people, him and Tiang Xinqing. Fatty Tang neither agreed nor objected, but instead fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Shinmu did not urge him. After all, making such a major decision all at once is not easy. After a long silence, Fatty Tang finally spoke. "How will the profits be split?" 1 to 9. 9 Heavenly Heart City? Shinmu nodded, indicating that he understood completely correctly. "Aren't these conditions too high?" Fatty Tang couldn't help but smile wryly, wanting to refuse again. "Don't worry, Mr. Tang. After you hear what I'm about to say, you might not think this offer is unreasonable," Shinmu said with a confident expression. Chapter 75, He's a Good Person, third update. "Oh, I'm all ears." Shinmu slowly stood up and paced back and forth. If Ryu Tower wants to rise, in addition to the reasons of Tianjin City, it also needs to set a benchmark and develop its own unique characteristics. In the past, the most famous things about Ryu were its drinks and its Ryuexing products, but that's far from enough. Shinmu turned to look at Fatty Tang. We absolutely need a spirit chef in charge. Fatty Tang was taken aback, then smiled wryly and said, "It sounds simple, but recruiting a spiritual chef isn't so easy." 300 years ago, the Sun and Moon Tower was able to rise in Tianjin City. It was the first manager who invited a novice spiritual chef from who knows where. The spiritual food he prepared was extremely effective. As a result, it became famous and attracted many people from outside the city, all hoping to obtain a spiritual dish. At that time, the threshold of Ryu Tower was almost worn down by people, but many still left empty-handed. From then on, the name of Ryulu became famous far and wide. Every city in the surrounding area knows the name of the Sun and Moon Tower. 2 spirit chefs have already joined our Tianjin City. As long as Boss Tang agrees, they will be able to come and take charge of the Ryu Tower soon. Shinmu smiled slightly, confident that Fatty Tang would not be able to refuse this condition. "Are you serious?" Sure enough, when Fatty Tang heard this, he immediately stood up from his seat, his face full of shock. It's hard to find even one spirit chef. Yet 2 have suddenly appeared in Tianjin City? Is Shinmu playing trick on me? But then he thought about it again and realized it might not be that serious, since telling such a lie would be pointless. Is what the city lord said true? Nature. Upon hearing Shinmu's confirmation, Fatty Tang couldn't help but gasp to calm his excitement. If there truly is a spirit chef, then the resurgence of Sun and Moon Pavilion will be just around the corner. If he could restore the glory of the Sun and Moon Tower, it would be his dream as a descendant of the Tang family. Moreover, once the Sun and Moon Pavilion has a spirit kitchen, it will surely be bustling with customers and its wealth will flow in. Therefore, even a 10 profit would be an astronomical figure. By agreeing to let Tianjin City invest, we will not only avoid losses, but also make a huge profit. As a businessman, Fatty Tang quickly figured things out after a little thought. He then bowed to Shinmu and said, "It was my mistake. For the better development of the Sun and Moon Tower, I leave it all to the city lord to decide." Upon hearing this, Shinmu nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What is the estimated value of the Sun and Moon Pavilion now?" "Since we've agreed to the acquisition, then we must carry it out. We can't let ordinary people feel like we're getting something for nothing." About 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Today, the Sun and Moon Tower has long lost its former value. And these 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals are only the value of the land and the entire set of facilities. Shinmu nodded and said to Donghua, "Give it to him." "Yes, young master." Immediately, Donghua took out 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals from his spatial storage bag and piled them on the ground. Because the table can't hold it all, Fatty Tang stared at the mountain of spirit crystals and was momentarily at a loss. "Lord of the city, I'm the one who's profiting from this deal, so I think we don't need to pay for the acquisition." He was telling the truth. As long as the Sun and Moon Tower rises, what he can obtain will far exceed 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. As a businessman, although he loves money, he also understands that he can't take advantage of everything, let alone cooperating with the city lord. But Shenmu disagreed. "Take it. This is what you deserve. Tianjin City will not take a single needle or thread from the people, much less take advantage of them in any way. I'll send someone to discuss the details with you after I've made all the arrangements." Shenmu left those words behind and walked straight out the door. Watching Shenmu's retreating figure, Fatty Tang's eyes welled up with tears, his emotions running high. "Shopkeeper, this city lord is far too generous." The waiter looked at the spiritual crystals scattered all over the ground and sighed. "He's a good man. He'll be a good city lord. I'm going to take a nap first." Chapter 76, Xiao Shui, 4th update. Congratulations, host. Fatty Tang's loyalty has reached the reverent stage. You are rewarded with 500 faith points. As soon as Shinmu stepped out the door, the system delivered an unexpected surprise. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act actually earned me some goodwill. Not bad. As soon as I returned to the city lord's mansion, a servant reported to me, "Lord City, several people wish to see you and are currently waiting in the main hall." Shinmu frowned, a question forming in his mind. Who could it be? After dismissing the servants, Shen Mu led Donghua to the main hall. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in a light blue robe and a woman in a purple gauze dress stood in the center of the hall. Several guards dressed in uniform stood behind him. Hearing footsteps, the woman turned around. When she saw Shen Mu, her expression was somewhat strange. To be precise, it was more like she felt guilty. Brother Shen Mu. Upon seeing the girl before him, Shen Mu was taken aback, and then his expression became somewhat subtle. Her name is Xiao Shui. She and her predecessor grew up together since childhood and could be considered childhood sweethearts. Just 3 years ago, Xiao Shui was valued by a major sect in another city. Therefore, she chose to leave her hometown and go to a sect to cultivate. The two had agreed that they would get married once Xiao Shui returned after completing her cultivation. But she never returned, not even on the day her predecessor died. It's been a long time. Last time my father sent a message saying that Uncle Shun had passed away. She returned with important business and also came to Tianxin City specifically to see Shen Mu. Her father is none other than Xiao Feng, the city lord of Eagle City. That's right, father's passing was rather sudden. Please accept my condolences. Xiao Shui hesitated before speaking. It's nothing, it's all in the past. What brings you back this time? Although Shen Mu and her father were somewhat estranged, they were still influenced by the memories and emotions of their past lives. He still felt a sense of closeness to Xiao Shui. I came back on business and passed through Tianxin City on the way, so I came to see you. Xiao Shui said with a smile. Even though it has been 3 years since they parted, she still vividly remembers everything that happened between them. Sister-in-law, we've met you, we should go now. At this moment, the elegantly dressed young man standing next to her urged her impatiently. Sister-in-law? Shen Mu looked at the two of them, his face full of doubt. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui panicked a little. Zhang Yuan, don't shout like that. She quickly changed the subject, saying, I came back this time to say goodbye to my father, and also to say goodbye to you. Bid farewell. Yes, I've been accepted as a disciple by a powerful figure, and I will soon be heading to the YA sect in Qinyuan City. After hearing this, Shen Mu was somewhat surprised. Qinyuan City is a second-level main city, and it ranks among the top second-level main cities, making it extremely powerful. For Tianxin City today, it's practically a behemoth. The Boundless sect is the number 1 sect in Qinyuan City, with countless powerful individuals. Shen Mu was happy for Xiao Shui because he never expected her to have such an opportunity. Congratulations on your trip. When will you be back? Qinyuan City is quite far from here. I'm afraid I don't know when I'll be able to return again. At this point, Xiao Shui's eyes showed a hint of guilt. She glanced at Shen Mu, her heart filled with mixed emotions. It would be a lie to say that I have no feelings for my childhood sweetheart with whom I grew up. She had indeed considered marrying the man in front of her. But since she left home 3 years ago and saw the bigger and wider world outside, she then realized that both Eagle City and Heavenly Heart City were remote and impoverished areas, completely unable to accommodate the longing in her heart. She understood even more clearly that although they had grown up together and had a deep bond, they were still very close. But Shen Mu, the lord of a declining city, could never give her the future she wanted. Even if I had many ideas and agreements in the past, they were just youthful arrogance and ignorance. From 3 years ago, the two were destined to be from different worlds. However, the emotional attachment in her heart made it difficult for her to let go. If she doesn't explain things clearly to Shen Mu, she'll probably feel guilty for the rest of her life. That's why she came here specifically to say goodbye to Shen Mu. They want to put an end to their past relationship. Perhaps from now on, the two of them will never have any further contact. Is that so? Shen Mu said. It's all right. I'll come to Weia sect to see you when I have time. Insolence. The richly dressed young man, Zhang Yuan, said with utter contempt. I advise you to have some self-awareness. Mr. Shui is not someone a toad like you can lay a finger on. Zhang Yuan could tell that the relationship between the two was not simple. Shen Mu raised an eyebrow and said speechlessly, I'm talking to Shui. Do you have the right to interrupt? How dare you speak to me like that? Zhang Yuan roared angrily. and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Peak of the Soul Fusion Realm. If you see this, feel free to check it out here. Chapter 77. Do you believe in love? Shenmue was startled and immediately checked the other party's information. Name, Zhang Yuan. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 19. Talent value, 78. Realm, Peak of Soul Fusion Stage. Martial origin, no attribute. Identity, inner disciple of the Boundless Sect. 19-year-old at the peak of the Soul Fusion Stage? Is this the foundation of a major sect? Despite being alarmed, Shenmue wasn't afraid of such strength. If he angers me, I'll keep him in Tianxin City in no time. However, this person was a disciple of a major sect, and Shenmue did not want to cause unnecessary trouble unless absolutely necessary. Seeing the two arguing, Xiao Shui quickly intervened, saying, Zhang Yuan, can't you be a little more polite to my friend? Friend? Upon hearing those two words, Shenmue felt a sudden pang in his heart. But he knew this shouldn't be his idea, since this was the first time the two had crossed paths. Perhaps it was influenced by its predecessor? Seeing Xiao Shui's anger, Zhang Yuan, though unwilling, could only give up in frustration. But his gaze toward Shenmue was filled with anger and disdain. Shenmue, I'm afraid we'll never see each other again. I hope you're happy. Xiao Shui bit her lip. Forget about me. Find someone suitable for you. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly outside, as if she dared not face Shenmue again. Boy, Xiao Shui is the young master of my Wuya sect. The womankind has taken a liking to. A city lord like you from a declining city is not worthy of her. Zhang Yuan looked at Shenmue with disdain and pity. Although YA sect is only one sect in Xianyuan City, its strength is formidable. Even top-ranked level 3 cities wouldn't dare to offend them easily, let alone a bottom-ranked small city like Tianxin City. Then, Zhang Yuan led his men, following closely behind Xiao Shui, and walked out, chuckling coldly as they went. It seemed to be mocking Shenmue's wishful thinking. Watching the two leave, Shenmue was completely dumbfounded. Did I just get dumped like that? Not only had she never been in a relationship in her previous life, but she never expected to be dumped before even starting a romance in this other world. Shenmue was at a loss for words, feeling both amused and exasperated, and also feeling sorry for his predecessor. After all, the original owner of this body was deeply in love with Xiao Shui. Once upon a time, he was a positive and promising young man, but ever since Xiao Shui left and disappeared without a trace, his predecessor began to decline, and he would only use eating, drinking, and having fun to numb himself every day. But in the end, this woman changed her mind. If the previous incarnation knew this from beyond the grave, it would probably be so angry that it would crawl out of the ground. While everyone has the right to choose, matters of the heart can be incredibly hurtful. Donghua remained silent throughout, because he knew that Shenmue was an adult and had his own ideas. Donghua, do you believe in love? Donghua paused for a moment, then nodded firmly. I believe you. Shenmue gave him a deep look, seemingly lost in thought. This little incident left Shenmue feeling like a stone was stuck in his heart, a feeling he couldn't quite describe. Although Zhang Yuan's words didn't anger Shenmue, they did give him a sense of urgency. Whether it's a past life or another world, strength speaks for itself. If you are weak, naturally no one will respect you, and even love will keep its distance from you. If you are strong, no one will dare to treat you coldly, let alone dare to yell at you. At this moment, a fire gradually rose in Shenmue's heart, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. He understood that if he wanted to regain his pride, he had to make Tianxin City strong as soon as possible. Not only do we need to improve our military strength, but we also need to develop the city's economy and prosperity as soon as possible. If Tianxin City is to rise again, its commerce must be reorganized. The role of the trading companies is precisely to drive the commercial development of Tianxin City, solve economic problems, and thereby bring prosperity. Shenmue had long wanted to establish a trading company, but he had been too busy lately, so it was delayed for a long time. System: what conditions are required to build a trading company? If ordinary laborers were hired to build it, it would probably take at least 1 or 2 months to complete. Shenmue couldn't wait that long, so he had no choice but to ask the system for help. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Mission issued. Main quest. If Tianjin City wants to develop, it cannot do without economic issues. The host is now tasked with finding a business talent to establish a trading company. Mission reward. Free construction right for a merchant guild headquarters. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City Quest countdown shortened by 30 days. After reading the task, Shenmu looked troubled. Business talent? Where are we going to find that? Chapter 78, Qian Wuxian, who owes debts, 6th update. The Heavenly Jade Disc is still under cooldown and cannot provide any useful information. Host can try asking around. Perhaps you'll find it. Upon hearing this, Shenmu nodded helplessly, as if this was the only option. Shenmu then instructed Dongbua to handle the details of acquiring Rulu. He himself left the city lord's mansion, intending to try his luck and see if he could find any so-called business talents. He traveled throughout most of the city, asking countless people for information, but to no avail. Just as he was about to give up on returning to the city lord's mansion, he was suddenly bumped into by a short, fat man. I am sorry. The fat man hurriedly apologized, but when he looked up and saw Shenmu, he was startled and stammered. Lord City Lord, are you rushing to be reborn? Shenmu rubbed his aching stomach and frowned. It's okay if you bump into me, but what if you bump into an elderly person or a child? Just as he was about to speak, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. Qian Wuxian, you stop right there. Upon hearing this, the fat man was startled and quickly hid behind Shenmu. Lord City Lord, save me. Immediately, 3 burly men dressed in gray-black cloth strode up to Shenmu, bowed, and said, Lord City Lord, do you have a grudge against him? Shenmu asked, glancing at the group. The group exchanged glances, and then the burly man with the big beard who was leading them cupped his hands in greeting to Shenmu. City Lord, this man is named Qian Wuxian. He borrowed 2,000 spirit crystal from my master to take over a failing business. He was supposed to repay it within a year, but now that the deadline has passed, he's defaulting on the debt. Lord City Lord, it's not that I'm trying to renege on my debt. It's just that I truly have no way to repay it. The fat man named Qian Wuxian quickly explained, afraid that Shenmu would misunderstand. Paying back debts is a matter of course. Does not having money mean you don't have to pay them back? The burly man retorted that Qian Wuxian's debt had nothing to do with them. But they were just following orders, and if they couldn't collect the debt, they wouldn't have a good outcome either. Shenmu's focus was not on money. When he heard that Qian Wuxian owned a trading company, his eyes lit up and he stared intently at Qian Wuxian. This gave him a chill down his spine. Lord City Lord, I'll do anything you ask to pay off my debts, but I, Qian Wuxian, will only sell my labor, not my body. Get lost. What are you thinking about? Shenmu felt a chill run down his spine and then asked, How good are you at business? Upon hearing this, Qian Wuxian was taken aback, then patted his chest and said, I'm not bragging, but I, Qian Wuxian, am good at everything else, and I'm a master at doing business. At this point, he said angrily, If my brother hadn't run away with the money, I wouldn't be in this situation. Qian Wuxian and his childhood friend took over a business that was about to go bankrupt. He was confident that he could double his profits within a year. Therefore, he borrowed 2,000 spirit crystals from one of his father's friends as operating capital. But to everyone's surprise, his childhood friend pocketed the money and ran away with it. Did you break even back then? This is the question that Shenmu cares about most. Of course, at that time, after deducting the borrowed capital, we had already made a profit of nearly 800 spirit crystals. If things continue to develop as they are, I, Qian Wuxian, will surely become incredibly wealthy within 2 years. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Shenmu was overjoyed. Despite the severe economic downturn in Tianjin City, they were still able to recoup their investment and even make a profit within a year. This is absolutely a business genius. System, do you think he's suitable? Can. With the system confirming the news, Shenmu finally felt relieved. It's like searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. He thought he would go home empty-handed today, but to his surprise, he found the target just when he was about to give up. Promise me one thing, and I'll pay off this debt for you, okay? Shenmu said. Upon hearing this, Qian Wuxian was overjoyed and immediately said, "As long as you don't make me sell myself, I'll agree to any condition. With your looks, you probably wouldn't even be wanted even if you paid someone, let alone sell yourself." Shenmu rolled his eyes at him. He then took out a small red wooden box from the black rock ring and handed it to the burly man. "This is a low-grade, yellow-rank marrow cleansing pill worth more than 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Consider it payment on his behalf." The burly man slowly took it, but still looked puzzled, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Shenmu saw through his thoughts at a glance. "Your master will know its value. If there are any problems, come to me anytime." Only after receiving Shenmu's assurance did the group feel relieved. Although they didn't know the value of the pill, they understood that Shenmu, as the city lord, wouldn't lie. "In that case, we'll take our leave." Shenmu nodded, and the group disappeared at the end of the street. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward: free construction rights for the Merchant Guild." Chapter 79, Proposal. Please visualize your ideal trading company in your mind and specify where it would be located. Following the system's instructions, Shenmu imagined what his ideal business would look like. "Let's build it in the east of the city." Tianxin City is divided into 5 areas: east, west, south, north, and center. Shenmu wanted to develop the area near the city gate in the east of the city into a new commercial district. Therefore, most commercial buildings will be built in the eastern part of the city in the future. The remaining buildings that needed to be kept secret were built in the western part of the city. The South City and North City were residential areas and military camps, while the Central City was the city's administrative center. Under construction, construction will take 6 hours. Shenmu turned to look at Qian Wuxian, who was standing respectfully to the side without saying a word. "You're mine now. Thank you, City Lord, for saving my life." This is the truth. If he doesn't have the money to repay, his life may be in danger. Although the creditor and his father were old acquaintances, in the face of profit, that friendship was really not worth mentioning. Qian Wuxian was about to kneel down to express his gratitude when Shenmu stopped him. "A man's knees are worth gold. He shouldn't kneel so easily. I'm helping you only because I need your help, so we're even." To make it easier for him to accept, Shenmu said this specifically. Upon hearing this, Qian Wuxian's eyes reddened, and he was deeply moved. "Congratulations, host. Qian Wuxian's loyalty has reached the gratitude stage. You are rewarded with 1,000 loyalty points." This was exactly the sentence Shenmu wanted to hear most. "You come back to the manor with me first." Evening, at the dinner table, Shenmu introduced the newcomer, Qian Wuxian, to everyone and informed them about the construction of the trading company. Upon hearing this, Qian Wuxian immediately perked up, vaguely guessing Shenmu's intention in recruiting him. Seeing Qian Wuxian's anxious expression, Shenmu couldn't help but laugh and say, "Once the business opens, you will be fully in charge. If you don't handle it well, you know the consequences." Shenmu deliberately made a joke, wanting to scare him. Since Qian Wuxian had experience in running a business and did it well, he must have the ability to manage it well. As the saying goes, if you employ someone, don't doubt them. If you don't trust them, don't employ them. Since he had decided to use him, Shenmu had absolute confidence in him. Qian Wuxian was clearly unaffected. On the contrary, he deeply agreed and made a guarantee. "Rest assured, City Lord, I guarantee that I will definitely develop the business. Otherwise, you may do as you please." I can't speak for everything else, but when it comes to doing business, he has unquestionable confidence. Moreover, given how well Shenmu treated him, how could he possibly disappoint Shenmu? Shenmu nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, call me young master." "Yes, young master." Then, Shenmu looked at Donghua. How was the matter of the sun and moon tower being handled? "Young master, it's all taken care of. Everything went smoothly." Shenmu nodded in satisfaction, but then fell into deep thought again. "Young master, is there anything else you're worried about?" Seeing Shenmu's worried expression, Donghua asked with concern. "I'm thinking about how to promote Tianxin City. Shenmu plans to hold an auction once the business is settled, using it as a gimmick to attract customers to Tianxin City. All you need to do is take out a few items from the faith shop and the reputation shop when the time comes. Auctioning the pills and magical artifacts won in the previous bet in Kang City will surely attract a lot of attention. After all, those are all precious items. Furthermore, once the news spreads that Rivalu has 2 spirit chefs, many people will surely come to visit. Tianjin City has been in decline for too long, and its popularity has long since dropped to its lowest point. If a city lacks recognition, its population and prosperity cannot be increased. Who would go to a little-known small town for tourism or development? To attract traffic, you need promotional channels. Otherwise, how can it be done if the other party hasn't even received the message? Why don't you create a new organization, Young Master, specifically for gathering intelligence or carrying out certain missions? Dongwu suggested. Upon hearing this, Zuowen, Luo Cheng, and the others all expressed their agreement. Shenmu's eyes lit up immediately. How come he hadn't thought of that? Just then, the system voice sounded. Mission issued. Main quest. If Tianjin City wants to develop rapidly, it must have an organization that can carry out special missions. The host is hereby ordered to create such an organization and contribute to the development of Tianjin City. Mission rewards. Random ice attribute awakening skill. Free construction right for a special organization base. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City quest countdown shortened by 30 days. This mission has come at just the right time. Alright, then let's create a special organization. Shenmu said thoughtfully. Let's call it the Hidden God Temple. Chapter 80. The Hidden God Temple, 8th update. Young Master, does this name have any special meaning? Zolan asked with a curious expression. Hidden God means hidden tiger and dragon. It will surely become a sharp sword to eliminate all obstacles for Tianjin City. Once it is unsheathed, it must kill with a single blow. But one must never act recklessly, betray the way, or point the sword at the people. Otherwise, one is unworthy of the name of God. After listening, Zuo and the others were filled with excitement, and their hearts were pounding. Young Master, may I join? Zuo asked expectantly, and even Luo Cheng's eyes lit up. Shenmu did not answer directly. The Hidden God Palace will be temporarily divided into the Shadow Pavilion, the Divine Martial Pavilion, and the Golden Origin Pavilion. The Divine Martial Pavilion will be in the open and will handle all matters, large and small, in Tianjin City. The Shadow Pavilion operates in the shadows, carrying out secret assassination missions. The Gold Pavilion provides all financial support. When a city develops to a certain extent, it must have a special force to help solve all the city's problems, both overt and covert. I will be the master of the Hidden God Palace. Luo Cheng will be the master of the Divine Martial Pavilion. Zuo will be the master of the Shadow Pavilion, and Qian Wuxian will be the master of the Golden Origin Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the 3 were overjoyed and nodded excitedly. Qian Wuxian never expected that he would be given such an important position so soon after joining the company. But amidst his excitement, he also understood that with higher positions come greater responsibilities. He must exert all his strength to live up to the young master's appreciation. In fact, Shenmu did not grant authority arbitrarily. Although Qian Wuxian has just joined, Shenmu has high hopes for his abilities and loyalty, so he can be entrusted with important responsibilities. And what about me? Bailey Ping couldn't help but ask. Of the many people, only Bailey Ping and He Qing are left without positions. However, Shenmu once said that he would appoint He Qing as the head of the Forging Pavilion. Therefore, Bailey Ping was the only one without a position. You should focus on your training first, and I'll make further arrangements for you later. Shenmu will definitely give Bailey Ping an important position. After all, he is a genius with a talent value of 90. But the time is not right yet. After hearing Shenmu's words, Bailey Ping could only nod in disappointment. But at the same time, it further aroused his ambition. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have acquired the advanced ice-type awakening skill, Frostfall, and you have also gained the right to build a Hidden God Temple base for free. Do you wish to build it? What pleased Shenmu the most was undoubtedly that the construction was done for free. This is undoubtedly a timely help for Tianjin City, which is struggling financially. Put up. Please select a construction location. Central City. The Central City is the area where the City Lord's mansion is located, and it is also the core area of the entire Tianjin City. Under construction. The construction period is 8 hours. Shenmu nodded secretly. Donghua spread the word that the official founding ceremony will be held tomorrow at noon at the Hidden God Temple's headquarters in the Central City. Anyone from Tianjin City who is at least at the 3rd level of the Meridian Tempering Realm can join. As the future core organization of Tianjin City, the Hidden God Temple must hold a formal ceremony. Donghua nodded in agreement. Then, Shenmu looked at He Qing and said, Elder He, tomorrow I will gather a group of laborers and city guards. You will take them to Tongtian Valley and arrange for them to work on mining the veins. Also, bring back the spirit crystals that have already been mined. Now that Tianjin City is about to enter a phase of rapid development, economic issues must also be addressed, otherwise it will severely hinder progress. Therefore, the mining progress must be accelerated. He Qing readily agreed, as he had heard Zuowen mention the mineral vein before. He was also deeply shocked when he first learned about it. You should know that spirit crystal mines are something that even second-tier main cities and even first-tier main cities covet, especially the large mineral vein like Tongtian Valley, if it could be fully mined. Given time, Tianjin City's strength will likely approach that of a second-tier main city. Upon learning of this, He Qing began to feel fortunate for his initial decision. Perhaps before long, he will witness the rise of Tianjin City. Shenmu nodded, then instructed the guards, someone, pass down the order. Coordinates XXX for the Central City and XXX for the Eastern City. Send a squad of city guards to guard these areas. No one is allowed to approach. These two places are now shrouded in smoke, where trading houses and hidden temples are being built. But the East City is not as sparsely populated as the West City. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Shenmu felt it would be better to separate these places, as long as the Hidden God Temple and the Merchant Guild are in place. Then Shenmu's plan can gradually begin to be implemented. Chapter 81, Construction of the Garrison. The next day, around 10 a.m., as soon as the Hidden Hall's base was completed, Shenmu brought Zuowen and the others there. Young master, is this the Hidden God Temple's headquarters? Looking at the huge building with its black and gold brick walls and green tiles carved with mythical beast reliefs from afar, Zuowen was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. The others were also visibly shocked. The Hidden God Temple's residence exudes an aura of solemnity and majesty. It's somewhat daunting. That's right. This is the headquarters of the Hidden God Temple, and it's the place you'll be responsible for protecting from now on. Shenmu looked at Zuowen and Luo Cheng and said seriously, Yes, young master. Neither of them dared to be frivolous or joking. This was the most solemn promise they could make. The name Hidden God Temple must be defended with their blood and even their lives. Shenmu nodded and began to check the information. Hidden Temple. Current level, level 1. Upgrade requirements. All basic functions meet or exceed the corresponding level. Basic functions. Hidden God Shop. Currently level 1, upgradable. Hidden God Space. Currently at level 1, upgradable. The Hidden Temple operates on a mission-based model, which has 2 modes. 1. Missions are automatically released by the system. 2. Missions are released manually. The missions are divided into 5 levels. 1-star task, within 1,000 task points. 2-star mission, within 10,000 mission points. Samsung mission, within 100,000 mission points. 4-star mission, within 1 million mission points. 5-star mission, within 10 million mission points. Note, the specific task points for each star task are determined by the system. Hidden Hall Advancement Rank. White-clad Envoy. Join the Hidden God Temple, and you can accept 1-star missions. Green-clad Envoy. Can accept 2-star missions. Upgrade requirement. White-clad Envoy mission points must accumulate to 10,000. Red-clad Envoy. Can accept 3-star missions. Upgrade requirement. Accumulate 100,000 green-clad Envoy mission points. Black-clad Envoy. Can accept 4-star missions. Upgrade requirement. Accumulate 1 million red-clad Envoy mission points. Golden-clad Envoy. Can accept 5-star missions. Upgrade requirements. Black-clad Envoy mission points must reach 10 million, and permission from the palace master is required. Note: the host will receive the accumulated mission points of the entire hidden temple, which will not conflict with those obtained by other members of the hidden temple. Hidden God Shop. Current level, Level 1. Upgrade requirement, 1 million mission points. Current task point, 0. The shop still had 3 items stored there. White Deer Sword. Yellow grade spiritual weapon. Can amplify the user's spiritual power by 10. Price, 10,000 mission points. Awakening Grass. Has a 10 chance to produce the awakening effect. Unlimited uses. Price, 1,000 quest points. Spirit Gathering Pill. Increases spirit power recovery speed by 5. Price, 1,000 quest points. Note: the Hidden God Shop refreshes every 3 days, and items that have already appeared will remain permanently. After reading it, Shenmue was once again filled with excitement. These products were undoubtedly very practical. But Shenmue could only watch helplessly. Pulling his mind back to the present, Shenmue began to examine another function. Hidden God Space. Current level, Level 1. Upgrade requirement, 5 million mission points. The Hidden God Space is divided into 9 battle realms. Each level up unlocks a new battle realm. The evolution of the battlefield into a real world not only allows trainees to enhance their strength through various battles and crises. Furthermore, various crafting materials, elixirs, magical artifacts, rare and precious items will drop within the battlefield. After obtaining a certain treasure, members can choose to use it themselves or hand it over to the Hidden Temple in exchange for corresponding mission points. Dying within the Hidden God Space will remove you from the battle zone. You will not truly die. The current entry requirements for the first battleground are being a white-clad envoy and paying 100 mission points. After viewing the Hidden God Space, Shenmue was stunned for a long time. Seeing that Shenmue had fallen into a daze again, the one and the others did not dare to disturb him. They all thought to themselves, young master is probably troubled by the affairs of Tianxin City again. It took Shenmue a long time to recover from his shock. I was immediately filled with excitement. This Hidden God Space is undoubtedly very similar to the Xiantian Tower, except that it is not as extraordinary as the Xiantian Tower. However, since the number of times one can enter the Xiantian Pagoda is limited, it is not suitable to open it to the public. Therefore, the Hidden God Space is definitely a good way for people to gain experience and enhance their strength. There is no limit to the number of times you can enter. As long as you have enough mission points, you can enter an unlimited number of times. Furthermore, various materials and treasures will drop there. It can be said that if someone with strong abilities or good luck enters, they have a high chance of returning with a full load of goods. After the members obtained good things from the Hidden God Space. If you need it yourself, you can choose to use it yourself. If you don't need it, you can sell it to the Hidden Temple in exchange for corresponding mission points. We'll set up a treasure vault then and put some useful or rare items in it. Members are free to choose and use mission points to exchange for what they need. Furthermore, the items handed over by the members can be put into the trading company for sale in the future or kept by Tianxin City as inventory to strengthen its foundation. That's killing several birds with one stone. Chapter 82, Hidden God Space. Then, Shenmue told Zuo and Luo Cheng everything except for the Hidden God Shop. Both of them were overjoyed after hearing this. Fortunately, they had seen the even more abnormal Xiantian Tower. Otherwise, they probably would never have believed in this Hidden God Space. There are 2 types of task modes. One is that it will automatically appear on the light and shadow projection screen in the main hall every day. Another possibility is that the person involved themselves, or that Tianxin City proactively issues the task. As for why the tasks would automatically appear on the projection screen, Shenmue did not explain, since it concerned the system. Having followed Shenmue for so long, Zuo and his companion have gradually become more sensible, understanding what they should and shouldn't ask. All you need to do is register when you join as a member, accept tasks, complete tasks, and register task points. We'll set up a treasure vault and put all the treasures that members hand over into it. Then, Tianxin City will gradually add various items to it for all members to freely exchange. Such a large organization as the Hidden God Temple must fill its treasury. After all, they're all cultivators, and they will need all kinds of cultivation resources, such as pills, spiritual weapons, and array talismans. Zhuo Wen and his companion kept Shen Mu's instructions in mind. They also gradually began to realize that the responsibilities on their shoulders were becoming heavier and heavier. However, since the young master has entrusted me with such an important task, it is a great trust. How could they dare to disappoint Shen Mu's high expectations? Don't worry, young master. We will do our best, Luo Cheng assured him firmly. At noon, the founding ceremony officially began. Although today's event was not as lively as Shen Mu's enthronement ceremony, Dongbo released the news last night. So this morning, the news of the establishment of the Hidden God Temple had already spread far and wide. Now, a large number of onlookers have gathered outside the camp, some of whom are hoping to join the Hidden God Temple. Looking at this magnificent building that seemed to have appeared out of thin air, the people were all shocked, and then a heated discussion ensued. When it was almost time, Shen Mu led Dongbo, Zhuo Wen, Luo Cheng, and others out of the encampment. Greetings, Lord City Lord. Upon seeing Shen Mu appear, the crowd bowed in unison. No need for formalities, everyone. Shen Mu cleared his throat and said, Today I, the City Lord, intend to establish a large organization called the Hidden God Palace. The reason for holding this ceremony today is firstly, to formally announce the establishment of the Hidden God Temple. Secondly, it's also to recruit a group of elites willing to contribute to the development of Tianxin City. Upon hearing this, the people began to discuss it animatedly. Seeing this, Shen Mu said loudly again, I suppose you all still don't quite understand what the Hidden God Temple does. The people all nodded in agreement. In that case, if anyone has any questions, please send a representative forward to ask them, and I, the City Lord, will answer them one by one. After some discussion, a young man stepped out from the crowd. He bowed to Shen Mu and said, Lord City Lord, if you have any questions, just say them. Yes. May I ask what the duties of the Hidden God Temple are, Lord City Lord? The Hidden God Temple will become a sharp sword, aiming to pave the way for the development of Tianxin City and bring benefits to the people of Tianxin City. As long as the Hidden God Temple exists, Heavenly Heart City will be like a protective umbrella. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. These words immediately stirred their emotions. Tianxin City has always been weak, relying solely on its city guards to maintain order and defend against foreign enemies. But this is far from enough. After all, the city guards are limited and their management is not standardized enough. Otherwise, how could such a thing as defection during a rebellion happen so easily? The man then asked, what are the main tasks of the Hidden God Temple? The Hidden God Temple will currently be divided into 3 halls: Divine Martial Arts, Shadow, and Golden Origin. The Divine Martial Pavilion is open to the public and operates by issuing and accepting tasks. Each task will offer different rewards depending on its risk and difficulty. The Divine Martial Pavilion is mainly responsible for the management of the Hidden God Temple and the issuance of tasks. The Shadow Pavilion's duty is to carry out various assassinations or intelligence gathering missions. The Divine Martial Pavilion operates in the open, while the Shadow Pavilion operates in the shadows. As the name suggests, Jin Yuange is an organization that provides funding and support to the entire Hidden God Temple. All members of my Hidden God Temple are qualified to accept missions, and each time a task is completed, there will be a corresponding task point. When you have enough quest points, you can exchange them for various treasures or spirit crystals in the Hidden God Temple's treasury. Such a good thing. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. This was clearly a huge surprise for them. Even the person who stepped forward to ask the question was equally excited. He asked again, City Lord, how can I join the Hidden God Temple? Currently, only recruitment for Shenwu and Dark Shadow Pavilion is open. Anyone whose strength is above the 3rd level of the Meridian Tempering Realm and who is a citizen of Tianxin City can join. However, those wishing to enter the Shadow Pavilion will undergo further screening. All others will be assigned to the Divine Martial Pavilion. In Shen Mu's mind, he wanted to turn the Divine Martial Hall into an organization dedicated to carrying out missions. Just like the Mercenary Guild, you take on missions, complete them, and receive rewards. Therefore, the Divine Martial Pavilion needs a large number of people, but not necessarily too many elites. The Shadow Pavilion is different. It aims to complete secret missions, so it needs elites who are loyal. One last question. Are there any mandatory rules after joining the Hidden God Temple? For example, how many missions must be accepted? This is undoubtedly something everyone cares about. Shinmu shook his head. The other branches need to follow orders, but the Divine Martial Hall has no restrictions. You can take on missions if you want, and no one will force you to not take them, nor will anyone restrict your personal freedom. Upon receiving confirmation, the man immediately declared, City Lord, I want to join the Hidden God Temple. Lord City Lord, we want to join too. Many people among the crowd eagerly spoke up. Chapter 83, Mission Mode. Anyway, after joining the Hidden God Temple, they can take on any mission they want, and no one will force them to if they don't want to. Therefore, joining will only bring benefits, not harm. For some people who are struggling financially and have no stable income, this is undoubtedly a timely help. Why not get paid as long as you complete the task? Shinmu nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, please be patient. Anyone who wants to sign up, please register your information over here. We will make arrangements in a short while. Long live the City Lord. Shinmu's actions once again won the favor of countless people in Tianxin City. Congratulations, host. 1,500 citizens have reached the favorable loyalty level. You are rewarded with 15,000 faith points. Upon hearing the system's words, Shinmu was overjoyed. Although there were fewer people today than on the day of the enthronement ceremony, there were still at least 3,000 to 5,000 people. It is estimated that some of them had already reached the level of goodwill during the last ceremony, so it would be difficult to improve their favorability further. The newly added individuals are likely the common people who did not attend the enthronement ceremony last time. If Tianxin City develops in the future, its population will definitely increase, and then it will be inundated with credit points. Thinking of this, Shinmu almost drooled. After Donghua recited the ritual oath, the Hidden God Temple was officially established. From this day forward, anyone who dares to oppose Tianxin City will have a sword hanging over their head. One wrong move, and you'll be dead. Shinmu never imagined that one day in the future, the entire imperial world would tremble because of the Hidden God Temple. Seeing that the ceremony was complete, Shinmu said, Donghua, arrange for people to register and process the formalities for those who want to join. Donghua nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, Donghua entered the encampment. Young master, all those who have joined this time have been registered, totaling 756 people. Shinmu nodded. Let them in. The Hidden God Temple covers an area of 100 hectares and is divided into 7 levels. Such a large building can easily accommodate hundreds of people. Donghua led the group in from outside. As they walked, they couldn't help but curiously examine the entire hidden temple. After standing in the center of the hall, Shinmu asked, How many of you want to join the Shadow Pavilion? You can step forward. Immediately afterwards, about a dozen people stepped out from the group and stood in front of Shinmu. The quantity was somewhat small, but it was within Shinmu's expectations. After all, the Shadow Pavilion trains mostly assassins, people who need to lick blood from the edge of a knife. Few people have that kind of courage and boldness. Most people still want a more stable life. That's good. I will send people to test and screen you later. If you fail, you will still be assigned to the Divine Martial Pavilion. Any questions? No problem, dozens of people said in unison. Very good. Shinmu looked at everyone and said, The Hidden God Temple mainly operates on a mission-based model. As long as you complete the missions, you will receive corresponding mission points, which can be exchanged for the items you need. In addition to the items, I, the City Lord, have added a special bonus. Every 10 mission points can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit crystal. I hope everyone will work hard to complete the missions. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Most of them came for the spirit crystals, and completing the mission was undoubtedly a way to make a living. Lord of the City, may I ask what the tasks generally involve? Someone couldn't wait to ask a question. Look, everyone. With a snap of his fingers, Shinmu caused a huge light screen to suddenly illuminate the wall behind him, covered with dense text. This is an extremely large projection screen, which also serves as the taskbar for daily broadcasts. Wow. Since many people had never seen such a high-end product as light projection, they were all amazed. The members of the Hidden God Temple are divided into 5 levels: white, blue, red, black, and gold, which correspond to 1 to 5-star missions respectively. Since everyone is currently at the white-clad envoy level, only 1-star missions will appear on the projection screen. When members at later levels appear, corresponding star-level missions will naturally follow. Shenmue turned around and looked at the projection screen. There are at least 100 1-star tasks on the entire screen. The people's eyes lit up. In their eyes, these weren't missions, but spirit crystals. Chapter 84. The people need a sense of happiness. 1-star mission. Grandma Wang's dog in Dongsheng has gone missing. Please find it within 1 day. Mission failure will occur if the deadline is missed. Reward: 5 mission points. 1-star mission. Zhao Taizhu from Xiqing has been wanting to find a wife. Introduce a woman to him within a month. Otherwise, the mission will fail. Reward: 5 mission points. 1-star mission. Wang Fugue of Nansheng will be gathering herbs on the mountain tomorrow and needs a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm to protect him. Reward: 10 mission points. 1-star mission. The Liu family in Beicheng want to hire a sparring partner for their child, requiring a strength of at least the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. Reward: 25 mission points. Note: each member can only accept 3 tasks at a time. If a member accepts a task and then voluntarily abandons it, they cannot accept any more tasks within 1 day. Each task is unique, and once accepted, it will disappear from the projection screen. If 2 people are interested in the same task, registration at the relevant location will determine eligibility. It's first come, first served. After reading through these tasks, Shenmue couldn't help but chuckle. However, it must be said that with this mission mode, all the residents of Tianxin City will be taken care of. No matter what difficulties they face, someone will immediately come to help them free of charge. This undoubtedly increases the happiness of city residents. For a city to prosper, the people's sense of belonging and happiness are of paramount importance. As you can see, the later levels of missions may be more difficult, but the 1-star missions are not hard. As long as you are willing, I believe you can find a mission that suits you. Upon seeing this, everyone was excited. A large portion of them joined simply to earn some money to support their families and find a way to make a living. Seeing that the task wasn't too difficult, they felt a glimmer of hope. You can earn a low-grade spirit crystal by completing 2 or 3 1-star missions at most. This is much easier than them working themselves to the bone for a month. In addition, anyone who accepts more than 5 missions each month will receive a low-grade spirit crystal as a reward from Tianxin City, as long as they carry them out diligently, regardless of whether they are completed or not. Please do your best. To provide everyone with greater security, Shenmue increased the benefits once again. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Lord City Lord." In this way, as long as they do their best to serve Tianxin City, they don't need to worry about not being able to support their families. The remaining details are for you two to discuss and resolve with Donghua, Shenmue said to Zhuo and the others. They all nodded in agreement. Qian Wuxian, come with me. Half an hour later, Shenmue brought Qian Wuxian to a certain place in Tianxin City. Looking at the magnificent and lavishly decorated building before him, Qian Wuxian was dumbfounded. Please name your business. The magnificent building before us is the premises of the Merchant Guild that was completed this morning. In fact, the trading company was built before the Hidden God Temple, but the trading company was not in a hurry to open, so Shenmue put the establishment of the Hidden God Temple first. Let's call it 9 Treasures Trading Company. 9 is the ultimate number, and the 9 treasures symbolizes having access to all the treasures in the world. Name successfully generated. Please check the details yourself. Jubao Trading Company. Level 1. Upgrade requirements. All basic functions meet or exceed the corresponding level. It consists of 5 floors. First floor, Merchant Hall. Second floor, Treasure Pavilion. Third floor, Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. Fourth floor, Auction Room. Fifth floor, Independent Enclosed Space. Basic functions. Guardian, currently level 1, can be upgraded. Barrier, current level 1, upgradable. Spirit Jade Shop, currently at level 1, upgradable. Then, Shenmue checked the detailed information of each function one by one. Guard. Current level, level 1. Upgrade requirement, 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Current strength, 10th level of meridian tempering. Next level of strength, peak of the soul fusion stage. Summoning price, 100 low-grade spirit crystals / summon. Duration, 3 hours. Scope of responsibility, only handles matters related to the business. Jurisdiction covers a radius of 500 meters around the business. After reading it, Shenmue was deeply shocked. These attributes were indeed undeniably amazing. Although my strength is still low now, with each level I advance, my strength actually jumps across a whole tier. This is really going too far. If that's the case, even if Shenmue doesn't send anyone to guard it in the future, the trading company will still have a certain defensive capability. Barrier. Current level, level 1. Upgrade requirements, 20,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Current strength. Can withstand the full force attack of a martial artist at the 10th level of the Chi refining realm for half an hour. Upgraded strength. Can withstand the full force attack of a peak soul fusion realm expert for half an hour. Summoning price, 100 low-grade spirit crystals / summon. Duration, 1 day. Unlike guards, which can attack, barriers can only defend. But its defensive capabilities are stronger and more enduring than its defensive capabilities. Spirit Crystal Shop. Current level, level 1. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Current effect, 1 chance of obtaining a rare item, 99 chance of obtaining a common item. Note, the page refreshes automatically every 3 days, and the refreshed items will remain permanently. At this moment, the Spirit Crystal Shop contains 3 items. Healing Powder, a common healing medicine that can cure all external skin injuries. Price, 10 low-grade spirit crystals. Mysterious Iron, a material used to refine spiritual weapons, increasing their hardness. Price, 100 low-grade spirit crystals. Kaiyong Flower, a fire tribute medicinal herb, used as an auxiliary material for refining fire tribute pills. Price, 500 low-grade spirit crystals. Chapter 85, Frost Descent. After reading them, Shenmue was slightly disappointed. Without a doubt, these 3 items were ordinary items and not particularly rare. But Shenmue then understood, since the shop was only level 1 and the probability of finding rare items was extremely low. Once it's upgraded, all the features will see an increase in attributes. The upgrade conditions for the business are also clearly stated. All functions must be upgraded to the corresponding level. For example, if a merchant guild wants to be upgraded to level 2, then the guards, barriers, and spirit crystal shops must all be upgraded to level 2 at the same time. After reading all this, Shenmue had a general understanding of the business. Let's go inside and take a look. Shenmue greeted Qian Wuxian and then stepped inside first. Young master, when was this trading company built? How come we didn't notice it before? Qian Wuxian asked with a face full of curiosity. He was not unfamiliar with Tianxin City. How come he had never noticed such a grand merchant house before? Shenmue didn't want to explain further. You don't need to worry about this. Upon hearing this, Qian Wuxian immediately fell silent. Although he learned from Zuowen and others that the young master had a good temper and was approachable, he was still somewhat afraid of Shenmue. More accurately, it should be reverence. The entire business empire occupies a very large area, a full 10 hectares. The 5 floors together cover an area of 500,000 square meters. After exploring all 5 floors, Qian Wuxian was completely stunned, his mouth agape the entire time. The system is also very user-friendly, with all the necessary facilities already in place, so there's no need to add any items or do any renovations. At that time, all you need to do is place the goods in the respective counters. Once the service staff is fully staffed and certain minor details are perfected, it can be opened to the public directly. Qian Wuxian, I'll leave the rest of the details to you. Make a list later, and if you need anything, just tell Donghua. Any questions? Qian Wuxian patted his chest and assured him, Young master, don't worry, I've got it covered. Shenmue nodded in satisfaction. I'll leave you some city guards. You can send them to do whatever you need. I'll leave this place to you. Afterwards, Shenmue left the trading company and headed towards the Xintian Tower. You only get one entry chance per day to the Xintian Tower, so don't waste it. On the second floor of the Xintian Tower, Shenmue suddenly remembered the advanced ice-type awakening skill he had been rewarded with from a previous mission, which he had never used. Immediately, Shenmue unleashed this move on a group of soul fusion level spirit beasts. Frost Descent. The martial origin mark between Shenmue's eyebrows instantly turned blue. Ice elements were frantically gathering between heaven and earth. The skies suddenly changed from clear blue to overcast, and a cold wind began to blow. Immediately, the ice elements condensed into giant ice balls the size of human heads, which fell densely onto the ground. Boom! 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 The ice hockey puck fell from the sky and hit the ground like a collision between Mars and Earth, breaking metal and sending dust flying. Even from a distance, Shenmue felt the ground tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. The spirit beasts hit by the ice hockey puck were all covered in bruises. Some were even smashed so hard that their bones were broken, and they cried out in agony. When using this awakening skill, Shenmue roughly estimated that there would probably be over 1,000 ice balls falling. The entire process lasted for nearly 10 breaths, which is equivalent to hundreds of ice balls being thrown down with each breath. Extremely strong. Under such a wide range and dense attack, the enemy will either be crushed to death or die from exhaustion from constantly dodging. Moreover, no matter how much you try to dodge, it's impossible to completely avoid it. Seeing this, Shenmue was secretly delighted. While Frostfall's single-target attack isn't as powerful as Ice Shadow Lotus, it excels in being a group attack. Not only can it cause damage, but it is also very useful for creating obstacles or disrupting enemy formations. Unless Shenmue becomes strong enough to release thousands, or even tens of thousands, of Ice Lotuses at the same time. Otherwise, in terms of group damage, it's still not as good as Frost Descent. In conclusion, Shenmue was quite satisfied with this awakening skill. He possessed 2 advanced awakening techniques that others might never comprehend in their entire lives, even at a young age. That's infuriating. After several days of training in the Xintian Tower, they reappeared in Tianxin City at midnight. Looking at the dozen or so advancement pills in his hand, Shenmue prayed silently. He then put the pills in his mouth one by one. But apart from feeling a warm sensation and his spiritual power becoming deeper, he did not break through. Shenmue was utterly speechless. He has consumed dozens of advancement pills over the past few days, but still hasn't encountered the chance of direct advancement. That's so unlucky. Fortunately, Shenmue feels that he has reached the critical point of breakthrough, and he will probably be able to break through soon. Chapter 86. Something's happened. After returning to the manor, everyone had rested, and Shenmue also washed up and went to sleep. But he had only been asleep for a short while when he suddenly heard a rapid knocking on the door. "Young master, wake up. Something's happened." Shenmue was still in a daze, but as soon as he heard that something had happened, he instantly woke up. Then he quickly rolled off the bed, took 3 steps to the door, and opened it. "What's wrong?" Donghua said anxiously. "Young master, the city guards who went to Tongtian Valley yesterday returned with injuries, saying that something happened in Tongtian Valley. You must go and take a look." Upon hearing this, Shenmue didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly put on a coat and walked towards the main hall. At this moment, a large number of people gathered in the hall, all surrounding a city guard covered in blood. Zwolwen is bandaging him. "City Lord, young master." Upon seeing Shenmue arrive, the city guards were about to rise and bow. But Shenmue stopped them, saying, "You are seriously injured. There is no need for you to bow." At the same time, Shenmue poured out a small half-cup of moonwood spirit liquid and handed it to him. "Drink it." The city guards dared not hesitate and quickly drank it all in one gulp. Immediately afterward, I felt my injuries stabilize and begin to heal. But he dared not think too much about it, and hurriedly said to Shenmue, "City Lord, yesterday, when Lord Hiqing led us to Tongtian Valley, we found that many beastmen were fighting with Lord Zisu. Then Lord Hiqing also joined the battle. How many powerful individuals are there? What are their strengths?" Shenmue frowned, realizing something was amiss. "The enemy has 4 powerful beastmen, each at the peak of the soul fusion stage." "What? for peak soul fusion stage cultivators. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Although Zisu is at the peak of the soul fusion stage, and He Qing's strength is comparable to that of the peak of the soul fusion stage, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand in a 2-on-4 situation. When I left, the two lords were already completely suppressed. The situation is dire. Please, Lord City Lord, send reinforcements immediately. Upon hearing this, Shenmu dared not delay any longer and turned to Dongbua and the others. The trading company is in the hands of Qian Wuxian, and the Hidden God Palace is in the hands of Luo Cheng and Zuowen. Recruit more members and strengthen our forces. Discuss any problems with Dongbua and find a solution. I'm going to Tongtian Valley. Young master, I will go with you. Dongbua, Luo Cheng, Zuowen, Zhongtian, and the others all said in unison. Shenmu shook his head. No, Tianqin City can't do without you. Besides, with your strength, even if you went, it would be of no use. Upon hearing this, although everyone was unwilling, they couldn't refute it with a single word. With the strength of a soul fusion stage ascension realm or subtle realm, even if they went, they would only be a hindrance. At this moment, they were burning with rage. Their desire to become stronger had never been so intense. Your efforts to develop Tianqin City well are the greatest help you can give. Shenmu spoke in a commanding tone. Even if it's dangerous, Shenmu has to go, since both He Qing and Zisu are his people. What's more, there are many miners and city guards. Those are living, breathing human lives. We cannot stand by and watch them fall in a crisis without doing anything about it. He understood that with the system around, he wouldn't die. So the situation may not be so bad. After hearing this, no one dared to say anything more, and they all replied in unison. Please rest assured, young master, we will certainly live up to your expectations. Shenmu nodded, then had someone arrange a mount for him to head towards the west of the city. Although the azure-scaled horse is not as fast in the rugged terrain of the Broken Sky Mountains as it is on flat ground, but it's still faster than Shenmu walking, and not just a little bit faster. Along the way, Shenmu released his soul fusion stage aura, and the weak beasts on the periphery dared not come to cause trouble. Thinking about the upcoming battle, Shenmu silently took out the low-grade spiritual food, the exploding chicken, which he hadn't eaten before, and started eating it. He is now only a little bit away from breaking through to a higher realm. If we can break through before reaching Tongtian Valley, our chances of winning will be much higher. As soon as the spiritual food entered his stomach, Shenmu felt warm all over, as if a small furnace was burning inside his body. And one can feel that spiritual energy is increasing at an extremely rapid pace. It repeatedly challenges the bottlenecks that need to be broken through. At this moment, Shenmu's body was like a bottle of red wine filled with gas. The gas was constantly pushing the cork outwards. Once the cork was removed from the bottle opening, Shenmu would have successfully broken through. Several hours later, he finally broke through when he was less than 10 miles away from Tongtian Valley. The soul fusion stage has reached the subtle realm. At the moment of breakthrough, Shenmu felt his strength had increased countless times. As an attribute source master, he could remain undefeated even when facing a peak soul fusion level expert. Roar! Along the way, Shenmu constantly heard various beast roars and huge sounds like mountains being split and rocks being shattered. Just by listening to the sounds, one can tell how intense the battle is in Tongtian Valley. This kept Shenmu in a constant state of tension. Thanks to the presence of the azure-scaled horned horse, they finally arrived at Tongtian Valley before dawn. Chapter 87, Beast, 7th Update. Shenmu dared not delay for a moment. As soon as he arrived at Tongtian Valley, he rushed into the valley at top speed. After crossing a large mountain, the scene that came into view was extremely similar to the last time. However, this battle was far more brutal. After a day of fighting, the purple-winged cloud-piercing eagle was covered in blood and wounds. Some of the blood may have been flowing for a long time and has now formed scabs that adhere to its feathers. She no longer possessed those bright and beautiful purplish-blue feathers. Instead, it looks more like a down-on-its-luck turkey. Shenmu searched several times but couldn't find Yi Qing. At this time, Only 3 spirit beasts were fighting against the cloud-piercing eagle. A black bat, a red-haired brown bear, and a 5-tailed fox with pink fur. Zisu, if you don't hand over those remnants, don't blame us for not showing any kinship. The 5-tailed fox let out a loud shout and spoke in human language. Hume, why waste your breath talking to her? Just kill her. At this moment, the black bat uttered a hoarse voice like that of an old woman. The old woman is right. The brown bear echoed the sentiment, simultaneously slapping the purple-winged, cloud-piercing eagle with its paw. Puff! Zissa didn't have time to dodge, and the palm strike sent her flying 3 zhang away. A mouthful of blood gushed out from the giant beak. Seeing this, Shenmu could no longer hold back and rushed towards Zisu. At this moment, the 3 beasts were still unaware that someone was approaching. A purple gas flowed from the mouth of the black bat as it flapped its wings and attacked the fallen Zisu. It looks like they want to deliver a fatal blow to her. I wonder if the blood of the purple-winged cloud-piercing eagle tastes good or not. Let this old woman try it today. As the bat flew, it let out a cackling laugh, its eyes filled with longing. If she can absorb all of Zisu's blood, her strength will definitely improve significantly again. As she watched the bats flying towards her, a sense of despair rose in Zisu's heart. This feeling of despair is not the first time it has occurred. She had experienced this during her last duel with the Dark Spirit. But in the end, it was the young master who saved her life. At this moment, the image of the white-robed boy with a smile always on his lips reappeared in Zisu's mind. She desperately wished that Shenmu would reappear. But she knew that this was unrealistic, since it was impossible to be so lucky every time. Moreover, even if Shenmu appeared with his strength, he would still be no match for these 3 beasts. Bang! Just as Zisu was about to accept her death, a white-robed figure appeared in her sight again. Although the figure stood with his back to her, she knew it was him. Young master! Zisu was so excited that she could hardly express it, and her voice trembled as she spoke. You've suffered, drink this. Shenmu turned around and handed most of the bottle of Moonwood Spirit liquid to Zisu. Looking at that familiar face, Zisu felt a little dazed, as if she were dreaming. Young master, it really is you. What brings you here? Shenmu showed no smile, but rather a gloomy expression. Someone went back to report, so I came. Where's Elder He? Upon hearing this, Zisu's eyes flickered, and she began to stammer. Upon seeing this, Shenmu felt a bad premonition. He's dead. No, not at all, Zisu then said with a bitter smile. But she is already on her last breath and not far from death. Young master, don't worry about me. Hurry and go into the cave to save him. You'd better drink it right away. Shenmu was too lazy to waste words with her and directly poured the Moonwood Spirit liquid into her mouth. He then bought another bottle of Moonwood elixir from Cinny's store and handed it to Zisu, saying, Go and revive him. I'll take care of these beasts. Who are you calling a beast? Upon hearing this, the beasts opposite were filled with rage. The black bat, in particular, which had just been slapped away by Shenmu, now looked at Shenmu with eyes full of hatred. Young master, they're all at the peak of the soul fusion stage. Zisu hurriedly reminded him. Although she knew that the young master was very strong, she knew that no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to fight 2 levels higher than her. Moreover, the opponent is a beast man, practically invincible within the same realm. Although the beasts had all been weakened, they were still beyond Shenmu's ability to handle. Trust me, go and save Elder He. Shenmu looked directly at Zisu and said earnestly. In the end, Zisu chose to obey, believing that Shenmu would not act recklessly. Then, she struggled to her feet and, with heavy steps, walked into the cave. The beasts opposite did not stop him, but instead watched Shenmu with great vigilance. This boy is the most dangerous being right now. Just the fact that he could slap the black woman away proves that this kid is definitely not simple. Human, this is a matter for our beast race. Are you sure you want to interfere? Asked Hume, the 5-tailed fox demon. Shenmu sneered, what a joke. You injured 2 of my subordinates, and you still have the nerve to ask me if I want to intervene. Today, none of you will leave Tongtian Valley alive. Chapter 88, Poison Attribute. Arrogant. Your blood must taste even better than those miners. The black bat licked the drool that was about to drip down its throat. Today, let's see how this old woman sucks your blood dry. Shenmu's face turned ugly. You killed those miners? Although these people are miners, they are all citizens of Tianxin City, living, breathing human beings. So what if it is? The black bat chuckled. Those people are too weak. They don't taste good. But you are different. The brown bear, and who may both look disgusted. Although they also like to eat humans, they are picky eaters and generally only eat high-level source masters. Those martial artists in the meridian tempering realm haven't yet tempered their meridians and cleansed their marrow. Their bodies are full of impurities and they're not delicious at all. Upon hearing this, Shenmu was somewhat dazed and lost his balance, taking a few steps back. Those faces kept flashing through his mind. He had once confidently assured them that the job was safe, but now, although these lives were insignificant to Shenmu, a city lord, but from a human perspective, he has let these people down. Thinking of this, Shenmu couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. Her whole body was trembling slightly, and her chest was heaving violently. I've decided to take your lives, and even Jesus can't stop you. Shenmu's eyes were like those of a wild beast, cold and ruthless. He was truly enraged. Seeing this, Black Bat felt a sudden unease, but still mustered his courage and said, "What a joke. If I really wanted to leave, could you stop me?" Shenmu was too lazy to waste words with her. All he wanted to do right now was tear this stinky bat to shreds. Then, the black rock ring in his hand flashed, and a grayish-white jade flute appeared. Shenmu held the jade flute to his lips with his other hand, and a series of mournful cries followed. The spiritual energy on Shenmu's body surged, and the elements gathered, rising and falling like waves, endlessly. At the same time, a layer of frost began to rapidly form around Shenmu, spreading at an extremely fast speed. In just 2 breaths, the surroundings transformed into a world of ice and snow. Attribute Source Master. Upon seeing this, the beasts opposite were so frightened that their voices rose a octave. They knew all too well how rare Attribute Source Masters were. It is even rarer than the spirit beasts in their clan that can condense attribute martial energy. This Attribute Master is only at the microscopic realm. His true strength is at most comparable to a peak soul fusion realm cultivator. The 3 of us are all at the peak soul fusion realm. If we finish this quickly, he will definitely not gain the upper hand. The old woman, recovering from her shock, quickly reminded her. Although she was somewhat surprised by Shenmu's strength, she was not yet afraid of him. After her reminder, both Brown Bear and Hume realized what she meant and nodded at the same time. Since we're already locked in a life-or-death struggle, we have no choice but to take action. Before they could launch an attack, a sharp sound suddenly came from Shenmu's flute. The 3 beasts were immediately frozen in place. Then, the mark between Shenmu's brows glowed blue. Ice elements gathered wildly above the 3 beasts' heads, then condensed into ice balls, which hurtled towards the ground. Advanced Awakening Skill, Frostfall. At this moment, the 3 beasts were extremely anxious and hurriedly activated all their spiritual power, attempting to break through the solid ice on their bodies. But what terrified them even more was yet to come. Just as they were focusing all their attention on the sky, 3 ice lotuses silently bloomed on the ground, swiftly attempting to devour the 3 beasts. This is Shenmu's other advanced awakening skill, Ice Shadow Lotus. What? He can actually control 2 awakening techniques at the same time. Just as the Ice Lotus was about to devour them, Hume noticed it immediately. She was terrified. Normally, a person can only release 1 awakening skill at a time, because controlling several awakening skills at the same time requires a great deal of soul power. But she didn't know that Shenmu's Soul Dream Flute amplified his soul power by a full 20. Although she had doubts, she didn't have time to think about it, and quickly reminded her teammates. Quickly, use your awakening skill. Violent. Corrosion of Deadly Poison. Possessed by a fox spirit, the brown bear's body suddenly grew larger, breaking through the solid ice on its body and leaping out of the ice lotus's attack range. Meanwhile, wisps of purple gas appeared on the black bat, melting the solid ice at an extremely rapid speed. It even made a hissing sound. Seeing this, Shinmu frowned and asked, "System, what is this?" "This is a poison attribute, just like your ice attribute, belonging to the category of rare attributes." Poison. This was the first time Shinmu had ever heard of such an attribute. Immediately, Shinmu had a thought and began to check the other party's information. Name, Black Granny. Gender, mother. Age, 130. Body, black-winged bloodbat. Bloodline, common. Wu Yuan, poison attribute. Realm, peak of soul fusion stage. Talent value, 79. Identity, Broken Sky Beast Clan. Chapter 89. Are you teaching me how to do things? Second update. 130 years old, and this is all the strength? And he's a spirit beast? Shinmu was full of doubt after reading it. Isn't it said that all beings who awaken their martial source attributes are exceptionally talented? She must have a congenital deficiency, which is why her strength is so low. She is an exception, the system explained. Shinmu didn't dwell on it. Who cares what she is? She has to die today, with the help of the brown bear, who may successfully escape from the solid ice. But escaping a disaster does not mean you are safe. At this moment, the beasts were still frantically dodging the ice balls falling from the sky. A few breaths later, the awakening skill disappeared from the sky. The beasts were panting heavily, while remaining vigilant against Shinmu's potential attack. They had already exhausted themselves, fighting Zissou and hutching for a day. Now, after taking 2 more blows from Shinmu, he was naturally somewhat out of his depth. This kid is too strange. We can't let our guard down. At this moment, Hume developed a deep sense of apprehension towards Shinmu. In just that short moment, she felt an unprecedented danger emanating from Shinmu. He used 2 awakening techniques in a row, so his spiritual power must be almost exhausted. That's true. For a normal person, using 2 awakening skills in succession, especially high-level awakening skills, at the soul fusion stage would inevitably leave them with very little spiritual power. Even attribute source masters aren't much better off. But Shinmu has never been a normal person. While the beasts weren't looking, Shinmu quietly took out a spirit restoration tablet and put it in his mouth. His spiritual power was instantly restored by half, and now he had 7/10 of his spiritual power. Looking at the still panting beasts, Shinmu smiled coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion, only indifference. Then, he held the flute to his lips again and began to play slowly. This action startled the beasts. He also has spiritual attacks. That's impossible. But the facts left them no choice but to believe them. The cold wind howled again in the sky, and the elements gathered frantically. This time, Shinmu chose to completely drain the spiritual energy in his body and release 2 awakening skills at the same time. Although the beasts broke through the ice again and avoided being devoured by the ice lotus, they were still badly hit by the frost. Moreover, when the ice hockey puck comes into contact with their fur, the cold air emitted directly freezes and necroses their skin tissue. After the frost descent, the beasts were covered in wounds and could collapse at any moment. The black bat had a broken wing and was whimpering softly. "Young master, this." Just then, Zisei and He Qing stepped out of the cave and witnessed this astonishing scene. They were immediately stunned. Young master actually took on 3 peak soul fusion realm spirit beasts single-handedly, and it seems he even won. Seeing that He Qing was all right, Shinmu finally felt relieved. "Don't worry. Watch how I avenge you." Immediately, Shinmu flashed and leaped in 3 steps to the front of the black bat. Ice elements instantly coalesced in his hand, forming a 10-foot-long ice spike. At first glance, it looks like an ice sword, piercing straight at the black bat. Now that the black bat is seriously injured, it is completely unable to resist or avoid Shinmu's attacks. "Human, spare her and we'll leave immediately." At the critical moment, Hume, the 5-tailed fox, pleaded from not far away. Upon hearing this, Shinmu's ice sword stopped a mere inch in front of the black bat's head, without piercing it. Seeing this, Hume and the brown bear both breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The words had barely left his mouth when the ice sword pierced deep into the black bat's head. The black bat's eyes were bloodshot, and a pool of purplish-black blood was flowing from its mouth. Its whole body was convulsing, and it was emitting low howls. She never understood how she could have fallen at the hands of this young man until her death. After several breaths, the black bat gradually stopped moving. Sizzle. Shenmue drew his ice sword, and a purplish-black pillar of blood shot into the sky. Shenmue quickly stepped back to avoid getting himself dirty. It took Humei and the brown bear a long time to recover from their shock, their hearts filled with resentment and fear. After the blood pillar disappeared, Shenmue once again plunged the ice sword into the black bat's head, flicked it upwards, and a purplish-black bead the size of a jujube flew out. Shenmue reacted quickly and caught it in midair. But then, Shenmue's left hand suddenly turned purple-black and spread rapidly up his arm. Upon seeing this, Humei and the brown bear's eyes lit up. This kid is strong, but he's clearly very ignorant. The black granny is a poisonous spirit beast, and her beast core is covered with deadly poison. How can you grab her directly with your bare hands? That's practically suicide. If Shenmue is poisoned to death, then they will be able to turn the tide and win. I thought we were doomed to lose this time, but I never expected Shenmue to be so stupid. He's really courting death. Just as they were filled with hope, Shenmue calmly took out a small bottle from the black rock ring. I opened the lid and took a sip. The purplish-black toxin on his hand seemed to have encountered its nemesis, and it was rapidly receding. Finally forced onto Shenmue's 5 fingers, it slowly evaporated and dissipated into the air. In just a few breaths, Shenmue's hand returned to normal, with no signs of poisoning remaining. How is this possible? Chapter 90, Young Master. I'm not into this. Third update. Seeing this, Humei and the brown bear were once again incredulous. They knew how potent the black granny's poison was. So how could this young man be able to detoxify so easily? Could that bottle of stuff be some kind of holy antidote? They had no idea that even though he was poisoned, Shenmue remained completely calm. Moonwood elixir can cure all poisons in the world, and this little spirit beast toxicity poses no threat to him whatsoever. Now it's your turn. After placing the black bat beast core into the black rock ring, Shenmue turned his gaze to the brown bear and the 5-tailed fox. Humans, we have no grudge against each other. How about you let us go? Humei said with a complicated expression. She had to admit that she was afraid when faced with death. No enmity, you injured my subordinates and killed my citizens of Tianxin City, and you still dare to say there's no enmity. Under Shenmue's angry rebuke, Humei and her companion fell silent, unable to refute him. How about we acknowledge you as our master? The brown bear flattered. He knew that humans valued their reputation, and if he could tame such high-level spirit beasts, he would not only be able to intimidate everyone, but also have 2 henchmen. This is a condition that virtually no one can refuse. Even though Humei was somewhat unwilling, she ultimately chose to compromise when faced with the choice of her life. To be honest, if neither of the 2 beasts had ever harmed anyone they knew, Shenmue would consider whether to subdue the 2 beasts and use them for his own purposes. Unfortunately, every time Shenmue thought of those who died at their hands, he couldn't help but feel angry. If we spare them, how can we face the dead people? How can we have peace of mind? Before the brown bear could react, an ice spike suddenly shot out from the ground, piercing the bear completely. He let out a mournful roar before he died, which made people's eardrums hurt and their scalps tingle. The blood flowed slowly down the ice pillar, then quickly congealed into chunks of red ice crystals. It looked exceptionally alluring amidst the white. Humei, standing next to him, stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. In those few short minutes, her companions fell one after another in front of her, which terrified her. Your turn. Shenmue walked slowly toward Humei. At this moment, even Zi Su and He Qing, who were far away, fell silent, let alone Humei. Humei spoke tremblingly when Shenmue was less than a meter away from her. I'm about to break through to the spirit realm and transform into human form. If you don't kill me, I can serve you then, and I guarantee I'll make you comfortable. Humei had long heard that human men were attracted to beautiful women, especially foxwoman types, who are known for their allure and seductive charm, are extremely popular with men. She has many sisters of the same clan. After reaching the spirit realm and taking human form, they all entered the human world and sought refuge with powerful figures of high rank and authority. From then on, they integrated into the human race and live a life of plenty and peace of mind. No more need to stay deep in the mountains and live with a bunch of wild beasts. Humei believed she was pretty enough to make the young man in front of her take pity on her and let her go. But she was wrong. Shenmu is a straight man and doesn't have many strange hobbies. Young master doesn't like that kind of thing. Go to hell. Immediately, ice elements gathered around Humei, ready to freeze and destroy her completely in the next moment. Seeing Shenmu's complete lack of romantic understanding, Humei became furious and embarrassed. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. A secret technique. Suddenly, Humei was surrounded by a dazzling light. Clang! Clang! The space shattered like glass, revealing several openings from which streams of black energy emanated. It gradually formed an elliptical black hole, and it also had an extremely strong suction force. Shenmu felt as if he were standing in the eye of a hurricane, as if he could be caught in it at any moment. Upon seeing this, Shenmu was shocked for the first time. The sheer power of the attack sent a chill down his spine. Host, this is some kind of beast race secret technique. It will create a spatial channel. If you are sucked into it, you will be teleported to a certain location. Please retrieve the teleportation talisman quickly. It might allow you to escape the attack range. Upon hearing this, Shenmu did not hesitate and immediately tried to open the reputation shop to buy the teleportation scroll he had used before. But when I clicked in, the system said in an embarrassed tone, I forgot to tell the host that you don't have enough reputation points to make the purchase. Last time in Kang City, I only gained a little over 10,000 reputation points. As a result, it cost nearly 10,000 just to buy the Phoenix Fire spell and teleportation talisman. Who can afford a teleportation scroll worth 8,000 reputation points these days? Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Shenmu was both amused and exasperated. What other options were there? Can't you be a little more trustworthy? Before the system could reply, Shenmu could no longer hold on. His body was pulled by a huge suction force and flew backwards into the black hole. Young Master. Chapter 91. A Lamb Enters the Tiger's Mouth, 4th update. Upon seeing this, Zisu and He-Ching were terrified and rushed towards the black hole from a distance, wanting to save Shenmu. You all go quickly and take good care of Tianjin City. When they arrived, the black hole had disappeared, and space had returned to its original state. At this moment, only Humei remained on the scene, but her whole body seemed to have been drained, leaving her as a withered sack. Tell me quickly, where exactly did you take my young master? He-Ching pointed at Humei and angrily questioned her. Humei coughed twice, weakly saying, This is my king's secret technique. That brat has probably already been teleported to my king's side. He's doomed. After saying that, a smile appeared on Humei's withered, beast-like face, as if to say that she had won. You bastard. Upon hearing this, He-Ching was enraged. His fire element exploded, instantly engulfing Humei and burning her to ashes. Only one milky white beast core remained on the ground. Elder Zisu, is the king she mentioned the new beast king? Zisu nodded blankly, seemingly still reeling from the shock. What is his strength? He-Ching asked anxiously. Very strong. I'm afraid even ordinary level 2 cities wouldn't want to provoke him. Zisu said with a bitter smile. What? Upon hearing this, He-Ching felt a tightness in his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew second-tier cities all too well. He spent his youth wandering in second-tier cities, only returning to his hometown in his old age. There are countless experts in a level 2 city, and even spirit rank source masters are not the strongest in terms of combat power. But Zisu said that the new Beast King was so powerful that even a level 2 main city dared not disregard him. Wouldn't the young master be doomed to die? What should we do now? Perhaps we should go deep in the mountains to rescue the young master. He-Ching was completely flustered. At this moment, he didn't look like an old man at all, but rather like a child who was helpless in the face of difficulties. Calm down. I'm not a coward, but with our strength, going in would just make us cannon fodder. What should we do then? Since joining Tianqin City, He Qing has regarded Shen Mu as his backbone. Now that he has lost his leader, he is at a loss. Don't forget what the young master said before he left. Our most important task now is to take good care of Tianqin City and wait for his return. I believe the young master is blessed with good fortune. He will surely turn misfortune into good luck. He has always been someone who can create miracles. The cloud-piercing eagle gazed into the depths of the broken sky mountains and said firmly. After Shen Mu's appearance this time, she felt this even more strongly. On the other side, after Shen Mu was sucked into the black hole, it was as if he had entered a pitch-black chamber, where he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. I could only feel as if the wind was constantly whistling past my ears. After an unknown amount of time, a point of light suddenly appeared ahead. As they got closer, the light spots grew larger and the light became increasingly dazzling. Based on his experience reading countless time travel novels, Shen Mu knew that the exit was approaching. Under a blinding light, Shen Mu couldn't help but close his eyes tightly. Then I felt my body tilt, as if I had been thrown out and I lost my balance. Before he could take a breath, Shen Mu felt his body collide with a hard object, his buttocks and back aching painfully. Ouch, that hurts like hell. After his eyes gradually adjusted to the light, Shen Mu slowly opened them. What comes into view are towering mountains and clear waters, a group of people and various mythical beasts. The two locked eyes, and the entire valley fell silent except for the sound of the wind, creating an awkward atmosphere. Hi, how are you? Shen Mu's words immediately caused an uproar on the other side. Humans. How could there be humans here? Shut up. A bald, burly man standing at the very front of the line shouted. They immediately brought the situation under control, and no one, including the people and beasts behind them, dared to speak again. The bald, burly man asked, Boy, how did you get here? Would you believe me if I said I accidentally wandered in here? Bullshit. You were clearly thrown out by my Beastman clan's secret technique. You must have been teleported here by whom may. The bald, burly man roared, his face showing not a trace of belief. If that's the case, why ask the question you already know the answer to? Are you sick? Shen Mu couldn't help but complain. How dare you? How dare you speak to my king like that? Seeing Shen Mu's rude words, the beasts bared their teeth and showed their ferocious expressions. It seemed as if they wanted to devour Shen Mu alive. The aura released by each of the spirit beasts startled Shen Mu. They're all at the soul fusion stage. Shen Mu now understood that Mei's secret technique had actually teleported him to the Beastman race. Isn't this like sending lambs to the slaughter? Chapter 92, Mountain Breaking Level Expert. Even those people exuded the aura of Beastmen, orcs capable of transforming into human form. A spirit realm expert. Thinking of this, it would be a lie for Shen Mu to say he wasn't afraid. How could he possibly defeat his opponent? Am I really going to die here today? At this moment, Shen Mu suddenly remembered that these beast men in front of him actually called the bald man king. Could this be the new beast king that Su was talking about? Shen Mu had a thought and began to check the other party's information. Name, Yao Chun. Gender, male. Age, 186. Main body, 8 desolate sky-splitting lion. Bloodline, beast king. Talent, replicating arcane arts. Wu Yuan. Spatial attribute. Realm, peak of the Breaking Mountain stage. Talent value, 85. Identity, king of the sky-shattering beasts. While watching, Shen Mu was completely confused. System, what is the secret technique of replication? When a spirit beast bloodline reaches the level of beast king or above, it has the opportunity to activate its own talent and gain a certain ability. And replication is one of those capabilities. Its function is to copy and use a certain ability from others, and also to transfer one's own abilities to others through copying. What? That's so perverted. After hearing this, Shen Mu was filled with disbelief. Could there really be such a monstrous ability in this world? Then what are spatial attributes? Shen Mu asked again, as this was the first time he had ever heard of spatial attributes. The spatial attribute is one of the top-tier attributes, and its power is even greater than that of rare attributes. Possessing this attribute allows one to tear through space, move freely within it, and even create independent spaces. The five-tailed fox used that secret technique to teleport you here. That was probably the power of this new Beast King. What? An absolute attribute. Upon hearing this, Shenmue was taken aback once again. My ice attribute is rare, but I never expected that the other party would have an attribute that is a level higher than mine. No wonder he was able to defeat the original Beast King and lead the Broken Sky Beast Clan. But upon seeing the final result, Shenmue was once again greatly surprised, because the realm column clearly stated Breaking Mountain rank. The Breaking Mountain rank is after the Spirit rank, and its strength is many times greater than that of the Spirit rank. The information about the Beast King was like an exam paper from school. The more Shenmue read, the colder his heart became. Compared to this Beast King, he's probably as weak as a tiny ant. The other party could crush me with just one finger. Boy, tell me quickly, what's the situation in Tongtian Valley? Are those remnants dead or not? Yao Chun frowned, his voice carrying an air of authority. If you tell me to say something and I just say it, wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing? Shenmue dared not tell him that if he told him that he had killed several of his men and that the little prince was completely unharmed, then he would be in trouble. I'm afraid Yao Chun will devour me alive. How dare you? I asked you a question, and you dare not answer. Yao Chun glared at him angrily, threatening. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and feed you to the wild beasts? Is this how you ask for help? Shenmue said, seemingly unfazed. With this attitude, I'd rather die than tell you. Doesn't everyone have some dignity? You? Your Majesty, what should we do? At this moment, a burly man beside him asked in a deep, booming voice. How the hell should I know? Upon hearing this, Yao Chun became enraged and slapped the big man on the back of the head. He was so frightened that he became timid and silent, retreating to the side. Yao Chun looked at Shenmue again. Since you're unwilling to talk, then go die. How could he, the mighty Beast King, allow himself to be threatened by a mere human boy? Having said that, Yao Chun was about to make a move. Seeing this, Shenmue was terrified, but he still pretended to be calm and said, I advise you to think carefully. That beast egg has now entered the human world. If I don't tell you where it is, you will be looking for a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun was taken aback, then hesitated. You're not lying to me? What he cares about most now is whether the former Beast King's son is alive or dead, as this concerns his future. Therefore, at this moment, he was being held by Shenmue's hand and dared not make any rash moves. My life is in your hands. How dare I lie? Upon hearing this, Yao Chun seemed to be deep in thought, and after a long while he said, What are your conditions? As long as you send me out of the restriction and let me leave, I will tell you. Shenmue was extremely nervous inside, but on the surface he still had to pretend to be as calm as an old dog. If Yao Chun discovers a flaw, we're doomed. How can I trust you? What if you tell me false information? Yao Chun was cunning and shrewd, and he was always very meticulous in his thinking, never letting Shenmue succeed easily. Shenmue inwardly groaned. How could this beast be so clever? After careful consideration, Shenmue said, I can swear that the information is true. Chapter 93, Eagle Catches Chicks, 6th update. Yao Chun stared intently at Shenmue, seemingly trying to glean some clue from his expression. But he was disappointed. Shenmue's expression control was superb. He never showed his emotions. Even if Yao Chun is very smart, he can't figure out what Shenmue is thinking. After weighing the pros and cons, Yao Chun said, All right, let's make the oath then. Shenmue then made a vow. Shenmue had already figured it out. Even if he made a vow, it wouldn't matter. At worst, I can just tell Yao Chun the truth. The little prince went to Tianxin City. Anyway, with the restrictions in place, he can't get out even if he wants to. Even if he sends another peak-level soul fusion stage spirit beast to Tianxin City, Shenmue is not afraid. Even if Shenmue doesn't take the soul fusion pill to break through his realm, within Tianxin City, unless a spirit realm expert comes, no one can threaten him. Let's go. After making the vow, Shenmue called out to Yao Chun. Not now. Are you trying to renege? Shenmue's expression changed drastically, and he asked warily, I said I'd let you go, but I didn't say when. Yao Chun said, I have something to take care of now, and you have to come with me. I'll send you out after I'm done. I refused. Shenmu said angrily. You have no right to refuse. Yao Chan said to the beast behind him. Keep a close eye on him. If he dares to run, kill him on the spot. Yes. The beasts nodded in agreement. Then, Yao Chan transformed into his true form, which turned out to be a giant silver lion that was several meters long and 4 or 5 meters tall. With a push from its 4 claws, it stretched out its wings, several meters long, and soared into the air, disappearing into the sky. The wind generated by Yao Chen's takeoff was so strong that it turned the scene into a sandstorm, and Shenmu was blown back several steps. Even after Yao Chen left, Shenmu still dared not make any rash moves. After all, the other side had a large number of people and was powerful. No, it should be that there are many beasts. Those few demonic beasts that transformed into humans alone were already beings that Shenmu couldn't afford to offend. But at the same time, Shenmu suddenly realized a problem. Why did they come here in such a grand manner? Glancing at the beasts staring intently at him, Shenmu cautiously asked, Where has your beast king been? What's it to you? The beasts snorted coldly, seemingly having no goodwill toward humans. Seeing that his inquiries were fruitless, Shenmu pursed his lips and decided not to bother making a fool of himself. System, what should I do now? Shenmu silently asked himself. Let's wait and see. Upon hearing this, Shenmu nearly went berserk. The answer was far too perfunctory. If I die, it won't do you any good. Aren't you still alive? These words completely shattered Shenmu's defenses, as if delivering a heavy blow to his most vulnerable spot. Fuck you. What did you say? In his excitement, Shenmu forgot about the beasts around him and swore. As a result, it immediately attracted the attention of all the beasts. Upon seeing the ferocious beasts with their gaping maws, Shenmu immediately cowered and chuckled sheepishly. It's nothing, I was just talking to myself. Behave yourself, or we'll eat you up. A vulture issued a warning, its eyes gleaming with a hint of longing. If it weren't for the king's order, it would have already eaten this human. Shenmu felt deeply aggrieved, never expecting that he, the dignified city lord, would fall into such a predicament. What a terrible city lord he is. This is so frustrating. Since accepting the position of city lord, it seems there hasn't been a single day of peace. It's either this or that. It's either this person or that person who wants to kill me. Sometimes Shenmu really felt tired. Just as he was internally complaining, a loud, beastly roar echoed through the valley. Then Yao Chen's enormous body reappeared, and after a few breaths, it landed directly on the ground and transformed into human form. Gentlemen, I believe I have found the entrance. Let's proceed. Yes. The spirit beasts let out excited roars, which almost deafened Shenmu. You come with me. Before Shenmu could react, Yao Chen transformed into his true form again, grabbing Shenmu in his forepaws as easily as an eagle snatching a chick. Then Yao Chen spread its wings again and flew into the sky. Chapter 94, Humiliation, 7th Update. Shenmu felt like dying. For the first time, he felt like prey and a sense of powerlessness, as if his life and death were not in his own hands, welled up in his heart. Strength. I need strength. One day, I'll chop off your front paw and roast it. Shenmu silently made a vow in his heart. At this moment, Shenmu's desire for power was stronger than ever before. Whether living in a past life or another world, the law of the jungle is absolutely the only constant. If you're not strong enough, you'll be at the mercy of others, like fish on a chopping board. The feeling of having your fate in someone else's hands is absolutely awful. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Side quest. Cut off the forepaws of the Beast King, Yao Chen, and roast them. Task time limit, within 1 year. Quest reward. Random Ice-type awakening skill. Activates mind state. Task penalty. Inner demons are born. Random negative status effects. And the countdown to the Supreme City quest is shortened by 30 days. Inner demons? Can this really create inner demons? Because Yao Chen's actions have hurt the host's self-esteem, the host must avenge this. Otherwise, a demon will be born. What will happen then? If the inner demon is not overcome, the host's strength will not improve, and the host will suffer from the torment of the inner demon every day. At best, the mind will work slowly and be confused. At worst, the host will become mentally disordered and lose control of their behavior. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu said speechlessly, "Speak like a human. You'll either become an idiot or a madman. Holy crap, this is outrageous. Therefore, host, you must defeat Yao Chun within 1 year and roast and eat its forepaws." After hearing this, Shen Mu almost cried. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? How could you give me such a task? Defeating a peak-level breaking mountain realm expert in just 1 year? That's no joke. Many people never reach this level in their entire lives. The system is really talking without any sense of the pain. The punishment for completing the mission is only to encourage the host to actively complete the mission." Shen Mu had heard this sentence more than once. "It's just a load of nonsense. You're not trying to motivate me. You're trying to kill me." "Host, please don't say that. This system has absolutely no such intention." The system's ability to lie through its teeth is so masterful that Shen Mu has no choice but to admit defeat. At this moment, Yao Chun stopped flying forward and instead rushed downward. Just as it was about to hit the ground, it loosened its front paws and Shen Mu was thrown out. "Thump! You son of a bitch! Do you want my life?" Shen Mu clutched his back and couldn't help but groan. Shen Mu swore that this was definitely the most tragic day of his life. Yao Chun gave a cold snort, too lazy to pay any attention. "One day, I'll cut off all 4 of your legs. One will be steamed, one will be braised, one will be stewed, and one will be grilled with cumin." "What did you say?" Yao Chun asked, frowning, after hearing Shen Mu mutter in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu immediately shut his mouth and said nothing more. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. A wise person knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Ouch, that hurts like hell. Then, the beasts arrived one after another. "King, what should we do?" "According to what I learned from Yao Lai, to obtain this ancestor's inheritance, one must undergo a test. Once inside, all of you must obey my orders and absolutely must not act on your own." "Yes." "Are they going to enter some kind of secret realm?" Shen Mu gleaned some information from their conversation. Then, Yao Chun slowly walked to a waterfall not far away and took out a purple bone token from his pocket. After a few breaths, the ground began to tremble slightly. Immediately, all the beasts became very nervous and kept looking around. Then, the waterfall begins to split, gradually revealing a stone gate covered with moss and wild grass. But one could still vaguely see ancient characters carved on it. Yao Lai really didn't lie to me. Upon seeing this, Yao Chun was overjoyed. Then he turned around and said, "Those who have taken human form, come in with me. The rest of you, stay outside and guard the area. You come in with me too." Yao Chun said, pointing at Shen Mu. Shen Mu's face clearly showed his refusal. "No way, I'll just wait for you outside. I can't run away anyway." "Ah, do you really think I'm a fool?" Yao Chun's eyes gleamed with wisdom. "If we all go in, these soul fusion-level spirit beasts outside won't be able to stop you at all." Chapter 95, Yao Chun's Intentions. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu's face turned ugly. His little scheme had been exposed. From the beginning until now, he has never revealed his strength and thought that Yao Chun would lower his guard. But I never expected that he could see through it. In the end, Shen Mu was dragged in by Yao Chun against his will. Behind the stone gate was a long passageway with jade stones like luminous pearls embedded in the walls, emitting a faint glow. This allows one to barely see the surrounding environment. At the end of the passageway was a huge palace, filled with countless gold and silver treasures, and piles of spirit stones. Although the orcs don't have much use for these things, they have a penchant for collecting them. Upon seeing this wealth, Shen Mu's eyes widened instantly. If it weren't for the presence of Yao Chun and other beasts, he probably would have swept the place clean and stored it in his black rock ring. Boom! Suddenly, the passageway that Shen Mu and his group had used to get there closed. The palace suddenly became an enclosed space. Upon seeing this, the beasts were filled with panic. Yao Chun quickly reassured them, "Don't panic. It must be that the predecessor of this tomb wants to test us." "Who are you all?" At that moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly came from inside the hall. "This junior is the Beast King of the current generation of the Broken Sky Beast clan. Greetings, senior." Yao Chun dared not be presumptuous and quickly bowed from afar. Your talent is indeed impressive, but how did the title of Beast King end up in the Lion Clan? The aged voice carried a hint of doubt. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen's heart tightened. His eyes darted around, as if he was thinking of something to say. In response to your question, Senior, our beast race has encountered a formidable enemy. Most of the former Beast King Yao Lai's clan perished in the Great War, and the only remaining member of the royal bloodline is now missing. I originally intended to wait until I found the royal bloodline before supporting him to become king. But the Beastmen cannot be without a leader for even a day. Therefore, I, a junior, have dared to assume the responsibility of the Beast King. Once I have found the royal bloodline, I will abdicate and pass the throne to a worthy successor. Yao Chen's words were so airtight that someone unaware of the truth might easily be misled by them. Unfortunately, Shenmu knew perfectly well that he was completely distorting the truth. According to Zissou, the chaos among the Beastmen was entirely caused by Yao Chen. Furthermore, his intention in finding the little prince was not to support him as king, but rather to eliminate him completely, so that he can secure his position as the Beast King. But at this moment, how could Shenmu dare to reveal the truth? If he angered Yao Chen, he might lose his life. How could this be? The old voice said angrily. Then what is your purpose in coming here today? Before Brother Yao Lai left, he told me that when the beast race encounters a crisis, they can seek help from the ancestral tomb. If they can obtain the inheritance, they will surely be able to solve their current problems. Please, ancestor, bestow upon me the inheritance so that I may break through my cultivation level and then break the restrictions to enter the human world and reclaim my royal bloodline. Yao Chen said earnestly, his eyes filled with intense longing. Upon hearing these words, Shenmu was immediately horrified. Unexpectedly, he wanted to break through his cultivation level and then break the restriction. If the restriction is truly broken, Tianxin City will lose this natural barrier, and there will never be peace again. We must not let him succeed. Shenmu became secretly on guard. We must find a way to sabotage it. That restriction was unbreakable even in my prime. So what can you do? The old voice said with a hint of melancholy. Senior, times have changed. After thousands of years of erosion, the restriction is not as strong as it used to be. As long as I can break through my cultivation level, I believe I can break the restriction, find a royal bloodline, and revive the Broken Sky Beast Clan. After Yao Chen finished speaking, the aged voice did not reappear. None of the beasts or Shenmu dared to speak. They simply waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, the aged voice appeared again. Very well, but who is this human? Chapter 96, Exposing the Truth, Second Update. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen was overjoyed and quickly explained, Senior, please don't be offended. Although this child is human, he knows the whereabouts of the royal bloodline. In this urgent situation, I have no choice but to take him with me for the time being. Oh, you know about my descendants? Immediately, a powerful pressure descended upon Shenmu. Like a jack, it pressed down on Shenmu so hard he almost knelt down. Shenmu was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. I never imagined that this spirit beast, which had been dead for thousands of years, would still possess such abilities with just a single true spirit. Reporting to Senior, this humble one certainly knows and would not dare to lie. Despite the pressure, Shenmu forced out these words through gritted teeth. Immediately, the pressure vanished, and Shenmu lost his balance, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Damn it, I'm so frustrated today. They are oppressed and bullied everywhere. Kumein. Rumble. In the very center of the main hall, another passageway appeared, but it was not the one Shenmu and the others had entered through. Yao Chen pulled Shenmu along, followed by a group of beasts, and together they stepped into the tunnel. After walking about 100 meters, a much larger hall appeared before them. The wealth piled up there, along with all sorts of rare herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts, were like small mountains. The light it emitted was so bright that everyone could hardly open their eyes. In the very center of the main hall, there's a blue stone door. The characters carved on it were similar to those on the stone gate outside the waterfall, and it faintly exuded a sense of oppression. Seeing such a scene for the first time, One can imagine the shock Shenmue felt. What does it mean to be richer than a country? This is what you call being richer than a country. If we could obtain all of this, the rise of Tianqin City would no longer be a dream. Although Yao Chun was also tempted by these things, what tempted him even more was strength. So he kept staring at the blue stone door, his face full of longing. Come in here yourself. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun was overjoyed and said to the beasts, You all watch over this kid. I'll go in myself. Yes, your majesty. Then, Yao Chun strode forward and headed straight for the stone gate. At this moment, Shenmue had no mind to think about this wealth anymore. The most urgent task now is to prevent Yao Chun from entering the stone gate, because once he goes in, he will inevitably break through his cultivation level. Once you break through to a higher realm, the restrictions will become extremely vulnerable. Once the restrictions are lifted, Tianqin City will be finished. With such great ambition, Yao Chun could never be content to be just a broken sky beast king. Shenmue was extremely conflicted. In fact, the best way was to just say the truth out loud. But there are risks involved. What if Yao Chun gets angry and kills him? If I don't say, System, is there any way to help me escape? Even just moving me out of the cemetery would be helpful. If you want to teleport too far, you don't have enough faith points, but if you just want to move out of the graveyard, you have enough, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Shenmue steeled his resolve and made a decision. At worst, I can just run away as soon as I get out. Anyway, those soul fusion level spirit beasts outside can't stop me. If the tomb owner knew the truth, he would certainly not let Yao Chun leave so easily. Perhaps it's not impossible for me to escape alive. I can't worry about that anymore. Immediately, Shenmue shouted to stop them, Wait. The sound startled all the beasts. Even Yao Chun, who was walking towards the stone gate, stopped in his tracks, turned around and said angrily, What's wrong with you? Shenmue completely ignored him and instead said loudly, Senior Beastman, I want to tell you a fact. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly rebuked, Shut up. Oh, what fact? Yao Chun tried to stop it, but it was too late. Yao Chun is lying to you. Something did happen to the Beast Clan, but it wasn't an invasion by an external enemy. Instead, Yao Chun launched a rebellion for the Beast King's throne and, relying on the Beast King's trust, personally killed him and the entire clan. Besides, Yao Chun is currently sending his men to hunt down the former Beast King's son. Upon learning that the young prince had escaped the barrier, he came here seeking a breakthrough to shatter the barrier, then completely eliminate the threat and secure his position as Beast King. You're talking nonsense. Senior, you mustn't believe him. At this moment, Yao Chun panicked. In fact, with his strength, he was not afraid of the tomb owner at all. Although it was extremely powerful in life, it has been dead for many years now, with only a wisp of its soul remaining, at most comparable to Yao Chun in strength. What Yao Chun fears is that once the tomb owner becomes suspicious of him, the inheritance will not be so easy to obtain. How could he be willing to let everything he had carefully planned be ruined by Shenmue's few words? Shut up, the old voice roared, then asked, How can I believe you? Shenmue knew that the other party was asking him a question. Chapter 97, The Tomb Owner, Third Update. How can I prove it? How do you want me to prove it? What proof do I have? Shenmue was speechless for a moment, just as he was about to say believe it or not. The system suddenly said, Host, show him your strength. Shenmue was stunned for a moment, then cursed inwardly. Show off your strength? To scare him? Are you out of your mind? You think my soul fusion stage strength can frighten him? What kind of time is this to be so childish? If you don't believe me, you'll bear the consequences, the system said coldly. Upon hearing this, Shenmue was filled with doubt once again. Could it be that the system really had a special purpose? Well, let's try anything, even if it's a long shot. Immediately, spiritual energy surged out from Shenmue's body, rippling continuously across his skin. And the ice attribute is flowing and converging wildly. Attribute Source Master? So what if you're an Attribute Source Master? Does that mean you can turn black into white? Yao Chun said with a face full of disdain. Immediately, he said loudly, Senior, this human brat is definitely trying to expose the relationship between my beast race. It's all my fault for being foolish and bringing him into the tomb. Please judge my anger. Snap. It sounded like a slap. Immediately, Yao Chun covered his face, looking utterly astonished. "Senior, what's wrong?" The aged voice ignored him and instead said to Shen Mu, "Human, come in." Click, click, click. The blue stone door slowly opened, revealing a passage. Shen Mu was somewhat incredulous. What was going on? He didn't think the other party was intimidated by his identity as an attribute source master. Being intimidated by the strength of the soul fusion stage is utter nonsense. Shen Mu was truly baffled. "Host, go inside." Why not escape? Why go back in? Despite his doubts, Shen Mu ultimately chose to trust the system. Shen Mu jogged towards the blue stone gate. He dared not dawdle, lest another accident occur and he would be left with nothing but tears. When passing by Yao Chun, Shen Mu deliberately kept a distance, afraid that Yao Chun would take his anger out on him. Yao Chun did have this thought in his mind, but he didn't dare to. Firstly, he poses no threat to the tomb owner. If the tomb owner truly wants to protect Shen Mu, his intervention would be futile. Secondly, it's because he has no idea what the situation is, so he doesn't want to break off relations unless absolutely necessary. Soon, Shen Mu stepped into the stone gate, which then slowly closed. The beasts were left bewildered, and Yao Chun was filled with resentment. Hateful. Yao Chun wished he could devour Shen Mu whole. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Shen Mu in. Even if Shen Mu escapes, it's still better than ruining my plans. Besides, it wouldn't be so easy for Shen Mu to escape this vast broken sky mountain range in a short time. What a blunder. At this moment, a spirit beast said, "Your Majesty, don't be anxious. It's impossible for a human to obtain the inheritance." Hearing this, Yao Chen's expression softened slightly. But I still felt uneasy. He was terrified that if the old ancestor believed Shen Mu's words, his plan would be ruined. Shen Mu followed the passage and walked all the way in, soon arriving at a secret room that was several hundred square meters in size. On the high platform in the center of the secret chamber stood a giant beast. But the behemoth had long since lost its flesh and blood, leaving only a stark white skeleton. Each bone was the size of Shen Mu's body. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the tomb owner. Boy, tell me everything you know. If you dare to utter a single falsehood, you'll face the consequences. At that moment, the aged voice rang out again. Shen Mu's expression turned serious. He dared not hide anything and told Su everything she had told him. Damn it, I never expected Yao Chun to be so ruthless. After listening, the old man's voice was clearly filled with extreme anger. Immediately, the tomb owner's voice rang out from the main hall outside. "Yao Chun, you dare to annihilate my clan. You're courting death." A powerful pressure instantly swept towards Yao Chun, and the spiritual energy in the hall began to gather wildly, forming a huge vortex. Immediately afterwards, a layer of solid ice began to form on the entire hall, and the temperature instantly dropped to 0 degrees Celsius. Seeing this, Yao Chun knew something was wrong. Awakening skill, dimensional escape. Yao Chun didn't dare to linger and quickly used the same spatial technique that had teleported Shen Mu here before. Then, dragging the beasts, he jumped into the black hole and disappeared into the hall. Sigh, he still managed to get away. That aged voice rang in Shen Mu's ears once again. Shen Mu knew who he was referring to, and then asked in confusion, "How was Yao Chun able to escape from your grasp? If I were still alive, I could crush him with a single finger. Unfortunately, I've been dead for thousands of years, and my strength is now less than 1/10 of what it used to be. I have no way to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Shen Mu dared not say anything more. Do you know why I believe you? Chapter 98, The Secret Behind the Inheritance, 4th update. This was precisely the question that puzzled Shen Mu. Why? Because I sense the presence of my descendant in you, and he seems to have accepted you. So you are not a villain. After listening, Shen Mu suddenly understood. He suddenly remembered that when he first saw that beast egg, he fed it moonwood spirit liquid. It was for this reason that the life within the beast egg separated a wisp of its soul imprint and attached itself to itself. The system also said at the time that this was a recognition of its own performance. It's likely that the tomb's occupant sensed the aura of this wisp of soul imprint. Thinking of this, Shen Mu secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. As far as he knew, Anyone capable of such a feat must possess extremely high strength. The owner of this tomb must have been a powerful figure in life. Boy, if you grant me one request, I will give you all my treasures and inheritance. After a long silence, the tomb owner suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Shenmu was also taken aback. It would be understandable if he were to be given the wealth and treasures he had outside. But he's not a beast man, so how can he accept the inheritance? Senior, I am not a beast man. How can I accept the inheritance? Who told you that the legacy can only be passed down to the beast race? The tomb owner retorted. Shenmu was taken aback again, then overjoyed and said, whatever your conditions are, as long as it's within my power, I will certainly agree. Judging from your talent, you are an outstanding individual even among humans. I want you to protect my descendant until he is able to return and reclaim the throne of the Beast King. Are you willing? After listening, Shenmu was somewhat moved. Ultimately, no matter how powerful he was during his lifetime, he was still an elder. Everything I think and do is for the sake of future generations. He probably didn't want the bloodline of the Beast King clan to end, and he certainly didn't want anyone to usurp his throne. For that reason alone, he deserves Shenmu's respect. Rest assured, Senior, I swear on my soul that I will do everything in my power to protect the little prince and help him return in the future to reclaim the throne of the Beast King. Shenmu assured him that once the soul oath was made, it could not be violated in the slightest. Otherwise the soul would be immediately scattered. Good. The tomb owner's aged voice clearly carried a hint of excitement. As soon as the words were spoken, the giant beast skeleton began to emit a dazzling light, which slowly converged towards its head. It then condensed into a small ball of light the size of a glutinous rice ball and shot straight towards Shenmu's head. Seeing this, Shenmu tensed up and instinctively tried to dodge. Relax and don't resist. At this moment, the voice of the tomb owner rang in Shenmu's ears again. Upon hearing this, Shenmu chose to stop resisting. After the ball of light entered Shenmu's head, it formed a series of images that were imprinted in his mind. The inheritance is actually a memory? Shenmu asked with slight surprise. That's right, this involves the past of the Broken Sky Mountains. If you can obtain this secret, I believe it will bring you tremendous benefits. After digesting the memories, Shenmu was overjoyed. If what the tomb owner said is true, then he has obtained an extraordinary opportunity this time. However, I warn you, if you don't have the strength of at least the peak of the Breaking Mountain realm, don't even think about touching it. Shenmu's expression turned slightly serious, and he nodded earnestly. The tomb owner's words were certainly not alarmist. He had no reason to deceive himself. However, Shenmu still had a question in his mind. Your strength back then must have already surpassed the peak of the Breaking Mountain realm. So why didn't you go and obtain this inheritance yourself? Even years after its death, the tomb owner was still as strong as Yao Chun, which shows how powerful he was in life. How do you know I didn't go? The tomb owner continued. Although I didn't obtain that secret, it greatly enhanced my strength. Otherwise, the Broken Sky Beast clan would have been wiped out long ago. Shenmu nodded in agreement, realizing to himself that this was how it was. However, another question suddenly occurred to him. Then why don't you tell this secret to your descendants, so that they can strengthen the Skybreaker Beast clan? The tomb owner sneered. Ever since that person set up the restriction, the entire Broken Sky Mountain range has been sealed off, and spiritual energy has been scarce and elements have become rare. Like a great river whose flow has been interrupted, it has become increasingly difficult for the people of the clan to break through their cultivation levels. Before I died, I decreed that anyone who breaks through to the peak of the Breaking Mountain realm may come to my tomb and receive my inheritance. But to everyone's surprise, no one came for so many years. Finally, Yao Chen arrived, only to find he was a traitor. Shenmu could tell from his words that everything that happened today seemed to be related to the person who placed the restriction back then. Who was that person? Why did they place a restriction to seal off the Broken Sky Mountain range? His reason was to prevent our race from invading human territory and affecting human survival. But I feel that things are not that simple. Perhaps his purpose is related to that secret. The tomb owner spoke softly, his tone filled with doubt and disbelief. The reason I don't reveal this secret is that I don't want my clansmen to die before they reach the peak of the breaking mountain rank. This secret was passed down orally from generation to generation of Beast Kings. It must have been this current Beast King who leaked it, which is why a traitor like Yao Chun coveted it. Check-in. Chapter 99, Escape, 5th Update. Young man, you must understand that there is no distinction between races in this world. Only differences between hearts, the Tomb Master said. I hope you will treat the Broken Sky Beast Clan kindly in the future. There is no difference in race, only in the heart. Upon hearing this, Shun Mu was deeply shaken and couldn't help but murmur repeatedly. All right, my wishes have been fulfilled. It's time for me to rest in peace. The deceased's tone seemed somewhat melancholy, yet at the same time conveyed a sense of relief. Senior, you can take everything in the tomb. Then on the left side of the first main hall, there's a phoenix wall carving. Tap it 3 times, and a passage will appear that leads directly to the back of the tomb. After you leave, flee eastward as fast as you can. After about 100 miles, you'll be out of the restricted area. You've ruined Yao Chen's plans this time, and he definitely won't let you off easily. That's all I can do to help you. The rest is up to you. But don't forget your promise. Shenmu said with genuine gratitude. Senior has helped me a great deal. Please rest assured. I will never forget what I promised you. Okay, you should leave now. This place will collapse in 15 minutes. I need to sleep. Upon hearing this, Shun Mu felt an indescribable sadness in his heart, and he bowed deeply to the giant beast skeleton. Farewell, Senior. In order to pass on this secret, the tomb owner preserved a trace of his true spirit for thousands of years, and he must be nearing the end of his life. If no one comes to inherit the legacy, he probably won't be able to hold on for long before his soul completely dissipates. Shenmu's appearance can only be described as preordained. After saying that, Shenmu didn't linger and quickly turned to walk outside. At this point, all the doors to the passageways from which we came were open. After Shenmu walked out of the cyan stone gate, he quickly stuffed all the valuables in the hall into his black rock ring. After collecting them, Shenmu didn't have time to count them carefully before continuing to run outside. The same process was repeated in the first main hall. At this moment, nearly 3/4 of the space inside the black rock ring had been occupied. Fortunately, there was enough space, otherwise we might have left behind a lot of treasures. Following the instructions of the tomb owner, Shenmu found the phoenix wall carving on the left and tapped it 3 times. Boom! Click, click, click. The wall carving began to embed itself, moved backward, and then disappeared into the wall to the left. At this point, the area behind the wall carving had become a secret passage, just wide enough for one person to walk through. After walking for about 10 minutes, we finally saw the exit with light shining through. The exit is located behind a small slope, and the entrance is overgrown with plants, making it impossible to detect from the outside that it is an entrance. Mission issued. Main quest. Conceal your whereabouts as much as possible and escape the Broken Sky Mountains to the east. Task reward. I have insight upgrade. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City quest shortened by 30 days. Upon hearing this, Shenmu dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately fled eastward. He hadn't been gone long when he heard a loud crash of a building collapsing behind him. Shenmu couldn't help but look back, then continued to run faster forward, because he understood that Yao Chun was probably about to start hunting him down. On the other side, after escaping from the tomb, Yao Chun stayed at the exit. He refused to believe that Shun Mu could hide inside forever. But after waiting for a long time, Shun Mu still didn't come out. Just as he was trying to figure out a solution, the entire tomb suddenly collapsed, leaving Yao Chun completely stunned. Immediately, he realized what was happening and knew he was in trouble. That kid must have already received the inheritance. You two relay my order. All beastmen must hunt down this human brat with all their might, even if it means turning the Broken Sky mountain range upside down. Find him. Yes. The rest of you beasts, follow me. Immediately, Yao Chun transformed into his true form, spread his wings, and soared into the sky, chasing after the east. He wasn't stupid. The nearest restricted exit to this place was in the east. Therefore, he guessed that there was a very high chance that Shun Mu would flee eastward. He understood even more clearly that if he didn't find Shen Mu quickly, once he stepped out of the restriction, even he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Chapter 100, The Running Plan, 6th Update. Shenmue dared not relax for a moment and sped eastward. After he had traveled for a while, the roars of beasts echoed throughout the broken sky mountain range. At this moment, he realized that Yao Chun had probably begun to pursue him. Boy, you won't escape the broken sky mountains. Suddenly, Yao Chun's furious roar echoed in the sky. Shenmue couldn't tell where the sound was coming from, but he knew that Yao Chun would catch up soon. After all, his strength was 2 whole levels higher than mine, and he was also a flying spirit beast. My walking speed is nowhere near that of the other person. System, what should we do? Host, the items in the cine shop have been refreshed. Perhaps you'll find what you need. Upon hearing this, Shenmue quickly opened the cine shop, and sure enough, 3 more items appeared inside. Invisibility Talisman. After use, the user's form becomes invisible, and their aura disappears completely. The effect lasts for 1 hour and can only be used once per day. Price, 1,000 credit points. Beast God's Horn. Briefly stuns the opponent for 5 breaths. Only effective against beast men. Each horn can only be used 5 times. Price, 1,000 faith points. Exploding Yuan Fruit. Increases one's spiritual power by 10 upon use. The effect is stackable and lasts for 1 hour. Price, 200 faith points. After reading it, Shenmue was overjoyed. This is truly a timely help. Without saying a word, Shenmue immediately bought an invisibility talisman and tore it open. Then, the body began to fade away, and the aura completely disappeared. Seeing this, Shenmue finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't dare waste any time and quickly started running again. This invisibility talisman is good, but its effect can only last for 1 hour, and it can only be used once a day. If we don't take this opportunity to escape now, once the invisibility talisman wears off, we might not even be able to run away. According to the tomb owner, the tomb is about 100 li away from the eastern exit. Shenmue has been running for a while now, and estimates that he is still 70 or 80 miles away from the exit. Whether we can arrive in an hour is another matter. For the next hour, Shenmue was in a safe situation, so he ran eastward without regard for anything else. They didn't stop at all, but in the blink of an eye, an hour was about to pass. Shenmue estimated that he was still at least 10 miles away from the exit. System, how far can I teleport if I run out of faith points? About 5 li. No, what are we going to do about the remaining 5 miles? Shenmue gazed at the flying spirit beasts that were constantly circling in the sky. I'm very worried. Within this hour, all the spirit beasts in the Broken Sky mountain range had become enraged. Therefore, both the sky and the land are filled with all kinds of mythical beasts. If Shenmue dares to show himself, he will probably be discovered immediately. With Yao Chen's speed, he could appear in just a few minutes. Faced with a spirit beast of the Breaking Mountain rank, Shenmue had only one path: death. Host, the invisibility talisman only has 1 minute left to last. Shenmue ignored him completely. After putting a spirit restoration tablet into his mouth, spiritual power burst out again. With the support of spiritual energy, Shenmue's pace quickened. It was impossible for Shenmue not to be nervous. His forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. He had no choice but to run. Now all he can do is gamble. Gamble that he won't be discovered so quickly, and that Yao Chan won't be able to get here so fast. As he ran, Shenmue suddenly realized that his figure was gradually becoming solid. It's over. The invisibility talisman's duration is up. After a few breaths, Shenmue's body was completely exposed to the world, and his aura began to emanate in all directions. It's that kid. Suddenly, a spirit beast in the sky spotted Shenmue's trail, raised its head, and let out a deafening roar. Upon hearing this roar, all the spirit beasts in the Broken Sky mountain range immediately went berserk. Not far away, Yao Chen's eyes lit up. Where do you think you're going to run to? He then spread his wings and sped toward the roar. At this moment, Shenmue was extremely flustered. Now he can vaguely see a curtain of light reaching to the sky in the distance, emitting a pale, yellow glow. That must be the restriction. However, it is estimated that it is still 7 or 8 miles away from the light curtain. Despite his inner panic, Shenmue maintained his pace. He used almost every ounce of his strength. If this were his past life, with his speed, marathons and sprints would be nothing to him. Shen Mu understood that as long as Yao Chun didn't appear, there was still a chance. Several minutes later, Shen Mu got closer and closer to the light screen. But suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky behind. "Boy, prepare to die." Without even turning around, Shen Mu knew who it was. Host is now facing a life-threatening situation. Do you wish to clear your information points and use the custom teleportation function? Can it be transmitted directly outside the barrier? No, we're still 500 meters short. Then let's wait a little longer, Shen Mu said, glancing back as he ran. Checked in. Chapter 101, Yao Chen's Furious Outburst. At this moment, Yao Chen was rushing towards him at full speed, and it probably wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for them to have close contact. Seeing this, Shen Mu once again exerted all his strength and quickened his pace. Meanwhile, he silently counted the numbers. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. System teleport. With a furious shout, Shen Mu vanished on the spot. Bang! The moment Shen Mu disappeared, Yao Chen's enormous beastly body smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Hateful! Seeing that Shen Mu was not under his claws, Yao Chen was furious and charged forward again. Shen Mu, who was teleported, instantly appeared 5 miles away. At this moment, he was less than 100 meters away from the sky-reaching light curtain, as if he could reach it. Shen Mu didn't dare to linger for even a moment, and took another step forward, rushing towards the light screen. Boy, I will tear you to pieces. Behind them, Yao Chen's roar echoed throughout the entire canyon, and just hearing the sound was enough to send chills down one's spine. Shen Mu completely ignored him, not to show off, but because he was too tired and had no energy to respond. As they got closer and closer to the light screen, Yao Chen behind them was also getting closer and closer. The speed of the mountain-breaking rank spirit beast was far beyond Shen Mu's imagination. 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Bang! Just as Yao Chen was about to grab Shen Mu in his claws, he crashed straight into an ice wall. Although the ice wall was shattered by Yao Chen in less than a breath, it was precisely because of this brief delay that he once again created some distance between himself and Shen Mu. At this moment, Shen Mu was already standing in front of the light screen, panting heavily. However, he did not step over it, but turned around and looked at Yao Chen not far away. Yao Chen, I'll remember this grudge. Recalling the humiliation of today, Shen Mu was filled with rage. If I weren't weak, how could I have been bullied by this beast? Human, let's compromise. If you tell me about your inheritance, I will not only let you leave peacefully, but also give you much wealth that humans crave. How about it? At this moment, Yao Chen dared not make any rash moves. If Shen Mu stepped out of the restriction, he would probably lose his chance to inherit the legacy again. You've got a clever plan, using some of your useless trash to exchange for a legacy. Shen Mu sneered. But Yao Chen didn't dare to get angry at all. Instead, he patiently persuaded, that's the heritage of my beast race. It's useless for a human like you to have it, isn't it? Who told you that inheritance is only useful for beast men? Shen Mu smiled wickedly. What? Yao Chen only knew that the inheritance was a tremendous opportunity, but he didn't know what the contents of the inheritance actually were. He had always thought that the inheritance was only useful for the beast men. But now, listening to what this kid is saying, could it be that inheritance is also useful for humanity? Thinking of this, Yao Chen panicked. If you just tell me about the inheritance, I will agree to any condition you set. With no other options, Yao Chen had no choice but to give in. This inheritance is related to whether he can break through his current level and reach new heights. It is of utmost importance to him. If I could obtain it, I would gladly give up my position as Beast King. Oh, really? Shen Mu asked with a playful smile. Nature. Seeing that Shen Mu's tone had softened, Yao Chen was overjoyed. Then commit suicide. I will pass this legacy on to the beast race. In the future, the beast race will surely remember your selfless act of kindness. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage and roared, Kid, you dare to play me for a fool. I'm just messing with you. What can you do about it? Shen Mu couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling incredibly happy. The grievances I suffered throughout the day finally found some release. Looking at Yao Chen's exasperated yet helpless expression, Shenmu felt only one word. Awesome. Damn it. D. After saying that, Yao Chen pounced on Shenmu. If this pounce hits, Shenmu will likely be reduced to ashes. But he wasn't worried at all. Just as Yao Chen was about to pounce on him, Shenmu took a step back and appeared outside the light screen. Bang! Yao Chen's enormous body crashed directly into the light barrier, his head bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Your Eye of Insight has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Shenmu has no time to worry about this matter right now. His mind is entirely on Yao Chen. Yao Chen shook his groggy head and grinned at Shenmu, saying, "You brat, do you dare come in and fight me to the death?" Looking at Yao Chen's menacing appearance, Shenmu suddenly felt that this scene was a bit like being in a zoo in his previous life. No matter how much Shenmu, as a tourist, provoked the beast in the cage, all it could do was bare its teeth, bark, and howl. Chapter 102, Amazing Gains. Do you think I'm stupid? You want me to go in and beat you up again? Shenmu sneered. Or are all of you beastmen all brawn and no brains? You? Yao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could devour Shenmu alive. He was furious that he, a dignified beast king at the Breaking Mountain level, had been so thoroughly mocked. Yao Chen, you just wait. One day I'll come back and cut off all 4 of your legs, then roast them and eat them. Shenmu's smile was somewhat eerie, and even Yao Chen felt uneasy when she saw it. Having said that, Shenmu didn't waste any more words with it and turned to leave. Stop right there. Yao Chen frantically scratched at the barrier from behind, but it was all in vain. Shenmu ignored it and left. As we walked, it gradually got dark. However, Shenmu still hadn't made it out of the canyon area, so he had no choice but to rest there for the night and continue his journey at dawn. Since no spirit beasts of the soul fusion level or above could appear outside the restrictions, he wasn't too worried. Recalling the experience, Shenmu still felt lingering fear. In just one day, he experienced a major battle. They were then teleported into the herd of beasts. Threatened, forced into a tomb, hunted down. One wrong move, and you could be doomed forever. It is truly a stroke of luck that we have escaped death. But this time it wasn't without its benefits. He not only received the most important inheritance of the beastmen, but also countless treasures. Thinking of this, Shenmu remembered that he had fled in such a hurry that he hadn't had time to tally up his spoils. He immediately opened the black rock ring and began to sort it out. It took nearly 2 hours of counting to arrive at a rough total. After finishing the calculation, Shenmu was filled with shock, mixed with a hint of ecstasy. The amount of spirit crystals obtained from this tomb alone is as high as 70 to 80,000. Whether it's alchemy, weapon crafting, or the various materials required by Ray Masters, there are thousands of types. There are also more than 20 rare and precious plants. There are more than 60 beast cores, of which 20 are at the spirit connection level, and the rest are at the soul fusion level. There are about 250 finished pills of the yellow grade, and more than 20 of them of the black grade. Then, there are more than 180 yellow grade spiritual artifacts, and even 15 black grade spiritual artifacts. In addition, there are more than 80 array symbols, of which more than 20 contain awakening skills of spirit realm experts, and the rest are soul fusion realm awakening skills. There is another one, which contains a trapping magic array. If used properly, it will surely play a huge role. Of all these treasures, only a small portion are useful to the beastmen, such as crafting materials, magical artifacts, and array runes. In fact, for the orcs, they were undoubtedly like junk. Shenmu felt that these things must have been collected by the beastmen from humans. Although they're not very useful, they're all kept as treasures. Fortunately, spiritual items do not lose their effectiveness over time. On the contrary, their efficacy increases. If it were an ordinary item, it would probably have been ruined long ago after thousands of years of erosion. Even if all these things combined cannot make Tianxin City's foundation comparable to that of a second-tier main city, they are still insufficient. But compared to a typical level 3 main city, it is undoubtedly more than enough. Even Kang City, which Shenmu visited, is not insurmountable. This single harvest is equivalent to the wealth accumulated by other cities over several generations, or even dozens of generations. There's a saying that's definitely true. Fortune favors the bold. After listing his gains, Shenmue suddenly remembered that his Eye of Insight had been upgraded. He hadn't had time to pay attention before, but now he quickly put his mind to it, and an interface appeared before his eyes. The Eye of Insight. Level, 2nd tier. Function, Level 1. Can investigate basic information about any living being or object. 2nd level. Memory speed is doubled. Photographic memory is unforgettable, and the ability to see through the weaknesses of living beings or objects. After seeing this, Shenmue's eyes lit up. This is practically a superpower. My eyes are almost invincible. They will have an advantage in the future, whether they are learning something or fighting with others. Knowing someone's weaknesses, wouldn't you just crush them? After finally calming down, I realized it was already late at night, and I should have been asleep. However, after reaching the soul fusion stage, sleeping is not actually necessary. A typical soul fusion stage source master can go without sleep for several days without any problems. But as a modern person, Shenmue still prefers to take a nap. However, in this environment, he wouldn't fall into a deep sleep. He would just close his eyes and rest. The next morning, the calls of various birds and animals woke Shenmue up. Nothing major happened that night. Occasionally, one or two spirit beasts would approach, but after sensing Shenmue's strength, they would silently retreat. Shenmue stretched and walked eastward again. Logically speaking, if you keep going in one direction, you should eventually be able to leave the Broken Sky Canyon and enter human territory. As it turned out, his guess was absolutely right. Just before noon, Shenmue finally emerged from the deep mountains, and a huge city appeared before him. Only at this moment did Shenmue's tense heart finally relax. Looking back at the Broken Sky Mountains, he thought, I'll be back sooner or later. Chapter 103, Golden Bell City, 3rd update. It took nearly half an hour to finally reach the city gate from the mountain. The city gate bears the inscription, Golden Bell City. System, how strong is Golden Bell City? Golden Bell City ranks 20th among the level 3 main cities, and its strength far surpasses that of Kang City, the system replied. 20? That's so tall. Upon hearing the ranking, Shenmue was immediately surprised. Unexpectedly, despite both being backed by the Broken Sky mountain range, Jinzhong City's strength far surpasses that of Tianjin City. As the city lord, he felt a little disappointed. So, there are spirit rank experts in Golden Bell City? That's right. The city lord of Golden Bell City is at the ascendant realm of the spirit rank. Besides him, there are other spirit rank experts as well. Upon hearing this, Shenmue secretly began to make plans. A spirit realm expert is not as simple as he imagined. It seems he still needs to keep a low profile. However, when he looked at himself, he instantly realized that he had already been as low-key as he could possibly be. After a day on the run, he was in a terrible state, looking exactly like a refugee. It seems I'll have to prepare 2 sets of clothes and keep them in my black rock ring next time, just in case. Left with no other choice, Shenmue could only straighten his clothes slightly and head towards the city gate. Hey, wait a minute. Where did you come from? Just like last time in Kang City, they were stopped by the city guards again. But having learned from his previous experience, Shenmue had become wiser and understood the importance of dealing with these small fry. Not only will it bring no benefit, it will also expose you to the attention of others. Then, Shenmue slowly approached the city guard and whispered, Brother, I'm from out of town and have come stay with relatives. Could you please do me a favor? After saying that, Shenmue silently handed a low-grade spirit crystal to the city guard. The city guard's eyes lit up, and he pretended to be nonchalant, saying, Go in, but don't cause any trouble. These people who came out to obstruct the operation were simply trying to take advantage of the situation. Since that's the case, it's actually easier to solve. Once inside the city, Shenmue randomly asked someone for the address of the inn. If you want to get the information you need quickly, an inn is undoubtedly a good place. Following directions from the locals, Shenmue arrived at Tonglai Inn, one of the largest inns in the city. Sir, are you here for a stay or just a quick bite? Upon seeing Shenmue enter, the servant greeted him warmly. Although he saw that Shenmue's clothes were somewhat dirty and disheveled, He did not look down on him because of it. As a waiter in an inn in a large city, I have to deal with countless guests every day. Many of these guests may not look like much, but they're actually quite formidable. Over time, the servants learned to be wise and realized that they couldn't judge a book by its cover, or they would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Bring me some food first. Then, Shenmue handed a low-grade spirit crystal to the servant. Seeing this, the servant's eyes lit up, and he quickly took over, saying, "All right, please come with me." Then, the servant led Shenmue upstairs to the second floor, found him a seat near the window, and asked him to sit down. He poured Shenmue a cup of tea and said, "Please have some tea first. The food will be here soon." Shenmue nodded and began to sip his tea. Looking out the window at the bustling streets below, with people coming and going, it was truly a lively and extraordinary sight. This level of prosperity surpasses even that of Kang City. Before long, the servant brought over 3 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of staple food. After he finished setting out the food, he took out 7 gold coins and handed them to Shenmue, saying, "Sir, here's your change." Although low-grade spirit crystals are a common currency, they are not the lowest level of currency. Below the spirit crystals, there are also coins made of gold. 1 low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10 gold coins. This meal only costs 3 gold coins, which is more than enough for the spirit crystals Shenmue gave me earlier. Answer a few questions for me, and this money will be your tip. Upon hearing this, the servant was overjoyed and quickly thanked him, promising, "Sir, please ask whatever you want. I will answer to the best of my knowledge." Driven by money, even the servant changed how he addressed Shenmue. It's no wonder he was so excited. These few gold coins were equivalent to more than half a month's wages for him. How far is this place from Tianxin City? Does Tianxin City even exist? The servant looked puzzled, racking his brains for a long time without finding an answer. Upon hearing this, Shenmue's face immediately turned extremely embarrassed. I didn't expect Tianxin City to have such low profile. It's a level 3 main city, after all. How come it has so little presence? Cough cough, you must know Kang City, right? Seeing the servant's predicament, Shenmue had no choice but to ask in a different way. Anyway, Kang City isn't too far from Tianxin City. If you can get back to the Kang City area, it won't be difficult to get back to Tianxin City. I know Kang City. Kang is about several thousand miles away from here. If we were to travel back by horse, it would probably take at least 10 days. So long. Chapter 104, The Alchemist, 4th update. That's right. If you want it to be faster, there is actually another way, the servant said after thinking for a moment. Shenmue's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "What method? Tell me quickly." The Mercenary Association in the city has a flying spirit beast at the peak of the soul fusion stage. If we can ride it, it might save us a lot of time. Really? Tell me the address quickly. However, I heard that the president of the Mercenary Association has been bedridden recently, and that spirit beast only obeys him. Without his orders, even if I went there, I'm afraid I would return empty-handed. The servant quickly reminded him. Bedridden with illness? Shenmue asked, puzzled. What kind of strength does the Mercenary Association president possess? I heard it's at the spirit rank. At this point, even the servant was trembling a little. After all, that was a very important person. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, cultivators rarely get sick, let alone a spirit communication level expert. Unless he is injured or poisoned. Shenmue frowned. Where is the mercenary guild located? The servant quickly replied, "It's on East City Street. Just ask around there, and you'll find out." Shenmue nodded and then dismissed the servant. He planned to eat something first before going over. Having not eaten for 2 days, Shenmue was indeed quite hungry. After a hearty meal, Shenmue followed the servant's directions and went to the east side of Jinzhong City. After asking around, I found out where the mercenary guild was. Halt! Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. As soon as Shenmue reached the door, he was stopped by several guards. Isn't your mercenary guild a business? Why won't you let us in? Our leader is unwell, so the Mercenary Association will be temporarily suspending all business for the next few days. The guard sized up Shenmue and said coldly, even if the chairman is all right, he won't let a refugee of unknown origin enter easily. Just as Shenmue was about to say something, a wildebeest chariot drove up from a distance. A fair-skinned young man in a silver robe stepped down from in front of the Mercenary Association. Then, he slowly walked towards the Mercenary Guild, glancing at Shun Mu casually as he passed by. That look in his eyes was full of disdain. The guards not only did not stop them, but also bowed and remained silent. Hey, why was he allowed in? Shun Mu asked, his face full of displeasure. He hates being treated differently than most. The guard was about to reprimand him when he saw the silver-robed youth turn around and say disdainfully, Where did you come from? A refugee? How dare you compare yourself to me? Upon hearing this, Shun Mu couldn't help but look himself over, and then said unhappily, You're the refugee. Your whole family are refugees. The silver-robed youth raised an eyebrow, becoming utterly enraged. He hadn't expected that a disheveled refugee would dare to talk back to him. How dare you speak to young Master Zhao Ming like that? Do you know he's an alchemist? The guard's face was grim as he angrily rebuked him. Upon hearing this, the silver-robed youth couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride on his face, seemingly very proud of his identity. An alchemist? Shun Mu was no stranger to this profession. Alchemists were considered among the best of all professions. In the eyes of ordinary people, alchemists are an unattainable existence, because cultivators need elixirs to help them break through quickly. Many powerful individuals dare not offend alchemists and even try to curry favor with them, as this is the only way they can gain greater strength. Therefore, ordinary people should never offend alchemists. If an alchemist wants you dead, he doesn't need to lift a finger. He just needs to give the order, and someone will take your head and claim credit. Shun Mu suddenly realized that the Mercenary Guild leader was seriously ill and must need an alchemist to treat him. Seeing that Shun Mu didn't speak, the silver-robed youth Zhao Ming thought he was scared out of his wits. He sneered, If you're scared, then get lost. If you dare to talk back to me again, I'll break your legs. Shun Mu had no time to pay attention to him, and instead asked the guard, Can anyone who is an alchemist go in? Upon hearing this, both Zhao Ming and the guards were taken aback. The guard then looked Shun Mu up and down and cautiously asked, Could it be that you are also one? The guard was extremely nervous at this moment. If one offends an alchemist because of one's own poor judgment, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm not. After hearing this, the guard visibly relaxed, then rebuked again. Since you're not an alchemist, how dare you cause trouble here? Get out of here. Zhao Ming also stood aside and sneered. But it'll be soon. After saying that, Shun Mu ignored the two of them and turned to leave. Watching Shun Mu's departing figure, the guards and Zhao Ming remained stunned for a long time. I thought he was just a fool, but I didn't expect him to be a madman. Young Master Zhao is right. In their eyes, this refugee must have some mental issues. Are you ready to show off again? Chapter 105, Last Minute Preparation, 5th Update. Shun Mu's idea was actually very simple. Since he wasn't an alchemist, he would become one. But this idea wasn't just a whim. It came from a task the system had just assigned. Main quest: head to the Alchemist Association in Golden Bell City and become an alchemist. Task rewards: 1 random pill recipe, 1 alchemist handbook. Task penalty: random negative status effect, Supreme City Quest countdown shortened by 30 days. Although Shun Mu didn't know how to become an alchemist, since the system could assign him tasks, there must be a solution. After making some inquiries, Shun Mu easily found the Alchemist Association. As soon as I entered, the receptionist greeted me warmly. But when she saw that Shun Mu's clothes were disheveled, she couldn't help but frown slightly, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. But out of professionalism, she maintained her smile and politely asked, My name is Shaoli. May I ask what brings you here? Hello, I'm here to take the alchemist exam. Are you sure? Shaoli looked Shun Mu up and down for a long time before finally uttering these words. No matter how she looked at him, Shun Mu didn't seem like someone who could refine pills. Because alchemists are among the most prestigious professions in the world of emperors. Even alchemy apprentices who haven't yet obtained their alchemy master qualifications will dress themselves up in a glamorous and sophisticated manner. Which alchemist is as disheveled as Shun Mu? Even his white robe was covered in stains and somewhat tattered. What? Is there a problem? Shaoli shook her head and asked in return, The problem is not a problem. But do you know the requirements and procedures for becoming an alchemist? I would like to hear the details. You really don't know? Shally was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. She had only intended to test him casually, but she hadn't expected that this clueless young man would actually know nothing. Before doing something, wouldn't a normal person inquire and prepare in advance? How could someone who knows nothing come here to take the alchemy exam? Your logic is flawed. If I knew the answer, would I be asking you? Shenmu frowned. After listening, Shally rolled her eyes, speechless, but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. To become an alchemist, the prerequisite is that your strength must reach the soul fusion stage. Upon hearing this, Shenmu immediately demonstrated his strength, effectively shutting down Xiao Li's next sentence. She was somewhat surprised, not expecting that this seemingly unreliable kid was actually a soul fusion stage source master. Immediately, she began to put away her contempt. Even if the other party cannot become an alchemist, they're not someone she can easily offend. In addition to that, one must also be proficient in pharmacology. After speaking, she looked at Shenmu again, waiting for his reply. After a long silence, Shenmu finally asked, "Do you have any books on alchemy here?" "Yes, it exists." Halfway through her sentence, Shally suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, "You're not trying to learn this on the spot, are you?" Shenmu nodded, without refuting. After listening, Shally was speechless. It's one thing to come to the alchemist exam unprepared, but to not even understand pharmacology and still try to cram at the last minute? In her opinion, Shenmu wasn't there to test her alchemy skills, but to play with her. If it weren't for the fact that Shenmu was a soul fusion stage source master, she would have already started cursing. "Sir, I advise you not to waste your time." Shenmu interrupted impatiently. "Just tell me where the books are." This woman is so long-winded. Shally looked indignant and pointed to the room on the right. After Shenmu left, she gestured at his retreating figure, saying, "You've been so kind, but you've been treated like dirt. I'll see how you embarrass yourself later." "What did you say?" Shenmu turned around and asked. "I meant, I hope you enjoy reading." The room was filled with mountains of books, each one about alchemy, but most of them only contained basic knowledge. But that's enough. What isn't extracted bit by bit from basic knowledge? Shenmu casually picked up a book that was about 10 centimeters thick and patted off the dust. Cough, cough. How are elixirs made? Looking at the book title, Shenmu suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. Chapter 106, Identifying Medicinal Herbs, 6th update. But he didn't have time to think too much and quickly opened the book to read it. In just 1 hour, Shenmu had memorized most of the books in the room. Since the Eye of Insight was upgraded, memory will no longer be an issue. What he had seen was like something etched into Shenmu's mind, impossible to erase. His results in just 1 hour are probably more effective than many alchemists studying diligently for 10 years. Half an hour later, Shenmu finally came out of the room. It was midday, and the association was sparsely populated. Xiao Li, who was at the front desk, was rubbing her forehead, feeling drowsy. "We can begin." A sound instantly woke Xiao Li up. She instinctively wanted to get up to greet him, but when she saw that the person who came was Shenmu, her face immediately darkened. "Don't you know that disturbing someone's sleep is very impolite? All I know is that you slack off at work and don't seem to have much manners." Xiao Li was furious, but had no words to reply. "I'm all prepared. What's the next step in the exam?" Shenmu didn't want to waste time with her and asked directly. Xiao Li was taken aback, then sneered, "Ready? Come with me." A person who knows absolutely nothing about pharmacology and has to cram at the last minute. They actually said it only took a little over an hour to prepare? Whose intelligence are you insulting? However, Xiao Li felt that since Shenmu was willing to embarrass himself, why should she stop him? She led Shenmu to a closed room and then left. Shenmu was bored and could only wait quietly. After a long while, a middle-aged man in white and a bald old man slowly opened the door and walked in. The old man kept yawning, as if he had just been woken up. After the two took their seats, they looked Shenmu up and down. He frowned and asked, "You want to take the alchemist exam?" "Yes." The beginner alchemist assessment consists of 2 parts: identifying medicinal herbs and refining elixirs. Immediately, the middle-aged man in white took out 3 boxes, white, black, and red, from a storage bag and placed them on the table. Each of the 3 boxes contained several different medicinal herbs. These are 3 sets of materials for refining pills, but 2 of them are incorrect. If you refine the pills according to these materials, the efficacy will not only be greatly reduced, but may also have the opposite effect. The middle-aged man said, "Your task is to find out which two documents are incorrect and point out why. Do you have any questions?" "No." "All right, I'll give you 1 hour. Start the timer now." After speaking, the middle-aged man in white was about to close his eyes to rest for a while when Shun Mu said, "I have finished identifying them." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man thought he was hallucinating and asked again to confirm, "What did you say?" "I said, I've already identified all the medicinal herbs." Shun Mu looked at him and said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in white immediately became wide awake and could no longer fall asleep. He sneered, "Ha, young man, I advise you not to be so impetuous. You only have one chance. If you make a mistake, you won't be allowed to take the alchemist qualification exam again for a year. You should think it through." In his view, there were only two possibilities for Shun Mu to say that he had completed the identification in less than a few breaths. First, he was overconfident in himself, but the more confident he was, the more likely he was to make mistakes. Secondly, he didn't look at it carefully at all. He just wanted to try his luck. I've thought it through very clearly. With just one glance, he had already memorized all the data about the medicinal herbs, including their names, years, origins, effects, contraindications, advantages, and disadvantages. Isn't that clear enough? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in white was speechless for a moment, then too lazy to persuade him any further, and said impatiently, "Then you can start. I want to see what you're capable of." At this moment, even the bald old man next to him looked disdainful. He'd seen plenty of opportunistic and clueless young people like Shun Mu. "Before we examine them, I need to correct one thing. All 3 prescriptions are made with the wrong herbs," Shun Mu said, looking at the 2 of them, each word distinct. "Nonsense." The middle-aged man in white immediately slammed his fist on the table and stood up. "These 3 doses of pills were personally prepared by me. 2 of them were wrong because I deliberately made them wrong. How could all 3 be wrong?" Chapter 107, Sitagarba Flower. As a seasoned alchemist, he was impeccable in both pharmacology and alchemy skills. Shun Mu's actions undoubtedly questioned his professionalism. This is an insult to any alchemist. The old man beside him quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Calm down. Why bother with a brat like this?" He knew the middle-aged man in white's temper all too well. What if the middle-aged man in white got angry and gave Shun Mu a good beating? If word gets out, it won't look good on my reputation. The white-clad, middle-aged man calmed down slightly after the old man intervened, but he still didn't give him a friendly look. "Senior, don't be angry yet. After I explain in detail, you will naturally know that what I said is true. You dare to talk nonsense? I'll beat you up." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in white was once again enraged and slammed his fist on the table. Calm down, calm down." Ignoring the 2, Shun Mu pointed and said to himself, "Let's talk about these white and red boxes first. If I'm not mistaken, these medicinal herbs should be used to refine the Qian Yuan pill and the body tempering pill, right?" The middle-aged man in white remained silent and offered no rebuttal. Because Shun Mu is right. Seeing this, Shun Mu smiled slightly and continued, "However, both of these medicinal materials have flaws. The Qian Yuan pill is missing Jin Yuan grass and golden double leaf. These 2 medicinal herbs can improve the success rate of Qian Yuan Dan and the quality of spiritual power enhancement. If they are lacking, it will be extremely difficult to condense Qian Yuan Dan into a pill. Moreover, even if the pill is successfully formed, the increase in spiritual power will be extremely low. Am I wrong?" Although the middle-aged man in white disliked Shun Mu, he still nodded in agreement. However, the body tempering pill has an extra ingredient called the essence strengthening grass. The original purpose of body tempering is to remove excess impurities from the body, but the function of this essence strengthening grass is to strengthen the foundation and nourish the spirit. The body tempering pills made with this herb not only fail to help users effectively expel impurities from their bodies, but also, instead, it locks those impurities inside the body, preventing them from being released. In that case, the pill completely loses its effect. It's not only useless but also harmful. Shenmue looked at the middle-aged man in white and asked, "Am I right?" Seeing how easily Shenmue pointed out the flaws in the prescription and how accurately he described its defects, the middle-aged man in white had to admit that this kid was quite capable. Even so, he did not agree with Shenmue's theory that all 3 prescriptions were wrong. "You're right, these are the 2 pill formulas I deliberately got wrong. But how do you explain the last one? You are far superior to me, so please allow me to explain in detail." Shenmue smiled slightly, full of confidence. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in white suppressed his anger and said, "Let's see what tricks you can come up with." Even the bald old man looked on with curiosity. "Actually, Senior, you didn't make a mistake with the medicinal herbs." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in white was not pleased, but instead became even angrier. "Since you didn't, then you're admitting that you're talking nonsense?" "The medicinal materials are correct, but the year of production for one of the herbs is wrong." Shenmue remained completely calm and spoke leisurely. Year. That's right. Senior, do you know what the medicinal effects of the Xidigarba flower are?" After saying that, Shenmue slowly took out a black and red flower from among the many medicinal herbs in the black box. The Xidigarba flower can integrate into the meridians and circulate throughout the body, helping to strengthen the meridians and making the absorption of spiritual energy more efficient. The middle-aged man in white was already well-versed in the properties of medicines, and he immediately began to explain. "That's right." Shenmue changed the subject, "but you only know one side of the story." The middle-aged man in white frowned deeply. This was the first time in all these years that someone had questioned him. Is something wrong? The Xidigarba flower mainly grows in misty and miasmatic places, often gathering spiritual energy from the aura of poisonous insects and fierce beasts, and using their excrement as nourishment. However, Xidigarba flowers are highly resistant to toxicity, so most Xidigarba flowers under 50 years old are not poisonous. However, Xidigarba flowers that are over 50 years old inevitably accumulate varying degrees of toxicity due to prolonged exposure to various toxins. The older the flower, the more potent the poison. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in white still didn't understand the truth, but he also felt a sense of unease. Chapter 108, Chui Xing Questions Life, Second Update. If I'm not mistaken, you're trying to refine a meridian expanding pill with this prescription, right? To maintain the same efficacy, either use Xidigarba flowers that are less than 50 years old. If the Xidigarba flowers are older than 50 years, an antidote must be added to neutralize the toxins. Otherwise, if taken, the medicine will penetrate deep into the meridians, inevitably leading to poisoning. In mild cases, it will cause slow improvement in strength due to chronic poisoning, while in severe cases, it will cause immediate death from poisoning. The Xidigarba plant you placed there is probably around 60 years old, and it's full of toxins. Shenmue looked at the middle-aged man in white and said firmly, "How did you know that?" This Xidigarba plant of his is exactly 60 years old and has always been one of his most precious medicinal materials. Seeing that Shenmue spoke logically and persuasively, the middle-aged man in white lost his previous confidence and began to doubt himself. In your association's library, on the 5th bookshelf, the 3rd row from the top, the 6th book from the left, is Pharmacology Basics. It's written on page 36. You can look it up yourself. After hearing what Shenmue said, the two were stunned for a moment, and then the middle-aged man in white immediately burst out of the door. 5 minutes later, he returned, holding an old book in his hand, looking utterly dejected. He muttered to himself, "I was really wrong." Seeing this, the bald old man snatched the book from the middle-aged man's hand and turned to page 36. His expression then kept changing. While reading the book, he also kept glancing at Shenmue. Is this kid a freak? How come he knows such obscure knowledge? And how could he remember the location and contents of the books in the association's library so clearly? "Young man, have you ever been inside our library?" the bald old man asked. "Yes, I went in and looked around for a while at noon." First time here. Hiss. The bald old man couldn't help but gasp. He had only been there once and was already able to know and remember the content of the exam and the location of the books. Is this luck or? Senior, there's no need to blame yourself. The knowledge related to this item is indeed obscure, and it's rare to find a Xidigarba flower that's over 50 years old. because once it contains toxins, it will be eaten by venomous insects and wild beasts, and very little of it will ever reach the outside world. After Shenmu's words of comfort, the middle-aged man in white finally felt somewhat at peace. However, he still felt somewhat ashamed and said, "It's because my skills are lacking. I made a fool of myself. My name is Cui Xing. May I ask how you should address me, young brother?" The middle-aged man in white asked. "You brat, Shenmu." "Brother, Shenmu's knowledge of pharmacology is truly beyond my comprehension. I passed this test." Then, Cui Xing looked at the bald old man and said, "Now that we've mastered the identification of medicinal herbs, all that's left is alchemy. Young brother Shenmu, although you are well-versed in pharmacology, alchemy is not so simple. Are you ready?" At this moment, even the old man's tone towards Shenmu became much more polite. After what just happened, he dared not underestimate Shenmu in the slightest. "Come on, let's get this over with quickly. I'm in a bit of a hurry." Upon hearing this, the bald old man got straight to the point. "Let's use the body-tempering pill you just identified as the test." The body-tempering pill is a beginner-level pill, and its formula is not a secret. Everyone who comes into contact with alchemy can learn the formula for the body-tempering pill from pharmacology books. Although the body-tempering pill is an introductory pill, it is not easy to refine, especially for a novice. He then picked out the extra chi-strengthening herbs and handed the whole box to Shenmu. After receiving the medicinal herbs, Shenmu walked to the back. As soon as he came in, he noticed a furnace topped the size of a human head, which must have been used for alchemy. Having crammed on his knowledge at noon, Shenmu was no stranger to the alchemy process. He used his spiritual power to activate the flames, enveloping the lower half of the alchemy furnace, and then added the medicinal herbs into it one by one in order. After the medicinal herbs had been boiled into a dark green liquid, Shenmu used his spiritual power to shake open the furnace lid. Immediately, spiritual energy surged into the alchemy furnace, completely enveloping the medicinal liquid. Condense. At this moment, the spiritual energy was like a tough, transparent film, within which the medicinal liquid continuously boiled and churned. As Shenmu incorporated his spiritual power, the medicinal liquid began to thicken and take shape. It slowly coalesced into a round pill. It also emitted a faint fragrance that filled the entire room. Seeing that the pills were ready, Shenmu took out a small jade bottle and filled it with the pills. "Finish." When he looked at Cui Xing and the bald old man again, he realized that the two seemed to be lost in thought. "Seniors, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 109, Shally Shock, third update. This sentence instantly brought them back to reality. The two couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Immediately, the two of them stood up from their seats and walked to Shenmu's side, saying, "Quick, let me take a look." Although Shenmu was full of doubt, he still handed over the jade bottle. Superior quality and efficacy, it has probably reached the high grade of yellow rank, a fine pill. The two exclaimed repeatedly after examining it. Like spiritual food, each major level of elixirs is also divided into 3 minor levels: low, medium, and high. "Young brother Shenmu, how many years have you been refining pills?" Cui Xing couldn't help but ask. "My first time practicing." "What? You're not lying to us." The two looked on in disbelief. "No, I didn't know anything before I came here, so I just looked at some books in your library for a while." Shenmu said something that was sure to shock people. "Are you trying to say that this is your first time trying alchemy?" The bald old man's face twitched as he asked a question that even he himself didn't believe. "That's right." Shenmu was still completely bewildered. Could there be something wrong with this pill? Seeing that Shenmu had misunderstood, Cui Xing quickly explained, "Young brother, it's not that there's a problem with the pill, it's just that your talent is too amazing. Even if we wanted to refine this elixir, it would take us almost an hour. But I didn't expect you to finish it in less than a few minutes. Moreover, both its quality and efficacy are top-notch, which is extremely rare." The bald old man wholeheartedly agreed and chimed in. "Regardless of whether this is your first time refining pills, the speed and quality of your pill refining alone show that you have a great talent for pill refining. To refine a pill, and to refine a good pill, One not only needs to be well-versed in pharmacology, but also needs to be very particular about the timing of the fire and the amount of spiritual energy injected during the refining process. Sometimes what seems simple to the layman is actually quite different from what those who have practiced alchemy understand. Even the slightest difference can lead to vastly different outcomes. After hearing this, Shenmu was secretly delighted. So, he was a genius at alchemy? So, does that mean I've passed? Shenmu was most concerned about the alchemist qualification. Only this way can he be admitted to the Mercenary Association. He didn't want to spend more than 10 days traveling back to Tianjin City. Tianjin City is currently in a period of rapid development and cannot do without him, the city lord. Nature. Then, Cui Xing took out a light blue token with a silver border, inside which was engraved the character Dan. This is the badge of a novice alchemist. From this day forward, you are a novice alchemist. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Your reward is a recipe for a spirit ascension pill and a copy of an alchemist's handbook. Shenmu thanked him, took the badge, and was secretly thrilled. Shenmu then said to the two men, "Seniors, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Until we meet again." Why? The two wanted to say something more, but Shenmu had already dashed out of the room. No, we must inform the president about this. We absolutely cannot let such a genius slip through our fingers. I agree. The bald old man agreed, saying that the young man had given them too many surprises. But they just couldn't see through him, as if Shenmu were a mystery. As he passed the front desk, Shenmu nodded to Shaoli, then walked straight out without stopping. The exam's over already? Shaoli couldn't help but pout. Did you fail and run away because you were too ashamed to stay here? Yes, that must be it. The woman was absolutely certain. At this moment, Cui Xing and the bald old man came out from inside. Master Cui Xingdan, Master Zheng Yundan. Shaoli quickly greeted them. Okay, give me the boy's information, Cui Xing said. Upon hearing this, Shaoli was immediately taken aback. Which boy? And who else? The one who came to take the alchemist exam earlier. Upon hearing this, Shaoli panicked. I forgot to have him fill out the forms. From the beginning, she thought Shenmu was just there to make a fool of himself. This kind of person is not uncommon, and they usually give up in the end. The Alchemist Association wouldn't pay much attention to such people, so whether or not they fill out the forms is irrelevant. But to everyone's surprise, these two alchemists started paying attention to an arrogant egomaniac, something Shaoli just couldn't understand. What? Upon hearing this, the bald old man Zheng Yun was furious. You could forget this. Master Cui, what should we do? We know nothing about him except that his name is Shenmu. How are we going to explain this to the guild leader when he returns? Seeing that the two alchemists' attitudes were a bit off, the woman asked cautiously, why are these two alchemists paying so much attention to a mere young boy? Nonsense, he's the most talented alchemist that I and Master Cui have ever met. Zheng Yun became more and more unwilling. What? Could it be that he really passed the alchemist qualification exam? He not only passed the exam, but his alchemy speed and the quality of his pills are also top-notch. I'm afraid there isn't a single alchemist in the entire Golden Bell City who can surpass him. Shaoli was stunned. She had thought Shenmu was just an arrogant man who would flee the scene like a clown after his defeat. But now it seems I was the clown. Chapter 110. Entering the Mercenary Association, 4th update. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Shenmu headed straight for the Mercenary Association. The guards' faces darkened as soon as they saw Shenmu's figure in the distance. What are you doing here again? If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for being impolite. Didn't you say that anyone who is an alchemist can go in? The guard retorted angrily. So what? You're not one. It wasn't before, it is now. The guard was about to reprimand him, but when he saw the token in Shenmu's hand, he was dumbfounded. In the past few days, he has seen at least 50, if not 100 alchemists. He couldn't possibly have misremembered the appearance of the token. How is this possible? The guard stammered in his nervousness. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Alchemist Association to investigate. Shenmu was too lazy to waste words with him and said impatiently, anyway, Master Cui and that old man both know him, so even if anyone investigates, they can provide proof for him. No, please come with me. Although the guard was surprised, he dared not question it. If Shenmu really was an alchemist, he would be in deep trouble. His only option now is to bring Shenmu before the steward and let the steward determine whether it is genuine or not. Shenmu nodded and, guided by the guards, entered the inner hall. At this moment, no fewer than 30 people had gathered in the inner hall, whispering among themselves as if discussing something. No one noticed the two approaching. Upon entering the inner hall, the guard addressed a portly middle-aged man sitting in the center of the hall. "Manager Liu, there's someone here," the guard asked Shenmu. "What is your name?" "Shenmu." "Oh, an alchemist named Shenmu has come to see me." The guard spoke again to the portly middle-aged man. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Shenmu. Shenmu. Looking at Shenmu, who looked like a refugee, Manager Liu frowned slightly, then looked at everyone. "Does anyone know this alchemist?" He had never heard of such a person. Upon hearing this, most people shook their heads, indicating that they did not recognize the person. Only one young man in a silver robe stood up from his seat, pointed at Shenmu, and said, "What? It's you again. Does Master Zhao know this person?" Manager Liu asked respectfully, bowing slightly. If he were a friend of Master Zhao Dan, he would not dare to be negligent. And this Master Zhao is none other than Zhao Ming, who had just had a conflict with Shenmu outside the gate not long ago. Zhao Ming said, "I don't really know him. I just saw this kid causing trouble outside and trying to force his way in, so I gave him a few pointers. I thought he would back down, but I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful." "Oh, is that so?" Steward Liu asked, looking at the guard. The tone of his words was accusatory, implying, "How dare you bring someone like that in? Moreover, Shenmu doesn't look like an alchemist at all. He's clearly a refugee." The guard was sweating profusely, unable to express his bitterness. Seeing his predicament, Shenmu stepped in to help, saying, "Manager Liu, I heard that your association's president is seriously ill and needs an alchemist to treat him, so I came." Before Shenmu could finish speaking, Zhao Ming immediately interrupted. "Since you know you need an alchemist, why do you still dare to cause trouble? How do you know I'm not an alchemist?" Shenmu glanced at him, his face full of impatience. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming was taken aback, then began to mock him. "The status of an alchemist is extremely prestigious. How can just any Tom, Dick, or Harry become one?" In his opinion, Shenmu didn't look like an alchemist at all. Furthermore, Shenmu himself admitted outside the association's gate that he was not an alchemist, but now he has become one. Seeing the two arguing endlessly, Manager Liu's expression also turned rather unpleasant. "Young master, do you have anything that can prove your identity as an alchemist?" "Of course," Zhao Ming sneered, looking like he was watching a good show. But when he saw the token Shenmu took out, his smile vanished abruptly, and his face turned ashen. It felt as if a giant hand had slapped him hard across the face. Seeing this, Manager Liu could no longer sit still and immediately stood up. He took 3 steps to stand in front of Shenmu and carefully examined the light blue token. After confirming that everything was correct, his attitude immediately became warmer. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Master Shen, please take a seat." As a mere manager, he dared not easily offend a master alchemist, especially not at this critical juncture. Shenmu nodded, ignoring everyone's attitudes, and found an empty seat to sit down. Zhao Ming's face was extremely ugly, and his attitude towards Shenmu changed from disdain to resentment. After Manager Liu took his seat again, he still focused his attention on Shenmu. "May I ask where Master Shen is from?" "Tianxin City." "Tianxin City? What place is that?" "I know, it's a remote little town, and it's very weak." The crowd continued to discuss amongst themselves, their expressions changing in various ways. Chapter 111, Soul-Devouring Goo. Listening to everyone's discussion, Manager Liu also seemed to be deep in thought. He then said, "As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be an alchemist guild in Tianxin City, right?" "That's right, I just took my alchemist qualification exam in Golden Bell City today." Shenmu knew what he wanted to ask, so he simply stopped beating around the bush. "What today?" Everyone looked on in astonishment. Although anyone who is an alchemist can participate in the operation to save the mercenary guild leader. Even many veteran alchemists were at a loss. Yet he, a novice who had just started today, dared to wade into this mess? Hearing Shenmu say this, not only everyone else, but even Steward Lu looked disappointed. Can he expect a complete novice to save his guild leader? Zhao Ming, who hadn't spoken, also sneered. Shenmu's unpopularity finally made him feel a bit better. That's right, it's today. Shenmu didn't notice that an old man in a gray robe sitting to the left of Steward Lu had a certain light gleaming in his eyes. Manager Lu nodded perfunctorily, no longer paying attention to Shenmu. He said to the crowd, "Since everyone who could come is here, please follow me into the president's room for a consultation." That's excellent. Medical skills emphasize observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Without a face-to-face examination, how can one know the cause of a disease? Please come in, everyone. Immediately, everyone followed Steward Lu and moved to a room in the back hall. Inside the room, everyone saw the mercenary guild leader lying motionless on the bed. On the surface, there is no sign of anything unusual. He looks just like a normal person asleep. The only unusual thing was that his breathing was extremely weak, as if he could stop breathing at any moment. Manager Lu, may I ask what symptoms Chairman Duan usually experiences? There are almost no symptoms. At first, the president only said that he felt tired, so he often fell into a deep sleep. As time went on, the president was awake for less and less time. The president hasn't woken up for 3 days, and his breathing is gradually weakening. Upon hearing this, everyone looked astonished. Such a strange illness. They had never heard of or seen such symptoms before. While everyone was at a loss, Shenmu secretly checked the president's information. Name, Duan Lin. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 59. Talent value, 78. Realm, ascending to the spiritual path. Martial origin, no attribute. Identity, president of the Golden Bell City Mercenary Association. Weaknesses, stubborn, injury to the lower back, and poisoned by the soul-eating goo. It really is poisoning. After reading it, Shenmu immediately found the problem with Duan Lin. System, what is this soul-devouring goo? There was once a race in the imperial world called the Blood Witches, and goo is one of the Blood Witches' methods. Its original form is an extremely special creature that can parasitize any life form, constantly nourishing itself with its flesh, bones, and soul. This soul-devouring goo is a type of creature that feeds by devouring souls. After listening, Shenmu seemed to understand, but not quite. Then why did he fall into a deep sleep? The system said, once a person's soul is damaged, the soul's power will gradually become insufficient for daily consumption. Therefore, the human body needs to sleep for a longer period of time to slow down this consumption. However, when the soul is damaged to a certain extent, the 6 senses will automatically shut down, and the soul will fall into a long sleep. Once the soul is completely devoured by the soul-devouring goo, the person will die instantly, without any symptoms. But didn't he even realize the problem himself? Wouldn't he feel pain if his soul was being devoured by the soul-devouring goo? Shenmu was completely baffled. Logically speaking, if there is something wrong with your body, it is impossible not to feel it at all. Whether it is pain, itching, or numbness, there must be one or more of these sensations, right? This is precisely the magic of the soul-devouring goo. It can release a special substance that affects a person's brain nerves, causing them to completely lose the sense of pain. In other words, even as the soul-devouring goo relentlessly devoured his soul, he remained completely unaware. Chapter 112, Zhao Ming's Identity, 6th Update. Terrifying. After hearing this, Shenmu got goosebumps all over his body. To lose the ability to feel pain, and then be constantly bitten and devoured by a tiny insect, it's truly horrifying. Is there any hope for him? This is the most critical issue now. If he is already terminally ill, there is no cure. Then all efforts will be in vain. There is hope. Moonwood elixir can compensate for all defects in life, including the soul, but it may require a lot of moonwood elixir to heal his soul. Upon hearing this, Shenmu felt both sad and happy. Was this good news or bad news? As the saying goes, if you're going to help someone, help them to the very end. If you're going to see someone off, either don't save him or let him recover completely. According to the system, the price to pay for a full recovery will be considerable. After all, A bottle of Moonwood Spirit liquid costs a full 1,000 credit points, and it's even more priceless outside. How much Moonwood elixir would be needed to wake him up? One bottle can force the soul-devouring goo out of his body and awaken him. However, due to the severe damage to his soul, if he does not receive Moonwood Spirit liquid for a long time, he will fall into a coma again. One bottle it is. Let's save him first. After all, he still needs to borrow him out to get back. Suddenly, Shenmue thought of a very serious problem. I used up all my faith points while fleeing in the Broken Sky Mountains. How can I buy Moonwood Elixir now? System, I've used up all my credit points. How do I buy Moonwood Elixir? The host currently has 3,200 credit points in balance, which is enough to purchase. The system's words immediately left Shenmue completely bewildered. Didn't I run out of credit points? How come I have over 3,000 again now? In this short day, a total of 320 citizens of Tianjin City have reached the favorability stage in terms of loyalty to the host, so a reward of 3,200 faith points is given. Shenmue suddenly realized that his reputation had already spread throughout Tianjin City. The people are becoming more and more accepting of him as their city lord. Therefore, every day there are new people who develop a favorable impression of Shenmue, and the number will only increase. Thinking of this, Shenmue was suddenly moved. It's unclear when it started, but he has made it his mission to make Tianjin City rise again, whether forced by the system or gradually accepting this fact. Now, he carries the hopes of many people in Tianjin City. While Shenmue was immersed in his inner world, the outside world was already in an uproar. After much discussion, no one could find the cause of the illness, nor could they find any way to cure it. President Cheng Tian, what do you think? Manager Liu looked at the gray-robed old man who had remained silent beside him, his eyes filled with hope. The old man in the gray robe glanced at Duan Lin lying on the bed, frowned, and said, "Forgive my lack of knowledge, but I cannot see the clues." Upon hearing this, Manager Liu was almost in despair. Cheng Tianke is the president of the Golden Bell City Alchemist Association and a highly respected intermediate alchemist. If even he is helpless, then who else can save the president's life? The other alchemists, seeing that even Cheng Tian was helpless, felt a little relieved but also somewhat disappointed. At this moment, Zhao Ming, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Manager Liu, may I come closer and take a look?" All eyes turned to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming straightened his back, a smug look on his face. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu's eyes lit up, and he realized he had been foolish. How could I forget Zhao Ming? Of course, thank you for your trouble, Master Zhao. Upon seeing this, some of the alchemists suddenly realized what was happening and burst into laughter. Yes, we actually forgot about Alchemist Zhao. Meanwhile, the other group of alchemists who were unfamiliar with Zhao Ming were full of doubt. "Who is this Alchemist Zhao? Is he very powerful? You don't even know this?" A knowledgeable alchemist said, "Zhao Ming is the closed-door disciple of Qin Yu, the alchemist of the Luoyuan sect in Tianlang City. At such a young age, his alchemy skills are already superb. He was once hailed as the #1 alchemy genius of the Flowing Cloud sect, and might even become the youngest intermediate alchemist in the sect. Is that Qin Yu, who defeated 8 great alchemists of the Alchemist Conference in Tianlang City? Who else could it be but him? I thought my master was already monstrous enough, but I never expected my disciple's talent to be even more terrifying. That's right, there are rumors that Zhao Ming's strength is probably very close to that of an intermediate alchemist. Furthermore, I've heard that Qin Yu is likely about to break through to the advanced alchemist level. It wouldn't be surprising if a disciple taught by such a person could truly solve President Duan Lin's intractable problems." Hearing the praise and discussion from the crowd, Zhao Ming's arrogance grew even stronger. He was confident that few people could compare with him in terms of alchemy talent and background. At the same time, he deliberately raised his eyebrows at Shenmue, his provocation obvious. Chapter 113, Flattery. Shenmue rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay him any attention. Seeing this, Zhao Ming was furious. If the situation allowed, he would have loved to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Immediately, Zhao Ming suppressed his anger and went straight to Duan Lin's bedside, looking him over here and there. No conclusion was reached after half a day. Lu Guanxi couldn't contain himself any longer and asked, "Master Zhao, what was the result?" Zhao Ming's expression changed slightly, and he finally said hesitantly, "I think the president might be poisoned." In fact, he was just guessing and could not determine the cause of the illness at all. Poison? Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised. Master Zhao is indeed amazing. He was able to see the cause of the illness at a glance. The alchemists all praised it. After listening, Zhao Ming's expression gradually softened and his resolve strengthened. Yes, it must be poisoning. Shenmu rolled his eyes, speechless. These people were really shameless in their praise. Spiritual masters are generally free from illness, and President Duan has no obvious injuries, so injury can be ruled out. The only remaining possibility is poisoning. Isn't this common knowledge for alchemists? Didn't any of you notice? Upon hearing this, all the alchemists blushed deeply, but dared not utter a sound. Manager Lu glanced at Shenmu, then at the reactions of the other alchemists, and immediately understood the cause and effect. How could these alchemists not see that they were simply trying to curry favor with Zhao Ming? If you can diagnose the cause of the illness, then tell me what poison Chairman Duan has been poisoned by. Simply saying he's been poisoned is utterly meaningless. Shenmu stared directly at Zhao Ming, speaking without any politeness. You? Shenmu's actions have undoubtedly put him in a dilemma. He is currently unable to diagnose the poison that Duan Lin has been poisoned with, but if he were to say that he cannot see it, he would inevitably lose face. Most importantly, he couldn't swallow Shenmu's sarcastic remarks. How could I not see it? What kind of poison did they get? Manager Lu asked anxiously. The other alchemists also paid close attention. Although they could guess that Duan Lin had been poisoned, they did not know the specific type of poison. I think President Duan Lin has been poisoned by the flaming palm. Zhao Ming pretended to be deep in thought, and after a long pause, he slowly revealed the cause of the illness. Philanthus urinaria? Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly surprised. The palm tree is a rare species, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a rare and precious natural treasure. It has extremely powerful medicinal value. However, the fragrance it emits is also a deadly poison that numbs the nerves. Any living being that ingests too much of this odor will gradually fall into a coma without experiencing any pain. Just like being asleep. These symptoms were exactly the same as Duan Lin's, so everyone immediately believed them to be 70 to 80 true. Has Chairman Duan been anywhere recently? Zhao Ming asked. The president went to the south a while ago, and this is what happened when he came back, Manager Lu recalled. That's right. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. The lily palm grows in the south in humid climates. My guess must be right. Upon hearing this, Steward Lu was overjoyed. Then how should we treat him? Don't worry. Although the palm leaf is poisonous, it's not fatal. I have an antidote pill here, which is specifically for clearing neurotoxins. Once you take it, I believe the chairman will wake up soon. Immediately, Zhao Ming took out a silver-white pill from his storage bag. Manager Lu took it, thanked him. I was about to feed it to Duan Lin. Wait! Shenmu quickly stopped him. You'll only hurt him. Shenmu, you have repeatedly obstructed this alchemist's treatment. Could it be that you don't want Chairman Duan to be saved? Zhao Ming angrily rebuked, saying he had reached his limit of tolerance for Shenmu. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu's expression also darkened. Alchemist Shun, please stop causing trouble, or don't blame my mercenary association for being rude. Chapter 114. The President Has Died, Second Update. Shenmu was utterly speechless. He even doubted whether Zhao Ming was a true alchemist, since he couldn't diagnose the illness and was treating it so carelessly. Isn't this tantamount to disregarding human life? Manager Lu, I was just trying to give you a friendly warning. If you really believe what he said, not only will Chairman Duan not wake up, but he will also fall into a deeper coma. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu hesitated briefly, but when he thought of Zhao Ming's reputation and status, he became more determined in his heart. Between Shenmu, an unknown alchemist, and the renowned Zhao Ming, he naturally chose the latter. Master Shun, there's no need for further words. I believe that with young Master Zhao's medical skills, he can definitely save the president's life. After listening, Zhao Ming even gave Shen Mu a cold laugh, seemingly having vented his anger. Although Shen Mu was indignant, he was too lazy to stop it anymore. Since others are so stubborn, what can he say? Then, Steward Lu said to Zhao Ming, "Please, young Master Zhao, provide immediate treatment to avoid delaying the patient's condition." Zhao Ming nodded in satisfaction. President Duan is currently unconscious, and it is not advisable for him to take any pills. Have someone fetch a bowl of water. A minute later, a servant brought over a bowl of plain water. Zhao Ming placed the pill in the water and activated his spiritual power to make it dissolve instantly. Those present couldn't help but nod in approval. This small detail alone revealed Zhao Ming's meticulousness and professionalism. Then, Zhao Ming ordered someone to lift Duan Lin's upper body slightly, and then slowly poured the medicine into his mouth. "Young Master Zhao, how long will it take for the guild leader to wake up?" Manager Lu asked hurriedly. "If nothing unexpected happens, it should take about 5 minutes." He was very confident in his pill. After all, this antidote was refined by his master, Qinyu. Zhao Ming remembered that when someone was poisoned by a red wolf scorpion, they were cured immediately after taking this pill. It should be noted that the venom of the red wolf scorpion ranks among the top 3 of all poisons. Compared to this, the neurotoxins in the flax palm are utterly insignificant. Those 5 minutes felt incredibly long, as everyone waited anxiously. Has it been 5 minutes? There must be more than that. People started whispering among themselves, but it sounded extremely abrupt in the otherwise silent room. Zhao Ming looked slightly embarrassed after hearing this. Perhaps the medicine will take a little longer to take effect. Let's wait a few more minutes and see, Zhao Ming said with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu didn't know what to say and could only nod with a smile. 5 more minutes passed. Duan Lin still did not react at all. "Young Master Zhao, will there be any unexpected events?" Manager Lu asked, frowning. "How is that possible? Someone who was poisoned by a red wolf scorpion took this medicine and was cured immediately. How could this mere palm leaf be more poisonous than a red wolf scorpion?" Zhao Ming is now having some doubts about life, even if he guessed wrong and it wasn't a palm leaf. But this antidote is so potent that it can neutralize most of the poison. This was said by his master himself. So how could it be wrong? It can cure the venom of the red wolf scorpion? Then there's definitely no problem. All the alchemists present were well-versed in pharmacology and naturally had some knowledge of various poisons. Red wolf scorpion venom is the king of all venoms, with very few that can rival it. Since this pill can even cure the venom of the crimson wolf scorpion, it shouldn't be unable to cure the venom of the grass palm. As everyone discussed this, time was slipping away. 20 minutes have passed since the medication was administered, but Duan Lin still shows no signs of waking up. Upon seeing this, Steward Lu walked to the bedside, touched Duan Lin's nose with his hand, and immediately turned pale with shock. It seems the guild leader has stopped breathing. Upon hearing this, everyone present was startled. "No way." At this moment, Chung Tian hurriedly came to the bedside, grasped Duan Lin's arm, and began to take his pulse. Zhao Ming looked extremely nervous and quickly asked, "How did it go?" Chapter 115, History of the Witch Clan. "Still alive," Chung Tian said slowly. After hearing this, Steward Lu, Zhao Ming, and the other alchemists all breathed a sigh of relief. If a spirit realm expert were to perish, it would not be a good thing for Golden Bell City. This is not good for the Mercenary Association either. As for Zhao Ming, if a spirit realm expert dies at his hands, he could forget about making a living in the alchemy world. However, his breath is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid he won't last much longer. Chung Tian sighed again. This news is undoubtedly adding insult to injury. How could this happen? Manager Lu asked Chung Tiandao, then looked at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was speechless at this point, and even he himself was completely dumbfounded. Logically speaking, this detoxifying pill is like a tonic. Even if it can't cure the disease instantly, it won't harm your health. That is why Zhao Ming was so decisive. Who knew? He must have taken the wrong medicine. Chung Tian said to Manager Lu with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing this, Manager Liu and the others were filled with anger. How dare you laugh now that things are like this? Only Ching Tian's eyes lit up suddenly, and he asked Shenmu, "Young man, do you know the cause of the illness?" Upon hearing Cheng Tian's words, everyone immediately remembered that Shenmu had just stopped Zhao Ming. Perhaps he really knows the reason? Immediately, Steward Liu walked up to Shenmu, bowed, and said apologetically, "I was rude before. If alchemist Shen knows the reason, please tell me." Shenmu nodded in satisfaction. "Since you asked so sincerely, I will mercifully tell you that he is indeed poisoned." "Shaw, everyone knows that." Upon hearing this, the crowd booed. Only Cheng Tian and Steward Liu did not show any dissatisfaction and continued to wait for Shenmu to say next. But he wasn't poisoned by ordinary poison. It was a blood witchcraft called the soul-eating goo. Blood magic? Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked, because blood witches were a highly taboo existence in the imperial world. According to records, the blood witches were once one of the 100 races in the imperial world, possessing their own territory. However, because of their cruelty and bloodlust, they used living beings to refine poisons and secretly stirred up trouble, causing many races to kill each other. Therefore, they were eventually surrounded and killed by the combined forces of all races, and the entire race disappeared from the royal level world. Although the blood, which is history, his name still strikes fear into the hearts of many. Later, everything related to blood witchcraft, as well as any living beings practicing blood witchcraft, would be exterminated to prevent future troubles. Nonsense. Blood witchcraft has long since disappeared from the human race. The last time I heard of blood witchcraft was 100 years ago. How could Chairman Duan possibly be affected by such a spell? Zhao Ming immediately retorted that he did not believe Duan Lin was under the influence of blood magic at all, and that if even he admitted it, it would be tantamount to admitting that he had misdiagnosed him. This has a huge impact on an alchemist. Then what do you say it is? Shenmu glanced at him and asked. This? Zhao Ming was speechless again. How could he know what it was? All he knew was that if even such a powerful antidote was ineffective, it must be an extremely potent poison. If you can't say it, then shut up. You're just being noisy. Zhao Ming's flushed face clearly showed his mood, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Seeing that the two were at loggerheads, Manager Liu quickly changed the subject, saying, "Master Shen, may I ask what this soul-devouring goo is?" Shenmu, then, withdrew his gaze. This thing is an extremely special creature. It can parasitize any living being and constantly use its soul as nourishment. After listening, Manager Liu seemed to understand, but not quite, and asked, "What does that have to do with the president's slumber?" Once a person's soul is damaged, it is easy to fall into a deep sleep in order to reduce the consumption of the soul's power. When the soul is damaged to a certain extent, the six senses will automatically shut down, allowing it to fall into a long sleep. Once the soul is completely devoured by the soul-devouring goo, the person will die instantly, without any symptoms. Shenmu once again reiterated the system's previous introduction to the soul-devouring goo. But didn't even the chairman himself notice the problem? Manager Liu asked, puzzled. The soul-eating goo can release a special substance that affects a person's brain nerves, causing them to completely lose the sense of pain. However, with President Duan's spirit rank strength, he was far from being able to see inwards, so he had no idea that his soul-devouring goo was gnawing at his soul within his body. After hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and the thought was terrifying. Is there any hope for the president? Chapter 116, Duan Lin Awakens. There is hope, but because someone lacks medical skills and prescribes medicine haphazardly, the treatment has become much more difficult. Shenmu looked at Zhao Ming, who dared not speak, and said sarcastically. The expressions on everyone's faces were not good, and the atmosphere of the scene suddenly turned icy. That's just your side of the story. Who knows if you're exaggerating or not? Zhao Ming couldn't save face, so he stubbornly insisted. Young Master Zhao, please say less, Steward Liu advised. He really didn't want to offend Zhao Ming, but he was also worried that Zhao Ming would anger Shenmu, and then who would treat as president? Zhao Ming looked indignant, but what could he do? Your incompetence doesn't mean others are. Shenmu ignored him and turned to Steward Liu, saying, "If I can save Chairman Duan, can you grant me one request?" Manager Liu was taken aback for a moment, then said, "As long as it's within the Mercenary Association's capabilities, let alone one, even 10 would be fine. Saving Duan Lin is the priority now. If he dies, the Golden Bell City Mercenary Association will fall apart." Manager Liu knew perfectly well which was more important. Readily. Then, Shenmue didn't waste any time. He went straight to the bedside, took out the Moonwood Spirit liquid he had just bought from the Black Rock Ring, and poured it into Duan Lin's mouth little by little. "Host, the soul-devouring goo, forced by the Moonwood Spirit liquid, will definitely escape from Duan Lin's body. Please be careful to control it." At this moment, the system issued a notification. Shenmue dared not be careless and immediately became extremely alert. Sure enough, not long after Shenmue poured all the Moonwood Spirit liquid into Duan Lin's body, a black shadow suddenly flew out of Duan Lin's nostril and attacked Shenmue. Condense. Ice elements suddenly appeared in the room, condensed, and instantly froze the shadowy figure still in mid-air into an ice ball. Shenmue reached out and grabbed the ice puck in his hand. Upon seeing this, everyone's pupils contracted, and they were all greatly shocked. Ice Attribute Source Master. Unexpectedly, this seemingly unknown alchemist Shun is actually an Attribute Source Master. At this moment, everyone's expressions varied, and their thoughts differed. Manager Liu was mainly surprised, while Chung Tian's eyes also held a hint of appreciation. However, Zhao Ming was shocked, and at the same time, he felt a little jealous. Cough, cough. Then, Duan Lin on the bed reacted. "President." Manager Liu hurriedly went to the bedside and called out. After a long while, Duan Lin slowly opened his eyes and looked around. What happened? Looking at the room, full of people, Duan Lin asked in confusion. "President, you've been unconscious for several days. These are all alchemists who came to treat you." Manager Liu quickly helped Duan Lin up and explained. "Unconscious? How could I be unconscious?" Duan Lin rubbed his slightly aching head. Manager Liu didn't speak, but looked at Shenmue. "You've been afflicted by the soul-devouring goo. It has devoured most of your soul, causing you to fall into a coma," Shenmue said slowly. "Soul-devouring goo? This is it." Then, Shenmue opened his palm, and a crystal-clear ice ball appeared before everyone's eyes. Inside the ice hockey puck, there was a tiny black worm about the size of a matchstick. After a closer look, everyone was horrified. At this moment, everyone believed Shenmue's explanation of the blood witchcraft to a great extent. Because this worm was covered in black barbs and had a head that looked like a demon, it was extremely ugly. Only the Blood Witch clan would raise such disgusting creatures. This, Duan Lin stared at the black insect in horror, unable to utter a single word, a wave of fear washing over him. This tiny worm almost cost him his life. At the same time, he was also surprised as he looked at the ice puck in Shenmue's hand. This young man is actually a rare type of elemental master, an ice attribute source master. And he's an alchemist? President, it was this alchemist Shun who saved you. Manager Liu pointed at Shenmue and reminded him. Duan Lin came to his senses and immediately tried to struggle to get up and bow in thanks, but Shenmue stopped him. "No need to thank me yet. You're not fully recovered." Upon hearing this, Duan Lin and Manager Liu's expressions changed drastically. "Master Shun, how can heal completely? The medicine I gave you earlier not only expelled the soul-devouring goo from your body, but also repaired your soul. You'll need to take it long-term to fully recover." Before Shenmue could finish speaking, Manager Liu immediately interrupted, saying, "Master Liu, please, you must save our guild leader. We'll buy that medicine no matter the price." Duan Lin nodded. He naturally shared the same thought. Money is just an external thing. How can it compare to life? It's not about the money. Chapter 117, Advertising for Waves, 5th update. It's not about the money? That's what it is. Duan Lin and Manager Liu hurriedly inquired, and everyone else also pricked up their ears. Shenmue nodded. This medicinal liquid is made from rare medicinal materials and a special process. It is extremely precious and can be said to be priceless. May I ask which master alchemist refined this medicine? I have come personally to request it. Duan Lin said sincerely, Firstly, to help himself recover, and secondly, to express his gratitude to the other party. If it weren't for this medicine, he would surely be dead by now. Upon hearing this, everyone paid close attention. Just now, everyone had become extremely interested in this miraculous potion. It was able to awaken Duan Lin, who even Zhao Ming's miraculous antidote pills could not revive. Its power was unimaginable. Since everyone here is an alchemist, they are naturally extremely curious about this kind of divine medicine and the person who can refine it. This was made by an alchemist in my city. He has always disliked people mentioning his name, so I won't say any more. Then how can we obtain this medicinal liquid? Duan Lin asked hurriedly, as this was the question he was most concerned about right now. In the middle of next month, my city will be holding an auction, and this potion will be one of the auction items. In addition, there will be many other amazing items. Shenmu had already planned ahead. Wouldn't it be a waste of this golden opportunity not to run an advertisement now? An auction? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If this medicine is so potent, its other magical substances are probably not much different. The group consisted not only of alchemists, but also of source masters, so naturally they couldn't resist the allure of all treasures. I wonder which city Master Shan is in. Duan Lin asked. Tianxin City. Tianxin City? Does such a city exist? Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, Shenmu's face darkened once again. Doesn't Tianxin City have any dignity? At this moment, Manager Liu reminded him. Guild Master, Tianxin City is a level 3 city, located in the southern part of Zhanyuan Domain, near Kang City. Upon hearing this, Duan Lin and the others suddenly realized what was going on. Master Shan, there is still one thing I don't understand. Could you please answer it? Cheng Tian suddenly asked. After listening, Shenmu couldn't help but turn his gaze to him. He had heard Manager Liu call him President Cheng Tian, and he himself was an alchemist. Could he be the president of the Golden Bell City Alchemist Association? President Cheng, please speak freely. It's undeniable that Master Shin's medicine is miraculous, but even if Master Zhao's antidote pills were ineffective against this soul-devouring goo, they shouldn't have caused the condition to worsen, right? What's going on? Cheng Tian appeared to be quick-witted, eager to learn, and not ashamed to ask questions, but Zhao Ming's face turned a deep purplish red. Seeing this, Cheng Tian added, I was just curious. Please don't mind, Master Zhao. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, because saying it made Zhao Ming even angrier. But Cheng Tian is, after all, an intermediate-level alchemist and the president of the Golden Bell City Alchemist Association, a figure on the same level as his master. So no matter how unhappy Zhao Ming was, he didn't dare to lash out. The antidote itself is non-toxic, and even if it cannot cure common ailments, it will not cause any harm. Shenmu looked at Zhao Ming, but the soul-devouring goo is different from other poisons. The spiritual power and medicinal properties contained in this antidote pill are not only useless to it, but will also become its nourishment, making it even stronger. Therefore, feeding him this antidote will not only fail to cure the poison, but will actually hasten President Duan's death. After listening, everyone suddenly understood, except for Zhao Ming, whose face turned ugly. Who would have thought that witchcraft, which had disappeared for nearly a century, would reappear in the world? Zhao Ming argued forcefully, it's not my fault. Every medicine has its side effects. Taking medicine haphazardly when the cause of an illness is unknown will only harm people. Ignorance is an excuse for you to prescribe drugs indiscriminately. Chapter 118, Issuing a Challenge, 6th Update. These words were powerful and resounding, immediately pushing Zhao Ming into a corner. Every medicine has its side effects. The eyes of all the alchemists lit up as if they had discovered a new continent. Yes, if medicine is used indiscriminately, it will not only fail to save people, but will also harm them. What difference is there between that and poisoning? Shenmu's unintentional remark was like a wake-up call for all the alchemists present. They developed new ideas about using elixirs to cure diseases. Manager Liu, I need to treat Chairman Duan separately. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu immediately understood and said to everyone, the Mercenary Association will never forget your help this time. If you ever need our assistance in the future, We will be there for you, without hesitation. The alchemists quickly waved their hands in apology, saying they hadn't been of any help at all. I did gain a lot of knowledge. In the end, we still made a profit. Seeing that Manager Lu had given the order to see them off, the alchemists all wisely took their leave and prepared to depart. Shenmu, you were just lucky today. Besides, no matter how miraculous this medicine is, you didn't make it yourself. What's there to be proud of? Zhao Ming challenged him. The alchemy competition is in 2 days. Do you dare to compete with me in alchemy? Zhao Ming left the Luyun sect this time to follow his master's orders and go out to find an opportunity to break through to the intermediate alchemist level. Upon hearing that a pill refining conference was about to be held in Golden Bell City, he rushed straight there. This alchemy competition is undoubtedly a great opportunity for him to hone his skills and showcase his abilities. He had only been in Golden Bell City for a short time when he was invited by the Mercenary Association to help treat Duanlin. This was undoubtedly an affirmation of him, making Zhao Ming extremely proud. I thought this would be a chance to show off my skills and impress all the alchemists. Who would have thought that he would run into Shenmu, his nemesis, which not only prevented him from showing off, but also caused him to be repeatedly humiliated and lose face. Zhao Ming's anger was palpable, and he was also extremely resentful. He felt that Shenmu's success today was purely by sheer luck. If it came down to alchemy, Ten Shenmu's wouldn't be a match for him. Upon hearing this, the alchemists who were about to leave became very interested. Zhao Ming is right. Although Shenmu has a miraculous elixir, it was not made by him. Judging from his state of mind, after just passing the alchemist qualification exam today, his alchemy skills are probably not that great. I'm Buse. Zhao Ming thought Shenmu would accept his challenge out of politeness, but to his surprise, he received only these 2 words in return. He was instantly speechless with anger, feeling like he had no way to expend his strength. Coward! If you're not brave enough, just admit it. Why make excuses? Zhao Ming mocked. What a joke. What good would it do you to win? You overestimate yourself. Shenmu said, I, Shenmu, never do anything that doesn't benefit me. That's the truth, and Shenmu is currently focused on returning to Tianxin City, so he doesn't have time to waste on this nonsense. You? Seeing that Shenmu was unmoved by reason, Zhao Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. If he doesn't want to participate, there's nothing I can do about it. Master Shen, I must remind you that the rewards for this alchemy competition are very generous. And most importantly, the final champion can make a request to Golden Bell City or the Alchemist Association that is within their power. Cheng Tian interjected, explaining that he didn't want to help Zhao Ming, but was simply interested in Shenmu. He had a vague feeling that this teenager was not simple. Participating in the alchemy competition would probably add a lot of excitement. At the same time, he couldn't help but have his own little schemes. Oh, upon hearing this, Shenmu's eyes lit up, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. If that's the case, then I absolutely have to win the championship. Chapter 119, Gimmick, 7th Update. What a joke. Do you think you can just take the championship like that? Although Zhao Ming spoke sarcastically, he was actually excited that Shenmu had agreed to participate. All the alchemists shook their heads with wry smiles, thinking to themselves, truly, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This Shenmu probably hasn't experienced the harsh realities of society. They have no idea that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked to win the championship so readily. Does he even know how many alchemy geniuses there are in the entire Golden Bell City? Oh, since we can't win the championship, then we won't participate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming panicked, and even the other alchemists were completely bewildered. You're such a grown man. Why are you still acting like a child? Shenmu, if you don't participate, you're a coward. Zhao Ming had no choice but to resort to provocation. Let them out. Shenmu waved his hand and turned around. Manager Lu understood and began to see everyone off. Although Zhao Ming was unwilling, he could only leave with the others. At this moment, only Shenmu and Duanlin remained in the room. President Duan, I just told Manager Lu that after I save your life, I need the Mercenary Association to do me a favor. Shenmu casually dragged over a chair and sat down facing Duanlin. Of course, let alone 1, even 10, the Mercenary Association would do their best. Duan Lin said sincerely. Compared to his life, this is nothing. I need the Mercenary Guild to use its network to help me promote the auction in mid-next month. After much thought, Shunmu realized that relying solely on the Hidden God Temple would likely make it difficult to spread the news. Although Jinzhong City is not close to Tianjin City, it is still a place where cultivators can find something that has a fatal attraction for them. Shunmu believed that even if they were separated by thousands of miles, they would still rush to get there. Besides, once news gets out, it will inevitably spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. By then, not only will people in Golden Bell City know this news, but other cities will also find out. This is the result Shunmu wanted. That's all. Duan Lin was clearly surprised. He was mentally prepared for Shunmu to make an exorbitant demand, but he didn't expect Shunmu to make such a trivial request. He dares not speak for anything else, but when it comes to spreading information, his mercenary association claims to be second to none. The Mercenary Guild is an organization dedicated to receiving, issuing, and executing missions. Every city with a moderate level of strength has a mercenary guild. It can be said that the Mercenary Association has a very wide distribution, and its influence can reach every corner of the battle domain. That's right, that's it. Shenmu nodded. Perhaps in Duan Lin's eyes, this was nothing. But for Shunmu and Tianjin City, the benefits of this request are priceless. Don't worry, Master Shun. Leave this to me, Duan Lin. I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly. Duan Lin patted his chest and said, furthermore, I'll also inform my friends in other cities' mercenary associations and ask them to help spread the word. Upon hearing this, Shunmu's eyes lit up. If that's the case, the promotional effect will definitely increase exponentially. Then I'll have to trouble Chairman Duan. Master Shun, you're too kind. It was nothing, Duan Lin said. However, we need to come up with a catchy angle, otherwise the effect might be diminished. Duan Lin looked at Shunmu, waiting for his answer. A gimmick. Shunmu pondered for a moment, then said, just say that this auction will feature treasures that can awaken attribute martial sources, even for those who have already awakened attributeless martial sources. What? After hearing this, Duan Lin was so startled that he almost jumped off the bed. Is this really true? Chapter 120, Duan Lin's shock. Shunmu's words made Duan Lin's heart pound. In this world of imperial power, the greatest dream of cultivators is undoubtedly to become an attribute source master that not only represents strength, but also symbolizes status and position. As the saying goes, things are valued for their rarity, and the scarcity of attribute source masters makes them a coveted dream for many. The biggest regret for every non-attribute source master is that once awakened, they can never change it. But now Shunmu says that even a source master who has awakened a non-attribute martial source can have the opportunity to become an attribute source master. If this news is true, it will definitely cause a bloodbath in the Battle Yuan domain, and even the entire Huangji world. Of course it's true. Upon receiving confirmation, Duan Lin quickly inquired, may I ask if Master Shun could reveal what it is? It's the very medicine that treated you. Shunmu did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Moonwood Spirit Liquid can compensate for all the defects of living beings, and naturally, it can also have the function of allowing cultivators to awaken attribute martial sources, replacing non-attribute martial sources, just like the Shantian Tower. It's just a matter of probability. In reality, the relationship between attribute-based martial sources and non-attribute-based martial sources is not that complicated. Simply put, it's the difference between one bottle containing something and the other not. After consuming Moonwood Spirit Liquid, there is a certain chance that a medium capable of communicating with the elements will be generated within the non-attribute martial source, thereby enabling the manipulation of the elements. This is what is known as an attribute source master. It's that medicinal liquid? Duan Lin exclaimed with delight. Does that mean I might also awaken an attribute martial source? Although Duan Lin is a spirit master, he has awakened a non-attribute martial source, which has always been a regret in his heart. Naturally, anyone who has taken it will have a certain chance of awakening. Upon hearing this, Duan Lin grinned foolishly and began to gesticulate wildly. He doesn't seem like a powerful psychic at all. He's more like a child who hasn't grown up. Master Shun, could you sell me a little more of this medicinal liquid? The thought of how rare this medicine was immediately distressing Duan-Lin. Don't worry, I'll see this through to the end. I'll definitely cure Chairman Duan. Shenmu assured him. Although Moonwood Elixir requires credit points, as long as Tianxin City can develop. This little bit of integrity is nothing. Whether Tianxin City can develop rapidly depends entirely on how well Duan-Lin promotes it. Rest assured, Master Shun, I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. Seeing Shun Mu's guarantee, Duan-Lin was deeply moved and quickly expressed his agreement. Shen Mu nodded in satisfaction. Besides that, there's one more request. Master Shindan, you're too kind. Please feel free to ask for anything. I've heard that President Duan has a spirit beast that flies extremely fast. I wonder if he could take me back to Tianxin City after I finish attending the alchemy conference. Duan-Lin was taken aback, then said, That's a small matter, but does Master Shen really intend to participate in that alchemy competition? He knew that the alchemy competition was fraught with difficulties, and winning the championship would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Moreover, Zhao Ming clearly had ill intentions, and in his opinion, it was better not to get involved in this mess. Shenmu knew he meant well, but he also had his own plans. It's okay, I'm just playing around. Seeing the smile on Shenmu's lips, Duan-Lin suddenly felt a chill. A premonition suddenly arose in my heart. The alchemy competition is about to be quite a spectacle. After leaving Duan-Lin's room, Shenmu greeted Steward Liu and prepared to leave. But as soon as they reached the door, they saw an old man in gray standing there. Who else could it be but Cheng Tian? Master Shun, we've been waiting for you. President Shun, what's this? Cheng Tian smiled and said, If Master Shun has nothing to do right now, how about coming to the Alchemist Association with me for a chat and a cup of tea? Shenmu paused for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 121, Refining Pills is like Frying Beans, second update. When I arrived at the Alchemist Association again, it was getting late. Master Shun, please. Cheng Tian was not at all pretentious. On the contrary, he was very approachable. Shenmu returned the greeting and stepped into the association with him. As soon as the two entered, Cui Xing and Zheng Yun came to greet them, their faces full of anxiety. President, you're finally back. A genius emerged from the association today. But when the two glanced at the white-robed youth behind Cheng Tian, their words came to an abrupt halt. What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and tell us, where's the genius? Cheng Tian looked anxious and urged him on. At the same time, he was also pleasantly surprised. Not only did he encounter Shenmu today, but he was also going to gain another genius. Far away, Zheng Yun replied. They're right behind us. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian was completely bewildered, but then he suddenly realized what was happening. You mean Master Shun, the alchemist? Cheng Tian turned around and looked at Shenmu in surprise. Cui Xing and Zheng Yun nodded vigorously, like chickens pecking at rice. At this moment, Cheng Tiankai remembered that Shenmu had indeed said today that he took the alchemist exam in Jinzhong City. It must have been through the assessment by Cui Xing and Zheng Yun. The reason he brought Shenmu back to the association was not only because he was an attribute source master and because he could produce that magical potion, but also because he wanted to win him over. Also, he wanted to teach Shenmu some skills so that he wouldn't lose too badly at the alchemy competition. But who would have thought that he was actually a genius at alchemy? Do I really need him to teach me? Oh, I'd like to hear just how extraordinary Master Shun's talent is, that it is both of you so interested in him. Cheng Tian snapped out his thoughts and asked curiously. Cui Xing and Zheng Yun had been working under him for many years, and Cheng Tian knew that the two had high aspirations and were not the kind of impetuous people. What skills did Shenmu display that caused them to lose their composure like this? President, this alchemist Shun has successfully refined a high-quality body-tempering pill on his very first attempt. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian thought he had misheard. Then, Cui Xing repeated what he had just said word for word. Cheng Tian couldn't help but glance at Zheng Yun, only to see Zheng Yun nodding frantically, his face flushed red. Hiss! Cheng Tian couldn't help but gasp to calm himself down. Where are the pills? Quickly, let me see them. Cui Xing dared not hesitate for a moment. He quickly took out the body-tempering pill that Shen Mu had refined earlier and handed it to Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian took it and quickly opened the bottle cap. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Excellent pill. Cheng Tian greedily inhaled the captivating medicinal fragrance and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It has probably reached the quality of a high-grade yellow grade. Was this really made by Master Shendan? Cheng Tian asked again to confirm. Cui Xing and Zheng Yun exchanged a glance and then uttered another startling statement. President, this pill wasn't just refined by alchemist Shen. He completed it in just a few minutes, as easily as frying beans. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian froze, unable to recover for a long time. Master Shen, is this truly the truth? After regaining his senses, he quickly turned around and asked Shen Mu. Shen Mu nodded with a puzzled look. It's just a pill, isn't it? What caused these people to lose their composure like this? But Shen Mu had no idea what it meant for a novice to refine a high-grade yellow pill in just a few minutes. Even experienced junior alchemists like Cui Xing and Zheng Yun would need about an hour to refine pills of this quality. And it's not guaranteed to succeed every time. Even for Cheng Tian, an intermediate-level alchemist, it would take nearly half an hour to refine such a pill. The success rate and quality of elixirs depend on the length of the refining process. It depends on the alchemist's understanding of pharmacology, their own strength, and their own talent. The most important of these is talent. Does Master Shen have a teacher? Cheng Tian asked expectantly. Chapter 122, Clarifying the Misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu shook his head blankly, not understanding what Cheng Tian meant by asking such a question. I see. I thought you were the apprentice of that mysterious alchemist from Tianxin City. Shen Mu then realized that Cheng Tian must think he was incredibly skilled at alchemy. It was because of the alchemist in Tianxin City who could refine miraculous medicinal liquids who gave him guidance. But he had no idea that the mysterious figure was entirely fabricated by Shen Mu. If I had to say there is one, it would only be the system. We can attest to that. We heard that Master Shen only just started learning alchemy today, and he even went to our association's library to read books. We never expected him to have such abilities. At this moment, Cui Xing and Zheng Yun quickly came to Shen Mu's defense. Who told you this? Cheng Tian asked, his face full of disbelief. I only started learning alchemy today, and I only went to the library to read books before taking the alchemist qualification exam. And then, by sheer coincidence, he managed to refine a high-grade yellow-rank pill, and only took a few minutes? Do you guys think I'm senile and are just messing with me? That's what Xiaoli said. Xiaoli. Cheng Tian said, where is she? Tell her to come here immediately. Our association will not tolerate those who spread rumors. Just as Shen Mu was about to explain, Xiaoli came out from inside. When she saw the two alchemists and the president, she quickly bowed and greeted them. Immediately, when she caught sight of Shen Mu behind Cheng Tian, she was both surprised and delighted. This young man in white robes had left an indelible impression on her. The shock came from the realization that he had been negligent and even offended a genius alchemist that day. If the president holds her accountable, she will definitely be punished. The joy stemmed from the fact that, due to his own negligence, he had forgotten to have Shen Mu fill in the information, causing Cui Xing and Zheng Yun to be as anxious as ants on a hot pan, fearing that they would miss out on this genius. Unexpectedly, Shen Mu has now appeared on his own, which undoubtedly lessens her guilt considerably. Xiaoli, did you receive Master Shen? Cheng Tian asked. Yes, President. Xiaoli replied hesitantly, somewhat frightened. You're the one who said that Master Shen was new to alchemy and even went to the library to cram before taking the alchemist qualification exam. Yes. It turned out that after Shen Mu left, Zheng Yun remembered the alchemist qualification exam he took today. Shen Mu was able to clearly remember the exact location of the records of the earthly treasury flower in his association. He also admitted that he had entered the association's library today, and that it was his first time there. But how could someone who just entered the site remember the location and contents of these documents so clearly? Calling it luck is a far-fetched explanation. Zheng Yun then asked Xiaoli who was in charge of receiving Shun Mu, about this matter, and only then did she receive confirmation. This was indeed Shun Mu's first time here, and he only stayed in the library for about an hour. After hearing this, Zheng Yun and the other person were dumbfounded. How could someone memorize it in just 1 hour? This is absolutely incredible. Upon hearing Xiaoli's admission, Cheng Tian immediately rebuked her. That's utter nonsense. Have you forgotten the association's principles? The rebuke nearly made Xiaoli cry. She said, feeling wronged, President, Xiaoli would never dare to lie. Then, she couldn't help but look at Shun Mu, her face full of anticipation. Seeing this, Shun Mu felt quite embarrassed and quickly explained, President Cheng, Miss Xiaoli wasn't lying. I do indeed possess a photographic memory. This? Cheng Tian stared at Shun Mu in astonishment. The series of surprises was too much for him to handle. But he didn't think Shun Mu was lying because there was no need for it. After sorting out his thoughts, Cheng Tian was deeply shocked. He had no idea what this seemingly ordinary boy in front of him was like. How many secrets are still hidden? Then I misunderstood you, Cheng Tian said somewhat embarrassedly, apologizing to Xiaoli. Xiaoli was immediately flattered. All right, don't just stand there. Come inside with me. Let's have some tea and chat. Cheng Tian laughed loudly and extended an invitation to Shun Mu. Chapter 123. Having many skills is never a burden. 4th update. Shun Mu naturally did not refuse and followed Cheng Tian and the others inside. As he passed by Xiaoli, she suddenly grabbed his arm. Xiaoli's face flushed red, and after a long pause, she finally managed to say, I'm sorry, my attitude was bad today. Shun Mu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I also made you suffer just now. So we're even. Watching Shun Mu's retreating figure, Xiaoli couldn't help but smile, and a knot in her heart instantly disappeared. On the 2nd floor of the Alchemy Association, Shun Mu, Cheng Tian, Cui Xing, Zheng Yun, and others were having a lively conversation. They were all very interested in Shun Mu, as if they were digging for a treasure. They wished they could dig out all of Shun Mu's secrets. But Shun Mu understood that these people didn't have any bad intentions, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. Master Shun, it's truly shameful to admit. I had intended to take this opportunity to teach you some alchemy techniques so that you could more easily handle the alchemy competition, but it seems that you don't need my teaching at all. Cheng Tian sighed, because according to previous years, a pill refiner who could refine a high-grade yellow pill was enough to win the championship. Even though this year, there is another Zhao Ming who can refine pills of the same quality. But Cheng Tian still believes that Shun Mu has the best chance of winning. After all, in all his years as an alchemist, he had never seen a novice alchemist complete the refining of pills so quickly. And at the same time, quality can be guaranteed. Back when he was just a beginner alchemist, he struggled to refine even low-grade yellow-rank pills, let alone high-grade yellow-rank ones. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. President Cheng, you are mistaken. Shun Mu said, as the saying goes, it's always good to have many skills. If I could receive guidance from President Cheng, it would definitely greatly improve my alchemy abilities. This isn't just flattery. As an intermediate-level alchemist, Cheng Tian must have exceptional abilities to have served as the president of the Alchemist Association for so many years. Although Shun Mu did not intend to make a living by alchemy in the future, who would complain about having too many skills? A truly strong person, no matter how strong, will never be so arrogant as to abandon learning. Otherwise, they will inevitably be eliminated in this cruel world. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian's face lit up with surprise and delight. Is this really true? Nature. As the president of the Alchemy Association, he was a person who loved alchemy. Moreover, he was able to teach a trick or two to a genius like Shun Mu, so they could be considered to have a mentor-student relationship. This is something that every strong person would be happy about. Moreover, if one day Shun Mu truly achieves great success and his name is known throughout the emperor-level world, even his old face will shine. Haha. Very well. Since that's the case, then tomorrow I will discuss the art of alchemy with Master Shun. Cheng Tian was clearly very happy, and at the same time, he was proud of being recognized. Even so, he dared not presume to call it teaching, but rather exploring. After all, the distance between Shenmue and him wasn't actually that far. If Master Shun has nowhere to go for the time being, how about staying at the Alchemy Association for the next couple of days? Upon hearing this, Shenmue did not refuse. He originally planned to return to the city with the help of a spirit beast after curing Duanlin. But now, for the sake of the Alchemy Conference, they have to change their plans. Since staying at an inn is the same as staying at a hotel, I might as well stay at the Alchemist Association and see if there are any alchemy records that can supplement my knowledge base. In that case, I'll accept your offer without hesitation, Shenmue said. However, I have another request. Speak freely. Does Chairman Chung have any books or records on alchemy? I'd like to take a look. After listening, Chung Tian was stunned for a long time, then burst into laughter. I didn't expect Master Shin to be so passionate about alchemy. I happen to have more than 10 notebooks here that record the experience of alchemists from all generations. Master Shun, please feel free to take a look. Immediately, Chung Tian took out more than a dozen books from a bookshelf. Upon hearing Chung Tian's words, Shenmue suddenly remembered that he had been rewarded with a notebook when he completed the mission, but he had almost forgotten about it in his haste. After taking the books given to him by Chung Tian and bidding him farewell, Shenmue, led by Cui Xing, then entered a room. Master Shun, please rest here tonight, Cui Xing said. A change of clothes has been prepared in the room. Please make yourself at home. Looking at himself, Shenmue said somewhat awkwardly, Thank you, Alchemist Cui. After Cui Xing left, Shenmue quickly took a shower and changed his clothes. Because of the miserable escape from the Broken Sky Mountains, I not only feel unwell, but I also suffered a lot of cold looks today. After taking a shower, Shenmue couldn't wait to take out the pill formula and alchemist notes that he had been rewarded with last time. Click on the bookshelf, write a review. Chapter 124, Alchemy Master, 5th Update, Shunling Pill Recipe. Rank Mystic. It can refine the profound grade pill, Spirit Ascension Pill. Its basic effects are temporarily increasing the user's maximum spiritual power by 50, instantly restoring 100 spiritual power, and permanently increasing the user's maximum spiritual power by 1. The more it is consumed, the less effective it becomes. This is no different from the large blue potion in the game. The so-called temporary increase in spiritual power limit is equivalent to your original spiritual power being only enough to unleash 2 awakening skills. However, after the upper limit of spiritual power is increased by 50, it is equivalent to having abundant spiritual power. It can unleash 3 awakening skills. It has 1 more spiritual energy value than before for an awakening skill. This is extremely abnormal when the 2 sides are evenly matched. Imagine that, with equal strength, the opponent can only unleash 2 awakening skills. If the user can release 3, then the balance of power will naturally tilt in his favor. Moreover, this spirit enhancement pill can also instantly restore 100 of one's spiritual power. In other words, having the Spirit Ascension pill is equivalent to being able to directly unleash 5 awakening skills. The other party, who doesn't have one, can only release 2. Thinking of this, Shenmue couldn't help but sigh. Terrifying. This is why alchemists are one of the most prestigious professions in the world of Huangji. Although consuming too many elixirs can have negative effects on cultivators. However, it must be said that in times of crisis, medicine can indeed save lives. Besides, as long as you don't take too much, there won't be any major problems. In addition, the Spirit Ascension pill can permanently increase the user's maximum spiritual power by 1%. Although it may sound like a small amount, once you reach a certain level, it becomes significant. Even 1% of that spiritual power is far more than Shenmue's current total spiritual power. In battles between powerful individuals, the key to victory or defeat often lies in that final wisp of spiritual energy. Whoever lasts longer wins. In short, this Spirit Ascension pill can only be summed up in 2 words. It's freaking awesome. Turning his gaze away, Shenmue looked at another item. Alchemist's Notes. The ultimate secret manual, synthesized by integrating the alchemy experience of all alchemy schools and alchemy masters in the Imperial world. After learning it, you will gain the alchemy skills of a master alchemist system generated. These 2 simple sentences left Shenmue speechless. Is this really so unreasonable? Others may work hard all their lives to refine elixirs and still not become a master alchemist. How can one gain power comparable to a master alchemist simply by reading this secret manual, which is less than 5 centimeters thick? System, is what's written here true? To be honest, Shenmue was a little skeptical. In theory, that is the case. Once the host finishes reading, he will definitely know all the knowledge and taboos in alchemy, as well as various alchemy techniques, etc. However, whether or not the pill will explode during practice depends entirely on the host's ability and has nothing to do with this system. After hearing this, Shenmue's face darkened. When did the system learn to shift blame? However, according to him, once he learns it, he will be theoretically invincible. In practice, it shouldn't be too far off. It should be more than capable of handling a small alchemy competition. Thinking of this, Shenmue felt much more at ease. He had said before that he would either not participate at all, or if he decided to participate, he would definitely win the championship. It's not for any other reason than to be able to make any demands on the city lord and the Alchemist Association for that reward. If it weren't for this, he would have chosen to rush back to Tianxin City without stopping. After all, Tianxin City is still in its early stages and needs someone to supervise its development. Although Donghua and the others were there, Shenmue was still worried that they wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Furthermore, I offended Si Yang and Ji Long some time ago. The two of them will inevitably plan revenge, and if I'm not there, Tianxin City probably won't be able to handle it. More importantly, with his own fate uncertain, Donghua and the others must be worried day and night. In Shenmue's eyes, Donghua was no different from his own family. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wenluoqing and others gradually entered his heart. Even Shenmue himself didn't realize that certain people and events in this other world had unknowingly been imprinted in his heart. Chapter 125, Practice Makes Perfect, 6th Update. The upgraded Eye of Insight did indeed bring Shenmue many benefits. It only took him about an hour to read the formula for the Spirit Ascension pill and the notes. Those contents were already firmly imprinted in my mind. The next day, Shenmue woke up early. Taking advantage of the free time, he left his room and went downstairs. Although it is only early morning, there are already quite a few people coming and going from the Alchemist Association. Upon seeing Shenmue, Xiaoli was momentarily stunned. After changing his clothes and freshening up, Shenmue was no longer the disheveled man he was yesterday. Shenmue was not bad-looking to begin with. He had a tall and well-proportioned figure, relatively fair skin, and deep eyes beneath his sword-like eyebrows that seemed to be filled with secrets, like the starry sky. When she smiles, she always has the corners of her mouth turned up, which gives her an indescribable charm. Good morning, Master Shun. After finally regaining her senses, Xiaoli blushed, and her hands were at a loss for what to do. Xiaoli has a cheerful personality. Since the misunderstanding was cleared up yesterday, there has been no longer any distance between Xiaoli and Shenmue. Good morning, Sister Xiaoli. Why is your face so red? Shenmue asked, puzzled. The atmosphere was initially somewhat ambiguous, but Shenmue's words instantly aroused Xiaoli's dissatisfaction. Sister? How old are you to call me sister? Xiaoli muttered. What girl doesn't care about her age? Xiaoli is only 18 years old this year, and she is the youngest in the Alchemist Association. She really had some reservations about being called sister by Shenmue. Although Shenmue looks young, Xiaoli thinks he is at least over 20 years old. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Shenmue blinked, looking completely innocent, and said, I'm 16. Hearing this, Xiaoli had no choice but to give up. Even if you're younger than a girl, you can't call her sister, understand? What kind of theory is this? Shenmue looked completely bewildered. You idiot, you'll never be able to get a wife if you keep doing this. Xiaoli left a message in a huff and went off to get busy. Shenmue thought and thought, but still couldn't figure out why. Master Shun, up so early? At this moment, Chung Tian came down from the second floor. Good morning, Chairman Chung. Breakfast is ready. Let's eat breakfast and then begin. Shenmue nodded and followed Chung Tian. After breakfast, Chung Tian led Shenmue into a huge secret room. It contained several medicine cauldrons, as well as cabinets made of an unknown material. These medicine cabinets are made of special materials that even a powerful pill cannot destroy. Cheng Tian noticed Shen Mu's confusion and explained. Exploding pills are a common occurrence in alchemy. Even the most experienced alchemists face the risk of their pills exploding. When a pill explodes, the alchemist can still use spiritual power to protect himself. Unless it is an extremely powerful pill that explodes, it is difficult to harm himself. However, the rest of the items would be easily destroyed without any protective measures. Shall we begin now? Ugh. Then, Cheng Tian began to speak eloquently, telling Shen Mu about his many years of experience in alchemy and his observations. Normally, apart from disciples, alchemists rarely pass on all their knowledge to outsiders. After all, the experience of every alchemist is a treasure trove. However, Cheng Tian did not hold anything back from Shen Mu. Although the two had not known each other for long, they hit it off immediately. Cheng Tian did not treat Shen Mu as a junior at all, but rather as a peer and friend. Throughout the day, Shen Mu listened to Cheng Tian's instructions while simultaneously putting them into practice. Although through the notes, Shen Mu already possessed theoretical knowledge at the level of a master alchemist. However, they are still relatively unfamiliar with the practical application. With Cheng Tian's guidance, Shen Mu is becoming increasingly adept at alchemy. But by the end of the day, Cheng Tian had suffered a significant blow. The way he looked at Shen Mu at that moment was no different from how he looked at a monster. Chapter 126, The Alchemist Conference, 7th Update. Because throughout the day, Shen Mu refined nearly 10 body-tempering pills, and every single one of them successfully condensed, without a single failure. All the pills, without exception, reached the high-grade yellow rank, and their efficacy was much better than the first time. Even Cheng Tian himself had to admit defeat. After witnessing Shen Mu's alchemy, Cheng Tiankai finally experienced what Shui Xing meant by alchemy as easy as frying beans. Compared to him, Cheng Tian suddenly felt like a piece of trash. All those years of refining pills have been for nothing. Master Shen, I believe I have never offended you. So why are you attacking me like this? After holding it in for a long time, Cheng Tian finally complained. However, the stronger Shen Mu became, the more excited he became. After all, Shen Mu was an alchemist from his Golden Bell City Alchemy Association. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu blushed, a rare occurrence for him, and scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. He didn't know what was happening. It was as if he were divinely inspired. Shen Mu actually wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. System, am I really the legendary alchemy genius? Shen Mu asked excitedly. It has nothing to do with the host. It's all thanks to the Moonwood Spirit Liquid. After listening, Shen Mu suddenly realized that Moonwood Spirit Liquid could make up for all defects in life. It can also enhance one's understanding in various aspects. No wonder. He was so happy for nothing. He even thought he had some special talent. But to outsiders, it makes no difference. Thinking of this, Shen Mu's mood improved considerably. At this moment, Cheng Tian believed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would win the championship of this alchemy competition. It has to be Shen Mu. Based on his understanding of past competitions, probably no one could rival Shen Mu's freakish talent. By the way, President Cheng, should I register for the competition or something? Only now did Shen Mu realize that he had only agreed to participate, but it seemed that he hadn't completed any formalities. Master Shen, there's no need to worry. I am one of the judges for this competition. I can pull some strings. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu finally felt relieved. Everything is ready now. We're just waiting for the alchemy competition tomorrow. Early the next morning, Shen Mu set off from the Alchemist Association with Cheng Tian. Basically, everyone in the Alchemist Association will go to the competition venue. Even if they're not competing, they'll still go to cheer on their colleagues. In the center of Admiralty City, there's an extremely open space. Later, the city lord built it into a place similar to an altar where the annual Alchemist Conference was held every year. The population density in Jinzhong City is significantly higher than that in Kang City. By this time, the competition venue was already surrounded by a huge crowd. The Elementary Alchemist Competition is one of the most anticipated events in the entire city. Each session produces countless genius alchemists who shine brightly in Golden Bell City, Battle Yuan Domain, and even the entire Imperial world. Heroism always exists in people's hearts, no matter what world they live in. Even if they can't become that person who is in the spotlight, they will still yearn for and admire them. It is precisely because of this sentiment that so many people who enjoy joining in the fun are created. Shenmue and his group attracted a lot of attention along the way. Upon arriving at the stadium, they were greeted with cheers and applause. But none of this had anything to do with Shenmue. He was just benefiting from it. Except for Chang Tian, who went to the judges' table, everyone else was directed to their assigned seats. After everyone was seated, Shenmue closed his eyes to rest. After a long while, someone came to remind him, Master Shun, as a participant, you need to be in the contestant preparation area in advance. After saying goodbye to Cui Xing and the others, Shenmue left with the staff. As she left, Xiaoli gave her a special word of encouragement. Master Shun, keep it up. Shenmue smiled slightly and nodded. Let's see how I win the championship today. Chapter 127, Clash on the Judges Panel. Upon arriving at the contestant preparation area, Shenmue estimated that there were at least 50 or 60 people there. Everyone was eager to fight, looking determined to win. Shenmue, you actually dare to come here. You've got guts. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared from behind Shenmue. Even without turning around, Shenmue knew who it was. Zhao Ming, for me, it's only a matter of whether I want to or not whether I dare to or not. Understand? Shenmue gave a cold laugh and responded without any politeness. Otherwise, would he really think he's someone important? Zhao Ming slowly walked to Shenmue's side and stood beside him. No matter how you try to deny it, I will tell you today who the real genius in the world of alchemy is. Zhao Ming slowly turned his head to look at Shenmue, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He, who was always proud, actually suffered a loss in silence because of an unknown kid. He simply couldn't swallow this anger. You're a good person in every way, except for one thing. You always like to steal other people's words. After saying that, Shenmue ignored him and walked straight ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming was stunned for a long time, then clenched his hands tightly together, his face filled with rage. Just you wait. Nearly half an hour later, the conference finally began. The host stood in the center of the arena and announced loudly to all directions, I now declare the alchemy competition officially open. Set up the alchemy furnace. To ensure fairness, this competition will use a standardized alchemy furnace. Participants are not permitted to bring their own. This is the only way to better demonstrate the true skill of an alchemist. At the host's command, a large group of staff carried identical alchemy furnaces of the same size and material into the competition venue. It was placed on the stone platform that had already been built. Now, please welcome the alchemist to the stage. Then, all the contestants walked up from below the stage one by one and found the corresponding stove according to the number they had selected earlier. Look, Master Shun is there. Xiaoli pointed to the white-clad boy behind stove number 38 and shouted excitedly. Although Xiaoli seemed a little agitated, Cui Xing, Zheng Yun, and the others didn't blame her, because they were even more excited than Xiaoli. Meanwhile, Chang Tian, sitting high on the judges' panel, also looked excited. At this moment, a thin man sitting at the head of the table couldn't help but ask curiously, why is President Cheng so excited? Could it be that the Alchemist Association has discovered a promising talent this time? Upon hearing this, Chang Tian quickly turned around, cupped his hands, and said to the thin man, reporting to the city lord, I do indeed have high hopes for someone. This slender man was none other than Sun Jian, the city lord of Golden Bell City, a spirit master of the origin rank. Oh, so, in Chairman Cheng's opinion, what kind of achievements can this young man attain? Seeing Chang Tian's attitude for the first time, Sun Jian immediately became interested. A top 3 finish is no problem, and winning the championship isn't out of the question. Chang Tian's statement was already very conservative and low-key. In his mind, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Shenmue was almost certain to win the championship. Before Sun Jian could speak, an old man in blue robes next to him sneered. The competition hasn't even started yet. Chairman Cheng is probably celebrating too soon. Old man Bai, I'm not bragging, but our association's alchemist Shen will definitely make a name for himself this time. Cheng Tian did not back down at all and directly retorted. This old man in blue robes is named by Tuesday. He is the head of family of alchemists in Golden Bell City and has always been at odds with Chung Tian. The reason for this is that at every alchemist conference, the two would argue fiercely and even fight over the best candidates. But every time, Chung Tian was at a disadvantage, which made him very unhappy. They have finally found Shan Mu and were about to finally get their revenge, but then this old man came to mock them again. How could he not be angry? Chapter 128, Duan Lin's status. Seeing this, Sun Jian looked helpless. The two had to go head-to-head every year. Unfortunately, both of them are prominent figures in Kim Jong-sung, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are the two pillars of Kim Jong-sung. Therefore, even if Sun Jian was desperate, he had no other choice. Just as he was about to offer some words of advice, a middle-aged man in a purple outfit slowly walked towards the judge's table from a distance. Upon seeing this, Sun Jian quickly stood up, his face beaming with delight, and asked, "Chairman Duan, is your condition any better?" The visitor was none other than Duan Lin, the president of the Mercenary Association. Upon seeing that it was Duan Lin, none of the judges dared to be presumptuous and quickly stood up to greet him. If we were to ask who is the most respected person in Jinzhong City, it would undoubtedly be Duan Lin. He is not only a spirit realm expert, but also the president of the Mercenary Association. His status and position are in no way inferior to that of the city lord. Moreover, Duan Lin was a mercenary, someone who had spent years living on the edge and roaming dangerous areas. Kim Jong-sung always had a saying, "Better to mess with Yama than Duan Lin." Although he looks kind and harmless, he won't hold back at all when he starts fighting. Upon arriving at the judge's table, Duan Lin bowed to Sun Jian and said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Lord Sunday. I am now fully recovered." "That's excellent." Sun Jian then frowned and said, "Chairman Duan has just recovered from serious illness. Why isn't he resting at home? I really don't want to miss such a grand event. So, I thought that coming out for a stroll shouldn't cause any problems." How could he not come when Shen Mu was participating in the competition? Now his life and fortune are all tied to Shen Mu. Someone quickly offered Chairman Duan a seat. "Thank you, City Lord." Then, the staff brought over a large chair with python patterns and placed it slightly below the city lord. The position is still above Chung Tian and Bai Tu. Duan Lin sat down with an air of authority, his gaze sweeping across the arena. After scanning the area, his gaze settled on a young man in a white robe. At this point, all the contestants were already introducing themselves. "I am Lu Yun, from the Lu family of Flying Eagle City. This humble woman is Lingya, from the Ling family of Jinzhong City. My name is Bai Jia, from the Bai family of Jinzhong City. My name is Zhao Ming, from Tianlang City." As the alchemists introduced themselves, everyone present whispered and discussed among themselves. Because many geniuses have come to this alchemy conference. People like Lu Yun, Lingya, and Bai Jia are all outstanding young talents in the alchemy world. The competition at this year's alchemy competition will definitely be more intense than in previous years. Soon it was Shen Mu's turn. "My name is Shan Mu from Tianxin City, and I currently belong to the Golden Bell City Alchemist Association." Shen Mu slowly introduced. Upon hearing this, Bai Tu on the judging panel narrowed his eyes slightly and then looked at Chung Tiandao. The alchemist Shen you admire, could it be this Shen Mu? So what if it is? Since there was nothing to hide, Chung Tian readily admitted it. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian, who had been keeping an eye on them, couldn't help but glance at Shen Mu a few more times. He wanted to see from Shen Mu that he must have some extraordinary qualities that made Chung Tian think so highly of him. But after looking at it again and again, I still couldn't find any highlights. I don't see anything special about this kid. And at such a young age, how skilled can he be at alchemy? Bai Tu curled his lip and said disdainfully, "Alchemy sometimes depends not only on talent, but also on experience. Therefore, older alchemists are often more favored. So what if you're young? I can beat those juniors from the Bai family several times over in no time." Chung Tian didn't hold back at all and retorted directly. Seeing the two start arguing again, Sun Jian felt helpless once more. After the contestants finished introducing themselves, the host announced the rules again. This competition has attracted widespread attention, Therefore City, Lord Sun Jian, and the Alchemist Association have jointly offered generous rewards. The alchemists ranked 4th to 20th will receive a beginner alchemist badge, a yellow-grade pill formula, and the opportunity to become disciples of Master Chung Tian. Upon hearing this, all the alchemists were overjoyed and eager to try. Chapter 129, Tempting Rewards, 3rd Update. The recipes for alchemy are as rare as the recipes of a spiritual chef. Even the lowest grade yellow rank pill formula is incredibly valuable, a true treasure to novice alchemists. Moreover, those ranked 4th to 20th will not only obtain formal alchemist qualifications in a pill formula, but will also be able to become Chung Tian's apprentices. This is the dream of many alchemists. In the alchemy world of Golden Bell City, Chung Tian is truly the king, unmatched by anyone. Even the white version is slightly inferior. After creating suspense, the host announced again. The winner of the 3rd place will receive an additional yellow-grade pill formula as a reward. Although it's just one more pill recipe compared to those ranked 4th to 10th, the joy is far more than just 1 plus 1. The number of pill formulas a master possesses indicates the number of methods they have for refining pills. This not only symbolizes the status of alchemists, but also affects their development on this path. The more pill formulas an alchemist has, the deeper his understanding of alchemy, the stronger his alchemy ability, and the faster he will advance in his alchemy realm. Each pill formula is extremely precious, created by countless efforts of the predecessors of alchemists. Therefore, the alchemist's desire for pill formulas reached its peak. The alchemist who wins the runner-up prize will be awarded an additional yellow-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnace, the host announced again. Wow! The announcement of this reward immediately caused an uproar. A furnace is an essential tool for alchemy, but most alchemists only use ordinary furnaces. Whether it's easy to use or not is another matter, but after a long time, it still needs to be replaced in time. Otherwise, it might burst open because it couldn't withstand the impact of spiritual energy during alchemy. Once the alchemy furnace explodes, the elixir is essentially destroyed. However, alchemy furnaces that reach the level of spiritual artifacts are different. They not only allow alchemists to reduce the consumption of spiritual energy when refining pills, but also enable them to reduce the consumption of spiritual energy. Moreover, it can help with the formation of the elixir, reducing the chance of failure. At the same time, there is no need to worry about being unable to withstand the impact of spiritual energy. As long as it's not a pill exploding, and as long as it's not a very high-level pill, the spirit weapon pill furnace will basically not be damaged. A yellow-grade spiritual artifact alchemy furnace is worth at least several thousand low-grade spiritual crystals on the market. Moreover, they're often in short supply and extremely rare. For ordinary alchemists, this spiritual alchemy furnace is like a divine artifact. How could these people not go crazy? Even if I don't win the championship, I must win the runner-up position. Many people made up their minds because the reward was just too tempting. The host continued. As for the champion's reward, on top of that, it'll be the opportunity to make any request to the city lord or the Alchemist Association. As long as it's not too outrageous, Golden Bell City will grant it. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena fell silent. Then, another burst of exclamations erupted. Making arbitrary requests? What does that even mean? While it's true that you can't go too far, even without making excessive demands, this reward is still quite unreasonable. It's probably unrealistic for the champion to ask to become the city lord or the president of the Alchemist Association. But the requirements are lowered slightly, such as requiring a senior position in the association, or you can eat a few high-level pill recipes. Or if someone asks for a certain treasure, Jinzhong City will surely grant it if it is within its power. That's what makes the prize money for this champion so enticing. Apart from Shun Mu and Zhao Ming, who already knew about the competition rewards. Upon hearing about the generous reward, the other alchemists' eyes lit up, and they rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Bai Jie couldn't help but glance at Lingyan not far away, and secretly made a decision in his heart. Only by becoming the champion can he finally hold his head high in front of Lingya. A championship is not just an honor, but also a testament to one's strength. At the same time, It can also bring immense benefits to the alchemist himself. Who wouldn't yearn for that? The championship is mine. Zhao Ming couldn't help but glance at Shenmu not far away and muttered to himself. Chapter 130, 30 Sets of Alchemy Materials. The rewards have been announced. Now, here are the alchemy rules for this conference. Please listen carefully. The alchemy session lasts 3 hours, and the winner is the one whose pills are of the highest quality. If the quality is the same, the winner is the one with the largest quantity. If the quality and quantity are the same, the one who finishes in the shortest time wins. All the materials used in this alchemy process will be provided by Golden Bell City. Does anyone have any questions? The host's words immediately caught Shenmu's eye. He had initially thought that he would need to bring his own alchemy materials, since alchemy materials were more precious than spiritual food materials. Therefore, he specially prepared 2 sets of alchemy materials before he came. In fact, 1 serving should be enough. But Shenmu felt it was better to be on the safe side. In case of any unexpected events, he could refine another one. But now the host says that Kim Jong-sung will be responsible for the materials, so I won't hold back. After hearing the host's words, all the alchemists replied, "No." "Very well, then I hereby declare the Alchemist Conference officially open." At the same time, the system voice sounded in Shenmu's ear. Mission issued. Main quest. Win the Golden Bell City Alchemy Tournament. Task rewards. 1 Xiangrade pill recipe. 1 Xiangrade spiritual artifact pill furnace. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City quest shortened by 30 days. After listening, Shenmu nodded secretly. At the host's command, the alchemists dared not delay for a moment, each setting up their alchemy furnaces and unleashing their spiritual power to control the flames. Next to each stove, there was a staff member standing. Their job is to retrieve the medicinal herbs needed by the contestants and to meet all their needs. After the various alchemists gave their descriptions, the staff rushed down to retrieve the necessary medicinal materials. Only Shenmu's staff members had strange expressions after hearing about the medicinal herbs he needed, and they hesitated to take any action. "Are you sure, alchemist?" the staff member asked again, looking puzzled. "What? Didn't you say you'd provide the materials? Did I hear you wrong?" Shenmu looked at him and asked in confusion. He clearly remembered that's what the host said. "We will provide the materials, that's true, but who uses 30 portions of materials to refine pills?" the staff member said irritably. "Even the worst alchemist can surely make a pill with 3 to 5 sets of materials. Yet Shenmu actually asked for 30 sets of materials?" The staff even doubted whether this guy was actually an alchemist or knew how to make pills. "None of your business, just go get it." Hearing that he actually doubted this, Shenmu was speechless. Was Lao Tzu just an ordinary alchemist? Can it be measured by general alchemical common sense? That's hilarious. Upon hearing this, the staff members were filled with doubt, but they dared not hesitate. Anyway, he doesn't have to provide the materials, but if something goes wrong because of it, he can't afford to suffer the consequences. A few minutes later, all the staff members returned with the alchemy materials. The young man who fetched the medicinal herbs for Shenmu also returned. But everyone else just carries a small bag to hold the medicinal herbs. But he walked slowly towards us, carrying a huge square wooden box in his arms. At that moment, all eyes were on him. "What's going on?" Even Sun Jian was completely bewildered. He beckoned to one of his subordinates and asked, "Reporting to the city lord, this alchemist Shun has requested a full 30 sets of alchemy materials." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone on the judging panel was both amused and exasperated. A normal person only needs a few ingredients to refine pills, but this alchemist Shun actually needs 30. Are you that insecure about yourself? Haha. Chung Tian, is this the Shun dancer you've been eyeing? Bai Tu laughed until tears streamed down his face. If he wins the championship, I'll eat shit on the spot. Chung Tian's expression kept changing, looking extremely ugly. He was completely bewildered by this situation, having no idea what Shenmu was doing. Duan Lin wasn't much better. In his opinion, Shenmu was undoubtedly a genius. Surely he wouldn't need 30 materials to be confident in refining a single pill. Besides them, Shenmu's move also attracted the attention of all the alchemists. Zhao Ming, who was standing not far from Shenmu, was also dumbfounded when he saw this. But then he couldn't help but sneer. With this kind of alchemy ability, you dare to challenge me? Chapter 131, Forming a Pill in Minutes, 5th update. Then, he turned his attention away and focused on refining the pills. He would use the results to tell Shin Mu and everyone in Jinzhong City, who is the real genius in alchemy. As for geniuses like Bai Jie and Lingya, they didn't take Shin Mu, an unknown alchemist, seriously at all. They just treated it as a farce and laughed it off. He then began to devote all his attention to alchemy. Shin Mu himself had no idea, nor did he care what others thought. After taking the wooden crate from the staff member, he smiled and said to him, "Thank you for your hard work." The staff rolled their eyes, but didn't dare say anything. Shin Mu then opened the wooden box, inside which was a special container made of spirit crystals. 30 sets of alchemy materials were neatly arranged among them. The pill he was going to refine this time was the same body-tempering pill he had refined that day when he was taking the alchemist qualification test. He was overjoyed when the host said that all the materials were provided by Kim Jong-sung. "Since the materials are free, I should refine more, since the final pills will belong to me anyway." Not taking advantage of a good deal is the act of a bastard. These 30 sets of alchemy materials are quite valuable. Now that Shin Mu is in charge, he must be careful with the money. Otherwise, how can Tianjin City develop as soon as possible? These body-tempering pills that have been refined will be used to temper the bodies of Dongbua, Zuan, and the others. Whether it's put into the hidden god temple's treasury to replenish its inventory, it's a good thing. Without further ado, Shin Mu took out a set of materials and threw them into the gradually heating alchemy furnace. Based on previous experience, the operation proceeded smoothly. The materials were melted and refined into a medicinal liquid. Then, I activated my spiritual power to envelop the medicinal liquid within it, to prevent the medicinal effect from being lost and the spiritual power from leaking out. Then, Shin Mu unleashed an astonishing power, converging all his spiritual energy towards the pill. All eyes on the judges were on Shin Mu. This alchemist Shun is so young, yet his strength has already reached the subtle realm of the soul fusion stage. Seeing Shin Mu display his strength, Sun Jian was secretly surprised. At the same time, even Cheng Tian and Duan Lin were quite surprised. Although the two knew that Shin Mu was no ordinary person, they had never known his true strength. Looking at it now, it is indeed extraordinary. Very few people can reach this level at the age of 10, unless you're an absolute genius. Inside the furnace, as the pill was about to be fully condensed, Shin Mu manipulated his spiritual power to slowly lift the pill out of the furnace. He then produced a small jade bottle in his hand and poured the pills into it. The entire operation proceeded smoothly and without the slightest pause. Many people in the audience were stunned. Immediately, gasps of surprise erupted from all around. Someone has already achieved the elixir in just a few minutes? Not only were the audience members shocked, but the judges were also completely bewildered. How many minutes does it take to form a pill? Are you kidding me? President Chung, what about him? Sun Jian hurriedly asked, as he was a complete novice when it came to alchemy and knew absolutely nothing about it. However, most elixirs take at least an hour to refine. He knew this basic common sense. But now, Shin Mu's actions are completely unconventional, making him question his own existence. Apart from Sun Jian, everyone else pricked up their ears, waiting for Cheng Tian to give an explanation. Cheng Tian wasn't surprised at all, since he already knew about this. However, he couldn't be too flamboyant now, so he could only vaguely say, in the end, efficacy is what matters. Faster processing doesn't necessarily mean better quality. Let's wait and see. Immediately, he looked at Shin Mu in the arena and thought to himself, Master Shun, this is terrifying. He had thought that Shin Mu would be more restrained in this competition. After all, the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Even if he could refine pills as easily as frying beans, he should still conceal himself appropriately to avoid unnecessary trouble. But to his surprise, Shin Mu continued to do things his own way, and he didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But for him, it's definitely a good thing. After this experience, the Golden Bell City Alchemist Association will surely be able to hold its head high and speak with pride. See that? That's one of our association's alchemists. Chapter 132, 30 more servings. But Qing Tian had no idea what Shen Mu was thinking. Shen Mu wasn't trying to show off. Rather, this alchemy competition was a great opportunity to promote Tianxin City. The more outstanding he performs, the deeper the impression of Tianxin City will be on everyone. This will not only attract more visitors to Tianxin City, but also greatly contribute to the growth of one's reputation. He is now the lord of Tianxin City, and he has to consider the interests of Tianxin City in everything he does. Whether you accepted this position out of desperation or for some other reason, there is no turning back now. We must forge ahead. Otherwise, the only outcome will be death. While everyone was still in shock, Shen Mu added another batch of materials and began refining. A few minutes later, another pill was produced. Holy crap! It worked again! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. A few minutes later, the third pill was produced. Is this alchemist Shen really that skilled? Sun Jian looked on with suspicion. If Shen Mu's pill refining speed could keep up with the efficacy of the medicine, that would be truly heaven-defying. Do such people really exist? These exclamations startled the other alchemists who were engrossed in refining pills. They couldn't help but look in the direction everyone was looking. Shen Mu performed a series of fluid and skillful operations, simultaneously refining pills one after another. Just like an assembly line alchemy machine, completely devoid of emotion. Am I seeing things? After a long moment of stunned silence, the alchemists came to their senses and began to doubt their own eyes. It all felt like a dream, so unreal they almost slapped themselves to make sure they were dreaming. Bai Jia, Lingya, Lu Yun, Zhao Ming, and the others were also deeply shocked when they saw this scene. But they soon came to their senses. Bai Jia snorted coldly. With such a fast alchemy speed, the quality of the pills must be terrible. It's just a publicity stunt. If they don't care about quality and just focus on using their spiritual power to refine the pill, they can quickly produce one. However, pills made in this way are simply crude, and their efficacy is bound to be terrible. Even its efficacy may not be much better than ordinary liniments for sprains and bruises. The men knew that they were distinguished alchemists, not quack doctors. Therefore, alchemy must strive for quality and excellence. In their view, no matter how many pills Shen Mu refined, none of them would be as precious as the one they carefully refined. In the end, Shen Mu was just wasting his time. After that, the group ignored Shen Mu and focused on refining the pills in their hand again. The other alchemists, realizing they had spent too much time on Shen Mu, quickly withdrew their attention. Regardless of whether Shen Mu is truly capable or just trying to attract attention, they all have to do their own jobs well. Even if we can't win the championship, we must strive to get a high ranking. As Shen Mu successfully refined one pill after another, the audience was speechless. His face gradually became expressionless. Because I become numb. An hour and a half later, Shen Mu finally refined the 30 portions of medicinal herbs into pills. And not a single one failed. Seeing that Shen Mu finally stopped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. After all, being in a state of constant shock is exhausting. Shen Mu took out Moonwood Spirit liquid from the black rock ring and took a sip. He then waved to the staff around him and said, "Give me 30 more servings of the same materials." The staff member had just seen Shen Mu waving and was about to approach to ask him something. Upon hearing this, his legs went weak and he stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Again, "What? Is there a problem?" Shen Mu looked puzzled, then turned to look at the judges' panel. Sun Jian couldn't help but smile wryly. "Go, get another 30 portions." Although the materials used in this body-tempering pill are not the most expensive among yellow-grade pills, they are still quite valuable. Now, just considering Shen Mu, we have to pay 60 times the price. Sun Jian wasn't exactly heartbroken, but he still felt somewhat helpless. But the rules had already been set, and in front of everyone, how could he, as the city lord, go back on his word? Upon hearing the city lord's words, the staff dared not hesitate any longer. He hurriedly ran to fetch the medicinal herbs. Chapter 133, Mutual Praise, 7th Update. Not long after, the staff returned carrying the same wooden crate. Shen Mu opened the box, as usual, took out the medicinal herbs, and put them into the alchemy furnace. "Let's begin a new round of alchemy." He dared not slack off on such a great opportunity. After completing these 30 pills, he essentially gained 60 body-tempering pills for free. This is a yellow-grade elixir. In addition, the quality of what I produce is absolutely top-notch. If you take it outside, it will definitely be worth a lot, but there will be no market for it. Thinking of this, Shun Mu was secretly overjoyed, and his motivation instantly surged. At this point, some alchemists had already completed one pill and were beginning to refine the second. Some alchemists barely managed to create a pill. Not far away, Zhao Ming had already begun refining the second pill. Alchemy is a physically demanding task, requiring not only patience and strength, but also ample spiritual energy. Therefore, alchemists who come to participate in the alchemy conference will basically bring some pills to replenish their spiritual power. Otherwise, you might run out of spiritual energy halfway through the process. After drinking the Moonwood Spirit Liquid, Shun Mu's spiritual power was rapidly recovering, showing no signs of depletion. While Shun Mu was refining pills, many people present had different thoughts. For example, Bai Tu's face was gloomy, and he was secretly worried. But it wasn't because of Shin Mu. In his eyes, Shun Mu was nothing more than a clown who was eager for quick success and instant benefits. What he was worried about were the other alchemy geniuses. This year, several promising talents emerged from his clan, and he brought them along specifically to participate in the Alchemist Conference. All I wanted was to get a good ranking and enhance the Bai family prestige. However, this competition attracted many skilled alchemists. In particular, Ling of the Ling family is hailed as the #1 young alchemist in Jinzhong City. Under such circumstances, it will not be easy for the younger generation of the Bai family to achieve good results. Just then, Sun Jian asked the crowd, "Besides Alchemist Shun, who else do you think is a good chance?" In fact, the purpose of Jinzhong City's Alchemist Conference is no different from that of Kang City's Spirit Chef tasting event. Ultimately, it's all about discovering and recruiting talent. For Sun Jian, whether he joins the Alchemist Guild, the Bai family, or another family, it doesn't matter. Any force belonging to Golden Bell City is contributing to Golden Bell City's strength and foundation. Therefore, Sun Jian hoped that the heads of various families would actively recruit these talents. Lord City Lord, I think Lingya from the Ling family is quite good. She is the youngest alchemy genius in the Ling family, and I've heard that she has received praise from many alchemists. It was the head of a powerful family who replied. Upon hearing this, the head of the Ling family, who was sitting to the side, immediately smiled broadly and said repeatedly, "You flatter me. Your is just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning." Despite saying that, the expression on his face betrayed his true feelings. Patriarch Ling, there's no need to be modest. I, the city lord, have long heard of your daughter's talent, and she is indeed remarkable. Sun Jian praised him, but this was not just politeness, it was his true feeling. Ling, you can indeed be considered one of the best among the younger generation in the alchemy world of Jinzhong City. Seeing Sun Jian praise her so highly, the Ling family head was flattered and said, "Thank you for your praise, City Lord. Even if my daughter is talented, it is thanks to the outstanding people and resources of Jinzhong City, and it is also inseparable from the effective leadership of the City Lord." Upon hearing this, the other family heads all echoed his sentiments. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian felt inexplicably happy. Chung Tian curled his lip, thinking to himself, "This flattery is truly shameless. Who actually likes this? But it's an inevitable trend, and who can remain unaffected?" Sun Jian asked, "Besides Lingya, who else do you all think could it be?" "I think Bai Jie of the Bai family is also very good. I heard that he is only in his early 20s, but he can already refine mid-grade yellow-level pills. His future is limitless." Chapter 134, Public Doubts. At this moment, another head of a powerful family answered. Upon hearing this, Bai Tu's eyes lit up, and he became smug. This Bai Jie is one of the most talented alchemists in the Bai family in this generation, and also his beloved grandson. "Patriarch Chun, you flatter me. Although our Bai Jie is quite good, this conference is full of talented people, and I'm afraid we won't be able to achieve much. For example, the alchemist Shun, who can refine pills as easily as frying beans, has truly broadened my horizons. Bai Tu deliberately emphasized the phrase, opened his eyes wide, the meaning of which is self-evident. At this moment, the head of the Qin family immediately chimed in. What do you mean by refining pills like frying beans? I think that's just a publicity stunt. This is clearly an opportunity to curry favor with the Bai family, the most powerful alchemy family in Jinzhong City. For the Chun family, it was beneficial and harmless. As long as you build a good relationship with the Bai family, it will be much easier to buy pills in the future. In the past 2 years, the Bai family has frequently outperformed the Alchemist Association at the Alchemy Conference, winning first place. The Bai family's prestige is rising daily, seemingly poised to rival the Alchemist Association. These small families in Jinzhong City naturally need to know how to adapt to changing circumstances and observe the situation in order to develop better. After the head of the Chan family finished speaking, the heads of the other minor families echoed his sentiments. That's right. I've never heard of an alchemist who can make pills in just a few minutes. The pills that alchemist Shun makes must be incredibly ineffective. I think so too. Seeing that everyone was so pessimistic about Shun Mu, Sun Jian turned to Duan Lin and asked, Chairman Duan, what do you think? Me? Duan Lin didn't expect Sun Jian to ask him, but he replied without hesitation, I think alchemist Shun will win. Sun Jian's gaze sharpened, as if deep in thought. Winning naturally means taking the championship. So what makes Duan Lin and Cheng Tian so optimistic about Shin Mu? Upon hearing Duan Lin's support for Shin Mu, although everyone's expressions changed, no one dared to object. After all, Duan Lin is not someone to be trifled with. Oh, Sun Jian asked deliberately, what makes Chairman Duan think that alchemist Shun can win? This was Sun Jian's biggest question, as he had been observing Shin Mu for a long time. Aside from discovering that he could refine pills quickly, nothing else particularly special was found. The problem is that quick alchemy doesn't necessarily mean good efficacy. If the medicine isn't effective, no matter how fast you train, you won't win. Just a feeling, Duan Lin said calmly. Feel. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent, and Sun Jian looked completely bewildered. It is said that hearing is unreliable, but seeing is believing. That feels like utter nonsense. Where's Chairman Cheng? He's an alchemist from your Alchemist Association. Then, Sun Jian turned his gaze to Cheng Tian and asked again. Reporting to the city lord, I don't know much about alchemist Shin either, but like Chairman Duan, I believe that alchemist Shun can achieve good results. Based on what? Is it also a feeling? Cheng Tian nodded. Seeing this, everyone rolled their eyes, thinking that the two of them must have gone crazy. Don't trust your abilities, just your gut feeling? The main reason is that the other judges had already made their decision. Shin Mu's rapid pill refining was merely a publicity stunt and had no real effect. After all, no one can prepare a pill in just a few minutes and guarantee its full efficacy. Even a high-level alchemist couldn't do that. What's more, he's just an unknown young man. Cheng Tian, since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? Bai Tu asked with ill intent after a quick glance around his eyes. What are we betting on? If Master Shin fails to win the championship, your Alchemist Association will relinquish its right to recruit talent this time. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion, all turning their attention to Cheng Tian, awaiting his response. Chapter 135, You Gained, I Lost, Second Update. Sure, Cheng Tian replied without hesitation, then countered, What if you lose? Everyone was surprised to hear Cheng Tian agree so readily. Even Bai Tu thought he had misheard. Cheng Tian agreed so easily? He didn't dare to expect Cheng Tian to agree. After all, this was of utmost importance. As the president of the Alchemist Association, Cheng Tian would never joke about the association's development. Because if they lose the right to recruit for a conference, this will not only cause heavy losses to the Alchemist Association, but will also allow the Bai family to rise to power. With this addition and subtraction, the Alchemist Association might be completely crushed by the Bai family and never be able to recover. Are you sure? Bai Tu asked again to confirm. Nonsense. I, Cheng Tian, mean what I say. Upon hearing this, Bai Tu was overjoyed, seemingly afraid that Cheng Tian would change his mind, so he quickly agreed. All right, it's settled then. If Master Shun wins the championship, then my Bai family will also give up our right to recruit members for this tournament. Baitu didn't hesitate at all, because he simply didn't believe he would lose. Seeing Baitu's excited promise, Chung Tian's expression was subtle, as if he wanted to laugh but dared not. "What about you clan heads? How about we take a gamble as well?" Chung Tian asked the rest of the judges. "The stakes are the same." After listening, the heads of the various noble families all had different expressions, constantly weighing the pros and cons in their minds. After all, this is no small matter. Based on past experience, even if they couldn't compete with the Alchemist Association and the Bai family. If you're lucky, you can still recruit 1 or 2 alchemists who are ranked relatively low. For these small aristocratic families, even the most ordinary alchemist is extremely precious. Therefore, using the right to solicit bids as a gamble is something that really needs to be carefully considered. After hesitating for a moment, the Chun family head who had just been flattering Baitu was the first to speak up. "My Chun family joins and supports Patriarch Baitu. Since he had already flattered her once, he might as well do it again." Moreover, he also believed that Shen Mu simply did not have the ability to win the championship. Even if he gets into the top 3, according to the bet, Chung Tian will still lose. This is a huge gamble. If the Alchemist Association could be persuaded to withdraw from this recruitment drive, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous for these small aristocratic families. Moreover, it also allows one to curry favor with the Bai family, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So why not do it? With the Chun family head taking the lead, the heads of the other aristocratic families also expressed their opinions. With the exception of a few aristocratic families who did not participate, everyone else chose to stand on Baitu's side, betting that Shen Mu would not win the championship. At this moment, Chung Tian could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Seeing this, all the family heads looked puzzled, having no idea why Chung Tian was laughing. Is this a case of extreme anger turning into laughter? No, I think it's a case of extreme sorrow giving rise to joy. Baitu narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Chung Tian, you don't need to force a smile. Just be smarter next time." In Baitu's and the others' view, Chung Tian must have realized that everyone was pessimistic about Shen Mu. Suddenly realizing I had made the wrong bet, I felt a pang of regret and could only force a smile to ease the pain and embarrassment in my heart. Upon hearing this, Chung Tian laughed even harder, tears streaming down his face. Yes, you guys made a profit. I lost out big time, huh?" Just thinking about everyone's expressions when they see Shen Mu win the championship makes Chung Tian feel incredibly happy. Will Master Shen lose? Are you kidding me? This old white man thinks he's clever, but he'll eventually pay the price for his ignorance. Chapter 136, Verifying Results, 3rd Update. Another hour and a half passed, and the competition was nearing its end. Most alchemists had already extinguished their fires and packed up their furnaces, waiting for the competition countdown to end. Lingya, Lu Yun, Bai Jie, Zhao Ming, and others also put away their furnaces one after another, their expressions varying. Only Shen Mu remained immersed in alchemy. This guy is still practicing? Zhao Ming frowned slightly as he looked at Shen Mu, who had a serious expression on his face. I heard he just ordered 30 more sets of materials. What's he planning to do? Hearing the alchemists whispering among themselves, Zhao Ming and the others were dumbfounded. Is this guy here to compete, or to make a fool of himself? Thinking of this, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt and disappointment. His main goal this time was to defeat Shen Mu and regain his dignity and face. But seeing Shen Mu's eccentricity, Zhao Ming felt no joy of victory whatsoever. After all, what's there to be happy about when you defeat a piece of trash? Gradually, all the alchemists had finished putting away their furnaces, leaving only Shen Mu still burning the fire. Therefore, the host did not dare to announce the end of the competition and could only wait quietly. All the alchemists were somewhat displeased, and their faces were filled with a mocking expression of watching the show. They wanted to see just how amazing this genius, who could refine 60 pills in one competition, really was. Condense. With a soft shout from Shen Mu, the last pill was successfully refined. I hereby declare the competition time over. Please, Lord City Lord, give a speech. The host then turned the conversation to Sun Jian. Sun Jian nodded, stood up from his seat, and glanced at the audience. Then, turning his gaze back to the alchemist, he said, Everyone has worked hard. Next, we will announce the results according to the order in which the alchemy was completed. First one, please welcome. At this moment, the first black-robed alchemist to finish refining the pills took out 2 small jade bottles and said, I have refined 2 pills in total this time, namely the spirit-gathering pill and the mind-purifying pill. He then opened the 2 small jade bottles and poured out 2 pills onto the jade plate on the verification platform that had been specially set up in front of him. One is black, and the other is grayish-white. The black pills emitted wisps of white spiritual energy, as if they were emitting light smoke. The other one, however, had no spiritual energy surrounding it and looked just like an ordinary pill. Seeing this, Chung Tian announced, the spirit-gathering pill has reached the yellow grade level, but the heart-cleansing pill is still a bit lacking. Keep up the good work. The hallmark of a yellow grade elixir is that it is surrounded by spiritual energy. If it doesn't reach the yellow grade level, it can only be considered an ordinary pill. But it is far superior to the pills made by quack doctors. After listening to Chung Tian's comments, the black-robed alchemist bowed, his face expressionless. He knew this result all along. Now it's just a formality. It'll be difficult for him to achieve good results. After the black-robed alchemist, one alchemist after another followed this process. They displayed the pills they had refined, and their scores were evaluated. Meanwhile, there were dedicated staff members to tally the scores so that they could be announced at the final time. Soon after, it was the turn of a beautiful female alchemist dressed in a light blue jade brocade robe to verify the results. It's Lu Yun's turn. Her score will definitely sweep everyone else aside. The audience members who recognized the female alchemist were overjoyed and began discussing her with each other. This Lu Yun is a genius alchemist from the Lu family of Flying Eagle City, a level 3 city near Golden Bell City. Even within Golden Bell City, many people know of his reputation. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Lu Yun took out 3 jade bottles and poured out 3 pills, 2 black and 1 red. Lu Yun actually managed to refine 3 pills in 3 hours. Before her, no one had refined more than 3 pills, which shows that Lu Yun's pill refining speed was faster than theirs. This makes everyone even more eager to see her results. Of the 3 pills lying on the jade plate, 2 were enveloped in wisps of spiritual energy, but 1 was an exception. Moreover, one of them had an extremely fast flow of spiritual energy on its surface, as if it were shrouded in a layer of light. Chapter 137, by Jie's Strength. I have refined 3 pills this time. The Spirit Fusion Pill, the Spirit Gathering Pill, and the 100 Herbs Pill. Chung Tian carefully examined the 3 pills and nodded slightly, saying, 2 of them have reached the yellow-gray quality, and the Fusion Spirit Pill has reached the mid-yellow-gray quality. Very good. Upon hearing Chung Tian's praise, the crowd erupted in cheers. Lu Yun herself couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Although her performance this time was not at its best, it was still quite good. It's almost at the level of her strongest power. At this moment, Bai Tu and the heads of the various aristocratic families all had their eyes shining, looking at Lu Yun as if she were a rare treasure. To be able to refine a mid-grade yellow rank pill at such a young age, one's future is limitless. These are exactly the talents that all major powers crave. The heads of all the powerful families silently resolved to do everything they could to recruit Lu Yun. The alchemists who followed Lu Yun all achieved decent results. But compared to Lu Yun, she suddenly seems insignificant. Next up, Bai Jie. Upon hearing this, a young man in blue immediately responded, then glanced at Ling Yun not far away, giving her a flirtatious look. Ling Yun rolled her eyes and turned away from him. Seeing this, Bai Jie wasn't angry. He was already used to anyway. Ling Yun is naturally aloof, but she is exceptionally beautiful and has outstanding talent in alchemy among the younger generation. In the alchemy world of Jinzhong City, everyone knows that Bai Jie is in love with Ling Yun. Some people even call them the golden couple of the alchemy world, but Ling Yun has never acknowledged it, and she always ignored him. But the more this happened, the more Bai Jie wanted to conquer her. Ling Yun may have tormented him 1,000 times, but he still treats her like his first love. Bai Jie always believed that the reason Ling Yun didn't want to talk to him was because he was still unknown and had no outstanding achievements. Therefore, Bai Jie studied alchemy day and night, hoping to shine at the alchemy competition. This was to attract Ling Ye's attention. Today is the day his dream comes true, so Bai Jie is both excited and nervous. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bai Jie took a deep breath. Then he slowly took out 3 jade bottles and poured out the pills one by one. 3 pills, 1 green and 2 black, were presented on the jade plate. My lords, I have refined 3 pills this time, a meridian-nourishing pill and 2 body-tempering pills. Please verify them. Then, Bai Jie looked at Chung Tian on the judges' panel. Although his grandfather Bai Tu was also a big figure in the alchemy world, the alchemy conference was, after all, a competition jointly organized by the City Lord's Mansion and the Alchemist Association. Therefore, Chung Tian remains the main judge. Looking at the 3 pills on the jade plate, Chung Tian frowned slightly. It wasn't that the pills were faulty, but rather that he hadn't expected Bai Jie to be so powerful. All 3 pills reached the yellow grade level, with one of them even reaching the high yellow grade. Looking at the chi-nourishing pill surging with spiritual energy, Chung Tian slowly announced. Although Bai Jie refined high-quality pills, Chung Tian was not happy at all. After all, Bai Jie was from the Bai family, his mortal enemy. Regardless of whether he wins or loses this bet, Bai Jie will never join his Alchemist Association. If that's the case, what is there for him to be happy about? On the contrary, the fact that the Bai family has produced such a talent will definitely have a significant impact on the Alchemist Association in the future. Apart from Chung Tian, everyone else was also deeply shocked. Most people know that Bai Jie can only refine mid-grade yellow-level pills at most. For someone his age to possess such alchemy skills is already incredibly extraordinary. Unexpectedly, he broke through again this time and actually refined a high-grade yellow-rank pill. Everyone suddenly realized that the rise of the Bai family was probably unstoppable. Looking at Bai Tu again, he had an extremely calm expression, clearly indicating that he already knew the outcome. No wonder he was so confident in making the bet with Chung Tian. Bai Jie, who can refine high-grade yellow pills, is indeed qualified to win the championship. If he wins the championship, what chance will Shenmue have? Chapter 138, Ling Ye. Even Ling Ye was somewhat surprised by this, and she glanced at Bai Jie a few more times. Immediately, Bai Jie was overjoyed. He was now absolutely certain that if he won the championship, Ling Ye would definitely look at him differently. It's even possible that she would offer herself to him. Bai Jie couldn't help but fantasize, and his face gradually revealed a lecherous expression. Seeing this, Ling Ye pursed her lips and stopped looking at him. What Bai Jie didn't know was that even if he won the championship, Ling Ye wouldn't even glance at him, not to mention offering herself in return, because Ling Ye never had a single good feeling towards him from beginning to end. As the apple of the eye of the Ling family, the second best alchemy family in Golden Bell City, she also possesses good looks. Ling Ye is never short of suitors from various prominent families. But she never gave any man a kind look, always appearing cold and aloof to everyone. Her father often worried that she would never be able to get married in the future. Kuling-yan never cared about any of that. All she wanted was to become a great alchemist. So no matter how devoted Bai Jie was, it was all in vain in the end. Patriarch Bai Jie is indeed remarkable. Your Bai family has a worthy successor. Sun Jian smiled broadly and said to Bai Tu, Bai Jie is an alchemist from Golden Bell City. His strength is equivalent to the strength of Golden Bell City, which is not a disadvantage for Sun Jian. Upon hearing this, Bai Tu was overjoyed, and his old face immediately wrinkled up like a chrysanthemum. Thank you for your praise, City Lord. Bai Jie is still young and will need your guidance and support in the future. Don't worry, that's for sure. Upon receiving Sun Jian's response, Bai Tu was overjoyed once again. This means that Sun Jian has gained a deeper level of recognition for the Bai family, which will greatly benefit the family's future development. After verifying the results of the 2 alchemists, it was finally Ling Ye's turn, dressed in a light yellow flowing fairy dress. As Ling Ye walked by, Bai Jie shouted, "Go for it," to her. Ling Ye completely ignored him, not even turning her head. I also refined 3 pills today: the golden water pill, the bone-growing pill, and the meridian-strengthening pill. As she spoke, Ling Ye poured 3 pills, white, green, and brown, onto the jade plate. All three pills emanated spiritual power, and one of them, in particular, was like by Jie's chi-nourishing pill, with its spiritual power constantly surging. Chung Tian's eyes lit up again. All three pills have reached the yellow grade, especially the bone growth pill, which has reached the high yellow grade. Although it is slightly weaker than by Jie's meridian nourishing pill, it is still very good. Upon hearing this, Lingya's face immediately fell. For her, nothing was more painful than losing to someone in alchemy. But Bai Jie was very happy, because this proves that he defeated Lingya. Bai Jie has always regarded Lingya as his strongest rival. Now that even Lingya has been defeated by him, who else can take the championship? Chung Tian's comments once again caused the entire audience to erupt in excitement. In previous alchemy competitions, not a single alchemist was capable of refining high-grade yellow rank pills. Who would have thought that two of them would appear in this year's competition? This symbolizes that the alchemy world of Golden Bell City is about to usher in an extremely prosperous and glorious era. From then on, geniuses roamed freely, discussing the Tao through alchemy. In the heat of the moment, someone in the audience uttered the phrase, "a perfect couple." As a result, everyone joined in, chanting loudly, "Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Golden Boy and Jade Girl." Sun Jian and Bai Tu, sitting on the judges' panel, couldn't help but show smiles like those of proud fathers. Bai Jie was overjoyed. He instantly felt that the day he would win Lingya's heart was not far off. Only Lingya herself had a gloomy expression. She was already in a bad mood after losing the alchemy competition, and now that everyone was egging her on, she was even more furious. She then stepped down from the verification table and walked back to her seat. Lingya's sister, Roll. As he passed by Bai Jie tried to say something, but instead he was met with a rebuke. His face immediately turned red with embarrassment. His hands clenched involuntarily, a sense of resentment rising within him. In front of everyone, Lingya showed him absolutely no respect, which made him feel extremely embarrassed. This minor incident did not affect the progress of the conference. The alchemists continued to step forward one after another to verify the results. It wasn't until the fifth to last person that it was Zhao Ming's turn. He glanced at Shen Mu and sneered. "Shen Mu, the championship is mine." Shen Mu pursed his lips, made a gesture of invitation, and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Zhao Ming flicked his sleeve and walked directly toward the verification table. Chapter 139, Barrier-Breaking Pill. As Zhao Ming stepped onto the verification platform, everyone's attention was focused on him. "I also refined 3 pills today, all of them breakthrough pills." Upon hearing this, those who had even a slight understanding of elixirs all had their eyes light up. Because the breakthrough pill is one of the most difficult and precious pills to refine among the yellow grade pills. Even intermediate level alchemists cannot guarantee that they can successfully refine every single pill and ensure its efficacy. Who would have thought that this seemingly young man would use this to compete? Looking at everyone's reactions, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel a little smug. Without further ado, he took out 3 jade bottles and poured out 3 crystal clear pills. Upon seeing the 3 pills, Bai Tu immediately stood up from his seat. "Patriarch Bai, what's going on?" Sun Jian asked, puzzled. "High-grade yellow. All 3 are high-grade yellow." Bai Tu's tone was filled with disbelief. "What? 3 high-grade, yellow-level gems?" Bai Tu's words instantly caused a stir among the audience. As everyone stared at the 3 pills surging with spiritual energy, their expressions shifted like a kaleidoscope. Bai Jie was completely stunned, thinking that he had successfully refined a high-grade yellow rank pill. The champion's throne is rightfully his. How could a monster suddenly appear that can refine 3 yellow-grade pills? On the judges' panel, Bai Tu glanced casually at Chung Tian beside him. But Chung Tian showed no shock whatsoever. Instead, he had an expression that said he expected it. "Chung Tian, do you perhaps know this young man?" Upon hearing this, Sun Jian couldn't help but cast an inquiring glance. His name is Zhao Ming, from the Luyun sect in Tianlang City, and he is a disciple of alchemist Qin Yu. If Sun Jian hadn't also wanted to know his information, Chung Tian wouldn't have bothered with him. He had already learned from a mercenary association that Zhao Ming was only one step away from becoming an intermediate alchemist. Therefore, it is not surprising that they can refine high-grade yellow-rank pills. However, the pill he refined was actually the most difficult of all the yellow-grade pills to refine, the miasma-breaking pill, which made Cheng Tian look at him with new respect. But this alone is not enough to threaten Shenmu. Therefore, Cheng Tian showed no surprise or panic on his face. What? She's actually a disciple of alchemist Qinyu. Bai Tu was taken aback after hearing Cheng Tian's words. Patriarch Bai, may I ask who this alchemist Qinyu is? Sun Jian asked in confusion. Although he was the city lord, he was still unfamiliar with the alchemists from other cities. Bai Tu cupped his hands in greeting and replied, This alchemist Qinyu is a peak intermediate level alchemist, and she's probably only one step away from becoming an advanced alchemist. He once defeated 8 genius alchemists to win the championship at the Tianlang City Alchemy Tournament, becoming a celebrated figure and a highly respected figure in the alchemy world. Hiss! After hearing Bai Tu's introduction, even Sun Jian couldn't help but gasp. The fact that he could be promoted to a senior alchemist at any time already demonstrates his extraordinary nature. Throughout the entire world of emperors, the number of alchemists is countless. However, only a very small number of people can actually become advanced alchemists. Each and every one of them is a titan in the world of alchemy. Everyone present was even more shocked after hearing Bai Tu's introduction. At this moment, the way he looked at Zhao Ming changed. After hearing Zhao Ming's identity, Bai Jie no longer felt resentful, only a bitter smile. Losing to someone like that isn't shameful. Young Master Zhao's talent is extraordinary, which makes this old man feel ashamed. If there is a chance, please give my regards to Alchemist Qinyu. Upon learning Zhao Ming's identity, Bai Tu's attitude immediately changed, and he began to fawn over him. And please give our greetings as well, the other family heads quickly echoed. With Qinyu's status, even the lord of a city would have to show her respect. Not to mention those small fry. Even though I know I have no connection with them whatsoever, I absolutely cannot afford to offend them. Zhao Ming was naturally pleased with the widespread adulation. Of course. I have received everyone's kind intentions and will certainly pass them on to my master another day. Chapter 140, Crimson Pattern. Immediately, Bai Tu flattered him again, saying, With these 3 high-grade yellow-rank breakthrough pills, I believe the championship is already in the hands of young Master Zhao. Otherwise, there's another genius alchemist who can refine pills like popping beans. As Zhao Ming spoke, he turned to look at Shun Mu with a mocking expression on his face. Noticing that Zhao Ming's expression was off, Bai Tu immediately understood. He then retorted sarcastically, Young Master Zhao, you are mistaken. Some people are not making pills as easy as frying beans. They're merely producing shoddy work to attract attention. They are simply an insult to the name of alchemists. He's simply not comparable to young Master Zhao. Anyone who isn't an idiot knows who Bai Tu is referring to. He also knew that Zhao Ming was flattering him. The problem is, nobody thinks there's anything wrong with it, because no one thought that Shun Mu could maintain the medicinal effects while rapidly refining pills. This is undoubtedly a fantasy. Shun Mu turned his gaze to Bai Tu, but didn't say a word. I thought to myself, I don't think I have any grudge against this old man. Is it really necessary to be so biased, praising one thing while criticizing the other? Is it a mad dog, biting anyone it sees? How do you know that Master Shen's alchemy is shoddy? Cheng Tian couldn't stand it any longer and retorted, what if every pill that Alchemist Shen refines is of the highest quality? At that time, with just those 3 high-grade yellow-rank breakthrough pills, young Master Zhao probably won't be able to win. Although Zhao Ming is Qinyu's disciple, he is also a member of the Alchemist Association and an alchemist of the same level as Qinyu. He wasn't afraid of offending Zhao Ming at all. Moreover, with Shun Mu's potential, one day, not to mention Zhao Ming, even Qinyu will be far behind. Cheng Tian is a shrewd person. How could he not understand this simple principle? That's why he always protected Shen Mu. If you don't befriend someone when they're still a nobody, they will be out of reach once Shen Mu rises to great heights. Bai Tu was about to retort when Zhao Ming interrupted him. Who said these 3 of mine are all high-grade yellow-rank pills? Upon hearing this, everyone was completely bewildered. But immediately, both Chung Tian and Baitu's expressions changed drastically, because they considered a possibility. Could it be that? Zhao Ming didn't keep them in suspense and directly picked up the pill in the very center of the jade plate. He continuously channeled spiritual energy into the elixir. Suddenly, a faint yellow light emanated from the surface of the miasma-breaking pill. It then slowly condensed into a thin yellow halo surrounding the pill. Crimson pattern. Upon seeing the halo, Chung Tian and his companion were once again taken aback. This scene indeed confirmed their suspicions. In fact, the best among all grades of pills is not necessarily the highest grade. Beyond the advanced level, there is another aspect of elixir quality that is manifested through its patterns. The highest number of cinnabar patterns is 9. The more patterns, the better the quality of the elixir. Pills with Dan patterns not only have double the medicinal effect, but may also give birth to Dan spirits. When a pill spirit is born, the pill will become a true living being, or it can be called a rare and precious treasure. The formation of the cinnabar pattern has nothing to do with the alchemist's realm or strength. It's related to the alchemist's talent. In other words, even intermediate and advanced alchemists cannot refine the pill patterns of a yellow-grade pill if they lack talent. This shows just how talented Zhao Ming is. Even if it's just a single pill pattern, it's enough to make countless alchemists look up to it. At this moment, Chung Tian began to feel uneasy. Even though Shan Mu's 60 body-tempering pills all reached the high-grade yellow level. At best, he can only manage a draw with Zhao Ming. He cannot win. The breakthrough pill is one of the most difficult and precious pills to refine among the yellow-grade pills. In terms of value, one breakthrough pill is worth at least 10 body-tempering pills of the same grade. Furthermore, one of Zhao Ming's breakthrough pills also possesses pill patterns, which further increases its value. All things considered, its value is no less than Shun Mu's 60 body-tempering pills. Chapter 141, Shun Mu Takes the Stage. I recommend a friend's masterpiece, My Time Travel Failed, a novel game-themed story with 2 main characters. You might want to check it out. The following is the main text. President Chung, what is Danwon? Seeing that the two looked uncomfortable, Duan Lin took the initiative to ask. He had barely spoken since arriving here, because he knew that Shun Mu was confident of victory this time. So there's absolutely no need for him to worry. But seeing Chung Tian, who had always been calm, suddenly become nervous, Duan Lin also felt a little uneasy. Something must have happened that was detrimental to Shun Mu. Otherwise, Chung Tian wouldn't have lost his composure like this. President Duan, the so-called Danwen, is the ultimate embodiment of the quality of a pill. There can be a maximum of 9 Danwen. The more Danwen a pill has, the better its quality and the higher its efficacy. Pills with cinnabar patterns are far rarer than high-grade yellow-rank pills. After hearing Chung Tian's explanation, not only Duan Lin, but everyone present was shocked. For the vast majority of them, this was the first time they had ever heard of or seen Danwen. I never imagined that such a small yellow halo could be so powerful. Zhao Ming was thoroughly enjoying the moment, because everyone looked at him with shock and admiration. He has paid a heavy price for this moment. The thrill of about to trample Shun Mu underfoot was even more addictive to him. After the staff recorded the results, Zhao Ming stepped down from the verification table, and another alchemist immediately took his place. As Zhao Ming walked back to his seat, he couldn't help but give Shen Mu a provocative look. Shen Mu rolled his eyes. Idiot. Hearing this, Zhao Ming was so angry that his teeth itched. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Let's see how you clean up this mess. After several alchemists verified the results, only Shen Mu remained. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Everyone had high expectations for Shen Mu, but a large portion of them were just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Shen Mu did not hesitate, nor would he back down. I walked straight to the verification table. Standing on the verification platform, looking at the pairs of eyes below, Shun Mu's black rock ring flashed, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Immediately, all eyes were focused on the jade bottle. They all wanted to see what kind of pills were produced in just a few minutes. Clang! The scene was completely silent as everyone held their breath. Therefore, the sound of the pill falling onto the jade plate was exceptionally clear. A black pill rolled a few times on the jade plate before settling in the center. The spiritual energy on it surged continuously, like a small vortex. High-grade yellow rank. Baitu was startled and stood up again, muttering in disbelief. What? It's actually a high-grade yellow rank. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Lu Yun, Lingya, Bai Jie, and the others almost popped their eyes out. They never took Shenmu seriously, regarding him only as a clown trying to attract attention. But to my surprise, every single pill he casually pulled out was a high-grade yellow rank pill. Bai Jie and Lingya, in particular, spent an hour working themselves to the bone to refine a high-grade yellow pill. But Shenmu made it seem like a game, taking one every few minutes and still achieving this quality? Are you kidding me? Zhao Ming was also somewhat incredulous. Although he wasn't worried that Shenmu could beat him, his opponent's strength was unexpected, which still made him very unhappy. This one was definitely just luck. The other pills couldn't possibly be of this quality. After the initial surprise, Baitu immediately reassured himself. But you can't blame him. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Sure enough, after hearing this, everyone nodded silently, agreeing wholeheartedly. They believed that this pill must have been of such high quality because of good luck. But they forgot a most basic principle. There's no such thing as luck in this world. Seeing that everyone was still unwilling to give up, Shenmu smiled coldly and then packed up the pills. Then he took out a second jade bottle. Chapter 142, Verification completed. Is it still a high-grade, yellow-level product? Upon seeing the second pill, Baitu was dumbfounded once again. Is this kid's luck just that incredible? 2 stones in a row have reached this quality. Seeing that Baitu still looked suspicious, Shenmu didn't bother to say anything more. Instead, he took out a third jade bottle. After all, facts are the most convincing evidence. Otherwise, no matter how much he says, it will be of no use. The third one, high-grade yellow. The fourth one, high-grade yellow. The fifth one, high-grade yellow. The 59th one, a high-grade yellow one. Shenmu took out the last bottle and poured out the pills. Yellow grade, high quality. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present had shifted from shock to numbness and stiffness. So, do you still think I got lucky? Shenmu looked at Baitu with a playful expression. Upon hearing this, Baitu's face twitched slightly, unsure how to refute it. This slap in the face left him feeling somewhat desperate. I thought Shenmu was just a show-off, all bark and no bite. Who would have thought that his talent was so extraordinary? 60 high-grade yellow pills were refined in 3 hours. Is this even human? On the other side, Bai Jie and the others also lost their composure. They were initially quite pleased with their achievements, but Shenmu alone was enough to crush everyone present. Especially Lingya, who had never been interested in men, was now completely preoccupied with Shenmu and couldn't shake him off. It wasn't because Shenmu was particularly handsome, but because of his alchemy skills. This surprised Lingya. This suddenly stirred a feeling of admiration within her. If Zhao Ming, Bai Jie, and others learn alchemy merely to show off and gain a better future, then Lingya is a complete elixir fanatic. Her alchemy was purely a passionate hobby, without any ulterior motives. Don't say she's not interested in men. She's only interested in men who are good at alchemy. If Bai Jie knew that all his hard work and pursuit had been less effective than Shenmu's show of bravado, he would be in trouble. He's probably going to vomit 3 liters of blood. When Zhao Ming saw that all 60 pills were actually of high-grade yellow quality, he was surprised. I'm going crazy. He had thought he had the victory in the bag, but now it seems that he wasn't so sure after all. All right, I've finished my demonstration. After saying that, Shenmu confidently stepped down from the verification platform and walked towards his seat. Shenmu felt that his victory was a foregone conclusion. Now all we have to do is wait for the official result. After all the results were verified, the scene immediately entered a heated discussion. Xiao Li, Cui Xing, Zheng Yun, and the others in the audience were already prepared, but they were still full of excitement. A heated discussion ensued on the judges' panel. How do you all think we should determine this? Sun Jian asked, frowning. He had mixed feelings about this alchemy competition. To my delight, this conference has attracted so many alchemy geniuses. The worrying thing is that the two most talented among them are not from Jinzhong City. It will undoubtedly take some effort to keep them here. Zhao Ming dared not force him and could only let him choose for himself. After all, he was Qin Yu's disciple, and Jin Zhongxing simply couldn't afford to offend him. But Shen Mu was different. As far as Sun Jian knew, Tianqin City was just a very backward level 3 city. It wouldn't be difficult to keep such a genius from a small place in Golden Bell City. People strive for better things, and Sun Jian believed that Shen Mu would not return to a poor, remote place like Tianqin City. After all, how can a shallow pool contain a dragon from the heavens? With Shen Mu's talent, he is definitely not someone to be underestimated. As long as he doesn't die halfway through his journey, he will surely become a giant in the world of alchemy. Lord of the City, I believe that Zhao Ming Tian is a genius, capable of refining medicine with pill patterns. He should rightfully win the championship. Chapter 143, Additional Test. Bai Tu spoke first. In truth, he knew that the total value of the pills refined by Shen Mu and Zhao Ming this time was actually about the same. Logically, it should be a draw. However, he chose to help Zhao Ming, partly to curry favor with Zhao Ming and to see if he could establish a relationship with Qin Yu in the future. Secondly, and most importantly, if Shen Mu wins, then he will lose his bet with Chang Tian. In this way, the Bai family and all the family heads behind them will lose the right to recruit members for this year's alchemy conference. This is tantamount to handing over all alchemists to the Alchemist Association. How could he possibly accept this? The heads of the various families naturally understood the advantages and disadvantages involved. Therefore, they all echoed, "We also think that Zhao Ming should be the champion." Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian and Duan Lin both sneered. How could they let these people succeed? Lord City Lord, I disagree with what the other family heads have said. Cheng Tian bowed to Sun Jian. Oh, what do you think? The disagreement between the two was something Sun Jian had anticipated. Zhao Ming's strength is indeed impressive, but Alchemist Shun is no slouch either. He refined 60 high-grade yellow pills in 3 hours. Who can rival him? What's the use of 60 of them if they can't even compare to someone else's single one? Bai Tu naturally couldn't let Cheng Tian succeed so easily. Besides, contradicting Cheng Tian has become a habit. Sun Jian was immediately in a dilemma. What you all said makes sense. What should we do? Then, he looked at Duan Lin and his eyes lit up. President Duan, what do you think? Seeing this, Bai Tu and the others did not look too good. After all, Duan Lin had previously made it clear that he was optimistic about Shen Mu. Reporting to the city lord, I am actually quite ignorant about alchemy, but if I had to choose, I would choose Alchemist Shun. Oh, is it still because of a feeling? Sun Jian joked. Lord of the City, you flatter me. But this time it's not a feeling, but a belief that Master Shun is only 16 years old and has already achieved so much. His future achievements will surely be limitless. Upon hearing this, Sun Jianlu was slightly surprised and said, What? Alchemist Shun is only 16? Does the city lord not know? Hiss. After hearing this, Sun Jian couldn't help but gasp. To possess such strength at only 16 years old, one must have an extraordinary talent for alchemy. Moreover, Shen Mu not only possesses exceptional alchemy skills, but his cultivation level also far surpasses that of his peers. It's truly amazing. At this moment, Sun Jian couldn't help but think more highly of Shen Mu. Between the two, he was already more inclined to let Shen Mu win the championship. Although in terms of quality, Danwen pills are indeed superior to ordinary pills. After all, Shen Mu has a greater chance of staying in Golden Bell City than Zhao Ming. Moreover, relatively speaking, Shen Mu's talent is indeed no less than Zhao Ming's, but he is younger than Zhao Ming. This is practically a stock with huge potential. Yes, we really can't jump to conclusions about this matter, otherwise we might discourage people. Seeing that Sun Jian's stance was not firm enough, Bai Tu felt uneasy and quickly said, Lord City Lord, Zhao Ming is clearly stronger. It is unreasonable to let Shen Mu win the championship. Bai Tu, you're just afraid of betting, aren't you? Cheng Tian sneered. But does that mean we can't be fair and just? This? Bai Tu was speechless in response to Cheng Tian's words. Because everything Cheng Tian said was true, And that was exactly what he thought. Seeing that the two were deadlocked, Sun Jian was really in a dilemma. After all, both sides are the backbone of Jinzhong City, and he doesn't want to offend either of them unless absolutely necessary. After a moment's thought, Sun Jian said, "How about we have the two of them take another test? An additional test. Good. Give them another hour to refine only one pill to determine the winner." Upon hearing this, both Cheng Tian and Duan Lin looked displeased. This is clearly disadvantageous for Shenmu. After all, Shenmu's highest level of skill was only able to refine high-grade yellow pills, while Zhao Ming could refine pill patterns. If the outcome is decided by a single pill, Shenmu will most likely lose. Lord City Lord, this is unfair to Alchemist Shun. Chapter 144, Who Said I Lost? Although Sun Jian knew this was unfair to Shenmu, he had no other choice. Do you have a better idea? Sun Jian asked Cheng Tian. What do you do about it? Seeing this, Bai Tu quickly chimed in. Cheng Tian, don't make things difficult for the city lord. I think this is a good idea. Immediately, all the family heads agreed. Cheng Tian quickly looked to Duan Lin for help. Duan Lin looked helpless. The city lord had already said so. What could he do? Even if he has a lot of influence, he couldn't possibly defy the city lord and favor Shenmu time and time again. Otherwise, Sun Jian would definitely lose face, which would not be a good thing. But he still wouldn't remain inactive. So he immediately said to Sun Jian, Lord City Lord, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. President Duan, please speak. Why don't we tell the two people involved about the additional test and let them choose for themselves? Or what if they have a better solution? Duan Lin suggested that, having exhausted all other options, he could only place his hopes on Shenmu himself. He believed that with Shenmu's intelligence, he would definitely find a way that would be more advantageous to him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian couldn't help but secretly give Duan Lin a thumbs up. All right. Immediately, Sun Jian turned his attention back to the arena and shouted loudly to Shenmu and the other man. Alchemist Zhao, Alchemist Shun, after some discussion, we believe that both of you are exceptionally talented, so we have decided that this result is a tie. Upon hearing this, the entire audience erupted in uproar, as no one expected that the two prodigies would ultimately draw. Shenmu and his companion were also extremely surprised. At this moment, Zhao Ming spoke up. Lord City Lord, I do not accept a draw. We must determine a winner today. Should he be allowed to draw with Shenmu? How could that be? He must crush Shenmu under his feet today. Only then can he vent his pent-up anger. Sun Jian said, Master Zhao, please calm down. After discussion, we have decided to have you two have an additional round of testing. The additional test will last for 1 hour, and the winner will be determined by a single pill. What do you two think? I have no objection. Zhao Ming agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Zhao Ming agreed, Sun Jian turned his gaze to Shenmu. Where is Alchemist Shun? I disagree. Shenmu refused. Shenmu, are you afraid? Zhao Ming sneered when he saw Shenmu refuse. Afraid? You dare to say that? Shenmu then looked at Sun Jian again. Do you think I can't defeat him with 60 high-grade yellow pills? Well, let Chairman Cheng speak first. Sun Jian immediately shifted the topic to Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian looked embarrassed and said to Shenmu, Master Shun, everyone thinks that 60 high-grade yellow pills are indeed very good. However, after all, Master Zhao had refined a pill with pill patterns, and it was a breakthrough pill that was even more precious than the body-tempering pill. Therefore, your scores should theoretically be equal. It's very difficult to determine a winner. Putting aside Cheng Tian's personal desire for Shenmu to win, these words were indeed the truth. After all, the Danwen pattern is extremely rare. Shenmu naturally believed Cheng Tian's words. Since he had only recently started learning alchemy, he didn't understand much about it. So he thought that with 60 high-grade yellow pills, victory was assured. I see, I was so ignorant, Shenmu said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Seeing this, Sun Jian nodded. So, Master Shun, you agree to the additional test? An additional test? I didn't agree to that. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Since Shenmu has already acknowledged the draw and repeatedly refused to take an additional test, what exactly is his intention? At this moment, Bai Tu angrily rebuked, Shenmu, how dare you mock the city lord and disrupt the proceedings of the conference? What is your punishment? Shenmu, if you don't dare, just admit defeat to save face. Zhao Ming sneered. Lose? Who said I lost? Chapter 145, Danwen? How many? After hearing this, the scene fell silent. Then the entire audience booed and sneered. In the eyes of the audience, there is nothing shameful about losing. But Shenmu not only lacked the courage to accept the additional challenge, he also refused to acknowledge the result of the competition. This kind of behavior is truly despicable. Zhao Ming seized the opportunity to mock. This result was determined by the city lord and all the alchemy masters. It is absolutely fair and just. Do you still want to deny it? That is, countless people echoed this sentiment, clearly looking down on Shenmu's behavior. Even Sun Jian couldn't help but reveal a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He originally had a pretty good impression of Shenmu. But after this experience, he suddenly realized that Shenmu wasn't all that great. After all, if you want to get things done, you must first learn how to be a good person. If a person lacks good character, then no matter how talented they are, they will not be respected or loved. The results of this competition are in. You only have two choices. First, accept the additional test. Second, concede defeat and become the runner-up. Now that things had come to this, Sun Jian was too lazy to waste any more words with Shenmu and directly gave him two options. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming, Bai Tu, and the others all looked on with expressions of anticipation. I don't want to choose either of them. Sun Jian frowned, his face showing some anger. This Shenmu is really ungrateful. He keeps contradicting me. Does he even respect me as the city lord? Thinking of this, he was about to reprimand him, but Shenmu spoke again. The pills I refined before haven't fully demonstrated their quality yet, Shenmu said, looking at everyone. I thought that 60 high-grade yellow pills would guarantee victory, but since that's not the case, I'll lay my cards on the table. Immediately, Shenmu took out a jade bottle from the black rock ring. He tossed one of the body-tempering pills into the air. As it fell in front of Shenmu's spiritual energy exploded out, completely enveloping the body-tempering pill and making it float in midair. Then, he glanced around at everyone present. Isn't it just pill patterns? How many do you want? After a moment of stunned silence, everyone burst into laughter. Bai Tu, especially on the judges' panel, laughed so hard he was doubled over, tears streaming down his face. Having finally caught his breath, he sneered, Shenmu, what do you think Danwen is? Like cabbages on the street? You dare ask how many you want? If I said I wanted 9, could you give them to me? Bai Tu sneered. Moreover, let alone 9, if you can even master one, I, Bai Tu, will rip my head off right here and let you kick it around like a ball. If not, quickly hand over the championship title and get out of Admiralty. My city of Jinzhong will not tolerate a braggart like you, so arrogant and rude. It was already quite unexpected that Zhao Ming was able to refine pill patterns. Even Zhao Ming himself couldn't guarantee that he would be able to create pill patterns every time he refined pills. The reason he was able to cultivate the Dan runes, apart from his own talent, must be related to his master, Qin Yu. After all, he was someone who was almost a high-level alchemist. But what is Shenmu? An unknown and obscure novice alchemist, may have some minor skills, but alchemical patterns are not so easy to refine. Bai Tu dares to say that out of 10,000 alchemists, perhaps not one could refine pill patterns. Even if it exists, some people might only manage to master it once or twice in their entire lives. Very few people can guarantee that they can refine pill patterns anytime, anywhere, otherwise why would they be so rare? In Bai Tu's opinion, Shenmu was just showing off. Great, it's been a long time since I played football. Upon hearing this, Bai Tu merely sneered and remained silent. Watch closely. Shenmu was too lazy to waste words with him. When it comes to slapping someone in the face, it's based on facts, not empty talk. As Shenmu continuously poured his spiritual energy into the body-tempering pill, the body-tempering pill gradually emitted a dazzling light, and that light was yellow. This is impossible. Upon seeing the yellow light, Bai Tu's face turned deathly pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 146, sorry, I took the wrong one. Not only him, but all the audience members and alchemists present, including Cheng Tian, Duan Lin, and Sun Jian, all had their expressions changed drastically. Some were delighted, some were surprised, while others had gloomy faces. The yellow light began to gradually condense, then formed a halo that attached itself to the pill. It truly has a cinnabar pattern. Just as everyone was surprised, another yellow light flashed out. A second yellow halo forms, parallel to the first one. Holy crap! 2 crimson patterns. The judges were so shocked that they slammed their fists on the table and stood up. Only Baitu remained seated. It wasn't because he was disdainful, nor because he was calm, but because his legs suddenly went weak and he couldn't stand up at all. While everyone was still exclaiming in surprise at the 2 crimson patterns, a third beam of yellow light flashed out again. Then another cinnabar pattern condensed. Damn, are Danwin free? Some people had already started swearing, but their faces were full of excitement. They witnessed a miracle today that most people might never see in their entire lives. But it's not over yet. A fourth beam of yellow light shot out again, condensing into yet another crimson pattern. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually stiffened and became numb. Baitu, on the other hand, was ashen-faced, as if his soul had suffered a violent blow. His eyes were lifeless, and his gaze was dull. Zhao Ming, Bai Jia, Lingya, and the others were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. I was completely stunned. 4 red patterns, what does that even mean? Such a miracle is rare even in second-tier main cities, or even first-tier main cities. But now it has actually appeared in a level 3 main city like Golden Bell City. After the 4 red patterns appeared, the yellow light disappeared. Everyone understood that it was finally over. If the red markings continue to appear, I'm afraid everyone's jaws will dislocate today. But Shen Mu frowned and muttered under his breath. How can there only be 4? Although the sound was soft, it was particularly clear in the completely silent environment. Everyone was completely baffled. Was this even human language? How could there only be 4 paths? Or would you like a few more dishes? Then, Shen Mu scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, Sorry, I think I took the wrong one. Immediately, Shen Mu took out another meridian tempering pill and infused it with spiritual power. 1, 2, 3. 3 pill patterns suddenly appeared on the pill. Sorry, it seems I took the wrong one again. Shen Mu muttered again under his breath. I clearly remember one of them had 9 pill patterns. Everyone's legs went weak and they almost lost their balance. They even doubted if they had heard correctly. 9 pill patterns? Are you kidding me? But how could they dare to doubt Shen Mu? Shen Mu ignored these people and instead continued to flip through the Black Rock ring. After searching for a long time without finding a clue, he simply started verifying them one by one. The 3 red patterns are incorrect. The 6-path Dan pattern is incorrect. The 5 cinnabar patterns are incorrect. After trying more than 30 pills, the current pill began to flash with yellow light. 1, 2, 8, 9. Upon seeing this, Shen Mu's eyes lit up. He had finally found it. It's you. When he looked at everyone with excitement, he realized that everyone's gaze was extremely complicated. At this moment, the way they looked at Shen Mu was not one of surprise, shock, or admiration. It was fear, just like a child's reaction when they see a monster. Seeing this, Shen Mu suddenly realized that he had gone too far in showing off. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but these people insist on showing off. Shen Mu was also helpless. Chapter 147, an uncle can tolerate, but an aunt cannot. I think I should have won this match, right? Shen Mu asked, looking at Sun Jian. Sun Jian shuddered, instantly snapping back to reality. This is natural. Being in a state of shock for so long made his speech somewhat slurred. And you? Then, Shen Mu looked at Zhao Ming, who had a complicated expression on his face, and smiled. Zhao Ming's eyes darted around in panic, and he didn't dare to look Shen Mu in the eye. He then simply shut his mouth and said nothing. But silence means consent. No one could stop Shen Mu from reaching the top. Then, Shen Mu looked at Baitu, who was still in a daze, with a playful expression. Should we present the awards first, or start the game? Upon hearing this, Baitu trembled with fear and quickly stood up to face Sun Jian. He felt his knees with a thud. He shouted, Lord City Lord, Shen Mu did not display his Dan runes at the time, and then went back on his word after the result was decided. This is a clear violation of the competition rules. I believe this result should not be counted. Shameless. That's shameless. Shen Mu was utterly impressed that he could find excuses to justify himself. Before Sun Jian could speak, Shen Mu immediately retorted, "Whatever. Let's have an additional test then." Upon hearing this, Bai Tu's face turned deathly pale again, and he was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder almost ruptured. Shen Mu is a monster. He can even refine 9 pill patterns. Even if he takes an additional test and can't recreate his peak performance, he can still easily refine 2 or 3 pill patterns. Zhao Ming is doomed to defeat, and there's absolutely no way to back down from what he just boasted about. Bai Tu was not so confident as to believe that Shen Mu would be unable to refine the pill pattern if he took the additional test. If he had only managed to refine 1 pill pattern before, it was probably just luck. But he actually refined 9 pill patterns, and more than 30 pills in a row all had pill patterns. How could this be luck? Bai Tu even suspected that all 60 pills refined by this freak had pill patterns. Thinking of this, Bai Tu's face grew even uglier. "Shen Mu, leave yourself a way out, so you can meet again in the future," Bai Tu said with a sinister look in his eyes. "Youthful arrogance is never a good thing. Be careful you don't end up in Golden Bell City." Bai Tu has already decided to kill Shen Mu. This child's talent is extraordinary. He must not be allowed to live, or he will surely become a major threat in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished, not for Shen Mu's youthful fearlessness, but for how Bai Tu could be so muddle-headed. At a time like this, how dare you offend Shen Mu? I'll live my ass. Shen Mu hated being threatened the most. He then addressed the crowd. "I hereby declare that whoever can take this old bastard's head and bring him the pill formula, I, Shen Mu, can help him refine 3 batches of pills with 9 pill patterns." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar, while Bai Tu was terrified out of his wits. He almost forgot that Shen Mu was an alchemist, and a monstrous one at that. As long as he uses the Danwen pills as an attraction, he will surely gain the help of countless experts. Bai Tu suddenly felt a pang of regret, but it was too late. In his panic, he unknowingly left a pool of yellowish-white substance on the ground. A fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. But no one dared to laugh at him, because if it were them, they wouldn't have fared much better. What does 9 cinnabar patterns mean? Take the breakthrough pill, for example. The breakthrough pill is a pill that helps cultivators break through bottlenecks and reach new realms. Ordinary breakthrough pills have only a small chance of allowing someone to directly break through their bottleneck, and the higher one's strength, the smaller the chance. A breakthrough pill with 9 pill patterns can at least give those below the spirit connection stage a 70 to 80 chance of breaking through directly. This is a fatal temptation for any source master. Once Shen Mu releases this news, it probably won't be long before Bai Tu's head is separated from his body. How could he not be afraid? Shen Mu was not a bloodthirsty person, but this old man repeatedly made things difficult for him and even dared to threaten him. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Lord of the city, save me. In his extreme fear, Bai Tu hurriedly begged Sun Jian for help, although he was at the peak of the soul fusion stage. However, in front of a spirit realm expert, it is still as vulnerable as cabbage and tofu. Shen Mu's conditions will definitely attract spirit realm experts, and probably more than one. Chung Tian and Duan Lin are clearly biased towards Shen Mu, and now the only one who can save him is Sun Jian. Even Sun Jian is now caught in a dilemma. He glanced at Chung Tian and Duan Lin, who both clearly intended to stand by and do nothing. Sun Jian sighed and said to Shen Mu, "Master Shen, is there any room for negotiation?" Chapter 148, Breakthrough, Spirit Rank. Although Bai Tu is somewhat snobbish and cunning, he is the head of a large family in Jinzhong City. If he dies, the Bai family will definitely be greatly affected, and it is even possible that they will decline from then on. This undoubtedly weakens Jinzhong City's strength. Shen Mu cupped his hands in greeting to Sun Jian. "Lord Sun, although I am not a big shot, my word is my bond. That old scoundrel keeps targeting me. Does he really think I'm an easy target? What conditions does Master Shen want to release Patriarch by? We will agree to anything within the reach of our city's main force." At this point, whether Sun Jian wanted to or not, he had to say Bai Tu. Otherwise, under the watchful eyes of the people, there will surely be public opinion that he, the city lord, cannot even protect the head of a noble family. How will he ever gain the respect of the people again? But Sun Jian hated Bai Tu to the core. Why did he have to provoke Shenmu in the first place? If he hadn't been forced to, he would never have wanted to offend such a super genius. With Shenmu's abilities, he will surely soar to great heights in the future. Making enemies with them is absolutely the worst possible strategy. What do you take me for, Shenmu? Shenmu sneered. If I agree, wouldn't everyone dare to step on my feet in the future? I wonder if there are any seniors here who are willing to take Bai Tu's head? Shenmu ignored Sun Jian and looked around at everyone. Shenmu, don't be ungrateful. How dare you threaten the Bai family? At this moment, Bai Jie rushed out of his seat, pointed at Shenmu, and angrily rebuked him. Do you have it? Shenmu ignored him and continued to look at the crowd. The audience looked at each other, but remained silent, as if a strange atmosphere had suddenly descended upon the scene. After a long while, still no one stepped forward to take on the task. In fact, Shenmu was not sure if there were any spirit rank source masters present. Moreover, even if such a thing existed, it might not be convenient to do in public. So it's normal that no one stepped forward. Perhaps after this competition, someone will secretly assassinate Bai Tu. But Shenmu didn't want to wait. Since there isn't one, I'll do it myself. Immediately, Shenmu took out a jade bottle, poured out a pill, and put it in his mouth. His aura suddenly burst forth and continued to rise. The spiritual energy outside Shenmu's body was like boiling water, frantically gathering and churning. Within a few feet of him, spiritual energy swirled and raged like the eye of a storm, sending dust billowing up. Even the competition equipment was overturned and destroyed. Bai Jie, who was not far from Shenmu, was forced to retreat repeatedly by this aura. Even if he is a soul fusion stage source master, he still cannot withstand it. Both Sun Jian and Duan Lin were horrified upon sensing that astonishing aura. This pill is the soul fusion pill that Shenmu hadn't taken before. It can randomly break through 1 to 2 minor realms, but can only be used within the soul fusion stage. But just before taking it, the system informed him that the host privilege was to directly advance 2 minor realms. Shenmu was originally at the soul fusion stage, but after advancing 2 minor stages, he suddenly reached the spirit connection stage. As an attribute source master, his actual combat strength is close to the microscopic realm of the spirit rank. How is this possible? Sensing this aura that was in no way weaker than his own, Sun Jian was extremely surprised. During the competition, Shenmu's strength was only at the soul fusion stage, so how could he possibly break through 2 stages after taking a single pill? Even a breakthrough pill with 9 pill patterns cannot achieve this effect, unless he concealed his strength from the very beginning. That must be it. Sun Jian wholeheartedly agreed, because he simply couldn't believe that a single pill could allow someone to break through 2 minor realms and leapfrog a major realm. You old bastard, prepare to die. After saying that, Shenmu kicked his legs and shot straight towards the judge's table like a cannonball. Upon seeing this, Bai Tu was so frightened that he immediately hid behind Sun Jian. Master Shun, please show mercy. Chapter 149, Showdown with Sun Jian. Even Sun Jian was startled by the aura emanating from Shenmu, but he had no choice but to stop Shenmu. Sun Jian was also a spirit realm expert, and a spirit weapon staff suddenly appeared in his hand. They attacked Shenmu. Condense. The next breath, Shenmu appeared on the judge's panel. He conjured a suit of ice armor in his left hand and caught Sun Jian's blow head-on. Attribute Source Master. Upon seeing the frost armor in Shenmu's hand, Sun Jian's expression changed drastically. Everyone present, except for Cheng Tian and Duan Lin, was terrified. Just what kind of prodigy is Shenmu? At only 16 years old, he can not only refine pills with 9 pill patterns, but he is also a spirit rank attribute source master. Even the most outstanding geniuses are nothing more than this. At this moment, this seemingly frail, white-robed youth left an extremely majestic image in the hearts of countless people. When 2 powerful cultivators of the spirit realm clashed, The rest of the judges all moved away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Lord Sun, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Upon hearing this, Sun Jian smiled bitterly and said, I do not wish to be enemies with Alchemist Shun, but I cannot stand by and watch by two die. Otherwise, how can I explain this to the people? Sun Jian was truly terrified. Without anyone noticing, he had already changed this city lord to this humble one. This is an acknowledgement of Shun Mu's strength. He just couldn't understand how a 16-year-old boy could have such strength, and even be an attribute source master. In that case, please forgive my rudeness, Shun Mu. Ice Shadow Lotus. Ice elements instantly converged, and 2 ice lotuses bloomed from the ground. Advanced awakening skill. Upon seeing this, Sun Jian was startled. He disregarded his own safety and immediately unleashed his awakening skill at Bai-Tu. Awakening skill, Spirit Shield. Suddenly, a white patterned shield enveloped Bai-Tu, and then Bai-Tu and the shield were swallowed by the Ice Lotus. Sun Jian himself was also enveloped in the Ice Lotus. But Shun Mu felt no joy, because Sun Jian couldn't possibly be so easy to deal with. Sure enough, less than a breath later, Sun Jian shattered the Ice Lotus and jumped out. Immediately, his spiritual energy surged, and he gripped the long staff tightly with both hands, striking another Ice Lotus with a heavy blow. Click, click, click. Under immense force, the Ice Lotus could no longer withstand it and began to shatter into pieces. The white map, protected by the shield, remained completely unharmed. But he was already so frightened that his face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Shun Mu. The force he just felt suffocated. Only then did he realize that even at the peak of the soul fusion stage, the difference between him and a spirit communication stage expert was like heaven and earth. Master Shun Mu, I take back what I just said. How about I make you the champion? At this point, even if Bai-Tu was very tough, he had no choice but to back down. But little did he know, Shun Mu would never let him go. From the moment he conceived the idea of killing, his death was inevitable. Ridiculous. Shun Mu, win the championship through my own strength. Why would I need you to give me anything? Shun Mu's gaze narrowed slightly, his fingers gently stroking the area, a growing impatience creeping into his heart. Master Shun, for my sake, how about sparing his life? Sun Jian pleaded again on Bai-Tu's behalf, his tone tinged with a hint of entreaty. Even though he had just broken through Shun Mu's attack, only he knew how difficult it had been. Although Shun Mu appeared to be only at the spirit realm ascension stage, Sun Jian felt a wave of powerlessness. Attribute source masters are terrifyingly powerful. He had only heard that attribute source masters could challenge opponents of higher levels before, and seeing it today, he was right. Sun Jian realized at this moment that if Shun Mu was determined to kill Bai-Tu, he probably wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Even so, he had to stop it, because he was the city lord. No defense. What kind of leader abandons his underlings to be killed by someone else? Even if he can't win, he has to fight with every last bit of strength. Otherwise, how can he be the boss in the future? Lord Sun, I will always keep my word. Immediately, a flute appeared in Shun Mu's hand. Sun Jian's eyelids twitched. For some reason, when he saw the flute, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. He wasn't mistaken. Once Shun Mu took out the Soul Dream flute, blood would inevitably be drawn. As Shun Mu slowly began to play his flute, spiritual energy and ice elements surged and churned around him like a flood. In just one breath, the area within 10 feet of Shun Mu instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. Fortunately, the judging panel was large enough, and after the two started fighting, everyone present retreated to a distance. Otherwise, the ice element would probably turn many people into ice sculptures. Most of the people present were witnessing an attribute source master fighting for the first time. Ice attribute element masters are even rarer. Although it is autumn, people still couldn't help but shiver when they looked at the snow-white expanse before them. Shudder. Chapter 150, Playing Football. After a sharp flute blast, more than a dozen ice lotuses bloomed simultaneously, filling the judges' seats. Upon seeing this, Sun Jian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The previous 2 flowers were so difficult to break, but now the number has increased several times over an instant. How can we resist this? After the ice lotus blooms, its roots gradually detach from the ground and float slowly in the low air. As Shun Mu turned the note, more than a dozen ice lotuses instantly shifted position, overwhelming Sun Jian and Bai Tu as they surrounded each other. The two of them are now like two dumplings filled with filling, ready to be submerged by countless ice lotuses at any moment. Master Shun, could we discuss this again? Sun Jian hurriedly called out. If this ice lotus were to envelop the two of them, not to mention Bai Tu, even he himself would probably not fare well. But the flute music didn't stop, which meant that Shen Mu would not compromise at all. In just 2 breaths, dozens of ice lotuses quickly gathered together and then merged into one ice lotus. It completely engulfed the two of them. The people in the distance were still in shock. In their eyes, the city lord was like a god. He was beaten so badly by Shen Mu that he was completely powerless to fight back and was almost on his knees begging for mercy. Could the city lord be dead? At this moment, someone cautiously asked a companion beside them. This statement immediately caused a wave of panic. If the city lord dies, Golden Bell City will likely descend into chaos. Everyone wanted to know the answer, but in the current situation, who dared to ask Shen Mu? This play God? Unless you're looking for death. Master Shun, City Lord, Chung Tian could only bite the bullet and speak, fearing it would cause panic. He originally treated Shen Mu as an equal. But after this competition, he felt that it was not too much for him to even show respect to his juniors. Whether it's alchemy or cultivation, Shen Mu is miles ahead of him. Don't worry, he won't die. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Mu waved his hand the ice lotus, and the entire ice lotus vanished into the world like dust. 2 of the figures were revealed. At this moment, Sun Jian's hair and clothes were covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. The white figure beside him had long since turned into an ice sculpture. From the outside, you can still vaguely see the white face through the transparent ice layer. His face was contorted with emotion, and it took the crowd a long time to decipher it. It's fear. Grandfather. Upon seeing Bai Tu transformed into an ice sculpture, Bai Jie was horrified and exclaimed in shock. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and said to Shen Mu, Master Shun, please spare my grandfather's life. My Bai family will surely repay you handsomely. He knew his grandfather was all right. He was just frozen. Even Sun Jian, the strongest fighter in Jinzhong City, is no match for Shen Mu. If he wants to save his grandfather, he has no choice but to submit. What a joke. What can your Bai family give me? Shen Mu said with a cold laugh. These people are despicable. They didn't think about the consequences when they were shouting, but now they're starting to negotiate. Let alone what Shen Mu wants, they can't give him, even if they could. Bai Tu must die. Otherwise others will really think he's easy to bully. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie was about to say something. Suddenly, the ice elements beside Bai Tu instantly coalesced into a weapon, which was then manipulated by spiritual power. With a single slash, the white figure's head and body were separated. After a brief pause, Bai Tu's head fell directly from his body to the ground, rolled several times, and came to rest at Shen Mu's feet. Immediately, a jet of blood spurted out from where his head had been severed. The blood-red ice sculpture stood out starkly against the backdrop of pure white snow. Like an unconventional work of art, it suddenly made the scene seem somewhat eerie. Shen Mu frowned, and then Bai Tu's head was kicked into the air like a ball and exploded instantly under the pressure of spiritual energy. A cloud of blood mist fell. The scene fell silent once again. After the silence, Bai Jie's heart-wrenching cries rang out. Shen Mu, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, 2 members of the Bai family who had come with Bai Jie to participate in the competition quickly stepped forward to pull Bai Jie back, lest he do something impulsive. At this moment, his fight against Shen Mu would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Want revenge? Come on, I'm standing right here. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie was about to rush onto the judges' panel to settle scores with Shen Mu, but he was stopped again by 2 members of the Bai family, who even said a few words to Bai Jie. Then, although Bai Jie was still indignant, he gradually calmed down. You dare not. Shen Mu said, Fine, I am a native of Tianjin City. Whenever you feel you can kill me, come to Tianjin City to seek revenge. Shenmu will be waiting for you. But you have to take responsibility for your actions. I hope you won't bring trouble to others in Tianjin City, or I'll make you regret ever being born. Chapter 151, An Insurmountable Mountain. Since arriving in this other world, I have experienced various life and death crises and witnessed all kinds of cruelty. Shenmu's heart grew stronger and stronger. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, one is destined to be bullied. But when you bare your fangs, they all humbly beg for peace, trying to act as if nothing had happened. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. If Baitu had only made a few sarcastic remarks, Shenmu could have ignored them. But he harbored murderous intent, which crossed Shenmu's bottom line. However, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. He killed Baitu because Baitu had offended him. It has nothing to do with Bai Jie or the Bai family, so Shenmu would never do anything like implicating someone else. But if Bai Jie ever has the strength to take revenge, then Shenmu will gladly accept it. That is his principle of conduct. After listening to Shenmu's words, Bai Jie didn't say a word. Perhaps after some thought, he decided to temporarily avoid the limelight and choose to endure. Ignoring him, Shenmu turned to Sun Jian, who was covered in ice shards, and said, "Lord Sun, I apologize for the offense. Please announce the results of the competition. I'm in a hurry." Upon hearing this, Sun Jian wore a wry smile. How could he dare to have any objections? To put it bluntly, if he displeases Shenmu, he might not even survive. When Sun Jian was swallowed by Shenmu's giant ice lotus, he even smelled the scent of death. He believed that if Shenmu wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to escape. After all, Shenmu's strength was already approaching the microscopic realm of the spirit communicator level. Although there is only a difference of one realm, their strength is several times greater. Moreover, Shenmu is an ice attribute source master, and the power of his advanced awakening skill is something that ordinary people cannot withstand. Unexpectedly, what was supposed to be a proper alchemy competition turned into this mess. This was completely unexpected by everyone. Even Cheng Tian and Duan Lin never expected this. Although they already knew that Shenmu was a prodigy, they never expected him to be this prodigy. Once the farce was over, the conference proceeded as scheduled according to the charter. The winners of this conference from 4th to 20th place will receive a junior alchemist badge, a yellow grade pill formula, and the option to become my disciple and join the Alchemist Association. Cheng Tian said. Shenmu defeated all the other competitors and won the championship. Therefore, Cheng Tian won the bet completely. The Bai family and its members are not allowed to participate in the talent recruitment for this conference. The recruitment rights belong entirely to the Alchemist Association. Cheng Tian was extremely excited about this, as he was indeed fortunate to have Shenmu's help this time. But at the same time, he suddenly felt a little lost. With Baitu dead, there would probably be no one to oppose him anymore. It's kind of boring to think about. The other family heads were already terrified of Shenmu. Even if they had won the bet, let alone lost it, they wouldn't dare to be enemies with Cheng Tian again. Even Baitu, the head of the most prestigious family in Golden Bell City, died tragically. What are they compared to him? After Cheng Tian finished making the announcement, the alchemists whose names were called all walked from their seats to the center of the arena, facing the judges' panel. Although they achieved a decent ranking, none of them felt happy. Putting aside the fact that Shenmu's decisive and ruthless actions today shocked everyone. His astonishing alchemy skills alone were enough to leave all the alchemists present in awe and fear. Compared to Shenmu, their meager alchemy skills were like fireflies compared to the sun. How dare I compete for glory? Therefore, even if they achieve a ranking that is considered good by ordinary people, they still cannot be happy. Many alchemists took Shenmu as their goal and idol from then on. Even though Shenmu is an insurmountable mountain, he can still inspire them to keep moving forward and bravely climb to the top. Shenmu never expected that his amazing move today would create many pillars of the alchemy world in the future. Chapter 152, I want to follow you. Lingya, who came in 4th place, was particularly conflicted at this moment. Before the competition, she felt that she was already strong enough in alchemy. Even in the entire alchemy world of Golden Bell City, only Bai Jie at her age could refine high-grade yellow rank pills. Moreover, Bai Jie had always been her defeated opponent in the past, so this victory could only be considered a lucky one for him. But after meeting Shen Mu, Lingya had to admit defeat and realize that there are always people more capable than you. Shen Mu is now shining in Lingya's eyes. She was making a decision in her heart at that moment, and she was very hesitant. Would you be willing to become my disciples and join the Alchemist Association? After awarding the prizes, Cheng Tian asked the group. If everyone could join, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Alchemist Association. The quality of alchemists participating in each alchemist conference has always been quite good. This year's competition is even more packed with exceptional talents. Not only are there young geniuses like Lu Yin, Lingya, and Bai Jie, but also alchemy prodigy like Zhao Ming. More importantly, a prodigy like Shen Mu emerged. This alchemy competition will surely be recorded in history and will be hard to surpass. After listening to Cheng Tian's question, apart from the 5 alchemists who already had sex or forces and refused, and Lingya who remained silent, the remaining 11 people all agreed without hesitation. After all, becoming Cheng Tian's apprentice or joining the Alchemist Association are both things that ordinary alchemists dream of. Moreover, the Golden Bell City Alchemist Association has now become involved with the genius Shen Mu. This makes the young fans who idolize Shen Mu even more eager to pursue him. Lingya, what's your choice? Seeing Lingya remain silent, Cheng Tian became very anxious. After all, apart from Zhao Ming and Shen Mu, Lingya has the best talent this time. Even Bai Jie can't compare. Moreover, Cheng Tian understood that Bai Jie would not join the Alchemist Association because of his grandfather, let alone become his apprentice. Zhao Ming goes without saying. Even Shen Mu, after participating in this competition, will return to Tianxin City. Cheng Tian knew that he was a dragon from the heavens, and a small pond like Jinzhong City couldn't hold him at all. Therefore, Lingya became the only genius he could win over. The other alchemists were also quite good, but compared to Lingya, they were clearly more than one level below her. Upon hearing this, Lingya glanced at Cheng Tian, then turned her gaze to Shen Mu. Then his gaze became increasingly determined. Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but Lingya has already made her choice and has no intention of becoming your disciple. Lingya said to Cheng Tian with a hint of apology. Before, Cheng Tian was indeed her best choice, but not anymore. Cheng Tian was anxious and also very puzzled. Can you tell me what your choice is? After hearing this, whether out of shyness or excitement, Lingya's face instantly turned red, and the redness extended all the way to her ears. She took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself, and said to Shen Mu, Master Shen, I want to follow you. Huh? A soft exclamation immediately rang out in the room, because the words were far too ambiguous. Cheng Tian and Shen Mu were both completely dumbfounded, while Bai Jie's expression was even worse. Seeing that everyone's attitude was off, Lingya immediately realized what was going on, and her face turned even redder, like a ripe apple, and her eyes became flustered. She knew she had misspoke and caused a misunderstanding. Therefore, he quickly explained, It's not what you think. I want to follow Master Shen and learn alchemy. Oh, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. It was unclear whether they truly understood or were feigning understanding. This made Lingya even more at a loss. After all, she was a girl. In addition, Lingya has a rather aloof personality and has never had any thoughts about any man. Making a request to a stranger in front of so many people at this moment requires immense courage. Unexpectedly, this caused a misunderstanding, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. But she did not back down. Instead, she forced herself to look Shen Mu in the eye, her eyes filled with determination. Chapter 153, Goddess's Alchemist Boy. Noticing Lingya's embarrassment, Shen Mu took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere and asked, You want to become my disciple? Shen Mu was extremely puzzled. In his mind, most of the people he took on as apprentices were old folks with white hair. He's only 16, and he's already taking on apprentices? Lingya said with a hint of joy, If Alchemist Shen is willing to take me as his disciple, then Lingya is naturally willing. If alchemist Shun is not willing, Lingya can also follow alchemist Shin as an apprentice. The term Dantong actually means the same thing as Shu Tong, a young page boy. It means to follow an alchemist around, assisting them. Some alchemy apprentices even have to take care of the alchemist's daily life. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked somewhat uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Lingya, who has always been regarded as the goddess of alchemy by the people of Jinzhong City, would be so proactive today. And he even lowered his status to become a Dantong? It's important to understand that alchemists and alchemy apprentices are completely different concepts. But when everyone realized that the person Lingya was bowing her head to was Shun Mu, they felt somewhat relieved. After all, with Shun Mu's talent, as long as he doesn't die halfway, he will eventually become a grandmaster of alchemy. Reaching the level of advanced alchemist is practically a certainty, and it's even possible to go higher. If we don't befriend him now, before he soars to great heights, it will be extremely difficult to make contact with him once he reaches the pinnacle of success. Becoming a disciple of a future high-level alchemist doesn't seem like such a shameful thing. This is something many alchemists dream of. As the saying goes, even a servant of a prime minister is a seventh-rank official. Even if he is just a servant of a powerful person, his status is far superior to that of an ordinary alchemist. Thinking of this, all the alchemists had their own ideas. But when he thought about how he had just become Cheng Tian's disciple, he was filled with regret and helplessness. If they lower themselves to become alchemists, where will Cheng Tian put his face? Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Cheng Tian almost went crazy. Although I am not as good as Master Shun, do I deserve your disdain? I have no need for disciples, nor for alchemists. Shinmu is not yet mentally prepared to take on apprentices. He can't even take care of himself, so how can he teach others? As for Dantong, that's even more absurd. Pills are fine to refine occasionally for fun. After all, Tianjin City already has enough troubles. Who has the mind to refine pills all day? If others knew that Shun Mu had this idea, they would probably criticize him again. With such talent for alchemy, why aren't you practicing diligently? What about those alchemy failures who work hard but lack talent? This is so unfair. Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless. It's understandable that you don't want to take on apprentices. You refuse the offer from this icy goddess to be your alchemist? Everyone couldn't help but wonder if Shin Mu had some kind of sexual orientation problem. Upon hearing this, Lingya felt even more embarrassed. She mustered up tremendous courage, put aside her girlish reserve, and took the initiative to ask to become a Dantong, only to be rejected. At that moment, she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Bai Jie was furious. I tried so hard to win over the goddess, and you're turning your back on her when she comes to me for free? He doesn't know whether he should be happy or sad. However, my heavenly heart city happens to be short of an alchemist. If you are willing, you can take on the role. Just as Lingya was at a loss, she suddenly heard these words and immediately smiled with joy. The ice goddess's smile was like a spring breeze melting the snow and 100 flowers blooming. Many men in the audience were completely mesmerized. Seeing this scene, Bai Jie was so angry he almost vomited blood. He had been pursuing Lingya for years, but he had never seen her smile at any man. Even though he was as shameless and persistent as a lapdog, he never received a kind word from him. But now, she actually smiled at Shin Mu, whom she had only just met, and her smile was so bright. Bai Jie was absolutely consumed by jealousy. Adding to his own hatred for Shin Mu, Bai Jie now truly wishes he could devour Shin Mu's bones and flesh. Chapter 154, Secrets of Various Associations. Of course I'm willing. Lingya couldn't be more eager for this. How could she not be willing? Although she didn't know how strong Tianjin City was, it was still a city, so it shouldn't be too bad, right? However, no one noticed the expression on the face of the Ling family patriarch in the judges' panel. It seemed rather unpleasant. Although Shan Mu was very strong, he knew that Tianjin City was a third-level city with the lowest strength. Is it a good thing or a bad thing for my daughter to join such an organization? But he didn't dare to interrupt at all. Firstly, he didn't want to directly embarrass his daughter. Secondly, he didn't dare to offend Shin Mu. Although the Ling family was a prominent family in Jinzhong City, it was still slightly inferior to the Bai family. Shenmu's actions were not actually a spur-of-the-moment decision. It is indeed true that Tianqin City lacks an alchemist. For a city to develop, it must have a variety of secondary professions. Whether you're a chef, alchemist, or mercenary, these professions are all indispensable. Although when a city becomes powerful enough, the headquarters of various associations will inevitably send people to request to establish a branch in Tianqin City. But Shenmu did not want to be like that. After all, even with the addition of various association branches. However, it also indicates that the development of all related aspects will be completely controlled by others and will have little to do with Tianqin City. To put it bluntly, the various associations are like bullies. Once a city is found to have some development potential and its strength reaches a certain level, it will be forcibly required to establish a branch there. In reality, no city lord would willingly let someone else take a share of the spoils. However, the strength of each association is so great that no single force in the entire emperor-level world can contend with them alone. Because the headquarters of various associations control super cities. To put it bluntly, these association branches are just spies that the super city has planted in various cities. Firstly, it promotes various secondary occupations in the city and drives economic prosperity and development. On the other hand, it is also for the purpose of monitoring and control. These super cities can be fully informed of any disturbances in the cities below. Shenmu disliked the feeling of being monitored and controlled. Moreover, the system will not allow it. As the future supreme main city, it must have absolute independence. How can we allow these future ministers to hold us back? Upon returning this time, Shenmu plans to establish another alchemy hall under the banner of the Hidden God Palace. Alchemists are needed now. He had originally planned to ask Cheng Tian after the conference if he could spare 1 or 2 alchemists for himself. Unexpectedly, Lingya offered herself up, just like a pillow appearing out of nowhere when you're about to go to sleep. With Lingya's talent, she is definitely better than any alchemist you could find. This can be considered an unexpected surprise. After receiving Shenmu's nod, Lingya's excitement was palpable. Thinking that she could spend time with a master alchemist in the future and perhaps even learn his true teachings, Lingya was so happy that she almost fainted. President Cheng, then Lingya is mine now. I'm really sorry. Shenmu knew that he had longed for Lingya for a long time, so he felt a little guilty for taking away her love now. But how could a genius like Lingya be given up so easily? Cheng Tian couldn't help but smile wryly and said, Master Shen, you're too kind. Given our relationship, there's no need for such formalities. Although he appears very magnanimous on the surface, he is actually bleeding inside. How could he not care at all about missing out on such a genius opportunity? If the other party were someone else, he would have tried his best to fight for it. But since the other party was Shenmu, he could only accept his bad luck. Shenmu, you killed my grandfather and stole my love. I, Bai Jie, swear on my soul that I will never share the same sky with you. This outcome enraged Bai Jie, who vowed to fight Shenmu to the death. Chapter 155, Shenmu wins the championship. Now, Shenmu has unknowingly become Bai Jie's inner demon. If he cannot kill Shenmu, he will live in pain and torment for the rest of his life. Third place winner Bai Jie will receive a beginner alchemist badge and 2 yellow grade pill formulas. Cheng Tian omitted the reward for accepting a disciple, because Bai Jie would never become his disciple, and he would never accept him as a disciple. As for the reward for taking on a disciple, I will recommend another intermediate alchemist to you. Their strength is no weaker than mine. What do you think? Although Cheng Tian did not intend to take him as a disciple, he still had to give him the reward that had already been set. No need. Bai Jie glanced at Cheng Tian coldly. Although Cheng Tian did not kill his grandfather, he had a good relationship with Shenmu. Therefore, Bai Jie had no good feelings towards him whatsoever. In that case, let Lord Sun decide how to compensate the Bai family. Cheng Tian said, looking at Sun Jian. Sun Jian nodded without saying anything more. After receiving his reward, Bai Jie glared at Shenmu and then walked back to his seat, filled with resentment. The runner-up, Zhao Ming, will receive a beginner alchemist badge, 2 yellow grade pill formulas, and a yellow grade alchemy furnace. As for taking on disciples, Chang Tian still didn't mention it. Zhao Ming was already Qin Yu's disciple, so this reward was meaningless to him. Thank you, Chairman Xia. After thanking him, Zhao Ming looked at Shun Mu with a complicated expression. Shin Mu, your strength has indeed impressed me, but that doesn't mean I'm convinced. One day, I will defeat you. Although Zhao Ming is somewhat arrogant, he is a man who can afford to lose. The reason he was dissatisfied with Shin Mu earlier was because he believed that Shun Mu's ability to save Duan Lin was purely by luck. But the strength Shun Mu displayed today has forced him to admit defeat. All right, I'm ready to accept your challenge anytime. Zhao Ming's words made Shin Mu look at him in a different light. There was actually no hatred between him and Zhao Ming. It was just a friction between two young people. Zhao Ming, from beginning to end, wanted to defeat Shin Mu in a fair and square manner to prove himself. I never had the intention to use despicable means, and that alone makes me far better than Bai Tu. Finally, we have our greatest genius today, Alchemist Shun Mu. Cheng Tian smiled and said, Congratulations to Alchemist Shun for defeating all the others and winning the championship. You will receive 2 yellow-grade pill formulas, a yellow-grade alchemy furnace, and you can make any request to the city lord or to me. Even if Shun Mu returns to Tianxin City, he will still bear the name of the Golden Bell City Alchemist Association. This made Cheng Tian feel incredibly proud. Therefore, he was genuinely happy that Shun Mu won the championship. Those in the audience cheered for Shun Mu, especially Xiao Li, Cui Xing, and Zheng Yun, who were overwhelmed with excitement. They had thought Shin Mu would win the championship, but they never expected that he would take the crown after such a series of shocking actions. Shin Mu is undoubtedly the most outstanding champion in the history of the Golden Bell City Alchemist Tournament, without a doubt. Shin Mu was also quite excited to receive the award personally presented by Chang Tian. He was also very excited when he witnessed Zhong Tian win the championship in Kang City last time. But the joy of being happy for someone else is completely different from the excitement of winning the championship yourself. In his previous life, Shun Mu was an ordinary person who had never received such an honor, much less been the focus of so much attention and praise. Looking at the light shining in the eyes of the people in front of him, Shun Mu suddenly felt a sense of pride and emotion. Perhaps this is the power of honor. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the championship mission. Your reward is the recipe for the profound grade pill breaking the forbidden zone and the profound grade spiritual artifact medicine furnace, the obsidian purple crystal furnace. Chapter 156, Making a Request. Upon hearing this, Shun Mu was overjoyed, but now was not the time to examine the rewards closely. So Shun Mu could only leave them in the Black Rock Ring and study them when he had time. Then, Shin Mu looked at Sun Jian and said, As for the final reward, I would like to trouble City Lord Sun with that. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian forced himself to stay alert and replied, Master Shun, you are too kind. Please feel free to name your conditions. As long as I can do it, I will certainly not refuse. Although Shun Mu forcibly killed Bai Tu today, causing him to lose face. But Sun Jian didn't dare to show any temper. Who could afford to offend Shin Mu? This ancestor. Even Kim Jong-sung, the strongest among them, was utterly defeated. What else could Kim Jong-sung possibly have to make him afraid of? He had been praying that Shun Mu would make the request to him when he made his final request. This also provides an opportunity to repair the relationship between them. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, how could Sun Jian not do his best? My request is that Lord Sun do his best to let all the people of Golden Bell City know that a grand auction will be held in Tianxin City in half a month. Although Golden Bell City is insignificant compared to those behemoths, it is not bad among the third-tier main cities. The entire city has a population of at least tens of millions. If this message can be spread, it will spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and from word to word. In addition, Duan Lin had previously promised to contact mercenary associations in other cities to help spread the word. Shin Mu believed that the auction in half a month would definitely make Tianxin City overflow with people. This is undoubtedly the best way to attract more visitors to Tianxin City and rebuild its reputation. Although this condition seems to overlap with the task he asked Duan Lin to do. But that's not actually the case. Although the Mercenary Guild can spread the news throughout Golden Bell City, its credibility is not as high as that of the City Lord's personal announcement. Most importantly, if Shunmu hadn't displayed his extraordinary abilities at the alchemy competition, he wouldn't have been able to leave such a deep impression on everyone. No one would believe that a weak, level 3 main city could put on such a grand auction. But once everyone has witnessed Shunmu's abilities, they will naturally believe that this auction must be extraordinary. Tianqin City isn't as weak as I imagined. Is it really that simple? Sun Jian was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. He was mentally prepared for Shunmu to take the opportunity to make unreasonable demands. But to everyone's surprise, Shunmu's condition was simply to spread a message. This kind of request, let alone the reward for making arbitrary demands. Even if he didn't, Sun Jian wouldn't dare not help as long as Shunmu asked. It's that simple. Everyone present was completely bewildered. Such a good opportunity to make a request, and you just want to spread a message? What a waste of opportunity. What a squandering of talent. But no one knew what Shunmu was thinking. He could indeed ask Sun Jian for help privately. He couldn't accept a reward without merit, and he didn't want to owe Sun Jian a favor. Moreover, announcing this news publicly now is clearly more effective than saying it privately. I know about Tianqin City, but may I ask why Master Shan is so concerned about such a small city? From Shunmu's earlier words to Bai Jie and Zhao Ming that if they wanted to find him, they should go to Tianqin City, to later Shunmu's words to Lingya that his Tianqin City was short of an alchemist. Sun Jian found it very strange that an alchemist like him would care so much about Tianqin City. Tianqin City clearly doesn't have an alchemist association, because I am the city lord. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Jian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was going on. He had been trying to recruit Shunmu all along. But it turns out that Shunmu never intended to join any faction. Cheng Tian, Duan Lin, and the others were also very surprised. They initially thought that Shunmu was simply born in Tianqin City, hence his attachment to his hometown. Who knew he was actually a city lord? No wonder they're promoting the Tianqin City auction everywhere. How could they not care about their own city's affairs? Immediately, Sun Jian said, "Leave this matter to me. However, I am curious. Is there anything special about this auction?" Generally, apart from auctions in some large cities that may attract a lot of attention, auctions in small towns rarely attract outsiders' attention. After all, auctions usually don't have anything particularly valuable, and the prices might be driven up to exorbitant levels. Apart from the local gentry and wealthy, very few people would waste their money on that. This auction was meticulously planned and prepared by Tianqin City, and many rare items will be auctioned. For example, Sun Jian asked impatiently, something that Shunmu cherishes must be of high quality. For example, a pill with 9 Xian-grade pill patterns. Hiss! At this alchemy competition, Shunmu's yellow grade 9-dan pattern pill was coveted even by a spiritual master like Sun Jian. If a Xian-grade 9-dan pattern pill were to actually appear, countless powerful individuals would probably flock to it. And another thing, Shunmu smiled mysteriously, keeping everyone in suspense. "Master Shun, what else is there? Just say it." Even Cheng Tian couldn't hold back any longer and asked impatiently. There are also treasures that can give people a chance to awaken their elemental martial source. Even those who have already awakened their elemental martial source without any element. What did you say? Chapter 157. The conference ends. Upon hearing this, apart from Duan Lin, Sun Jian, Cheng Tian, and the other family heads were all so shocked that they stood up instantly, their faces filled with disbelief. The expressions of everyone present were also varied. There was shock, disdain, and confusion. Those familiar with attribute source masters naturally know the weight of Shunmu's words. Some ordinary people who don't know much about attribute source masters or cultivation have no idea why the city lord and others reacted so strongly after hearing these words. Master Shun, no, Lord Shun, is this true? A treasure that can give people a chance to awaken their martial element is already astonishing enough. However, it also gives source masters who have already awakened a non-attribute martial source the opportunity to reawaken an attribute martial source. This is no less than a bombshell. If this gets out, it could cause a major earthquake in the entire Zhanyuan domain, or even the entire Huangji world. Many source masters' biggest regret in their lives is that they cannot awaken their attribute martial source. Because being an attribute source master is not only a symbol of strength, but also a symbol of status and position. That's why everyone was so shocked when Shunmu revealed his identity as an attribute source master. Or rather, it's envy. The saying that attribute source masters are 1 in a million is not just empty talk. Moreover, you might not even find one attribute source master among 10,000 source masters. It could be said that the attribute source master is the most prestigious profession in the entire Huangji world, and also the most powerful group of people. Everyone dreams of becoming an attribute master. If Shunmu could really produce something like this, countless people would probably covet it. It may be difficult for the entire Zhanyuan domain to know about this news in half a month, but it will still attract many people to go. It's certainly true. Although this item only has a small chance of awakening an attribute martial source, there's still a chance. Moreover, besides that, it can have various other effects, such as enhancing one's comprehension, healing injuries, and detoxifying, etc. In order to maximize the publicity effect, Shunmu had no choice but to reveal more information. Sure enough, after hearing this, everyone fell into a daze once again. They had heard of many treasures, but none that could achieve such an effect. They even suspected that Shunmu was bragging. But Sun Jian immediately ruled out this possibility, since lying would not do Shunmu any good. If people find that he can't produce anything that matches the description, Shunmu probably won't be able to bear the public's wrath. Moreover, this prodigy can even refine pills with 9 pill patterns, so what miracles are impossible for him? After confirming its authenticity, Sun Jian patted his chest and assured him, "Lord Shun, please rest assured, I'll take care of this. I just don't know if there are many of these treasures. If so, could you sell me some? I'll give you any amount of spirit crystals." Finally, Sun Jian lowered his voice and asked Shunmu for some extra help. Even though the volume was very low, the heads of the surrounding families could hear it clearly. They immediately chimed in, "Master Shun, please give us some favors too." Seeing this, Shunmu was at a loss. "Everyone, this treasure is extremely rare, and I'm afraid we don't have any left to sell. If you want to acquire it, the only way is through auction." After hearing this, everyone was somewhat disappointed. However, they soon realized that if everyone could have a piece of such a treasure, what difference would it make from cabbage? Then everyone said, "We will definitely go to Tianxin City on the day of the auction." Although many of them had never heard of Tianxin City, that was not the point. You can find out by asking around afterwards. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. I look forward to seeing you all in Tianxin City. Shunmu cupped his hands in greeting to the crowd, then turned around and cupped his hands again to all the audience members present. Heavenly Heart City also welcomes everyone from Golden Bell City. Chapter 158, The Promise. Because Shunmu's performance today was so shocking, the name Tianxin City was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the reputation value was rapidly increasing, rising from over 10,000 to over 50,000 in an instant. I believe that once today's events get out, his reputation will likely surge even further. This was precisely Shunmu's purpose in attending the alchemy conference. In full view of everyone, to increase the visibility of myself and Tianxin City. Tianxin City, Tianxin City, Tianxin City. Someone started it, and soon the entire audience was chanting the words Tianxin City. That's enough for Shunmu. The trip was worthwhile. Afterwards, Shunmu, Changtan, Duan Lin, and others left the arena directly. After stepping off the field, Shunmu said to Lingya, "I plan to leave early tomorrow morning. Are you coming with me, or will you go to Tianxin City on your own later?" One of the biggest gains this time was undoubtedly Lingya. Therefore, Shunmu still values her very much. Yeah. Just as Lingya was about to answer, a middle-aged man in a robe came running towards the group from behind. After finally catching up, he couldn't help but gasp for breath. "Greetings, City Lord Shun." Shunmu asked in confusion, "Who is this?" Seeing this, Lingya quickly introduced, "Lord Shun, this is my father, Ling Quan." Upon hearing this, Shenmu didn't put on airs and cupped his hands in greeting to Ling Quan. Patriarch Ling, hello. Ling Quan couldn't help but look Shenmu up and down again, and then said, I greatly admire what City Lord Shun did today. After listening, Shenmu instantly understood that Ling Quan must have been among the family heads on the judging panel at the time, but he hadn't noticed him. You flatter me. I have something to ask, but I'm not sure if I should. Ling Quan suddenly asked with a serious expression. Feel free to ask. Although Lord Shun is exceptionally talented and extremely strong, as far as I know, Tianqin City is at the bottom of the 3-tier main cities. I wonder what kind of future Lord Shin can offer my year. To be honest, if Shun Mu hadn't displayed amazing talent and strength today, at the time of the conference, he would have directly prevented Lingya from choosing Tianqin City. Father, say less. Upon hearing Ling Quan's questioning tone, Lingya was immediately startled, fearing that he would offend Shenmu. It's all right. Lingya's talent in alchemy is obvious to all. Logically speaking, it would indeed be a waste of her talent for her to join a 3rd-tier main city with the lowest strength. Lord Shun, upon hearing this, Lingya immediately became anxious, fearing that Shun Mu would be angry and refuse her entry into Tianqin City. All those previous efforts would have been wasted, but I, Shen Mu, am confident that I can give her a future that even a super city cannot provide. Shen Mu looked directly at Ling Quan without flinching, his eyes filled with confidence and determination. Lingya smiled again without even realizing it. She was not only happy that Shen Mu accepted her, but she also believed that Shen Mu was telling the truth. Ling Quan nodded silently. I only have this one daughter. I hope you can take good care of her after we arrive in Tianqin City. Otherwise, even if I am no match for you, I will fight you to the death. Uncle, rest assured, since Lingya has chosen to join my Tianqin City, she is my person, Shen Mu's person. Anyone who dares to bully her will regret being born. Shen Mu made his promise with a serious expression, without a trace of joking. Shen Mu said this because he was naturally protective of his own, and since Lingya had chosen to be loyal, he had to protect her. Secondly, Ling Quan's fatherly love deeply moved Shen Mu. But at this moment, not only Ling Quan was stunned, but Lingya also stared blankly at Shen Mu. After a long while, when she came to her senses, she realized that her eyes had unknowingly become a little wet. Shen Mu's words deeply touched her, and a very special feeling silently planted a seed in her heart. Chapter 159, Parting. Congratulations, host. Lingya's loyalty has reached the gratitude stage. You are rewarded with 1,000 loyalty points. Afterwards, Shen Mu and Lingya agreed to meet at the Mercenary Association early the next morning. After saying goodbye to Duan Lin, Shen Mu returned to the Alchemist Association with Cheng Tian and the others. It was nearly evening when everyone returned to the Alchemist Association. At the dinner table, Cheng Tian, Cui Xing, Zheng Yun, Xiao Li, and several others were present. At this moment, there is no distinction of status or rank. Otherwise, given Xiao Li's strength and status, she wouldn't be able to dine with Cheng Tian and the others. Throughout the meal, Xiao Li remained unusually quiet, a stark contrast to her usual liveliness. She would stare blankly at Shen Mu, who was already drunk from time to time, feeling a sense of disorientation. Not long ago, she dared to argue and bicker with this young man, treating him as an equal. But now, in less than 2 days, the young man in front of her has suddenly transformed into someone she can never reach. He is not only the lord of a city, but also possesses extraordinary talent and strength. Sooner or later, he will soar to the heavens like a dragon or phoenix and become a person of high status. But looking at herself, she was just an insignificant errand girl in the Alchemist Association. Although he knew some alchemy techniques, he wasn't even a master alchemist. At best, he was an alchemy apprentice. Xiao Li suddenly felt extremely lonely, and a strange sense of resentment welled up inside her. But it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of powerlessness. At the same time, in Kang City, Lord Ji, Beiyin City has agreed to send a spirit realm expert to assist us. This time, we must grind Shenmu to dust and destroy Tianqin City. A middle-aged man in a golden robe stared at the fat man sitting opposite him, speaking in a sinister tone, his eyes filled with excitement and hatred. Good. Shenmu will definitely regret offending me. The fat man narrowed his eyes and sneered. The two were Si Yang and Ji Long, who had a grudge against Shenmu. The last time was after Shenmu destroyed the sculptures in Kang City and swaggered away. Ji Long endured the scorn and accusations of the city's residents every day, never having a single day of peace. During this period, he hid in the city lord's mansion every day and dared not go out at all, because as soon as he steps outside, he gets either rotten vegetable leaves or rotten eggs thrown at him. However, he couldn't bring himself to harm these people. Otherwise, it might have led to even more serious consequences. All of this is thanks to Shenmu. Therefore, Ji Long hated Shenmu to the core, and he could not vent his hatred without killing Shenmu. The next morning, Shenmu rubbed his throbbing head and struggled to get out of bed. Last night, he and Cheng Tian and the others went too far, drinking until they were completely unconscious. In fact, as source masters, they could easily use their spiritual power to dispel the alcohol while drinking. But in doing so, the pleasure of drinking is completely lost. If you can't get drunk, what's the difference between drinking water and drinking plain water? After tidying up quickly, he hurriedly left the room. After all, it wouldn't be good to keep Duan Lin waiting for too long. Downstairs at the association, Cheng Tian and the others were already waiting quietly. "I'm so sorry, I overslept." Cheng Tian laughed and said, "It's all right, it's not that late." Last night, the group drank and talked freely, completely letting go of their inhibitions and airs. We became true friends. "Lord Shun, I have prepared a carriage for you outside. You can depart at any time." Chui Xing reminded him. "Yes, thank you all for taking care of me these past few days. This is a small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Shenmu took out 4 storage bags containing the names of Cheng Tian, Chui Xing, Zheng Yun, and Shaoli, several people he knew well, leaving none out. "I hope you all take care. If you ever visit Tianqin City, I, Shenmu, will certainly treat you well." Then, Shenmu suddenly turned to Shaoli and said, "Especially you. Try not to be lazy. I hope that next time we meet, you will be an alchemist." Upon hearing this, Shaoli was stunned and remained speechless for a long time. "Farewell, everyone. Shenmu bids farewell." After saying that, he strode away, got into a carriage after walking out the door, and headed to the Mercenary Association. Shaoli only came to her senses after Shenmu left. Then, she hurriedly ran out the door, but Shenmu was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a mix of emotions welled up inside me. She kept replaying the words Shenmu had said when he left. "I hope that when we meet again, you will be an alchemist. I hope that when we meet again," Shaoli kept repeating in her murmur. A light gradually appeared in her eyes. After Shenmu left, they each opened their storage bags. After they saw what was inside, their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. These items were carefully selected by Shenmu from the treasures he obtained in the Broken Sky Mountains, based on the actual situation of the group. Every single item is extremely practical for them nowadays. At this moment, they all shared a common thought. Meeting Shenmu was definitely the luckiest thing that had ever happened to them. Chapter 160, Returning to the City. Before long, the horn carriage brought Shenmu to the Mercenary Association. Inside the association, Duan Lin and Ling had been waiting for a long time. When manager Liu saw Shenmu, he bowed deeply, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. He also attended the alchemy conference yesterday, and after witnessing Shenmu's extraordinary prowess, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Recalling how he had misunderstood Shenmu just 2 days ago, he immediately felt regretful. If such an important person really wanted to argue with him, he probably wouldn't live past nightfall. "President Duan, is everything ready?" Shenmu asked, slightly anxious. He's been away from Tianqin City for 5 or 6 days now, and the city is probably in complete chaos. "Don't worry, everything is ready, and we can set off at any time." Shenmu nodded. "Then there's no time to lose." Next, Duan Lin led Shenmu and the other man to the Mercenary Association's training ground. Inside the training ground, a gigantic spirit beast, resembling both a lion and an eagle, was already crouching. It was nearly 10 meters long. Upon seeing Duan Lin and the others, it immediately stood up and flapped its huge wings vigorously. A cloud of sand and stones suddenly flew through the training ground. Having experienced many great events, Shenmu remained unmoved, but Lingya was different. At this moment, her gaze towards the giant beast held a hint of curiosity, but more than that, it was filled with fear. Master Ling, there is no need to be afraid. This is my spirit beast, the griffin. It may look fierce, but it is actually very gentle. Seeing Lingya's fear, Duan Lin quickly explained. Hearing this, Lingya relaxed slightly. To accommodate Shenmu and his companion, Duan Lin even had the griffin carry a small loft on its back so they could rest comfortably. After all, even if the griffin is fast, it would still take about 2 days to cross thousands of mountains and rivers to reach Tianqin City. After the group boarded the pavilion on the griffin's back, the griffin instantly soared into the sky and flew into the distance. During the journey, Shenmu suddenly remembered something and asked, President Duan, I heard from Manager Liu that you went to the south once and were poisoned by goo after you came back. Duan Lin couldn't help but shudder when he recalled the appearance of the soul-devouring goo. That's right. Some time ago, I accepted a mission to accompany my employer to explore a ruin in the south. I never expected to get involved with something like this. Ruins? Shenmu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Could the soul-devouring goo have been acquired in the ruins? Upon hearing this, Duan Lin was also taken aback, then said uncertainly, It shouldn't be, right? We can't even get into that ruin. Even if there really is poison in the ruin, we shouldn't get involved. Hearing this, Shenmu didn't ask any further questions, but he secretly felt a little strange. Logically speaking, goo poison mostly grows in dark and damp places all year round, and it is impossible for it to appear randomly in densely populated areas or on a random main road. Therefore, if Duan Lin has not been to any other special places, then this goo poison is very likely due to that mysterious ruin. But Duan Lin said that the ruins were inaccessible, which was very strange. But Shenmu didn't want to delve too deeply into it. He couldn't even manage Tianqin City properly, so how could he have the time to deal with goo? Normally, after flying for about a day, a griffin needs to rest for a few hours to recover its physical and spiritual energy. However, since Shenmu wanted to get back quickly, he gave the griffin some pills that could quickly restore spiritual power that he had obtained from the beastman's tomb last time. The griffin, naturally vigorous and energetic, kept moving forward without stopping. Master Shun, you are really extravagant. Even I have a hard time obtaining a single Xing-grade pill, and you actually use it as food for your spirit beasts. But despite his complaints, Duan Lin was actually happier than anyone else. After all, the griffin had been with him for countless years, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was like family. This profound grade elixir not only allows the griffin to quickly recover its spiritual power, but also greatly helps its cultivation. With Shenmu's help, the griffin's progress in breaking through to the spirit realm and transforming into human form will likely be greatly accelerated. The griffin's increased strength was equivalent to Duan Lin's increased strength, so he secretly accepted this favor. Dawn breaks in Tianqin City. At this moment, inside the city lord's mansion, Dongbua, Zuwan, Luo, Chang, He-Qing, Zhongtian, Shuetong, Bailey Ping, and others were all seated in the main hall, each with a worried expression. Dongbua received a report from his scouts last night that Qingshuang City and Kang City were gathering forces to attack Tianqin City. It's obvious what these people are up to. If the timing is correct, the armies of both cities will likely assemble outside the city after dawn. Tianqin City will be in grave danger. Upon receiving this news, Dongbua was wide awake and immediately gathered everyone to discuss countermeasures. With Shenmu's fate now unknown, Tianqin City is relying entirely on these people to maintain its appearance. Putting aside the fact that Beiyin City is backed by Qingshuang City, the combined forces of Kang City and Qingshuang City alone are something that Tianqin City cannot contend with at present. Before leaving, Shenmu repeatedly instructed everyone to protect Tianqin City. But now, if no countermeasures are found, Tianqin City may not be far from destruction. Although there is still no news of the young master, I believe he will return soon. But before that, we cannot let Tianqin City perish. Otherwise, how can we face the young master? Seeing that everyone was in low spirits and looked worried, Donghua had no choice but to speak up and encourage them. If morale remains low, we might collapse before the enemy even arrives. Now that the young master is gone, he must withstand the pressure. Chapter 161. The storm is brewing. Although he wasn't entirely confident, he absolutely couldn't let everyone lose faith at this moment. Otherwise, they would be even less able to face the crisis. Yes, when the young master was teleported away, he didn't forget to tell me and Zissou to take good care of Tianxin City. We must not let anything happen to Tianxin City. He Qing slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his expression excited. Logically speaking, when faced with such a situation that is almost impossible to reverse, everyone should scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. They each fled. For some reason, although everyone was at a loss, no one chose to back down. He Qing felt that this was perhaps the source of the white-robed boy's personal charm. Although he had only been in Tianxin City for a short time, he had already regarded Shen Mu as his backbone and Tianxin City as his own home. Who would abandon their family and home to live a life of ignominy alone? That's right. That's right. Upon hearing this, Zuo and the others were all excited and echoed each other. Don't be too pessimistic, everyone. Don't forget that our strength will increase by 1 level when we fight in Tianxin City. In this situation, Elder He and Senior Zissou are comparable in strength to Spirit Realm experts. As long as Beiyin City doesn't interfere, we might not necessarily lose. Bailey Ping, who had been silent until now, pondered, among everyone, he is the calmest and most clear-headed. Moreover, just 2 days ago, he successfully entered the soul fusion stage and awakened the attribute martial source, water, become the 4th attribute source master in Tianxin City. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had just woken up from a dream. What they didn't know was that the ancient city's power had just been successfully upgraded shortly before Shenmu left. Therefore, their strength increased by not just 1 level, but 2 levels as they fought in the city. Furthermore, we have 2 spirit chefs, Zhong Tian and Shui Tong. As long as the spirit dishes can keep up, we will have even more strength to fight again. Zhong Tian and Shui Tong immediately nodded in agreement. Although Shui Tong's loyalty to Shenmu is still in the stage of dislike, she is not the kind of person who would betray trust in the first place. In short, we must protect Tianxin City. Even if it's not for ourselves or for the young master, we must fight for the people of Tianxin City. Luo Chang said with a firm gaze, during this time, because I manage the divine martial pavilion of the Hidden God Temple, I have developed close relationships with many people in Tianxin City. After getting to know and connect with the local people, he developed a stronger sense of belonging to Tianxin City. If his loyalty was previously limited to Shen Mu, now it also extends to the entire population of Tianxin City. In every war, it is always the ordinary people at the bottom who suffer. If we don't want the people to suffer, then the only way is to be invincible. Host, the combined forces of Qing Shuang City and Sanghe City are advancing towards Tianxian City, and they will likely arrive at the city walls soon. Shenmu was still resting with his eyes closed, but upon hearing the system's words, he immediately opened his eyes, revealing a sharp glint in them. Are they tired of living? Shenmu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What is the strongest among them? Spiritual realm, peak stage. What? There's actually a peak spirit rank cultivator. Shenmu's expression changed drastically. North Rock City has intervened? The system remains silent, indicating its default stance. Hateful. The reason he chose to revive Duan Lin and use the spirit beast to return to the city was because he was worried that things might change if he waited too long. After all, neither Si Yang nor Ji Long are easy to deal with. If they take any action and I am not there, Tianxin City will probably be unable to resist. But then the Alchemist Conference came along. In order to promote Tianxin City, he took a chance, thinking that even if Si Yang and the others wanted to take action, they shouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Moreover, under the protection of the ancient city's power, even if a spirit realm expert comes, He Qing and Zissou can handle them completely. Therefore, Shen Mu felt that even if he returned a few days later, it should not be a big problem. To everyone's surprise, even a peak-level spirit realm expert has come. Cheptersto 62, Shen Mues Fury. in this situation, let alone preventing them from entering the city. Even within the city, with the ancient city's power amplifying their strength, they still couldn't defeat their opponent. Moreover, once the enemy enters the city, what difference is there between that and the Japanese invading a village? When that time comes, Tianjin City and its people will be in danger. Shen Mu underestimated their hatred for him. If he had known this would happen, he would never have chosen to participate in the Alchemist Conference. After all, no matter how important the publicity was, it was not as important as the lives of his companions in the city. Shen Mu never treated Dongbua's Wen and the others as subordinates, but rather as family. If their safety is compromised this time, Shen Mu will never forgive himself. Griffin, how much longer until we reach Tianjin City? Shen Mu asked loudly. This angry shout instantly woke up Duan Lin and Lingya, who were also resting with their eyes closed. Lord Shun, what's wrong? While I was away, a few dogs actually gathered an army and besieged my Tianjin City. Shen Mu's gaze narrowed slightly, his tone revealing indifference. Seeing this, Duan Lin felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, who is so reckless as to provoke this monster? Where's the Griffin now? Kang City is just ahead. We should arrive at Tianjin City in about 2 hours. Speed up, Duan Lin said to Shen Mu. City Lord Shun, don't worry, we should make it in time. Shen Mu nodded silently, but it was impossible for him not to be anxious. If it were just Qing Shuang City and Tsang He City joining forces, he wouldn't be worried at all. Even if he didn't go back, He Qing and the others could handle it perfectly well. In Tianjin City, they can fight across 2 levels, making them practically invincible. But now, Beiyin City has actually sent out a peak spirit realm expert, and He Qing and the others are no match for him. To this day, Shen Mu still doesn't understand why someone at the peak of the spirit rank, even if not the strongest in a level 2 main city, shouldn't be considered weak. How could Beiyin City send out such a powerful expert just to deal with a small city like Tianjin? What's the difference between this and using a cannon to kill a fly? Or do they know that Tianjin City possesses the attribute of ancient city prestige? But Shen Mu rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. Only Dongbua, Zuoguan, Luo, Cheng, He Qing, and a few others closest to him knew the true extent of the ancient city's power. Unless they betray themselves, betray Tianjin City, and reveal this information to Xiang. But this possibility simply doesn't exist. Because each of them is extremely loyal to themselves, they would never betray their promises. If that's the case, then why did Beiyin City send out a peak spirit rank expert? Is it just to show off? Shen Mu shook his head, putting all these complicated thoughts out of his mind. No matter the reason, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch my Tianjin City will be killed without mercy. Reporting to the deputy city lord, the armies of both cities are almost at the city gates. A guard knelt on one knee, his face anxious. It's finally here. Dongbua looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, the time to defend the dignity of Tianjin City has come. Are you ready? The dignity of Tianjin City shall not be trampled upon. Every face was filled with unwavering determination. No matter how strong the enemy, they were not afraid. 1 mile outside Tianjin City, a large group of people was marching towards a city not far away. Riding atop a crimson giant tiger, Xiang addressed a carriage beside him pulled by 3 serrated silver wolves. That brat Shen Mu is troublesome. If he appears, I urge you, senior, to take his head directly. Chapter 163. The enemy approaches the city. Even though he and Ji Long both successfully broke through to the spirit rank with the help of Beiyin City, but they still weren't confident of victory against Shen Mu. After all, this kid is really too strange. They had suffered losses at his hands many times because they underestimated him. So now Xiang has become smarter, and as soon as they meet, he delivers a fatal blow to Shen Mu. We will absolutely not give him a chance to turn the tables. Rest assured. An old voice came from inside the carriage, but then fell silent. Having received the agreement, Xiang dared not disturb him any further and silently kept quiet. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a mile, and the more than 10-meter-high city wall of Tianjin City stood before them. At this time, the city walls were filled with city guards and Dongbua and several others stood in the center. Looking at the vast army, Dongbua and the others couldn't help but frown. At first glance, this team must have at least 100,000 people. It seems that Xiyang and Jilong have really gone all out. Last night, the two cities joined forces, and more than 100,000 troops marched towards Tianjin City. Not only Tianjin City received the news, but countless surrounding cities also began to pay close attention to the matter. But their focus wasn't on Tianjin City, but on Kang City. Many people are curious, since it should be the case that Kang City alone took action. Why would they need to form an alliance when they could already wipe out a weak level 3 city? Are you afraid you can't win? But this possibility was quickly ruled out because it was simply nonsense. In the eyes of many small cities, Kang City, ranked among the top 100, is no different from a behemoth. Such a giant could probably wipe out Tianjin City with just a flick of his finger. But why should we still cooperate with others? Unable to figure it out, all parties had no choice but to personally investigate. Therefore, although on the surface it appears to be just two opposing forces, in reality, many eyes of various major powers are hidden in the shadows. Even the lords of some cities personally came out to find a reason. After all, news is often more important than anything else. If they cannot find the main cause of this abnormal situation, these small towns will be unable to sleep or eat in peace. Xiyang, Jilong, what brings you here to my Tianjin City with your armies? Dongbua stood atop the city tower and shouted down to the ranks below. Although it was obvious to everyone that Sima Zhao had ulterior motives, he still wanted to find out the reason. You old bastard, let Shenmu come out and face his death. Xiyang looked up at Dongbua and said without any politeness. This wasn't the first time he had met Dongbua. Recalling the humiliation he suffered in Tianjin City, Xiyang's anger flared up again. You've come at an opportune time. My young master is not in Tianjin City right now. If you wish to find him, please come another day. Dongbua immediately ordered them to leave. Although he knew perfectly well that these people would never give up, he was at a loss and could only try to stall for as long as possible. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Xiyang shouted. Shenmu, stop being a coward and get out here right now. Exactly. Where did your courage to swagger around in Kang City go? Jilong rode his mount out of the procession and stood alongside Xiyang. I told you, the young master isn't in Tianjin City. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Not here. Very well. Xiyang sneered and said to the soldiers behind him, I will count to 3. If Shenmu still cowers and does not come out, then we will attack the city directly. Yes. Tens of thousands of soldiers responded in unison, their voices deafening, startling birds and beasts in the woods several miles away into a frenzy. Chapter 164, Life and Death. 3. 2. The faces of Dongbua and his men were extremely grim. They hadn't expected that Xiyang would not waste any more words and would directly launch an attack on the city. 1. Attack the city. At his command, tens of thousands of soldiers behind him drew their weapons and marched in formation toward the gates of Tianjin City. The shouts of battle echoed for miles around, and at this time, the sounds of children crying could be heard everywhere in Tianjin City. Although Tianjin City is weak, it has not experienced war for many years. The sudden outbreak of war has caused widespread fear and anxiety among the people. Although they didn't know the specifics, the deafening shouts of battle were enough to instill fear in them. But they were powerless to change anything and could only place their hopes on the strong men in the city. At this moment, countless people were already kneeling at their doorsteps, silently praying. Hopefully, this will save Tianjin City from disaster. Dongbua and his men have no time to worry about the situation in the city. All their energy is focused on the battlefield. Just as the enemy soldiers were still dozens of meters away from the city gate, the sky suddenly darkened. A gigantic flying spirit beast with purple and blue feathers roared out from Tianjin City. Then, it spat out a giant ball of light with a diameter of 2 meters. It plummeted to the ground at breakneck speed. It exploded on the ground instantly, sending dust flying and shattering metal and stone. Moreover, what flew out was not only sand and gravel, but also countless severed limbs and blood. This single sphere of spiritual energy destroyed nearly 1,000 people. The soldiers were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks and dared not charge forward any further. A peak stage soul fusion level spirit beast. Siyang Frowenet. Although this spirit beast was not highly cultivated, it was a flying spirit beast. Although Siyang and the others had broken through to the spirit realm, they were unable to fly, so killing Su was not an easy task. Lord Ji, I remember you have a shield-type awakening skill? Siyang suddenly asked Jilong, his eyes lighting up. Jilong nodded, confirming that he was right. In that case, you will be responsible for using the shield to block this beast's attack from the sky, and the rest of the soldiers will continue the siege with me. After speaking, Siyang gave another order to the soldiers. Yes. As Siyang and his companion revealed their strength, Dongbua and the others were greatly startled. Spiritual rank. Unexpectedly, in just over half a month, Siyang and Jilong both broke through to the spirit communication rank. This caused Dongbua and the others a great deal of trouble. Aside from Zisu's own advantages, none of them dared to leave the city. After all, without the support of the ancient city's power, their strength was nothing but trash in Siyang's eyes. A spirit realm cultivator would undoubtedly crush a soul fusion realm cultivator. What should we do? Should we let them into the city? Zhuowen asked, looking at the crowd. Absolutely not. Although we can increase our strength by 1 level within the city, we can only deal with Siyang and Jilong at most. They brought at least a dozen soul fusion stage cultivators with them this time. At that time, no one will be able to stop these soul fusion stage cultivators. Vei Ping said with a solemn expression. Moreover, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's always a carriage pulled by serrated silver wolves among the enemy's forces. I'm afraid there's some important figure inside. The serrated silver wolf is a soul fusion level spirit beast. Using a 3-headed spirit beast to pull a cart is not a privilege that ordinary people can afford. No way could they be from Beiyin City. Upon hearing this, Dongbua's expression changed drastically. Very likely, Vei Ping pondered. If Beiyin City really sends someone, they will definitely be very strong. After all, even Siyang and the other two have already broken through to the spirit realm. So the people sent here will only be stronger than these two. Vei Ping originally thought he might not lose this time, but now there are too many variables. Not only Siyang and Jilong have both broken through. Moreover, powerful figures from Beiyin City may have arrived. Today, Tianxin City is truly facing a life-or-death situation. Chapter 165, Morale Deteriorates. Griffin, how much longer until we arrive? On the other side, Shenmu anxiously pressed for answers. If his estimation is correct, Siyang and the others have probably already arrived in Tianxin City by now. He just hopes that Dongbua and the others can hold on a little longer. It should take another half an hour, the Griffin replied. These are 3 Shin-grade pills for restoring spiritual power. Fly. Use all your strength. Shenmu didn't waste any words and directly took out 3 jade bottles from the Black Rock ring. The Griffin's eyes gleamed with golden light as it swallowed the pill whole. The flight speed increased again. Duan Lin, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could clearly feel Shenmu's anxiety and anger. Now he was worried about those fools. Shenmu was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, in Tianxin City, although the city walls and gates are made of special materials, they can barely withstand attacks from spirit realm experts. However, under the attack of Siyang and nearly 100,000 soldiers, it could not withstand it for long. Use your awakening techniques. He Qing shouted to the crowd, and then took the lead in manipulating the fire element, condensing it into a fire snake. Awakening skill, Extreme Flame Serpent. Awakening skill, Ground Thrust. Awakening skill, Light and Shadow Sword. Immediately afterwards, they all unleashed their best skills. Now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. We have no choice but to fight it out. With a barrage of awakening skills, many soldiers below the city were left bloodied and mangled, their bodies and souls extinguished. They cleared a passage directly between the city wall and the soldiers. Hateful. All soul fusion rank source masters. Unleash your awakening skills. Target the city gate. At Siyang's command, the dozen or so soul fusion level source masters behind him all gathered their awakening skills. Instantly, spiritual energy gathered wildly at the city gate, emitting a blinding light. Its power was no less than that of a nuclear explosion. Ordinary soldiers dared not approach. Otherwise, the rampant spiritual power would surely tear them to pieces. Awakening skill. Awakening skill. Awakening skill. More than 10 awakening techniques were simultaneously combined and struck the city gate. Instantly, cracks appeared on the city walls around the city gate, spreading outwards like a spider web. Those from various factions who were hiding around and observing in the dark were all somewhat frightened when they saw this scene. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if they could withstand these waves of attacks, if they had their own city instead of Tianjin City. The answer is no. Unless one's strength surpasses that of Kang City, it is simply impossible to withstand a joint attack from these two cities. Those on the city wall, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. If we allow them to continue attacking like this, it probably won't be long before the city walls collapse completely. When that time comes, Tianjin City will be in grave danger. Shenmu, are you still hiding in your shell? Do you really want everyone in Tianjin City to be buried with you? Siyang attacked the city gate while laughing loudly and arrogantly. With his psychic level strength, plus the ability to amplify his voice using spiritual power. While it may not spread throughout the entire Tianjin City, it can at least spread to a small part of the city. At this moment, all the people in the city couldn't help but wonder where their city lord had gone. Why hasn't the city lord appeared to save Tianjin City at this critical moment? Is he really deserting his post? I really trusted the wrong person. I thought he would completely turn over a new leaf after becoming the city lord, but I didn't expect him to be the same as before, weak, incompetent, cowardly, and afraid of trouble. Gradually, under this immense pressure, some of the city's residents began to complain about Shenmu. Yes, they promised to protect Tianjin City and let us live a peaceful life, but when the time comes, they're starting to run away again. That's right, this kind of person doesn't deserve to be the city lord. In the face of crisis, the human heart is undoubtedly the most vulnerable. At this time, public opinion spreads like a plague, rapidly and contagiously. Chapter 166, The City Gate Breaks. Host, please be aware that due to the low morale and widespread discontent in Tianjin City, the loyalty of many citizens has decreased, with some reaching the level of resentment. 153,000 faith points will be deducted from your account. Shenmu, who was still on his way, was stunned when he heard this. Holy crap, what kind of mess is this? After finally coming to his senses, Shenmu immediately started swearing. Duan Lin and Ling were startled. Lord Shen, are you alright? After Shenmu shook his head with a gloomy expression, the two of them dared not ask any more questions. Even at the alchemy competition, they had never seen Shenmu like this before. They could imagine how furious he was. The two of them dared not risk this misfortune. Mission issued. Main quest. Defeat the enemy, save Tianjin City, and win back the hearts of the people. Mission reward. 5,000 faith points. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City quest countdown shortened by 30 days. Griffin, keep going, increase your speed. Donghua, if this continues, the city gates will be breached in less than 10 minutes. What should we do? Donghua looked helpless and then said to Zhuan, if the city gates are breached, we must stop them. Anyone who wants to enter the city will have to step over us. Are you afraid? Zhuan was taken aback. Looking at Donghua's serious expression, he suddenly felt a surge of pride. Fuck it. Kill everyone that comes in. Kill every pair that come in. Since the sect was destroyed, Zhuan thought he would never find any sense of belonging again. Until he met the young master and joined Tianjin City. That familiar feeling returned. Tianjin City is his home, and everyone in it is his family. To protect them, he must defend them with his blood and lives. Yeah, fuck it. Luo Chung was also excited and roared loudly. He was originally just a minor elder under Siyang. As a source master without any attributes, he would probably have lived a mediocre life. It was the young master who gave him the attribute martial source, making him a 1 in a million attribute source master. For cultivators, this kindness is greater than the heavens. Even if the young master is not here, he must fight for Tianjin City to the last moment. even if it costs him his life. Can you guys stop being so sentimental? Just let them all die. Without saying a word, He Qing took the lead and walked down the city wall. Before long, the city gates will be breached, and then they will have to use their own flesh and blood as the first line of defense for Tianjin City. Otherwise, if the enemy were to enter the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then everyone looked at each other and followed He Qing down the city tower, standing behind the city gate, looking at the constantly cracking city walls and the shaking city gates before me. Everyone looked grave, their hearts leaping into their throats. No matter how full of enthusiasm you are when you make your decision, it's impossible not to be nervous at this moment. Thump, thump, thump. The city gate was being rammed again and again, as if it might fall apart at any moment. In the sky, Zissou kept circling and throwing spiritual energy orbs onto the ground. However, most of them were blocked by Jilong's shield. Although the attack was not very effective, she dare not stop. Otherwise, if Jilong is given free time, the city gates will be breached even faster. Now, all we can do is delay as much as possible and see if a miracle can happen. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the impact on the city gate grew louder and louder, and the hearts of the people of Tianjin City seemed to beat with each impact. Attack! Boom! With Si Yang's command, the Soul Fusion Realm Source Masters and soldiers launched another assault on the city gate. Squeak! Bang! Under this attack, the city gate finally couldn't hold on and instantly fell into pieces. The doors broken. Kill them. Chapter 167. A surprising discovery. Everyone, are you ready? The moment the city gate burst open, Donghua frowned slightly and asked loudly. At the same time, spiritual energy burst forth from his body. Enter the realm of subtlety through the fusion of souls. During this period, after training in the Xiantian Tower, Donghua also successfully broke through. His feelings for Tianjin City were deeper than anyone else's. Therefore, no matter who wants to harm Tianjin City, he only has 2 words to respond. No, we've been prepared for this for a long time. Let's see who kills more people today, shall we? Zhuo said with a wicked smile. Even if you're suffering, you must find joy in the midst of it. All right, if you can surpass me, I'll call you Big Brother from now on. Bailey Ping chuckled, clearly somewhat disdainful. Then you're going to call me Big Brother from now on. His spiritual power exploded out of his body in an instant, revealing that he had also reached the subtle realm of the soul fusion stage. After this period of training, Zhuo has also made considerable progress. Kill. Seeing the soldiers rushing in like ants, Donghua made his move instantly. Then, everyone took out their weapons, activated their spiritual power, and joined the battle. Most of the soldiers who rushed in were only at the Qi refining realm. In the eyes of Donghua and his men, killing these people was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Uft, uft. Streams of blood splattered from the enemy's soldiers, instantly staining the ground red. Luo Cheng swung his stone knife continuously, taking down one child with each strike. Within minutes, a bloody path was cleared. At this moment, Si Yang and Ji Long could no longer stand by and watch, and took action directly. No one dared to underestimate these 2 powerful spirit realm experts. Since Shenmu won't come out, then I'll take my anger out on you. Immediately, Si Yang raised his long sword, and a blade of energy slashed horizontally across him. Although it was just an ordinary blow, everyone retreated repeatedly, none daring to take it head-on. Only He Qing stood alone to hold them off. Bang! He Qing manipulated the fire element to form a fireball, which directly clashed with the sword energy. Its explosive power turned the surrounding area into ruins. Moreover, the aftershocks forced Si Yang's side back several steps. That's not right. Si Yang, Jilong, and Donghua all noticed the abnormality at the same time. Even He Qing himself suddenly felt that something was wrong. Logically, fighting within the city should have increased his strength by 1 level, allowing him to reach the spirit realm. He is on par with Si Yang and Jilong in terms of strength. But in that exchange of blows, it was clear that He Qing's attack was stronger. Otherwise, Si Yang wouldn't have been forced back several steps. What's going on? While Donghua and the others were puzzled, they all felt the changes in their own spiritual power. A moment later, everyone was overjoyed. We were so focused on killing people that we didn't really appreciate the improvement in our own strength. The depth of their spiritual power now far exceeds their original imagination. Is it not just one level up, but two? Zwollen looked at everyone, hesitated slightly, and then uttered a sentence. In fact, everyone had this idea in their hearts, but they just didn't dare to be sure. Upon hearing Zwollen say this, does it all seem to be true? I think this must be the young master's doing. Let's not worry about that for now. Repelling the enemy is the priority. Dongbua was the first to calm down from his surprise and reminded everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly snapped out of their surprise and became serious. The current situation allows no room for negligence. Knowing that his strength had improved significantly compared to his original expectations, He-Ching instantly became full of confidence. Without saying a word, he activated the fire element again, causing himself to burst into flames. At this moment, he is at his strongest. Immediately, He-Ching pushed off with both legs and charged toward Si-Yang like a cannonball. Seeing this, Si-Yang dared not be careless and immediately raised his sword in response. He-Ching flipped his right hand, and the giant ruler in his hand, like a pillar of fire, struck straight at Si-Yang's face. Clang! Si-Yang used the blade to block the attack, but he was hit by the immense force transmitted from the blade. He was once again forcefully pushed back 4 or 5 steps. Wherever they stepped, the floor tiles turned to dust. After regaining his footing, Si-Yang exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible? The old man in front of me is clearly only at the soul fusion stage, so how come I have no power to resist him? Fighting a 3-tier higher opponent? Even a tribute master shouldn't be this unreasonable, right?" Ji Long, who was supporting Si-Yang, looked on with a puzzled expression. "City Lord Si, you didn't go easy on him, did you? A spirit realm cultivator can't defeat a soul fusion realm cultivator? Are you kidding me?" Ji Long naturally couldn't believe it. The only possibility was that Si-Yang had deliberately made things unsafe. At the same time, Ji Long couldn't understand why he had let Si-Yang off the hook. Logically, Si-Yang should hate Shenmue even more. "I'll let you try it yourself." Upon hearing this, Ji Long dared not speak out in anger. After all, Si-Yang now had Beiyin City behind him, and he was not someone he could afford to offend. Immediately, Ji Long drew his weapon. "I want to see just how strong this soul fusion stage weapon can be." After saying this, Ji Long went to greet He-Ching. Chapter 168. Don't mess with any woman. But less than 2 breaths later, Ji Long was sent flying and fell next to Si-Yang. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. "How is that possible?" Si-Yang snorted coldly. "You still don't believe me when I tell you." Ji Long initially thought that Si-Yang was deliberately being waterproof, but at this moment, how could he not believe it? This is too strange. He is only at the soul fusion stage, but he was able to defeat 2 spirit communication stage cultivators without any pressure. Even attribute source masters wouldn't be this abnormal, would they? At this moment, Zi-Su also descended from the sky and stood beside He-Ching. She and He-Ching are currently the strongest beings in Tianxin City, and they must fight side by side. "Zi-Su, if it's just these 2 types of people, I can handle them myself. I don't need you to help." Having defeated 2 spirit realm cultivators in a row, He-Ching felt a great sense of relief, and his face was full of excitement. "No, Ji Long made me work so hard for nothing just now. I have to kill him with my own hands." The man and the beast started arguing right in front of Si-Yang and the other person, showing them absolutely no respect. But how could they dare to speak? The spirit beast isn't afraid, but the old man is a bit strange. "Ji Long, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" A sharp glint flashed in her giant purple eyes. Upon hearing this, Ji Long immediately flew into a rage. "If I can't beat this old man, can I beat you, you beast?" He had already fought Zi-Su, and she only had the strength of the peak of the soul fusion stage. If it weren't for the fact that it is a flying spirit beast, which has a natural advantage. Otherwise, Ji Long would have tore her to pieces long ago. I never expected that she would still dare to shout now. How could this not make Ji Long angry? "You will pay for those words." With that, Zisu's wings flashed, and she flew rapidly toward Jilong. Sensing the speed, Jilong was immediately terrified. Before he could react, Zisu's enormous shadow had already covered him. He looked up in horror, only to be met with a wing covered in feathers. Bang! Jilong was sent flying several meters by Zisu's wing and embedded deeply into the city wall. Puff! A large mouthful of blood gushed from Jilong's mouth, and then he fell into a state of despair. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Jilong's miserable state. A powerful expert at the spirit realm level was nearly killed by a single wing flap. This is too brutal. Zwo 1. Remember this. Never mess with a female, whether she's human or beast. Understood, Donghua. Seeing Jilong in such a miserable state, Xiang turned pale with fright. I thought it was just that old man who was weird, but I didn't expect this spirit beast to be just as formidable. At this moment, he had no choice but to believe that there was something strange about Tianxin City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them all to challenge opponents of higher levels with their soul fusion stage strength, and do so easily. Xiang didn't believe they were deliberately hiding their strength. If Tianxin City had had a spirit realm expert in charge, it would not have fallen to this state. There's one left, leave it to me. He Qing shook his head, forcing himself to forget Zisu's irritability. He then looked at Xiang with a cold smile, as if he were looking at a lamb to the slaughter. In next breath, He Qing vanished from the spot and sped towards Xiang. Seeing this, Xiang was terrified and cried out, "Senior, save me! What a useless piece of trash!" At that moment, an old voice came from the carriage outside the city gate. Then a figure flashed out from within. He Qing, who was about to appear in front of Xiang, instantly sensed the danger, but it was too late for him to dodge. An old man dressed in black with a pale face suddenly appeared in front of He Qing. Chapter 169, Tragic Scene. Bang! The old man in black casually threw a punch, which landed directly on He Qing's abdomen. He Qing was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away and sank deep into the ground. Elder He, Zwo 1 and the others were startled and rushed to the pit to try to pull him out. "Don't move. It feels like all my bones are broken." He Qing, enduring the intense pain, tried to stop him. What? He shattered all of Elder He's bones with a single move? Just how strong is this old man in black? Zwo 1 and the others looked at the old man in black with fear and hatred in their eyes. "How dare you lay a hand on He Qing? You're asking for death." Looking at He Qing, who was covered in blood in the distance, Zisu's eyes instantly turned red. Ever since she and He Qing went through a life-or-death battle in Tongtian Valley, they have regarded each other as very good friends. Although the human and the beast often bicker, they don't actually mean any harm. Seeing He Qing in such a miserable state, Zisu could not bear it no matter what. Immediately, spiritual energy ignited like flames on every feather of hers. With a flap of her wings, Zisu shouted, "Awakening skill, Yao Guang's spirit blade." Then, spiritual energy continued to gather and condense into a light blade several meters long, seemingly trying to tear the old man in black apart. However, the old man in black simply used his spiritual power to condense a light shield, which easily blocked the attack. Before Zisu could even react with surprise, the old man in black appeared before her in an instant. "You beast! How dare you lay a hand on me?" Then, sword lights flashed before Zisu's eyes, and in just 2 or 3 breaths, dozens of sword marks appeared on Zisu's body. After a brief pause, blood began to seep from the sword wounds like flowing water. Instantly, it dyed all of Zisu's feathers red. Then, the old man in black kicked with his right leg, and Zisu's huge body flew backward, sliding several meters along the ground before stopping. At this moment, not only was she bleeding profusely, but her feathers were also covered with sand and gravel, making her look extremely pitiful. Senior Zisu. Donghua appeared beside Zisu in a flash, and seeing her in such a miserable state, he felt extremely sad. Neither He Qing nor Zisu actually had much to do with Tianxin City. They could have easily chosen to turn away when Tianxin City was in trouble. But they didn't. They resolutely chose to defend Tianjin City together with everyone else. For this reason alone, Donghua had immense respect for them. "Senior, are you from Beiyin City?" Donghua asked the old man in black, his eyes bloodshot. "So what if it is? My Tianjin City has never had any dealings with your Beiyin City, let alone any grudges. Why did you hurt my companion, Senior?" Although his opponent was extremely strong, Donghua showed no fear whatsoever. "At worst, I'll just die, but I must never lose my dignity." "Do I need a reason to kill?" the old man in black sneered. "Does having a big fist count as a reason?" In his view, Donghua was undoubtedly talking nonsense. In this dog-eat-dog world of Emperor Supreme, whoever is strong can do whatever they want. How could someone not understand such a simple principle? What a powerful fist. Donghua said with a bitter smile. "One day, someone will pay you back for those words." He believes that karma is a cycle, and no one can escape it. "So noisy." The old man in black vanished instantly, reappearing in front of Donghua. "I hope that in your next life, you can see someone return these words to me." Bang! With another punch, Donghua, like He Qing, was sent flying nearly 10 meters away. All the bones in his body were broken, and his life was slipping away. Donghua gazed at the sky, his heart filled with sorrow. "Young master, I'm afraid you'll have to take care of Tianjin City all by yourself from now on." Then, my vision became increasingly blurry. In his dazed state, he seemed to hear a familiar voice. Donghua. Chapter 170, Human Nature. At this moment, a spirit beast resembling both an eagle and a lion suddenly appeared in the sky above Tianjin City, flapping its wings and falling to the ground. "Young master!" The crowd, who had already given up hope, couldn't help but burst into tears when they saw the white-robed youth on the spirit beast. Bang! After the griffin landed, Shenmue jumped off it instantly and flashed to Donghwa's side. Looking at Donghua, who was on the verge of death, Shenmue trembled all over. Memories of Donghua were gradually surfacing in her mind. Although Shenmue hadn't spent much time with Donghua after transmigrating, the old man had always been thinking of him. She treated him like family. Humans are not plants or trees. How can they be without feelings? Moved by his actions, he had long regarded Donghua as his own family. Now, seeing him lying in a pool of blood, he could die at any moment. For the first time, Shenmue felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and he felt an unbearable pain. Without hesitation, he quickly opened the Cine store, wanting to buy moonwood elixir. But suddenly I discovered that my current balance is negative, so I can't buy anything. In that instant, Shenmue couldn't help but panic. "Quickly, give me a bottle of moonwood elixir, quick." He knew that as long as Donghua had a breath left, the moonwood spirit liquid could save him. "Host, according to the rules, you do not have enough funds to make the purchase. Didn't you understand what I said? I want moonwood elixir." At this moment, Shenmue kept roaring at the system. However, from an outsider's perspective, he was talking to himself the whole time. "Shenmue, you've gone completely mad in just a few days." "Si yang snered mockingly." Then, Shenmue slowly raised his head, his face gloomy, his eyes bloodshot, looking extremely cold and ferocious. Just that one look was enough to frighten Si Yang into swallowing the next sentence he was about to say. "Host, he's just a servant of yours. If one dies, there are thousands more, aren't there?" The system's tone was filled with deep doubt. Although it was an intelligent entity, it had absolutely no emotions. They also don't understand what love is. You have no humanity at all, so how could you understand human emotions? Shenmue roared hysterically, his eyes bloodshot. Duan Lin and Lingya, who had just stepped down from the griffin, were both terrified and fell silent. The current Shenmue sent chills down their spines. The humanity system murmured to itself. "If you still don't agree, I'll just kill myself on the spot, and we'll go our separate ways." These were the words Shenmue silently uttered in his heart, and no one else heard them. The system remained silent for several breaths before relenting, saying, "This is a one-time exception. There will be no next time." As soon as he finished speaking, a bottle of moonwood spirit liquid appeared in the black rock ring. Shenmue did not hesitate and quickly took it out and poured it into Donghwa's mouth little by little. Immediately, Donghwa's entire body emitted a faint glow. The severed meridians and bones in his body are being reconstructed, and his vitality is gradually returning. Seeing this, Shenmue finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he relaxed, he realized that he was covered in sweat, as if he had just fought a great battle. Zhuo-1, you take care of Donghua. Yes, young master. Watching Donghua gradually regain his life, the old man in black frowned, then turned his gaze to the white-robed youth in front of him. He did it himself, and he knows best what he did. With Donghua's strength, that attack would absolutely kill him. But this boy, after only holding him and muttering a few angry words to himself, suddenly came back to life. Something strange. From the moment he saw He Qing and Zi Su, he felt that there was something strange about this city. Otherwise, how could someone who appears to be at the soul fusion stage have strength comparable to someone at the spirit connection stage in the microscopic realm? Now, seeing Shenmue save someone who was on the verge of death in just a few moments, the old man in black became even more determined in his mind. Give these pills to Elder He and Zisu. Shenmue didn't have enough credit points to buy Moonwood Elixir at the moment, so he could only use pills to stabilize their injuries. Fortunately, although both were seriously injured, they were not going to die immediately. Then, Shenmue turned around and looked at Si Yang and the old man in black, his fingers unconsciously stroking gently. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 171. Even Beiyin City can't save you. Watching Shenmue slowly rub his fingers, Zhuo-1 and the others couldn't help but shudder, because they knew that Shenmue would only subconsciously make this gesture when he was extremely angry. They knew that Si Yang and his companion were definitely doomed today. Shenmue's ferocious appearance instilled a sense of fear in Si Yang. Although he had fought Shenmue several times, this was the first time he had ever felt this way. Mission issued. Main quest. Si Yang has repeatedly disrupted the order of Tianxin City and is the planner and instigator of this turmoil. The host is now ordered to kill Si Yang. Task reward. Triumph Token X2. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City Quest countdown shortened by 90 days. Shenmue remembered that during the last enthronement ceremony, the system had issued a mission to kill Si Yang. It was just that it escaped by accident. Shenmue was punished for this. The mission has now been upgraded again, with both rewards and penalties doubled. This mission must be completed. Shenmue stared coldly at Si Yang, this time not just for the reward and to avoid punishment. It's because he was genuinely angry. Boy, are you Shenmue? The old man in black asked, frowning. While he wasn't exactly afraid of Shenmue, he did put aside some of his disdain for him. After all, he had already learned from Si Yang that this young man was no easy opponent. Furthermore, since he arrived here and discovered all sorts of strange things, he dared not let his guard down. Shenmue did not answer directly. Are you from Beiyin City? That's right. Senior Zhao Zhan is the powerful expert sent by Beiyin City. Shenmue, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and accept your death, and perhaps I can give you a quick death. Although Si Yang was somewhat afraid of Shenmue, the thought of the old man in black instantly boosted his confidence. No matter how strong Shenmue is, can he be stronger than a peak spirit realm expert? Moreover, Zhao Zhan has already reached the peak of the spirit realm, and is only one step away from entering the breaking mountain realm. This is not your average peak spirit realm cultivator. Even the reputation of Beiyin City can't save you. Shenmue flipped his right hand, and a jade flute was held horizontally in front of his lips. A Xian-grade spiritual weapon. Looking at the jade flute that was emitting an astonishing aura, Zhao Zhan's expression changed. Most people might not recognize its value, but he does. Those who possess a Xian-grade spiritual artifact are no ordinary people. Even he was only wielding a high-grade yellow-rank spiritual weapon before he could figure out how Shenmue, a level 3 city lord, could possess a Xian-grade spiritual weapon. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Shenmue like a flood. At the same time, centered on his body, a layer of solid ice suddenly spread across the ground, walls, and buildings. Ice attribute. Zhao Zhan's expression hardened, and he became serious. He had already heard Si Yang mention that Shenmue was an attribute source master. Even now, seeing it again, I'm still deeply moved. Attribute source masters are indeed the chosen ones of heaven. Just their aura alone is enough to make most source masters sigh in admiration. Feeling the aura emanating from Shenmu, Si Yang's legs trembled involuntarily. He actually broke through to the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinsai noticed that the aura emanating from Shenmu was that of the spirit connection realm ascension stage. I just heard Si Yang say a few days ago that his strength is only at the soul fusion stage, entering the microscopic realm. He broke through 2 levels in just a few days. There's something strange about Tianxin City from top to bottom. I must report this to the city lord when I get back. However, this child must not be allowed to live. The speed of its breakthrough is so alarming that if it is allowed to continue growing, it will surely become a disaster. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Zhao Zhen's eyes. The long sword in his hand flew into the air and instantly transformed into more than a dozen sword energies, stabbing towards Shenmu. Even if your strength is comparable to that of a microscopic being, you are still very green in front of me. But he overlooked one problem. Even He Qing and Zi Su could inexplicably increase their strength by 2 levels. So how could Shenmu, the city lord, be an exception? Chapter 172, The Shocking Sword Wave. As the flute music rose and fell, more and more ice elements became active. Before those sword energies could even get within 3 meters of Shenmu, they were frozen into ice spikes, which fell to the ground and shattered into ice shards. Freezing spiritual power? Upon seeing this, Zhao Zhen was immediately shocked. Normally, the elements of ordinary elemental masters can only be effective on tangible objects. Only source masters with extremely high talent can manipulate elements to influence intangible things. The sword energy he released was nothing more than spiritual energy condensed, and it was an intangible thing. Unexpectedly, Shenmu was able to use elements to freeze sword energy. This only proves that this child is exceptionally gifted. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhen lost his composure and resolved to kill Shenmu. Awakening skill, heaven-shattering sword waves. Immediately, a martial source mark appeared between Zhao Zhen's eyebrows, emitting a blue light. Advanced awakening skill. Seeing this, Shenmu was slightly surprised. After all, this was the first time he had seen someone else comprehend an advanced awakening skill, aside from himself. Immediately afterwards, spiritual energy flowed from his limbs and bones to the long sword in his hand. At this moment, the spiritual power on the long sword surged and churned like a tide, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Kid, dying by my hand isn't unjust. Remember this in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhen held the long sword in both hands and thrust it into the ground. Instantly, dozens of sword lights flashed behind him, each carrying an extremely terrifying sword aura. The sword energy gathered together, crisscrossing and surging, like a wave of sword energy, sweeping over Shenmu. Gazing at the towering torrent of sword energy, everyone present paled in shock. Is this the power of a peak spirit realm cultivator? Apart from Shenmu and Duan Lin, all the other soul fusion stage cultivators felt a sense of suffocation when facing this awakening skill. Everyone seemed to smell the scent of death. If it were them, they would definitely die under this awakening skill. Shenmu's gaze sharpened, and the tone of his flute rose accordingly. Dozens of ice lotuses bloomed in response in the void above his head. Then, the ice lotuses gathered together, forming a barrier of ice and snow. Clang, 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 bang. Streams of sword energy continuously cut and raged outside the ice lotus barrier, but they could not shake the barrier in the slightest. How is this possible? Upon seeing this, Zhao Zhen's expression changed drastically, his face filled with disbelief. This is his strongest move. Even among source masters at the peak of the spirit rank, few can withstand it. This kid, who has only recently entered the spirit realm, was actually able to completely withstand it. Even attribute source masters aren't this monstrous, are they? After all, there's a 2-level difference in their strength. Little did he know that, at this moment, with the blessing of the ancient city's power, Shenmu's strength is comparable to that of a breaking mountain realm cultivator. The Breaking Mountain rank is a level after the Spiritual Connection rank, and it is also divided into 3 realms: Ascending, Entering the Subtle, and Peak. The term Mountain Breaking rank means that those who reach this rank possess the power to shatter mountains and rocks with their attacks, demonstrating limitless power. His strength is several times greater than that of a spirit summoner. As the music faded, a huge ice ball suddenly crashed down on Zhao Zhun and the other person's heads. The two were so frightened they were scared out of their wits. Advanced Awakening Skill, Frostfall. As Shen Mu's strength increased, the speed at which he could unleash his awakened skills also increased. Nowadays, an awakening skill can be formed in less than 2 breaths. After the 2 awakening skills were released in succession, the area within a radius of several hundred meters centered on the city gate was completely transformed into a world of ice and snow. This left the spies from various factions who were secretly observing from not far outside the city completely baffled. Since Si Yang and his men broke through the city gates, their vision has been obstructed. Now, a thick layer of ice has formed at the city gate, which makes everyone feel terrified when they think about it. Could it be that an ice attribute source master has appeared in the city? Upon realizing this, all the factions were thrown into turmoil. This is no small matter. It's important to know that attribute source masters are rare even in second-tier main cities. Not to mention a level 3 city with decent strength. Although the various factions did not know the specifics of what had happened, they were certain that something major had occurred. Chapter 173, Begging for Mercy. Subsequently, those with flying spirit beasts quickly rode their beasts into the sky to investigate further. Those without flying spirit beasts could only wait anxiously for news. Everyone had a premonition that a great change would occur in Tianxin City after this battle. Inside the city, Zhao Zhun and Si Yang were constantly dodging the ice balls falling from the sky and had no time to care about anything else. The terrifying sword wave gradually dissipated its spiritual power and slowly dissipated, but it still did not shake the ice lotus barrier in the slightest. Anyone who dares to invade my heavenly heart city will be killed without mercy. Immediately, Shen Mu put away the soul dream flute, and in a flash, appeared in front of Zhao Zhun. Looking at the white-robed youth, Zhao Zhun's heart suddenly trembled. Bang! Shen Mu threw a punch with his right hand, and in the instant he threw it, a pair of icy hand armor covered with ice spikes condensed on his hand. This punch sent Zhao Zhun flying more than 10 meters away, embedding him in the frozen city wall. Si Yang, who was still dodging the ice hockey puck not far away, was completely stunned when he saw this scene. This guy is a peak-level spirit master. Are you trying to play him like a punching bag? Bang! Then, the city wall cracked, and a black figure jumped out from the wall and knelt on one knee. At this moment, Zhao Zhun was covered in rags, and blood was slowly flowing from his abdomen. He slowly raised his head, staring at Shen Mu with a ferocious expression. Puff! A mouthful of bloody foam instantly spurted from his mouth. You brat, you dare hurt me, Zhao Zhun said fiercely. I'll take your life. Awakening skill, Heaven Supporting Sword. Then, Zhao Zhun unleashed an astonishing power once again, and his entire body was slowly lifted 3 feet off the ground by spiritual energy. Countless sword lights erupted behind him, then condensed into a phantom of a great sword nearly 10 feet tall. Another advanced awakening skill. Shen Mu thought to himself, this old man is indeed extraordinary. He has actually comprehended 2 advanced awakening techniques. Based on this alone, he has already surpassed countless source masters. However, it still couldn't change the fact that he was destined to die. Ice Shadow Lotus. An ice lotus bloomed from the ground, swallowing Zhao Zhun, who was low in the air, with astonishing speed. Although there was only one, this ice lotus was 10 zhang tall and several zhang wide. Its power is even greater than that of dozens of small ice lotuses. This is Shen Mu's strongest attack at the moment. Looking at the ice lotus before me, as white as snow, yet emanating an astonishing chill. Everyone present, including those from various factions who were currently riding on flying spirit beasts. They all looked completely stunned. This attack power is probably beyond the scope of the spirit realm, right? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the white-robed youth standing with his hands behind his back in front of the ice lotus with horror. A chill suddenly ran through me. Could he be a breakthrough mountain rank origin master? Immediately, everyone's expressions changed. Zwolwon and the other people from Tianxin City must have been overjoyed. Duan Lin and Ling Yu were both deeply shocked. Because the two had only known Shen Mu for a few days, their worldviews were repeatedly challenged. Are there really such extraordinary people in this world? At only 16 years old, he has broken through the Yuejia level of mastery? Those from various factions watching the battle from the sky shared the same thought. This boy looks to be under 20, yet he's so terrifying? Could it be some old monster in disguise? A wave of doubt and shock filled the hearts of everyone who witnessed this scene. Back to Zhao Zhen. He hadn't even released his awakened skill before he was directly swallowed by the ice lotus and enveloped inside. They went completely silent in an instant. Could it be that he's dead? The crowd was suspicious again, but then found it hard to believe. After all, Zhao Zhen is a peak-level spirit master. It's not like an ant. It can't just die like that. Click. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a crisp sound suddenly came from inside the ice lotus. Click, click, click. Bang. It then began to crack continuously, eventually breaking into 4 or 5 pieces. A black figure crashed onto the shattered ice lotus, trembling all over. Who else could it be but Zhao Zhen? His clothes had frozen into ice blocks, making them appear very translucent. His hair and face were covered in ice shards. In addition, his face was purplish blue, like the color of someone who had been frostbitten. Then, Zhao Zhen's cracked lips slowly parted slightly. Everyone knew he had something to say, so they all perked up their ears. Spare me, spare my life. Chapter 174, The Big Secret. After hearing this, an eerie silence fell over the room. Everyone was stunned. They thought Zhao Zhen would say something harsh, but instead he begged for mercy. What? Is this really coming from the mouth of a peak-level spirit master? In the eyes of everyone present, a spirit rank expert was practically a god. Now a godlike being is kneeling and begging for mercy? This plot twist is hilarious. But what the people didn't know was, at this moment, his spiritual energy was depleted, and most of his muscles and bones were frozen stiff and frostbitten. They have no strength left to fight. If they continue to act arrogantly, they will only face certain death. Shen Mu didn't say anything, and in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Immediately, Zhao Zhen was grabbed by the collar and lifted off the ground. Speak. What is the purpose of Beiyin City sending you here? Shen Mu raised his head slightly and asked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen, who had been looking weak, suddenly changed his expression and stammered. I came here for Tianxin City. Bang! Without saying a word, Shen Mu punched him in the stomach again. Ah! Zhao Zhen let out a scream. He had almost no strength left. Therefore, his voice was very low and hoarse. It's enough to send chills down your spine. Lying to me is not a wise move. I'll give you one last chance. Shen Mu said coldly, his eyes narrowing slightly. If I tell you, will you let me leave? Once one reaches the spirit rank, their soul power is strong enough to enable close-range soul communication. Only the recipient of the message can hear it. At this moment, Zhao Zhen was using soul transmission, so apart from Shen Mu, no one else could hear him. If it makes me happy, I might consider it. Zhao Zhen's face was extremely ugly. He had never been threatened like this by a mere boy before. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After careful consideration, Zhao Zhen slowly transmitted his thoughts to Shen Mu, revealing the true purpose of Beiyin City's dispatch of him. Throughout the narration, Shen Mu's expression kept changing. Everyone else was completely baffled, wondering why the two had suddenly fallen silent. Oh, I see. I heard that once you reach the spirit rank, you can use soul transmission. At this moment, those with extensive experience from various factions immediately understood the whole story. After listening to Zhao Zhen's telepathic message, Shen Mu finally understood that they were only dealing with Tianxin City, a small city with the weakest strength. Why would Beiyin City send out a peak-level spirit realm expert? Are you done talking? Zhao Zhen nodded. You're not lying to me? Zhao Zhen quickly shook his head, afraid that Shen Mu would punch him again. Shen Mu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Then you could die now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen's expression changed drastically, and he was terrified. Shenmu, how could you go back on your word? Really? Shenmu said with a wicked smile. I was just saying that if I'm happy, I might consider letting you go. Immediately, Shenmu's expression changed drastically, and he roared, but I'm not happy right now. I'm extremely unhappy, so you must die. I'm from North Rock City. Before Zhao Zhen could finish speaking, he immediately let out a wail. Shenmu threw one arm on the ground and stomped on it. Click! A cracking sound came from my arm. Zhao Zhen's heart, like the sound of bones cracking, shattered completely. If his severed arm were intact, perhaps he could find a high-level alchemist and ask him to reattach it. But if his arm is destroyed, then unless he has moonwood elixir, it is impossible to repair the severed arm. But at this moment, he had no mind to think about his arm. Between life and a severed arm, life is obviously more important. He would rather be crippled than lose his life. Lord Shenmu, we have no past grievances or recent feuds. The only conflict was that I injured a few of your subordinates just now. I apologize to you here. Besides, they didn't die, did they? If you spare my life, I'm willing to give everything to have a top-level alchemist save them. What do you say? Zhao Zhen endured the pain and said in a trembling voice. No need, I can heal myself. After saying that, Shenmu removed Zhao Zhen's other arm. Chapter 175, Si Yang dies. Lord Shen, since that's the case, then you have even less reason to kill me. In excruciating pain, Zhao Zhen could barely speak. At this moment, he was filled with deep regret. He was living a perfectly good life, listening to music in Beiyin City and flirting with respectable women. But he insisted on volunteering, and instead of getting any benefits, he faced a life-or-death crisis. If Zhao Zhen were given another chance, he would never leave Beiyin City, even if it meant his death. Reason? Shenmu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Is having a big fist a reason? Upon hearing this, not only was Zhao Zhen dumbfounded, but Zuo and the others were also stunned. How familiar this sentence is. Just now, Dongbua said, Sooner or later, someone will repay you for those words. And it didn't take long for it to come true. What goes around comes around. No one escapes the wrath of heaven. This is no empty saying. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen couldn't help but tremble from his teeth to his toes. You have assembled your army, invaded my Tianxin city, injured the people around me, and now you ask me what reason I have to kill you. He deserves to die. Bang! Enveloped in spiritual energy, Shenmu delivered another powerful punch to Zhao Zhen's chest. Immediately, Zhao Zhen was sent flying more than 10 meters away, like a lump of mud, with his meridians broken and his bones shattered. They're dead beyond dead. He stared straight at the sky, never understanding it until his death. Upon seeing this, Si Yang and the other forces watching from the sidelines were all terrified. Zhao Zhen, he actually died just like that. For these level 3 main city forces, this was a momentous event. Even in a level 2 main city, there aren't many experts at the peak of the spirit rank. To be killed in a level 3 city is not just a matter of one person's death. Moreover, it involves the reputation and dignity of the secondary main cities. Everyone understood that Tianxin City would likely face fierce retaliation from Beiyin City. But that's a story for another time. The key point now is that with a strong person like Shenmu, who would dare to underestimate Tianxin City from now on, those forces that once looked down on Tianxin City and even invaded it were now trembling with fear. Shenmu, you dare to kill people from Beiyin City. You're dead. Xiang spoke while backing away. At that moment, he had no other thought but to escape. Even Zhao Zhen is dead. What else can he do? Although he was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he was better than Zhao Zhen. I don't know if I'll live or die, but I know you're going to die, Shenmu said with a wicked smile. Upon hearing this, Xiang was so frightened that he almost jumped out of his skin and immediately turned and ran towards the city gate. But how could he possibly escape? Condense. Bang. Xiang ran at full speed, but unexpectedly an ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him. He immediately crashed into it, seeing stars and bleeding from his head. Let me give you a piece of advice. Be smarter in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, An ice spike suddenly pierced out of the ice wall and went straight through Si Yang's head. He was nailed to the ice wall alive, and before he could even scream, he was already dead. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and receiving 2 triumph tokens. Upon seeing this, everyone present couldn't help but have complicated expressions. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a city lord of a generation, an unapproachable spiritual level expert. In the face of absolute power, they're still like weeds. Just when everyone thought it was all over, Shun Mu slowly asked, "City Lord Ji, where are we going?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked towards the city gate. Boom! The ice wall shattered, revealing Ji Long behind it. Although he was bruised, his injuries were not fatal. Judging from his appearance, it seems he's trying to sneak away while everyone's not paying attention. Actually, he had already recovered after Shen Mu appeared. He was just pretending to be dead. After Shen Mu killed Zhao Zhan, he was just as terrified as Si Yang. He immediately stopped pretending to be dead and quickly climbed out of the wall. But before he could sneak away, Shun Mu discovered him. "Lord Shun, it's been a long time." Chapter 176, The Great Battle Ends. It has been a long time. I didn't expect you to miss me so much that you took the initiative to come to Tianxin City to see me. You're really thoughtful, Shen Mu said with a cold smile. Originally, he didn't have much hatred for Ji Long, but ever since he chose to help Si Yang last time. Once they've decided to put themselves in a deadly situation, the two are destined to be locked in a life-or-death struggle. And this time he actually dared to bring his troops to the city gates. He's practically courting death. Hearing Shun Mu's teasing remark, Ji Long almost cried. Immediately, Ji Long knelt down on the ground with a thud, his entire body of fat trembling incessantly. "Lord Shun, if you are willing to let me go, Kang City will be your friend from now on." "No, your subordinate city." In order to survive, Ji Long has started to abandon all shame. He is a spirit realm expert. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he can generally live to be over 300 years old. He has only lived for a few decades, and he has many more days to live. Even ants try to survive, let alone a city lord like him. Ji Long instantly understood. Even being someone's underling was better than dying. Moreover, with Shen Mu's talent and strength, it's probably only a matter of time before he rises to prominence. So following him wouldn't be a bad thing. But the thought of this made Ji Long want to slap himself twice. During the Spirit Chef tasting event, he wanted to befriend Shen Mu. In the end, however, he couldn't resist Si Yang's instigation and fell out with Shen Mu. This is absolutely the thing he regrets most in his life. There was originally no deep-seated hatred between us. Upon hearing this, Ji Long was overjoyed, thinking to himself that there was hope. But Shen Mu's next words filled him with terror. "However, you dare to gather an army and help Si Yang harm my Tianxin city. This crime is absolutely unforgivable. No, Lord Shun, please give us another chance." Bang bang bang. After saying this, Ji Long was still worried that his sincerity was not enough, so he kowtowed hard on the ground. This scene silenced everyone present, as well as the various forces in the air. The Lord of Kang City, a top 100 level, 3 main city, a dignified spirit master, is so humble, just to find a way to survive. For the first time, everyone suddenly realized how precious life is. "Very well, seeing as you sincerely repent," Shen Mu sneered, "I'll give you a whole corpse." This is already the greatest mercy he could show to his enemies. If Ji Long hadn't been involved this time, he could have let bygones be bygones. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have done that. He should have helped the wicked, causing Donghua and the others to almost die. This is absolutely unforgivable. Seeing that Shun Mu was determined to kill, Ji Long's expression gradually turned sinister and resolute. He then stopped pleading, stood up, and ran outside as fast as he could. He believed that as long as he was determined to run away, Shun Mu couldn't do anything to him. But he had no idea just how terrifying the power of the breaking mountain level was. With a thought from Shun Mu, the city gates were enveloped by ice lotuses, and Ji Long was swallowed up before he could even escape the city. A few breaths later, the ice lotus instantly disintegrated and turned into dust, dissipating into the air. Where's Ji Long now? to turn a spirit realm source master to dust in a single move? The people from all sides were so frightened they almost fell off their flying spirit beasts. Since when have spirit masters become so vulnerable? After Long was dealt with, the remaining 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers outside the city scattered and fled like frightened birds. Shenmue was too lazy to argue with them. Then, he looked up at the sky and addressed the people riding on various flying spirit beasts. Ladies and gentlemen, how was my direction of this play? The members of all the factions looked embarrassed and quickly cupped their hands in greeting, saying, "The might of City Lord Shun is truly awe-inspiring. My steel-boned city has offended you greatly in the past, and I beg Lord Shun to forgive your past transgressions." A man who had once offended Tianxin City apologized nervously. From now on, Half Moon City will be a loyal friend of Heavenly Heart City. If Lord Shin needs anything, please feel free to ask. My Flying Fox City is one of them. The same goes for Azure Flame City. They didn't want to offend Beiyin City, but at the same time, they didn't want to offend Tianxin City either. Although Beiyin City is a second-level main city, judging from Shun Mu's imposing presence, who dares to say that Tianxin City will not become a second-level main city? Everyone was shrewd and dared not offend either side. Chapter 177, Winning Back the People's Hearts. I appreciate your good intentions. As long as you do not become enemies of my Heavenly Heart City, everything is negotiable. Of course. The group chuckled awkwardly and made their promises, then wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Who would dare mess with a pervert like you? Are you tired of living? Shenmue nodded in satisfaction, but then his expression turned serious, and his spiritual power surged out again, followed by a sound wave that reverberated throughout the entire Tianxin City. Since all the forces are here today, I, Shenmue, dare to make a bold statement. If anyone has any grievances against me, Shenmue, they can come at me alone. If anyone dares to lay a finger on a single hair on the head of the people of Tianxin City, I, Shenmue, will exterminate their entire clan and wipe them out. All the people of Tianxin City could hear these words. They were overjoyed and came out of the house one by one, no longer hiding. The city lord has arrived. He hasn't abandoned us. We misunderstood him. He is a good city lord. Long live Tianxin City. Long live the city lord. Long live Tianxin City. Long live the city lord. Immediately, these 9 words echoed throughout every corner of Tianxin City. The gazes of the various factions narrowed slightly, their hearts filled with shock. The unity of the people is enough to make most cities submit. For a city to develop, the hearts and minds of its people are key. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won back the hearts of the people. Your faith points have returned to a positive value, and you are awarded 5,000 faith points. At the same time, some citizens' loyalty has reached the trust level, and you are awarded 160,000 faith points. Upon hearing this, Shenmue was overjoyed. Shenmue will receive 100 trust points for each person who reaches the trust stage. A score of 160,000 means that 1,600 people have reached the trust level in terms of loyalty. Although it may not sound like much, these credit points are a huge asset. Moreover, he knew just how difficult it was to raise that loyalty level. This can truly be described as a blessing in disguise. Shenmue quickly opened the Cine store and found that he currently had nearly 170,000 Cine points. He was overjoyed, but he dared not hesitate for a moment. He quickly bought 2 more bottles of Moonwood elixir and gave them to He-Ching and Zisu. Then, he looked at the people from the various forces again. Also, in half a month, my Tianxin City will be holding a grand auction, where there will be Xian-grade pills with patterns, as well as treasures that may allow non-attribute source masters to reawaken their attribute martial source. If you're interested, you're welcome to come and support us. Taking this opportunity, Shenmue once again promoted his product. Although I had already asked Duan Lin and Sun Jian to promote it on my behalf, who would complain about too many people knowing about it? Upon hearing this, the people from all factions were surprised again and quickly confirmed it repeatedly. Finally, amidst the shock, they all rushed to take their leave. Shenmue knew that most of them had gone back to report the news. After all, such an auction is truly unique. Even if you can't win the grand prize, It's always good to see the world. After everyone left, the great battle finally came to an official end. At this time, Donghua and the others were no longer seriously injured, but were still somewhat weak. In such a short time, to bring a dying person back to life and heal their injuries, perhaps only Shin Mu could do that. Only Lingya was confused, but Duan-Lin knew that it was all thanks to that magical potion. Donghua, Elder He, Senior Zissou, you've suffered. Donghua and the others did not complain at all. On the contrary, they were all very pleased. Young master, it's good that you're back. We're all right. I swear, I will never let anyone lay a finger on you again. Shin Mu said earnestly, looking at everyone. Upon hearing this, the two people and the beast were all stunned, and then their eyes reddened. Even the others were moved by this atmosphere. Duan-Lin and Lingya, on the other hand, quietly watched the white-robed youth, each lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 178, Feelings Heat Up. That night, Duan-Lin naturally chose to stay in Tianxin City for one night and return to the city the next day. Shin Mu introduced Duan-Lin and Lingya to Donghua and the others. When everyone heard that Duan-Lin was also a spirit rank expert and the president of the Golden Bell City Mercenary Association, they couldn't help but admire him. Although the mercenaries' hands were stained with blood, their hearts were warm. Completely opposite to an assassin. When they heard that Lingya, this seemingly delicate girl, could actually refine high-grade yellow rank pills, they were filled with admiration. Everyone was happy to see Lingya join them, but Xue Tong was the most excited. Because before, apart from her, the only girl in the city lord's mansion, everyone else was a man. Now that she finally has a companion, how could she not be excited? Although Xue Tong is a bit willful, she is kind-hearted. So the two girls quickly became friends. Shin Mu was also happy to see this scene. Young master, how did you escape from the Broken Sky Mountains? He Qing asked impatiently. What? You've entered the Broken Sky Mountains. Before Shin Mu could speak, Duan-Lin was the first to express his surprise. He knew exactly what kind of place the Broken Sky Mountains were. Even a Breaking Mountain Realm expert would have a hard time coming out alive. There was once a powerful expert at the Breaking Mountain level who refused to believe in evil and went on an adventure into the Broken Sky Mountains. From then on, there was no further news of that powerful figure. Shen Mu nodded. Because of a bit of an accident, I accidentally entered the Broken Sky Mountain range. Upon receiving confirmation, Duan-Lin quickly asked, Then how did you escape? I used a little trick, but let's not talk about it. I was really lucky this time. If I had to go in again, I wouldn't be confident that I could get out unscathed. Seeing that Shin Mu was unwilling to elaborate, Duan-Lin wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. But he was deeply shocked because being able to come out of such a dangerous place as the Broken Sky Mountains was definitely not just luck. Although Shin Mu glossed over it lightly, he was increasingly amazed by Shin Mu's strength. That evening, Shin Mu was alone in his room, examining his haul. Zhao Zhen, Si Yang, and Jilong each received a spatial storage item. Once a person dies, the items in their space are no longer restricted. Therefore, Shin Mu could freely use his soul power to probe inside. After cleaning up, Shin Mu's grin grew wider and wider. Of the three, two are city lords of level 3 main cities, and one is a powerful figure from a level 2 main city. They weren't exactly poor, so their assets were naturally quite substantial. The three storage spaces together contain tens of thousands of low-grade spirit crystals. There are dozens of pills of various grades of yellow rank, 10 servings of first-grade spiritual food, and 1 serving of superior-grade spiritual food. There are also more than a dozen yellow-grade spiritual artifacts, and countless other valuables. The combined wealth of the three individuals is comparable to the entire wealth of a small, third-tier city. This is undoubtedly a timely help for Tianxin City right now. After such a war, Tianxin City only had one city gate destroyed. The fact that they achieved such a great victory surprised Shin Mu. These people not only come here to get themselves killed, but they also offer help and warmth. What a kind person. In addition, Shin Mu also found a leather map in Zhao Zhen's spatial storage. This is exactly the big secret Zhao Zhen was talking about. The reason Beiyin City sent him this time was not only to take the opportunity to eliminate him and allow Xiang to mine the vein. The most important purpose is to obtain this map. It was precisely because of this that Shun Mu realized that behind Si Yang, there had always been a shadow of Beiyin City. It's likely that Si Yang's continued targeting of Tianxin City is also related to Beiyin City. Looking at the map in his hand, Shun Mu already had a plan in mind. Let's wait until after the auction to discuss it. The next morning, Duan Lin prepared to return to the city. Take this bottle of medicine for now. It will last you half a month. You can come back to collect it at the auction. Duan Lin's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the moonwood elixir. Lord Shun, I am deeply grateful. If you ever need anything from me, Duan Lin, I will do my utmost. You flatter me. See you in 2 weeks. All right, goodbye. Immediately, Duan Lin leaped onto the griffin's back, and the griffin soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Shin Mu turned to Donghua and said, Have everyone assemble at the city lord's mansion. Yes, young master. Then, Donghua went to inform them. Duan Lin was here yesterday, so there were some things I couldn't say more about. Although Shin Mu had no problem with Duan Lin, he was not a native of Tianxin City after all. Most importantly, he is the president of the mercenary guild. Shin Mu was really confused about the mess of various associations, so he tried to avoid them if possible. Soon after, everyone got up and gathered in the dining hall of the city lord's mansion. Don't stand, sit down first. Shin Mu specially arranged for a sumptuous breakfast to be prepared. Meetings held in the city lord's mansion were never too formal. Those who were already aware of the matter took their seats one after another, except for Lingya, who was still a little unaccustomed to it. However, Shuetong pulled him to sit down. Looking at everyone, Shun Mu suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. Although we haven't known each other for very long, our friendship has grown very quickly. In particular, this crisis has brought people much closer together. The entire Tianxin city was united as one in an instant, which can be considered a good thing. Then, Shun Mu smiled and looked around at everyone, saying, Tell me about the situation in Tianxin City during my absence. Chapter 179, Demon Manufacturing Plant. Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to try, but ultimately remained silent. Since Donghua is the deputy city lord, he should speak first. Then Donghua said, Young master, Tianxin City has changed a lot since you left. First of all, thanks to Qian Wuxian's efforts, Jiubao Trading Company has completed all the details and is now officially in operation. Secondly, after this period of development, the number of members in the Hidden God Temple's Divine Martial Hall has reached more than 2,000. After screening by myself, Zuo Luo Cheng, and Elder He, the Shadow Hall has selected 30 elites with good talent who are willing to carry out various secret missions for Tianxin City. As for the Spirit Crystal Mine, we dare not act rashly since what happened last time, and we want to wait for you to return before making a decision. At this point, Donghwa's expression became somewhat unnatural. How many migrant workers died last time? Shin Mu frowned, trying to remain calm as he asked. Donghua said with a somber expression, Almost all of them are dead. Upon hearing this, Shin Mu's hands trembled involuntarily, and he felt very uncomfortable. Come with me later to offer our condolences to the families of the deceased. Young master, compensation has already been given. Not enough. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their eyes lit up. Understood, young master. Donghua nodded slightly in agreement. What about you all? Tell me. Seeing this, Zuowen spoke first. Young master, I haven't been slacking off lately. My strength has already broken through to the mind fusion stage, but I still haven't been able to awaken my elemental martial source. As he finished speaking, Zuowen lowered his head further and further, unable to look Shin Mu in the eye. First, Luo Cheng awakened the earth attribute martial source, and then Bailey Ping awakened the water attribute martial source. On the contrary, he, the first person to join Tianxin City, still has no attribute martial source. This made him feel somewhat sorry for the young master's cultivation. It's not bad that your strength has improved so quickly. As for your elemental martial source, you don't need to be too obsessed with it. If you haven't awakened it, it just means your luck hasn't come yet, and it has nothing to do with your talent. Shin Mu's words left Lingya, who had just joined, completely confused. Why are attribute source masters so worthless? Moreover, judging from what Shin Mu said, it seems that he can awaken his attribute martial source at any time. Then, She whispered her doubts to Xue Tong beside her. After Xue Tong explained, Lingya finally understood the truth. But knowing the truth, her cherry-like lips never closed the entire time. What kind of city lord is he? What kind of city is it? What kind of monsters are there? Lingya originally thought that only Shen Mu was a prodigy. But now it seems that a large group of monsters live in Tianxin City. Although they couldn't compare to Shen Mu, in the eyes of other people their age, they were no different from prodigies. If people knew that Zhua One had broken through from the 10th level of the Meridian Tempering Realm to the subtle realm of the Soul Fusion Realm in less than a month, they probably wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. If anyone knew that Luo Cheng had transformed from a non-attribute Source Master into an attribute Source Master in less than a month, probably no one would believe it. After all, this is beyond the scope of common sense. Something unusual must be amiss, and Tianxin City is undoubtedly a factory for creating monsters. She now increasingly felt that her decision to follow Shen Mu and join Tianxin City was a wise one. After hearing what Shen Mu said, Zhuan felt a little more at ease. Then, Bailey Ping spoke up. "Young master, I have awakened a water attribute martial source." Upon hearing this, Shen Mu's face immediately lit up with joy. Lingya was taken aback again. Another one? Chapter 180, Recreating the Four Pavilions. Indeed, you have a high level of talent, so awakening your attribute martial source is only natural. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Their increased strength undoubtedly means that Tianxin City will also become stronger, which is a good thing for everyone. Afterwards, everyone introduced their changes one by one. Zhong Tian and Xue Tong have officially joined Riolu as head chefs. Qian Wuxian is now eager to show his skills at the auction. Hearing that everyone had already done their jobs well, Shen Mu felt very gratified. After everyone finished speaking, Shen Mu announced, from today onwards, in addition to the Divine Martial Pavilion, Shadow Pavilion, and Golden Source Pavilion, the Hidden God Palace will add the Alchemy Pavilion, Weapon Forging Pavilion, Spiritual Cuisine Pavilion, and Qilin Pavilion. Lingya will serve as the head of the Alchemy Pavilion. Elder, he will serve as the head of the Weapon Forging Pavilion, and the position of head of the Spiritual Cuisine Pavilion will be temporarily vacant. Zhong Tian and Xue Tong will jointly serve as deputy heads. Whoever satisfies me will become the head of the pavilion. In the end, Shen Mu looked at Zhong Tian and the other person with a mischievous grin. These words reignited their competitive spirit. Although Zhong Tian usually doesn't bother arguing with Xue Tong, it doesn't mean he'll admit defeat when it comes to spiritual food. Lingya looked even more surprised, pointing uncertainly to herself. Me, the Hall Master? She hadn't expected that Shen Mu would entrust her with such an important task so soon after she arrived. Although she didn't know what kind of organization the Hidden God Temple was. But since these monsters hold important positions within it, it must not be an ordinary organization. Yes, you're fully capable of handling this. Even if you have no management experience, it doesn't matter, Donghua. Everyone will help you. Shen Mu looked at Lingya and said gently. He didn't want Lingya to have any psychological burden. Although Lingya is still young, her talent is outstanding, and she will definitely become a master alchemist in the future. Developing them as early as possible will definitely be of great benefit to Tianxin City. Reassured by Shen Mu, Lingya felt a warmth in her heart and agreed without hesitation. Ask me if you don't understand anything. Treat me like you're at home. Yes, we're all on the same side, don't worry. Everyone was very enthusiastic towards Lingya, which greatly reduced her sense of apprehension and unfamiliarity. Young master, what about the Qilin Pavilion? Zhuan couldn't help but ask. They had been waiting for a long time, but Shen Mu hadn't mentioned it. Shen Mu smiled slightly, looked at Bailey Ping, who had a complicated expression, and said, "You will take on the role of Pavilion Master of Qilin." Me? Bailey Ping was taken aback and asked uncertainly. Shen Mu nodded, indicating that he was right. Upon hearing this, Bailey Ping was overjoyed. He had just been thinking that everyone else had a position except him. I never expected the surprise to come so suddenly. But what exactly is the Qilin Pavilion? The Qilin is an auspicious beast, and it also implies outstanding talents. The Qilin Pavilion only accepts peerless geniuses, and in the future, it will become the #1 fighting force of the hidden god palace. Shenmue looked around at everyone and spoke slowly. These words stirred the blood of everyone present. As the future absolute spearhead of the hidden god temple, you must be stronger than others. Can you do it? Shenmue stared at Bailey Ping and asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Bailey Ping trembled and nodded emphatically. Young master, rest assured, in the future, the Qilin Pavilion will surely strike fear into the hearts of the world. This is not only his promise to Tianxin City, the hidden god temple, and Shenmue, but also his promise to himself. Shenmue nodded in satisfaction. Then the topic shifted. Although this trip was somewhat dangerous, the rewards were also considerable. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they waited quietly for Shenmue to continue. Then, Shenmue took out several small jade bottles from the Black Rock ring and handed one to each person. These are body-tempering pills. You should all refine them yourselves. They will benefit your cultivation. Body-tempering pill? A yellow-grade pill. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and thanked them before quickly accepting the gift. Could it be? Lingya stared at Shenmue in surprise, her face full of questions. That's right. Those are the ones refined at the conference. Shenmue didn't hide anything. That's really true. Lingya, why do you look like that? Is there something special about this body-tempering pill? Everyone was immersed in joy, but Xue Tong, with his keen observation, noticed the change in Lingya's expression. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads and began to pay attention. What many of you may not know is that this isn't just a yellow-grade pill. Lingya took a deep breath and said, "This is a pill with pill patterns." Danwen? What is that? Everyone looked puzzled after hearing this. Only Xue Tong's expression changed. You mean pill patterns? This pill is pill patterns. Lingya nodded seriously, indicating that she was right. Hiss. Upon receiving confirmation, Xue Tong gasped in shock. What's wrong? Hurry up and tell me. You're driving me crazy. Zhuo Wen, who has a rather impatient personality, simply didn't have the patience to listen to their cryptic remarks. The so-called cinnabar patterns are a reflection of the quality of the elixir. There are a maximum of 9 cinnabar patterns. The more cinnabar patterns there are, the better the quality of the elixir. Even a single pill pattern is worth the equivalent of a dozen, or even dozens, of high-grade pills of the same level. What? Chapter 181: The Shock Brought by the 5-Patterned Elixir. Although everyone was not very familiar with pill patterns, they knew what it meant that one pill with a pill pattern could be equivalent to dozens of high-grade yellow pills. A single yellow-grade pill is often priceless, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The fact that the value of the Danwen pill was dozens of times that of the Huang-grade pill made everyone's eyes light up. This one pill is equivalent to dozens of high-grade, yellow-rank body-tempering pills. No. Lingya shook her head again. Everyone was confused again. What? A pill that is equivalent to dozens of high-grade, yellow-rank body-tempering pills is a one-pattern pill. The one you have is definitely more than one pattern. After hearing Lingya's words, the room fell silent. What did you say? Does this pill have several pill patterns? Zhuo asked tentatively, looking surprised. Lingya nodded immediately. Although she didn't know how many types of pills Shenmue had given them, she knew it was definitely more than one type. After all, Shenmue never refined a pill with a single pattern. He always refined pills with at least 3 patterns. To be fair, I'm giving you all 5-pattern body-tempering pills. Shenmue said slowly, without hiding anything. Because there are too few red markings, the medicinal effect is not optimal. Shenmue doesn't have many Danwen, a type of magical artifact, in his possession. He only had a few body-tempering pills with 6 or more patterns, which was not enough for everyone to share. Those with 7, 8, or 9 lines are even rarer. Only 5 stripes are sufficient for distribution, and the medicinal effect is also quite good. Lingya's gaze sharpened, and she thought to herself, just as I thought. 1 stripe is equivalent to dozens of 5-stripe pills, my God. Zhuo almost jumped up from his chair. If this were exchanged for high-grade yellow-rank body-tempering pills, it could probably get you hundreds. Can't you be a little more sensible? Although this calculation is indeed correct, who would be foolish enough to exchange a 5-pattern pill for a high-grade yellow pill? Xue Tong rolled her eyes at him and laughed and scolded. Upon hearing this, Zulin couldn't help but chuckle and scratch his head. That's true. I'm not stupid. These words drew laughter from everyone. But young master, where did you get these pills? They are priceless treasures. Donghua asked with a puzzled look. Before Shin Mu could speak, Lingyi interrupted again. Donghua, he refined this himself. Lingyi was still extremely excited when she recalled the day of the alchemy competition. What? Upon hearing this, everyone slammed their fists on the table and stood up, staring at Shin Mu with shocked expressions. Shin Mu wiped the saliva off his face and said helplessly, Don't get excited. Donghua, who was closest to Shin Mu, chuckled. Young master, you are such a wonderful surprise. Yeah, you're so twisted. How are we supposed to live? Zulin couldn't help but complain. Back when he was in the sect, he was at least a #1 genius. Back then, I was full of vigor and confidence. But ever since I started following Shin Mu, my self-confidence has been humiliated every single day. Xuetong couldn't help but look at Shin Mu in a different light. She was born into a prominent family, so her vision and knowledge were superior to many of those present. Therefore, she understood even more what it meant to be able to refine a 5-pattern elixir. This is no longer just a matter of ability, it's a matter of talent. She had never submitted to anyone in her life, but at this moment she had to admit that in some aspects, she was indeed inferior to Shin Mu. Congratulations, host. Xuetong's loyalty has reached the reverent stage. You are rewarded with 500 faith points. Upon hearing this, Shin Mu looked at Xuetong with a surprised expression, wondering what was wrong with this girl today. Did he take the wrong medicine? Stared at intently by Shin Mu, Xuetong's face instantly turned red, and she said in embarrassment and indignation, What are you looking at? You seem to have become more beautiful. Xuetong, who was initially ashamed and indignant, was stunned upon hearing these words. Haha, just kidding. You damn Shin Mu, you stinky Shin Mu, I'll beat you up. Chapter 182, Unexpected Gain. Of all these people, Xuetong is probably the only one who would dare to disrespect Shin Mu. After much persuasion from everyone, Xuetong's anger was finally quelled. But she still glared at Shin Mu with hatred. Seeing this, Shin Mu could only pretend not to see it, and continued. Besides that, I also gained quite a lot in the Broken Sky Mountains. Then, Shin Mu took out 2 spatial storage items, handed them to Donghua, and then addressed the crowd. This place contains all kinds of pills, spiritual artifacts, spirit crystals, rare and precious materials, and all sorts of other items. Some of them will be put into the 9 Treasures Trading Company as goods for sale, as well as auction items at the auction. The other portion will be placed in the Hidden God Temple's treasury to replenish its reserves. As for how to allocate it, you could discuss it with Donghua yourselves. After all, those present were all high-ranking members of the Hidden God Temple. Moreover, they are all extremely loyal to him, so Shin Mu doesn't need to worry too much. Everyone was once again taken aback by these items. After all, a typical 3rd-tier city simply cannot produce so many treasures. Donghua nodded and said, Don't worry, young master. You can leave these small matters to us. Shin Mu said, Donghua, please accompany me first. Donghua nodded, understanding dawning on him. After the 2 left the city lord's mansion, everyone went about their respective duties. In a certain place in Tianqin City, Shin Mu arrived at a family's house. Knock knock. Who is it? Then an old woman opened the door, followed by a toddler of about 3 or 4 years old. Lord City Lord, Lord Deputy City Lord. A hint of panic appeared in the old woman's bloodshot eyes. He immediately said, Lord City Lord, please come inside. Shin Mu nodded and strode inside. Looking around, it's not hard to see that this family is not wealthy. In the center of the living room, there is an altar with a memorial tablet on it. Upon seeing this, Shin Mu's heart skipped a beat, and his chest suddenly felt tight. Auntie, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect your son. After saying this, Shin Mu bowed to the old woman, and Donghua did the same. The old woman's son was one of the laborers recruited to go to Tongtian Valley. Because of those spirit beasts in the Broken Sky Mountains, they perished in the Tongtian Valley. Lord City Lord, what are you doing? The old woman was startled when she saw Shin Mu bowing and quickly stopped him. Although my son has died, it was an accident and has nothing to do with the city lord or Tianqin City. Moreover, Tianqin City has never mistreated our family, so the city lord has no need to blame himself. Although the old woman was heartbroken after her son's death, she did not lose her mind. After all, it was his own choice to work for Tianjin City. Moreover, after the incident, Tianjin City provided a lot of compensation and often sent people to offer their condolences. These old women saw it all, so he didn't hate Tianjin City, nor did he hate Shenmue. He only hated fate. In any case, your son's death was caused by my Tianjin City. Shenmue dares not shirk responsibility for this. From now on, all your family's expenses will be borne by the city lord's mansion. Although I know this can't possibly heal the wounds in your heart, it's the best I can do, and I hope you won't refuse. After saying this, Shenmue bowed again. All right, if I don't agree, I'm afraid you won't feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Shenmue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he noticed the little child nestled behind the old woman, looking at him with curiosity. Is this your son's offspring? Shenmue asked with a slight smile. The old woman nodded. This child has been motherless since he was little, and now his father is gone too. He's so pitiful. At this point, the old woman could no longer hold back and began to sob. Auntie, please accept my condolences. Since his father died because of Tianjin City, his future will naturally be the responsibility of Tianjin City. All his future living and cultivation resources will be provided by Tianjin City with all its might. Tianjin City will surely nurture him into a source master respected by everyone on the continent. This, I believe, will also comfort his father's spirit in heaven. Since the dead cannot be brought back to life, all Shenmue can do now is take care of the families of the deceased. Although for people like Shenmue, the identity of a source master may not be unusual. But for ordinary people, becoming a source master, even one without any attributes, is a dream come true. Therefore, when the old woman heard Shenmue's promise, she wanted to kneel down in gratitude. But Shenmue stopped him. Auntie, there's no need for that. This is all Shenmue should do. If you have any needs, you can come to the City Lord's mansion at any time. We'll take our leave now. Lord City Lord, Deputy Lord City Lord, please take care. The old woman and her grandson bowed to Shenmue and his companion. Grandma, can I become a source master someday? Upon hearing this, the old woman couldn't help but smile kindly. You definitely will, but don't forget, when you become stronger, you must know how to be grateful. The little boy nodded as if he understood, staring blankly at the doorway. Although Shenmue had left, the image of that white-robed figure remained vivid in his mind. Congratulations, host. Zhang Hui and Chun Su's loyalty has reached the gratitude stage. You are rewarded with 2,000 faith points. Chapter 183, Understanding. Shenmue had just reached the door when he heard the system notification, and he was immediately stunned, feeling somewhat touched. Then he raised his head to the sky, trying hard not to let the tears in his eyes fall. Donghua watched silently without saying a word, but in truth, he was also deeply moved. Afterwards, Shenmue and Donghua visited the homes of other victims to see their relatives and family members. Throughout the day, there were some unreasonable people who even pushed all the blame onto Shenmue and Tianjin City. However, the majority of family members are reasonable. Whether the family members were understanding or blaming him, Shenmue did not refute them, but silently endured it. As the city lord, he had to take responsibility. Although he did not kill those victims, they died because of him and because of Tianjin City. No one with a conscience could feel at ease with themselves. After visiting the homes of the victims, Shenmue gained a general understanding of the current situation of each family and their views on Tianjin City. This was very helpful for him in governing Tianjin City and in winning the hearts of the people. As a leader, if you want to develop a city well, you must start with the people. Many cities, despite having many powerful figures, were ultimately poorly governed. The reason for this is that the managers are unable to understand the people's sentiments and have not won their hearts. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. A city is a large collective. The people can make a city develop rapidly, but they can also make it decline gradually. Get out of our house. When Shenmue and Donghua visited the last family of the victims, they were driven out by a middle-aged woman. Bang! Immediately, the middle-aged woman slammed the door shut, leaving Shenmue and Donghua staring at each other, both looking extremely embarrassed. Just as Donghua was about to knock on the door to continue arguing with her, Shenmu stopped him. Forget it, Donghua. They are victims too, so let's not hold it against them. Donghua said angrily, but young master, she is really too rude. You're the city lord, you should at least give her some face, right? Shenmu shook his head. That's not right. The city lord is a person, and so are ordinary people. So there is no difference between the two. My life is not much more precious than that of an ordinary person. We should try our best to understand these people who have lost their loved ones, rather than hold grudges. This is essential for governing a city well. Upon hearing this, Donghua was stunned for a moment, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Shenmu had changed. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Shenmu had changed drastically from before. He used to be just a spoiled brat who only knew how to seek pleasure and indulge in enjoyment. In other people's eyes, Shenmu, though the son of a city lord, was no different from a good-for-nothing. At that time, Donghua was worried that with his personality, how could he shoulder the responsibility of a city and become a good city lord? But ever since the old city lord left, the young master seems to have suddenly become a different person. He began to mature and become more stable, no longer as spoiled as before, but instead became a wise and brave young man. Donghua couldn't help but feel a little dazed. After all, he had watched Shenmu grow up since he was a child, and in his eyes, Shenmu was like his own child. Which elder doesn't hope their child will be smart, capable, and successful? Thinking of this, Donghua couldn't help but sigh. Young master, you've grown up. Shenmu turned to look at Donghua and suddenly smiled. Yes, I've grown up. From now on, I will be the one to protect Tianxin City. Upon hearing this, Donghua's eyes welled up with tears. If the master knew that you were so sensible and capable now, I believe he would be gratified in the afterlife. Upon hearing this, Shenmu couldn't help but look up at the sky. He hadn't even met his adoptive father once before he died. Shenmu also felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 184. The Pill That Breaks the Restriction. Although he was blamed on this day, he also won the hearts of many people. At the same time, he also gained more than 4,000 faith points, which greatly surprised Shenmu. In any case, at least one of his worries has been put to rest. Young master, the city gates and walls have been damaged in this great battle and should be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, what kind of spectacle will it be when guests from Tianxin City gather for the auction? At this moment, Donghua reminded him, Okay, leave this to me. You go and do other things first, and let me know if anything comes up. Get some rest. After Donghua left, Shenmu asked the system how many credit points are needed to repair the city walls and gates. The damage to the city wall isn't too severe. The main focus is on repairing the city gates, so only 30,000 faith points are needed. After hearing this, Shenmu gasped. The system's tone is getting increasingly arrogant. It only requires 30,000 faith points? Even though Shenmu now has more than 100,000 credit points, he still feels a pang of pain. But there was no way around it. The city walls and gates were not only the defensive force of Tianxin City, but also its facade. As Tianxin City develops and prospers, its storefronts must be given more attention. In the end, although Shenmu felt the pinch, he still agreed to spend 30,000 to repair the city walls and gates. Faith points deducted successfully. The repair will take 12 hours. Entry and exit will not be affected during the upgrade. Shenmu nodded in satisfaction. This setting was quite user-friendly. When they returned to the city lord's mansion, everyone was already asleep. Shenmu said to the servants, Give the order that unless there is something special, do not disturb me tomorrow. Yes. Back in his room, Shenmu silently took out the spirit ascension pill formula from before, and the demon-slaying pill recipe and the amethyst cauldron, which were awarded as prizes when winning the Alchemist Conference. There are less than 2 weeks left until the Tianxin City auction. Shenmu decided to refine more pills during this period to be auctioned off. Because last time in Golden Bell City, he had already spread the word that a Xian-grade pill with a special pattern would appear at the auction. Since that's the case, we must not break our promise. When he received the reward last time, Shenmu didn't have time to examine it closely. Now, he couldn't wait to study the new pill formula in the pill furnace. Recipe for breaking the Forbidden Zone. Rank Mystic. It can refine the Xian-grade pill breaking restriction pill. Its basic effects are After taking it, there is a small chance to break through various restrictions on oneself. The stronger the restriction, the smaller the chance. And there's a small chance to enter a state of enlightenment, and a small chance to enter the first level of mental state, with a mind as still as water. After reading it, Shenmue was stunned. The effects of this forbidden breaking pill are terrifying. Firstly, it has a small chance of breaking the restriction. Restrictions are usually a means to break the restriction, and they generally appear on certain special races. Some cultivators may unexpectedly encounter restrictions while fighting with others or venturing into certain ruins. In addition, the human race's secondary profession, the array master, also has the ability to place restrictions on others. There are many types of restrictions, each with different effects. Some suppress a person's cultivation level, some suppress their talent, some suppress their memories, and so on. In short, being under a restriction is a very troublesome thing. If it cannot be resolved, it could bring you a lot of big trouble. There are generally only 3 ways to lift the restriction. You can either have the person who placed the restriction on you remove it personally, or find a talisman master of a higher level than the person who placed the restriction on you to remove it, and he must know how to remove the restriction on you. If there's really no other way, then we can only rely on some special external force to resolve it. However, each of these 3 methods is more difficult than the last. Therefore, the restrictions placed on most people may accompany them throughout their lives. This restriction-breaking pill is definitely the first pill that can remove restrictions. Although the chances are small, it is still extremely precious. I believe that once this elixir is produced, it will be a nightmare for all kinds of restrictions. This is the first abnormal aspect of the breaking restriction pill. Secondly, there's even a small chance that it can induce a state of profound enlightenment. Entering this state greatly enhances a cultivator's comprehension, spiritual affinity, and elemental affinity. Simply put, in this state, whether it's learning, comprehending, or cultivating, you'll achieve twice the results with half the effort. In the world of Huangji, many elixir recipes, spiritual food recipes, and spiritual weapon forging recipes were created and comprehended by the creators in a state of enlightenment. If one cultivates in a state of enlightenment, it is very likely that one's realm will break through one after another, and there's a very high chance of comprehending an awakening skill. Moreover, they're often high-level awakening skills. In short, enlightenment is a state that every source master dreams of entering. No matter how strong you are, you all crave it. This is the second extraordinary aspect of the breaking restriction pill. However, Shenmue didn't quite understand the third point, so he told the system about his doubts. Chapter 185, Obsidian Amethyst Furnace. Inner demons are actually a state of mind, but they are negative and can have various adverse effects on cultivators. However, at the same time, there are also positive states of mind. When a person overcomes their inner demons, their mental state is actually between positive and negative. If they can achieve profound enlightenment and upgrade their mindset, they will enter the first level of positive mental state, where their mind is as still as water. When a cultivator reaches this state, they will view everything with equanimity and will not experience great joy or sorrow no matter what they encounter. Even if a mountain collapses in front of them, they will remain calm and composed. The benefit of this state of mind is that it permanently and significantly enhances the cultivator's spiritual energy perception and elemental perception, resulting in a geometric increase in cultivation speed. After hearing this, Shenmue was once again filled with excitement at the 3 major effects of the breaking restriction pill. Each one is incredibly rare and practical. Although it's only a small chance of getting it, it's still incredibly difficult. Furthermore, Tianqin City has a special attribute called Soaring High that provides a 20 attribute bonus. The Spirit Ascension pills and Forbidden Breaking pills refined from these pills will only become more abnormal. The Breakthrough pill is the most precious among the Shin grade pills. One pill is equivalent to nearly 100 ordinary Shin grade pills. Moreover, the formula is known only to the host. Please use it wisely. At this point, the system provided another introduction and reminder. What? Are you trying to say that everything you're offering is unique, including the Spirit Ascension pill formula? Shenmue asked with anticipation. That's right, this system is one of a kind in the world. Hiss. Shenmue couldn't help but gasp, and at the same time, he was overjoyed. If that's the case, then the value of these items has increased several levels. Imagine if you refined this Spirit Ascension pill and the Forbidden Breaking pill yourself. You would probably leave all other Shin-grade pills far behind. In this way, besides the Moonwood Elixir, there are more auction items that can attract others. This auction will determine the future development of Tianxin City. It's not just a matter of foot traffic or brand awareness. Moreover, if things go smoothly, Shenmue believes that he will definitely be able to earn a large amount of resources through this. For city to develop, an economic foundation and various resources are essential. Although the Spirit Ascension pill and the Forbidden Breaking pill are incredibly effective, the materials required for their refining are not rare. In fact, they can be considered quite common. The materials obtained from the tomb of the Beast Clan ancestor in the Broken Sky Mountains are sufficient to refine these two kinds of pills. The system's absurdity was truly mind-blowing for Shenmue. No one could possibly imagine that such ordinary medicinal herbs, when combined, could be used to refine such an extraordinary Shin-grade elixir. At this moment, Shenmue looked again at the purplish-black cauldron that was the size of a human head to the side. Obsidian Amethyst Furnace. Grade Mystic. Increases the success rate of pill formation by 20, reduces spiritual energy consumption by 15, and has a small chance to raise the quality of the pill by 1 level. After reading it, Shenmue couldn't help but exclaim, "Great stuff!" While the success rate of pill formation has little effect on him, it is a tremendous help to other alchemists. The remaining 2 benefits are even more practical. The point about reducing spiritual energy consumption needs no further explanation. The fact that a pill's quality can be raised by 1 level with only a small chance is already incredibly powerful. This means that if you originally crafted a low-grade yellow item, it will become a mid-grade yellow item if a certain probability is triggered. If it is a high-grade yellow rank, then pill patterns will be generated directly. Such alchemy cauldrons are extremely rare, even on the entire Huangji continent. For a Shin-grade spiritual weapon to possess such attributes is simply a fantasy. Only a system as abnormal as this could do that. With these 2 pill formulas and the Amethyst Furnace, Shenmue was confident that he could win before the auction. Refine enough pills with pill patterns. As for the 2 yellow-grade pill formulas awarded by the Alchemist Conference, Shenmue did not intend to refine them, as it would be too time-consuming. After he finishes learning it, he will give it directly to Lingya. After all, she's one of us now, and helping her become stronger is actually helping ourselves. Chapter 186, Refining the Spirit Ascension Pill. Afterwards, Shenmue didn't plan to sleep and immediately started to heat up the alchemy furnace. Once you reach the spirit realm, you can go 10 or 8 days without sleeping without any effect. Therefore, Shenmue dared not slack off, since there was not much time left before the auction. Shenmue chose to start with the difficult ones and gradually move to the easy ones, beginning with refining the Spirit Ascension Pill. Even so, it is still much more difficult to refine than ordinary Shin-grade pills. If Shenmue's alchemy skills weren't now at the level of a grandmaster, it probably wouldn't have been easy for him to refine it. Moreover, even if the pill is successfully made, its medicinal effects may not be very good. As the temperature of the amethyst furnace rose sharply due to the flames, the entire furnace began to emit a faint reddish-purple light. This is the characteristic of amethyst. It is actually a substance that lies between stone and metal. The material is extremely hard, and it has the effect of attracting and nurturing spiritual energy. Whether used as an alchemy tool or a weapon refining tool, it can effectively amplify the efficacy of the refined items and enhance the absorption of spiritual energy. However, amethyst is extremely rare, and even in a first-tier main city, it is a rare commodity with a high price but no market. As the temperature on the amethyst furnace reached its boiling point, Shenmue added the necessary medicinal herbs one by one. Then, used spiritual power to continue stimulating the flames, causing the medicinal herbs to quickly dissolve into a medicinal liquid. There are many details to pay attention to when refining Shin-grade pills. At the same time, there are stricter requirements for controlling the heat, as well as the amount and time of spiritual energy injection. Making it too early will make it difficult to form the pill, while making it too late will cause the medicinal effect to be lost in the flames, thus greatly reducing the medicinal effect. However, if too much spiritual energy is injected, the pill itself may not be able to withstand it, resulting in the pill exploding. However, if too little is injected, it may lead to a lack of spiritual energy, which will prevent the medicine from being absorbed and enhanced. In short, alchemy may seem simple, but in reality, the various operations require exquisite skill. Otherwise, even a small mistake can lead to a huge error. After the medicine has completely dissolved and blended, Shenmu immediately separated a wisp of spiritual power to completely envelop the medicinal liquid and continuously poured spiritual power into it. The spiritual energy required for a Xing-grade pill is at least several times that of a Huang-grade pill. Therefore, it also tests the alchemist's spiritual power. The spiritual power of an average soul fusion level alchemist is simply insufficient to refine a profound grade pill. Even for an attribute master, it might only be a barely passable task. Even if it is successfully refined, its medicinal effects will certainly not be very good. Therefore, even intermediate-level alchemists dare not easily attempt to refine Xing-grade pills unless their own strength has reached the spirit connection level. Because Shenmu was refining Xing-grade pills, which were of a higher grade than Huang-grade pills, his pill refining speed inevitably slowed down. Condense. After Shenmu injected the last bit of spiritual power, the entire pill successfully condensed and took shape, emitting a faint glow. Shenmu then poured spiritual energy into the pill again, and 3 beams of yellow light attached themselves to it. 3 pill patterns, not bad. Shenmu muttered to himself as he looked at the pill. If someone else heard this, they would probably faint from anger. Is this acceptable? Shenmu had no idea how terrifying the value of a 3-pattern Xing-grade pill was. Even peak-level origin masters of the Breaking Mountain realm, or even stronger ones, would be extremely eager to acquire it. If this kind of elixir were sold to the outside world, it would probably be snapped up immediately, and there would be no worry about sales. Moreover, it is the Spirit Ascension pill, whose efficacy is far superior to ordinary Xing-grade pills. Once the Spirit Ascension pill is released, some people will surely believe that it was created by Shenmu himself, because such a formula simply does not exist in the world. Shenmu's net worth will definitely skyrocket at that time. After all, alchemists who can create new pill formulas are all masters in the alchemy world. Chapter 187, 9-Pattern Breaking Pill. Without pausing, Shenmu continued refining the breaking restriction pill. Perhaps because of the special ingredients in the breaking restriction pill, Shenmu felt an extraordinary sense of peace during the refining process. In addition, since it is nighttime and all is quiet, concentration is very high, thus increasing the speed of alchemy. Following the same steps, the first breakthrough pill was successfully condensed not long afterward. Shenmu couldn't help but wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, his face full of excitement. After finishing the furnace, Shenmu once again infused spiritual energy into the breakthrough pill. 4 yellow cinnabar patterns were visible, attached to the breakthrough pill. 4 damn patterns, not bad. After successfully refining the Spirit Ascension pill and the Forbidden Breaking pill, Shenmu also gained a general understanding of the difficulty of refining these 2 kinds of pills, the time required for refining, and so on. With his current strength, if he were in a state of abundant spiritual energy, he could refine about 4 Spirit Ascension pills before his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. If you are refining a pill to break through restrictions, you can only refine 3 before you need to replenish your spiritual energy. Shenmu was still somewhat dissatisfied with this efficiency. But when he thought about how an ordinary intermediate-level alchemist at the spirit rank only had enough spiritual power to refine a single Xing-grade pill, he realized that. He felt much better instantly. Moreover, he also has Moonwood Elixir and Spirit Restoration Tablets to help restore his spiritual power. The speed of alchemy will be countless times faster than that of ordinary alchemists. Given this situation, I'm confident I can produce many high-quality spirit enhancement pills and barrier-breaking pills when the auction begins. Thinking of this, Shenmu instantly became full of energy. After putting a rejuvenating tablet into his mouth, he continued refining the pills. The next morning, Donghua was about to go to Shenmu's room when he was stopped by the servants. Lord Donghua, the young master just gave an order last night that no one is to disturb us unless it is urgent. Oh. Upon hearing this, Donghua couldn't help but glance at Shenmu's residence, where he saw spiritual energy surrounding and enveloping the entire pavilion. Did the young master say what he was doing? No, they only said not to bother us unless it's important, the servant replied respectfully. In that case, let's forget about it. Seeing this, Donghua stopped worrying and left with a heart full of doubts. Inside the room, Shenmu was tirelessly refining elixirs. By the end of the night, nearly 20 spirit ascension pills and 12 barrier-breaking pills had been refined. But what troubled him was that neither the spirit ascension pill nor the forbidden breaking pill could reach the 9-pattern mark. System, is something wrong? Why can't I refine the 9-pattern pill? The system replied, profound-grade pills are inherently more difficult to refine than yellow-grade pills. It's not that there's a problem with the host's refining methods or abilities. Rather, the creation of a 9-pattern elixir is an extremely difficult thing. To put it bluntly, it depends on luck. The creation of each 9-pattern pill is nothing short of a miracle. Hearing this, Shenmu finally felt much better. Then, Shenmu took another small sip of Moonwood Spirit Liquid and continued with a new round of refining. Since he had made a statement in Golden Bell City that a Xian-grade 9-pattern pill would definitely appear at the auction, he had to keep his word. Otherwise, where would Shenmu's reputation and face be placed? Just as evening was approaching, a cheer suddenly erupted from the attic. Those who happened to be returning from outside were all bewildered by the cheer. As everyone was debating whether to ask, Shenmu walked out of the attic on his own. Young master, I heard you cheering just now. Is there some good news? Shenmu didn't hide anything and said directly, I just refined a Xian-grade 9-pattern pill, a barrier-breaking pill. What? A Xian-grade, 9th level pattern? Chapter 188. Only one available. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. I had heard from Lingya before that the young master had shone brightly at the Alchemist Conference, defeating all the other contenders with a 9-pattern yellow-grade pill and winning the championship. But it's only been a few days. They actually managed to refine a Xian-grade pill, and it has 9 patterns? Shun. Lingya was about to speak when she suddenly realized that she didn't know how to address Shenmu. Calling him Master Shun or Lord Shun would be too formal, but calling him Young Master along with Donghua and the others would seem odd. Moreover, she couldn't address Shenmu by his full name like Shuatong did. Shenmu saw through Lingya's thoughts and said with a smile, I should be a little older than you. If you don't mind, just call me brother. Lingya blushed slightly, then quickly changed the subject. Who did you just say refined a Xian-grade pill? Or a 9-pattern one? Me? Who else could it be? Upon hearing this, Lingya was deeply shocked. She had been amazed for a long time when she last saw Shenmu's 9-pattern body tempering pill. Unexpectedly, Shenmu can even refine Xian-grade pills. Did you mean when you said at the Alchemy Conference that a 9-pattern Xian-grade pill would appear at the Tianxin City auction that you were referring to the one you refined? Otherwise what? Shenmu looked at Lingya and couldn't help but laugh. If it wasn't refined by myself, who else in Tianxin City has this ability? Let alone Tianxin City. I'm afraid that no one in a 2nd-level main city, or even a 1st-level main city, could refine it. If it were merely a Xian-grade elixir, then perhaps someone could still refine it. But there are absolutely no 9-pattern Xian-grade pills. Perhaps it exists in those colossal megacities, but it's beyond the reach of ordinary people. I always thought that the 9-pattern Xian-grade pill you mentioned was refined by your master or some elder, but I didn't expect I could refine it. Shenmu replied. Lingya couldn't help but nod. In fact, she had always wanted to ask, and even more so, she wanted to meet the alchemy master behind Shenmu. She believes this because no matter how talented a person is. However, it is also difficult to become talented on one's own. Having a good teacher will make the power of genius more apparent. Lingya did acknowledge Shenmu's exceptional talent, but she never believed that he was self-taught. For someone his age to be able to refine a 9-pattern yellow-grade pill is already beyond the realm of common sense. Therefore, Lingya dared not associate him with a 9-pattern profound-grade pill. In the future, many more unexpected things will happen to you. Then, Shenmu strode confidently toward the dining room, with everyone following closely behind. Lingyu was stunned for a long time before she finally caught up with the others. No one knew what Shenmu's habit was, but he always liked to hold meetings during meals. But for them, this wasn't a bad thing, because the atmosphere was more relaxed. By the way, Brother Shenmu, what exactly is this breaking the forbidden zone pill you mentioned? I've never heard of it before. During the meal, Lingyu asked the question again. From a young age, she read extensively on pharmacology and alchemy, and could recite the names and effects of most elixirs by heart. But I have never seen a pill called the forbidden breaking pill. Only I have this formula, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Only you have it. Or are you the original creator? Lingyu couldn't help but cover her mouth, feeling increasingly shocked as she thought about it. If that's true, then that's terrible. No, this is something I obtained by chance. The predecessor who created this formula has passed away, and there is only one copy of this formula, which is in my possession. Chapter 189, Rescuing People. Shenmu explained that what he said wasn't entirely false, since the system was the original one. Hearing this, Lingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt like she came to Tianxin City simply to test her heart's endurance. The stronger Shenmu became, the happier she was, but at the same time, she also felt more and more useless. What are the effects of the breaking restriction pill? Lingyu asked again. Then, Shenmu explained the effects and benefits of the breaking restriction pill to everyone, which immediately caused another wave of excitement among them. Besides the breakthrough pill, I also refined another type of Xian-grade pill this time, the Spirit Ascension pill. The effects of this pill are, everyone fell silent, because they were too discouraged to speak. We're all human, so why is there such a big difference between us? Then, Shenmu took out countless black and white jade bottles and gave each person one black and one white jade bottle. The black jade bottle contains the breakthrough pill, while the white jade bottle contains the Spirit Ascension pill. Both are 3-pattern pills. You can keep them or take them now. It's up to you. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, and their hands trembled as they approached. Although it only has 3 patterns, it is a Xian-grade pill, which is probably inferior to a Huang-grade pill with 7 or 8 patterns. Other source masters might never obtain one in their entire lives. However, after joining Tianxin City, they successively obtained many cultivation resources that ordinary people could not obtain. This undoubtedly made them feel that joining Tianxin City was the right choice. How is the situation in the city today? After distributing the pills, Shenmu asked Donghua. The city gates and walls have been repaired. Donghua knew that the reason the city walls and gates could be repaired so quickly was probably because Shenmu had once again invited that senior. Furthermore, there's been a significant increase in the number of people arriving from outside these past 2 days. Many inns that were usually quiet are now bustling with customers. At this point, Donghua became somewhat excited, because since Tianxin City began to decline, there hadn't been so many outsiders for a long time. Yes, the news of the auction must have already spread. In the coming period, the number of people in Tianxin City will only increase. Therefore, special attention needs to be paid to management, public security, and other aspects to avoid causing any trouble. The increase in foot traffic is a good thing for Tianxin City. However, if not managed properly, it may lead to all sorts of troubles. Donghua and the others nodded very seriously. They also understood that this auction was the opportunity for Tianxin City to rise. There will inevitably be powerful figures from all walks of life present at that time, so we must not be careless and become a laughingstock. Now everyone considers Tianxin City their home and will not allow anyone to act recklessly in their home. We must not ruin the reputation of Tianxin City. I'm afraid I'll have to continue refining pills for the next few days. If there's nothing important, you can discuss and resolve it yourselves. If there's anything urgent, please let me know. Yes, young master. The next day, while Shenmu was still refining pills in his room, the system suddenly gave him a reminder. An unidentified spirit rank source master is approaching Tianxin City. Please be aware. Unidentified, a spirit rank origin master. Although he was used to seeing spirit masters, someone of such strength coming to his godforsaken Tianxin City must have a purpose. Were they attracted by the news of the auction? But that shouldn't be the case. There's still more than 10 days until the auction. A spirit realm expert shouldn't have arrived so early. Moreover, the system proactively issued a reminder, so things must be more than they seem. Just as he was racking his brains, trying to figure it out, the system voice appeared again. Main quest. To enable Tianxin City to develop rapidly, education must also keep pace. Please rescue Meng Kuan, who is being hunted by a spirit realm expert, and subdue him to establish a sect. Task reward. Unlocks the faction system and grants free construction rights for faction headquarters. Task penalty. Random negative status effect. Supreme City Quest countdown shortened by 60 days. After hearing the details of the mission, Shunmu had a general understanding of the situation. The system is really something. Why doesn't it just send me to rescue people directly? He's rambling on for ages, and by the time I figure it all out, he might be dead. Shunmu couldn't help but complain in his heart, and then he immediately got up and walked outside. Zissou, come here for a second. Since Zissou has not yet been able to transform into human form, she can only live in the backyard of the city lord's mansion for the time being. At this moment, Shunmu used his spiritual power to transmit his voice, and the sound waves spread throughout the entire city lord's mansion. Then, in less than 3 breaths, Zissou appeared at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Let's go to the city gate. Shunmu leaped lightly and landed steadily on Zissou's back. Call. With a flap of its wings, Zissou took to the air. If he were to walk to the city gate, it would take him at least half an hour, by which time the body of the person he was trying to save might be cold. With Zissou as your mode of transportation, it only takes a few minutes. A few minutes later, Shunmu stood on Zissou's back, gazing into the distance. Sure enough, they saw 3 masked men in black chasing a middle-aged man in a blue robe. The middle-aged man was dressed in rags and stained with blood. It looks like we've been through a major battle. At this moment, the group was less than a mile from the gate of Tianxin City, and they would arrive in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Shunmu used his spiritual power to transmit his voice again. This is the territory of my heavenly heart city. What brings you all here? The group of people who were on their way were startled when they suddenly heard this voice. When they looked up, they noticed that there was a white-robed youth standing on a flying spirit beast with purple and blue feathers, looking down at them. Who are you? One of the men in black asked warily. Chapter 190, The Unfilial Person. Although they didn't think that a place like Tianxin City would produce any extraordinary experts, but when they suddenly saw a person appear, riding a flying spirit beast, they dared not let their guard down. You dare to step into the territory of my Tianxin City and ask who I am? I am your father. Shunmu couldn't help but roll his eyes. The man in black, who was leading the group, said, Kid, are you looking for death? At this moment, the middle-aged man in blue robe shouted as he ran forward. Young master, you'd better leave quickly. You can't afford to offend them. He came to the city hoping to find a glimmer of hope. He was initially overjoyed to see someone appear. But when he saw that Shunmu was only a teenager, his heart sank. At such a young age, how strong can one be? If he gets involved, forget about saving people. He himself might not be able to escape either. The middle-aged man in the blue robe knew that the men in black behind him were not kind people at all. Therefore, he did not want Shunmu to lose his life here, so he kindly advised him. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man in blue, Shunmu felt a warmth in his heart and developed a sense of goodwill. Even in such a critical moment, he still thinks of himself, which shows he has good character. Shunmu had a thought and began to check the other party's information. Name, Meng Kuan. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 58. Talent value, 82. Realm, ascending to the spiritual path. Martial origin, no attribute. Identity, sect master of the Flying Dragon sect in Rainbow City. Weaknesses, impulsive, easily trusting, has a physical restraint and a hidden ailment on his right elbow. After confirming that this was the mission objective, Shunmu spoke again. Those 3 unfilial sons behind you would better stop here, or don't blame your father for turning against your own family for the greater good. Upon hearing this, the 3 men in black were stunned for a moment. After realizing what was happening, they burst into curses. You brat, you really don't know your place. We'll deal with you after we kill him. At this moment, the group had arrived at the city gate, and the middle-aged man in blue, Meng was already at his wit's end. He was filled with despair, never expecting that he would ultimately not escape his fate. Meng had already ignored Shenmu, because he never thought that this young man could save his life. Meng, this day next year will be your death anniversary, the man in black sneered. Remember this in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. Meng Kuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists clenched tightly together uncontrollably, his heart filled with resentment. The three men in black before him were all powerful figures of the same level as him. If he were at his peak, he might have the upper hand. After a great battle and the relentless escape, he was now completely exhausted and drained of his spiritual energy. Even if he wanted to resist, he was already powerless to do so. Liu Xin, I'll haunt him even as a ghost. Meng Kuan's face was contorted with rage, and he roared in despair like a trapped beast. Since that's the case, then we'll make sure you can't even be a ghost. The leader of the men in black said to the two beside him, crush his bones and scatter his ashes, so he can never be reincarnated. Don't worry. Superior. Immediately, the three men in black unleashed powerful spiritual energy, gripped their weapons, and attacked Meng Kuan. Seeing this, Meng Kuan slowly raised his weapon as well. Even if it means death, he will not yield. Clang! Although Meng Kuan caught the attack, he was knocked back several steps and knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You're at your last gasp. Struggling any further is pointless. As the group attacked again, Meng Kuan felt utterly hopeless. As they said, they were already at their limit and had no ability to resist anymore. Despite his deep resentment, Meng Kuan could only close his eyes, resign himself to fate, and await death. You all disobey your father's words. You are unfilial, and unfilial people deserve to die. Chapter 191. I am your father. Meng Kuan, who had been in utter despair, was suddenly filled with doubt after hearing these words. He opened his eyes and was shocked by what he saw. What appeared before him were not three men in black, but three ice sculptures. Except for his head, which was not frozen, everything below his neck was covered in ice. A tribute source master. Looking at the ice elements constantly swirling and gathering before him, for words immediately popped into Meng Kuan's mind. How could there be an attribute source master in such a remote place? Do your three sons have any last words? Shenmu smiled slightly and teased. Young man, senior, who exactly are you? The men in black felt a chill run down their spines. Their previous arrogant demeanor had vanished completely. Despite their spirit realm cultivation, they couldn't break free from the solid ice even with all their might. There's only one possibility. The boy in front of us is not only an attribute source master, but also ridiculously strong. How could an attribute master appear in such a small town with the lowest strength? And she's so young? This defies common sense, unless the boy is some old monster in disguise who just happened to be traveling around this place. Otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense. I'll say it again. You've come to my Tianxin City territory to cause trouble, and you still ask who I am? I am your father. Shenmu repeated what he had just said. After hearing this, the men in black were shocked. Could he really be from Tianxin City, a reclusive powerhouse? Thinking of this, none of them dared to object. Even though they were being taken advantage of, they could only endure it. Now that my life is in someone else's hands, being arrogant will only lead to my death. Besides, they simply can't afford to offend the attribute source masters. At this moment, Meng Kuan was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look up at the white-robed youth in the air, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He knew all too well the strength of these three men in black. Yet this young man was able to restrict their movements in an instant. What does this mean? This means that the boy is far stronger than his opponent. Could it be the peak of the spirit rank? Even breaking through the mountain steps? Immediately, Meng Kuan was overjoyed. It was the joy of surviving a calamity. Those who haven't experienced it simply can't understand. Senior, we apologize for our previous offense. Please forgive us, the man in black sneered. We'll leave as soon as we kill this man. I'm giving you one chance, now get out. Senior, if you don't leave within 3 breaths, then stay. Shenmu's gaze sharpened as he coldly stared at the group. Immediately, the ice on the three men in black melted away, but even so, they were still trembling inside. After weighing the options, the group had no choice but to compromise. What else can we do? But before leaving, the leader of the men in black threatened, Meng Kun, you're lucky today, but you won't be so lucky next time. Having said that, they were about to leave, full of resentment. Suddenly, the leader turned into an ice sculpture once again. Then, as the ice elements decomposed, he vanished into the air without even letting out a scream. Upon seeing this, both Meng Kun and the other two men in black were so frightened that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Enough with the nonsense. Shenmu looked at the remaining two men in black. Are you leaving or not? Get out, senior. We're leaving right now. The two were so frightened that they didn't dare to say another word. Furthermore, Meng Kun will be under the protection of my Tianxin city from now on. If the people behind you are dissatisfied, they are welcome to come and seek revenge. However, the two men in black listened respectfully, not daring to interrupt. But when you come to cause trouble, remember to bring plenty of good stuff with you, or I'll come to collect it myself. Ever since Zhao Zhen and his group not only came to deliver their own deaths, but also to offer warmth and comfort, Shenmu has fallen in love with this feeling. Hiring someone to fight costs money, so doesn't he need to be paid to do it? Did you hear me clearly? I understand. The two men in black were almost crying. Now that you understand, get out of here. Yes. Then, the two disappeared from Shenmu's sight in a flash, probably having used every ounce of their strength. Kumein, Shenmu said to Meng Kun. Then, the city gates slowly opened. Tueptir sataudik senkimentakaksi, Meng Kunes hatred. As he entered the city, the purple-winged, cloud-piercing eagle had already descended to a low altitude. Come on up. Shenmu extended his hand. Immediately, Meng Kun grabbed Shenmu's hand and used the momentum to jump onto Zisu. In the city lord's palace. Thank you so much for saving my life, young brother. May I ask your name? Meng Kun almost bowed down. He had no way to repay the life-saving grace. Shenmu stopped him and made him sit down. My name is Shenmu, the Lord of Tianxin City. Saving my life is a small matter, but I don't know why Brother Meng has fallen to such a state. May I ask why? Given his age and the fact that the two were complete strangers, calling him uncle wouldn't be appropriate. He could only be addressed as brother. City Lord. A glint of light appeared in Meng Kun's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. I was originally the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect in Rainbow Light City. I have lived a life of integrity and upright conduct. However, I never expected to make a bad friend. He colluded with the city lord of Rainbow Light City to steal the treasures of my Flying Dragon sect. Not only that, he also burned down my sect and killed my people. Bang! At this point, Meng Kun became extremely angry and couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. Rainbow City? Shenmu asked. Shenmu then remembered that Meng Kun's information also seemed to show this, but he hadn't paid attention to it at the time. Rainbow City is a level 3 main city, but its overall strength ranks 8th, which is much stronger than Golden Bell City. Don't be fooled by the mere 12-place difference. The higher up the rankings you go, the greater the gap between the main cities becomes. Within this Rainbow City, there may very well be individuals at the peak of the Soul Fusion stage, or even those at the Breaking Mountain stage. So what's the Flying Dragon sect like now? Shenmu frowned, a bad feeling creeping over him. Everyone except me is dead. At this point, Meng Kun couldn't help but tremble all over. Please accept my condolences. I'm very curious. What kind of treasure could they go to such lengths to seize, and even resort to such ruthless methods? Those who can associate with Meng Kun must at least be at the spirit rank. The city lord of Rainbow Light City is even more so, at least at the spirit realm, or even stronger. Something that could entice two such powerful individuals to fight to the death must be no ordinary item. It was a leather map that my father obtained by chance before his death. I had no idea what it was for. I never expected that they would kill thousands of my Flying Dragon sect members for a map. Meng Kun grew angrier as he spoke, feeling extremely confused and resentful, but he was powerless to take revenge. Map! Shenmue remembered the map in Zhao Zhan's spatial items. He then took out the map and asked Meng Kuan, "Is it similar to this map?" Meng Kuan was stunned for a moment. This Lord Shun, how did you get this map?" "No, although they're very similar, the patterns and symbols depicted are wrong. It's not mine." After observing carefully, Meng Kuan murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, Shenmue immediately understood that the map Meng Kuan mentioned was most likely another part of this map. When Shenmue first received the map, he noticed that it was incomplete. He wasn't quite sure how many parts there were. "You mean your map is now in the hands of the city Lord of Rainbow City?" "That's right. Do you want revenge?" Shenmue looked at Meng Kuan seriously and asked in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Meng Kuan was stunned again, then became excited. I dream about it. But the city Lord of Rainbow Light City is not someone to be trifled with, and I'm currently under a restriction, so I can only unleash half my strength in battle. Were the restrictions placed on you by a talisman master?" "That's right. The Lord of Rainbow Light City has a novice array master under his command." Meng Kuan's expression was rather unpleasant. The array master is one of the most noble professions in the Imperial continent, even surpassing the alchemist in status. Array masters are extremely capable. Their main skill is inscribing various arrays. Whether it's attacking, defending, controlling, or providing support, it's incredibly powerful. Normally, rune masters only appear in top-ranked Tier 3 or Tier 2 main cities. Cities like Kang City and Jinzhong City are generally disdained by array masters. "It's all right. I have a way to deal with this restriction." "What? You have a way?" Meng Kuan asked, half believing and half doubting. Chapter 193, This Thing Isn't Worth Much. Regarding the restrictions on Meng Kuan, although they were only placed by a beginner array master. However, if he himself cannot undo it, then only an intermediate or higher level array master, who is also familiar with the principles of this restriction, can possibly undo it. Meng Kuan knew that it was impossible to get the array master who had placed the restriction on him to remove it. Could it be that there are intermediate array masters in Tianxin City? "Lord Shun, does your city perhaps have a mid-level array master?" Shenmue shook his head, and Meng Kuan was immediately disappointed. "Lord Shun, you may not be very familiar with array talisman masters. If it's not the array talisman master who placed the restriction who can undo it, then only an array talisman master of a higher level would be able to undo it. An array talisman master of the same level as the person who placed the restriction simply cannot undo it. I can remove the restrictions for you without needing a talisman master. Besides that, I can also help you avenge yourself." Shenmue turned his head, looked at Meng Kuan quietly, and said slowly. Seeing Shenmue's expression, Meng Kuan's heart skipped a beat. "What are your conditions, City Lord Shun?" He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. The boy not only saved his life, but also promised to lift the restrictions on him and help him get revenge. He doesn't believe you if you say you have no ulterior motives. But Meng Kuan was mentally prepared to agree to whatever conditions Shenmue proposed, because he had to avenge this grudge. "Join Tianxin City and pledge allegiance to me." Upon hearing this, Meng Kuan was stunned, not because Shenmue's request was too unreasonable, but because he hadn't expected the condition to be so simple. Even if Lord Shun hadn't said anything, Meng Kuan would still be willing to pledge his loyalty, just for saving my life. This is his honest opinion. He had already reached a dead end, but Shenmue gave him the chance to live and take revenge. This kindness is like that of a second parent. How could he not be grateful? Moreover, Meng Kuan understood perfectly well that someone so young had already achieved such strength and was also an attribute source master. Their background is probably not simple. With the Flying Dragon sect destroyed and its members dead, he is now all alone with no one to hold him back. Joining a faction and following a promising genius will only benefit him in the future. Congratulations, host. You have successfully subdued Meng Kuan, completed the mission, and unlocked the sect system. You have also gained the right to build a sect headquarters for free. Please select a construction location. Without a second thought, Shenmue replied, "West City." A sect's headquarters must occupy a large area, and the West City happens to have a vast territory, making it the most suitable place to establish a sect. Moreover, The Xintian Tower can also become a training ground for sex in the future, which is perfect. Under construction. The construction period is 24 hours. Congratulations, host. Mengkuen's loyalty has reached the gratitude stage. You are rewarded with 1,000 trust points. Shunmu nodded silently, then took out a small black jade bottle and handed it to Mengkuen. Mengkuen took it casually and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is a 7th grade Shin level pill, the restriction breaking pill, which should be able to remove the restrictions on your body. Logically speaking, if the breaking restriction pill reaches the 7th level quality, the chance of breaking the restriction should already be quite high. Moreover, the restriction on Mengkuen was placed by a novice array master, so it shouldn't be too difficult to remove. A Shin grade pill with 7 patterns?" Mengkuen looked incredulous. He had only heard of this kind of pill. He had never even seen it before. "Lord Shun, this. Don't believe me?" Shinmu frowned. No, it's just that this pill is too precious. Does the city lord really want to give it to me?" Mengkuen knew that Shunmu had no reason to lie to him, so he did not doubt the authenticity of the medicine. This 7-pattern Shin grade pill is so valuable that even a Breaking Mountain Realm expert would covet it. Shunmu just gave it to him like that? "Since you're already a resident of Tianxin City, I naturally won't be stingy," Shunmu said nonchalantly. "Besides, this thing isn't worth much. If you want it, you'll have plenty more later." When he first heard the first half of the sentence, Mengkuen was deeply moved and felt that he had followed the right person. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, he almost fell off his chair. 7-pattern pills, worthless? Chapter 194, Loyalty. You'll find out later. Now eat it while it's hot. Could it be that elixirs can cool down? You think it's just plain water? However, Mengkuen didn't dwell on the matter any longer. He simply opened the bottle cap and swallowed the pill in one gulp. In an instant, I felt a warm current flowing through my body, reaching every part of my limbs and bones, just like a troop of soldiers patrolling inside the body. Immediately, Mengkuen felt something inside his body blocking the flow of heat. Immediately afterwards, he felt the heat rapidly converging from his limbs and bones to the point where it was blocked. Two forces were clashing within his body, and Mengkuen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from the pain, his brows furrowed. "It's probably the medicine's effects that are breaking through your defenses. Just bear with it." Mengkuen nodded and could only grit his teeth and persevere. It took him about 5 minutes to gradually recover. Pop! After a crisp sound, a huge burst of energy suddenly erupted from Mengkuen's body. Immediately, spiritual energy surged forth. Mengkuen exclaimed excitedly, "It's really solved." He was thrilled to feel that his strength had returned to its peak. He thought the restriction would never be broken in his lifetime, but he never expected it to be so easy. At this moment, his admiration and curiosity for Shunmu increased even more. This young man seemed to be shrouded in mystery. "Lord Shun, I am deeply grateful and will repay your kindness 10,000 times over." Mengkuen sincerely dovid dostai Shenmu. "Just call me young master from now on." "Yes, young master." "There's still about 10 days until my auction in Tianxin City. After the auction, I will return to Hongguang City with you to avenge our grievances." Shenmu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if deep in thought. But the city lord of Rainbow Light City possesses peak spirit realm strength and has many talented individuals under his command. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to succeed. Although Shenmu had shown his skills before, Mengkuen felt that Shunmu was at most at the peak of the spirit rank. Even if he was on par with the city lord of Rainbow City, it was still someone else's territory, and 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Peak of the spirit realm? Shenmu continued. Then he's doomed. Shenmu had already prepared himself for the opponent to be a Breaking Mountain Realm expert, but since he was only at the Spirit Connection Realm, what was there to be afraid of? Just do it. Upon hearing this, Mengkuen was stunned once again. Where does this confidence come from? But young master, don't worry, they definitely won't get away, Shenmu said with a slight smile, a smile playing on his lips. Even if Mengkuen didn't ask, the city lord was doomed. Who gave him the leather map on his body? Moreover, a lord of a top 10 level 3 main city should be rolling in money, right? For some reason, Meng Kuan couldn't help but shudder when he saw Shun Mu's smile. In the evening, everyone gathered again around the dining table. "What are you standing there for? Sit down," Shun Mu said to Meng Kuan, who was standing there dumbfounded. "Do you guys usually eat together?" Meng Kuan was bewildered, seeing that Dongbua and the others called Shun Mu young master when they first entered. They must be subordinates like themselves. How can a subordinate eat with the city lord? In the imperial world, the hierarchy is clear. He considers himself to be quite unpretentious and has never had the experience of dining with the elders and disciples of the sect. Otherwise, if we're going to eat it all anyway, why eat it separately? Shen Mu countered. "Uncle, our city lord doesn't stand on ceremony. Please have a seat." Zhuo, being a lively person, smiled and pulled Meng Kuan to his seat. At this moment, Meng Kuan couldn't help but gain a new understanding of Shun Mu. Let me introduce him to everyone. His name is Meng Kuan. He just joined Tianjin City today and is a spirit rank expert. After everyone was seated, Shun Mu introduced Meng Kuan to them. Spiritual realm. Everyone was surprised. Although they had already come into contact with spirit realm experts, this level of power was still some distance from them. "I'm planning to create a sect or faction, and you'll be in charge. What do you think?" Shun Mu asked Meng Kuan. "Me? Is this really going to work?" Meng Kuan was clearly surprised. He didn't expect that Shun Mu would entrust him with such an important task so soon after his arrival. "There's nothing wrong with it. You are the head of a sect and have extensive experience in sect management. I trust you completely." After learning that Meng Kuan was the leader of a sect, Shun Mu understood the system's intention. No one is more suitable to manage the sect than him. He may have been somewhat naive and kind-hearted before, but I believe that after this experience of being betrayed by his friends, he will be much more mature. Meng Kuan will become more mature and better able to be a manager. Since the young master trusts me, then Meng Kuan will naturally do his utmost. He stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to Shun Mu. In fact, he regretted the destruction of the Flying Dragon sect. Now that Shun Mu has given him another chance to make up for his regret, how could he refuse? Shun Mu neither dodged nor avoided the bow. "Well, tomorrow Dongbua and the others will show you around Tianjin City, and the day after tomorrow, I'll tell you what to do." Upon hearing this, Meng Kuan nodded in agreement. Shun Mu looked at everyone and said, "I will continue refining pills tomorrow. If you don't have anything important to do, you don't need to bother me. Just take care of it yourselves." "Yes, young master." Chapter 195, Tianhai Academy. The next day, Shun Mu did not step out of the attic at all. By noon on the third day, the system notification indicated that the sect's headquarters had been completed. Shun Mu put away the alchemy furnace and stepped out of the room. In the span of 1 day and 2 nights, Shun Mu refined more than 60 spirit ascension pills and 40 barrier-breaking pills. If other alchemists knew about such efficiency, they would probably question their own existence. Among these pills were 2 9-pattern spirit ascension pills and 1 9-pattern forbidden breaking pill. This shows just how difficult it is to refine the 9-pattern elixir. But Shun Mu was unaware that his probability of refining a 9-pattern pill was already astonishing. If it were any other alchemist, even if they were capable of refining a 9-pattern pill, it would be extremely fortunate if 1 9-pattern pill appeared out of 1,000. How could anyone be as dissatisfied as Shun Mu? Upon entering the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Shun Mu beckoned to a servant and said, "Where is Meng Kuan now? Tell him to come here." "Yes, young master." About 15 minutes later, Meng Kuan strode in from outside. "Young master, you were looking for me? Okay, come with me to the West City." Meng Kuan didn't ask any more questions and left with Shun Mu. With Zi Su by her side, traversing Tianjin City is now effortless. Unlike before, when it would take almost half an hour to walk from the city lord's mansion to the West City. About 10 minutes later, the two appeared in front of a huge and densely packed group of buildings. When they saw this building, not only Meng Kuan, but even Shun Mu was startled. "Is this the sect's headquarters?" Shun Mu couldn't help but swallow hard and asked the system. "Yes, host. Please name the sect." After listening, Shun Mu thought for a while and then said, "Let's call it Tianhai Academy." The name Tianhai implies the vastness of the sky and the sea, meaning it can accommodate thousands of mountains and rivers. After all, Tianjin City will be the only supreme main city on the Huangji continent. At that time, Tianjin City will surely be a gathering place for all races, a melting pot of all sorts. Therefore, the sects of Tianjin City must adhere to the principle of teaching without discrimination and being inclusive. As for the suffix, Zong sounds more private, while Shun sounds high-end and classy. Shenmu hoped that Tianhai Academy would produce a succession of geniuses and outstanding individuals in the future. Congratulations, host! Tianhai Academy has been successfully named. Immediately, Shenmu had a thought, and a virtual interface appeared before his eyes. Tianhai College. Level 1. Upgrade requirement. Reach 10,000 sect points. Members, 0. Sect value, 0, determined based on a combination of sect development and prosperity. Sect buildings. Taiyangsen Zai, the sect's library. Special effect. Staying inside will temporarily increase your comprehension by 5. This effect disappears upon leaving Taiyangsen Zai. The effect increases by 5 for each level the sect advances. Xiantian Tower, a training ground for sections. For each level a sect advances, the effectiveness of the tower and the rewards gained within it increase by 1. Martial Arts Hall, the sect's arena for martial arts competitions. Special effect. Increases the chance of breaking through to a higher realm during battle by 1. The chance increases by 1 for each level the sect advances. Sect Shop, the rejuvenating elixir for dead trees. Grade, yellow. Effects. Accelerates injury recovery and speeds up the recovery of spiritual energy after consumption. Price, 1,000 sect points. Recipe for purple jade lotus seed soup. Grade, beginner. Effect. Has a small chance to increase comprehension by 5 and spiritual power by 50, lasting for 3 hours. Price, 1,000 sect points. Black gloss hammer, forging manual. Grade, yellow. Effects. Increases physical strength by 10 and reduces spiritual energy consumption by 10 during combat. Price, 1,000 sect points. For each level your sect gains, the chance of obtaining higher tier items increases by 5. Note, the item refreshes every 10 days, and the items will be permanently saved after each refresh. After reading it, Shenmu couldn't help but drool. First, let's talk about Taiyangsen Zai. Just by entering, one can increase their comprehension by 5. Don't underestimate this 5. What others need 100 hours to learn, you only need 95 hours. Furthermore, as the sect levels up, the increase in comprehension becomes higher and higher, so the time required will become less and less. Over a long period of time, this can accumulate into something terrifying. The Xintian Pagoda was already quite powerful, and now that it has become a sect building, its effectiveness and the rewards within the pagoda can be increased based on the sect's upgrades. For each level a sect advances, both of these effects increase by 1%. In other words, for every level a sect gains, the chance of a player awakening a martial attribute source increases by 1%, and increase the harvest inside the tower by 1%. When the sect level is high, the cumulative effect of this boost becomes terrifying. In addition, the martial arts hall is also very effective. Every time a sect advances to a higher level, the chance of directly breaking through the current realm increases by 1%. If they're lucky enough, they could very well break through one after another. Moreover, this effect will encourage students in the sect to cultivate more actively and not slack off. What surprised Shenmu the most was this sect shop. The items inside were actually recipes for alchemy, cooking recipes, and forging manuals. Chapter 196, Looking to the Future. It should be noted that in the Imperial world, even the lowest level pill formulas, recipes, and forging manuals are extremely rare. I never expected it would be displayed in this sect shop. Although Shenmu didn't know what the concept of 1,000 sect points actually meant. But given his understanding of the system, it shouldn't be too difficult. Once the sect truly develops, I believe that you can buy whatever you want from the shops. Furthermore, as the sect levels up, the chance of finding higher tier items in the shop will increase. In other words, in the future, we may also find recipes for Xian grade pills, forging manuals, and intermediate grade spiritual food recipes. Even better quality items than these. With the existence of sex shops, he will no longer need to worry about the resources for learning secondary professions in Tianjin City. When Shun Mu came to his senses, he found Meng Kuan staring at him with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Meng Kuan said awkwardly. "Young master, you're drooling just now." Upon hearing this, Shun Mu laughed a few times to ease the awkwardness. He immediately changed the subject, saying, "From now on, this place will be called Tianhai Academy, and, as the city lord of Tianjin City, I hereby formally appoint you as the dean of Tianhai Academy. Are you prepared to accept this responsibility?" Meng Kuan's expression turned solemn, and he bowed, saying, "Please rest assured, young master, I will definitely carry forward the Tianhai Academy and provide Tianjin City with a continuous stream of elite experts." "Very good. I will hold an inauguration ceremony here tomorrow. You should prepare in advance. I will send some people to be at your disposal later. The rest of the details are up to you." "Don't worry, young master." "Good." Immediately, Shun Mu leaped up, and Zissou spread her wings and soared into the sky once more. Shun Mu knew that as a city lord, he couldn't do everything himself. Knowing how to delegate appropriately not only saves you trouble, but also gives your subordinates opportunities to perform. Meng Kuan had just joined Tianjin City and had not yet made any contributions, but he had received many favors. He must feel a little guilty, so he's extremely eager to perform and can't wait to make some contribution to Tianjin City. Since that's the case, Shun Mu will give him this opportunity. As the saying goes, if you employ someone, don't doubt them. If you don't trust them, don't employ them. Since Shun Mu has decided to use him, he has no doubts. He also firmly believes that the academy will develop better and better under Meng Kuan's leadership, because there is a fire burning in his heart. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Shun Mu instructed the servants, tell Dongbua and Qian Wuxian to fully cooperate with Meng Kuan in building Tianhai Academy. Also, tell Dongbua to spread the word that a founding ceremony will be held tomorrow at Tianhai Academy in Xiqing, where big news will be announced. We hope the people will pay close attention. Yes, young master. The servant acknowledged the order and left. Shun Mu was left alone, lost in thought. Now, the Merchant Guild, the Sun and Moon Pavilion, the Hidden God Temple, and the Heavenly Sea Academy have all begun to take off. The development measures for a city have basically taken shape. The next step is to see how it will rise to prominence. Shun Mu believed that with the help of the system, Tianjin City would surely take off at an astonishing speed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as changing rapidly. He is increasingly feeling that completing that mission within 5 years is not entirely without a chance. Thinking of this, Shun Mu was suddenly filled with anticipation. Perhaps he was forced into becoming the city lord at first. But now, the resentment and grievances he felt are gradually diminishing. Now he not only carries the weight of his own life, but also the hopes of many relatives and friends, as well as all the people of Tianjin City. In this cruel alien world, survival is a matter of the victor and the vanquished. Only the strong survive. Strength is everything. Now this is the true beginning of him showing his fangs in this other world. Suddenly, Shun Mu was filled with energy. So he returned to his room, closed the door, and began refining elixirs. Chapter 197, Announcement of a Major Event. Early the next morning, in Xiqing, at the Tianhai Academy's residence. Looking at the magnificent building before them, everyone was both shocked and puzzled. When did such a large complex of buildings appear in Xiqing? The people were all talking about it. Although most of them rarely come to this sparsely populated western city, they have never heard of a large number of buildings springing up in the western city. This building seems to have appeared overnight. However, this topic is destined to be discussed for only a short time, because soon an even more attention-grabbing topic emerged. What do you think these buildings are for? Could it be a market? Have you ever seen such a spectacular market? Could it be a new residential area? Can you afford to stay here? And this place is near the Broken Sky Mountains. Do you dare to stay here? It's neither this nor that. You're smart, so what do you think it's for? Actually, I don't know either. The people started arguing amongst themselves, each offering their own opinion. Since the siege a few days ago, the people have clearly developed a stronger sense of belonging to Tianjin City. At the same time, he also truly gained some recognition of Shun Mu. Therefore, they are now very keen to learn about and pay attention to whatever happens in Tianjin City. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Tianjin City. Suddenly, everyone stopped their discussion and focused their attention on a huge stone gate building covered with reliefs of mythical beasts. At this moment, Shunmu and the others walked out from inside and stood under the stone gate. The previously noisy environment suddenly became completely quiet. The people eagerly awaited Shunmu's words. Everyone, I have gathered you all here today to announce something important. It is not only a big deal for Tianjin City, but also a big deal for you all. After listening, the people started whispering among themselves again. They were filled with both anticipation and nervousness, because they didn't know whether what Shunmu was about to announce was good or bad. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Silence fell over the scene once again. Tianjin City has been in decline for a long time, and I believe that everyone here is having a hard time. As for me, the city lord, I feel even more guilty. I am very grateful to everyone for your contributions and unwavering support to Tianjin City over the years. Today, I want to loudly announce to everyone that the hard times are about to pass, and Tianjin City will usher in an opportunity for rapid development and a resurgence. After delivering his impassioned speech, even Shunmu himself felt his blood boiling, not to mention the ordinary people below. Upon hearing these words, they immediately erupted in a commotion, each displaying a different expression. Some were surprised, some were delighted, some were doubtful, and some were stunned. Lord City Lord, is what you say true? Many people couldn't wait and rushed to confirm. Shunmu dare not lie. In about 10 days, the Dongchang Jiubao Trading Company would hold a grand auction. At that time, people from all cities will gather in Tianjin City. Once the flow of people increases, all industries will be able to take the opportunity to revitalize. Furthermore, after this auction, I believe that Tianjin City's reputation and prosperity will only rise, not fall. As long as everyone does their job well, becoming wealthy is definitely not an unattainable dream. After that, the scene once again resembled a vegetable market. Is this true? It should be true. My cousin told me that his inn, which was covered in dust and deserted a few days ago, suddenly became fully booked overnight, with people from out of town coming in. It seems the city lord's words are true. The auction attracted a considerable crowd. If there's a lot of foot traffic with my wife's cooking skills, won't our family restaurant become incredibly popular? Aha! Congratulations in advance. The main reason for the decline of Tianjin City was that it gradually lost the flow of people from the outer city. Most of the people in the city are locals of Tianjin City, which has prevented various industries from developing. Take the past life as an example. Why were first-tier cities able to continue to develop at a high speed? Isn't it because of the constant flow of people? Without a large flow of people, it's like a remote town, forever relying solely on its locals to sustain its economy. Although it can be self-sufficient, it will never be able to develop. Once Tianjin City opens the floodgates to human traffic, and with the help of the system, it will surely soar to new heights. Chapter 198, Unconditional Admission. Seeing that the people were discussing it enthusiastically, Shunmu did not interrupt them immediately. After a long while, Shunmu finally spoke slowly. Please continue listening to me. This is absolutely true, so everyone just needs to prepare well and do their own thing. And there's no need to worry too much about anything else. Yes, Lord City Lord. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded excitedly in agreement. I couldn't help but start to look forward to a wonderful life. Besides that, there's another big thing. And what else? What is it? With a snap of his fingers, Shunmu instantly dispelled the mist that had enveloped the massive stone gate behind him. The four ancient and weathered characters of Tianhai Academy instantly appeared in the eyes of countless people. Tianhai College. Looking at these four large characters, everyone couldn't help but murmur in confusion. Immediately, someone realized what was happening and exclaimed excitedly, "Could this be a sect from Tianjin City? What is a sect?" Immediately, someone asked, puzzled. I've heard that more powerful cities often have their own sects, and the biggest advantage of sects is that they can strengthen the cultivation atmosphere in the city. It can also cultivate strong individuals, protect the city, and drive economic prosperity. Upon hearing this, countless people suddenly realized what was happening and became excited. The imperial world is inherently martial. Therefore, cultivators are the people with the highest status in this world. Moreover, in addition to contributing to their city, cultivators can also improve their physical health and increase their lifespan. Who wouldn't want to become a cultivator? Sometimes, due to circumstances, they can't even get enough to eat. So where would they find the energy or strength to practice martial arts? For ordinary people, the goal is to discover their cultivation talent, cultivate spiritual power, and become a source master. They either had to become someone's disciple or join a sect to study. But regardless of which one, it will cost money. For most people, this amount of money is unaffordable. Therefore, many people who are naturally talented have missed the opportunity to cultivate themselves due to practical reasons. This friend is right. Sects can play a crucial role in the development of a city. Shinmu paused for a moment, then continued. The purpose of establishing Tianhai Academy is to ensure that talented individuals in Tianxin City who want to cultivate are not overlooked. Upon hearing this, the people's eyes lit up, and they felt a strange sense of anticipation. How much tuition does it cost to learn cultivation? If it's not too much, I'll grit my teeth and send my dog Godan to school. Dog eggs, Dad. You're really generous. I heard the fees for studying in a sect are very high. As long as I have the ability, I'll do anything for my child. Immediately, everyone's eyes were drawn to Shinmu, waiting for his reply. Looking at the expectant eyes of the crowd, Shinmu smiled and said, "It's free." "What? It's free? Lord City Lord, is this true?" The people were hardly able to believe Shinmu's astonishing words. Is there really such a cheap thing in the world? But this was exactly what Shinmu was thinking. When had he ever made a losing deal? As the city lord, Shinmu's words are naturally law, and there is no falsehood. Not only is enrollment free, but those who achieve success and contribute to Tianxin City will also be rewarded. Not only the cultivators themselves, but their families will also receive rewards. Upon receiving Shinmu's confirmation, expressions of surprise and delight gradually appeared on the faces of the people. From this day forward, anyone who passes the test and possesses a certain talent for cultivation can unconditionally join Tianhai Academy and receive the most formal education. In Shinmu's view, having a certain talent for cultivation means having a talent value of 70 or higher. Those below 70 aren't just ordinary people. Although some can cultivate, most will only reach the meridian tempering realm in the end. They might not even be able to break through to the soul fusion stage. If they accept all qualifications, Tianhai Academy probably wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Chapter 199, Talent Vacancies. Those who lack the talent to enter Tianhai Academy should not be too disappointed. From now on, Tianhai Academy will send academy instructors every year. We will hold lectures in Tianxin City to answer people's questions about cultivation, striving to enable every citizen to step into the world of cultivation. Shinmu's idea was to find a way to get even those who weren't particularly talented onto the path of cultivation. Even if it's just the tempering meridian realm, and even if it doesn't increase lifespan much, it can still strengthen the body and has various benefits for life. He wanted to transform Tianxin City into a martial city where everyone was a soldier. Only in this way can Tianxin City truly become powerful. Upon hearing Shinmuji's words, the people cheered. This means that from now on, everyone can cultivate. This is beneficial to everyone and has no drawbacks. Long live the city lord. One person called out, and everyone started echoing him. Congratulations, host. Due to the increased loyalty of the people, you will receive 250,000 faith points. Upon hearing this, Shinmu couldn't help but smile. Had he ever made a losing deal? Compared to charging tuition fees from ordinary people, isn't it better to be trustworthy? Including the last time, he now has more than 300,000 credit points, a number that almost made Shinmu faint with happiness. There was a time when he was still heartbroken over those 500 or 1,000 faith points. Now, there's no longer any such concern. Having a sense of honor is just being arrogant. Now, let me introduce you all. This is Meng Kun, the Dean of Tianhai Academy and a spirit realm expert. Then, Shinmu introduced himself to everyone. A spirit realm expert? Upon hearing this, the people gasped in surprise once again. The level of spirit realm experts is really quite far beyond their reach. Although Si Yang and the others were also spirit realm experts last time, most people did not witness that battle. So nobody knew that even Shun Mu had already reached the spirit rank. Most people still believe that the strongest in Tianxin City is still at the soul fusion stage. Therefore, they were shocked when they heard that Meng Kuan was actually a spirit realm expert. Our city actually has a spirit realm expert? Is it far from rising to prominence? I believe that under Dean Meng Kuan's leadership, Tianhai Academy has a bright future. Then, Shun Mu was the first to clap, and soon the people joined in with thunderous applause. After hearing Shun Mu's words, most people's eyes lit up. They all thought to themselves, if they or their children could come into contact with such strong people, how could their future achievements be low? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't wait to join Tianhai Academy. Tianhai Academy has just been established, and there may not be enough staff yet, so we will not divide it into different academies for the time being. All experts above the soul fusion stage in Tianxin City will temporarily serve as academy teachers, and will gradually step down once vacancies are filled. Shenmu looked at Donghua and Zuo and the others. Donghua and the others understood immediately and nodded in agreement. This problem also gave Shenmu a headache, as he wanted to make a sect completely perfect. Talented individuals from all walks of life are indispensable. From deans, vice deans, and elders to teachers of all levels, and even miscellaneous staff, a considerable number are needed. If it were just Meng Kuan and Donghua and others managing it, they would probably be exhausted. Most importantly, Donghua, Zuan, and others still hold other important positions and cannot serve as academy teachers for long. Therefore, the issue of attracting talent must be resolved as soon as possible. But now it seems that the earliest we can expect to see it is after the auction. But Shun Mu suddenly remembered that the number of uses of the heavenly jade disc seemed to have been refreshed, and its cooldown time will only be refreshed after the current number of uses. The number of attempts cannot be accumulated. If you keep putting it off, you'll be missing out big time. Today we're mainly announcing these two things. Next, Dean Meng Kuan and Deputy City Lord Donghua will hold the founding ceremony of Tianhai Academy for everyone. Shun Mu then greeted Donghua and the others before leaving alone. They'll handle the rest of the minor matters themselves. You don't need to get involved. Chapter 200, Cloud and Smoke City. After leaving Tianhai Academy, Shun Mu went straight to Wentian Pavilion. System, I'm looking for a source master who is quite powerful and has excellent management skills. How would you describe them? After gazing at the jade disc of asking heaven for a long time and still not finding a way to describe it, Shun Mu chose to humbly ask for help. Just say it. Why didn't you say so earlier? No, he hadn't asked. Thinking of this, Shun Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Immediately, Shun Mu said to the heavenly jade disc, I want to find someone with good character, good strength, and management skills. Ideally, they would have experience managing a large organization. After he finished speaking, the jade disc of heaven remained completely still. That's not right. I remember last time it responded immediately after I made my request. Could it be broken? Before he could figure it out, the jade plate suddenly began to emit a faint glow. A few breaths later, the mysterious voice rang out again. Yunyan City, the He family, Helian Ping. Yunyan City? Yunyan City is a level 3 city, ranking 42nd in overall strength, far surpassing Kang City, but inferior to Jinzhong City. Presumably, the strongest individuals in the city are at most at the peak of the soul fusion stage, or between the spirit connection stage and the spirit intervention stage. There's not much of a threat, and Tianxin City isn't that far from Yunyan City. If you take Zissou with you, you can make a round trip in a day. Shenmu dared not waste too much time now, as the auction was drawing ever closer. Therefore, this battle must be won quickly. Half an hour later, Shenmu instructed the servant to convey his intention to go out. He then rode on Zissou and headed towards Yunyan City. About 2 hours later, Yunyan City appeared not far ahead. Zissou, you're too big. To avoid unnecessary trouble, just wait for me outside the city. Yes, young master. She was originally a beast man, so she didn't find it difficult to settle in any forest. Shenmu then entered Yunyan City. Despite being nestled among several mountains, Yunyan City remains incredibly prosperous. Although it is not as prosperous as Golden Bell City, it is far from comparable to the current Heavenly Heart City. Time was precious, and Shenmue didn't dare to waste it, so he simply pulled over a passerby and asked for directions. Upon seeing the low-grade spirit crystal in Shenmue's hand, the man's eyes lit up. "Answer me one question, and it's yours." "Sir, please ask me anything, and I will answer to the best of my knowledge." "The He family of Yunyan City. Are you aware of them?" "Of course I know. The He family is one of the most famous families in Yunyan City." Upon hearing this, Shenmue was overjoyed and asked again, "Does the He family have a person named Hellion Ping? Where is he now?" After listening, the man's expression turned somewhat strange. "Sir, the He family does indeed have a man named Hellion Ping, and he is the third young master of the He family, but what?" Seeing that his expression was off, Shenmue was a little puzzled. Then, the man looked around and cautiously spoke to Shenmue. "The third young master of the He family was a very famous source master in Yunyan City. He also managed a security escort agency with tens of thousands of people and had close ties with the Yunyan City Mercenary Association. But for some reason, starting some time ago, young Master He's strength has been declining. They can't even defeat an ordinary source master who has just entered the soul fusion stage. Now, not only is he being ostracized by the He family, but his elder brother, He Sheng, the eldest son of the He family, is also taking the opportunity to seize his control of the escort agency and making things difficult for him at every turn. Everyone says that if He Sheng hadn't had some reservations, the third young master, he would probably have been killed long ago. However, he is in a bad situation now and could face utter ruin at any moment. Although many people know about this, few dare to mention it. After all, the He family is incredibly powerful and influential, practically controlling everything. If nothing unexpected happens, He Sheng will undoubtedly become the family head in the future, and no one dares to cross them. After listening, Shenmue nodded slowly. He finally understood that this was nothing more than a family feud, a farce of several sons vying for power. This scene plays out in every slightly larger family. Where's the He family? Then, the man pointed out the way to Shenmue. "Yes, that's very detailed. It's yours now." After tossing him to the low-grade spirit crystal, Shenmue headed towards the He family. "Sir, take my advice. Whatever your purpose may be, you'd better stay out of this mess." Based on the questions Shenmue had asked earlier, he guessed that the white-robed youth in front of him probably wanted to interfere in the affairs of the He family. But this is not something that ordinary people can get involved in. Having received favors from Shenmue, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch Shenmue go to his death. "Without me, this mess can't be cleared up." Upon hearing this, the man froze on the spot, unable to understand the meaning of those words no matter how hard he tried. After navigating several streets, a luxurious and imposing mansion came into view before Shenmue. Seeing the two large characters He mansion, Shenmue knew he had come to the right place. He then strode towards the door. Before they even reached the door, the guard shouted, "Where did this wild brat come from? Get lost!" Shenmue was dressed in a simple white robe, and his face was still quite youthful, so the guards didn't take him seriously. At that age, what kind of important person could he be? Besides, which important person doesn't have a grand entourage? It's impossible for him to appear alone. He doesn't even have his servant with him. I advise you to speak properly, or you'll regret it. Shenmue looked at him, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Oh my, you're really getting cocky, aren't you?" Snap! The spiritual energy instantly coalesced into a slap, which struck the guard hard across the face. He was sent flying several meters, crashing into the door. Blood slowly trickled down his lips, clearly indicating internal injuries. "Master Yuan Yuan,